A bright night city with many skyscrapers. Sanyang Group. A large office building rises above the city. Annual sales are approaching 3,001 trillion won, and this operating profit alone is 302 trillion won. Automobiles, electronics, telecommunications, heavy and chemical industries, distribution, fashion, food. Two men shake hands. The best company in the Republic of Korea, which has penetrated literally every industry. Two men perform in front of a crowd of people, with a banner hanging above them that says, "This year's best company is Sanyang." The protagonist comes from a rural area and graduated from a local university. When he received a notification from Sanyang Group, his father invited his relatives to a big party. The poster reads, "Yun Hyeon Yu, congratulations on being accepted into Sanyang Group." Many people celebrate the event at tables with food. The main character holds a bowl in his hands where a drink is poured into it. When the protagonist was sent to the strategic planning headquarters, the company's control tower, it seemed as if his heart would break, but he was just a janitor there. There is a sign at the door that says Strategic Planning Headquarters. A construction crane towers over a construction site. It's night outside. Three men kick another man. A man in business clothes sits on a chair. He smokes a cigarette with an indifferent look. The main character thought that this was his place, but he did not give up. He began to learn English, looked through many business plans and gritted his teeth, giving it his all. The main character makes notes in a notebook. Then, at some point, his place changed. There was no one in the Sunyan aristocratic family who did not know the name Yui Hyeon Yu. There are many people in business attire standing behind each other. Every time they regretted something, they looked for a protagonist. The protagonist stands in front of people in business attire. When they had to deal with big and small incidents and, naturally, dirty cases, they always came to Yun Hyeon Yu, that is, to him. After 13 years in the company, no one knows the hidden truth about this family better than him, because he has gained their trust. The main character stands with his brown hair styled and dressed in a business suit. An airplane flies over the airport. They trust him to the point that they can safely deposit about $700 million into his bank account, as they are now. The main character drags a blue luggage bag behind him. He walks through the airport. He heads towards the exit of the building. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The main character covers his face from the sunlight. He stands with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He remembers how someone told him that it would be about $700 million and he would live in Moldova for now. And then he would contact him after the end of the investigation by the prosecutor's office so that the protagonist would send the money to his account. The main character stands in front of a man who is sitting at an office desk, and then asks him whether it is possible to calmly put that kind of money in his name. The man at the office desk is silent for a while. A smile appears on his face and he replies that of course. He says that he doesn't even trust his wife, but the protagonist is an exception. He tells him that he is the only one who can be trusted with this money. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. The main character smiles with his eyes closed. He takes his sunglasses out of his business suit pocket. He thought that he had gained the family's trust. The main character puts on his glasses and adjusts them, touching their bridge. Someone calls the name of the protagonist. Two men come to the main character. One of them says that the protagonist must have had a hard time, because the path is not short. In front of the protagonist are two men, one with brown hair, the other with a large build and blonde hair. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek. He wonders if this is the secretariat. He takes off his glasses and asks the men what they are doing here. The man with brown hair says that the president has assigned them to help Chief Yun. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that they had really come to help, and then adds that his arrival here was supposed to be a secret. He opens his eyes wide. The main character looks at the fair-haired guy. The barrel of a gun was pressed against the protagonist. A man with blonde hair with a gloomy expression tells the protagonist that they are the ones assigned to help, so he just needs to quietly monitor them. The brown-haired guy tells the frightened protagonist that he needs to go. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that they really decided to get rid of him in this way. He thought about how he worked like a dog for the Sanyang Group for 13 years, gaining their trust for 13 years. A man with brown hair is sitting behind the wheel. The main character thought that he had been absolutely faithful to them all this time. A blonde man looks out the window. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that they really decided to throw him away like that. The main character asks the blonde man if he can talk on the phone with the president. The villain tells the protagonist to stop dreaming. With a gloomy look, he wants to insult the protagonist, but he is interrupted. The main character shouts to the villains that then they should call him themselves and say that they did everything that was required of them, and he will remain silent. He adds that he will hide in South America or Eastern Europe and will never be seen again until his death. The man behind the wheel addresses the protagonist by name. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the protagonist to stop talking nonsense, because he should think about his parents and wife. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face and is enveloped in a purple aura. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek as he thought about his parents. The blonde man straightens his clothes and says that he told the protagonist not to worry about the family, because the parents will be given financial assistance, and the wife will be sent to America. Everything will be arranged for her there and she will be able to live without problems. The main character thought that this was nonsense, and after they deal with him and cover up all traces of corruption, will they still provide the family of an employee publicly involved in corruption with any privileges? A shadow falls on the protagonist's face. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that naturally they wouldn't even give him his severance pay, and they would also file a claim for compensation with confiscation of property, in the end not leaving even a penny. The main character lowered his gaze. He had a desperate expression on his face. A car is driving along a road with trees on either side. The car's headlights are on. He stopped near a stone. The protagonist gets out of the car. He looks at the sunset while the villains also leave the car. With a calm expression on his face, he thought that the lake, the name of which he did not know, would become his grave. He turns around and says that he wants to ask for one last thing. A blonde man aims a pistol at the protagonist. The main character opened his eyes wide. A shot occurs. The bird is frightened by the noise and flies across the sky. The soul moves to another body, into the body of a passenger in a gray car. The main character opened his eyes wide. He looked scared. He found himself in the body of a child with short brown hair, his face covered in beads of sweat. He thought that this dream was happening again. 3 months had already passed since he found himself in this body, and he again had a dream about a past life. A girl with long brown hair in the front passenger seat asks Do-jun if he is okay. The main character looks at her silently. He thought it was his mother, and she was an actress who became famous in just one film. The protagonist's mother smiles while looking at her son. A man with glasses and brown hair is sitting behind the wheel. The protagonist thought that it was said that after accepting the passionate advances of his father, who was her fan, she disappeared from the screen. Next to the main character sits a boy with light brown hair, who plays a game console and tells the protagonist that he was sleeping, and then suddenly jumped up. The protagonist has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character's mother asks him if he had a nightmare. The main character puts his hands forward and says that no, he was just surprised, and asks his mother not to worry. The protagonist's mother tells him that Do-jun has become an adult so suddenly lately that she is a little confused. The main character, with concern on his face, asks if this is true, and then thought that he could understand her. With a sad expression on his face, he thought that now he was also confused by this situation. June 26, 1987. The main character looks out the window and thought that today is exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months have passed since he woke up Jindu Dijun, the youngest grandson of the founder of Sunyang Group Ji and Yang Kal, about whom there are many legends. He adds that he became the 10-year-old grandson of a family who ordered his death on a secluded lakeshore in Moldova. He remembers being shot from behind. He thought about the reason that he returned in the body of Jindu Dijun. He remembers that while he worked for Sunyang Group, he never met members of this family because at that time they were completely excluded from the company's affairs. The protagonist's mother and father look at each other. The protagonist thought that they were saying that they could even get closer to the Sunyang Group, and heard that this happened just because of the wedding of these two. The main character looks at his parents. He thought that the chairman of Jin Yang Kal was very angry with his son who decided to marry a celebrity, despite the fact that everyone was against it. But due to pregnancy they were forced to legalize the relationship. The protagonist's father looks at the road. The protagonist adds that after this they were completely excluded from the company, but the protagonist always considered them incredible. The main character imagines himself hiding behind his parents while the rest of his relatives argue. He thought that the other brothers and sisters were fighting among themselves like dogs to get even a slightly larger share of the company. He adds that his parents avoided such things, trying only to protect their lives. Light is reflected from the glasses of the protagonist's father. The main character thought that he even respected them. A gray car is driving along the road. The car drives up to a fenced area at the entrance to which there are 3 guards. The main character looks at the mansion and admires it. He thought that who knew that he would end up here again. There are 3 huge estates with an area of 11 pion. The grounds of the estates are located among many trees. The main character thought that there was a huge castle with 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground, with parking for 50 cars and a fence of 380 meters. He adds that this is the residence of Jin Young-kal, the founder and head of the Sunyang Group. The guard greets the protagonist's father. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that after the death of the head and his cremation, the eldest son Jin Yongi took the place. He adds that this is where he pulled weeds as his first job after joining the company. He thought that he had been here more often than his parents' house, and then wondered if today was Jin Young-kal's birthday. Security guards allow the car into the residence. Many people in formal suits are talking to each other. The protagonist's family walks towards the other guests. A woman with brown hair says something to a mustachioed man. A woman in a red shirt covers her mouth and says something to a brown-haired man. The main character walks silently. Their family passes near the guests. The main character thought that the guests were openly ignoring them. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face. He thought that they didn't even need to know. The protagonist and his family approach the front door. The family goes inside and the father says that they have arrived. There are a lot of people sitting on the sofas near the table on which there are cups. The main character thought that these were Jin Du Dijun's uncles and aunts on his brother's and father's side, as well as on his father's sister's side. A man in a gray jacket and glasses asks if they have finally arrived. A woman with red hair sits behind him. A man in a black jacket sits next to a fat woman. The protagonist thought that everyone dreams of winning a delicious piece of meat called sanyang. A man with a green tie sits next to a girl with dark brown hair. The main character thought that each of them was the embodiment of greed, just waiting for the death of their parent. A fat man with brown hair sits next to a girl with purple earrings. The shadow covers half of the protagonist's face. A red-haired woman screamingly asks the protagonist's family why the hell they were late. Do they still have habits from their stormy youth? And why are they the last to arrive? Just like the stars. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face thought that it was with Ajama, the feeling that he was her seen often. The protagonist's father, with an indifferent expression on his face, asks for forgiveness and adds that he thought they would arrive on time. The red-haired girl says that she is infuriated by the fact that she is late. The main character remembered that she was already 70, but she constantly changed and brought her very young lovers to show. The protagonist smiles and thought that his temperament was hot-tempered, then and now, and he had to suffer a lot because of her. The red-haired woman asks the protagonist if he really laughed just now. She asks him if he is having fun. A man with a green tie and his wife look at the protagonist. A girl in dark clothes, a fat woman and a man in a dark jacket are also looking at him. The main character says that he did not laugh. The red-haired girl gets up from the couch and says, "Watch this kid lie." Her husband in a gray jacket tells the girl to stop. He says with an angry expression that they are all gathered here, so why did she decide to make a fuss? The red-haired woman screams that this child really laughed. Someone comes into the room and shouts who dared to shout in his house. The red-haired girl and his husband have surprised expressions on their faces. Jin Young-kal stands in front of them with an angry expression on his face. The red-haired woman and her husband lower their gazes. The old man goes down the stairs. The fat woman and her husband look down. The old man goes lower and lower down the stairs. The man with the green tie and his wife also look scared. Jin Young-kal comes down with his eyes closed. The fat man and his wife also have frightened expressions on their faces. The father and mother of the main character bow to the old man. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that the head of Sunyang Group and his grandfather were a living legend of the company. The old man looks at his family and the main character thought that he was a man whom his own children were afraid of. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a man in a gray jacket. The main character thought that the source of this fear, of course, is the money he has. A man in a black jacket sits with his eyes downcast. The protagonist thought that they were afraid of a future in which they would not inherit anything, or their own capital would be taken away by other heirs. Half the face of a man with a brown tie is covered by a shadow. The main character adds that they are also frightened by the fear of not being able to maintain their chaebol status. The girl in dark clothes looks to the side. The protagonist thinks that all these things are intertwined and become the reason for their fear of their own father. Jin Young-kal stands in front of his family members. Iron Honor Jin Young-kal. He has a stern expression on his face. A transparent image from a past life appears behind the protagonist. He thought that this was a person he had never met. The father and mother of the main character bow. The main character's mother tells his father that they also came. The old man looks at them. Hyun hides behind his mom. Jin Young-hyul remains silent with a stern look. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that Hyon was already in his mother's stomach, so the grandfather could not fully insist against this wedding, so he can understand his fear. The main character noticed something. They met their grandfather's gaze. The main character has a frightened expression on his face. Jin Young-kal looks very harsh. The main character looks away and thought that he was scared too. He looks at his grandfather again. The old man smiles carefree and tells the children that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and then asks why they don't come. Because he calls them so often. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The old man puts his hand on the protagonist's head and says that he would like to give him something, and then asks if he is curious about what. The main character looks at his grandfather in surprise. The red-haired girl looks at them with a dissatisfied look. A man in a gray jacket and a man with a green tie look at them with surprise. A drop of sweat runs down the face of a man in a black jacket. The fat man has a surprised expression on his face and his wife is angry. The protagonist's father was a little surprised, and his wife opened her eyes wide. The main character looks at his grandfather's face and wonders why he is so kind to him. There is a cake on the table with candles on top that form the number 66. Jin Young-kal blows on the candles and extinguishes them. All family members clap for the old man. A huge number of people gathered in the hall. The chairman smiles. The guests congratulate him on his birthday. A man in a gray jacket claps his hands and congratulates his father on his birthday. A red-haired girl with a cheerful expression on her face wishes the old man to be healthy and live a long, long time. A little boy in a blue jacket claps his hands and congratulates his grandfather on his birthday, and a girl with brown hair stands next to him. The protagonist's father claps his hands with an indifferent expression. Hyon stands with his eyes downcast. The main character watches what is happening with a serious expression on his face. Someone asks Donso to bring more food here. The main character noticed something. He looks at his mother with a tray in his hands. On a tray which contains wine and glasses. A bead of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The red-haired girl calls the protagonist's mother Makni and asks her to serve cold water with ice. A fat woman asks her daughter-in-law to remove the empty dishes. A girl with dark brown hair asks the protagonist's mother, who is clearing away the dishes, if she can move faster since people are waiting. She turns back to her interlocutor and smiles. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, thought that these people were so openly forcing his mother to work when there were already more than a dozen people working around him. Several workers serve guests. The protagonist's mother is carrying plates in her hands. The main character looks at her. He remembers how his mother fastened the buttons on his shirt. She smiles with her eyes closed. The protagonist's cheeks turned a little red. Lam puts her hand on the protagonist's cheek. She says her son is so handsome. The protagonist thought that living in this body was incredibly unusual, but thanks to the warmth that Du Dijun's mother exuded, he was able to adapt. The main character looks at his mother in surprise. Someone calls the protagonist's mother Dong Seo and asks her why she froze, because more food will be brought soon and she needs to wash the dishes faster. Dong Seo looks towards the person who told her this and says yes. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, with an angry expression on his face. He thought that he had to endure and one day he would make sure that his mother received proper treatment. The main character turns his head and looks at something with a serious expression on his face. He looks at his grandfather, who is standing with a glass of wine near the table. Jin Young-kal smiles and talks to guests. The main character with a stern look thought that most likely, because of his grandfather's cold attitude towards his parents, they were treated this way. The main character remembers how his grandfather recently said that he had prepared the horse he was talking about for the protagonist. With a smile on his face, he asks if he likes it. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. There is a toy white horse on the carpet. The main character thought that his grandfather had prepared such a gift simply because he wanted it. The protagonist looks at his grandfather. The chairman smiles with his eyes closed. The protagonist thought that his grandfather was unexpectedly kind to him. Grandfather opens his eyes. The main character thought that maybe he was tormented by his conscience for kicking out his father. He imagines images of his grandfather and Hyon, and then thinks that, forced to accept this marriage, he is trying to atone for his sins with kindness towards him, and then adds that this is a fairly reasonable assumption. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that since he was in this body, he would check how long his kindness would last. The main character turns to his grandfather with a smile on his face. He says he likes a real horse better than a plastic one. The grandfather is surprised and asks the protagonist what he said. The main character says that a real car is better than that toy one. He adds that he also wants a real boat that floats on the sea and not play with a small bathtub. Grandfather has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character is scared and wonders if he has gone too far. Jin Young-kal asks the protagonist what he thinks is real. The main character thought that he needed to answer without hesitation, as a child would answer. With a carefree expression on his face, he replies that the real thing is what Grandpa made. He adds that grandfather creates real cars, ships, and televisions. He reports that this is exactly the kind of thing he likes. Grandfather has a stern expression on his face. He looked closely at the protagonist's face. He looks at him silently. The main character thought it was interesting how Chairman Jin took his words and whether he passed the test. Grandpa tells Doo-jun that to get the real things, he said, you need to work hard and hard, experience a lot of scary things and go through a lot of hardships, but the protagonist doesn't have to go through all of it. The main character doesn't show it, but in fact he feels dissatisfied and thought that he was taken advantage of. He did all the dirty work, and then he died altogether. The protagonist adds that he found something to scare. The grandfather straightens his back and offers to do as he says. With a smug smile, he tells the protagonist that if he wants a real horse, he must finish this year with excellent marks in all subjects, and for his birthday he will buy it. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thought that even though he was local, he entered a fairly prestigious university, and did he really set the condition for him, who neglects sleep in order to get to the top, to get excellent grades in all subjects in elementary school. Daddy sighs and with a smile on his face tells the guy that it seems that he is not completely confident in himself. The protagonist smiles and thought that he was not sure that he could not get excellent results. The main character asks only if this is what he needs to do. The grandfather crossed his arms and said yes, and then added that he would reap. Jin Young-kal smiles at the protagonist. The main character also looks at him with a smile. Present time. The protagonist stands among the guests with a serious expression on his face and thought that he would change everything a little bit. The protagonist and his brother are approached by a man in a brown jacket who tells them to follow him. With a smile on his face, he says that grandfather ordered to take them to the games room. The main character made a very frightened expression on his face. He remembered being shot in the head from behind. He remembered talking to his boss in the office. The boss turns out to be the same guy in the brown jacket who says he doesn't even trust his wife, but Hyun-yu is an exception. The protagonist remembered that this man was the one who gave the order to kill him. He looks at how he leads the children. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, thought that he needed to calm down, because now he is not Yun Hyun-yu, but Jin Do-jun, and there is no need to worry. A boy with a green tie notices a toy white horse and pushes the protagonist. He gets on his horse and calls everyone else fools and adds that he is the first. He rides a horse and laughs and shouts to the horse to go faster. The main character calls this boy a fool with an angry expression. Hyun takes the protagonist's hand. The main character pays attention to his brother. The main character looks at his brother and thought that he was used to it. Their whole family had long been used to it. The protagonist smiles and thinks that he doesn't even have the thought of doing the same. The main character walks towards the other children. He stands next to the boy with a green tie. The shadow covers half of the protagonist's face. He thought about what to do with him and thought that first he needed to teach him not to be rude in the future and make a strong impression on his grandfather. The boy with the green tie laughs and shouts that this is so much fun. The main character tells the boy that this is his horse. He repeats that this is his horse and asks the boy to get off. The boy with the green tie smiles and asks the protagonist what he will do, and then says that he will do whatever he wants. The other children also laugh. One of them says that the protagonist said that the horse was his. The main character approaches the horse. He kicks the horse. He looks at the boy with the green tie. The scoundrel with the green tie has a frightened expression on his face. The other children were surprised by what was happening. The protagonist's brother was also surprised. The horse falls to the ground along with the villain. A boy with a green tie holds his leg and shouts that his leg hurts. The dark-haired boy shouts that he will call the adults. The main character thought that the scoundrel's leg was pinched. The boy with the green tie is crying and shouting that his leg hurts. The main character turns to the villain and he looks at him. The protagonist tells the villain not to dare touch what belongs to him anymore, and then asks him if he understands. The scoundrel clenched his teeth and cried even harder. Someone in a female voice calls the scoundrel by name, Kang-jun. A boy with a green tie cries and calls his mother, who comes up to him. A red-haired woman and a fat woman enter the room. A dark-haired girl takes her son in her arms, and he says that his leg hurts. The protagonist's mother covers her face with her hand. The main character thought that judging by the expression on his face, his mother was very surprised. The main character winked at his mother. The dark-haired woman raises her hand and calls the protagonist a puppy. She hits the protagonist on the cheek. A dark-haired woman with an angry expression asks the protagonist if he did this and if he has gone crazy. She hits the protagonist in the face again. The main character took the blow with a straight face. The woman screams and asks how he dared to touch her child and raises his hand. Dong Seo hugs his son. The main character was surprised by his mother's actions. The dark-haired woman clenched her hand into a fist and screams at the protagonist's mother to get away from him now. Dong Seo asks for forgiveness. The main character opened his eyes wide. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The dark-haired woman clenched her teeth. The chairman shouts and asks what is happening, after which the red-haired and fat woman turns around. The dark-haired girl turns around with a surprised expression on her face. Jin Young-kal stands at the entrance. The dark-haired girl looks at her father with concern on her face. The old man says that there are guests outside, and they made noise here. He tells them to stop now and asks Kang Jun's mom to take her son and go to the hospital. The woman takes her son away. The old man looks at the protagonist and his mother. Dong Seo places his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. The chairman tells everyone to leave except the protagonist. A mother looks into her son's face with a feeling of concern. The main character smiles and tells his mother that they will see each other later. The protagonist's mother heads towards the exit. The grandfather looks at the protagonist with a stern expression. He asks him if he did it. The main character answers yes. The chairman asks the protagonist why he did something so dangerous, and even with his high on. The main character says that this is his horse, a gift from his grandfather. Grandfather, with surprise on his face, asks what he means. The main character with a confident expression on his face says that Kang Jun wanted to take it away, so he broke the horse so that no one would get it. The old man asks the protagonist if he didn't want to give it away. The protagonist answers yes, and then thought about how the grandfather would react. The main character has a serious expression on his face. The grandfather smiles after the protagonist's words. He silently looks at the protagonist. The main character thought that he knew that the chairman would like this cruelty, the cruelty of the leader of an empire who does not want to lose an inch of land, because it will be a necessity in a war with an external threat. The old man tells the protagonist that although he did not intend to hurt his Hyon, he did get hurt in the end and therefore will be punished. The protagonist looks down and says good. The old man asks the main character to follow him. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He raises his head and now you can see him smiling. The main character opened his eyes wide and then wondered what this place was. There are many people sitting at an elongated table, and next to it is the chairman's table with a chair to which he heads. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. He thought that although the chairman's office on the 27th floor of the Sunyang Group headquarters is the official office, in fact, all decisions are made here. A man with glasses, a man with black hair, and a man with brown hair are sitting at a table. A man in a brown jacket and a man in a black jacket are also sitting at the table. A man in a gray jacket, a man in a brown jacket, and a man in a black jacket are sitting behind a chair. The main character thought that he was the branch president, the head of the family and the company, and a place where only the rich could go. The chairman sits at his chair. He has a stern look. The main character thought that he had been a member of the Sunyang Group for more than 10 years and visited this mansion countless times, but he never managed to get into Jin Young-kal's office. The main character thought with a surprised look that he was finally here. There is complete silence in the hall. The protagonist sits on the floor behind his grandfather. He is silent with a serious expression on his face. He looks at the man in the brown jacket. The main character thought that this was Jin Yeon-jun, the eldest son of his uncle, who sits in this place instead of his father and is only 20 years old. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face, and I thought that he had really already been appointed as a successor. The chairman crosses his arms and tells those present what they think and how everything will turn out. The man with the black tie says that this Yanbin is stubborn and they themselves know it. He reports that the end of his term is approaching, but he still won't give up. He adds that he hopes that this person will not go head-on. Jin Young-kal asks what if he goes. A man with a black tie says that he means harsh repression. The chairman asks if they are not the same and maybe he has decided to recruit his own army. The man with the black tie says that's exactly how it is. The old man sighs after his words. The people present look at each other. The main character thinks about what this is and goes through the facts. The end of the term of office, suppression, the army. He wonders if they are really talking about the country and not about the management of the company. A man in a dark blue jacket says that they need to think about other ways, because today more than 1 million people from all over the country have gathered, and if the military is added to this, then it is advisable to think about even 2. The chairman asks if they are not even afraid of weapons. The man in the blue jacket says that now the flame of anger is burning, and if it is extinguished, they will be afraid. But if the army arrives to help, it's like pouring oil on the fire. Even the current government understands this. Many people with placards stand in the square in front of people in armor. Jin Young-kal shouts and asks the man what he wants to say. Do they really need to prepare for the fall of the government? He adds that he really thinks that next year the president will be from the opposition. The man with glasses touches his cheek and says that it is possible. The chairman hits the table with his fist. The people at the table look down. Jin Young-kal shouts that of course it is possible, but it could be the other way around. He asks them if they really think that he is wasting his time just listening to their suggestions. The people at the table apologize to the chairman. The old man asks if he really needs to line them up one by one so that they can start talking, and then calls the deputy, who is sitting nearby. The old man tells the deputy to speak first. The deputy has a worried look on his face. Jin Yeon-jun and the guy with glasses next to him are sitting with their eyes downcast. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He thought that these two had pinned everything on him and even ordered the murder. A man in glasses with a purple tie says that the government will not collapse and the successor is already known. And these demonstrations have been going on for 7 years since the beginning of the new government. He adds that it has simply become more serious now. The man in the black jacket says he thinks so too. The man with the green tie says he agrees. The other meeting participants are silent. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought something strange. In 3 days a statement about the president's surrender will appear, and the Blue House should already begin to form around this time. But does Sunyang Group really not know this information? 2 meeting participants are discussing something. 3 more meeting participants are talking about something. The main character thought that this was really a business meeting in the style of the 80 seconds. With an indifferent expression on his face, he thought that no matter how chaotic the situation was, all they were saying was who was in line behind whom. The main character thought that he expected to see the development of a strategy to respond to changes. He imagines a man standing at the blackboard and explaining something to the people at the table. The main character thought that he would see predictions about how the world and society as a whole would develop, or at least high-quality information that ordinary office workers would not have thought of. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists. The chairman tells the meeting participants that they can leave, and then adds that they need to listen carefully and gather information. The meeting participants bow to the chairman and then leave. The protagonist thought that in the end, they argued until the very end about who was behind whom. Jin Young-kal tells the protagonist that he can get up. The main character looks at the chairman. The chairman has a calm expression on his face. The protagonist gets up from the floor. He clenched his teeth and thought that he had been sitting on his knees for too long, so he couldn't get up. The old man tells the protagonist that he showed himself excellently. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman says that quite a lot of time has passed, but the protagonist did not frown or show any signs of difficulty. He reports that even an adult could not sit so still because his legs are uncomfortable, but the protagonist sat straight. The main character smiles a little and thought that he was listening too much and did not notice how time flew by, and did not feel any pain in his legs, but he seemed to like it. The chairman says that he is curious about something, and then asks the boy why he has changed so much. The main character thought that of course he couldn't help but notice the change in the usually shy and quiet Doo-jun. He says he's not going to take it anymore. The chairman made a surprised expression on his face. The main character says that his father and mother were inactive, so he had to endure. He looks down and says that now he is so angry that he can no longer contain himself. He closes his eyes and thought that he would add a little acting. He adds that at such moments a little tears would be nice. He opens his eyes in surprise. The chairman hugs the protagonist. The main character, with his eyes wide open, thought that this was a reaction that he couldn't even think about, and could it really be sympathy? The protagonist smiles and thought that now we need to shock him again. He asks the chairman to make friends with all 3. Jin Young-kal made a surprised expression on his face. He holds the protagonist by the shoulders. The old man asks the protagonist what he is talking about. The main character says that this concerns what they talked about earlier. The chairman listens carefully to the protagonist. The boy with a small smile on his face says that the president is the most powerful person in the country, and if it is not known who will become him, then why not make friends with all 3 candidates, because all are so influential that each of them can take the post. Jin Young-kal is shocked, but doesn't show it. The main character asks if this is really not possible. The chairman smiles after the protagonist's words. He asks the main character why not, because the more friends, the better. He laughs loudly throughout the room. The protagonist smiles smugly and thought that this should be the end for today. The chairman asks the main character if he wants to play somewhere, because grandfather needs to do something. He adds that if the protagonist sees Yeon-jun, he needs to tell him to come see him. The protagonist agrees. The boy walks towards the exit, and the chairman follows him with his gaze. Jin Young-kal watches him silently. The protagonist walks with a smile on his face. The chairman picks up the home phone. He commands to take care of all three. The interlocutor shouts and asks if it's true for all three of them. The old man replies that yes, you need to treat them like a VIP and don't forget to tell them that they hope for a successful resolution of this noisy situation. The interlocutor says that he accepted the order. The chairman hangs up the phone. Jin Young-kal says with a smile on his face that a 10-year-old grandson says such amazing things. Someone is knocking on the office door. Jin Yeon-jun opens the door and asks the chairman if he called him. Jin Young-kal says that he is now his grandfather. The guy with a bead of sweat on his cheek calls the chairman grandpa. The old man tells the guy that today he only listened, and then asks if he thought. The guy stutters and cannot answer anything. The chairman says that he is now asking not as a chairman, but as a grandfather, so he can answer calmly. Jin Yeon-jun says that the protesters are at their peak now, and he thinks that if the president sends in the military, it will become quieter. The old man asks if this means that the current government will continue to govern. The young guy put his hands together and said that naturally, a friend and successor to the current government will become the next president. The chairman says that then he should trust him and join him in line. The young guy made a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-kal asks, isn't it? Jin Yeon-jun has a scared expression on his face. He lowered his gaze and remained silent. The old man with a serious expression on his face thought that he had only asked his opinion. But this expression on his face suggests certain thoughts. He remembers how the protagonist behaved. The chairman turns away and says that's enough and tells the guy that he can go. The young guy has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman sits down on a chair and closes his eyes. He opens his eyes and thought that it was Makni. Note, Makni is the youngest. The young guy closes the door behind him. He is looking at someone. He sees the protagonist and thought that it would be nice if he were the eldest grandson. The car is driving along the road. The protagonist's mother asks her husband what his father said. The protagonist's dad drives the car and replies that he said he would focus on educating his sons. Dong Seo asks if he really said that. The father looks at the protagonist through the rearview window and addresses him. He says that he has no intention of scolding the protagonist for what happened today at his grandfather's house, because he has already received his punishment. The main character apologizes. The father says that the main thing is that the protagonist realized his mistake. He adds that grandfather said he was going to send the two of them to a personal teacher. The protagonist's brother has a surprised expression on his face. He asks which teacher we are talking about. The father tells his son Sanjun that if he doesn't want to, then don't, everything is fine. He looks at the protagonist and asks him what he thinks about this. The main character thought that now he does not need a teacher and he should learn from him. But since this is the chairman's order, he cannot help but follow him. The protagonist replies that he will go to him. The father tells the protagonist that if he doesn't want to, he can refuse. The main character says what he wants. The father replies that then he will prepare everything. The father of the family watches the road. The main character looks at his brother. Sanjun tells the protagonist that he did well today. A shadow falls on his face. He adds that the protagonist made the villain Kang Jun cry. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. He looks at his brother, who is watching the sunset with a smile on his face. The protagonist also smiles and thought that it looks like he, too, has accumulated. June 29, 1987. The president with short black hair greets comrades and fellow citizens through a microphone. He says that now is an era when deep-seated conflicts and antagonisms between people have resulted in a national crisis. The main character drinks milk with a straw from a small bottle. The main character thought that this was the announcement of the declaration adopted by the president on June 29th, which became the official declaration of the government. People stand outside a TV store and watch an announcement from the president. A man in a green jacket from a TV program says something. The protagonist drinks milk and thought that a new era of supreme power races is now beginning, and then wonders what the chairman will do now. A blue car drives up to the estate. The main character gets out of the car, accompanied by a man in a black suit. A man with a gray shirt with a broom in his hands tells the protagonist that his grandfather has come to him. Behind him is a building. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that he had already arrived. The chairman shouts and asks someone what she just said. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, and the janitor turns around. The main character does not understand what is happening. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's cheek. She says that she never asked for a share in the company and neither did Do-jun's father. She adds that it will be the same in future. The chairman, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks what she said. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The protagonist's mother says that she understood the chairman's intention to raise Do-jun so that he could succeed in the company. With a serious expression on his face, he says that, however, he is 10 years old, so she would like him to decide what to do. The chairman asks Dong-seo if she doesn't know what it means to give away a stake in Sunyang Group, and then adds that he was going to take them back as children. He asks if she is really refusing the last chance they are given. The girl clenches her hands into fists and apologizes to her father. She sits across the table from him and says that she and Do-jun's father want him to live doing what he wants. The chairman has an angry expression on his face. The main character turns to his grandfather, after which the chairman turns around. The main character enters the room. The chairman spread his arms to the sides and with a smile on his face says that his dear boy has arrived. He lifts him above himself and asks if he is back from school. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought that he had so much strength. The protagonist's mother looks at her son. The main character thought that his mother, who is always silent in front of his grandfather, decided to speak out because of his problems. This is so touching. The main character asks his grandfather if he is angry, after which the chairman's expression becomes confused. The grandfather lowers the protagonist to the ground and asks why he is angry, and then adds that the protagonist thought so because he raised his voice a little. The protagonist's mother put her hands together and says that grandfather was not angry, and they were just talking. The main character thought that they really think that he doesn't understand. The protagonist says not to fight over him. The grandfather presses his fist to his mouth, and the protagonist's mother turns her head to the side with reddened cheeks. The protagonist says that as his mother said, he will grow up and do what he wants. Grandfather and mother have surprised expressions on their faces. The chairman made a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character smiles smugly and thought that the grandfather, who is not afraid of anything, must be upset when he heard this from his grandson. The protagonist says with joy on his face that, therefore, when he grows up, he wants to become the boss of a big company, just like his grandfather. The chairman is shocked, but does not show it. He smiles and laughs a little. He shouts that in the end, you can't fool blood and sometimes it happens that it manifests itself after a generation. Dong-seo has a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-kal turns around and asks the protagonist's mother if she really has nothing more to say. Dong-seo's eyes are wide open, and his grandfather asks if their Do-jun also dreams of becoming a leader. The protagonist's mother is crying. She goes to the kitchen and says that she will go make tea. Jin Young-kal says to bring tea to his grandson's room. He smiles and says that he has a little story that he wants to tell him. The protagonist thought what was wrong with his mother. She seemed to be crying. He looks at his mother and wondered if it was because he addressed her as his daughter-in-law. The protagonist's mother makes tea in the kitchen. She has a sad expression on her face, and the protagonist and grandfather look at her. In the protagonist's room there are bookshelves. The old man asks the protagonist if he remembers the words he said a few days ago. The main character sits on the bed and asks his grandfather what he is talking about, and the grandfather replies that he is talking about friendship with 3 candidates at once. The protagonist asks his grandfather about those influential people he is talking about. Jin Young-kal smiles and says that's right, these are the exact words. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and thought that naturally, he remembers, because that's why his grandfather came to him today. The old man tells the protagonist that as he said, he sent gifts to these people and was friendly, and the protagonist asks if this is true. The main character wonders if he made a decision based on his words, and then adds that he acts quickly. Grandfather says that starting today, the development of actions has taken a strange turn. He says that he wanted the 3 to get along, but they started arguing, and the second and third places decided to team up to win the first. The main character listens carefully. The old man says that now he also needs to choose a side. The protagonist, with a small smile, asks his grandfather if these are the 3 people who are going to fight for the position of president. The grandfather, with a smile on his face, replies that this is true and says that each of them wants to become something like a headman. The protagonist says that then, if the second and third place team up and win, will they become the prefect and his deputy? The grandfather replies that no, there is no deputy in running the country, only the headman. The main character, with his eyes closed, throws up his hands and asks what is the point of the second and third uniting if there is no deputy, and then adds that among them only one will become the headman. The grandfather, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if they haven't united. The main character says that naturally, the third will not just help the second without receiving anything in return. But the 10th, 20th, or last one could help, but definitely not the third. The chairman opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The old man says that this means these two, in fact, did not unite. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that, contrary to what it seems, they are not helping each other. He thought that there was no need to talk verbosely and in detail about the future, because he had a different point of view and other doubts. He just needed to plant the seed, because Chairman Jin was a person who would understand everything himself. Jin Young Kal is enveloped in a purple aura. He has a serious expression on his face. He thought that not only Senyang Group, but also the influential people he met did not question the merger. He adds that Du-jun is the only one who said that this couldn't happen. He looks at the protagonist, who has a carefree expression on his face. The chairman thought that of course, it may seem that he thinks this way simply because he doesn't understand politics at all. But Du-jun can definitely see people's greed. He flexed his fingers, and then thought that these words were not unfounded. He places his hand on the protagonist's head. He smiles and asks the protagonist how he can be so smart. The main character smiles a little, and then thought that everything was going as he thought. The blue sky rises above the treetops. A black car is driving down the road. The main character is sitting in the back seat of a car. He looks out the car window. The main character remembers how his mother asked him if he really wanted to go to the coast of the Western Sea. The protagonist's mother asks her son why so suddenly. The protagonist's father sits next to her. The main character smiles and says that the textbook says that this is the only place in Korea where the Western Sea connects with the northern one. The protagonist's father and his mother look at each other. The main character closes his eyes and thought that in fact the reason is different and he just needs to check something. Namely, what the real him looks like now. Yun Hyeon Yu, the main character, is standing near the building. He looks at it and thought that this was his home. He covers his mouth and the spiritual image of Yun Hyeon Yu appears next to him. He thought about what to say when he sees his parents, and then wonders what if he accidentally calls them mom and dad. He turned his attention to someone. The protagonist looks at a man with black hair and a woman in a yellow t-shirt. The protagonist's cheeks turn red. Tears appear in his eyes and he calls his parents from his past life mom and dad. He wipes away his tears and thought that they exist. Someone opens the door. A woman in a yellow t-shirt asks the protagonist what happened. The main character looks at his mother from a past life. A woman in a yellow t-shirt looks at the protagonist. A man with short black hair comes up and asks what it is. The woman in the yellow t-shirt replies that this child stood in front of their home and was crying. A man with short black hair crosses his arms and asks the protagonist if he is lost. The main character replies that no, he is looking for his friend's house. A man with short black hair asks, "Friend?" A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he asks if they know Hyeon Yu. The woman and man have surprised expressions on their faces. A man with short black hair says that no one with that name lives near here. The woman in the yellow t-shirt says that maybe it's worth asking Hyeon Jai. Maybe one of her classmates has a guy named Hyeon Yu. The main character with a surprised look thought that they really said about Hyeon Jai. The main character asks his parents who Hyeon Jai is. The protagonist's mother from a past life says that Hyeon Jai is their daughter. The main character thought that in a past life there was no child named Hyeon Jai in their house and these two did not know him. He opened his mouth in surprise, and a spiritual image of the protagonist from a past life appears behind him. He wondered if there really was a person named Yun Hyeon Yu. There is a newspaper on the table. The newspaper writes about the victory in the presidential election and has a photo of the winner printed next to it. The chairman crossed his arms and thought that Du-jun was right. He adds that a few months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, all the Keeball conglomerates began helping Yan and Kim. A man with short black hair and a man with short gray hair raised their palms up. The chairman thought that this was because no one doubted their unification and firmly believed that one of them would be the next president. He remembers how the main character throws up his hands and thinks that he listened to Du-jun and sent a big gift to the candidate from the ruling party, and Yan and Kim just gave small handouts. The chairman smiled broadly and thought that who knew that his grandson's opinion would be so useful. Sunlight falls on the building. On the protagonist's desk there is a newspaper with information about the winners of the elections. The main character crossed his arms and thought that so far nothing is different from what happened in his life, but he cannot calm down. He remembers looking at his mom and dad from a past life with their daughter, and then thinking that it was all because Yun Hyeon Yu did not exist, and his daughter took his place. The main character put one leg on the other and thought that this meant that the details of the future recorded in his memory may still differ. He remembers his grandfather's joyful smile and thought that no, most likely the future began to change due to changes in the soul of the chairman of Jin Young-kal, who already began to like him. The protagonist with a dissatisfied expression on his face thought that if it changes, then his most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, may become useless. The huge corporation building towers over the city. The protagonist thought that by the time he turned 20, he should prepare the groundwork to take over the Sanyang group. He imagines the chairman lying in bed, and the protagonist thought that in 10 years, Jin Young-kal will be lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. Behind the protagonist appear the images of Jin Donggi with glasses and Jin Yeon-jun, who are painted in cool colors, and the image of the protagonist's father, who is painted in warm colors. He thought that he should take over as many shares as possible for himself and his father in order to begin the fight against Jin Yeongi's uncle. There was an accident on the road involving 2 cars and a truck. The protagonist thought that he also needed to prevent the death of himself, Jin Do-jun, in a car accident that occurred on the day of his 20th birthday. An image of him from a past life appears behind the protagonist, and he thought that he lived like Yun Hyun-yu and cleaned up after everyone in this company. So there is no one more worthy than him, and besides, all members of the Sanyang family will tragically die in a car accident. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and closes his eyes, and then thought that initially they were already far from control, so he didn't really delve into it, which is a shame. The protagonist gets dressed near the bed and thought that first he needed to avoid his death. The main character, with a sad expression on his face, thought that he wondered if the future would change if he helped Jin Young-kal live longer. Someone is knocking on the door. The protagonist's mother opens the door and calls her son. She says with a smile on her face that it's time for him to go. The main character answers with a smile on his face that it's good. He left his room and thought that no matter how much he thought, there was no answer to this confusing question, and the only thing left was to check the results of his actions every day and act carefully. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. 2 buildings of the Sanyang Group Hotel rise above the evening city. The chairman smiles and greets the protagonist. The main character with a smile on his face runs with his arms outstretched forward to his grandfather. He thought that he still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't help it either. The protagonist hugs his grandfather, and with a smile on his face he tells him to sit down quickly. The protagonist takes his place at the table. The protagonist looks around and thought that there is no one here except them, and adds that grandfather really wants to talk in private. They sit at a round table. A chandelier shines brightly above them. The main character looks at the smiling grandfather and thought that in the end, he must have been incredibly happy when his stake in choosing the president played out. The main character with a smile on his face asks his grandfather if something good happened. Grandfather has a surprised expression on his face. He remembers how they told him on the phone that they would never forget about his help, and then thanked him. The old man smiles after the protagonist's words. He says yes, and seeing the protagonist made him feel even better, so he will buy him everything he wants to try, as well as any toys he dreams of. The protagonist asks his grandfather if he really found out about his grades. Grandfather asks what kind of grades. With a surprised look, he thought that he had already forgotten about his promise because he had listened to the advice, made a big bet, and thanks to this, Sanyang would stand firmly on its feet for another 5 years. The main character with a smile on his face says that he received excellent marks in all subjects, 100 points. Grandfather asks the protagonist if it's true that there are 100 points. The protagonist replies that yes, he is the only one in the class. Grandfather laughs loudly and asks what to do, because it's already so late, so he won't be able to buy a horse right now. The main character, with a smile on his face, wondered if he needed a horse, and then added that this was just a cover to get even more. The main character puts his hands on the table and says that everything is in order, because he doesn't even know how to ride it yet, and then adds that his grandfather can buy it when he learns to ride a horse. The protagonist asks his grandfather if this is not because of the promise, then why? Grandfather with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that thanks to him, grandfather's company has become much larger, and this means that he will earn a lot of money. The main character asks his grandfather if he can then give him something more than what he promised. Grandfather rests his chin and thinks about what it could be. The main character tells his grandfather that if he buys him a horse, it will be kept at his ranch on Jeju Island and he will not be able to ride there every day. Grandfather with a thoughtful look asks what to do. Someone is knocking on the door. Several subordinates enter the office with trays of food. Grandpa asks the protagonist how about thinking about it while eating. There are many dishes on the table, including sushi, fish, cake, salad, fries with meat and pie. The main character wishes his grandfather bon appetit. Jin Young-kal thanks the protagonist and takes the wooden chopsticks. He says they can build another ranch so they can ride horses every day. The main character asks if this is true. He smiles smugly and thought that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. The grandfather with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that he will give him a ranch so that he can ride a horse at any time. The main character with a happy smile on his face combines his palms. The protagonist hugs his grandfather and says thank you. Grandfather laughs and asks the protagonist if he really likes this idea that much. The main character with a smug smile thought what was most important now. He asks his grandfather where it will be. Grandpa replies that there is a place just north of Seoul called Wondon that already has a ranch, so they'll just buy it. A dissatisfied image of him appears behind the protagonist. He thought that this was not the place he wanted. The chairman asks the protagonist if he really doesn't like it. The main character puts his palms together and says no, he likes it, but they live in Gangnam, which is very far away. The chairman smiles and tells the protagonist that he is picky, and then adds that there is no ranch in the south of Seoul. The main character with a surprised look says what needs to be done then. Grandfather can quickly create anything. The old man with a misunderstanding on his face asks the protagonist what he means. The old man laughs very loudly. The main character wonders why he laughs so much. The chairman with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that out of 48 Sanyong branches he created 19 with his own hands, and the rest were captured. The main character opened his eyes wide. The Sanyong Corporation building towers over the city. Grandfather says that most of the companies to which he had a hand were created in the early days of Sanyong. That is, in the beginning. In any case, you need to do everything yourself and then affection, perseverance and the desire to develop appear. The main character, with a surprised look, thought that this was really how he perceived his words about building a ranch. The chairman with a smile on his face says that this is why he really likes the idea of building it himself. He places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He says that he will help Jin take his first step. The protagonist is silent with a surprised look and thought that this was really how he decided to teach him business. The old man asks if there is anyone outside, after which the door is opened by a man in glasses and business clothes, and then answers the chairman's question positively. The chairman tells him to bring a map of Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, and the subordinate agrees. The main character thought about the map with an inspired expression on his face. The chandelier on the ceiling shines brightly. Grandfather's subordinate hands over a card. Grandfather reveals the card and looks at it. Jin Young-kal says that they will see how good their Jun's eyes are. He hands the red marker to his grandson. The old man smiles and asks the protagonist to mark where he wants to build a ranch. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that finally. He took a marker and thought that he wanted to build dozens of ranches throughout the country if he secured land in advance, the price of which would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, as much as it would be a reliable help in the battle for a share in the Sanyong group. Grandfather tells the protagonist to choose wisely and preferably not in the center of Seoul, Namju or Gyeonggi province. The main character begins to draw with a marker and says what is here. The chairman props up his chin and says that it's quite far from the protagonist's house, and the main character asks if this is true. The old man hands the map to his subordinate and tells him to find out the state of this land and need a complete summary of the state of affairs. The man with glasses leaves with a card in his hand. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The old man tells his grandson that he needs to start eating. The grandfather and the protagonist are eating at the table. The chairman asks the protagonist how he is doing at school and how many friends he has, and the protagonist answers that he does. A spiritual image of the protagonist from a past life appears next to the protagonist, and he thought that in truth, he has no friends around, and then wonders how he can be friends with small children when he is already 40. Grandfather's subordinate enters the room with a map. The chairman asks him what is there. A man with glasses comes up to his grandfather and says that the area is called South Nukji and has a limited development zone. This is a typical rural area with many cucumber and melon fields. The chairman's subordinate says that access is difficult due to poor transport infrastructure, and, moreover, the closest area where people live is the poorest. The likelihood of development is assessed as very low. Grandfather rests his chin and thought that then it would not be difficult to build a ranch. The old man puts his hand on the table and is silent with a thoughtful look. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. Grandfather taps his finger on the table. Jin Young-kal tells the man with glasses to find out what land can be bought there with an area of more than 50,000 paeon, after which the man responds positively to the request. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought what happened. Grandfather's subordinate heads towards the exit. Grandpa tells Dujun that the land he chose is just a mud hole, and he wouldn't take it if he were the protagonist. The main character asks why. The old man with a smile on his face says that it will take a long time for it to generate income and maybe this will never happen in his lifetime, so there is no reason to buy it, but the protagonist is different from him. The main character, eyes wide open, asks why. The old man tells the boy that in 20–30 years this land may be of great value, and he still has a long time to live, and therefore will be able to see these changes, so he needs to count his savings and save them. The main character with a smile on his face tells his grandfather what he will mean. He thought with a grim smile that he had never even thought about waiting 20 or 30 years. He thought that this land would become a new city in Bundon within 2 years. Many high-rise buildings are located in the city with mountains in the background. The main character takes sushi from the plate. He thought that he had just received 50,000 pion in the center of the new city of Bundon. He opens the growth and eats sushi. He chews the sushi. The chairman asks a plump man with glasses if he wants to run for office in the Chano, to which he replies that this is indeed the case. Next to him stands his wife with red hair. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek and she says that although he is a newcomer, he has good middle-class support, and this can be an additional strength for grandfather. The chairman with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that he already has a deputy from Chano who is ready to come running at the first call even at night, so he needs to be content with Suvong. And since the factories and subcontractors of Sunyang Electronics are closely connected, it is not possible to win the elections without any additional expenses will be difficult. A woman with red hair asks her father if he wants to say that he is sorry to use money for someone other than him. The old man with an angry expression on his face says that it was he who paved the way for him to the prosecutor general's office, and did he really decide to repay him by suddenly wanting to become a deputy of the National Assembly? A plump man with a drop of sweat on his cheek lowered his gaze and asked for forgiveness. A woman with red hair shouts that this man does not deserve such treatment, because he is from a family of the best lawyers in Korea, and even without the help of the Sunyang group is easily able to win. Government or opposition party, it doesn't matter, he is in zero place with everyone. The old man smiles and asks if this is true. With a stern look, he says that it was he who made his father the chief prosecutor with his strength and money, and him, the deputy prosecutor. He asks his daughter if she knows why. The girl has an anxious look and is silent. The chairman says that this is necessary to turn them into dogs protecting the Sunyang group. The plump man has a frightened expression on his face. He clenches his hand into a fist. Jin Yongkal says the man's name, Chu. He tells him to get rid of nonsense and useless thoughts in his head and just live happily as he is now, and then adds that his family needs to convey the same thing, because needless greed will lead to ruin. Chu, with fear on his face, tells the chairman that he understands him. He thought that after one phone call from the chairman, all his relatives who worked in the prosecutor's office and justice were expelled to the provinces. His hand is shaking. The chairman calls his daughter by name, Seo Yun. The girl put her palms together, and the chairman asks her if she really owns a department store, but still dares to be dissatisfied. The girl has a worried expression on her face. She thought that he had really figured out her plan to put her husband into politics, gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and completely take over the Sunyang group. Seo Yun lowers his head and tells his father that she was wrong and then asks her to forgive her. The chairman crosses his arms and tells his relatives to be content with what they have now, and the day the department store's management efficiency declines even a little, he will take it away. The main character, wearing a blue shirt, drinks a milk drink from a straw. He pays attention to something. Chu and Seo Yun pass nearby with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that it seemed that they were greedy again and broke against the harsh reality. He adds that it must be a shame to watch how the older brothers, one after another, take over, and she herself was crossed out from the list of heirs. The protagonist continues to drink milk with his eyes closed and thought that he could now safely get rid of them. Grandfather appears and with a smile on his face asks the protagonist if he is bored. The main character with a smile on his face says no, because he read. Grandfather approaches the protagonist and says that always keeping a book with you is a good habit. He puts the envelope on the table. The main character takes the envelope and asks what it is. The chairman says that these are documents for the land that he wanted, and then adds that there are only 80,000 pion. The main character, with enthusiasm on his face, thought that he had added another 30,000, although the conversation was about 50. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his grandfather if he didn't talk about 50,000. The chairman tells the protagonist that he remembers numbers well and laughs a little. The main character, with a smug smile on his face, thought that he should have liked this, because memorizing exact numbers in business is probably the basis of the basics. The chairman says that there were several owners, but their plots were much less than 50,000 payon, so he bought several. The main character looks at the envelope with a smile on his face and thought that's why it happened. He adds that if this is 80,000 payon, then it turns out that compensation for the land in 2-3 years will be about 16 billion won. Grandfather asks the protagonist if he really likes it that much, and the main character answers yes. The main character imagines a high-rise building and thought that how could it be otherwise, because now the market price of an apartment in Yunsang at 31 payon is 75 million won. He adds that he just received so much money that he can buy 200 of these apartments. The main character hugs his grandfather and says thank you. He smiles evilly and thought that he could be nice a little, since he received a gift of 16 billion. 1988 truly was incredible. The Constitution of the Sixth Republic came into effect and the directly elected president took office. The president stands at the podium and raises his right hand. He released a declaration on July 7th that included proposals for inter-Korean exchanges, cooperation, and improved relations between the United States and North Korea. The president says something into the microphone, with the flag of the Republic of Korea in the background. With the establishment of the National Assembly of Yosei University and 38 years later, government auditing resumed for the first time in 16 years after the Reformation. Many people watched the president's speech. The exchange rate entered the 601 range and the favorable market conditions reached their peak. But as people endlessly flocked to Seoul, housing prices soared. Sunlight illuminates the city. The government, unable to keep up with soaring property prices, has announced a plan to build 2 million homes. A construction crane is working at a construction site. Although large-scale housing developments were announced in Sanbin, Chungdo and Pyeongchang, 1989 came with still no stable prices and a decision was made to build a new city, namely parts of Seongnam and Ilsan. The city is located on the map. The newspaper says that the construction of a new city has been announced. The chairman looks at the newspaper and says that this is incredible. The chairman's subordinate with glasses is Chief Secretary Lee Hak-yi. He asks the old man what he is talking about. The chairman asks the secretary if he knows about building a ranch for Dujun, and the guy with glasses says yes. The chairman shows the zone on the map and says that it is located here. The secretary has a shocked expression on his face and asks if this is the place where the new city will be. The chairman with a smile on his face says that it's true. The kid thought through everything 100 steps ahead and jumped ahead of them. And that's only in a year. The secretary has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman, with a smile on his face, asks the secretary if he knows what is interesting, and then says that he was against buying this land. But he chose and wanted it. The old man laughs loudly, and the secretary silently watches. The chairman stops laughing and then says that Dujun will grow up to be a decent leader and needs to be taken care of. He says with a serious expression that if he separates 3 or 4 companies and gives them to him, the rest will try to take them away. He adds that this needs to be prevented. The secretary bows and tells the gentleman that he understands him. The chairman smiles while looking at the documents. Moonlight falls on the protagonist's house. The main character reads the document and laughs, covering his face. He smiles smugly and thinks about 14 billion. He adds that for now he has decided to get rid of only 60,000 payon, and after the price of the remaining 20,000 goes up, he will get rid of them. So, by his calculations, he will have more than 20 billion won on hand. The protagonist remembers how his grandfather told him that this is the money he earned, so he needs to manage it himself. The protagonist covers his face with his hand and laughs a little. He thought that if you look at the market price in 30 years, it will be more than 100 billion won. Someone is knocking on the door of the protagonist. Mom and Dad open the door. Dong Seo asks the protagonist if he can talk to Mom and Dad. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek and he answers yes. The parents sit on the protagonist's bed and sit opposite him. The protagonist's mother asks him what he plans to do with the money. The main character with a smile on his face says that he will save them in the bank. Mom and Dad look at each other and the girl asks if this is true. The main character thought that it seemed like they were worried that he was so small and suddenly received a huge amount of money, so he needed to calm them down, although in reality everything was different. Dong Seo asks his son if he wants to buy something, and the main character answers that his mother buys him everything he needs. The main character says that there is something more important. The protagonist's mother has a surprised expression on her face. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asks his parents what they would like to do with this money. Mom and dad are surprised. The protagonist wonders why they were so surprised. The protagonist's dad gets out of bed. He leaves the room. The main character has a worried look on his face. The main character's mother lowered her gaze. Mom puts her hands on the protagonist's hands, and then tells him that dad was just very surprised, and then offers to talk about it again later. She opens the door and leaves the room. The protagonist wonders if he said something wrong. Dong Seo and Jin Young-gi are standing on the street. The girl tells her husband that these are just the words of an immature child and he obviously had good intentions, so you shouldn't worry so much about it. The father adjusts his glasses and says that he is not angry. He is ashamed. Dong Seo asks what he means with a surprised expression. The protagonist's father says that when Do-jun said this, his heart began to beat faster and he thought that this was his chance. He clenches his fist and says that he became a father and drools over the child's money, and then adds that he is so pathetic. The protagonist's mother smiles. She takes her husband's hand and tells him that it's just really a lot of money and it was the same with her. She adds that with this amount their family could go abroad and live there together. That's what she thought about. Her husband smiles a little. Dong Seo and Jin Young-gi look at the evening sky together. The main character stands behind the door with his arms crossed. He smiles and thought that they really love their son. The main character approached his father, who was sitting on the sofa with a newspaper in his hands, and asked him to forgive him. The father, with a smile on his face, asks his son what he is apologizing for, and then adds that he was not angry, just a little surprised. He asks his son what he is going to do now. The protagonist, with a small smile on his face, replies that he wants what he wants. Jin Young-gi asks the protagonist if he has something he wants to do and what it is. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that he wants to become the chairman of a company that is larger than his grandfather's. The father has a surprised expression on his face. The father covers his mouth with his hand and chuckles. He laughs, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't understand why he was laughing. The protagonist, with a confused look on his face, thinks that Sunyang Group is no one in Korea, and a child like him said that he wants to build a bigger company. Jin Young-gi says that their Jun dreams big. The main character says that's why dad's help is needed. The father adjusts his glasses and says that he doesn't think he can help him in any way. He adds that he is not at all interested in running a company. He tells his son that he studied business in England, but was obsessed with cinema. The main character tells his father that he just said what he needed. He asks if dad still has contact information for his classmates. The father is silent with a surprised expression on his face. He seemed to freeze. The Sunyang Group building rises above the city against the evening sky. The son of the chairman in glasses and a black business suit, Jin Young-gi, tells his son that this kid really received 14 billion as compensation for the land, and besides, when he deals with the rest, another 10 will be added. The brown-haired man replies that yes. The man with glasses is silent with an angry expression on his face. His son Jin Yeon-jun sits on the sofa and says that he is jealous of Do-jun. He looks at his father with a smile on his face and says that even if you just put the money in the bank, the interest alone will be about 1 billion, and then adds that he can buy 20 apartments on Kanem every month. Jin Young-gi, with an angry expression, shouts whether it is important now. His son has a surprised expression on his face. A man with glasses shouts to his son that his grandfather is a man who won't give even 10 for nothing, but provided him with a whole ranch and transferred it to his name, allowing him to keep and manage the money on his own. And this is already a serious problem. Jin Yeon-jun has a surprised expression on his face. The father imagines the image of the chairman and asks his son if he even gave him a paeon of land or a bank book, and then says that this shows how much his grandfather devalues him. He asks his son whether in such a situation he is in charge of the percentage that this kid will receive from the bank. He calls his son a pathetic fool, after which he lowers his gaze. Jin Yeon-gi leans against a chair and sighs. He made a serious expression on his face and remained silent and said that in the future we need to take a closer look at Do-jun's father's house. The protagonist's house is illuminated by evening light. Jin Yeon-gi points to a man in a business suit with short black hair and then says to say hello to him, because this is dad's friend from England, with whom he studied. The main character greets his father's friend with a surprised expression on his face. The chairman of PowerShares in Korea is Oseo Hyeon. A man with short brown hair smiles and says nice to meet you, then introduces himself by his name. The main character imagines a corporate building and a lot of money falling to the ground. He thought that he was the chairman of PowerShares, and after 30 years they would become a super asset management company with 800 trillion won a year. Oseo Hyun puts his hand forward and asks Jin Young-gi if he can talk to his son alone. The protagonist was surprised that his father was friends with such a person. The protagonist's father replies that of course and asks Do-jun to listen carefully to this guy's advice, to which the son agrees. My father's friend leaves his business briefcase by the closet. He sits on the bed and tells the protagonist that he heard from his father that he wants to become a businessman. The main character, with a slightly surprised expression on his face, answers yes. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist how his grandfather is. The main character says that he wants company more than that of his grandfather. My father's friend with a smile on his face says that Sunyong Group is now the largest in Korea, and wanting a company bigger than this is incredible greed. The main character with a smile on his face says that this is not greed, but a dream. The father's friend tells the protagonist that he took after his grandfather in his gluttony, and his father in his dreams. The main character addresses his father's friend as Ajasi, and then asks if he is also the head of a large company. The father's friend replies that yes, it is very big, but it is a little different from the grandfather's company. Note, Ajasi is a respectful term for an older man. Oseo Hyun says with a smile on his face that he is in the business of making the rich even richer. The main character asks him if he is dating a lot of people and if he has a lot of money. The father's friend replies that it is, and the protagonist asks him if he can increase his money too. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist what he said. He starts laughing loudly. He says that he came here at the request of Jin Young-gi to talk a little with the protagonist, but he cannot become his client. The main character asks why. A friend of the protagonist's father replies that this is because all his clients are rich people. The protagonist asks the man if his father really didn't tell him, and he asks about what. The main character says that about his money, because he now has 14 billion in his account, and if he sells the rest of the land, there will be about 10 more. He asks if this is enough to become a client. The father's friend has a surprised expression on his face, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The main character smiles smugly and thought that in a past life he met a lot of rich miners, but they were like that thanks to shares and parents. Now the situation is completely different, and the money that he has now will rise in price, and in 30 years it will become 100 billion out. He adds that he's probably thinking how unrealistic it is for a 12-year-old to have that much money. The hands on the wall clock move. Oseo Hyun sits silently opposite the protagonist. He calls the number 14, with a shocked expression on his face. He asks if we are really talking about billions. The main character lowered his gaze and said that yes, next year there will be another plus 10. The father's friend silently looks at the protagonist. The main character hands the man a magazine and politely asks him to look at it. Oseo Hyun asks what it is. The main character says that this is an investment plan that he came up with. The father's friend takes the magazine and asks what it is. Oseo Hyun silently flips through the magazine. He makes a surprised expression on his face. He leafs through the magazine further and further. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Oseo Hyun stopped at a page with a stock investment plan. He silently reads the contents. The main character drinks milk from a straw and wondered what the reaction of the chairman of PowerShares would be. The main character drinks milk. Oseo Hyun closes the magazine. He asks the protagonist how he knows all this at such and such an age. The main character with a smile on his face says that he is smart enough beyond his years. Oseo Hyun picks up the magazine and tells him that it's not that much, and then says that no one will believe that a 12-year-old child compiled all this. He asks how he knew about what was written in the second part. Oseo Hyun says that even the best students at top universities don't think about starting an investment company in the US and investing back in Korea. The main character with a smile on his face says that these students are not the grandchildren of the chairman of large corporations, and do not have such big dreams as his. The father's friend has his hands together, and the protagonist says that he has been going to his grandfather's house every week for the last 3 years, and during the holidays he stays there to understand everything he is talking about. Oseo Hyun wondered if he really influenced the creation of the plan, and then adds that if the kid just blindly followed what he was told. He asks the protagonist if Grandpa helped him with the plan. There is concern on his face. The protagonist says that no matter how brilliant he is, this is not a plan that a 12-year-old child can come up with, and in this case it will be easier to turn the arrows on his grandfather. The main character smiles smugly. He says that he was with his grandfather all the time, and he says a lot of very important things. Half of my father's friend's face is covered in shadow. Oseo Hyun approaches Jin Young-gi, who is standing on the street. The protagonist's father asks his friend why he suddenly became so serious. Oseo Hyun asks his friend why he didn't say about 14 billion. Jin Yoongi looks at the sky and says that he didn't want to be prejudiced because of money. A man in business clothes replies that we've passed, and now about Do-jun. The protagonist's father asks what's wrong with him. Oseo Hyun with a gloomy expression says that he is by no means an ordinary child and he thinks that he is a genius. The protagonist's father says with a smile on his face that Do-jun is good at studies. His friend replies that's not what he's talking about and looks into the face of the protagonist's father. Oseo Hyun leaves and says that he needs to think about it all and that's why he went. The protagonist's father holds his hand to his friend. His friend heads towards the gate. Jin Yoongi silently looks at him and thinks about whether Do-jun is really a genius. The main character looks at his father from the window. The protagonist's father turns to the window. The main character raises his hands and smiles, and Jin Yoongi thinks what makes his son a genius. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's father's cheek and he remains silent. Late evening, a light is on in the window of the protagonist's room. Oseo Hyun is wearing a white shirt. He asks the protagonist if he really found out the information that his grandfather had and used it in his plan. The main character is wearing a blue jacket. He answers yes. The protagonist's father's friend remains silent for a while. Oseo Hyun closes his eyes and says that if this is the plan of the chairman of Sunyang Group, it will be much more valuable than usual. He gets out of bed. He looks over the documents and tells the protagonist that he doesn't need the book on investment management then. The main character thought that he had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force him to follow his plan. Oseo Hyun says that by the end of the year they may have an investment company ready in America, and he will own it 100%, and keep the funds in the US as long as he wants. He adds that of course the protagonist's money will cover all operating expenses of the company. The main character tells his father's friend that he can decide such things on his own, but he has one request. The father's friend with a smile on his face asks if there is another one, and then asks how he will surprise him this time. The main character smiles smugly. The protagonist's father's friend comes down the stairs. He's almost down in sighs. Jin Yoongi gets up from the sofa and asks what this heavy sigh is and did Do-jun really create some problems for him. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on the protagonist's father's shoulder. He calls him stupid and then says that he is jealous because he has an incredible son. The protagonist's father asks why he is doing so suddenly. He sits down on the sofa and says that as he already said, Do-jun is going to invest money, but only 10 billion. The protagonist's father, with a look of surprise on his face, asks why not all 14 and what will happen to the remaining 4 billion. Oseo Hyun looks at his friend with a serious expression on his face. Jin Yoongi says that the protagonist said that he wants to create a film production company, which makes the protagonist's father very surprised. Oseo Hyun with a smile on his face tells his friend that the first candidate for the post of CEO of the company is him. Jin Yoongi has a surprised expression on his face. His friend smiles, and the protagonist's father thought that currently the average production cost of a Korean film is only 150 million won, and with 4 billion, at least 10 films can be made. The light reflects off his glasses, making his eyes invisible. With a thoughtful look, he thought that if he also invested, he would get much more. Oseo Hyun says that this guy is a child, but he thinks deeply. He tells his friend that if you just give him money, he will refuse, so he asked him to create a film company, and then said that he would force his father to take the place of CEO by any means. The protagonist's father is silent with his eyes downcast. He crossed his arms. The mansion is illuminated by the morning light. The chairman asks the secretary who it is. The secretary replies that this is Oseo Hyun, chairman of PowerShares Korea. The chairman crosses his arms and asks if this is the man who plays with money. He looks at the document and asks Jin Yoongi's friend if he is. Lee Hak-hee says yes, they studied together in England. He asks the chairman if this seems incredible to him. He adds that he thought Do-jun would just put the money in the bank and earn interest on it, but he decided to start an investment company. The chairman places the document on the table. The document contains information about Oseo Hyun. The chairman asks the secretary to try to meet with him in person. With a stern expression on his face, he says that suddenly this is a fly that has come for Do-jun's money. The secretary bows and says okay. He heads towards the exit. The chairman crosses his arms and says that he thought Do-jun would just leave the money in the bank, but he decided to invest it. He smiles and says that the grandson went to him with dissatisfaction only with interest. In August 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the Soviet-controlled republics of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Two men are holding hands. They created a 600-kilometer human chain connecting the capitals of each country, or the so-called Baltic Way. Many people are holding hands. One of them is holding a Lithuanian flag. That same year in the fall, while everyone in Korea was enjoying Chuseok, the Hungarian government opened its western borders, followed by a mass exodus of East German lords. A huge crowd of people is near a wooden fence with wire. This was a kind of signal about the fall of the Eastern Bloc. Several people are holding a sign that reads in German, "For an open country with free people." As the world turned its attention to the rapid changes in Eastern Europe, the protagonist focused on creating an investment company in New York. Sunlight illuminates the city. This is a company in which he owns 98% of the shares, with the remaining 2% invested by Oseo Hyun and his colleagues. The buildings of an American city are illuminated by daylight. On November 3, 1989, Oseo Hyun and the protagonist arrived in New York. The main character looks at something with a surprised look. He looks at a multi-story building that is made mostly of brick. He thought that this was his company. Oseo Hyun says that this building is a bit dilapidated. He smiles and says that he bought it at a good price so as not to waste money on useless things. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The main character thought that it was not shabby at all and he had never seen anything more luxurious. Oseo Hyun invites the protagonist to go inside. The main character thought that, of course, in Manhattan, where financial capital is under strict control, this building would be one of the cheap ones, but still, the name of the company is written on the sign, which is called Fantasy. The protagonist thought what Oseo Hyun said sounded naive and childish, but he didn't think so. The main character, with reddened cheeks and an inspired expression on his face, thought that he would still show a real miracle, starting with this company. The protagonist's business partner opens the glass doors. The protagonist looks inside. They both enter the room. The main character thought that this was his first company. He seemed to be shining. He smiles smugly and thought that here he was going to raise a giant monster that would completely swallow the Sanyang group. Someone in English says that James has appeared. The main character and his business partner look in the direction where the voice came from. The blonde extends his hand forward and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Standing next to him are a dark-skinned man, a fat man with glasses, and a girl with long brown hair. Oseo Hyun shakes hands with his friends. There is a smile on his face. The blonde and the girl look towards the protagonist. Oseo Hyun says in English that he is the CEO of the company. The main character stands with a calm expression on his face. Oseo Hyun says that these are the people they will work with and asks him to tell them about himself. The blonde is greeted by the protagonist. The girl with long hair says that she is glad to finally meet him. The main character with a smile on his face says in English that he is pleased to meet you and his name is Do-jun. The business partner and the others are surprised. A bead of sweat runs down Oseo Hyun's face. He asks the protagonist if he knows English. The main character says yes, he studied it a little on his own. The business partner laughs and tells the protagonist that he is definitely not at the little level and speaks like a local. The main character thought that naturally, a foreign language is necessary to get a place in the Sanyang group. He remembers how he sat with books and studied the language. He thought that he wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it without interruption. The main character says in English that talking about work immediately after a meeting is a little wrong, but he wants to ask him to find out information about one company. Oseo Hyun asks what he's talking about with surprise on his face. Colleagues are talking among themselves, and Oseo Hyun silently watches them. He touches his cheek, says it's nice to see the enthusiasm, and then asks what company we're talking about. The main character says that this is the Martin Bell Company. The business partner opens his eyes wide and repeats the name of the company. Colleagues discuss the words of the protagonist and one of them talks about Martin Computer. The main character smiles a little. He imagines an image of a smiling man with short hair standing in front of computers. He says that yes, this is where the first investment will be made. At the age of 12, Martin Bell bypassed auction fees for postage stamps by finding a way to sell them directly to buyers. The postage stamp depicts two ships. From there, he opened several businesses, implemented a streamlined distribution process, and found success with targeted marketing. Martin Bell smiles, his head pointing slightly upward. Using these methods in business, he soon founded Martin Computer, a world-class computer company. The main character stands opposite his colleagues. Oseo Hyun asks Do-jun how he knew about Martin Computer. The main character says that its founder is a man who made $2,000 selling stamps when he was only 12 years old, and a lot of money by subscribing to newspapers in high school. He adds that this is who Martin Bell is. O.C. Hyun asks the protagonist if he is going to spend a fortune just for a story about his childhood. The main character answers that at his age he was already earning money, and he did not have the same rich grandfather. With a smile on his face, he asks if it's natural that a person like him would earn a lot. The protagonist's business partner has a surprised expression on his face. A dark-skinned man and a fat man are discussing something. O.C. Hyun turns around and says that now we need to find all the information about Martin Computer and Martin Bell. Colleagues go to their workplaces. The main character smiles a little. A few days later, the main character and his business partner are walking near a burger shop. The main character thought that they would really have a meeting in a burger shop. O.C. Hyun tells the protagonist that Martin Computer's investment potential is low. The main character answers whether it is because they received $30 million. The business partner replies that, as he thought, the protagonist already knows about it. He adds that if this had happened last year, Bell would have really wanted to meet with the protagonist. But the protagonist himself understands that investing means seizing the right moment, and you need to feel when to enter the project and when to leave. The main character says that it turns out they are late. O.C. Hyun says that it can be considered yes, and here is the proof. There is a red and gold sign on the burger shop building. The protagonist's business partner says that he agreed to meet with them informally, over a simple light lunch, and even this meeting he could barely beg. The main character stands silently. The business partner notices that the protagonist has stopped and says that they need to go. In a burger shop, several people are sitting at tables. The main character and his partner enter a burger shop. Someone addresses O.C. Hyun in English. A man in glasses and a white jacket raises his hand in greeting. The main character looks at him in surprise. The main character looks at the smiling man with glasses and thought that at the age of 27 he is the youngest on the list of 500 wealthy people in the world, and at 34 he will claim the title of the 5th richest person in the United States with an official fortune of $21.4 billion. O.C. Hyun approaches the man and asks Mr. Bell if he is, to which he receives a positive answer. Martin Bell asks who this child is. A business partner tells a man that he should probably call the guy his fan. Mr. Bell smiles with his eyes closed. He shakes hands with O.C. Hyun and asks him to just call him Martin, and his business partner introduces himself as James. The man with glasses says that they need to get down to business right away, since he needs to return to the company in 15 minutes. O.C. Hyun says that they are fantasy investment and they want to invest in their company. He takes out documents with the volume and terms of the investment, and Mr. Bell takes a burger. He eats a burger and says that he doesn't need them and now is just right for him. The main character thought that with a recent investment of $30 million, it was only natural that he would have enough for the company. A drop of sweat runs down O.C. Hyun's face and he says that they are also aware of this. But if the investment conditions are exceptional, is it possible to reconsider the decision? Martin Bell tells James that he only needed funds to expand the company. And besides, he has a perfect plan and the money will only bring profit, and he does not do such nonsense as increasing shares to make money. O.C. Hyun has a worried expression on his face. The main character looks at his business partner. The main character calls the man with glasses Mike, and then asks if he can address him that way. The man with glasses takes the soda in his hand and answers yes. The boy says that Martin Bell's past is the protagonist's present, and the protagonist's future is Martin Bell's present. A man with glasses asks the main character if he dreams too big, and then says that as a child he was slightly different from others. The main character says that he, too, was different from Martin Bell. The man with glasses has a serious expression on his face. The main character tells his interlocutor that at the age of 12 he had $2,000 in his hands from the sale of stamps, and the protagonist is now also 12 and has $15 million from the sale of land. Martin Bell, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if the protagonist really earned $15 million at the age of 12. The main character tells the interlocutor that he does not know where he spent the $2,000 he earned then, but the protagonist has already decided how to use his $15 million. He adds that he wants to become a major shareholder of Martin Computer. They sit in silence for a few moments. The man with glasses has a surprised expression on his face. He asks Jace if this child is his son. O.C. Hyun closes his eyes and says no, this is his boss. Martin Bell looks at them with confusion on his face. His expression quickly changes to a smile. He laughs very loudly throughout the burger shop. He hits the table with his hand. He said that he would ask the protagonist only 2 questions and first asks where he learned about the brands. The main character with a smile on his face says that this is an investment of $15 million and then asks if he really thought that he would act without finding out all the information. Martin Bell rests his chin and laughs a little. He crosses his arms and calls the next question, asking if the protagonist wants to become a major shareholder. Then how will he achieve this, provided that he does not accept investments? A shadow falls on his face. He says that regarding the composition of the board of directors of their company, he still has more than half the votes, so his decision is decisive in any case. The main character says that he thinks that Martin will officially register on the investment exchange next year. Martin Bell has a surprised expression on his face. The main character with a smile on his face thought that he was surprised by his knowledge. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face and he says that as soon as the company goes public, he will buy the offered shares with his own money and instantly become a major shareholder with $15 million. He adds that by the end of this year he can prepare an additional $10 million. The man with glasses is silent. The light reflects off his glasses. The main character says that as a major shareholder, he will become a member of the board of directors and will actively participate in management, so his request is reasonable. Martin Bell rests his chin on his hand and makes a thoughtful expression on his face. They sat in silence for a while. The protagonist says that, however, by accepting his investment, he, as a shareholder, will also transfer all his votes to him. The man with glasses has a surprised expression on his face. The main character says that he will do this until he sells the shares again. A man with glasses asks the protagonist what he means. The protagonist tells Martin Bell that he will have the right to buy them first at the exact market price at that time. O.C.O. Hyun turns to Do Jun and then tells Mike that they need to give it a second. He tells the protagonist that this is not an issue that can be solved so easily, and the privileged right to purchase shares on the market is higher than usual. With concern on his face, he says that this is correct from the point of view of protecting the rights to manage the company and the ability to dispose of votes. Martin Bell looks at them. He adjusts his glasses and smiles. He says that this seems to be true and his interlocutors pay attention to him. O says it's true that the kid is the boss, and then says that he doubted it, but it seems that it is so. He props up his chin and asks the protagonist his name. The main character with a smile on his face asks to call him Jin Howard. Martin Bell rubs his cheek and says the protagonist's name. He puts his hands on the table. He puts his hands together and offers to discuss the situation in more detail. The main character looks at his interlocutor and smiles. O.C.O. Hyun has a shocked expression on his face. The plane flies over the night city. The protagonist and his business partner are sitting in the passenger seats of an airplane. The business partner says that from now on he will be a little busy with investment negotiations. He reports that the conditions are the same as they were, but he refuses all $15 million and then asks the protagonist what to do with the remaining funds. The main character says that it is worth consulting with the staff and offering them a good place for investment. He adds that he will look at the options and decide. The business partner looks at the protagonist and tells him that he surprised him. The main character's face expresses misunderstanding. O.C.O. Hyun rests his head on his hand and says that what's especially surprising is the protagonist's conversation with Martin Bell, because no matter how much he thinks, he still can't digest it. He adds that it seemed to him that the protagonist was just a smart child, but his head, the head of an adult, refused to understand. The main character smiles silently. The protagonist remembers himself from a past life and says that in fact, he is a person from the future 30 years later who was born again, so the knowledge and thoughts of a 40-year-old adult remained in his head. The business partner has a surprised expression on his face. His expression changed to one of confusion. He crosses his arms and with a displeased expression on his face tells him not to joke like that, because science fiction is not his thing. The main character asks if this is funny, after which he laughs a little. O.C.O. Hyun closes his eyes and sighs. He smiles and says that although at about this age you begin to understand the past and future and doubt the intellectual level of a person who is over 40 and who has been actively involved in economic activities, there is no need. The main character sits with a smile on his face. The plane lands on the airport runway. The secretary says the New York branch reported that it's all about sightseeing and shopping. The Sinyoung Group building towers over the city. The chairman looks at the magazine and says that he went with O.C.O. Hyun. He adds that something tells him that this is not just a trip, but a work trip. The secretary says he will try to find out more. He addresses the chairman with a wary expression on his face. The chairman asks the secretary why he is so wary. Lee Haki says that Jin Young-gi is currently setting up a film company, which makes the chairman surprised. The secretary says that the design is almost completed and production will probably begin next year and he is going to do 2 projects at once. The chairman closes the magazine and places it on the table. He grits his teeth and asks if it was purchased with Do Jun's money. The secretary says yes, he allocated 4 billion. The old man with an angry expression on his face talks about 4 billion. He clenched his hand into a fist. The chairman crosses his arms and says that his grandson also screwed up. He adds that he received recognition, but failed to properly spend the money. The secretary asks the chairman about Du Jun. The chairman says yes, because even if it is his own father, then if you feel that there is no hope here, you cannot spend money. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he says that the protagonist spent 4 billion without hesitation, which means he did not train him enough. The secretary with concern on his face says that the film Jin Yoongi can be successful. The old man sighs after these words. With an angry expression on his face, he says that Jin Yoongi has lived his whole life as slackers and there can't even be a question of company, especially if making a film would be so easy. Then where did the failed ones come from? The secretary lowered his gaze. A bead of sweat runs down his face and he thought that if even one of the films succeeded, the chairman would decide that Du Jun's ability to invest correctly was incredible. Moonlight falls on the protagonist's house. There is an investment report on the table. The protagonist says that he invested about $9 million in Martin Computer and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining 6. The protagonist looks through the documents. He opens his eyes wide in surprise and names the company Microsoft. O.C.O. Hyun asks if this company is famous. He sits on the bed and says that he doesn't really know much about the computer field, but there are rumors that it's a little dangerous to invest in. The main character thinks about how Danger and Bill Knight's Microsoft are connected. The main character asks his business partner what is the reason for the danger. O.C.O. Hyun replies that the company produces computer operating systems, but the market reaction is not very favorable. He imagines a computer with the ISM operating system and says that according to some information, the 3rd version will be released next year, and it is difficult to judge what will happen if it fails. He adds that there are also rumors that ISM will develop its own operating system and break the agreement with Microsoft. The main character is looking through the documents and thinking about what version of the DORA's operating system will be released 30 or 3.1. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, wondered whether this was important at all. After all, there was still a difference of a year or 2. He puts the documents aside and asks his business partner what he thinks. O.C.O. Hyun rests his chin on his hand and thought that he would choose Microsoft. The main character, with a smile on his face, thought that he was planning to invest in an area that he was not particularly familiar with. He says with a smile on his face that they will do so, because he is lucky and everything will be fine. O.C.O. Hyun agrees with the protagonist with a smile on his face. The main character tells his partner to sell the remaining lands. O.C.O. Hyun asks why. Because you can hold them and sell them when the price reaches its peak. The main character says that they are needed for a company in New York, and if they invest $15 million in these 2 companies, Fantasy will need additional capital for investment. O.C.O. Hyun smiles after the protagonist's words. The main character tells him that when they sell the land, they need to use half and keep the other. The business partner replies that he understands everything. Near the door of the room, he tells the protagonist that when he returns, they will continue today's conversation. He closes the door behind him. The main character is sitting on a chair. He crossed one foot over the other and thought that he was using only fragmentary knowledge about the future because, in fact, he really didn't know anything, because he had never been a stockbroker, but only an office worker who had never even seen Wall Street. There are cassette tapes on the table and the protagonist thought that these were just scraps of articles in the newspaper. That's all his knowledge. He thought with a serious expression that he doesn't remember exactly when and which company became a good place to invest. But there is one sure thing that will make his company invincible for the next 30 years, and that is movies. He imagined big white letters on a hill spelling out the word Hollywood. He thought that he knew most of the Hollywood films that made huge profits, as well as film investors who never failed. He recalls images from movies, including a half-naked man with a cigarette in his mouth, a man in a blue vest, and a man with stubble holding a gun. He recalls the image of a man in a black hat and round glasses, a woman in a red bandana, a dinosaur, and a Terminator. The main character smiles maliciously and thought that this alone would make him call himself the Hand of Midas in Hollywood. A few days later, O.C.O. Hyun sits on the couch and puts a black folder on the table, and then says that he doesn't know why the protagonist wants to see this, but he got it from New York. The folder says that it contains information about Hollywood film production, investments, and the real state of affairs from Miracle Investments. The main character silently looks through the documents. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist if he really wants to show his father that he can make money from movies. The main character answers something like yes, something like that. Oseo Hyun smiles. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. The main character reads information about the Phantom Romance, where it is written that it has already been released, which the protagonist does not like. He puts his hand on his forehead and imagines a man and woman hugging and thought it was a pity, because if his father's company were responsible for adapting and distributing this film domestically, they could put pressure on the theater owners and push it through. The protagonist noticed something. He points to the document with his hand and asks Oseo Hyun if this is a film in the making. A business partner reviews the contents of the document. He says that yes, he is now on the production floor and this is a small family film. He adds that the director is new there and the actors are also new. Oseo Hyun asks if the main role is for a child like the protagonist. He throws the document on the table and says that he thinks it's better to exclude it from the options. The main character asks why. Oseo Hyun rubs his cheek and says that Warrior was supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget went up, so the film was given to production by Wolf and is currently under review. He puts his hand on his cheek and closes his eyes, and then says that he doesn't really understand this, but since the creation is suspended at the initial stage, it's unlikely that anything will come of it. The main character, with surprise on his face, says that he wants to invest in this film as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Oseo Hyun looks at the protagonist with a serious expression on his face. He tells him that investing in stocks are completely different games. He grits his teeth and says that if the stock price falls, then you are simply losing money in the moment. But if the film does not reach the break-even point, it is just money thrown away. He adds that there is no timing in which you need to have time to jump. Oseo Hyun, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that this time he is against it, because this is not an investment, but a gambling game. The protagonist says that they will do this only once and in the future he will remain silent about investments. Oseo Hyun screams the protagonist's name. He has an angry expression on his face. The protagonist looks at him with a calm expression on his face. He thought that Oseo Hyun's reaction was natural, but he had to grab this chance. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that Fantasy Investment could not miss a great opportunity to declare itself in Hollywood as a film investment company. He adds that of course, a tenfold profit will follow as a bonus. The main character says that even if he doesn't get a ride, it's his money. He adds that he promised his parents that he would earn a living by doing whatever he wanted. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist what he said. The protagonist puts his hands together and says that besides, there is no problem if all the money that Fantasy manages disappears, because the richest man in this country is his grandfather. The business partner clenched his teeth in anger. He calms down after a moment. He tells the protagonist that he will do as he wants. The main character tells his partner that he needs to get the right to distribute and adapt it in Korea. Oseo Hyun says that it won't be difficult since they are the only investors, and then asks if anything else is needed. The protagonist replies that that's all. They look at each other silently. The business partner takes his briefcase. He leaves and says that he will try to finish this as quickly as possible, and then inform the protagonist. The main character's mother asks Oseo Hyun if he is coming and offers to have dinner together. The protagonist's business partner refuses and says that right now he is not in the mood to eat at the same table with them. The protagonist's mother is surprised, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. The main character thought that it looked like he was very angry. The protagonist's mother, with concern on her face, asks the protagonist if everything is okay. The main character answers yes with a smile on his face. He thought that his business partner's anger would disappear as soon as he saw the box office of the film. The main character is looking through a document. He smiles looking at him. The film is called Home Alone. The computer is running the Microsoft Doors operating system. As soon as Microsoft released Doors 3.0, the corporation quickly broke into the PC market, and the stock price immediately rose. On the chart, the red arrow indicates the increase in the stock price. Martin Computer shares, which initially traded for 30 cents, are also breaking records every day, causing their price to skyrocket. Oseo Hyun grits his teeth and gets angry. Thanks to this, Oseo Hyun, who was very angry with the protagonist, asked with a smile when this happened. The protagonist's business partner smiles happily. Then he consoled himself that the $9 million 5.6 billion invested in Home Alone the protagonist will be able to more than recoup within a few years. The business partner pats the main character on the shoulder. It didn't take him long to change his mind. Oseo Hyun put his palms to his cheeks. He opens his mouth and screams. He sits with a serious expression on his face and says that this film has already earned 30 billion won, an amount that is 6 times more than the profit, and this is only in the USA. He adds that once the film is released worldwide, it will make even more money, and it looks like the protagonist is now the richest high school student in the world. The main character with a smile on his face says that he is already moving to high school. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist if he is already transitioning. The main character answers yes and says that the semester begins in March. The protagonist's business partner has a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-gi enters the room and in a raised tone asks the protagonist and his friend why they called him. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he asks if they don't know that he's very busy. Oseo Hyun asks if this is because of what he was talking about earlier, and if the movie they made still can't find time to be released in theaters. Jin Young-gi puts his hand on his head and says that yes, all the cinemas were cleared out for the new year, and last year this film was a mega hit during the Christmas season, and they will premiere this year. Oseo Hyun asks if it's true with a smile on his face, and then asks if he's good enough to clear out all the theaters and wait for him. Jin Young-gi sits on the bed and with a downcast gaze says that this is a family film, a comedy, the most suitable movie for the new year, which is already breaking box office records among comedies. Oseo Hyun asks his friend if that's why he can't release his film. Jin Young-gi sighs and says yes, because as soon as they start showing Home Alone in the cinema, they will immediately forget about their film. He adds that the film has a Korean distributor, but he doesn't know who it is because everything is in such a mess right now. Oseo Hyun looks at the protagonist with a smile on his face. Jin Young-gi grits his teeth and scratches his head, and then says that he was supposed to meet the guy who owns this film and he would give dates so that we can arrange it. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on Jin Young-gi's shoulder. He tells his friend that first he can bow to him. The protagonist's father asks his friend what kind of nonsense he is talking about. His friend props up his chin and says with a smile on his face that he knows who the distributor of this film is in Korea. Jin Young-gi asks who it is. The main character, with a small smile, tells his father to first release his film for the holidays. The father asks the protagonist what he is talking about. Oseo Hyun opens his briefcase and says that from now on you need to listen to Do-jun and do what he says, and then there will definitely be no failure. He takes something out of his briefcase with a smile on his face. Jin Young-gi asks with surprise on his face if this is what he is thinking about. Oseo Hyun hands over the document and tells his friend to take it. The protagonist's father reads the document. The document states the transfer of rights to Jun Film. A friend of his father says that if he signs here, then Home Alone will belong to him. Jin Young-gi looks at the document with a shocked expression. The main character asks his father how about setting a condition that only cinemas that are ready to show his film will receive the right to rent Home Alone, because New Year's Eve is not the best time. Oseo Hyun and the protagonist look at each other. Jin Young-gi made a surprised expression. He is in front of the document and tells Do-jun that they will talk more later, because he needs to deal with this first. Oseo Hyun sits with a surprised expression on his face. He laughs and calls the protagonist's father a fool, and then adds that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even ask where they got it from. The main character tells Oseo Hyun to prepare a list of films that will be filmed this year. He adds that he plans to invest the $200 million he earned this time. The business partner asks, "Is that all?" With concern on his face, he tells the protagonist that once is enough. The main character looks at him and asks what the percentage of return on investment is for New York Fantasy employees. Oseo Hyun answers 22%. The main character looks at the document and says that 6 times a year, 600%. He adds that this is also the lowest return on investment he has ever made. The main character looks at his business partner with a smile on his face. Oseo Hyun says that he understands and adds that he will prepare a sheet and then contact the protagonist. He opens the door and goes out. The main character lies down on the bed and sighs. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that from now on until he graduates from high school, he needs to focus more on his studies. He adds that for the next 3 years he can only choose films that were successful at the box office, so he can sit back a bit. Someone is knocking on the door of the protagonist. Dong-seo opens the door and asks the main character if they are finished. The main character answers yes with a smile on his face. Mom asks the protagonist if he will have dinner with her then. The main character smiles and says of course. Jin Young-gi walks down the stairs. He puts on a brown jacket. The main character asks his father where he is going. The father replies that the film was released today. He goes towards the exit and says that he is going to the cinema to check how things are going personally. The main character smiles a little. He opens the newspaper. He reads a text in a newspaper. He has a surprised expression on his face. He put the newspaper on the table. The main character wonders if all the newspapers are now attacking Ajin Motors. With a thoughtful look, he wondered if this would have happened in 1991. He adds that to his knowledge, the shockwave of the financial crisis that began in 1997 hit Ajin Motors, and Daehyun absorbed the company after 1998. With a worried expression on his face, he wondered if it was because of him that the future had changed so much, or if this was a one-time act of criticism of the company, or simply part of the government's policy to tame business. The main character calls his mother. The protagonist's mother turns towards her son. The protagonist asks when they will go to Grandpa. Dong Seo says tomorrow and asks why he asked that. The main character asks if he can go earlier alone. Mom says after breakfast, of course, and adds that Grandpa will like it. The main character asks his mother if she is going to the cinema today, because today is the day of the premiere. Dong Seo says suddenly there will be no spectators and adds that in such a situation she will start to get nervous. She straightens her hair and the protagonist thought that he could not assure her that everything was fine and she could go, because he knew nothing about his father's film. He looks at his mother and thought that it was so long ago that he couldn't remember, or perhaps such a film did not exist at all. Jin Yoongi stands in the square and many people pass by. The protagonist thought that he just gave a chance, and how his life would turn out depends on him. He adds that simply observing and not interfering is one of the conditions. Sunlight illuminates grandfather's mansion. A maid in a pink apron tells the protagonist that grandfather is with the guests in the office. The main character replies that he will wait in the living room. There are shoes on the carpet. The main character pays attention to her. He goes to the sofa and thought about the articles that appeared on the eve of the holidays and the meeting since the morning. He sits down on the sofa with a serious expression on his face. The main character rests his head on his hands. With a stern expression on his face, he thought about what they were talking about now. The secretary and Jin Yoongi stand next to the chairman, who is sitting at his desk. He asks his son if he can take over Ajin Motors. Jin Yoongi replies that yes and adds that as his grandfather said, this is the best way to achieve second place in the industry, because if they manage to capture Ajin, he will do everything to get first place in the country. Jin Young-kal says that from now on this will be entrusted to him. He adds that his son should discuss everything with Chairman Lee and then take over this company within a year. The old man with a serious expression on his face says that if it works out, he will give him the automobile industry. The secretary and the chairman's son have surprised expressions on their faces. Jin Yoongi made a wide smile. Lee Hak-hee keeps one eye on the chairman's son. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he thought that giving the automobile industry to Jin Yoongi was almost the same as giving him the entire corporation. He adds that the chairman has really found a successor. The old man asks his son if he doesn't want to and is not confident in himself. The son replies that it's nothing and thanks his father. The chairman is silent with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. Jin Young-kal crosses his arms and tells his son to go, then tells him that he shouldn't make mistakes and needs to take care of everything. He adds that tomorrow he may not come, but he can go to Solnal so that they check the funeral ceremony, and then he can leave. He says that now he doesn't have much time to waste. Jin Yoongi bows and agrees with his father. He leaves the office. The secretary looks at him silently. He says it looks like he will make a lot of money from Solnal. The old man asks his subordinate what he means. Lee Hak-hee asks if this is the best place to announce the conglomerate's chosen successor. The chairman smiles with his eyes closed and says that he did not say that he was going to give him Sanyong, only the automobile industry. The secretary has a surprised expression on his face. The old man says that by giving away the shares of the automobile industry owned by the branch, there will be no problems in protecting the right to control. He adds that's all he wants to say. He opens his eyes and says that of course, even from the automotive industry alone there will be a lot of pocket money. The secretary says the vice president must be very disappointed. The chairman smiles and says he actively rushed as soon as he saw the light and adds that Jin Yoongi thought exactly the same as the secretary. A shadow covers the secretary's face. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The main character asks his grandfather if he really works even on holidays. Jin Young-kal sits with an open newspaper and asks what to do because there is a lot of work, but he has already finished. The main character approaches his grandfather's table. The newspaper writes about the lazy management of an ownerless company and whether a professional management system is a weakness of large corporations. The main character thought that today's meeting was about Ajin Motors. With a smile on his face, he says that it looks like his uncle is in a good mood today, because he left the office smiling. The chairman asks if this is true and adds that it looks like it's because it's the holidays. The old man puts a black folder on the table. The main character thought that he was sure that there must be something, and then he told his grandfather that he was curious about something. Grandfather asks what he is curious about with a smile on his face. The protagonist saw that on the folder it was written about the need to restructure the domestic automobile industry and government support measures. The main character opens his eyes wide. He thought that grandfather was really behind all this. The old man asks the protagonist why he was silent. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and says that it's just strange that there's such a fuss in the newspapers today. The chairman asks about Ajin Motors, and the main character answers yes. Grandfather asks what is strange here. The protagonist moves his hand to the side and says that usually if the Sunyang group appears in the newspapers, the grandfather gets very angry and asks to find out whose hands it was. Grandfather puts his hands together and says that this is true, and then notes that the protagonist remembered this. Jin Young-kal says newspapers make money by selling their letters. The main character asks if the letters are articles. The old man says that this is true and articles that, it would seem, have absolutely nothing to do with money. He reports that, for example, an article about traffic jams in Seoul is a justification for road expansion projects in the area under his jurisdiction. The main character looks with a surprised expression on his face. Grandfather asks the protagonist who he thinks will make money from this article. The protagonist says that this is really a company that builds roads. Grandfather with a smile on his face replies that it is true and the protagonist understood everything perfectly. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, then asks who benefited from the articles about Ajin Motors. The old man says that he can, to a competitor who would like to greatly undermine this company. The protagonist, with a shocked expression on his face, says either Daehyun Motors or Grandpa. The old man looks at the protagonist. He reaches out his hand to the main character. He places his hand on the protagonist's head, who has a shocked expression on his face. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, thought that this was the work of his grandfather. He looks at him with a gloomy look and thought that who could have known that the company he began to drool over would be the first to be targeted by his grandfather. He looks at his grandfather and thought it was strange, because as far as he knows, Ajin Motors was not absorbed by him, but by Daehyun Motors. The main character thought with a stern look that it really happened because Grandpa would fail and Daehyun Motors would succeed. Daylight illuminates grandfather's mansion. Several cooks are working in the kitchen. A cook in a cylindrical cap fries food in a wok. The mansion workers place dishes on the table. There are many meat and vegetable dishes on the table. Many family members are sitting at the table. Grandfather eats with his eyes closed. Jin Yong-gi and his wife are present here. Jin Dong-gi and his wife also enjoy their meal. Jin Sang-gi eats with a happy expression on his face while his wife sits with a serious expression on her face. Chu and Seo-yun are also sitting at the table. His parents are sitting next to the protagonist. The main character with a serious expression on his face holds wooden sticks in his hand. Jin Dong-gi asks Jin Yun-gi that he heard that his film was released, and then asks what the results were. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The chairman sits with his eyes closed. The protagonist's father tells his brother that it's not bad, because they had one full landing and one a little more than half. His brother tells him that this is incredible. Is it possible that the first project was immediately successful? Jin Yun-gi smiles and says that this is only the first day of the rental and it is not known what will happen by the end. The main character smiles a little with his eyes closed. Jin Dong-gi's wife treats the protagonist's mother. She hands her a bowl and tells her to get more soup. The protagonist's mother gets up from her chair and says that she will bring it now. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that this aunt was already accustomed to using his mother in this way. The protagonist's father has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The chairman asks the second daughter to bring him some soup. The protagonist's mother is surprised. The main character looks at his grandfather. The protagonist's father is surprised by his grandfather's words. Jin Dong-gi's wife asks Grandpa what he said. Jin Young-kal extended his hand with a bowl and shouted that she was so young and couldn't hear anything anymore, and then again asked to bring soup. The fat woman with a frightened expression on her face agrees with her father. She runs up to the chairman for a bowl. A bead of sweat runs down Seo-yun's face. Jin Sang-gi's wife has a worried expression on her face. The protagonist's father and his wife silently watch what is happening. Grandfather dips chopsticks into a bowl. The main character thought that the grandfather had just recognized his father and mother in front of the whole family, so now other family members will not bother his parents. The protagonist smiles and thought that he was grateful to him to the point of tears, but what can he do? With a gloomy expression on his face, he thought that he needed to stab his grandfather in the back. Grandfather's office double doors. The main character opens one of the doors and looks out from behind it. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that he needed to look at the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. He goes to his grandfather's desk and thought that in order to stop his plan, he must first find out all the details. He sees a folder on the table and thought that this is it. He opens a folder with documents. He reads the contents of the documents. His expression turns angry. He looks at the documents and asks what it is. He thought that this was not a report on the takeover strategy of Ahin Motors. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he thought that it was written there about the need to consolidate the automotive industry, government policies and support measures. The protagonist is sitting on the floor with documents and thought that if Daehyun Motors absorbs Ajin, there are concerns about the monopoly in the automobile market. This method will make Sanyong Motors the most suitable buyer. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks with a gloomy expression that, in other words, Grandpa develops the policies that Sanyong wants, presents them to the government, and they implement these policies. The protagonist clenches his teeth and bites his fingernail due to nerves. He thought that then he would not be able to use it and wondered what he should do. Grandfather enters the room and asks the protagonist what he is doing there. The main character's eyes open wide in fear. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He looks ahead. He sees his grandfather in front of him. The chairman looks at his grandson with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character sits on the floor and looks at his grandfather with fear on his face. The chairman looks at the protagonist with a stern expression. The main character thought that he was a fool for being lost in thought and did not notice how someone entered. Grandfather has a stern expression on his face. The protagonist is covered by a shadow and he thought that if he said something wrong, then the trust of his grandfather, created over the years, would be lost in an instant. The old man towers over the protagonist. The protagonist has a desperate expression on his face and he thought that it was better to distort it a little, but tell the truth than a stupid awkward lie. He says that he was actually curious. Grandfather asks the protagonist what he means. The main character replies that he recently read an article about Ajin Motors in the newspaper, and when he came to his grandfather, he saw it and thought that it was somehow related to that article, so he became curious. He apologizes for looking without permission. The old man is silent with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character wonders how his grandfather will react now. Jin Yong-kal looks like he is very angry. The protagonist thought that if this is Chairman Jin, he, on the contrary, should like it, because he should be surprised that the protagonist is so small and is already interested in the economic situation, reading newspaper articles, and eagerly wants to find answers to curious questions by searching for relevant materials. The chairman smiles looking at the protagonist. He asks the main character if he has satisfied his curiosity. The main character smiles with open eyes and thought that his answer was correct, and then says that, to be honest, he looked just a little, so he doesn't quite understand yet. The grandfather tells the main character that it is a pity that he was unable to find answers to his questions. He adds that he likes the protagonist's persistence, but in the future, when he is not here, you should not come here of your own free will. The main character looks down and apologizes. He puts the folder on the table and thought that he had solved this situation. But the future is a problem, because it seemed to him that in these documents there was a plan to acquire Ajin Motors, but this is not so, and therefore he needs to find something else to change the situation. The main character leaves the office with an angry expression on his face. He stopped and thought about what to do. He turns back. He looked at his grandfather, who was smiling. The protagonist bows to his grandfather. With a confident expression on his face, he thought that he needed to confront not his grandfather, but the government, and he needed to make sure that the government was not interested in the Sanyong Group's reports on the automobile industry. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought about what was happening at that time. The chairman's secretary says that based on the results of the investigation, this turned out to be true. He adds that it turned out that the chairman of Nanbu Group, Jong Hui-soo, bought the land in advance, and the politicians received bribes. Jin Young-kal sits on a chair with a thoughtful look. Lee Haki says that this fire will not be easy to put out, so it is worth delaying the purchase of Ajin Motors shares. The chairman taps his fingers on the table. A bead of sweat runs down the secretary's face. The old man calls Zhang Hui Su a pathetic Yanban, and then says that the current government has clearly ordered not to speculate in land. Note, Yanban, nobleman, aristocrat, is rarely used nowadays, but if used, it means a person with money, the ruling class. The old man says that he will have to give it up, and the secretary replies that yes. There is a dark folder on the table. The old man looks straight at her. He throws the folder in the trash. The protagonist drinks milk using a straw from a small bottle. He put one leg on the other and thought it was good that he remembered. He adds that it will take some time for the country to fall into chaos, but the information he anonymously distributed to the media will eventually attract the attention of the general public. He puts the bottle on the table. He puts his palms together and thought that this was enough for the government to be forced to reject Sun Yang's proposal. He adds that no, political circles will be shaken for some time, so they won't have time to worry about anything else. He smiles and thought that fortunately he was able to save Ajin Motors. Daylight illuminates the office building. The main character asks Oseo Hyun to work with him. A business partner writes something with a pen, but is distracted by the protagonist and asks him what he means. The main character sits on the couch and tells his partner to leave power shares and go all in on fantasy investment, because he has 2% of the shares, and they have already earned a lot of money, so they can afford high salaries. Oseo Hyun smiles and says he doesn't want to. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his partner why. The business partner tells the protagonist that he, who owns 98% of the shares, makes investment decisions arbitrarily, and the result has always been successful, and then he asks what he should do in such a situation. Oseo Hyun, with a smile on his face, asks the protagonist if he agrees. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that this should not be so and so he would try differently. He tells his business partner with enthusiasm on his face that they will create a branch in Korea, and adds that he plans to leave part of the funds there and manage them. Oseo Hyun writes on a document with a pen, and the protagonist asks if Grandpa has a secret fund. The main character thought that he was in the process of making inquiries about Oseo Hyun, who was managing his money. Grandfather decided that he was quite capable and therefore recently entrusted him with his secret fund, and he knows about it. The business partner, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wonders if the chairman really shares such things with the protagonist, and then adds that one could assume that the boy receives important information from him. But there is a but. The main character says that he will only take the money that he invested in Martin Computer, and he can manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Oseo Hyun, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is really going to take money out of Martin Computer. The protagonist replies that yes, and he plans to do it early next year. The business partner gets up and shouts, asking the protagonist if he has gone crazy, and then adds that Martin is a golden duck who breaks through the high income ceiling every day. He asks the protagonist why such an idea came to his mind. Oseo Hyun screams and asks the protagonist if he really wants to sell shares that have never fallen since going public, and if he really wants to sell these diamond shares. The main character closes his eyes and says that they will talk about it later, and then asks his business partner what he thinks about what he said. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that this is not an offer but a request. Oseo Hyun looks at the main character with a displeased expression on his face. He goes to the window. He thought that the main character was a disgusting kid. He turns around and tells the main character that he will finish something first and adds that they will talk about it later. The protagonist smiles and thought that he succeeded and it doesn't matter what the conditions are, because he will still accept any. The protagonist's business partner sits down at the computer, and the main character thought that now he needs an adult like Oseo Hyun. He adds that someone who no longer treats him like a child, but is smart and experienced. The protagonist smiles and thought that most importantly, his partner has a career that is unmatched in the world, and adds that until he becomes an adult, the only person who can replace him is Oseo Hyun. The main character sits on the couch and watches his business partner study documents. The business partner tells the protagonist that he wants to ask him one thing, namely what he is going to spend the money on with Martin Computer. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he is thinking of investing in Japan. Oseo Hyun makes a surprised expression. He gets up and shouts that this can't be done. He tells the protagonist that he, too, reads newspapers, and then adds that the bubble has burst, and Japan is facing its greatest crisis. The main character puts his hand forward and tells his business partner that the best opportunities always come in the greatest crisis, and he knows this. Oseo Hyun gritted his teeth. He sits on the sofa and says that this is what successful people say, because only 1 out of a million people can take advantage of an opportunity in a crisis, and everyone else simply perishes in it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asks his interlocutor if he thinks that he can become this one in a million. Oseo Hyun silently looks at the protagonist. The main character looks at his business partner with a smile on his face and asks him not to laugh. The Sunyang Corporation building towers over the city. Jin Yeongi asks his son how the meeting with his grandfather went. Jin Yeonjun crosses his arms and replies that he told him to go to Europe and stay there until he is 30. His father, with an angry expression on his face, asks his son if he lost his temper there after these words. Jin Yeonjun replies that he is no longer an idiot and adds that he said with a smile that he would try hard and left. Jin Yeongi calls his son well done. He tells the man in the yellow jacket, the girl with the pink skirt and Jin Yeonjun that now that they are his adults, they need to remember his words. He adds that grandfather will definitely watch their every move. He adjusts his glasses and says that if unpleasant rumors reach him, it will affect not only them, but also other people. The girl and the guy in the yellow jacket made dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Jin Yeongi tells his daughter Hai Kyung that as soon as she graduates from university next month, he will introduce her to a decent guy, so she should hurry up and get married and then go abroad to study. Hai Kyung asks his father, who now gets married immediately after graduating from university, but in a few years it would be possible. The father asks in a raised tone to listen to him to the end, and his daughter has an alarmed expression on her face after these words. The father shouts to his children that all they did was to be born with the blood of their grandfather, and because of this they can live such a good life, and do what they want and also have fun. Jin Yeonjun gritted his teeth with a dissatisfied expression. The father shouts that if he leaves them, he will no longer be able to enjoy half of what they live now. His daughter has an angry look on her face and is clutching her bag. The guy in the yellow jacket asks his father why all of a sudden there is such talk. He imagines the protagonist's family and asks his children if they don't see that grandfather has changed since last year. He adds that his favor is now focused on his younger uncle and Do-jun. Jin Yeonjun says that recently the chairman has been kind to Do-jun, but before that he pretended that the younger uncle did not exist. He adds that the old man is not the kind of person who will suddenly take care of his son just because of his grandson. Hai Kyung and her brother in a yellow jacket look at Jin Yeonjun with displeased expressions. The father closes his eyes and says that the information has reached him. Then the grandfather watched a film made by his younger uncle, despite his busy schedule. His children are surprised by this information. Jin Yeongi asks them to think about grandpa's age and then asks them how long they think he has left. A bead of sweat runs down Jin Yeonjun's face. The father says that until then there is no need to create problems and they should go and visit their grandfather often, because once the Sunyang group falls into his hands, they will be able to live as they please. He asks them if they understood. The daughter answers yes. Jin Yeongi waves his hand towards the children and says that they can go now. His children leave the office. The father takes the glasses off his face. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he thought that he should have taken over Ajin Motors last year, because since then the rest of the Sunyang group's problems had been resolved without his knowledge, and the unresolved issues of the new branches that he was handling were resolved personally by the chairman. A lot of documents fall to the floor. He adds that rumors have begun to spread within the group that the succession structure will change. Many people in business attire are talking to each other. Jin Yeongi thought that the branch presidents began to argue with him and more often report directly to his father. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that undoubtedly he had changed, and he vaguely guessed the reason. He imagines the protagonist and thinks that the nephew, who was never perceived as a threat, is now turning the whole house upside down. He thought with great anger on his face that in such a situation, even if the children work hard, they will not be able to become the owners of Sunyang Group and it would be better to abandon them altogether. New York-based Fantasy Investments established a Korean investment company, and Oseo Hyun became the U.S. and Korean representative for both companies. The sign says CEO Oseo Hyun. Now, a delicate relationship has developed between the protagonist, the main shareholder, and Oseo Hyun, the CEO. Evening light illuminates the protagonist's houses. The business partner's attitude towards the protagonist did not change much, but he no longer immediately objected when he expressed his opinion. Oseo Hyun talks to the protagonist in his room. Oseo Hyun began to listen more to the main character. The business partner says something to the main character. The protagonist in a green and black jacket answers something. When Oseo Hyun expressed an opinion contrary to the protagonist's, he did so with reason and data. A ceiling light illuminates the room. A business partner sits on the bed and looks at the ceiling. He shifts his gaze to the protagonist and tells him to think about it again, and then asks that he really wants to sell not part, but all the shares of Martin Computer at once. The main character calls his business partner uncle and tells him that they made a profit 100 times more than the investment, and is this really not enough? He adds that there is no reason to be any more greedy. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on his cheek and says he understands. He takes out documents from his briefcase. He puts them on the table. He says that as the protagonist asked, he looked for a possible company for investment, but somehow he's not sure. The protagonist looks through the documents. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on the back of his head and says that last year the revenue was 100 billion yen, which is about 800 billion won. The protagonist asks if this means that it is already an adult goose. Note, an adult goose is a large established company. Oseo Hyun says that this company is from the IT industry, and as the IT industry grows, it also grows. That is, there will be more in the future. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. He sees the power banks company. He smiles and thought that he had already decided which company to invest in. But out of respect for his partner, Oseo Hyun asked to prepare a list. A business partner looks at one of the documents. The main character thought that who would have thought that he would offer the company that he chose. The main character asks his partner what he means by uncertainty. A business partner says that it seems to him that the company is already in a rut and there is no need for investment. Oseo Hyun says its founder is a third-generation Japanese Korean. The main character imagines the image of a man with short hair and thought that he was talking about Chu Jeong Kal. He adds that he is a third-generation Japanese Korean and is a man who writes success myths. The main character asks his business partner if they plan to go public. Oseo Hyun replies that he doesn't know because there is no information about it. The protagonist smiles and says that then there is still a chance. He thought that he had only seen fragments of articles on the internet, so he does not know the exact timing. But he remembers exactly how the company grew more than 100 times. The newspaper writes about a very fast entry to the stock exchange from power banks. The main character with a smile on his face says that his grandfather once said something similar. Everything in the world has a price, but the price is individual for each person. Oseo Hyun silently happens to the protagonist. The main character with a smile on his face says that if the conditions are right, they will sell anything. The business partner crosses his arms and sighs, and then asks the protagonist how much he is willing to give. The protagonist asks his uncle what he thinks. Oseo Hyun made a thoughtful expression on his face. He puts his hand forward with 5 fingers. He says with a smile on his face that it is 5 times, because with such data, after entering the stock exchange from the first elasticity, the profit can be about 30%. The main character replies that he doesn't think they will be interested in such an offer. Oseo Hyun sits on the bed and says that's why he says it's unreasonable, because there are many other investors willing to offer the same thing. And also vice versa, the investment potential is not so good that he would offer more. The main character says that then we need to offer more. Oseo Hyun asks how much. The main character with a smug expression on his face says that he is thinking of starting a sentence from 10 times to 50. Oseo Hyun covers his face with a shocked expression. The main character sighs and says that there is no need to make such an expression, because Martin has grown 100 times, and then asks whether Powerbank's shares cannot grow the same way. Oseo Hyun asks if this is possible with a surprised expression on his face. He puts his hands together and says that Powerbanks is not a manufacturer like Martin, but simply a distributor. He adds that they can't lose all the money and it's like gambling. A lot of cards are flying down. The business partner says that they can't just leave their opponents in the game and leave immediately, because there is no poker that you can play alone. Maps fly near Chu Jeong Kal. The main character with a smile on his face says that you need to wait for the end. A drop of sweat runs down Oseo Hyun's face. He smiles with his eyes closed and thought that this child has such big plans. He looks like his grandfather. He heads towards the exit and tells the protagonist that he has luck in gambling, so it's worth trying to break into this game. Oseo Hyun smiles and says that he will try to raise the stakes, but there is one thing. The main character asks what he is talking about. The business partner says that the end of such games is ruin and you need to keep this in mind. The protagonist sees him as a father. The main character is silent for a while. He smiles smugly. He says this will be the last time until he becomes an adult. Oseo Hyun smiles too. Daylight illuminates the protagonist's house. The business partner puts the envelope on the table and says that they agreed on X35, 5 million shares. He reports that now they have no choice but to trust the protagonist's luck and wait. The main character sticks a straw into a bottle of milk and tells his business partner not to worry, because everything will be fine. He stuck the pipe in and the business partner asks the protagonist if he is really going to sell all his Martin shares. The main character with a smile on his face says that they have already increased the investment 100 times and he does not think that there is any point in holding on to it. He adds that you need to sell Martin shares and buy Powerbank's shares, and you can keep the rest. He adds that he is entering high school next year, so he will focus only on his studies for the next 3 years. Oseo Hyan takes a bottle of milk and tells the protagonist that this is the first time he has heard words about studying from the lips of a schoolchild sound so awkward. He tells him that he always gets first place, so he's obviously going to U of S, and then asks if he should go to business administration or economics. The main character smiles and says that he wants to go to law school. Oseo Hyan asks with surprise on his face if it is true legal, and the main character answers yes. The main character says that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and his uncle who studied economics in England, and both are next to him, and then asks why he should study at university then. Oseo Hyan leans on the table and asks what he should study in law school, and is he really planning to become a judge? The main character says that of course not and he just wants to show. A business partner asks what exactly to show. The protagonist says that he wants to show that the third-generation chaebol is good at studies. He adds that until now, U of S students from families like his were not good enough to enroll in law school. Oseo Hyan made a surprised expression and remained silent. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The old man sits in a chair and asks the protagonist if he is going to high school in a semester. The main character sits on the couch and answers that is true. The old man with a smile on his face asks the main character if he has already talked to his father and whether he has chosen a school. The protagonist says no, he will go to the regular school, and then adds that he doesn't think he needs to study abroad. The old man has a dissatisfied expression on his face. He clutches the cup and tells his grandson that his father is not paying attention to this at all. He crosses his arms and tells the main character not to worry, because he will find out about a prestigious Swiss school and send him to the best educational institution in the world. The protagonist says that he is going to University S. The grandfather asks the protagonist if it is University S. The protagonist with a smile on his face replies that yes, because this is the place where talented people gather in Korea. He adds that the most points are required for the faculties of law and medicine, but since the humanities are closer to him, he will choose the first. The chairman asks the protagonist if his goal is to become a judge or prosecutor. The main character closes his eyes and says no, because grandfather knows that he wants to become a businessman and the owner of a huge corporation. Grandfather asks the main character why then he should go to law school. The protagonist replies that it is so that his grandfather can be proud of him, because there is no one from chaebol who is good enough in studies to go to the law school of the University of S. The grandfather has a shocked expression on his face. He silently looks at the protagonist. He thought he remembered how proud the president of Daehyun Group was at a meeting of major Korean corporations. He remembers the day when one of the main topics was his eldest grandson's admission to S University. Several people including Jin Young-kal are sitting at the table. The old man thought that he knew what tricks he went to for this, therefore, listening to such boasting, his head ached. The fat man laughs loudly. The chairman thought that according to rumors, not only the secretariat, but also about a dozen correspondents from the university and the Ministry of Economics were mobilized for admission. After contacting institution officials and conducting a thorough investigation, the department with the least competition was selected shortly before the application deadline, and an application was sent out just before the application cutoff. There is a square in front of the 4-story building of the educational institution. The old man recalls that in the end the chosen place was either the Faculty of Eastern Philosophy or Eastern History. He drinks tea from a cup. He thought that if this had been an honest admission, he would never have crossed the threshold score of this university. However, even as chairman and chaebol, his heart was the same as any grandfather's, so bragging about his grandson's achievements did not end even after a year had passed. The old man thought that, however, the Faculty of Law of S University is a different matter, because here such a trick will not work, and everyone will have no choice but to recognize the person's mental abilities. The statue holds scales in its hand. Grandfather asks the main character if he is really going to go to law school because of him. The protagonist smiles and says that of course, because he is not going to be a judge or prosecutor, so there is no other reason to apply there. The old man has a surprised expression on his face. He smiles and says that there were many people who made money and enriched him, but no one brought him happiness. He says that now the youngest is doing this, so he is touched. He agrees and tells the protagonist that once he enters this faculty, his grandfather will buy him anything as a gift for admission. The main character answers with a smile on his face that it's good. With a smug smile, he thought that grandfather should remember these words because he doesn't want some foreign car, but the power of the chairman of Sanyang Group. He conjures up the image of a grandfather smiling smugly with a corporate building behind him. July 1994, Powerbank's shares went public. The red arrow on the graph is growing upward. 18,900 yen per share, the highest listing price. Immediately after entering the stock exchange, the company's capitalization reached a huge amount, 200 billion yen. A man with short black hair raises his hand and smiles. President Chu Jeong-kal immediately announced the imminent merger and acquisition. His eyes turned to the world. A lot of money flies against the background of a blue beam. The protagonist's investment of $230 million turned into $850, and thus he earned $620 million in 1 year. The main character sits in business clothes at his desk and thought that before the Powerbank's bubble burst, he went out and his aggressive investment stopped and he devoted all 3 years of high school to studying. People watch a movie on a large screen showing a woman and a man holding hands in front of a sinking ship. The protagonist thought that he invested in Hollywood films from time to time as a hobby. For example, he invested in Love on the Titanic, directed by Jamie Cameron, which had a lot of concerns about covering costs. He thought that fortunately, San Jun-hyun graduated from high school without serious incident, and naturally, he did not have enough credits to get into a decent university, so he had to quickly leave to study in the United States. San Jun-hyun says goodbye to his parents and brother. The main character thought that, as they say, useless to the family from the very beginning, and after leaving home, remains useless. The protagonist's brother raises his hand in farewell with a smile on his face. The protagonist thinks that San Jun-hyun did not receive any attention from his family, but there were no expectations placed on him, which was even fortunate for him, so it was not difficult to secretly go to study where he wanted, and most likely it was music. The plane flies into the sky. The grown-up protagonist looks out the window and thought that now all eyes were focused on him, the only high school student of the third generation of Sanyang Group. He wonders what will happen when he becomes the only one in his family to attend S University. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, thought that someone was watching his grades with curiosity, and someone was watching with vigilance. He adds that his parents and grandfather were the only ones who looked with hope. The day before the announcement of the entrance exam results, grandfather laughs with the phone to his ear and joyfully shouts that their youngest takes 39th place in the national ranking, and adds that not in school, but in the country. With a smile on his face, he says that if you remove the natural sciences and look only at the humanities, then he will rank 10th in the country. He adds that the maximum on the CSAT is 400 points, and he has 367. He closes his eyes and says that only 6 points separate him from first place in the country, and then adds that this is such a small gap that it can be attributed to the difference in fortune at the moment change. The main character thought that the grandfather received a note with his CSAT scores the day before the official announcement of the results. The chairman holds a piece of paper in his hand and says that his skills should be recognized, because now he has the right to study at the Faculty of Law of S University. He asks if his grandson is too unpretentious, and then adds that he can calmly choose and go to Harvard or Oxford. He opens his eyes and says that in general, he should give the scholarship to those who need it and pay the full price for education. But since he studies so well, he cannot refuse it. He closes his eyes and says that the situation is very awkward. He hangs up the call and wonders who else to show off to. Grandfather dialed one of the numbers. He called and asked to tell the PR person to come by. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The grandfather hands the piece of paper to the man. A man with short black hair and glasses opens a piece of paper. He bows and congratulates the chairman. The old man tells the man to finish with congratulations and says that it is better to quietly leak this information. He adds that tomorrow let the reporters take pictures of them do Jun. The PR man, with concern on his face, asks the boss what he means. The grandfather crossed his arms and asked his subordinate why he was so slow-witted and was surprised. He says with a serious expression that relatives of the chairman of large corporations use money or patronage to get into a prestigious university. He asks whether it is possible to buy such points for money or achieve patronage. He adds that it is necessary to ensure that such things are not said in the future. The PR man replies to the chairman that he understands him. The piece of paper says that Jin Do-jun is ranked 10th in the country with 367 out of 400 points. An old man with a happy expression looks at the text on a piece of paper. Reporters and journalists filmed interviews with their cameras. Jin Do-jun told them with an emotionless face that he had been preparing with teachers individually for each subject for a year. He put his palms on his knees and said that the money spent on them would be enough to pay the salaries of all the journalists, who came in for 10 years. The reporters didn't tell him anything. The protagonist's father lowered his head and covered his mouth. His mother looked at the guy in surprise. Jin Do-jun turned to them and looked at their reaction. He turned back to the reporters and crossed his arms over his chest. He asked if they thought the grandson of Korea's richest man read the textbooks himself. One of the journalists answered negatively. The journalist with black hair and glasses turned to his colleague and asked who came first on the scat. He was told that it was a student from Jeju Island. The main character turned to them and said that they could go to Jeju Island to make a report, and they could write an article about him so that grandfather would like it. The man with glasses was taken aback. Jin Do-jun looked at their strange and confused reaction and said that it was immediately clear to him that the editors had sent them all here for advertising. He smiled relaxedly, looking straight, and said that grandfather would be very pleased if they wrote that his grandson studied mainly from textbooks, and all sorts of reference books helped him pass so well. The journalists looked at the young guy in confusion. Jin Do-jun's father grinned and chuckled. His wife immediately called out to him. 1997, January 1st, Sanyang Hotel. It was evening in the city and the lights were on in the hotel. Jin Young-kal was holding a glass of wine and talking to someone. It was a social event. The guests were dressed formally, and the tables were filled with expensive alcohol. Jin Do-jun was wearing a black suit and drinking soda. Someone came up to him and said that he was in the center of events. It was his older brother Jin Young-jun, who extended his hand and told him that he had seen the interview and then congratulated him. The main character looked at him with a smile. He shook his brother's hand, thanked him and congratulated him on his return. Jin Young-jun leaned towards his ear with a creepy grin and called him the future prosecutor general, after which he said that in the future he plans to entrust him with the procedure for transferring his inheritance, and let him try for the sake of his older brother. Jin Do-jun maintained his composure and said with a smile that the attorney general should be appointed by the brother who becomes the president of Sanyang, and he will also become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Jin Young-jun looked at him in surprise and confusion and asked who decided this. The main character replied that his grandfather decided so. Jin Young-jun raised his hands in the air and asked if he really said that. Jin Do-jun answered in the affirmative, without going into details, but said that since he was going to law school at the university, his grandfather said that it was better to become a lawyer than a judge or prosecutor. Jin Young-jun looked to the side with a crazy look, trying to hold back a smile. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip of soda. He thought that his brother did not know how to control his facial expression at all, and if he were alone, he would not be able to stop himself from smiling. Jin Young-jun looked at him with a kind smile and asked what about him and if he wanted to become a lawyer too. The main character looked at him with a calm face, raising the glass to his lips. He believed that the most useful blood relative was a cousin, with a good head on his shoulders, having achieved the highest score in the national examinations. Even the chairman of Jin Young-kal recognized him. The main character was for Jin Young-jun a person who could grow up and become a competitor. But as soon as he said that his grandfather wanted to see him as a lawyer, he calmed down and now will try to make him his ally or assistant. They looked at each other without saying anything. Jin Do-jun replied that he is not sure yet. In fact, he is not interested in the judicial chair, so he thinks that a lawyer or a prosecutor would be more interesting. He added that he would go to university first and then decide along the way. Jin Young-jun's face became surprised and he looked at his younger brother with his mouth slightly open. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a relaxed face. He realized that he could easily give him the answer that he wants to hear, but what he wants is not. Jin Young-jun said with a friendly smile that this is a matter of the future, so he should think carefully. There is no need to make hasty decisions now. Jin Young-jun laughed and raised his hand, saying that once his little brother got tired of digging through the boring codes of laws, he would give him one of the most comfortable and convenient places in the Sanyang group. Jin Do-jun smiled at him and replied that it would be nice. He thought that Jin Young-jun had grown up a lot. He had learned to control his facial expressions, and even developed self-control skills. He seemed to have matured after living abroad. Jin Young-jun spread his arms and said that he had to make the little nerd brother happy, and once they finished today, he could stay by his side. He promised that he would teach him how good this world is and how pleasant life is. The main character smiled softly at him and responded positively. Jin Young-jun patted him on the back. Jin Do-jun looked at his drink. The older brother began to go in the other direction. The main character looked after him without saying anything. He thought that he should enjoy life in this wonderful world, because the memory of a good life will be all that he will have left in the future. Someone called out to him and asked what he did to get those scores. Jin Do-jun looked behind him to see who it was. Chu and his wife Seo-yoon approached him. The woman said that it would be great if their children studied at least half as well as Jin Do-jun. Chu said that he now has a direct junior colleague in his wife's family, and if Jin Do-jun has any questions while studying, he can safely contact him and he will help. Seo-yoon looked at her husband with annoyance and asked why he was an immediate junior and whether Chu had graduated from Seoul University, then shouted that he didn't score anywhere near that many points. Chu tried to hide his shame and said that he was not talking about the university, but only about practicing injustice. Seo-yoon smiled and praised Jin Do-jun, saying that he can take his uncle as a tutor, because he failed in the elections and is not doing anything now. Chu's face became irritated. Jin Do-jun was a little surprised when he remembered that he failed in the National Assembly elections held in April. Chu forgot about his capabilities, did not listen to the chairman and nominated himself from the Seoul district. He took money from the department store without his grandfather's knowledge, but even this was not enough. Seo-yoon and Chu looked at each other irritably. Jin Do-jun approached them and asked his uncle if he was going to run for Seoul next time. Chu clenched his hand into a fist and with a self-confident face answered in the affirmative, saying that it was impermissible to stop at a second congressman, and he should get into the National Assembly and the cabinet. The main character smiled and lowered his head, mentally grinning. Chu told him that Grandpa was in a great mood now because of him and there would be a by-election soon. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his mouth and said that he understood. He smiled and said with a calm face that Chu would have to stand again in the by-election, and he would try to take care of the funding. Seo-yoon clapped her hands and said that he was so smart and kind. Chu smiled widely, laughing. The main character was thinking about whether he should take another step and try to catch him. He said with a self-confident face that if grandfather did not finance the campaign, he would try to help himself. His uncle, with a confused face, asked him where he got the money. The main character asked if he remembered. He grinned, holding a glass in his hands, and said that he had money from selling a ranch in Bundang. He put the money in the bank and there was a lot of interest there. Chu let out a strange exclamation, looking at the guy in surprise. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his face, grinning, and thought that his uncle must definitely enter the National Assembly. Once there, he will engage in luring congressmen to Jin Do-jun's side. Chu squeezed the guy's hand tightly with both hands. He looked him in the face, almost crying, and called Jin Do-jun by name. Night fell, no stars were visible in the sky. A black car drove along an empty highway, illuminating its path with its headlights. In the back seat of the car, Jin Do-jun asked where they were going. Jin Young-jun told him to just follow him. His uncle wanted to have a drink with him. The car pulled off the highway and began to pull into a parking lot. It stopped next to another car. They both got out of the car. Jin Young-jun asked if it was his first time here. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. Opposite them stood a dark brick house. Jin Young-jun said that this is a place where only his friends and cousins sometimes gather. His father almost never comes here. He smiled, narrowed his eyes, and said that if Jin Do-jun wants to have fun, he can come here, it's quiet and good. The main character stood near the car and silently looked at the house. This was a villa owned by Vice Chairman Jin Young-gi, who had never been here before. A subordinate ran up to them and asked if they had arrived. Jin Young-jun asked if the others were waiting inside. A man with black hair and a suit replied that Miss Jong Hee-sun suddenly had a night shoot and said that she could not come today. Jin Do-jun remembered that Jong Hee-sun is an actress from a weekend drama that is currently breaking records for the highest ratings. He heard a blow and looked questioningly in the direction of the noise. Jin Young-jun slapped the man with an angry face, the veins in his face bulging with rage. He asked the man if he had told him that today was an important day. Jin Young-jun cursed and kicked the man in the stomach. The man began to writhe in pain, clutching his stomach, and the guy shouted that he was in a bad mood. He started kicking the man on the back, shouting to him that he should have grabbed Jong Hee-sun by the hair and dragged him here or kidnapped him. But he had to bring him. Jin Do-jun looked at this in shock, but didn't show anything. Suddenly he remembered how he had been bullied in the same way in his previous life. Jin Young-jun was spitting and breathing heavily as he screamed at the man. He asked him if he thought that if he did the job this way, he would pay him a salary. Suddenly Jin Do-jun rudely asked what he was doing. Jin Young-jun stopped and looked at him. The main character stood with clenched fists and looked at him. He frowned and asked in a sullen voice if his brother had brought him here to congratulate him. He suggested we go home since the mood had deteriorated. Jin Young-jun was trying to catch his breath. His face was sweating. He looked ashamed. The man lay on the grass, shaking in pain. The brothers looked at each other. Jin Young-jun grabbed his head and grinned, saying that he forgot what kind of character he had. Besides, he is the main character today. He turned to the man and said that he was lucky thanks to Jin Do-jun, and then ordered him to leave. The subordinate went to the car and began to open the door. When he was about to get into the car, the main character called out to him. With a calm and respectful face, he said that he was here for a short time and asked to wait for him a little and take him. The man looked at him in surprise and agreed. The brothers went to the house. Jin Young-jun offered to have a lot of fun until tomorrow and go home together. Jin Do-jun turned him down and said that he wouldn't be long because he was tired of all the people coming up to him at the party. The older brother chuckled and told him to do as he wanted. Jin Do-jun looked after him with a sly grin, thinking that an opportunity had arisen that he could not even think of, so there was no way to waste time here. The man sat silently in the car, waiting for him. The main character turned around and looked at him, realizing that this was a chance to make one of Jin Young-jun's loyal servants his man. On the table were bottles of expensive alcohol, like vodka and whiskey. The brothers entered the living room and Jin Young-jun told him to make himself comfortable. They sat down on sofas and armchairs, and the older brother picked up a bottle of beer and suggested they start with something light. He asked if he had tried the beer. He began to pour beer into the glass, and a characteristic foam appeared on top. Jin Do-jun calmly began to drink beer without even wincing. He emptied the glass and put it on the table. The main character picked up a bottle of beer with a calm face. Jin Young-jun said with a surprised face that he was a good drinker and even knew alcohol etiquette. Jin Do-jun started pouring beer into his glass and asked if he could ask him something. He looked at him and asked whether he should become a prosecutor or a lawyer, and which seemed to be the best option for his older brother. Jin Young-jun looked at him silently, thinking about the answer. Jin Do-jun's face was emotionless. He thought that Jin Young-jun must be wondering what this meant. But no matter how much he thought about it, in his eyes, Jin Do-jun would look like he was imitating an adult. The older brother frowned and began to drink beer. He exclaimed with pleasure as he finished his alcohol. He lowered his glass with a grin and said that next to his grandfather there is Lee Haki. His father also has two similar people. He put the glass on the table and said that they were all strangers. Jin Young-jun smiled, showing off his snow-white teeth, and said that they were brothers, although they were cousins. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a confused face and asked again. The older brother handed me a bottle of beer and said that everything was exactly like that. He started pouring alcohol into Jin Do-jun's glass. The main character did not understand what he wanted to say by this. Jin Young-jun narrowed his eyes and said that he realized something after living in Europe. According to him, no matter how loyal subordinates may seem, the truth is that they are not. He smiled creepily, frowning, and said that everyone was thinking about something different. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his face and smiled. He thought about his brother saying this as if he didn't do the same, besides blaming others because of his distrustful personality. Jin Young-jun lay back in his chair and said that there is a deep gap between those who give and those who receive money that is difficult to bridge. But brothers are a different matter. He put his fist under his head and said that he and his brother did not have a relationship where one gives and the other takes, but a relationship of sharing. The main character said nothing and took a sip of beer. He thought that the real Jin Do-jun might believe it, but not him, because in the past, he didn't want to share what he had and sent his younger brother to prison. Jin Young-jun grinned coolly and said that he honestly didn't care whether he became a judge or a prosecutor. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly confused and asked if he really cared. A sinister smile appeared on Jin Young-jun's face and he said that whoever he becomes, just be by his side and he will make him second in the Sanyong group. The main character looked at him without saying anything. Jin Young-jun lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that among their brothers, Jin Do-jun is the only one who can act like a human, and the rest are simply useless. He didn't think they had the ability to run the company even when they grew up and grew old. It is for this reason that he invites him, a man with a good head, to join him. The brothers looked at each other. The main character glanced at him suspiciously, wondering whether he was wary of him now or believed so much that he wanted to make him his right hand. A female high-pitched voice called out to Jin Young-jun. Jin Do-jun raised his head and looked at the arriving guests. Two girls entered the room. One was red-haired and the other dark-haired. They said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He The elder brother looked at them with joy and asked if they had come. The main character looked at the girls again and realized that he had often seen these faces in TV series and music programs. The red-haired girl was surprised and said that it was her first time seeing Jin Do-jun. The younger brother stood up from his chair. Jin Young-jun looked at him. The main character headed towards the exit, and the older brother asked him where he had gone. Jin Do-jun replied that he said earlier that he was tired. One of the girls asked in surprise if he was really leaving. The main character turned around and said that he would go first. Jin Young-jun stood up from his chair and said that they would contact him later. His face looked puzzled as he watched the guy leave. Jin Do-jun stood outside the house with his hands in his pockets. He loosened the tie around his neck, raising his head. He lowered his head and exhaled relaxedly, opening his mouth. The guy tried alcohol for the first time with this body and immediately got drunk. Now, after breathing some air, he felt better. He looked at the parking lot with an indifferent face. The subordinate was sitting in the front seat. He dozed off. Jin Do-jun walked to the car window without saying anything. He noticed the bruise from the slap on the man's face. The main character looked at this with sympathy, thinking that it was so difficult to survive. He opened the car door where the front seat is located. The man opened his eyes tiredly. Jin Do-jun sat down next to him and apologized for keeping him waiting for so long. The subordinate with a frightened face asked for forgiveness for dozing off a little and offered to sit in the back, where it was more comfortable. The main character with a friendly face turned to him and said that he was not the boss or even the boss, so the seats in the back were uncomfortable for him. He invited him to go. The man looked at him slightly confused and agreed. The black car started up and began to drive out of the parking lot. They were racing along an empty highway, surrounded by darkness, illuminated by car headlights. The man looked at Jin Do-jun, calling him Junior Master, and suggested turning on the radio. The guy refused. He looked out the window. He turned to the driver with a smile and said that his address even gave him goosebumps. The man did not answer, looking away to the side. Jin Do-jun looked out the window again and asked if he worked in the Senyang Group's strategic office. The man answered in the affirmative and asked how he knew. The main character smiled faintly and replied that he often talks with his grandfather, who is the chairman, so he knows very well that the strategic department is divided into two parts. He said that the first part consists of talents from prestigious universities who develop the strategic plans of the Senyang Group. The man drove the car with a tense face. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling after looking at him and said that the second group consists of people from second-rate universities who are at the beck and call of immature idiots and clean up all the trash. The driver frowned, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, causing his hands to begin to shake. The main character looked at the buildings from the window and assumed that the man was from the second group. Just like he did in the past, the driver had bulging veins in his hands due to his tight grip on the steering wheel. The veins on his face were also bulging with anger. Jin Do-jun understood that he felt shame and contempt. He looked at the man without showing any emotion. He said he was luckier than strategists from top-notch universities. The man looked at him in surprise and asked why. The main character introduced the face of his grandfather and said that the chairman will soon be 80 years old and will not last long. He stated that when the president dies, he himself will have 3 uncles and an aunt. They will begin to tear the Senyang Group apart. He imagined their eerie silhouettes in his head. The face of the vice president appeared in his head, and the guy said that he would swing the sword in different directions to monopolize the company. The driver looked at the guy with a shocked and lost face. Jin Do-jun looked at the flashing skyscrapers from the window with a relaxed face. He said that a subordinate could sell the secrets of the people of this family for very large sums, and get at once such money that even those prestigious graduates from the planning office could not earn in their entire lives. The man got angry and with an angry face asked what he wanted to tell him. Jin Do-jun said with an ominous and creepy expression that it infuriates him to be treated with such disrespect. He ordered him to watch his words. The subordinate immediately fell silent, and his face turned pale. The main character closed his eyes and said that he was tired, so he would take a little nap, asking him to wake him up when they got home. The man turned away silently, his face sweating. The car was driving along a bridge over the river. The streets and roads were empty, and the lights were on in some buildings. In 1997, Hando Steel, which was building a steel plant in Dangjin on the west coast, went bankrupt. The Hando Steel building seemed to begin to disappear. As a result, the Hando Group, which ranked 9th in credit management, 14th in terms of assets and with only 22 local branches, burst like a bubble. Major banks were shaken, and about 70 other financial institutions were also at risk. Saliva dripped from the hyena's mouth and it growled. A pack of animals looked at their prey with creepy eyes. A battle of animals began, aiming at the mortally wounded prey. On the wooden table was a sign with the name and position of Jin Young Call. He looked at the documents and asked about the amount of 2.36 trillion won. He narrowed his eyes and looked up, asking if that was an accurate number. The rest of the staff sat in chairs next to him. The chairman asked why they were not answering. Jin Young-gi replied that this is the exact number. His son was sitting next to him. Jin Young-kal looked at the document again and said that if this is the value of Hando Steel, then the Daehyun Group will definitely offer this amount. And since Daehyun has already accumulated know-how in the field of steel, they will surely score more points than them. He asked how much they should offer then. The company employees hung their heads guiltily, without answering. Jin Young-kal tisked and turned to Jin Young-jun, who was the head of the department, and asked what he thought. The guy frowned and turned to his grandfather, answering that it was 1.8 trillion. The chairman raised his eyebrows in surprise and exhaled, asking why. Jin Young-jun replied with a calm face that this amount was the maximum that the Sunyang Group could offer at the moment. Jin Young-kal put his hand on the armrest and asked if this means Daehyun will win. Jin Young-jun replied that this is not something worth taking out a loan for. He said that the value of Hando Steel and their financial capabilities have been determined. There is no need to turn the purchase of a company into a struggle for money. The chairman put his hand to his chin and said that this was an open tender, and asked what he was going to fight with, if not with money. Jin Young-jun put his hand on his knee and replied that it must be emphasized that Sunyang Group will create the greatest synergy effect by acquiring Hando Steel. Daehyun Group already has its own metallurgy, so the effect will be insignificant. His father Jin Young-gi looked at him without saying anything. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with his legs wide apart and said that then they need to make a report on the synergistic effect that Jin Young-jun is talking about when they take over, so much so that the judges will be impressed. He gave them a week to do this, after which he turned to Jin Young-jun and Jin Young-gi, who answered in the affirmative. Jin Young-kal turned to the other employees and asked if there were any other suggestions. One of them calmly replied that it was 2.5 trillion won. Jin Young-gi and his son turned their attention to him. All the employees looked at the man who was adjusting his glasses. Jin Young-kal grinned, letting out a small exclamation of amazement, and asked what his reason was. The bespectacled employee turned to the chairman and said that in the eyes of creditors, there was no difference between Daehyun and Sunyang. It was the president of Sunyang Constructions Group named Hong Jong-chul. He said that no matter into whose hands Hando Steel goes, the government will give its permission. He believed that it was inevitable that a higher sum would have to be paid to avoid a fuss about a fair transfer. Jin Young-gi gritted his teeth as he and his son began to get angry. Jin Young-kal turned to President Hong Jong-chul and asked where he could get the missing money. He replied that Sunyang Constructions owns a plot of land for apartment buildings. After pledging this land, it will be possible to take out a loan of 700 billion. The chairman turned to him and asked in disbelief how he was going to use the money to repay the 700 billion won loan, and said that it was impossible to build and sell an apartment on land that had been mortgaged. Hong Jong-chul said with a confident face that he would be able to decide during the construction process, and asked the chairman not to worry. Jin Young-kal thought that this was the most desirable answer, solving the immediate problem and skipping the process. He grinned and narrowed his eyes, realizing that even if there was something illegal or beyond the law, he alone would take responsibility and not a spark would fly. He won't even have to lie about the fact that he doesn't know anything, because it's the truth. The chairman crossed his arms and smiled, saying that Hong Jong-chul must have privatized a lot of money from him, because he so confidently talks about 700 billion. Hong Jong-chul immediately began to make excuses, waving his palms. Everyone started laughing. Jin Young-gi looked at him with hatred. Jin Young-kal was sitting at his desk with Lee Hak-yi standing next to him. He said that as expected, the Daehyun Group is thinking of offering 2.3 trillion won. The chairman looked at the document and smirked, saying that it was obvious and Chairman Daehyun doesn't look ahead. Lee Hak-yi looked at him and asked if he was really going to invest 2.5 trillion won. Jin Young-kal asked with a smile if he liked something. Lee Hak-yi narrowed his eyes and said with concern that the group's fund management would be disrupted for a while. The grandfather smiled and turned to his grandson, asking what he thought about it. Jin Do-jun sat at the table opposite him with a book in his hands. Jin Young-kal asked if there was another way other than money. The main character looked at him and saw his kind face. He grinned, exhaling, and thought that no one would understand this treacherous man. He asked for a hint. The chairman crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He said that even when selling wood, you want to give it to someone who will take good care of it. But it is human nature not to want to sell it to someone who will chop it up with an axe and sell it for firewood. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise. Lee Hak-yi looked at the chairman with concern and asked if he thought Di-hyun was going to resell Hando Steel. Jin Young-kal smiled, showing his white teeth, and asked what difference does it make what Chairman Di-hyun thinks about. He said that the one who grew the tree itself and is going to sell it should believe it. Lee Hak-yi raised his eyebrows in shock, looking at him in confusion. The grandfather looked at his grandson with a smile and asked if such a hint was enough. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly excitedly and answered in the affirmative. He presented a huge residential complex and said that if Di-hyun took over, they would build and sell apartments on land owned by Hando Steel and then sell the steel plant's equipment to foreign countries. In this case, Hando Steel will disappear without a trace. The protagonist introduced the incredible skyscraper and said that Sunyang, which is entering the steel industry for the first time, will do its best to normalize Hando Steel. It is necessary to create such an atmosphere. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and lowered his head, smiling. He said he probably gave him too much of a clue. Jin Do-jun presented the Di-hyun building and silhouettes of strangers. He thought about whether this would work, since Di-hyun also has quite strong connections. Even if their goal is to resell, there will be many people who will support them. He turned to his grandfather and asked how much he planned to finance. The chairman asked again. He soon grinned and replied that 1 trillion won plus 1 billion won. He would like to spend more, but he has no money. Lee Hak-yi said worriedly that the difference is too big. It is 500 billion. Jin Young-kal lay down on the back of his chair and told them to scatter better bait for the fish, and he would do the fishing. The main character looked at him, lowering his eyelids slightly. He understood that he was talking about the press, because the best tool for spreading bait widely is the media. He introduced the television company building, magazine articles, and protesters. Jin Do-jun understood that he needed to use the press, newspapers, and broadcasts to put pressure on the judges, declaring that the metallurgy industry, which was an important industry, needed to be saved. He looked worriedly at his grandfather with a nervous smile and wondered if the difference of 500 billion was dangerous. It seemed as if there was a ferocious tiger behind Jin Young-kal's creepy face. He told Jin Do-jun to keep his eyes open and watch carefully what his old man would do. He smiled ominously with his brows furrowed and said to observe how to use the civil servants he had cultivated over the past few decades. Jin Do-jun smiled anxiously without saying anything. Jin Young-kal smiled as he looked at his grandson and asked if his entrance ceremony was tomorrow. He said he had already contacted the director and dean. He advised to sometimes drink with people who, in his opinion, are useful, and make sure that they can then help him if necessary. The main character began to get up from the table and agreed with him. The chairman and Lee Hak-yi looked at him. Grandfather said that there was a person waiting outside for the guy who would carry out his instructions. He chose a smart person, so he should be useful. Jin Do-jun looked at his grandfather with a soft smile and thanked him. He walked outside, putting his hands in his pockets. Evening came and the sky began to darken. The guy noticed something. The guy in a black formal suit bowed before him. His name was Kim Yoon-seok, and he was the assistant head of the group strategy department. He asked to be taken care of and handed over his business card. Jin Do-jun picked up his business card and greeted him. Kim Yoon-seok opened the back door of the car and said that he would take him home. Jin Do-jun looked as if he was upset. He didn't say anything. A dark-colored car drove down an empty road. The main character was sitting in the back seat, looking out the window. He looked at Kim Yoon-seok and called out to him, after which he responded. Jin Do-jun looked thoughtfully at the flashing buildings in the window and asked who appointed him. Kim Yoon-seok was watching the road carefully. He replied that he was appointed by Lee Hak-yi. The main character lowered his eyebrows in concern. His face was reflected in the car window. He remembered Lee Hak-yi's thin face and graying hair. He was a close assistant to his grandfather, who served him until the very end. Then it makes sense, according to Jin Do-jun. The guy continued to watch the city streets from the window. He asked Kim Yoon-seok to whom he would send the report and whether he would send it to the head of the strategic department. The assistant was taken aback and turned around. He looked at the rearview mirror where Jin Do-jun was reflected. He asked if Kim Yoon-seok was assigned to report his every move. He said that this is a known fact and there is no need to be surprised. Kim Yoon-seok looked back with concern and apologized, because this was the first time he had been asked such a thing. He said that Lee Hak-yi's manager told him to report everything directly. The assistant asked if there was anything he should be more careful with. Jin Do-jun looked at him with an emotionless face and thought that he was quick-witted, but would still report everything. He turned back to the window and smiled, telling him to report everything as it was. He added that he is now Kim Yoon-seok's job, and Lee Hak-yee's boss is his direct boss and he is forced to follow his orders. Kim Yoon-seok frowned without taking his eyes off the road. Their car passed a white truck. Jin Do-jun will soon find out what choice Kim Yoon-seok made. As the sun warmed the beige brick house, Jin Do-jun said he hoped they would also participate in the Hando Steel takeover. Oh Hyun remained silent at first, but then replied with a serious face that they might not be able to handle it. The man frowned and said with a calm face that even if they managed to grab it, Jin Do-jun wouldn't take over control. They would still have to break it down and sell it. They simply didn't have time for that. Bidding will open soon, but it will take a year to find a place to resell. There is no guarantee that it will be resold. Jin Do-jun turned to them with a smile and said that he was not saying that he really wanted to get his hands on Hando Steel, just heating up the takeover battle a little. Oh Hyun frowned in disbelief and asked what he was up to again. He already knew that this was already a confrontation between Sun Yang and Daehyun. Jin Do-jun grinned, raising the corner of his mouth. He looked at Oh Hyun and said that he wanted to help Grandpa a little. Sun Yang should definitely absorb Hando Steel. Oh Hyun's face became slightly surprised. He silently looked at the guy with his mouth slightly open. He lowered his head and sighed tiredly, closing his eyes. He grinned evilly and said that since the shareholder wanted it, the hired boss had no choice but to comply. He asked what Jin Do-jun wanted. Announced on television that Fantasy Investments, an American investment fund, has entered the race to acquire Hando Steel. They show strong confidence by revealing the proposed amount of 2.5 trillion won. They suggested listening to Oh Hyun, CEO of Fantasy Investments. The man was dressed in a formal suit. He stood in front of the microphones and coughed into his fist. He smiled creepily, his brows furrowed, and said that many companies come and go. Hando Steel is just one of them. There is no obligation to keep forever. Oh Hyun put his hands on the table and said that they have determined the exact price of Hando Steel and are confident in purchasing it. Journalists asked what they would do with the company if they won the bid. Oh Hyun looked at them and replied that they were just an investment fund, not managers. He stated that the steel plant would be given to whoever wanted to take it over, and the land owned by Hando Steel would be sold to a construction company. One of the journalists raised his hand and said that his words sounded like speculation. Oh Hyun took a sip of water and said that it is a little awkward to call this speculation. The important thing is that the bank that is Hando Steel's lender should choose the highest bidder. With a self-confident and even slightly sinister smile, he said that the eternal debt needed to be reduced, and then asked whether the bank itself was on the verge of danger. The TV screen went dark and went dark. Lee Hak-yee threw the TV remote control onto the table. Oh Hyun was sitting opposite him. Lee Hak-yee massaged his temple and said that it didn't look like they needed it, so he asked why they applied for it. Oh Hyun frowned and sighed displeasedly, asking if this is why he really called a busy man in the morning. Lee Hak-yee looked at him angrily and asked again irritably. He pointed his finger at the director and asked if he even knew who he was bothering. He threw the TV remote onto the floor. The man remembered the evil face of Jin Young-kal, who ordered to bring this worm immediately, because how dare he come and interfere in the business that he started. Oh Hyun leaned forward and sighed loudly. He got up from his chair and started to leave, telling Lee Hak-yee to watch the interview again and calm down. He said that the idea came to him after he saw his grandson's attempts to help his grandfather. Lee Hak-yee was taken aback. Oh Hyun finally looked at him and said that Sun Yang will only benefit from this. They will have to spend a little more money, but they will have much more advantages in persuasion. Lee Hak-yee looked at him in amazement without saying anything. Oh Hyun headed towards the exit, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that he was busy, so he was leaving. He had a meeting of creditors. Lee Hak-yee stood up from his chair and wondered which grandson he was talking about, and decided that Jin Do-jun asked him to help the chairman. Suddenly his pupils shrank as he realized something. From Sun Yang's point of view, Fantasy Investments is a competitor who suddenly intervened. But if it is Oh Hyun who understands the intentions of Chairman Jin Young-kal, he imagined the faces of Oh Hyun and Jin Do-jun in his head. Lee Hak-yee understood that this played a solid role in strengthening public opinion in the direction they originally wanted. A smirk appeared on his face and he chuckled. He sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes, saying that he had suddenly become an undiscerning fool. The phone in his pocket rang. Without opening his eyes, he answered the call and introduced himself. It was a call from the chairman. Jin Young-kal sat at his desk and told Lee Hak-yee that there is no need to be angry about this. It could become a good fire. Lee Hak-yi looked at the door and said that he had just spoken with CEO Oseo Hyun, and his intention was just firewood. The chairman asked if he said it himself. The calm-faced man replied in the affirmative and said that it was a collaboration between two people that Jin Do-jun created to help the chairman. Jin Young-kal was taken aback and asked in surprise if Jin Do-jun did this to help him. Lee Hak-yi replied that Oseo Hyun said so. A wide smile appeared on the chairman's face and he chuckled. After that he burst into loud laughter, closing his eyes. He smiled madly as he imagined Jin Do-jun's face. Jin Young-kal thought that all his idiot streams with red eyes were frantically busy taking the money. But this grandson even created an investment company in the USA to help his grandfather. Lee Hak-yi got up from the sofa and began to walk around the room. He said he is now working to ensure that tomorrow the media will be critical of fantasy investments. He believed that it was necessary to use such provocative words as corporate hunters who only care about money, and the danger of speculation and the drain of national wealth. A man came to the office window and said that he was thinking of sending their people to the discussion programs of each television company, making the same emphasis, inviting 5 or 6 economics professors. Jin Young-kal asked if he was going to set things up so that Daehyun would be mentioned too. The window overlooked multi-story offices and expensive cafes. Lee Hak-yi responded in the affirmative and said that the Daehyun group had already taken over enough steel mills. Wanting Hando Steel could be seen as wanting their land, and asked if their hidden goal was to build apartments on that land for sale. He looked at the road from the window and said that if they lowered their rating in the eyes of others in this way, the offer would naturally be rejected. The chairman replied that this was excellent timing for this. Jin Young-kal smiled sinisterly and said that it was difficult to compete with Daehyun from the very beginning. But Oseo Hyun opened the door and gave them a chance. The sun warmed the air of a university campus full of people. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pocket and walked around the area. He was wearing a gray jacket and black pants, and many students walked past him. The main character walked to the doors of the university. Above the entrance there was a sign with the inscription, "Welcome Ceremony for Freshmen, Faculty of Law of Seoul University." The students had tiles on their tables on which they cooked their meat. There were a lot of people in the room, and the tables were laden with a huge amount of food. Suddenly the students looked up from their meal and looked at the door. Jin Do-jun entered the room. All eyes were directed at him. He looked very calm and beautiful, as if cherry blossoms were floating around him. The main character sat down at the table next to a guy with glasses. He looked at the table and saw beer, soju and meat being cooked. Jin Do-jun grinned, thinking about how, if he only had the memories of a third-generation junior member of a conglomerate family in his head, how he would feel being here. Would he feel uncomfortable? Someone got up on stage and did a microphone check. It was a man with glasses who greeted everyone and said that he was a student who entered in 1995. Then the professors came on stage and greeted the students. After that, the new students began to get to know each other. The first to introduce himself was an uncertain guy who said that he was from the village. Then the guy with the square face said that he was going to defend the law and try for the future of the country. Someone said he was from Jeju. The guy with glasses clapped. Jin Do-jun sat next to him and smiled. The microphone was in the hands of a girl with short hair, and a girl with black hair stood next to her. The main character thought that this was such a good time. Most of the freshmen came from the provinces. This is not a world in which children from wealthy families in Gangnam and Seoul monopolize even prestigious universities. He imagined the applicants looking at the results with joy. You can enter an elite university if you study well in the province and have high grades in local high schools. Jin Do-jun smirked as he crossed his arms, thinking that this was still a relatively equal world. A black microphone was handed to Jin Do-jun by his tablemate. He looked at him in surprise, looking up from his thoughts. The main character took the microphone in his hands and stood up from his chair. All the students' attention was turned to him. People turned away from their tables and looked at the guy. Jin Do-jun smiled and turned to the elder, asking if he could take a little more time. The man with glasses standing on the stage smiled and answered affirmatively. The guy bowed respectfully and thanked him. He put the microphone to his mouth and said that many already knew who he was. He said his name and said that he was lucky and was born into a rich family, thanks to which he can now stand here without any problems. Someone smiles, someone remains impartial. But everyone knows perfectly well that there is no way to get here using money, no matter how much there is. The main character smiled, looking around the hall. He said that he wanted to make friends with his senior and fellow students, but it was not that easy, so he decided to use his special talent. He asked the senior whether it would be considered a bribe if he gave a small gift to his classmates. The man with glasses looked at him in surprise and answered negatively. He said that the bribe depends on whether it has some kind of price. In this situation, they can only give him in return such an abstract, intangible thing as friendly relations. Jin Do-jun smiled, nodded his head, and asked if it would be considered a bribe if he gave expensive gifts to teachers. The gray-haired teacher crossed his arms and answered in the affirmative, but said that teachers have a subject called student scores, and it is not an abstract thing. All the teachers started laughing. Jin Do-jun lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he understood everything. The glass door to the room suddenly opened. Several people in formal suits entered the room with carts containing boxes. The students were taken aback and asked what it was. The boxes were square and flat. The main character said that he learned his special talent from his grandfather, buying favor with gifts. He smiled smugly, looking at his subordinates, and said that he was preparing gifts that exceeded expectations. People in black suits began handing out boxes of gifts to students. The students began to open the boxes and read the label. Jin Do-jun said that this is a Sunyong laptop that will be released next month. He started talking about the powerful components of the laptop. However, he stopped abruptly as he watched his table mate open the box with a smile. The main character placed the microphone on the table next to the scissors. Jin Do-jun scratched the back of his head as he looked up and thought that everyone was so busy with laptops that they didn't listen to his explanation. The protagonist's grandfather was surprised, but tried not to show it to his grandson. He asked if he knew how much 200 new laptops cost. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly and looked to the side, answering that the price of one laptop is about 3 million won. The total amount is about 600 million. They sat in the living room on soft, expensive sofas. Jin Young-kal asked if he wanted to give out laptops to others to buy their favor. Jin Do-jun replied that this was in order to gain favor and win over to his side. He added with a calm face that this would also be an advertisement. His grandfather raised his eyebrows in surprise, causing the wrinkles on his face to become more pronounced. He asked about advertising. The main character replied that the laptops would be given to the students of S University, Faculty of Law, the best gathering place for talent in Korea. Obviously, the rumors would spread throughout the institution. He pictured in his mind several young people with laptops in their hands and said that this is a laptop that not only office workers carry, but students can also have. Jin Young-kal picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He replied that it can hardly be called advertising, because it will only be inside the university. Jin Do-jun told him that he needed to continue. Grandfather's eyes opened slightly in surprise, and his pupils narrowed. He asked what his grandson meant. The main character raised his palms up and said that due to the development delay, the start time of the new semester was missed, so he needed to launch a special event with discounts for university students, as well as shoot an advertisement in front of the University of S. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes, frowning, and took a sip of tea. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his knees and said that if he feels sorry for money, he will buy it with his own money. He knows him. For him, these 600 million are just pocket expenses. This made Jin Young-kal a little confused and asked if he called his grandfather a stingy person. The main character did not answer and just looked in the other direction. Jin Young-kal smiled and sighed softly. He asked why he only wanted to give away 200 laptops, since he had heard that the law school had a total enrollment of about 400 people. Jin Do-jun smiled and looked at him, answering that only about half were at the freshman welcome party, so he was going to give it to them. Grandfather's face became puzzled and confused. He asked why. Jin Do-jun grinned maliciously as he exhaled loudly. He replied that it was a difference. Those who were present and those who were not present cannot be the same. He introduced two students with a laptop, with other students looking at them with displeasure behind them. The main character lowered his eyebrows and smiled broadly, saying that the reward would make it clear that only those who follow him could receive it. Jin Young-kal hit his knee with his palm and exclaimed that he now understood. He smiled widely with furrowed brows and said that a carrot was more effective than a stick to move a horse, after which he laughed loudly. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his grandfather with a satisfied smile. The freshmen who were at the party happily began opening their laptops. The guy with a glass of water in his hand said that today he will sleep hugging the gift. He and his friend laughed. The black-haired guy put his laptop on the table, with two of his friends next to him. They exclaimed that this was very cool. The main character smiled complacently, closed his eyes, and held a plastic cup in his hand. Someone handed him a folded piece of paper. It was his employee in a black formal suit. Jin Do-jun looked at the piece of paper in surprise. He picked it up and silently looked at what was written there. It was a list of people who rejected his gift. The guy grinned, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. He believed that it would be necessary to take a closer look at these people. Students walked along the road next to the fence of their university. The atmosphere in the school has changed a lot. It was April, so the spring mood was in full swing. But that was not the reason. When Jin Do-jun walked from the main gate of the university to the classroom, many classmates and seniors greeted him, and there were even those who walked with him. Students slowly approached the main gate of the university, trees grew nearby, and there were memorials in the form of stones. The main character entered the audience with his hands in his pockets. Someone called out to him, causing him to look in the direction of the noise in surprise. A guy in a sweatshirt was sitting at the table. He said that the laptop is simply excellent. Now they don't just study with it, but play computer games. Jin Do-jun smiled at him, waved to the rest of his classmates, and began to sit down at the table next to him. He closed his eyes slightly and grinned, answering that it was a hidden goal to give the competitors a toy, preventing them from concentrating on their studies. The guy in the green jacket laughed. He smiled and said that it was not necessary to give it to him then. The guy in the hoodie looked at him annoyed and everyone in the audience started laughing. The girl and two guys were talking about something, looking displeased at Jin Do-jun. The main character noticed their glances and then looked in the other direction. The student with the white hood looked at him from behind, saying nothing. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and stopped smiling, scratching his cheek with his finger. He understood that those who did not receive the gift glared so angrily. He even wondered whether to give it away again at the festival in May. University corridor, students were going about their business. One of them was standing near a red drink machine. The machine poured hot black coffee into a paper cup. He had a black backpack hanging on his shoulder and Jin Do-jun walked up to him. He silently looked at the guy with glasses and a checkered shirt. There was a sign behind him. A class is being held here, so please be quiet. The main character looked at the guy who was blowing on the hot coffee. He had a big nose and curly black hair. This guy was on the list of those who gave up their laptop. Jin Do-jun wondered why he didn't give in to the temptation of 3 million won, which is more than double the starting salary of Daehyun Group graduates. The main character inserted a 101 coin into the machine. He selected a drink from the selection screen and told the guy with glasses that he heard he didn't take his laptop. The guy with glasses looked at him hostilely and asked if he wanted to hear thanks for the handout. Jin Do-jun smiled and calmly replied that he hadn't even thought about it. He expected the guy to say something special, but the reason was only pride. The guy with glasses clenched his teeth and frowned with displeasure. He said that even if he doesn't show off his money, he knows that Jin Do-jun is a third-generation keyball. He asked mockingly whether he would also distribute money to graduates. The main character reached for his coffee from the machine and asked if he would refuse if his senior colleague bought him a bowl of rice for 1,500 won at the cafeteria, or if he would say again that Jin Do-jun is proud of money. This made the guy with glasses slightly confused. Jin Do-jun picked up a glass of hot coffee and asked what about coffee from a 101 machine. Would it be considered the same? The guy with glasses began to shake with anger. His eyes seemed to turn white. He angrily and loudly called Jin Do-jun an idiot and asked if it was the same as a laptop. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip of coffee, answering that it was the same. Hot steam emanated from the paper cup. The guy with glasses looked at him in surprise and asked why. Jin Do-jun lowered his gaze and took another sip of coffee. Seeing the confused expression on this guy's face, he could tell that he was quite funny. Although, if not now, when he still has a chance to defend his pride. When he goes out into the world, life will break him and hit him, and only then will he understand how burdensome pride is. The student with glasses clutched his glass in his hands and asked what nonsense Jin Do-jun was talking about. The main character lowered his glass of coffee and replied that he said it was the same for him. He said that the guy with glasses counts money in tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, but he counts money in millions and billions. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling and said with a serious face that anything below 100 million is just meager pocket money for him. For him, a laptop and coffee from a machine are one and the same. The main character understood that his words were too much, but if he was about to crush him, he had to make sure that in the future he couldn't even look in his direction. The guy with the glasses began to sweat a lot and began to tremble from tension. Jin Do-jun looked at him while holding a glass in his hands and said that if the elder treats him to lunch in the cafeteria, he will thank him and eat it, and if he sees a 101 coin on the street, he will quickly pick it up. The main character said that at such a moment his pride disappears somewhere, and when he is given a conditional 3 million won bill that fell in the student conference room, pride suddenly appears. Jin Do-jun squeezed the glass in his hands and crushed it, asking if this is the vaunted pride, then isn't it useless? He threw the crumpled paper cup into the blue trash can. The main character silently walked away from the drink machine while the guy with glasses looked after him in confusion. The student housing buildings were made of red brick. Jin was talking to a girl with a black bag on her shoulder. He then talked to a guy in street clothes and a girl dressed in dress clothes. After that, he sat on a yellow bench and listened to a guy with a backpack on his lap. The guy put on his backpack and walked in the other direction. Jin silently looked after him. He scratched the back of his head, feeling frustrated. Everyone else showed the same reaction, which made him think he was expecting too much. Suddenly someone called out to him. The main character looked up in surprise. A tan guy with blonde hair approached him. He put his hands in his pocket. He said with a smile on his face that the elder said that it was not a bribe, but it was definitely a bribe. Jin remembered that this guy was also on the list of those who gave up the laptop. He looked at him slightly surprised and asked why he thought so. The blonde sat down next to him on the bench and replied that bribes are always given in advance, to do some favor and receive gratitude in return in the form of something as a gift. The main character turned his head to him and said that he was not a civil servant, and he himself did not ask for anything. The blonde lowered his head and smiled, closing his eyes. He asked if a bribe was given just before asking for something. He added that it often happens when they give a bribe several years in advance. The guy pointed his finger at himself and proudly declared that in a few years he would be a prosecutor, so this was definitely a bribe. Jin looked at him, puzzled, and an awkward silence fell between them. The main character immediately grinned, closing his eyes. The blonde looked away from him and asked if his grandfather taught him this. Jin put his elbow on the back of the bench and replied that he was the youngest in the family. His grandfather did not teach, perhaps he taught his older cousins. The blonde frowned and turned to him, asking if he could then be said to be the laggard in the Sunyang group. The main character replied that one could say so. He looked at him and grinned, saying that his father, the youngest son of the chairman, was also expelled a long time ago, so now he is producing films. The blonde furrowed his black eyebrows and asked if he was only technically a third-generation keyball. Jin replied that it could be said that way. The blonde put his foot on the bench, and both guys looked at each other in silence for a while. The blonde turned away, scratching his head, and said that he should have accepted the gift. The main character smiled and thought he was funny. The blonde raised one eyebrow and extended his hand, asking if he could give a gift now or if it was too late. Jin thought that this is a person who had no intention of taking anything. He is one of those who does not make enemies beyond his age. He narrowed his eyes slightly and with a satisfied grin asked the blonde if he had passed the entrance exams the first time. The blonde frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if he looked old. He said the guy now hurt his feelings. The main character asked if he would forgive him once if he gave him a laptop. The blonde stood up from the bench and replied that he would do it next time. He headed towards the park and said that this was the first time, so he forgives. As Jin thought, he had no intention of taking the laptop, and when he was about to give it back, he simply interrupted the conversation and left. The main character put his hand to his mouth so that he could be heard louder, and said that the blonde would have answered first. He asked how old he was. The blonde rudely showed him the middle finger and ordered him to shut up. The students sat in the classroom and went about their business while they waited for the lecture to begin. A girl in a yellow sweatshirt was chatting with her classmate. Jin looked at her and asked if her name was So Minyon. The guy with glasses smiled and said she was beautiful. So Minyon had brown long hair and brown eyes and wore orange lipstick. The main character looked at her without saying anything. The guy sitting next to him adjusted his glasses and told him not to even try to approach her. Jin asked what he meant. The guy with glasses frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying to give them a chance because he is a third-generation keyball. He can date celebrities. The main character patted him on the back and told him not to talk nonsense. He said he didn't see her at the freshman welcome meeting. The guy with glasses replied that she didn't stay long and left. When he was handing out laptops, there was a noise and then So Minyon quietly slipped away. Jin smiled with raised eyebrows and asked if it was true. He stood up from his seat. His classmate looked at him blankly. The main character began to walk down the audience while the bespectacled guy tried to call out to him. So Minyon smiled and wrote something on a piece of paper. She stopped when she noticed someone approaching her. The girl raised her head and saw Jin standing next to her. She had thin eyebrows and large eyes with long eyelashes. The main character looked at her beautiful face without saying anything. So Minyon looked at him in surprise and pointed at herself, asking if he had anything to do with her. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. He thought that judging by her expression, she knew who he was. Jin said that he was curious about something. So Minyon asked him again. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that she didn't take the laptop he gave at the freshman meeting. He would like to know the reason. So Minyon chuckled, covering her mouth with her fist and closing her eyes. She replied that she did not know how to use the laptop. The guy's face became puzzled and he asked what she meant. So Minyon straightened her hair and started writing something on the paper again. She repeated that she didn't know how to use it and asked what was the point of taking something that you couldn't use. Jin Do-jun pursed his lips and looked at her slightly embarrassed. He felt somehow awkward. He didn't even think that there could be such a reason for not taking a laptop. She closed her eyes slightly and smiled, putting her hand under her head. She asked not to look at her like that, because her heart flutters when such a handsome guy like him looks at her. Jin Do-jun's cheeks turned slightly pink as he lowered the corners of his lips. The setting sun warmed the air around the mansion. Jin Young-kal was wearing a black shirt and a white vest. He crossed his arms and asked the woman if she had found anyone normal. A woman with glasses and short hair wore pearl jewelry. She covered her mouth, laughed, and said that this time she was very careful in her search, because this is the person who will become the chairman of Sunyang Group in the future. Jin Young-kal frowned and angrily ordered the woman to watch her words. The woman giggled again, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that she was talking about it too lightly. She asked the chairman for forgiveness. She placed several sheets of paper on the chairman's desk, saying that she had found only 3 so far. She began to talk about the first candidate, whose photo was pasted into the dossier. This is the youngest daughter of the president of Deal Bank. She is 27 years old and graduated from Princeton University, currently working in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The woman looked at Jin Young-kal's face slightly confused, without receiving any response. She placed a photograph of a beautiful girl with short brown hair on the table. This is the eldest granddaughter of the chairman of the Hansung newspaper. She is 26 years old. Jin Young-kal did not even listen to the woman and ordered her to set a date. The woman looked at him confused and asked who he chose. He crossed his arms and said it was worth watching all 3 of them. The woman tensed and sweated, answering that she would prepare everything as soon as possible. She clasped her hands together and began to talk about something, but the chairman interrupted her. He replied that he knew, so he asked to take care that rumors did not spread that they were choosing a bride, like in a store. The woman began to take a folder out of her bag, saying that it was really hard to find it because it was so small. Jin Young-kal bared his teeth in irritation and furrowed his eyebrows, saying that she seemed to be bargaining by selling things. He ordered her to speak already. The woman began to take the dossier out of the folder and said that she was the only daughter of a man appointed to the Constitutional Court. Jin Young-kal put his hand to his chin and said that means she is the daughter of a judge. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. She said that this girl is the granddaughter of the chief judge who passed away last year. The chairman took the file in his hands and said that this was a girl from a family who had declared that she would not practice law after the expiration of their term of office. The woman put her palms together and answered in the affirmative. She said that the whole generation of them gathers not at home, but in the Supreme Court and the prosecutor's office, a very respected family of lawyers. Jin Young-kal heard that they have a large family. He asked what about the girl. The woman smiled, raised her eyebrows, and said that she was just a gem, so much so that she was difficult to find. She also enrolled in law school at S University. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes in surprise and wanted to ask her something. The woman didn't even listen to him to the end and understood what he meant. She said that this girl was studying with his grandson, so they could naturally be matched. The woman spread her palms out to the sides and said that these days young heirs hate it when they hook up in places like hotel coffee shops, but she will make everything so natural that they won't even notice the intervention, like true love. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and turned away from her, asking what the girl's family thought. The woman replied that they did not mind, because few would refuse the position of daughter-in-law of the Sunyang family. Jin Young-kal furrowed his brows and smiled ominously as he ordered the woman to begin. This girl turned out to be So Min-yeon. Her photo was attached to the dossier. The Sunyang Group building. The sky was colored pink and purple. The young guy asked if there would be a meeting with the candidate tomorrow. Lee Haki, with his hair done and wearing glasses, replied that the meetings would be at lunchtime and in the evening. In between the guy could drink tea. The guy with wavy hair was wearing a green suit. He asked if there would be a meeting with 3 girls at once in one day. The man was looking through some document. He answered in the affirmative and said that he must see the bride before marriage. In any case, whoever he chooses, they will all be useful. The guy frowned and asked displeasedly if this was the girl's order. Lee Haki put his head on his hand and replied that grandfather chose these 3, but he personally likes the daughter of the president of Deal Bank. The guy scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said that it was still a little overkill. He asked how it was possible to decide like this in one day, because they weren't crossing dogs. Lee Hak-yi turned to him with a serious face and said that as he said, "You need to see them live before the wedding. The guy will choose one. They will live together and get used to each other." The guy turned away from him and clenched his teeth angrily. He understood that nothing could be done. Marriage is not a decision that can be somehow influenced. Because he should live not with the one he loves, but with the one who will give him the opportunity to manage the Sunyang Group. He asked his father why he liked the daughter of the president of Deal Bank. The man began to read the document again and asked what his son thought. How much was left for his grandfather? And when he left, did he hope that the heirs would sit quietly? The father frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying that they will prepare to attack and target the subsidiaries. In preparation for this time, more shares must be secured from the beginning, but it costs a lot of money. His son closed his eyes and grinned, saying that in the end he was not looking for a daughter-in-law, but for collateral for a large loan. Lee Hak-yi turned to him and replied that marriage was the best choice for him anyway. He asked if he knew which wife's profession was the best among the common people. The father himself answered the question, saying that it was a teacher or teacher. Since they are civil servants, they have a decent salary, a pension upon completion of work and vacation. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and looked displeased at his father. The man said that guys also prefer female teachers to make their lives easier. They always calculate everything. The guy gritted his teeth and asked if the father preferred the daughter of the bank president. The man took a break from reading and said that there is no difference. Once he gets the Sunyang Group, it will go to his son. The guy grinned evilly and reminded his father that he had brothers. Lee Hak-yi put his hand under his head and smiled, answering that then he would also tell his son to marry the daughter of the bank president. They sat in silence for some time in the fashionable office. Meanwhile, there was a class at the university. The teacher said that he decided to replace independent work with something new this semester. Students went about their business on campus. The teacher was wearing a shirt and tie and glasses, and had gray hair. He said the students will be divided by various incidents that have caused public outcry. According to him, there were many opinions that were contrary to constitutional values. He told students to delve into these events and find new points of view until the end of the semester. Students passed sheets of assignments down the rows. Jin Do-jun glanced over the task and thought that seniors could do it, but it might be too difficult for freshmen. The teacher looked at the students and said that the work was difficult, so they would work in groups of 5 people. On the last page there are lists of groups. He advised the student to get along well with the members of his group. After these words, he announced the start of class. Jin Do-jun began flipping through the assignment sheets, looking for a list of groups. Suddenly his eyes opened in shock and his pupils constricted. He saw his name next to So Min-yeon's. The main character looked in surprise at the girl who was sitting at the other end of the audience. So Min-yeon looked back at him without expressing any emotion. Jin Do-jun began to worry. He tensed and his eyebrow twitched slightly. The main character got into the back seat of the car and handed assistant Kim Yoon-seok a piece of paper, asking him to find out about these two. Kim Yoon-seok took the piece of paper in his hands and asked if he should ask the information department about this. Jin Do-jun looked at him and asked if he could do it himself. Kim Yoon-seok put the piece of paper in his inner jacket pocket and replied that if only basic information was needed, he could do it himself. The main character lowered his eyebrows and asked him to do it. The assistant looked at him slightly scared, without saying anything. He asked if he should exclude information about this request from the report to Mr. Lee Hak-yi. Jin Do-jun looked at him in surprise, crossing his arms over his chest. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered if Kim Yoon-seok was trying to suck up or show that he was loyal only to him. The assistant looked at him, waiting for an answer. The main character smiled and closed his eyes. He replied that he had to decide this himself. It was not necessary to ask every time. Kim Yoon-seok smiled slightly tensely and answered in the affirmative, turning to the steering wheel. Their green car pulled away and began to move. Kim Yoon-seok paid close attention to the road and drove carefully. The main character believed that he still needed to take a closer look, because assistant Kim Yoon-seok had only recently started working with him. He sat in the back seat, looking at the back of the driver's head. He understood that loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or request, because it is sincerity that comes from the heart. According to the news, it was announced that Sunyang Group, Daehyun Group and Fantasy Investment have submitted bids to purchase Hando Steel. 3 men in sharp suits made a statement on television. 7 people in the office sat in armchairs and watched the news. It was announced that after considering the price and non-price factors provided by these 3 companies, the one that received Hando Steel was the Sunyang Group, which offered 2.16 trillion won. In the main chair sat a fat elderly man named Ju Yeon-il. After the announcement, the men in serious suits tensed up as they looked at Ju Yeon-il. A man with short black hair called out to the chairman. Ju Yeon-il smiled sarcastically without saying anything. Everyone in the office immediately relaxed and began to congratulate the chairman. Ju Yeon-il crossed his arms over his chest and exhaled loudly, closing his eyes. Sunyang Group is currently experiencing a budget deficit. Ju Yeon-il grinned as he looked at his subordinates and said that Hando steel was a good item to buy. The man with graying hair said that Sunyang had nothing to lose. They already wanted to get into the steel business, and with the newly acquired company it would be much easier to do this. Ju Yeon-il narrowed his eyes and asked displeasantly what kind of fantasy investment this was. Because of them they became villains in the eyes of those around them. The man with black hair looked at him and replied that it was even better because it gave the judges a reason to exclude them. Chairman Ju Yeon-il gritted his teeth and then asked if they had made inquiries. The man with long black hair replied that at first glance there is nothing unusual. They invest money in it in cinema, and also pour money into Japan. But the identity of the main investor is hidden. He imagined in his head the silhouette of a mysterious man with bills flying around him. Ju Yeon-il frowned with displeasure and ordered to quickly find out who he was. He said it's okay if it's just an investment fund, but he's really upset about the fact that the CEO is Korean. A man with long black hair replied that they would do it as quickly as possible. Ju Yeon-il crossed his arms over his chest with an evil smile and said to start the game. Someone put a black folder with documents on the table. Ju Yeon-il said that in 1991, if someone had not reported the corruption at that time, Ajin Motors would have been absorbed by Sunyang Motors. The chairman of Sunyang had a good strategy. He opened a folder with documents. There was a report on which it was written, the need to restructure the domestic automobile industry and a state support plan. Ju Yeon-il looked at the report with an angry face and said that Sunyang was just unlucky. Jin Yong-kal even came up with such a plan. But then they appear. He smiled, showing his teeth, and imagined the image of Jin Yong-kal in his head. The chairman said that this old man would go crazy with anger. He took the report in his hands and said that he wanted to see how Jin Yong-kal would tear out the hair on his head, seeing how he absorbed the Ajin Motors so desired for him, perhaps even die after this. The man with black hair smiled and said that the money that the chairman of the Sunyang Group collected and borrowed was now all spent on the purchase of a steel plant. The men looked at each other and began to laugh, gloating. Ju Yeon-il smiled ominously and ordered his staff to start tomorrow. The Jin Yong-kal chairman's house turned pink due to the sunset. He was sitting at the table and drinking tea. Chairman Hong called him and Jin Yong-kal asked him what business he was calling about, because only a few days had passed since the official meeting. Hong was the chairman of the Hansung Daily and was a thin, middle-aged man with glasses. Hong congratulated Jin Yong-kal on acquiring Hando Steel. Jin Yong-kal raised a cup of hot tea to his lips and asked if he should receive congratulations. He said that the vice president and Jin Young-jun took care of everything this time. Hong smiled, closing his eyes, and said that he heard that he studied business abroad and had already taken such a big business. He turned away sharply and covered the phone receiver with his hand. He quietly told the chairman that there have been very strange rumors circulating lately. Jin Yong-kal made a puzzled face and asked what the rumors were about. Hong said that news about Ajin Motors suddenly began to appear, exactly like 6 years ago. Jin Yong-kal frowned as he repeated his words. His face became very angry and tense. He abruptly placed the cup on the table, spilling the tea, and asked if this meant that someone was targeting Ajin Motors. Hong frowned, covering the phone with his hand, and replied that this was not yet accurate, but the situations then and now were too similar. The anger on Jin Yong-kal's face made the wrinkles even more noticeable, and he asked if Hansung Daily was going to publish an article. Hong replied that to begin with, he blocked the publication of articles, and Jin Yong-kal should check everything himself. The chairman looked very puzzled and thoughtful. He removed the phone from his ear and loudly asked if there was anyone outside the room, after which he ordered 1 bottle of water to be brought. A woman entered the room with a tray in her hands with a glass of water on it. Jin Yong-kal asked if her ears were blocked. She moved with an unexpected cry when Jin Yong-kal told her to bring not a glass, but a bottle of water. A couple of seconds later he was already drinking water from a bottle in 1 gulp, closing his eyes. The man placed the empty bottle on the table with a crash. The woman with the tray bowed low to him. Jin Yong-kal motioned for her to leave. He put the phone to his ear again and asked Hong if he could delay the release of the articles. Hong answered in the affirmative with a calm face. An evil grin appeared on Jin Yong-kal's face. He said that the wedding hadn't even happened yet, and he already had no hesitation in asking for something from the matchmaker. Hong smiled at him and replied that naturally he had to do it. The chairman also asked to find out who became the source of the articles. Hong adjusted his glasses and replied that his reporters would try their best. He smiled broadly and put the phone down. The man believed that if he could grab the Daehyun group by the leg, then the chairman of Jinyang Call would take care of his eldest granddaughter, who would become his daughter-in-law. He smiled sarcastically, imagining in his head his granddaughter and the guy next to him. The sun reflected off the glass modern building. Oseo Hyun walked into the office, looking relaxed. Someone addressed him as an uncle and asked if he had heard anything from Uedo about Ajin Motors. Oseo Hyun opened his eyes and looked at the office. Jin Do-jun was sitting there, wearing a black sweater, drinking chocolate milk. Oseo Hyun walked past him and asked if he needed to go to university, and why he came here before him. The main character asked if he reads newspapers at all, and how he would have time for university when the country is restless. Oseo Hyun put his bag on the table and asked if Jin Do-jun was worried about the financial crisis in Southeast Asia, or if he planned to use this opportunity to exchange the Southeast currency for the dollars he had accumulated in the United States. The main character stopped drinking chocolate milk and asked in surprise why he would do this. Oseo Hyun put his hand under his head and said that he was still worried about the currency crisis. Jin Do-jun smiled smugly, thinking about giving him a hint and how he would take it. He imagined a map of the world in his head and said that Southeast Asia is now no different from hell. Only in Korea 4 large corporations fell by April, but the 4 Asian dragons are holding steady and are even swelling with pride. The 4 Asian dragons are the informal name for the economies of South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, which experienced very high rates of economic development from the early 1960s until the financial crisis of the 1990s. He asked Oseo Hyun if there was anything wrong with preparing for the typhoon. The man frowned, not answering. He looked at Jin Do-jun and said that he was sure there would be a typhoon. The main character put his hands on his knees and told his uncle that he was making him sad right now. Oseo Hyun lowered his head and closed his eyes. He thought that this guy was monitoring the flow of finances around the world. He couldn't help but see the omens of the typhoon. The man opened his mouth slightly and said quietly that although there were rumors that Daehyun was targeting Ajin Motors, Oseo Hyun clasped his hands together and said with a serious face that Ajin Motors is doing very poorly financially. If a few powerful people get together and put pressure on it, it will suffocate. Jin Do-jun looked at him and was glad that he remained the same. History has not changed because 6 years ago his grandfather was unable to absorb Ajin Motors, but now Jin Do-jun must change history. He remembered how Jin Young-kal looked at him when he was a child. Jin Do-jun looked scared and confused as he looked into his grandfather's eyes. The main character frowned seriously and invited his uncle to absorb Ajin Motors themselves. Oseo Hyun was taken aback and looked shocked. He even asked again to make sure he heard everything correctly. The story of the Daehyun group that absorbed Ajin Motors will turn into the story of the foreign investment company Fantasy Investment that did so. He had an image in his head of the evil Ju Yeonil standing in front of the Daehyun building. The main character lowered his eyebrows and looked away with a serious face. Sunyang Group office building. The sky was blue and cloudless. Jin Young-kal looked at the documents and said that the chairman of Daehyun Group is using the same strategy that their company developed 6 years ago. The company employees lowered their heads in shame and were silent. Jin Young-kal frowned angrily and said that they desperately wanted Hando Steel and got it. But because of this they have no money, so Ajin Motors is an unaffordable luxury and it's all part of Chairman Daehyun's plan. He grabbed the hem of his shirt with his fingers and his hand began to tremble. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and said that since this happened, nothing can be done. He asked the employees what would happen to them if the Daehyun Group absorbed Ajin Motors. The CEO of Sunyang Motors looked down and replied that their market share would fall rapidly. The chairman looked at him and called him by name. He closed his eyes with a serious face and told him that by this time tomorrow they should have already taken some action. The CEO of Sunyang Motors lowered his head tensely and said that he understood. After that, Jin Young-kal ordered everyone to leave the office. The staff bowed to him respectfully. After that, they all headed towards the exit. Only Lee Hak-hee remained in the room. He watched the departing employees. He turned and looked at the chairman, asking whether it was worth urgently resell the 7% shares of Ajin Motors acquired in other people's names. Jin Young-kal looked at him with contempt and asked if he meant to say that he was not even going to try to resist. Lee Hak-hee came to his desk and said that if the Daehyun Group took over, it would only be a matter of time before Ajin Motors went bankrupt. Jin Young-kal bared his teeth and asked why. Lee Haki stood next to the shelves of vases. He replied that the Daehan group is doing everything according to their plan. 6 years ago, if the corruption incident had not happened, they would have absorbed Ajin Motors. He imagined them throwing the black folder into the trash. Jin Young-kal began to frown and show his teeth. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, asking if they could use these shares to make a little fuss because they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lee Haki told him that the shares were scattered, so he needed someone to put it together. Jin Young-kal looked at him and replied that there was one suitable guy named Oseo Hyun. This name shocked Hiki. His pupils constricted. The chairman rubbed his tired neck and ordered him to give him the Ajin shares that were purchased under other people's names and make him their representative. They also have a reserve fund. This is a chance to return it. Hiki looked at Jin Young-kal, thinking about exchanging the 100 billion won of the fund held in fantasy for 7% of Ajin shares. He smiled slightly worriedly and noted that the chairman's intelligence was still at its best. The glass building loomed over the city. The sun warmed the clean air. Oseo Hyun said that some time ago he met Lee Haki, the head of the department. He sat down on the sofa and put his elbow on the back. The man told Jin Do-jun that his grandfather was very angry. The main character stood near the window and looked at the city. He asked if it was because of the Daehan group. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and crossed one leg over the other. He replied that his grandfather has a 7% stake in Ajin Motors, and he wants to use this to shake things up a little. Jin Do-jun turned to him and asked how. Oseo Hyun looked at the guy and replied that their fantasy investment had 100 billion won of dirty fund money. And Jin Young-kal said to buy shares with this money and start defending the rights of the main shareholder. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked if he refused because there was no reason to buy a stock that would fail. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and lowered his head. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes. He saw what was in his soul, because he was not the person who would tell the finished story. He told Oseo Hyun that he felt like he wanted to say something. The man frowned, closed his eyes, and coughed into his fist. He lowered his hands, placing it on his knees. Oseo Hyun raised his head and asked with a serious face if Jin Do-jun really wants to take over Ajin Motors. The guy opened his eyes wide and answered in the affirmative. Oseo Hyun narrowed his eyes and clasped his hands together, saying that Ajin is a conglomerate with revenues of more than 14 trillion won. Acquiring Ajin Motors, the parent company, means acquiring Ajin groups. He pictured the buildings of both companies in his head. The man opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the guy, asking him what he was going to do if he managed to get Ajin Motors. The main character with an emotionless face asked him what he would do. Oseo Hyun put his fist to his chin and replied that if you think rationally, you should close all 28 branches, throw away the unusable ones, evaluate and sell the scrap metal, and sell the good ones at cost. Jin Do-jun turned to face his uncle and asked if he would sell it at a higher price. Oseo Hyun replied that to the person who gives at least 1/10,000th note more. The main character thought that this was just the correct answer of a gambler. He began to sit on the chair and asked, if one does not think rationally, then what would he do? Oseo Hyun smiled, looking straight, and replied that he would try to save the company again, cut off the damaged part and apply some red medicine. Introduce nutrients. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes slightly and asked what he would do next. The man clenched his teeth and scratched the back of his head, thinking about the answer. He rested his elbow on the back of the sofa and replied that he was not sure that he would get his hands on a huge conglomerate and run it. He would like to, but it is beyond his strength. The main character leaned forward slightly and asked how about trying to get to this point first, and then calmly think about everything. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and raised his palm, saying that the first thing to consider is that even if they rush into this takeover fight, the chances of them winning are slim. He would even say that there is no chance. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and smiled slightly. He asked why he was suddenly so interested and whether playing with low odds scared him. The man leaned forward with his elbow on his knee and said that if his grandfather's 7% stake in Ajin Motors was in their hands, they could use it to look inside the company. Jin Do-jun asked what else he wanted to say. Oseo Hyun frowned and said that his grandfather was the chairman of Jin Young-kal. He imagined his face in his head. The main character made a thoughtful face, imagining the Sanyong Group building in his head. He understood that if he did not borrow the company's strength, it would be difficult. Oseo Hyun turned to him and said that the cost of acquiring Ajin Motors could be covered with his own money. But he himself knows that this is not a game that can be played only with bets. He said they needed power to guide judges, creditors, and politicians. The man asked if there was anyone other than Sun Yong who could resist the Daehan group. Jin Do-jun looked at him silently, pondering all his options. Oseo Hyun looked at him as if with hope, waiting for his answer. The main character believed that these were the eyes of a child asking to buy a toy. He smiled softly and sighed, saying that he understood and they would assume that their uncle agreed too. Oseo Hyun smiled nervously, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. 28 subsidiaries, more than 50,000 employees, sales volume of 14 trillion won. This is a huge bet where the winner takes all. A huge number of men and women dressed in black walked towards the glass doors of the building. Banknotes fell from the sky, and then splashes of scarlet blood appeared. This is a war where instead of bullets money will be shed, and instead of victims, tens of thousands of people may lose their livelihood. Soldiers in this war must maintain their composure, leaving the excitement behind. The lead bullet flew down while hundreds of people stood behind. Oseo Hyun smiled, showing his snow-white teeth. He said that he will meet with Lee Hak-ye. Jin Do-jun looked at him and replied with a relaxed expression that he would meet with the chairman of the Sanyang Group, Jin Young-kal. A smug grin appeared on Oseo Hyun's face as he looked at Jin Do-jun. The main character frowned slightly and smiled, looking straight into his uncle's eyes. From the window there were views of a pretentious business center with multi-story skyscrapers. Jin Do-jun came to his grandfather's estate. He asked why he wasn't at the university. Jin Young-kal walked into the living room, where there was a marble floor, and said that even the director called him. The main character replied that his goal was admission, not graduation. He scratched the back of his head while holding the chocolate milk and said that up to this point he had only been learning, but now it was time to play a little. His grandfather sat down on the sofa and put his hands on the armrests. He accused his grandson of lying, and then said that he knew that instead of being at the university in the morning, he was going to Uedo. Jin Do-jun realized that the contents of Kim Yoon-seok's assistant's report had reached his grandfather. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, replied that this was the game. The grandfather looked at him with a smile and said that he was told that the guy did not have enough days of attendance, so he had to donate some money through their Sanyang Scholarship Fund. He asked why his attendance fee was higher than his tuition. Jin Do-jun grinned and nodded his head, saying that scholarship donations are good. He planned to attend university for 6 or 7 years, but Jin Young-kal intervened. The guy's face became slightly irritated and tense. He thought about going on sabbatical after the first semester, because from the second half of this year to the first half of next year he will be busy. Jin Do-jun put his hand down with chocolate milk, and Grandpa asked him what he was doing all day in the Uedo office. Jin Young-kal smiled and asked with a kind face if he was learning anything from the man named Oseo Hyun. The main character smiled friendly and answered in the affirmative, saying that he was currently studying Ajin Motors. Jin Young-kal's face became shocked and he asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Jin Do-jun maintained his composure and said that it looked like Ajin Motors would go bankrupt soon. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and asked why he thought that. The protagonist replied that first of all, the financial sector has changed, and Ajin Motors sales have decreased due to Useong Motors sales last year. He presented the bank building and Ajin, where lightning strikes, and how the indicators on the graph are decreasing. Jin Do-jun said that the liquidity of assets has dried up, which is why the Daehyun Group began to choke them. Jin Young-kal put his hands together and placed it on his lap. He looked at his grandson and asked what would happen if they went bankrupt. The main character smiled and replied that someone would quickly snatch up the company, just like Grandpa recently bought Hando Steel. Jin Young-kal looked at him in surprise without saying anything. Then a smug smirk appeared on his face. He said it was an 80-mark answer. Jin Do-jun was taken aback and asked in frustration why not 100 points. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied grin and said that if he guessed who was going to snatch the company, he would get 100 points. Jin Do-jun replied that no one knows this now. Grandfather was surprised and raised his eyebrows. He asked if the guy himself said that the Daehyun Group began to choke Ajin Motors. The main character turned away from him and said that this has happened more than once when suddenly, instead of improving, the situation only gets worse and even a stable winner fails. He also added that it is difficult to be sure that the Daehyun Group will take over Ajin Motors until it is in their hands. The grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and said that even if Ajin Motors was put up for sale, there would be no one to buy, because Jin Do-jun himself knows that the situation is now quite alarming. The main character asked if he was referring to the currency crisis that began in Southeast Asia. Jin Young-kal lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly, answering in the affirmative. He said that they also need to take care of themselves. Several conglomerates have already fallen, so everyone is short of money, and if there is money, people are trying to save it. He stated that Ajin could only be bought by someone with the same purchasing power as Dihyun or Sunyong, and he had already spent his money. Jin Do-jun asked him with a calm face if there was anyone who could be hiding until now. He put his palms together and said that he meant himself. Jin Young-kal smiled, sighed softly, and said that maybe there is someone. Suddenly his grandson's last remark reached him, and his pupils shrank in shock. He asked his grandson in a trembling voice what he had just said. Jin Do-jun looked calm and maintained his composure. Jin Young-kal looked at him in silent shock. His eye pupils narrowed and he asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Grandfather and grandson looked at each other silently for some time. Jin Do-jun began to worry. He understood that it would not be good if his grandfather became ill. The guy worriedly asked if he was okay. Jin Young-kal's face was still dazed and he looked dumbfounded. He tried to calm down and narrowed his eyes, asking his grandson to repeat what he had just said. The main character said with a cool look that he meant that he could absorb the Ajin group himself. Jin Young-kal grabbed the back of his head and bit his lower lip as his eyes began to roll back. Jin Do-jun got scared and jumped up from the sofa, anxiously asking if he should bring the heart medicine. Grandfather returned to normal. He raised his palm and replied that he was not weak enough to swallow pills. The main character scratched the back of his head and said with a guilty face that he was just very scared. Jin Young-kal put his fist under his head and asked if Jin Do-jun meant that he wanted to receive Ajin Motors as an admission gift, not a car. His grandson replied that he was going to take over the company with his own money. The grandfather frowned and narrowed his eyes, asking how much he thought Ajin was worth, since he said so. Jin Do-jun once again put on a cool face and asked how much grandfather would offer if he were going to absorb Ajin. Jin Young-kal became thoughtful and leaned forward, beginning to think out loud. Suddenly he realized something and raised his head. Grandfather began to laugh loudly, closing his eyes. The main character looked at him with an irritated grin, thinking that his grandfather understood the hidden meaning of his question. First, you need to listen to the opinion of another person. His grandfather taught him that this is a special privilege of the ruler. He continued to look at Jin Young-kal with a smirk on his face. Laughter brought a tear to the grandfather's eye. He said that actually he should be the one to speak first now, because he is still a head taller than him, and then asked if the guy hoped that this trick would work on him. Jin Do-jun suggested that he would offer 1.5 trillion won to start with. He leaned his elbows on his knees and said that they do not know all the variables, so they first need to analyze the state of Ajin Motors to know for sure. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and put his fist to his chin, repeating the words of his grandson. Jin Do-jun understood that the first amount he uttered was not all he had, but by calling it, he made it clear that he had much more money than 1.5 trillion. He imagined a mountain of stacks of 10,000 won bills. The main character understood that the grandfather was now worried about whether this amount was suitable, and did not show any reaction to his money. Jin Young-kal looked thoughtful and didn't say anything. Jin Do-jun told him that he didn't look surprised at all. Grandfather raised his gaze and looked at him. He grinned and asked if he was supposed to be surprised at how he got so much money, or if he wanted to hear praise. The main character lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that the praise could be delayed. He rubbed the back of his head with his hand and replied that he now had more cash than the entire Sunyong group. He said he thought he would be surprised that one man had outspent the one in financial circles. A smirk appeared on Jin Young-kal's face. He pointed his finger at his grandson and said that he knew that the guy wanted to show off, but if he wants to get Ajin Motors, he should have much more than that. He was already surprised enough when he heard that his grandson was going to get Ajin. This statement caught Jin Do-jun's attention. Jin Young-kal smiled slyly as he looked at him and said that he was curious where he got that kind of money. But there was no need to satisfy his curiosity at the moment, because Ajin Motors was the priority right now. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise, realizing that curiosity is a strong temptation, but it is not a priority for his grandfather. Sunyong is a place where a huge number of people create something new every day. Their staff included accountants, diplomats, rescue services, and construction companies. Standing at the top, it is very important to prioritize solutions to the numerous problems they face. The main character realized that it is right to always put aside curiosity. He frowned and with a tense face asked what his grandfather thought the cost would be. He believed that if this was the case, then he, too, should ask only the necessary questions, and not satisfy his own interest. Jin Young-kal confidently crossed his arms over his chest with a determined face and replied that he did not know. This answer made Jin Do-jun taken aback and confused. His grandfather lowered his head and sighed. He said that he had no intention of acquiring the company, so he did not learn anything about it. 6 years ago he had all the information, but now there must be a lot of differences. There was an awkward silence in the living room between the grandfather and grandson, who then asked if he would help him. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and with an emotionless face asked him to let him think. He asked why his grandson wanted to take over Ajin Motors and whether it would really help Sun-young when he succeeded. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids and looked at him silently. The bright light fell directly on the figure of Jin Young-kal, who was sitting thoughtfully in his chair. The main character was interested in what this person was thinking about and from what side. From the grandfather's side who loves his grandson dearly, or from the chairman's side who gives priority to the Sun-young group he built. Jin Do-jun's pupils shrank and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Jin Young-kal tapped his hand with his finger. He began to say his plan. Jin Do-jun looked at him in surprise. A worried smile appeared on his face. He thought about whether his grandfather would refuse to help. Jin Young-kal looked at him sternly and said that if his grandson, the owner of Ajin Motors, and he, his grandfather, as the owner of Sun-young Motors, go through a merger and combine the two companies into one. The main character leaned over and looked at him in surprise. He realized that his grandfather had grasped his plan. That Ajin Motors was just a stepping stone to the takeover of Sun-young Motors. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. Jin Young-kal looked at him slightly creepily and said that he would like to hear his opinion on the possible merger. Jin Do-jun smiled awkwardly and asked why he thought he was planning a merger. The grandfather was slightly surprised and asked if he could save Ajin Motors on his own if the merger was not carried out. He stated that he would be crushed by Dihun within a year, after which he asked whether he could still manage the company properly. The main character smiled softly and replied that he should not worry about management, because he has someone to trust with it. Jin Young-kal raised his eyebrows and asked if this was true. He looked at the ceiling, rubbing his chin, asking if the merger could be cancelled if he had the strength to lead the company. Jin Do-jun smiled smugly and told him not to be too confident. The grandfather reproached him for being arrogant again. Jin Young-kal moved his index finger left and right, saying that you can always find a proposal that suits everyone. He imagined a scale with 2 pans in his head and said that if the conditions are not right, you just need to adjust everything. Grandfather smiled smugly and asked Jin Do-jun to tell him what the percentage of the merger possibility was and how much he still had to put on the scale. The main character was silent for a while in thought, but then answered that 1 2/10. Jin Young-kal got a little angry and annoyedly called his grandson an impudent person. The main character began to explain with an awkward face that considering the market share, brand value, ability to develop new cars and so on, Sun-young Motors is now no more than 20% of Ajin Motors. He lowered his eyebrows tensely and clasped his palms together, asking his grandfather if he knew that this was the opinion of car experts, not his. Jin Young-kal opened one eye and asked if he thought he was asking because he didn't know. He said this is specific to the automotive part, but there is also hidden value. Grandfather asked if the stock price indicated this. The share price of Sun-young Motors is more than twice the share price of Ajin Motors. The reason is that the shares of Sun-young Group's subsidiaries are owned by Sun-young Motors. He imagined that the green building of Sun-young Motors is twice as tall as the building of Ajin Motors. The main character realized that the moment he took control of Sun-young Motors, he would be able to control the Sun-young Group. That is why he needs this company so much. Jin Do-jun's face was very serious. All his facial muscles were tense. He turned to his grandfather and asked him if he planned to put this hidden value on the scale as well. The main character frowned and pursed his lips. Jin Young-kal grinned mischievously and chuckled quietly, answering that it was up to him. The guy revealed many of his secrets, one of which is to master the Sun-young Group. Jin Do-jun and Jin Young-kal looked at each other without saying a word. The main character understood that the grandfather at that time showed his hidden desire to unite the companies. Jin Young-kal had a condescending smile on his face. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly tensely. It wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. Grandfather decided to break the silence and asked to be allowed to satisfy his curiosity. He put his hands on the armrests of the chair and asked where he got such huge money, exceeding the capital of the Sun-young Group. The main character clasped his hands together, sitting on the edge of the sofa, and replied that the funds from the sale of the land were invested in a foreign company, but the share price skyrocketed, and that's where the money came from. Jin Young-kal grinned, covering his mouth with his fist, and replied that judging by the fact that the stock price increased 100 times, Oseo Hyun has good instincts. Jin Do-jun replied that he was just lucky. The grandfather put his head on his fist and asked where his grandson fit into fantasy investments. The grandson turned his head to him and replied that he was the largest shareholder. He owned 98% of all shares. This figure made the grandfather taken aback, because he did not expect this. His face became worried and he asked who Oseo Hyun was then. Jin Do-jun replied that he was the CEO. He smiled faintly and asked how many such professional managers his grandfather had. Jin Young-kal's eyebrows rose and his eyes opened wide. Silence fell again between grandfather and grandson. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a cool face and asked if the grandson knew his grandfather's money was kept in his company. Jin Do-jun turned his head towards him and asked if he was talking about the 100 billion he had previously entrusted. The guy replied that he also made good money from this money, and was even thinking of returning it to them with interest on the investment if they gave him 7% of the shares of Ajin Motors. Jin Young-kal grinned and chuckled at what he heard. He looked at his grandson and said that a member of his family dare not cheat him out of money. The main character put his fist to his lips and replied that he expected his grandfather to simply give it as a gift for his performance. Jin Young-kal called his name. Jin Do-jun's gaze was relaxed. The grandfather put on a serious face and said that if his grandson wants an island worth 100 billion won as a gift, he will buy it, and if he asks for a private jet, he will have it. However, he cannot give money so easily. Jin Do-jun remained silent meaningfully as he thought about his words. He said that if you have money, you can get whatever you want. Grandfather smiled and nodded to him. He narrowed his eyes, maintaining a sly grin, and replied that was exactly how it was. He told him that if his subordinates did good work in the future, he should reward them, but not with money. For example, you can take them to a karaoke bar and buy millions of won worth of alcohol. He imagined many employees sitting in a separate room having fun. On the table were expensive brands of alcohol such as vodka, beer, and soju. Jin Young-kal said that this is to make the drinker think that he is paying for this drink with hard-earned money. The main character smiled and said that it was torture by hope. That is, giving them hope that if he does his job well, they will get paid for drinking. Jin Young-kal grinned, his face reflected in the glass. Jin Do-jun had gone through something like this before. He remembered the bright neon signs of the bar districts. In his previous life, he was praised for his good work and was allowed to spend millions of won on booze per night. He stood in the dim purple hallway, holding a gold credit card. He didn't even know how many times he thought how nice it would be if they gave money instead of alcohol. The gold credit card the protagonist was holding had the Sanyang logo on it. Grandfather called him by name. Jin Do-jun looked away from his memories and asked what was the matter. Jin Young-kal put his fist under his head and told him not to reveal himself to anyone until he gets Ajin Motors, to hide carefully, and only let Oseo Hyun be in plain sight. The main character lowered his eyelids slightly and replied that was what he was going to do. His grandfather smirked as he looked at his grandson and said that even Lee Hak-hee wouldn't know. Jin Do-jun smiled back at him. They sat in silence. The sunset began outside and the sky turned orange. Jin Young-kal leaned forward and clasped his palms together, addressing Jin Do-jun. He smiled softly, lowering his eyebrows, and asked how much wealth he had in total and approximately how much he would have left if he received Ajin Motors. The main character grinned and let out a strangled laugh. He said that you shouldn't go into someone else's wallet so directly, but if they suddenly needed money, he would lend it to them. This statement made Jin Young-kal taken aback. An awkward silence hung in the room again, and no one dared to interrupt it. Suddenly, Jin Young-kal suddenly stood up from his chair, which made Jin Do-jun even scared. His grandfather's face was ominous and very stern. The guy's pupils shrank and he bit his lower lip, thinking that he had gone too far. Jin Young-kal slowly walked towards his grandson and stood in front of him. He firmly placed his hand on the guy's shoulder. After that, he smiled softly and praised his baby for his excellent job, saying that he had grown up completely. The main character looked at him with a confused and puzzled look. After some time in the mansion, Jin Young-kal told a subordinate to select a few smart guys who would look at Ajin Motors' accounting books under a microscope immediately after the meeting. Lee Hak-hee stood near the chairman's desk. He answered that he had already prepared everything, and at the extraordinary meeting of shareholders, the Daehan Group would definitely send their person. They will also take measures to counter this. Jin Young-kal frowned, looking down thoughtfully. He took out a sheet of documents from a black folder. He crossed his arms over his chest as the company employees sat in front of him. The chairman said that just like 6 years ago, he needs them to try again and collect data about Ajin Motors. An employee with a short black haircut was surprised and asked if the chairman was planning to take over Ajin Motors. Another bespectacled employee with slicked back hair said their company didn't have enough money to do so. He started saying something about the delay in payment for the takeover, but Jin Young-kal firmly interrupted him and with his eyes closed said that they would simply stop the Daehyun group from doing this. The company employees were surprised by this statement and began to think about it. A man with short brown hair turned to the chairman and asked who would then take over Ajin Motors if they did this, and would it be Woosung Motors? The black-haired man with golden glasses told him that Woosung Motors has a lot of US capital, so he doesn't think it's possible. Jin Young-kal's lips twitched and he clicked in displeasure. He got angry and loudly asked his subordinates if they thought he didn't know this. He ordered them to stop their useless talk and concentrate on what he had assigned them to do. The chairman gave them a period of 1 week. The employees humbly lowered their heads and had no choice but to obey him. They began to gradually leave the office, discussing something along the way. Jin Young-kal gritted his teeth in irritation and ordered Lee Hak-yi to ask the chairman of Ajin Motors for a meeting. They will drink a bottle of Maxioli, because he has something to tell him. Lee Hak-yi lowered his head and humbly said that he understood everything. Jin Young-kal looked at him sternly and ordered him to tell the chairman of Ajin Motors that he would come to him himself. This shocked Lee Hak-yi because the chairman of Sunyong, who never acted for the sake of others, was going to visit the chairman of Ajin Motors himself. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a cool face. His subordinate was interested in what they would talk about. The sun was shining off the glass office. There was not a cloud in the sky. Oseo Hyun was sitting at his desk and asked Jin Do-jun if the conversation with his grandfather went well. The guy inserted a straw into the chocolate milk and answered in the affirmative, saying that Grandpa would give them full support. He told Oseo Hyun that he could take over the shares and meet with the officials immediately. The man looked a little surprised and said that it sounded like he wouldn't take part in it. Jin Do-jun smiled, brought chocolate milk to his face, and said that it would look funny, because for others he is a child and there is no trust in him. Oseo Hyun crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, asking if there were other reasons. The main character began to drink the sweet drink and replied that there are always many eyes on Keeball families. He remembered the faces of his family members and realized that there were many enemies and ill-wishers within the family. Oseo Hyun looked at him thoughtfully without saying anything. After some time he agreed. The man scratched his cheek and said that if Jin Do-jun showed up to everyone, then everyone with a brain would think it was his grandfather's money. The main character looked at his uncle and said that they have little time now. They must finish everything before the final bankruptcy of Ajin Motors. Oseo Hyun said that he has also trained all of their company's accountants to check the data that has already been published. The man began to enthusiastically sort through the documents. Jin Do-jun noticed that he was more excited than usual. He smiled faintly and let out a quiet laugh. In fact, the guy is also restless, but the trillions of dollars he earned are enough to live like an emperor. He presented a mountain of bundles of money, on which a historical figure was depicted. However, the nightmare that he dreams every night constrains him. He dreams of the day when in a past life a gun was pointed at him. The barrel of the gun seemed so realistic, as if it were all real. A loud shot sounded. Jin Do-jun jumped out of bed, screaming in horror. His face was covered in cold sweat. In fact, he does this not only because of nightmares. He lowered his head and tried to catch his breath. There was a glass and a decanter of water on his bedside table. Unlike the past him, who always dreamed of a life where, in pursuit of pleasure, he dreamed of money, like a source that never dries up, the present one craves more for a life in which he furiously wins every hour. He turned on the lamp and stood up to drink some water. He placed his sweaty palms on the table, thinking that he would achieve such a life by destroying his enemies one by one and building his own empire. Jin Do-jun bowed his head, sweat dripping from his face. He imagined Yun Hyun-yu walking along a rocky mountain towards a cliff. Yun Hyun-yu stood near the cliff while boulders and cobblestones floated in the air. He wanted to see the end of it all, even if the end is just futility. He furrowed his brows, his short bangs blowing in the wind. Oseo Hyun asked Jin Do-jun what he was thinking about so much that he became quiet. The main character immediately looked away from his thoughts and raised his head. The man looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and turned away, saying that he remembered some of his grandfather's words. Jin Do-jun told Oseo Hyun that once he receives the shares, he should give his grandfather's 100 billion won fund back. The man was taken aback and asked why give everything if you can give half. The main character put his hands in his pants pocket and got up from the sofa. He apologized and said that he made a promise, so nothing can be done. His grandfather told him that he would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Oseo Hyun tilted his head to the side and asked the guy if he told his grandfather that he was the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. Jin Do-jun responded affirmatively and said that if he didn't tell, he wouldn't be able to ask for help. Modern skyscrapers could be seen through the bluish window. Oseo Hyun turned his head to the guy and asked if his grandfather asked him to give all the money back, despite the fact that Jin Do-jun is the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. He also wondered if this was a good opportunity to legally inherit 50 billion won. The main character walked to the window and said that if his grandfather had been the person to hand over the secret fund in this way, the Sunyong Group would have long been in the hands of his eldest uncle. Oseo Hyun put his hands behind his head and called his family a den of snakes where everyone is greedy. Jin Do-jun grinned while looking out the window and agreed with him. He said that among this poisonous family, he must stay alive. Oseo Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly and silently looked at the guy's back. There was a commotion in Dehyun's office. Ju Yeonil shouted why his employees were so calm when an inspection was coming. One of his subordinates fearfully said that it is not so easy to get a summons with only indirect evidence. Ju Yeonil pointed his finger at him and shouted that this was a witness subpoena, and then asked what was so difficult about it. His employee replied with a tense expression that it was not difficult for an ordinary person, but for a valuable person, and the Supreme Prosecutor's Office had issued an order to be careful. Ju Yeonil was very angry and unhappy with the situation. He asked why the press was putting so little pressure on him and whether he was talking about pushing as if it were a celebrity drug scandal. His employees lowered their gaze guiltily without answering. A man in dark glasses turned to the chairman and said that it seemed like someone was helping Ajin Motors with his patronage, because every newspaper published an article, but all the articles looked weak and clumsy. The short-haired man turned to him and agreed, then said that Ju Yeonil is well aware of the influence Hansung Daily has. The chairman approached him and asked if Hansung Daily had written about this and said they would cover corporate advertising. The employee replied that they talked about it, but did not write a single line. Ju Yeonil sat down on his chair and asked if the rumors about Sunyong and Hansung's marriage were true. One of the employees replied that this seems to be true, and if they take over Ajin Motors, Sunyong will suffer the most damage. Ju Yeonil was furious. He bit his lower lip in anger and began to swear. He frowned, squinting his eyes, and asked if Jin Yong-kal was willing to sell his own grandson to stop the agitation. According to the president of Dehyun Motors, Ajin Motors was the subject of a bankruptcy deferment agreement adopted on April 21, 1997 under the leadership of the government to prevent a series of bankruptcies of insolvent companies. The company's two office buildings stood next to each other. There were a lot of papers and documents on the table. To do this, Ajin Motors provided a memorandum of waiver of management rights, a union agreement on wages and staff reductions, as well as a written agreement to close the management of the fund. During the 2-month grace period of bankruptcy, Ajin Motors began to steal hidden bribery funds. There were many bundles of money on the table. The secret mastermind behind all this was Ajin's chairman named Sun Hyun-jae, a middle-aged man with glasses, Fantasy Investments Oseo Hyun, and Jin Yong-kal, the chairman of Sunyong. Another meeting was taking place at the Jin Yong-kal house. He smiled softly and told Oseo Hyun that he had heard a lot about him. Jin Yong-kal asked him if he had increased Jin Do-jun's capital 100-fold. Zihai was slightly tense. He looked at Jin Do-jun and realized that the guy did not tell his grandfather everything, because it was not he who increased the capital, and not by 100, but many times more. The man turned to Jin Yong-kal and said that he was just lucky. He was always relieved when he managed to save the original amount. They were sitting in a room with expensive gilded furniture. Grandpa crossed his arms and said that Oseo Hyun was very humble, and he kept thinking how nice it would be if Oseo Hyun used his abilities to work for him. The man replied that Jin Yong-kal flatters him. The chairman took out a folder with documents and said that he heard that this money could still be saved. Oseo Hyun turned to him and answered in the affirmative. There were 270 billion in total. He said that once the deferment agreement expires, the legal rules will come into force, so the money needs to be extracted before then. But if this becomes known, not only the chairman of Ajin Motors, but also many other executives will not be able to escape arrest. Jin Yong-kal took out a document from the folder with a silent smile. He turned to Oseo Hyun and asked if they were asking him to launder money. The man looked at him slightly surprised. His face became guilty. He apologized, and then answered in the affirmative. Jin Yong-kal thoughtfully read the document to the end. Jin Do-jun turned to him and spoke his mind. He believed that this money should be used as a pension fund for the executives of Ajin Motors. His grandfather put the document in a folder and grinned. He asked why his grandson should worry about their old age and who they even were. He said that they must have all prepared themselves for their old age. Jin Yong-kal handed Oseo Hyun a folder and suggested investing the money in fantasy in America. The man was surprised and asked if he wanted to invest all the money there. Jin Young-kal smiled contentedly and answered affirmatively. He asked what would happen if everything was reinvested in Ajin Motors. He believed that there would be no problem if they simply paid this money in the form of a salary, bonus, or special incentive to the people who wanted to get it. Oseo Hyun opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing what to even answer. He understood that this was the most legal way, but what salary or bonus would need to be set in order to spend all 270 billion? His pupils shrank, and he thought that this was too unrealistic. The main character looked at his amazed face. He turned his calm gaze to his grandfather and thought that he had already found a way not to share this money. Oseo Hyun put his hands on his knees and suggested that people would want the amount as a lump sum. Most of them would have to resign and leave, so they would ask for a share. Jin Young-kal asked why give money in advance when you can come up with various excuses to delay paying the money that should be given. These words caused Oseo Hyun to become confused and let out a questioning cry. The chairman threw the folder on the coffee table and said that if he gave the money in advance, then from that moment on he would become a stranger to them. He introduced the Ajin building and many hostile people. Grandfather said that perhaps they would even join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes, the villain who stole Ajin Motors would be Oseo Hyun. These words made the man feel horror. Jin Do-jun's face was emotionless. He lowered his eyelids and didn't say anything. Oseo Hyun, who only dealt with numbers, must have never really seen the cowardly side of a person who runs from side to side. His face looked confused and tense. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and said that money is a carrot and a stick, so he needs to wait. And as soon as he manages to tame people, let him feed them a little money. A creepy and sinister smile appeared on his face. He said that as soon as they find out that all 270 billion will be reinvested in Ajin Motors, they will even lick his toes. Oseo Hyun's eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted. Jin Do-jun picked up a glass of hot drink. He needs to show Oseo Hyun a little more of his grandfather's true colors because they will see each other more often in the future. He turned to his grandfather and asked if that was the only reason. The main character stated that he was not really going to give this money away. Jin Young-kal looked at him in surprise and asked again. He smiled widely and coughed softly. The grandfather suddenly burst into laughter and asked if Jin Do-jun made him a money-hungry and unscrupulous old man. Oseo Hyun was completely confused. He no longer understood much. Jin Young-kal turned to him with his arms crossed and asked if he was really going to give away all this money or just wanted to show off the money. The man suddenly raised his head and replied that if it were possible not to give the money, he would not. Jin Young-kal had a smug grin on his face and said that there is no person in the world who would give away money that he could safely keep for himself. Grandfather looked at Oseo Hyun and ordered him to convince Chairman Sun Hyun Jang that this is the best way, and he will already take care of the hidden money of Ajin Motors and wash it clean before entering the legal rights, and then put it in fantasy. Oseo Hyun stood up from the sofa and bowed, thanking the chairman. Jin Young-kal raised his palm and said that there is no need to thank him. This is all for the sake of his offspring. Jin Do-jun started to get up from the sofa and said that if they were finished, he would go. His grandfather asked him to stay late because he had something to say. The main character sat down on the sofa and was surprised. Oseo Hyun bowed deeply and said that he would go first then. He took his bag and left the room. Jin Young-kal said he heard that his grandson had applied for a leave of absence. The main character looked confused. It wasn't a secret, but the guy didn't expect him to find out so quickly. Jin Do-jun only applied this morning and came here immediately. He smiled awkwardly and told his grandfather that he had applied today. Jin Young-kal frowned with displeasure and sternly asked why. The main character tried to calm down and asked if the grandfather already knew everything. He replied that there was a big deal coming up, so he did not have time to attend the university. Jin Young-kal asked if anyone was forcing him to attend diligently. He said that it was enough to just check in occasionally, and he withdrew his application. Behind him was a staircase leading to bookshelves. Jin Do-jun's face was worried. He tried to argue with his grandfather, but he ordered him to do as he says. Jin Young-kal said with a calm face that he knew what his grandson was already worried about. This surprised the main character. His pupils narrowed, and he fell into a stupor. The grandfather asked if the guy wanted to avoid the eyes of his relatives while maintaining his status as a university student. Jin Do-jun's eyes opened wide. He didn't even know what to answer. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He said that in any case, sooner or later he will have to face this. He can't delay it any longer. And if it comes to a fight, then he needs to fight. And if it's towards an alliance, he needs to extend his hand. Jin Do-jun was taken aback, and he looked at him with a dazed look. His grandfather said that when the time comes, being a student might even be a disadvantage. The main character frowned and narrowed his eyes, asking why, since it was the grandfather who held the handle of the knife. Jin Young-kal was slightly offended and sighed softly. He leaned over to his grandson and asked if Sunyang Group was his local supermarket, and besides, his knife couldn't reach many places. Grandfather imagined the faces of Lee Hak-yi and the rest of his relatives in front of the Sunyang office. He said that if several important branch presidents raised their hands for his uncle, the Sunyang Group would split into two that same day. The main character with a slightly hostile face realized that he was right. He pictured silhouettes of men in sharp suits and thought that when the company's succession process officially began, Sunyang executives would see him as a child with a university student ID. The beginning of the inheritance process will mean that the grandfather has passed away. He introduced the sinister face of Lee Hak-yi. At that moment, power will pass not to the child, that is, to Jin Do-jun, but to his uncle. The main character bowed low to his grandfather and said that he understood everything and would do it as he wanted. He raised his head, a sly smile on his face, and his hand was clenched into a fist. Jin Do-jun knew that his grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. The guy got into the green car, which started moving. The main character started to buckle up and ordered Kim Yoon-seok to go to Uedo. The assistant listened to him. They drove past glass skyscrapers, which reflected the clouds floating in the sky. Kim Yoon-seok looked at the rearview mirror slightly worried. Jin Do-jun was reflected in the mirror. The assistant said that he would like to tell him something. The main character agreed to listen to him. Kim Yoon-seok was keeping a close eye on the road and said that he might be wrong, but lately he feels like someone is following them. Jin Do-jun was slightly surprised and tense. He looked at the driver and asked when it started. Kim Yoon-seok replied that he didn't know for sure, but it had only been a few days since he noticed the surveillance. A white sedan was driving behind their car. Jin Do-jun asked to tell him everything he knew. Kim Yoon-seok replied that he did not see the people, but this car is constantly following them, and perhaps they only need a route. The main character frowned without answering. He remembered that Kim Yoon-seok's assistant had clearly said that he worked in the reception hall. He could not have received special training to detect surveillance. Jin Do-jun didn't understand how he managed to notice. Kim Yoon-seok glanced at the rearview mirror again. He turned to Jin Do-jun and said that team leader Shim had warned him that there had been a lot of surveillance going on lately. The puzzled protagonist asked who the commander of the Shim group was. A drop of sweat appeared on Kim Yoon-seok's face as he replied that he was the commander of the first strategic group. They were driving along a busy highway. The main character asked if they could be reporters. The assistant replied that reporters had not been following since the morning. Jin Do-jun looked out the window thoughtfully and wondered if his uncle could have assigned someone to him. Kim Yoon-seok looked at his passenger with concern. He said the commander of the Shim group is currently trying to find out who it is. Jin Do-jun stopped looking out the window and turned his gaze to the driver. Kim Yoon-seok looked out the back window and said that car was still following them. He offered to check if the guy was in no hurry. The main character grinned and sighed, offering to go for a ride. The assistant's face became serious. He focused on the road and asked the passenger to buckle up, because he would speed up a little. He pressed the gas pedal hard, pushing it to the floor. While on the bridge, their car suddenly rushed forward at high speed. They got quite far away from the pursuer's car. The projector was shining brightly in a dark room. Two images appeared on the screen. The first was Jin Sang-gi. He had tan skin and short hair. The second was Jin Yoon-gi, Jin Do-jun's father. Someone said that you shouldn't worry too much about them, because one hangs around the older one and wags his tail like a dog, and the second is focused on making films and doesn't care about the company. Sitting in the room was a middle-aged man with black hair and glasses. It was Hong, and a woman with short hair in a tweed suit named So-young was sitting next to him. Hong rubbed his forehead and asked the other person if he wanted to say that the problem was Jin Dong-gi. The interlocutor answered affirmatively and said that in terms of success he was doing well. Jin Dong-gi had a thin face and narrow eyes. The presenter of the conference said that it was he who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and the reputation of the managers and employees of the branches under him was also good. The screen showed Jin Young-kal's complete family tree, and the host said that although Jin Dong-gi lags behind in the ranking of heirs, he has the excellent reputation of his subordinates. Someone agreed with him and said that if this continues, it is very likely that Jin Dong-gi will take over the chemical and heavy industries. Hong looked at the screen and asked what about Jin So-yun's only daughter. The man in the white shirt replied that she was quite greedy and wanted a lot. but she lacked the ability, so she would most likely take over the department store, golf courses, hotel, and cultural foundations. So Young immediately shouted in displeasure, asking who would allow this to be done. Hong crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and ordered her to remain quiet. So Young gritted her teeth angrily as Hong asked the host to continue. Standing in the light of the projector, the man said that when he began his investigation, he discovered an unexpected competitor. An image of Jin Do-jun appeared on the screen. The man said that this was the grandson of Jin Yang-kal. Hong frowned and asked if he was the youngest grandson. He was told that Jin Do-jun is the second son of the fourth son of the chairman. Hong looked at the host and asked if Jin Do-jun was a nerd studying law at Seoul University. The man told him that the days the guy visited could be counted on one hand, but he goes to Uedo almost every day, and also often visits the house of the chairman of Jin Yang-kal. Hong opened one eye slightly, put his hand to his chin, and asked about Uedo. The man in the white shirt looked at the folder with documents and replied that the guy may have a close relationship with Fantasy Investments, a foreign investment company. The man also found out that he has quite a large fortune. Hong was interested in this information, so he asked how much. So Young was sitting next to him. The man replied that Jin Do-jun owns tens of billions to hundreds of billions of won. Hong and So Young's faces became surprised. The bespectacled man opened his mouth slightly and his pupils shrank in shock. He asked whether the chairman of Jin Yang-kal had really entrusted such a large sum to the young guy. So Young's face showed great surprise. Her eyebrows were raised and her eyes were wide open. The man said that it was indeed a gift from the chairman, but it was so simple. 10 years ago, Jin Yang-kal donated land to Jin Do-jun for horse pasture, but later the site ended up in the program of the new city of Budang. Those present looked at the speaker with amazed faces. Land worth tens of millions jumped in price to tens of billions. Hong frowned and clenched his teeth, expressing dissatisfaction. Jin Do-jun then entrusted this money to Fantasy Investments. Photos of Jin Yoon-gi, Oh Seo-hyun, and Jin appeared on the screen. Oh Seo-hyun, the CEO of this investment company, was a classmate of the protagonist's father while he was studying abroad. Hong crossed his arms and said that from everything that was said, we can conclude that he is just an incredibly lucky child. The man in the white shirt looked at him and said that Jin Do-jun is the only grandson who visits the chairman's office, and during the holidays he generally lived in his house, which means there is a special attachment. Hong gloomily and suspiciously repeated his words about special affection. So Young clenched her hand into a fist and shouted furiously that she heard that even Jin Young-jun had a hard time getting in there. This is an unusual office, but essentially the control bathhouse of the Sanyang group. So Young frowned and bared her teeth. She was annoyed that the chairman was receiving the rest of the grandchildren in the living room. But Jin Do-jun was allowed to be in the office, which meant that he was allowed to meet alone with the chairman of the Sanyang group in his own office. The man in the white shirt looked at Hong and confirmed So Young's words. He said that even Vice Chairman Jin Yong-kai is not allowed to do this, as far as we know. He is always present there with Chief Secretary Lee Hak-yi. Until now, he was the only person who could be alone with Chairman Jin Yang-kal at any time. Hong listened to this with a very cold face. He turned to his granddaughter So Young, who was sitting next to him. The man turned to her and told her to ask her fiancé to check Jin Do-jun's position in the family. She agreed. Hong put his hands on the armrests and said that there will be no other chance until Chairman Jin Yang-kal puts everything in the hands of Jin Young-jun. There is no need to relax. So Young frowned without saying anything, but she agreed with her grandfather. Supermarket parking. There were a lot of people shopping and there were a lot of different cafes outside. Jin Do-jun sat on the bench and drank a drink. He asked Kim Yoon-seok if he was convinced of the persecution. The assistant stood next to him, holding a glass in his hands. He answered in the affirmative and pointed to a white car in the parking lot, saying that it was the same car that he saw at the chairman's house. The driver also did not come out of there. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip. He reflected that since they hired a person to keep an eye on him, it was most likely someone powerful from the family, most likely an uncle. He suggested that the takeover of Sanyang was expected to begin soon. Jin Do-jun looked at his assistant Kim Yoon-seok. Then, the guy reached into the inner pocket of his beige jacket. He took out an envelope from there, which he handed to Kim Yoon-seok, and told him to use it as needed. The assistant opened the envelope and saw a wad of money containing 10,000 won bills. He immediately fussed and became embarrassed, asking about the necessity. The main character took a sip of coffee and said that he could use the money as he wanted. Kim Yoon-seok looked very confused. He didn't understand why Jin Do-jun did this. The main character crossed one leg over the other and told him that you can find as many people as you like who will do only what they are told. Among them, there are many with good education and brains who are queuing up to join Sun Yang. Kim Yoon-seok frowned and his pupils shrank. He looked at his reflection in the drink when Jin Do-jun asked him if he had ever decided anything on his own after coming to Sun Yang. They were near the entrance to the supermarket. The main character took a sip of coffee. He said that he wants Kim Yoon-seok to become such a person, and his first choice would be what he would do. He suggested that he first choose his occupation, and then the people necessary for it. The assistant looked at the stack of money again, and Jin Do-jun told him that this money was a tool to win the favor of those who needed it. The main character stood up and threw the empty, crumpled glass into the trash. He turned to Kim Yoon-seok with a smile and offered to go. The assistant looked at him slightly lost. He quickly put the envelope with the money in his jacket pocket and agreed. Fantasy Investment Office. The sky was clear and the air was warm. The secretary entered O.C.O. Hyun's office and said that a guest had come to see the director. O.C.O. Hyun sat in a chair with his palms folded. He asked the girl who had come that made her so worried. Jin Do-jun was sitting next to him on the sofa. The secretary clasped her hands together and replied that the chairman of the Daehyun group had arrived. This made the man taken aback. She and Jin Do-jun looked at each other with surprised faces. O.C.O. Hyun told the girl to ask the chairman to wait a little. The secretary fussed a little, but obeyed his order. The main character turned to O.C.O. Hyun and said that he would be in the conference room next door. He asked him to turn on the intercom so he could listen to what they were talking about. O.C.O. Hyun hurriedly stood up and began adjusting his jacket. He agreed with the guy and said that it would be bad if he saw his face, because he had already appeared on TV. Jin Do-jun pulled the hood of his beige sweatshirt over his head. Before leaving the office, he finally turned and smiled at O.C.O. Hyun. The man smiled back at him, trying to calm down. The main character left the office, closing the door behind him. Ju Yeon-il and his assistants were walking towards him in the corridor. Jin Do-jun was able to hide his face as he walked past Chairman Daehyun. Ju Yeon-il turned to look at him with a sullen face. He entered the director's office and O.C.O. Hyun bowed low to him, greeting him. Chairman Ju Yeon-il extended his wrinkled hand to him. Behind him stood a young assistant in a formal suit, and the chairman himself was dressed in a gray cloak and hat. He thanked O.C.O. Hyun for welcoming the unexpected guest so warmly and he hoped he didn't disturb him. O.C.O. Hyun shook his hand with both hands and said that there is no place in Korea where he would be treated like an intruder, so he need not worry. He showed him the chairs and sofas, saying that it was a little simple here, but suggested that he sit down. Ju Yeon-il let out a quiet laugh and smiled. He took off his hat and sat on the sofa, asking how a company claiming to be Ajin Motors could be simple. He added that it was very modest. O.C.O. Hyun's face became embarrassed and even slightly confused. He frowned and pursed his lips, realizing that there was no reason to humiliate himself, because they were now sitting at the same table. The man sat down on the chair, looked at Ju Yeon-il, and asked if this means that rumors spread quickly or if the Daehyun group has strong information connections. Chairman Daehyun frowned as he looked into the man's eyes and thought that even if this rumor was true, he thought O.C.O. Hyun would try to hide it. But he is so confident. Although, omitting the formalities, Ju Yeon-il has become much easier and simpler. He turned to his young assistant and ordered him to leave, for they needed to talk in private. The assistant obeyed him. He took his leave and then left the office. O.C.O. Hyun crossed his arms over his chest and said that if a man does not hide, the conversation will go faster, after which he promised to be honest. He asked O.C.O. Hyun what he wanted. O.C.O. Hyun answered with a confident face that he wanted to take over Ajin Motors. The chairman of the Daehyun group looked at him slightly arrogantly and asked if he didn't have an investment company whose job was to invest and reap. He asked him to just say how much he wanted and they could avoid a useless fight. O.C.O. Hyun frowned sullenly and narrowed his eyes, asking if he wanted to say that he was willing to pay for his way out of this fight. Ju Yeon-il grinned and lowered his thin eyebrows. He answered in the affirmative and said that a struggle in which prices are raised for no reason is simply onerous. He asked if this was a good chance. O.C.O. Hyun leaned forward slightly and said that he thought Ju Yeon-il had misunderstood everything. He said that their investors also have enough money and now they want to have fun. O.C.O. Hyun had a smug grin on his face and added that they were all car enthusiasts, so they were only interested in car manufacturers. This angered Ju Yeon-il so much that a vein bulged on his forehead. He thought that they were going to buy an entire company just because someone liked to have fun. He figured that the man was not going to negotiate if he was talking such nonsense. He decided to go on the attack and looked at O.C.O. Hyun. He asked whether they would have nothing to defend themselves against if one small article appeared on the outflow of national wealth at the expense of foreign speculative capital. Oseo Hyun tensed as soon as he heard about this. Ju Yonil smiled evilly, showing his white teeth, and said that the Korean sense of patriotism is unparalleled. Oseo Hyun had a smug grin on his face and replied that by looking at the bidding price, all Koreans would understand who is more patriotic. Ju Yonil immediately became confused, his face frowning. There was an intercom on the table through which Jin Do-jun listened to the conversation. There was an awkward silence between the director and the chairman. Ju Yonil turned to Oseo Hyun with a contemptuous face and asked again what he wanted. The man turned his head towards him and told him to plug all the gaps with government funds and compete only on acquisition price. He asked if this was mutually beneficial. He smiled, showing his snow-white teeth, and said that no matter who wins, the damage will be small. Ju Yonil frowned and opened his mouth slightly. He asked if they could merge, negotiate terms for debt relief, and compete solely on the price of purchasing the company. Oseo Hyun looked at him with a serious face and answered in the affirmative. They sat in silence for a while, looking at each other. Oseo Hyun raised the corners of his lips and raised his hand, saying that since the chairman was the first to suggest a shortcut, he is offering it to him, because wrestling becomes a sport once the rules are established. He asked if this would really be a worthy confrontation. Ju Yonil looked at him suspiciously. He chuckled and stood up from the couch, calling him a funny guy. The chairman said it had been a long time since he took the standoff seriously. Oseo Hyun didn't answer him and just looked at him in confusion. Ju Yonil took his hat from the table with an angry face and asked if he really was offering a shortcut. He stated that Daehan never made a name for themselves the easy way, and it was made through tough fights, literally in the mud. Oseo Hyun's pupils shrank. He pursed his lips and tensed. Ju Yonil came out of his office and slammed the door roughly and loudly. Oseo Hyun sighed tiredly and lowered his back onto the back of the chair. The door was opened slightly by Jin Do-jun, who looked after the chairman. The main character entered the office. The director scratched his head and asked if this was correct and if he would accept the conditions. Jin Do-jun took off his hood and replied that he would most likely accept. His hair was disheveled due to his hood. He replied with a confident face that Chairman Ju Yonil is a keyball. He added that there is no keyball who would refuse the offer to unite and save money. There were clouds floating in the sky above Daehyun's office. Ju Yonil was sitting at his desk, with employees standing next to him. One of them told the chairman that they should accept the proposal. Ju Yonil closed his eyes tiredly and massaged his temple with his finger. The employee said that Ajin Motors' debt is 3.28 trillion won, and the debt write-off for Ajin's subsidiaries is 1.58 trillion won. A man with small eyes and gray hair said that there is also an unprecedented condition of writing off a whopping 7.3 trillion won until the remaining debt is converted into an investment of 2.52 trillion won. And in order to obtain this condition, the group Daehyun had to invest a lot of money. Ju Yonil pressed his finger harder on his temple, clenching his teeth. The employee added that if they do the part that Fantasy Investment promises to take on, they will have to start all over again. The white-haired employee looked at the chairman and said that if they merged with Fantasy Investment, they would only need to pay the acquisition price. Ju Yonil asked if Fantasy Investment has a lot of money. The chairman looked gloomily at his subordinates and asked if Fantasy had enough money to spend several trillion won. An employee with black hair in a gray suit responded that just as Fantasy Investment does not know the exact amount of capital they have, it is difficult for them to understand how much money they have. They only know that American capital predominates there. He wanted to do something to counter this. Suddenly, the chairman abruptly interrupted him, frowning, and hurried him with an answer. The black-haired employee presented the Hollywood sign and said that based on the information from Maju Corporation, it can be concluded that Fantasy Investment will have enough capital. The company is quite influential and famous in Hollywood, and there is not a single popular film where they have not invested money. Ju Yonil bared his teeth, making a displeased face. However, he did not answer. One of the employees standing across from his desk said that among the films Fantasy Investment has invested in, not a single one has failed. The subordinate in the black suit agreed with him and said that this means that they have a good sense of investment. A guy like Oseo Hyun would not get involved in a fight where he would lose money. The gray-haired man turned to the chairman and asked if he himself had said that reluctantly extending one's hand was also a way to avoid bleeding. He pressed his left hand on his temple and said about the hand extended first. The pink sunset painted the Sunyong chairman's mansion. Jin Yong-kal sat with his grandson in the living room and drank tea. He asked if Ju Yonil came himself. The main character was wearing a green sweater. He answered in the affirmative and revealed that Ju Yonil offered compensation if he pulled out of the takeover race. His grandfather closed his eyes and replied that it looked like this old guy was in a hurry to take such a difficult step. But it was true, and there was so much to do, and then some guy showed up and was in the way. He placed his hand on the armrest of the chair and asked what Jindu Jun offered him. The protagonist replied that he offered worthy competition only at the cost of acquisition and receiving all the special benefits from government programs. He has no need to take bread from others. Jin Young-kal smiled enthusiastically and asked what he finally said. Jindu Jun looked at him with a relaxed smile and replied that he said that he would take this confrontation seriously. His grandfather laughed loudly, closing his eyes. He said that the old man's medicine must have become more expensive, and he could not take it. The main character looked at his grandfather with respect and asked him for advice. He asked what Chairman Ju Yonil's next move would be. Jin Young-kal took a sip of hot tea and replied that he was sure his grandson already had some guesses about this. He asked if he had thought what his grandfather would have done if such an offer had been made to him. Jindu Jun answered in the affirmative. His tea was on the coffee table, steaming from it. Jin Young-kal asked what his answer was. The main character with an emotionless face suggested that the grandfather would accept the offer. The amount of debt write-off is already a constant value and he would not want to add a new variable. Jin Young-kal grinned contentedly, exhaled loudly, and replied that everything was correct, because the biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Jindu Jun frowned slightly and smiled faintly. He made sure that both chairmen were the same. The grandfather looked at his grandson with a smile and said that he had used all his trump cards, but Chairman Ju Yonil had not yet used any. It was time to launch a more extensive attack. The main character asked if it was necessary to use the media. Jin Young-kal introduced the domed building and said that not only the press but also the creditors with the takeover review team need to be convinced. Indeed, the National Assembly and the Blue House, which the Daehyun Group has already taken care of, will also put pressure on them. Jindu Jun looked at his grandfather with a smile on his face and asked if he could help more. Jin Young-kal replied that even if he wanted to, he could not help. The main character looked at him slightly confused and asked what this meant. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he had already prevented the arrest of Sun Hyun Jang by presenting his aged face. He said that this alone made everyone doubt whether he wanted to take over Ajin Motors. Since the arrest of Chairman Sun Hyun Jang was beneficial for them to take office, they were silent. They must have regarded grandfather's help as simple sympathy. The main character's face became slightly confused. He said that this was not all. Jin Young-kal sighed wearily and asked displeasedly whether it was possible to put civil servants working for the country in a difficult position. He stated that these guys essentially work like limbs, and if he pulls on his right arm and Chairman Ju Yonil on his left arm, they will simply tear them. Jindu Jun did not show any emotion. He remained silent. Despite everything that had been said, his grandfather's expression didn't look like he was sorry at all. The main character believed that he had something on his mind, but he could not guess what yet. He smiled softly and agreed, saying that they would try to work something out with director Oseo Hyun. Jin Young-kal's face became slightly astonished. He didn't know what to answer. Jindu Jun looked kindly at his grandfather's confused face and asked if he thought that he would continue to beg for help. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and closed his eyes, asking if he was that close to Oseo Hyun. The main character calmly answered in the affirmative. Grandpa smiled, opening his eyes wider, and asked if Oseo Hyun could be trusted. Ju replied that he was sure of this, because his father also believed him. He smiled, showing his teeth a little, and said that their work was about money, but he was not the kind of person who would betray for the sake of it. Jin Young-kal chuckled and closed his eyes, asking if it was true. The grandfather's reaction was incomprehensible to the main character. He looked at him strangely. Jin Young-kal told his grandson that there are two types of people he should keep close. The first type are people like Oseo Hyun, who can be trusted with work. Jindu Jun asked his grandfather about the second type of people with a calm face. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and replied that these were people who were willing to make sacrifices for him. A glow from the lamp appeared in Jindu Jun's eyes. He began to wonder what could happen that would make it necessary to sacrifice for him. Jin Young-kal lowered his eyelids and said that such people themselves gather next to him when he shines, and there is no need to try to help them. The protagonist's eyes opened wider when he realized what his grandfather meant. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes, smiled and chuckled quietly. He got up from his chair and told his grandson to go, because the guests had probably already arrived. He also told him to change his clothes. Everything was ready upstairs. Jin Do-jun also got up from the sofa. A pink sunset was reflected in the windows of an expensive mansion. A social party was taking place in the guest room. Everyone was dressed formally. A man with a glass of alcohol in his hands looked at the girl in a brown dress. On the table there was a multi-tiered cake with decorations made of fresh berries, and on top were marzipan figures in the shape of hearts. Newlyweds So Young and Jin Young-jun waved to guests. The girl was wearing a white off-the-shoulder dress, and the guy was wearing an expensive suit. So Young wore a white gold ring with a large sparkling diamond on her ring finger. Jin Do-jun was wearing a gray suit and black shirt, holding a carton of chocolate milk in his hand. He looked at the newlyweds. The main character's hair was styled fashionably, and he thought that Jin Young-jun's relationship with the girl he was engaged to looked quite affectionate. As far as he knows, they first met at a meeting between two families about marriage, and after that they only met a couple of times. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes thoughtfully, taking a sip of chocolate milk, and thought about how difficult it was for him to understand them. He didn't understand whether everything was so easy, simply because there was a lot of money. Suddenly someone shouted that the rumors were not true. Out of surprise, the guy choked on milk. So Young and Jin Young-jun approached him. The girl said that she was told that Jin Young-jun was the most handsome in the family. The main character bowed to them and congratulated his brother on his engagement. Jin Young-jun thanked him and asked him to introduce himself to his fiancée since it was their first time meeting each other. Jin Do-jun also bowed to So Young, congratulating her, after which he said his name. The girl smiled kindly and thanked him. Suddenly someone called out to Jin Young-jun and he turned around. The guy stepped aside and asked if his bride would wait for him. After that, he asked Jin Do-jun to entertain her with conversation while he went away for a while. The main character pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. He felt awkward and didn't know what to talk about because they had just met. So Young looked at him and said that she thinks he is every girl's ideal type of boyfriend. Jin Do-jun was taken aback and asked why. She raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, saying that he is a tall and handsome genius, one of the 0.1% of the population. In addition, he is the youngest member of the Keeball family, who is the envy of everyone. Jin Do-jun smiled indulgently, relaxed his face, and asked if the Keeball junior member was envied. So Young grabbed the hem of her white dress and said that he does not need to inherit the group. He does not need to participate in management. He can simply enjoy life using the family's money. The main character rubbed his neck and said that now that he had heard this, he understood what it was like. He lowered his head and opened one eye, saying that there was a problem. It was money, because it was unknown whether there would be any money left at all when it was his turn. So Young smiled smugly at him. She looked pleased. She asked if he had anything to worry about since he was the beloved grandson of the chairman of Jin Young-kal. Jin Do-jun tried to keep his face and smiled confidently, wondering if she had already realized this. An awkward silence hung between them while the guests around them chatted and had fun. The main character looked at her with a sly grin, realizing that it was natural that she began to find out information about him, because in the future this woman would become the daughter-in-law of the Sanyang group. A pearl necklace hung around her neck, and expensive earrings were in her ears. He decided not to fall for her tricks, and with a relaxed face replied that his grandfather gave his other grandchildren shares or money when they came of age, but he received a racing car. But he didn't even have a license. So Young's earrings sparkled brightly and she grinned and asked if it was true. She asked if it could be because his grandfather was going to give him a big gift in the future. In addition, he is a diligent student. She heard that such people don't really use money. Jin Do-jun took a drink with whiskey and ice from the tray and said that it's not that they don't use it, but rather they can't, because there is no money. He raised a glass of drink to his lips and said if he had money, he, too, would throw it away left and right. He smiled smugly as he took a sip, and thought that if she knew how much money he was spending, she wouldn't be able to stand. So Young pretended to be surprised and said that she would provide him with pocket money in the future and Jin Young-jun would also say so. Jin Do-jun politely replied that he would be grateful. He laughed quietly and rubbed the back of his head, saying that they would see each other often in the future. So Young covered her mouth with her hand and giggled softly. The guy bowed politely to her and said that he needed to go to the toilet. She agreed. So Young looked after the departing guy with a smile on her face. Once he was far enough away, the smile disappeared from his face. So Young rolled her eyes and said that it was not normal for a person who visited Uedo Exchange Street to have no money every day. Jin Young-jun approached her and asked how it went. They looked at Jin Do-jun, who placed a glass of whiskey on the waiter's tray. So Young crossed her arms over her stomach and replied that he was being polite. Jin Young-jun was surprised and asked if that was all. The woman looked at her fiancé and said that Jin Do-jun did not look like the son of a rich family at all, and asked if he had always been like this. The groom's face became emotionless and even gloomy. He replied that Jin Do-jun had been away from the family since childhood and was very quiet. He looked at the back of his beret and said that in any case there was no need to be afraid of it. He was thinking of using it as his right hand. So Young placed her hand on her cheek and let out a thoughtful exclamation. She hugged Jin Young-jun's right arm. She smiled sweetly, looking at her groom, and said that she had promised his younger brother to provide his pocket money. Jin Young-jun grinned smugly as he looked at the bride and replied that the older brother should provide money for the younger one. There was a corresponding picture hanging on the door of the men's restroom. Jin Do-jun walked into the restroom, rubbing his neck, and said that he was uncomfortable. As he approached the towels, someone called out to him. It was Kim Yoon-seok, and he bowed with a humble expression. The main character turned to him in surprise and said that he should have rested today, because this was a family event, and he didn't have to be here. Kim Yoon-seok frowned seriously and asked if Jin Do-jun had time since he wanted to tell him something. The main character immediately tensed, thinking about what to answer. He told Kim Yoon-seok that his car was parked in the parking lot and asked him to wait there. He would be down soon. The assistant clenched his hands into fists and bowed respectfully. The guy opened the tap and cold water flowed out. Jin Do-jun hung his head over the sink, wondering what happened, because Kim Yoon-seok's expression was worried. It was getting dark outside. The main character left the mansion. He began to approach his car, whose headlights were on. The guy sat in the back seat and closed the door, then asked what happened. Kim Yoon-seok turned to him and asked him to wait a bit. Group leader Shim Seok-ho will explain everything to him. Jin Do-jun asked what kind of leader Shim Seok-ho is. He looked at Jin Do-jun excitedly and said that this was the head of the strategic planning group and he had already talked about him once. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering that he was the one who told the assistant about the surveillance. The door to the car opened. The main character turned his head. A middle-aged man in a black suit with black hair bowed respectfully and said that he was the leader of Shim Seok-ho. The main character looked at his face and realized that he had already seen it somewhere. Shim Seok-ho sat next to him and apologized for disturbing him. The guy said everything was fine and asked if they had met before. Shim Seok-ho looked at him and said that they met once at the Yongpyong villa. He gave the guy a ride home. The protagonist's face became surprised as he remembered. The protagonist's cousin kicked him in the back in rage. Shim Seok-ho's face frowned as he endured. Then Jin Do-jun threw bait, but there was no reaction, so he simply erased this episode from his memory. The man put on a serious face and said that there was little time, so he would get straight to the point. He said that their department deals with the third generation. Kim Yoon-seok silently looked at them over his shoulder. Shim Seok-ho said that a month ago they noticed that someone started following everyone from the third generation. This information shocked Jin Do-jun. He turned to him and asked again. Shim Seok-ho frowned at the worried guy and replied that they don't taste the water, but are just monitoring his movements. The guy asked if Jin Young-jun was being followed. The man answered in the affirmative, saying that they were monitoring all the heirs of the third generation. Jin Do-jun put his hand to his chin and realized that his uncle would not have watched his own son. If not him, then who? Shim Seok-ho looked at assistant Kim Yoon-seok and said that in order to determine who is doing the surveillance, their team does not have enough strength, and they are not at all experts in counter-surveillance. Jin Do-jun believed that they were just assistants. It would be unwise to go in and try to track them down. He looked at him with an emotionless face and asked why he was telling him this, because there was a procedure. Shim Seok-ho's face became worried and slightly worried. He said that he knew the procedure. First, you need to submit a report to the chief head of the strategic department, and then he will send it to the chief secretary of Lee Hak-yi. And then a special group or guys from Sunyang Security will begin to act. Jin Do-jun asked why he was doing this if he knew everything perfectly well. Kim Yoon-seok was restlessly silent, looking down. Shim Seok-ho's hand clenched tightly and veins bulged on it. He said he was embarrassed to admit it, but he wanted to grab a hold of the thread. The main character calmly looked at him and asked if this thread was what he was thinking about. Shim Seok-ho put his fists on his knees and said that their strategy department has no future, and they have no one to rely on so much that rarely anyone stays with them for more than a year. Even he, having endured for years, still does not see the light. Jin Do-jun asked why they were asking him. Kim Yoon-seok and Shim Seok-ho looked at him in surprise. The main character said that he was just the youngest member of the family who had no say in the company, and asked how he could become a thread. His assistant's face became agitated and he tried to answer him something. Shim Seok-ho turned to the guy and asked if it was he who extended his hand. The main character crossed his arms and asked if he was ready to blindly accept an outstretched hand or if it was because he was the only one willing to help. He believed that he should immediately find out more about Shim Seok-ho. The man tensed, his pupils constricted, and he remained silent. After a while he replied that his hand was indeed the only one, but he wanted to accept it because he believed it. This made Jin Do-jun a little puzzled and he looked at him questioningly. Veins bulged on Shim Seok-ho's face and he shouted that if it was an untrustworthy hand, he would simply ignore it. He said that among the grandchildren of Chairman Jin Yong-kal, there is no one more thorough in management, sincere, and intelligent than the young master. Yoon-sung was tense, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Shim Seok-ho's face also looked worried and he was sweating. The main character put a bent finger to his lips. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze, realizing that he could easily check his uncle's actions himself, but he had no reason to refuse their offer. Both assistants looked at him silently, waiting for an answer. Jin Do-jun's lips were closed, he thought. He removed his fingers from his lips and told Supervisor Shim Seok-ho and Assistant Kim Yoon-seok to listen carefully. Both men looked at Jin Do-jun and waited tensely for what he would say. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was not they who grabbed the hand extended to him, but the strategic team begged him to become a roof, and he agreed. These were words that led to the same result, but with different before and after. The two must be clearly aware of the difference. Shim Seok-ho nodded and definitely agreed with him. The main character told him not to answer so right away. He turned to him and replied that this did not mean that they grabbed the hand he extended. The difference was too great. Shim Seok-ho frowned and replied with a serious face that he understood. He asked if he meant that this protection could disappear at any moment. Jin Do-jun was impressed by his resourcefulness. He thought about how he immediately understood what he wanted to say. Shim Seok-ho opened his mouth slightly and frowned. He said they would follow him within the limits of his expectations, and even if at some point that thread broke, they would not get angry. Kim Yoon-seok pursed his lips in tension. The guy told them that he was not asking for loyalty, it was just a deal. They looked at him in surprise. Jin Do-jun said that the strategic team does what he needs, and he pays for it. The payment could be a bright future or money. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked out the window. Shin frowned and asked with a worried face if the reason might be that he is not yet a full member of the Sanyang group. The main character turned to him and answered negatively. He said that for now he has no trust in them and no expectations, so it's just a deal. Kim Yoon-seok narrowed his eyes at him. The main character said that if they want something more from him, they should do something to make him change his mind. But only if they want to. Until now, Jin Do-jun has not received loyalty from anyone. He imagined himself from a past life, thinking that he knew very well that there was nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. He turned to the assistant, which is why he immediately responded. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and told him that starting tomorrow he was going to take a taxi, and he would follow his pursuer carefully and slowly so as not to be noticed. He can do this for a long time. Kim Yoon-seok frowned with a serious face and agreed. Then, Jin Do-jun turned to the head of Shim Seok-ho. The man began to listen to him carefully. The main character looked at him without turning his head and ordered from that moment on that all reports from the strategic group should be sent to him first. He will highlight in red marker what needs to be excluded from the report before filing above. Shim Seok-ho smiled broadly and replied that he would mean it. Jin Do-jun looked at his subordinates and told them not to worry about money. He would take care of all expenses, and if they needed money for personal needs, they could contact him. The main character, being determined, said that he would make sure that they did not worry about money at all. They looked at the young guy in surprise without answering. The main character closed his eyes and exhaled quietly. He opened his eyes, resting his head on the car seat cushion, thinking that he had gained a lot today. He found out which woman to be wary of, she was so young. He also gave himself extra eyes and hands, referring to Shim Seok-ho and Kim Yoon-seok. Fantasy Investments office building. The sun's rays reflected from the glass. There was news on TV. The presenter said that they had information about the well-known company Fantasy Investments, which intended to buy Ajin. It turned out that the source of their funds is Japan. They also said that they do not rule out the possibility that Ajin Motors could become a springboard for the promotion of the Japanese automobile industry to Korea. Oh Hyun crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and frowned. He turned to Jin Do-jun and said that a press conference needs to be held. This is a crushing blow. He believed that if anti-Japanese sentiments were hurt, they would definitely have no chance. The main character looked at the TV and said that there must be a basis for such news, because they will not just make things up. Oseo Hyun frowned and talked about the power banks company, imagining its leader in his head standing in front of the logo. He said that since the company is growing rapidly and attracting attention in Japan, it was not difficult to find out what they were investing there. Jin Do-jun sat on the edge of the sofa and asked if it was pointless to ask to correct the article. Oseo Hyun scratched his head and replied that the results will only be known next year. If this happens, it will be after the completion of the acquisition of Ajin Motors. The main character frowned at him and said that if articles like this continue to appear, they will need to stand together with Chairman Sun Hyun-jang and upstage the union leaders of the Ajin group. Oseo Hyun looked at him in surprise and asked if this was their secret weapon. Jin Do-jun lowered his head, looking down, and said that they would not be able to hold the weapon further, they would use the time. The director's face became serious. He pursed his lips. The main character looked at the TV, where the news was on, and thought that keyballs were so scary. He did not think that the media would broadcast news written to order without verification. Daehyun is really good at this type of wrestling. He introduced the creepy face of Chairman Ju Yeon-il. Many journalists took photographs and notes at the press conference. Oseo Hyun said that the rumors about the influx of Japanese money are not true at all. He stated that their fantasy investments had invested in Japan, but it was a short-term investment, and they abandoned it after making a profit. The director was sitting at the table with a microphone in front of his face. He said that it was more likely that the Japanese yen worked. A journalist in black glasses was writing something down. He asked if the yen earned remained as U.S. capital. Oseo Hyun moved the microphone closer to him and replied that they are now planning to invest all this money in restoring Ajin Motors. One of the journalists said that it is very difficult to understand with common sense that an investment company whose goal is to make a profit would try to acquire a car company. In his opinion, it will take a significant amount of time to recoup the investment and also make a profit. There were other employees sitting next to Oseo Hyun. He replied that investing does not have to be short-term. The woman in the shirt raised her hand and said that it is not uncommon for companies to go bankrupt due to poor management. There is a high probability of not recouping a penny of the investment. She asked if they were taking this risk because they were acting as an agent for the Japanese auto industry. This question angered Oseo Hyun and he bared his teeth in hostility. Veins bulged on his face and he furiously asked who was the first to talk about the Japanese automobile industry and where they got this information from. Journalists immediately began raising their hands and demanding confirmation that they had nothing to do with Japan. Jin Do-jun stood at the end of the room, hiding his face with a hood and cap. He lifted his cap to look at his uncle and realized that he was not at all used to this, since he responded so emotionally to journalists. Suddenly Sun Hyun-jang began to speak, causing Oseo Hyun to look at him in surprise. He said he is well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. The chairman of Ajin put his hand on the table and said that Ajin Motors cooperated with a Japanese technology company. Therefore, he can claim that Japan has nothing to do with this acquisition. Journalists immediately began taking photographs. They asked whether it was safe to say that the Ajin group supported the acquisition of Ajin Motors by fantasy investments. Sun Hyun-jang replied with a calm face that this is exactly the case, and not only he, but all the leaders and employees of the Ajin group support this. The executives sat next to him, and the employees stood along the wall behind them. Sun Hyun-jang said the entire Ajin Group Union is promising a wage freeze and no disputes over it until fantasy takes over and a surplus is achieved. Union members were among those present at the conference and the chairman said they were determined. Journalists began to communicate with each other, discussing his words. Sun Hyun-jang put both hands on the table and said that Oseo Hyun, the CEO of Fantasy Investments, promised them two things: clear separation of ownership and management, and normalization of Ajin Motors without a single layoff. According to Sun Hyun-jang, Oseo Hyun claims that he will not spare bold investments when necessary. Oseo Hyun sat with a gloomy face, not answering anything. Sun Hyun-jang leaned into the microphone and asked to let him tell them something else. He said that corporations are not companies that pursue only profits, they are jobs that provide livelihoods to people. All the attention of the journalists was directed at him, as were the photographic lenses. He said that the Daehyun group would throw more than half of Ajin's workers out on the street under the pretext of restructuring. He presented the Daehyun building with their red logo. Jin Do-jun looked at him in amazement, realizing that this was exactly the message that was needed. Sun Hyun-jang leaned the microphone towards him and said that if Daehyun acquired Ajin Motors, they would gain control of 70% of the domestic automobile market, and when monopolies are only pursuing profit, the opinion of the people comes last. He believed that they should not allow the essence to be obscured by rumors about Japanese capital. Journalists carefully recorded his every word. Sun Hyunjang said that Ajin Group has so many government funds invested in it, so Ajin should grow to the size of a conglomerate with government funds, and be reborn into a national company in which management and ownership will be separated. With an emotionless face, he said that this was an important point to take into account. That was the end of the press conference. Stormy applause began. Jin Do-jun grinned and covered his face with his cap again. The meaning of Chairman Sun Hyunjang's words was fully conveyed, but there was a timing problem. This interview was to be conducted the day before the planned takeover committee review. The main thing for them was not to give Daehyun time to counterattack. The setting sun turned the glass fantasy building pink and orange. Jin Do-jun was in a hurry and pulled out the hidden card first, so Daehyun calmly thought about it and parried it. Korea appeared on the map on TV. The news said that a war of scale had already begun in the global automobile market, in which only the world's top 10 would survive, and sales of Daehyun Motors had long exceeded domestic demand. They said that if Ajin Motors and Daehyun Motors become one, they will gain revolutionary competitiveness through joint design, unification of spare parts procurement, and integration of sales networks. A huge number of cars of the same model appeared on the TV screen. According to the news, the cost of cars will become significantly lower for consumers, and minimal restructuring is inevitable. But workers cannot remain without a company. An image appeared of an employee assembling a car at a factory. The TV asked the viewer to look to the future. They can expect a huge number of new jobs when Daehyun Motors becomes internationally competitive and enters the top 10 in the world. Finally, the TV showed an image of the Daehyun Motors office. The TV screen in Oh Seo-hyun's office went dark. Jin Do-jun lowered his head and sighed tiredly. Oh Seo-hyun's head was a mess and he scratched the back of his head irritably. The main character put his palms on his knees and asked about the stock market. Sekit replied that Daehyun Motors' share price remains unchanged. The guy asked if there was any effect. The man imagined a stock chart in his head and replied that two different forces simply collided. Those who think that the acquisition of Ajin Motors is bad, and those who think that it is good, that is 50-50. Jin Do-jun put his palms together, placing it on his face. He wondered if this meant both parties accepted the fact that the Ajin group would go to Daehyun. Oh Seo-hyun grabbed his head, closed his eyes, and called Keyballs scary. He asked how they could control state television and newspapers like this. Jin Do-jun's face was thoughtful, as if he was looking into space. He replied that it was not that, but that the media knew the taste of money. The director removed his hands from his head. Jin Do-jun frowned and looked at him, saying that they were with a drunken pen in their hand and a camera full of money. Hearing this, Oh Seo-hyun looked at him in shock. He frowned and asked in confusion how a young guy could talk like that. He thought he sounded like some old man who had seen life. The main character scratched the back of his head and replied that these were not his words, but his grandfather's. If something untoward happens, he immediately deals with the press first. The director tusked and scratched his cheek, saying that Daehyun does the same. Jin Do-jun frowned and began to bite his fingernails. If he had known that this would happen, he would have preferred not to interfere in his grandfather's affairs when he tried to take over Ajin Motors several years ago. He grabbed his face, tense, and thought it was a complete headache. He turned sharply to Oh Seo-hyun and invited him to forget about everything and drink a glass of alcohol. The director was taken aback and asked again. He looked at him with a stunned face. The main character replied that he was already an adult. Oh Seo-hyun got nervous and mumbled something embarrassed. He asked the guy if he knew how to drink and if he had ever drunk. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly surprised, remembering something. He couldn't even remember how many times in his past life he had to get drunk almost to the point of passing out. He remembered one of these parties, and thought that if he collected money for all the alcohol he drank, he could buy several apartments. The main character smiled faintly and sighed quietly. He reached into the inside pocket of his green jacket and replied that today they were testing his resistance to alcohol. He took out a platinum bank card and said that there was no limit, so he asked to be taken to the most expensive place Oh Seo-hyun knows. The director jumped up from his seat and asked in shock if this was really an unlimited credit card. He abruptly snatched the credit card from the guy's hands. He looked at it with widened eyes and asked, "Isn't this a Hansung Ilbo corporate card?" The card was gray in color and had the Hansung Ilbo logo on it. Oh Seo-hyun asked where he got it from. The main character replied that Sun Yang's future daughter-in-law is Han Sung-ilbo's daughter, and she said to use the credit card as pocket money. The director was still looking at the credit card in surprise. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pockets and said that this is a matter of the third-generation keyball face. He looked at Oh Hyun with a smirk and said that he needs to show his future daughter-in-law how much he can spend if he decides to do this. The director's face was still stunned. He soon grinned and closed his eyes, lowering his head. He said that he would take the younger gentleman to the most beautiful place. The main character laughed. In the corridor there were several doors to private rooms. There was a purple light. There were a lot of snacks and bottles of expensive alcohol on the table. Oh Hyun sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, holding a glass of whiskey in his hands. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. He looked at the empty sofa, and opposite there was a glass of alcohol and pistachios with cold cuts. The man thought that Jin Do-jun had some incredible idea. He didn't know what exactly the guy was up to. Oh Hyun grinned and raised the glass to his lips. He wondered if great people always come up with ideas out of nowhere. The lights were on in the Jin Yang call house and night fell. Jin Do-jun stood near the door and bowed. He apologized to his grandfather for coming so late. Jin Yang call sat on the chair with a dissatisfied face. He replied that he was still awake, after which he asked if the young man had been drinking. The main character answered in the affirmative and said that he drank a little. The elderly man frowned at his grandson and tutted displeasedly. He asked if Jin Do-jun felt like a loser. The guy made a serious face and lowered his head. He believed that they had not lost completely. The main character said that this is not the end yet and the fight is not over, asking if they usually say that. Jin Yang Cole clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and irritably asked where he heard this nonsense. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest. He strictly ordered him to get rid of the habit of holding on to completed work. He believed it was wiser to analyze his defeat and prepare for the next battle. Jin Yang Cole said that his saying is that a man should know when to back down. Jin Do-jun sat on the purple sofa with a frown on his face. He suggested that if Ajin Motors were transferred to Daehyun, then Sun Young would also suffer greatly. The guy asked if everything would be okay. Jin Yang Call looked up and sighed. He replied that this was his problem and if the guy didn't succeed, he could just give up. Hearing this, Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise. He realized that his grandfather was already thinking through actions in case the situation worsened. The main character looked at the dissatisfied Jin Yang Call. The guy thought that this couldn't happen. In his opinion, the chairman cannot stand it if he is not the first in the industry. In addition, this area of business evokes a lot of emotions in him and is his second love. They sat by the light of a table lamp. Jin Yang Call asked if Jin Do-jun thought about what his mistake was. This made the guy taken aback. He frowned, looking down. The main character admitted that large corporations have great influence, but he did not realize the full extent, but only vaguely assumed. Jin Yang Cole grinned, showing off his white teeth, and confirmed the guy's words. He said that before you strike, you need to know how strong your opponent's fist is. Grandfather asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Jin Do-jun had a frustrated expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes and admitted that he had rushed and missed the right moment. The chairman looked slightly menacingly and asked again what else he understood. The main character clenched his teeth and frowned deeply. He said that he neglected Daehyun's meticulousness and attention. He didn't think they would find out about the investment in Japan. The guy clasped his hands. His grandfather asked if this was all he had learned from this battle. Brown hair hung over his face. He imagined blood spattering and said he didn't know how cruel the inability to do anything was. He didn't even think that Daehyun's chairman would lie by presenting the Japanese company's investment as Japanese capital. Jin Yang Cole asked with a frown on his face if he could fix what he had just listed. Jin Do-jun remembered the faces of all his ill-wishers. His face became angry and he said that he had to do it. He believed that you need to be more meticulous and ruthless, as well as be able to lie competently and brazenly, in order to build a large conglomerate. As his grandfather frowned, the lines on his face deepened. He told his grandson that he should never forget those feelings and determination. The guy looked at him with a serious face and answered in the affirmative. The chairman closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Straightening his back, Jin Yang Call asked with a smile on his face why his grandson came here at such a late time. He jokingly suggested that he wanted to get drunk. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, Jin Do-jun repeated his words that this is not the end. Jin Yang Call stopped smiling at him and asked what else he had. The main character frowned and stated that his last card was with his grandfather, and he wanted to get it now. The chairman's eyes opened wide in surprise. He asked what it was. Jin Do-jun replied that it was Sunyang Motors, which could sink at any time. Jin Yang Call crossed his arms over his chest, his pupils constricted in shock. He looked at his grandson with wide-eyed eyes and a slightly open mouth. There was a glass of honey water on the table. The main character said that honey and water alone do not cure a hangover, but if you mix it, you get a completely different effect. He presented the buildings of Sunyang Motors and Ajin Motors. The guy turned his head and said that the announcement of their merger would immediately turn the tide of the battle. He reminded his grandfather of his words about the percentage of the probable merger, and said that they want to speed it up. Jin Yang Call's face was interested as he listened carefully. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and called out to his grandson sitting opposite him. The guy responded immediately. Grandfather frowned, narrowing his eyes. He gave an analogy and said that he was so proud of his grandson when he bought ramen with his own money, so he served him hot water. All you had to do was eat it and be satisfied. But now Jin Do-jun seems to be asking for dope in the form of a bowl of rice. The main character put his hands on his knees and turned to him. He said there is an old saying that says every grain of rice that goes into his grandson's mouth is not a waste. He stated that he was a grandson who was only asking for one bowl of rice, and asked if he would mind giving him one bowl of rice. Jin Yang Call closed his eyes in irritation and declared that he would explode from overeating. He ordered him to moderate his greed. The main character furrowed his eyebrows, not understanding why and when he had already gone so far. He remembered their conversation in the living room. Jin Do-jun wondered if Jin Yang Call then meant that he would be given shares in Sunyang as a result of the merger of the two automobile companies. The guy was sure that the chairman was thinking about it at that moment. He remembered how their gazes crossed at that moment. Therefore, Jin Do-jun did not understand why his decision suddenly changed so much. He imagined his grandfather's grinning face, suggesting he had changed his mind or was testing him. The guy's fingers tightened on his knee. He turned to his grandfather and declared that no matter the type and size of greed, the finger will always be pointed at it. The main character asked what was the point of being half greedy. The chairman's face became surprised. He did not answer. There were tables and chairs behind Jin Do-jun. He looked at his grandfather and said that all the fingers of the world would still point to him. Jin Yang Call remained silent, lowering the corners of his lips. The guy decided that there was no point in guessing his grandfather's intentions. Now he must show his will, strength and size of greed. He clenched his hands into fists and the muscle in his neck was tense. The chairman barely moved his lips. He asked the guy what he had. This question made Jin Do-jun taken aback, and he looked at his grandfather in surprise. Sitting in the moonlight and the light from the desk lamp, Jin Yang Call crossed his arms. He said that fusion is the combination of what the guy has and what he has into a single whole. The chairman said that he had Sunyang Motors and asked what he had. He looked sternly at his grandson and said that he had not yet acquired Ajin Motors. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyebrows and turned his head. He responded that the announcement of the merger would be an opportunity to break the entire standoff. According to him, the process will be a little different, but in the end Ajin Motors will fall into his hands. Jin Yang Call narrowed his eyes, looking straight up. He said the merger he talked about earlier was just a test to identify a potential opportunity. He asked if his grandson thought he might not want it. The main character with a confident face asked if the essence of negotiations is that a joke can be turned into truth, and a dream can be turned into reality. In his opinion, there is no deal in the world in which it is impossible to reach an agreement. If the scales do not fit, they need to be adjusted. He just wanted to put more on the scale in exchange for the merger announcement. Jin Yang Call opened his eyes wider and asked again to clarify what he meant. He looked at his grandson and decided to think about what would happen after the merger was announced. He believed that there was no guarantee that this would immediately turn the tide of the battle. Jin Do-jun responded negatively and stated that the statement alone would create two powerful instruments of pressure. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms and introduced the Sunyang Group building behind him. He said that one of these tools is the weight behind the name Sunyang Group, which is superior to Daehyun Group. He understood that the media, creditors and judges would then put Sunyang and Daehyun on the scale and look at them rather than at fantasy investment. After this, the chairman asked what the second instrument was. The main character clasped his hands together, looking down. He replied that it is a certainty that lies in balance, restraint, and justice. Grandfather decided to clarify about confidence. The young man imagined a building that was surrounded by falling banknotes. He replied that the terrible image of possible speculation that clung to the investment company would disappear as if it had never happened. Jin Yong-kol leaned on the back of his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and remained silent. His grandson looked at him seriously, waiting for an answer. They were sitting in a room that was filled with books, and there was also a gramophone. The chairman said that Sunyang Motors owns significant shares in subsidiaries. Ajin Motors also owns a majority of the other 8 subsidiaries of the Ajin Group. According to Jin Yong-kol, the scales are not balanced. He said that it was enough to just adjust the merger ratio to balance it. A smile appeared on the grandfather's face, and he said that he did not feel satisfied with this, and he was sorry. Jin Do-jun's pupil was directed in his direction. The guy was frowning. He clenched his hand into a fist on his knee, wondering if he was being too greedy. However, he understood that he were not even close in this regard. The main character didn't understand whether Jin Yong-kol really didn't want to give him Sunyang Motors or was still testing him. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and told his grandfather to leave all the shares of subsidiaries owned by Sunyang Motors and put only the company itself on the scale. Then his scales will tip. Grandfather's eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock if his grandson wanted to say that Sunyang Motors should be divided. There was an eerie atmosphere around the main character. He said tensely that 8 subsidiaries, including Ajin Motors and Sunyang Motors, need to be merged. Thus, a new auto giant will appear. Jin Yong-kol's face was uninterested, and he hummed thoughtfully. Jin Do-jun noticed that his grandfather's expression looked like he was disappointed and wanted more. He widened his eyes. Part of his face was in shadow. The guy must understand what Jin Yong-kol needs in order for these negotiations to end successfully. Suddenly he frowned and his pupils constricted. He turned to his grandfather and said that he needed to hurry up and quickly announce that Sunyang Motors would be completely separated and merged with Ajin Motors. Jin Yong-kol looked at him in surprise. The protagonist said that in this case, the share price of Sunyang Motors will fall sharply due to the announcement of the separation of subsidiaries. The chairman's eyes opened wide in shock. Jin Do-jun said with a serious face that when the stock price was as low as possible, he would buy it himself under a borrowed name. Jin Yong-kol leaned forward with a stunned face and asked what would happen next. Behind the main character there was a ladder and books. He said that after the takeover of Ajin Motors and partial merger with Ajin Group, for various reasons, the separation with subsidiaries will simply be cancelled. In addition to further strengthening Sunyang Group's position, there will be an opportunity to absorb Ajin Group into Sunyang entirely. Jin Yong-kol looked at him worriedly and asked if investors who had suffered losses would flock to him like ants. Jin Do-jun imagined many ants near the cartwheel that crushed them. He smiled evilly and said that if you try to go around everyone, you won't be able to move. Jin Yong-kol narrowed his eyes. He said that if he bought shares of Sunyang Motors in this way, he would become one of the main shareholders of Sunyang. The main character smiled faintly and asked if this gift was not acquired too easily. He said that when the stock price went up, his grandfather would make money and not have to pay taxes. A satisfied grin appeared on the chairman's face. He lowered his eyebrows and called him a cheeky boy with a smile. He said that he was so young, but he was already imbued with evil. Jin Do-jun widened his eyes and seemed to shudder. Then he smirked, lifting the corner of his lips. The guy understood that he had passed the test. Sitting in his chair at his desk, Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms over his chest. He stated that he plans to take over the Ejin group. Lee Hak-yi and Cho Tae-ho, who were standing near his desk, were taken aback by his statement. They looked at the chairman with dumbfounded faces, not knowing what to say. Cho Tae-ho lowered his gaze, sweat appearing on his face. He was thinking that Jin Yong-kol called him and summoned him in the middle of the night, so he thought that something important had happened. The man leaned over slightly and said that the chairman knows that Daehyun has the advantage. They don't have time to prepare and they don't have enough money either. A confused Lee Hak-yi agreed with him and said that it was like they were jumping on a train at full speed. Jin Yong-kol closed his eyes, lowered his head, and replied that they would just catch their feet a little. He looked at Cho Tae-ho and declared that he would be the leg. The man was puzzled by these words. He and Lee Hak-yi looked at each other, not understanding anything. The chairman crossed his arms while looking at them and said that if Fantasy Investments acquires Ajin Motors, Sunyang Motors will merge with Ajin Motors. This will be the job for Cho Tae-ho. The subordinate was slightly taken aback. Jin Yong-kol narrowed his eyes and smiled. He said that only Sunyang Motors would be separated from the group and merged with Ajin Motors. According to him, these two automobile companies will start a new life, and Cho Tae-ho will become the first CEO of the automobile conglomerate. Surprised, Lee Hak-yi opened his eyes wide. He told the chairman that no matter what the merger ratio between the two companies would be, Fantasy Investments would still be the major shareholder. Jin Yong-kol looked at his subordinates and replied that Oh Hyun from Fantasy Investments himself extended his hand. He added that if things continue like this, Oh Hyun will unknowingly become a dog chasing a chicken. With a big smile on his face, Jin Yong-kol revealed that Oh Hyun is going to create a new, well-packaged company and hand it over to Sunyang. Lee Hak-yi, standing next to Cho Tae-ho, began talking about Fantasy Investments with a worried face. The chairman interrupted him and said that they were money players, and he was sure that this package would be very expensive. Jin Yong-kol also said that he will find another place for President Sun Hyun-jang, and there is no need to worry about it. Cho Tae-ho lowered his gaze, feeling tense. The chairman told him to get ready. Fantasy Investments building, the sky was blue and cloudless. There was a pot with a plant near the window. Oh Hyun asked Jin Do-jun if Jin Yong-kol revealed his intention to transfer Sunyang Motors to him. The main character responded negatively and said that it has not been decided yet, and he is not the kind of person who makes decisions carelessly. Sitting at his desk, Oh Hyun raised his hand and asked what was so difficult about it. He said that Sunyang Motors should be separated, merged with Ajin Motors and partially with the Ajin Group. In addition, Jin Yong-kol knows that Fantasy Investments belong to Jin Do-jun. The main character was wearing a green jacket and shirt. He, sitting on the sofa, replied that the merger ratio remains, but if the grandfather does not give in, the owner will change. The director began to get angry and aggressively asked what this meant. Jin Do-jun smiled as he looked at him and said that this is Grandpa, and even after mixing his and Grandpa's things, he won't give up so easily. According to him, the chairman is the one who shares little after taking everything for himself. The man looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to answer. The main character understood that Oh Hyun could not know the real face of his grandfather, chairman of Jin Yong-kol. He imagined his cunning, evil expression on his face. The guy lowered his head thoughtfully, thinking that his grandfather's greed took precedence over his bloodline. If he were not like that, he would not have been able to create the Sunyang Group. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Oh Hyun turned to the smiling Jin Do-jun and asked if they had decided on the influence quotient. The main character responded negatively and said that they would discuss it after they got Ajin. The guy with a relaxed face got up from the sofa and added that he would deal with this problem himself. He went to the window and stopped smiling. Oh Hyun glanced at him. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids and the corners of his lips. The window overlooked multi-story offices. He thought it would be a cold winter by the time a buyer was identified and the merger process began. As a result, Sunyang, Daehyun, and even the government will run out of firewood, so the grandfather will have no choice but to accept his grandson's offer. The main character put his hands in his pockets, looking at the numerous skyscrapers. He thought that then he would hand his grandfather a glass of alcohol, which he would gratefully accept. The guy imagined himself from a past life with a cruel smile and a glass of alcohol in his hand. The camera flashes did not stop while the press conference was going on. They announced that SsangYong Motors would become an independent company by separating its subsidiaries. By teaming up with Ajin Motors, they will play a key role in creating a specialized automobile corporation. A huge number of reporters with cameras and journalists were at the conference. The head of Ajin's son Hyun Jang looked calm. Cho Tae-ho closed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand. With all these statements, Oseo Hyun wanted to say that Fantasy Investments is not a speculative company. He looked confidently at the camera and said that they will do their best to take the Korean auto industry to the next level. The three of them sat at the table. The crowd of reporters was held back by security. Journalists asked what relationship SsangYong has with Fantasy Investments, and they also asked President Cho Tae-ho. A remote control flew into the TV screen where the press conference was being shown. The remote control fell to the floor. The back cover opened and batteries spilled out. Yang was beside himself with anger. His hand was shaking. He asked what the hell this situation was. He stood up from his chair. His employees were sitting next to him. He asked if no one really knew. He then turned to Song Hyun-chan and asked him if anyone was assigned to Oseo Hyun. Song Hyun-chan stood up from his chair with an awkward expression and replied that there had been no strange activities until last night. Chairman Di-hyun became even more angry and asked how this could have been overlooked. He shouted that it took a lot of phone calls for the three of them to meet and come to this agreement. His subordinates, a gray-haired man and a man with glasses, lowered their eyes in shame. Yang shouted that they had to meet dozens of times, asking what his subordinates were even doing. The men tried not to look at him while he cursed. Yang clenched his teeth in anger, being very irritated. He crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes, and said that it was time to end these surprise attacks from SsangYong. He ordered his subordinates to say how they could fix it. Everyone except him stood up from their seats. The chairman looked at them and said that at first they were blind, like kittens, and now they were silent like fish. Song Hyun-chan silently looked at the floor. The man with gray hair closed his eyes. Yang strained his hand so much that veins bulged in his palm. He gave his subordinates 2 hours to find all possible solutions. He ordered to mobilize all his cousins and even relatives to use all the convolutions of his brain. His face twisted with rage. He ordered everyone to be involved, even low-ranking civil servants or bank employees. The morning came. The sun softly illuminated the house of the chairman of Jin Young-kal. An angry Jin Young-gae entered the room and called out to his father. He shouted that this could not be done. At this time, Jin Young-kal was sitting at his desk and drinking tea. He raised the glass to his lips and invited his son to sit down first. He offered him a cup of tea. Jin Young-gae angrily walked towards his desk, asking if he was going to give up the automobile industry and what wasn't enough for him. The chairman took a sip of tea and declared that he had nothing to regret. He added up all the shortcomings that were in this company and threw them there together. His son called out to him again. The veins on his face bulged with rage as he asked how his father could not say a word to him. He believed that this was an important aspect in the organization of SsangYong Group's subsidiaries, so why should he learn about it from TV? Jin Young-gi waved his hand in anger and asked if this is really all he deserves. He is ashamed to even show people a business card that says he is vice president. He asked if Jin Young-kal was happy. The chairman looked at him silently as his tea steamed. His son looked to the side, mouth wide open in a scream. He said that President Cho Tae-ho personally brought him documents with a written decision from Jin Young-kal, and it was he who told him about the grandiose merger of SsangYong Motors with Ajin. It seemed to him that Cho Tae-ho was funny to see the face with which he received these documents. The chairman put a cup of tea on a plate. His son asked if all this time he thought of him as just a rag doll who could not cope with his position and was just taking up space. Jin Young-kal finally spoke, moving his lips slowly. He asked if he was going to continue and if he had anything to say. Jin Young-gi was taken aback as he raised his head. His father, with a calm face, said that if he had expressed everything and calmed down, then he could move on to the main thing. Jin Young-gi asked what he was talking about with an irritated face. Jin Young-kal sighed and looked at his son with a slight smile. He asked if his purpose for the visit was really just to vent his anger. Jin Young-gi's lips curled with anger. He frowned and called out to his father. Jin Young-kal loudly hit the table with his palm. His furious face looked creepy. He told his son to stop. He quickly calmed down, placing his hands on the table. His son took a step back. Suddenly the chairman's face turned red with anger. He asked if he was really ashamed of the vice president's business card and what a rag doll was. He stood up from his chair and aggressively shouted that if Jin Young-gi was so ashamed of his position as vice president of Sunyang Group, then let him leave. His son called out to him in alarm. Jin Young-kal pointed his finger at him and said that for the business card that he was so ashamed of, any person would fight the Republic of Korea. He stated that all Jin Young-gi achieved was to be born his eldest son. The chairman pointed his finger at the humble man. Jin Young-kal stated that Jin Young-gi got this business card, that is, the position in the company, only due to luck, so he does not understand the value of this thing at all. His son clenched his fingers in anger and replied that was not what he meant. Jin Young-kal looked at him and waved him off sarcastically. There was a gloomy atmosphere around the chairman. He looked at his son angrily and said that he was over 40 years old and had received the position of vice president. Jin Young-gi's face looked startled and worried. Jin Young-kal frowned and coldly asked if he could even get the position of executive director if he were not his son. Jin Young-gi was deeply affected by these words. He pursed his lips and swallowed nervously. He began to tremble and tears flowed from his eyes. He lowered his head in shame, standing opposite his father, and remained silent. Jin Young-gi lowered the corners of his lips without saying anything. With his head down, he declared that his father was going overboard. Jin Young-kal looked at him angrily and asked again. Looking at his ashamed and guilty son, the chairman told him that he himself was behaving like a rag doll, and then he told him so. Jin Young-kal calmed down and looked at Jin Young-gi seriously. He opened his mouth slightly and exhaled tiredly. He called his son by name. The man looked ashamed and disappointed, lowering his head. The chairman lowered his eyebrows and said with a calm face that he could understand his anger over the fact that he learned about such things from TV, since it had already been leaked to the press. He added that if this has already happened, Jin Young-gi should have thought about what will happen in the future, what additional preparations need to be made, and what real benefits Sunyang Group could get from such a merger. Jin Young-gi bowed his head, his lips trembling. His father said that's what he should have done as vice president instead of taking out his anger on him. His wrinkled hand reached forward. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder, causing him to tense up. Jin Young-kal looked into his eyes and called him by name. He said that even if his skills are not as outstanding as others, this place is still his. The chairman lowered his eyelids, remaining calm. He advised his son not to lose his composure, think only about the future of Sunyang Group, and devote all his energy to developing and protecting the company. Jin Young-gi looked gloomy and doomed. He did not answer. They stood in silence for a while as Jin Young-kal kept his hand on his son's shoulder. A sparkle appeared in the chairman's eyes. He thought about how he was comforting his grown son, 70-something years old. The Sunyang Group building had a huge number of floors and windows. There were many photos of Oseo Hyun, Jin Do-jun, and other people on Jin Dong-gae's desk. His subordinate said that 2 days ago, Jin Do-jun was in a car with Oseo Hyun, who then met with Lee Hak-yi and Cho Tae-ho. Jin Do-jun left before these two arrived. Jin Dong-gi looked at the photographs with a thoughtful face. In his hands was a photo of Oseo Hyun greeting Lee Hak-yi and Cho Tae-ho. The man immediately frowned and put his hand to his mouth. He placed the photo in a pile with the others and asked his subordinates if they wanted to say that his older brother was not there. The man with black hair answered in the affirmative. He revealed that Jin Young-gi was seen running to the chairman's house immediately after the merger announcement on TV. Raised voices were heard from the chairman's office, but it was unknown for what reason. Jin Dong-gi turned sideways to his subordinates, smiling. He assumed that his older brother showed his character there because he was not capable of more. The man with black hair looked at him and assumed that Oseo Hyun was the first to propose the merger. However, he did not understand why the chairman agreed to this so easily, and so quickly, in just 24 hours. Jin Dong-gi looked up and admitted that this might be the scenario his father had in mind all along. He also said that Oseo Hyun started interfering and getting noticed since the Hando Steel takeover. Jin Dong-gi looked at Oseo Hyun's photo and assumed that fantasy investments were his old man's secret safe. The man imagined the faces of the main character and Jin Young-jun, and then grinned. He said that if Jin Do-jun were older than 30, he might be dangerous to him, but he is younger, and the eldest son, Jin Young-jun, is a stupid idiot. The director pointed his finger at the employees and ordered them to continue monitoring Jin Do-jun. He said that the guy was already acting as a messenger between Oseo Hyun and the old man, and he probably already knew about this merger. The subordinates looked at each other without saying anything. Suddenly one of them suggested that Jin Do-jun would be the successor. Hearing this, Jin Dong-gi turned towards them. His narrowed eyes looked at the man carefully. He looked at the photo of the main character and replied that he was sure not. According to him, Jin Yan-kal groomed him since childhood and did not stop him from going to law school. Although with his grades one could easily choose any other department at Seoul University. Sitting halfway to his subordinates, Jin Dong-gi said that he could easily afford the education of a lawyer or prosecutor. He heard that Jin Do-jun doesn't even attend university properly. According to the director, all his father wanted from his grandson was to have a flower to show off. Like, he has a smart grandson who studies well, but nothing more. He introduced the main character, who smiled widely and joyfully. Jin Dong-gi believed that this was exactly what Jin Yang-kal expected from his youngest grandson. Like a varnish that will decorate the appearance of your home and make everything shine. He said that if his father was going to hand over the Sunyang group to the guy, he would have forced him to go to the Faculty of Business. The man with black hair looked puzzled as his colleague stood silently nearby. He asked why Jin Yang-kal entrusted Jin Do-jun to Oseo Hyun from Fantasy Investments. Jin Dong-gi turned to them with a grin and suggested that he had discovered some kind of talent in the young man. For example, the talent to manage money or attract investments. He assumed that the young man would even take over the financial part of the Sunyang group. His staff looked at each other in silence. Jin Dong-gi smiled sinisterly and told them not to worry in advance. He believed that this battle would end at lightning speed with one shot. He said that now all he needs is not to make mistakes and gradually build up his reputation. The director asked if the share price of Sunyang Motors is now falling. The employees looked at him and one of them answered in the affirmative, saying that smart people are already preparing. Jin Dong-gi folded his hands in front of him and ordered them to buy everything when the stock reached the bottom. He added that there is no division by subsidiaries. One of them was taken aback and wanted to ask something. The director interrupted him. He smiled evilly and said that his father was not one of those people who would throw away his hard-fed brainchild. He believed that once everything returned to normal, the share price would rise and he would have control of the Sunyang group. Jin Dong-gi looked at the photo on his desk and ordered the staff not to make mistakes. His subordinates agreed with him. There were expensive dishes and gourmet snacks on the table in the restaurant. Jin Do-jun enjoyed his steak, chewing the meat thoroughly. Jin Young-jun, who was sitting opposite him, was wiping his mouth with a napkin. They sat together in a separate room of the restaurant. The elder brother asked if Jin Do-jun knew about the merger with Sunyang Motors. The main character looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this kind of speech came out of his mouth. Jin Young-jun looked angry and dissatisfied. Jin Do-jun understood that he did not know how to control his facial expression at all, in which case he should immediately attack. The main character closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative, saying that he learned about it the day before the official announcement. Jin Young-jun began to get annoyed, gritting his teeth and asking how this happened. The main character pricked a piece of steak on a fork and brought it to his mouth. He replied that Oseo Hyun, the CEO of Fantasy Investments, asked him to ask his grandfather for advice and give him a proposal detailing the terms of the merger. His older brother clenched his hand into a fist and asked why Oseo Hyun asked him to do such a thing when he could have met in person. Jin Do-jun responded that D-Hyun Group was monitoring CEO Oseo Hyun's every move. He began to chew a piece of meat and added that if he went to meet his grandfather in person, D-Hyun would immediately know about it. The main character narrowed his eyes, wondering if this was enough to avert suspicion. He didn't understand how he knew about it. He could assume that it was not Jin Yong-kal's eldest son who was following him, but Jin Young-jun. The elder brother, with a dissatisfied and rude face, asked if that was all. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative and asked if there should be something else. While he was calmly taking out a napkin, Jin Young-jun loudly asked if he didn't know what he was talking about. He asked if the guy was really just a messenger and delivering documents. The main character wiped his mouth with a napkin, not understanding where he got such suspicions from. Jin Young-jun never doubted that his father would become the owner of Sunyang and accepted the blessing of being born under a lucky star. He remembered Han-sung Ilbo's director's daughter named So-yeom and guessed that she had instigated it. The guy's face became surprised. He didn't know everything about Jin Young-jun's youth, but he never married into a family of journalists. He introduced his older brother and an unfamiliar girl. Jin Do-jun remembered that in his previous life, his wife was the daughter of the president of the Sunyang subsidiary, who was as loyal as a dog. He didn't know if anything had changed. Jin Young-jun was furious. He aggressively called out to the main character and asked if he was going to answer. The young man was taken aback and with a surprised face asked why he was yelling so much. The elder brother frowned, pursing his lips. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and slowly exhaled through his mouth. He placed his hands on the table while Jin Young-jun looked at him intently. The main character said that in fact there is a secret contract between the grandfather and the CEO of Oseo Hyun, but he cannot talk about it. According to him, he didn't really want to know either, but it happened so. He was ordered not to tell anyone until the official announcement. The veins on Jin Young-jun's neck bulged out of anger. He asked if he was one of them and if he was a stranger to him. Jin Do-jun carefully watched his reaction and he wanted to anger him. He put his elbows on the table and replied that it was. This made the older brother taken aback. The main character, with a calm face, asked if he knew that he now had no powers. Hearing this, Jin Young-jun suddenly stood up from his chair. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and said that this is a contract between grandfather and CEO Oseo Hyun. No one else knows about it. Neither Jin Young-kal's eldest son nor Lee Hak-yi knew about the contract, because it was a secret agreement between two people. He asked his brother if he thought he had more rights than them. Jin Young-jun gritted his teeth and looked at him aggressively. He asked if the guy remembered what he told him earlier. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and asked if he was talking about the fact that he offered him to become his right hand. Jin Young-jun sat down on the chair again, closing his eyes, and said that these were not just words. He stated that by the time Jin Do-jun graduates from university, he will become a CEO or president. Jin Young-jun looked at his younger brother and said that he would prepare a seat next to him. The main character crossed his arms and replied that he was no longer a child or an idiot to believe in the promises of an unlikely future. Hearing this, his elder brother was taken aback, his eyes widening. His pupils constricted, and he furrowed his thin eyebrows. Jin Do-jun said that the announcement of this merger was made even without the knowledge of the eldest uncle, even though he is the vice president of Sunyang. Jin Young-jun angrily pointed his finger at him and asked what he meant by that now. The main character imagined the image of the Sunyang building being broken into small pieces. He said the inheritance of the group's uncles has not yet been completed. He asked if this meant that grandfather could change his mind at any time due to impermanence. Jin Young-jun began to become aggressive again, which was reflected in his facial expression. He asked if Jin Do-jun was giving up the place of his right hand to cling to his grandfather and wait for his chance. He asked in shock if the guy was going to compete with his father. The main character smiled and sighed, asking his brother to calm down. He admitted that it was simply a pleasure for him to observe the situation. Jin Do-jun smiled smugly, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said that in any case, A junior is a junior, and the Sun Group has nothing to do with him, so he is not greedy. Jin Young-jun looked at him coldly without saying anything. The young man picked up a glass of water and asked what he regretted. He said that if he decides to focus on his studies for 2 years, he will take the bar exam because he is quite good at studies. Jin Young-jun didn't understand why he said that. Jin Do-jun raised his glass and said that he would enjoy life as a prosecutor or judge, receiving respect from society and not worrying about money. He presented many images of young girls. The main character said that his father is now successful in the film industry, and the guy just needs to extend his hand for pretty actresses to get there. Keeball is the 3rd generation, a prosecutor or the son of the president of a film company. Jin Do-jun knew that few women would refuse him. Jin Young-jun looked dissatisfied. He frowned, squinting his eyes and pursing his lips. He asked if this meant that the younger brother wanted to give up his position in the Sun Group. The main character smiled widely, closed his eyes, and raised his glass. He asked who said he was refusing. Jin Do-jun put on a calmer face. He stated that if the real no one suggested it, he would try it, but now Jin Young-jun is not no one. His older brother gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and gave him a hostile look. While Jin Do-jun looked at him, he raised his shoulders and said that if he became number 1, he might not need his younger brother anymore. Jin Young-jun tried to act confident, smiling nervously, and asked if he knew how much his father had. He stated that his father could prevent even 1 share of the Sun Group from falling into the hands of Jin Do-jun. The main character closed his eyes, grinned and sighed. He realized that he had hurt his brother's pride, so he decided to try a threat that wouldn't even work. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes and put his hands under the table. He reminded him that he had nothing to regret, and even with what his family now has, he might not need anything for the rest of his life. Jin Young-jun's face was distorted into a grimace of anger. The main character realized that it was time to end this conversation, because he had already touched him and brought up enough facts of his independence. He smiled softly, showing no hostility. He said being the youngest member of a conglomerate family was even better. He said that his older brother Sanjun Hyun even dropped out of university and went to art school in New York. They do not cling to the impossible. These words truly shocked Jin Young-jun, who looked at his brother with wide eyes. Jin Do-jun decided that his last step was to sow the seeds of mistrust and anxiety. He raised his shoulders and stated that he would only say one thing. The tense Jin Young-jun lowered the corners of his lips and prepared to listen. The main character imagined the faces of the family members in his head, 3 men and 1 woman, as well as a small seed. Jin Do-jun looked down at the plate of steak. He said that the 2nd and 3rd sons of the grandfather, their wives and aunts are all greedy and not so simple. He knew that these people were not the ones who would just watch the entire Sun Group go to Jin Young-jun's father. The seed seemed to have fallen into the chest of his older brother. He put his hand on the table and displeasedly asked if Jin Do-jun thought he didn't know about it. He said that his father will take care of everything and their house is not that simple either. Jin Young-jun's pupil shrank and he pursed his lips. He looked at the calm smile of the protagonist and asked if that secret agreement that he knew about had anything to do with the succession plan. His eyes opened wide in shock as the seed inside him began to sprout. The restaurant they were sitting in was illuminated by the setting sun. Jin Young-jun's face was shocked as he silently looked at his younger brother. Jin Do-jun looked unshakable and calm. He crossed his arms over his chest, raising his gaze, and answered his question vaguely. This made Jin Young-jun angry and he loudly called out to the guy. The main character immediately frowned and asked if he would continue to raise his voice. This upset his older brother, who calmed down and apologized. He put his elbows on the table and said with a nervous smile that he was the eldest grandson in this family and he could not stand aside and wait. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and turned to him. He asked if the royal power were inherited by the eldest son and then by the eldest grandson, would there be peace in the country? He imagined blood spatters and said that when the 2nd or 3rd son inherits power, there is always a bloody purge. Therefore, Jin Do-jun wanted the eldest uncle and his elder brother to take the chairmanship of Sun Group. He smiled calmly, looking at Jin Young-jun, and added that this was the only way their family would not suffer. This answer satisfied his older brother. He laughed and agreed with him, smiling widely. Jin Young-jun closed his eyes in relief, lowering his head. He said that Jin Do-jun really doesn't know anything. A memory from a past life surfaced in the head of the main character, how he stood opposite him in the office. Jin Young-jun looked smug and arrogant as he smirked. Yun Hyun-yu's face was serious and cold. Jin Do-jun had the same face now. The main character lowered the corners of his mouth and sighed quietly. On the table there was a clock, a box of tissues and flowers in a small vase. Jin Do-jun said that as a result of the merger with Sunyang Motors, the shares of the affiliates owned by this company will be transferred to another affiliate, which will become an important company in the Sunyang Group. Jin Young-jun agreed with him. The main character clasped his hands together on the table and asked what if the management of this company was not headed by the eldest uncle. This question puzzled and surprised the older brother. The guy's eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted. He asked if this was really the content of the secret agreement. Jin Do-jun's gaze was focused and calm. He understood that in fact this was a fact that could be understood if you thought about it a little. The main character narrowed his eyes slightly, looking straight, and replied that he only saw the name of the contract. This was the group management reorganization plan. A grimace of horror appeared on Jin Young-jun's face as he asked about the reorganization of management. There were many dishes and snacks on their round table. Jin Do-jun said that this was the most help he could provide. From now on the rest should be decided by his elder brother and uncle. Jin Young-jun calmly agreed with him. He lowered his gaze and nervously scratched the back of his head. The main character looked at him with a smug grin. He believed that because of Sunyang Motors, the claws that each family member had been hiding would gradually be exposed. Jin Do-jun introduced Red Lion Eyes. He remembered the faces of all the family members he disliked. An evil, self-confident grin appeared on the guy's face. He wondered whose claws would be sharper. Fantasy Investments Building. The sky was clear and blue. There was an article in the newspaper with a photo of Oseo Hyun. The article said, Fantasy Investments was chosen as the new owner of the Ajin Group. Oseo Hyun, who is he? The director was sitting at his desk and reading this article in the newspaper. He said that although they got Ajin, he was worried that Sunyang would end up taking everything away from them. Jin Do-jun was holding a carton of chocolate milk in his hands. He smiled and asked when the takeover payment was due. Oseo Hyun put the newspaper on the table and had an expensive watch on his wrist. He replied that the payment must be made immediately after the merger. 1.2 trillion won, which means you need to transfer $1 billion. The main character asked if this would not happen until next year. The man turned to him and replied that it was worth asking his grandfather. He assumed that Jin Yong-kal would want to rush the merger process to get it done before the end of the year. While Jin Do-jun was drinking chocolate milk, Oseo Hyun said that the total is $3.2 billion. The current exchange rate is 1 in 101, so it's a little over 3.5 trillion won. The main character asked how much they had in stock now. With a serene face, the director replied that there were $600 million. As the guy asked, this year the man kept everything in cash without any new investments. Also, another 600 million will be returned next year. Jin Do-jun squeezed the drinking straw between his lips. He thought that this amount would be enough. The money he invested using his memory returned more than 100-fold. The guy presented the streets of New York and street signs. He wondered what if it were not he, an ordinary worker, who had been reborn like this, but a fund manager from Wall Street in the United States. He assumed that such a person would now take the place of the richest man in the world. Oseo Hyun said that he will first transfer $1 billion so that they can pay it back at any time. Jin Do-jun looked up and stopped drinking chocolate milk. He replied that there was no need to do this for now. They will still have to pay only by next year. The man looked at him, puzzled, with the corners of his mouth downturned. The pupils of his brown eyes shrank. Sweat appeared on his face and he leaned forward. Oseo Hyun asked if the guy also noticed that the rise in the exchange rate is a little strange now. The main character lowered his head and replied that, in his opinion, everyone had already noticed and was worried for a long time, but they were trying not to pay attention. He said the exchange rate jumped 251 in a month. He asked if it felt like the dollar was slipping away like water. Oseo Hyun looked at him intensely and asked if the course could correct itself by the end of the year. Jin Do-jun imagined a view of the city and red shards of glass in his head. He knew that Oseo Hyun was not the type to not notice, but he still asked useless questions. According to Jin Do-jun, everyone thinks the same. They are trying to cover up the impending typhoon with conglomerate bankruptcies and presidential elections. He introduced the politician, who raised his hand in greeting while he was surrounded by confetti. The main character dropped his hands to his feet and replied that exchange rate fluctuations and the loss of the dollar are two different things. Oseo Hyun, sitting at his desk, asked if this meant there was no point in holding on to tens of trillions of relief if the dollar went away. Jin Do-jun featured falling bills and a variety of sweet pastries. He said that on a desert island, a box of bread would be much more expensive than 10 billion won in cash. Oseo Hyun frowned and tensed. He asked if he meant the dollar under the bread, which you cannot get even if you have money. Sunlight illuminated their office. Oseo Hyun looked at the guy intensely when he answered in the affirmative. The main character believed that the International Monetary Fund would soon collapse and it would be impossible to get dollars, even if you really wanted to. The houseplant stood near a panoramic window overlooking business centers. The director clasped his hands in front of his face and asked the guy if he was going to pay for the acquisition in dollars if the exchange rate continued to rise. The main character smiled relaxedly and answered negatively. He said he was thinking about negotiations. Oseo Hyun opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise what kind of negotiations he was thinking about. Jin Do-jun grinned and exhaled. He replied that he was going to reduce the price, offering to pay for the acquisition of Ejin Group in dollars. Oseo Hyun raised one eyebrow in confusion and was taken aback. He immediately hit himself on the head and laughed loudly. He realized that even if he had a gold nugget, what should he do with it? If already on the verge of death, it is useless. Then it is better to exchange it for a life jacket. Jin Do-jun thought that the dollar, as a world currency, is like blood for a living being. He imagined $100 bills sitting in a blood container. Money was flying everywhere, and a blood transfusion tube was going down. People's hands desperately reached up. If the blood stops circulating, the person will die. While another person with a bag of blood in his hands can freely remove a gold nugget from the pocket of the deceased. The director frowned and grinned, exhaling. He said that by the time domestic foreign exchange reserves hit the bottom, Jin Do-jun will become their savior. The main character grinned smugly that it would not be him, but his uncle, the CEO of Fantasy Investments. The grin on Oseo Hyun's face grew even wider. He put his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair. The man asked the guy if he still wanted to show up because of his young age. He also assumed that Jin Do-jun didn't want to reveal himself because he had some kind of ulterior motive. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, looking out the window. He asked what people would say if they found out that he owns $1 trillion. The main character himself answered his own question that people will begin to discuss illegal donation, simplified inheritance, and so on. Oseo Hyun looked at him while still smiling and asked if this way he could avoid countless eyes looking at him. Jin Do-jun smiled back and said that this is one of the reasons. The director of the investment company tilted his head slightly and let out a quiet chuckle. He placed his hands on the table and agreed with a confident smile. He said that he would become Jin Do-jun's riding horse and allowed him to twist the reins and beat the whip as he pleased. However, he warned that the guy does not have much time, because Oseo Hyun is 50 years old. He smiled, showing his snow-white teeth, and said that he would give a maximum of 5 years, and after that the guy would have to run himself or find a horse instead. His statement made Jin Do-jun very surprised. A guy walked up to his uncle's desk and asked if he wanted to retire at 55. Oseo Hyun replied that this is the time, and although it is too early to retire, he already has a lot of money. He asked if it was fair if there was not enough time to spend them. The man pointed his finger at the main character and said that he was giving 5 years because he was more like his nephew than his nephew himself. Otherwise, he would simply leave now and then go to live on some secluded island. Oseo Hyun looked at the young guy with a smile. Jin Do-jun looked a little stunned, but didn't say anything. Evening came, the The Sunyang multi-story building was glowing brightly. There was a huge round chandelier hanging in Jin Young-gi's office. He sat at his desk and asked his son Jin Young-jun if it was true. His son responded in the affirmative, saying that Jin Do-jun personally saw it. Jin Young-gi's fist clenched tighter. He thought that Jin Young-kol, his father, seemed to have patted him on the shoulder and promised him the position of chairman. The man's face became angry as soon as he thought that his father was trying to change management at the group behind his back. It seemed to him that the chairman whispered sweet words into his ear, and he himself was hiding such things from his son. Jin Young-jun looked at his father dumbfounded, saying nothing. Jin Young-gi turned his gaze to him. He turned away abruptly and coughed into his fist, after which he said that if motors separated, he would just have to get over it. The man stated that the entire structure would shake, but not enough to worry too much about it. Jin Young-jun started talking about the movement of the motor's share. His father turned to him and interrupted him, saying that everything was fine and he would figure it out himself. He advised his son to focus on normalizing the Hando steel plant, immediately correcting it to the Sunyang steel plant. Jin Young-gi said not to miss this opportunity and show his grandfather his abilities. Jin Young-jun's pupils shrank sharply and he agreed with concern. He walked to the exit of the office and bowed goodbye. Jin Young-gi was left alone in his office. He was reflected in the windows. The man abruptly picked up the phone. With an incredibly angry face, he ordered everyone from the planning department over the phone to gather in the conference room now. Jin Young-gi aggressively threw the phone down. He lifted his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. Removing his hand from his face, the man frowned. He needs to act quickly before his father makes a strange decision. Cho Tae-ho entered the office and bowed, closing his eyes. Jin Dong-gae was already waiting for him inside, adjusting his jacket. He told the older man that he must be very busy and apologized for distracting him. Cho Tae-ho smiled as he stood near the sofa and replied that from now on he would indeed become very busy, but he could find time to eat a bowl of rice with the president. Jin Dong-gi laughed and asked him to sit on the sofa. He sat down on the chair and extended his hand forward. He admitted that he was still confused about who would benefit more if Ajin and Sunyang merged. The man also admitted that his father did a great job this time. Cho Tae-ho smiled while sitting on the sofa and agreed. He admitted that everything happened so quickly that he himself was confused. Jin Dong-gi looked at him seriously and remained silent. He wondered whether the interlocutor would feign ignorance until the end. Cho Tae-ho opened his eyes in surprise when Jin Dong-gi stated that the man was now no longer affiliated with Sunyang when the branch division occurred. He assumed that Cho Tae-ho was very upset. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked at him silently. He asked if he was serious or just testing the waters. This made Jin Dong-gi taken aback. Cho Tae-ho smiled faintly and added that if he was serious, then he was very disappointed. Jin Dong-gi swallowed nervously as he looked at him. Just as he thought, his thoughts were correct. Instead of joining Ajin, Sunyang simply absorbed them. Jin Dong-gae immediately smiled widely and chuckled. He asked what Cho Tae-ho was talking about and immediately said that it was just thinking out loud. Cho Tae-ho looked calm and even stern. He turned away, looking straight, and said that he had served the chairman for more than 30 years. During this time, he only had the opportunity to protest once, and he asked his interlocutor if he knew when it was. Jin Dong-gi frowned and narrowed his eyes, waiting for the story. Cho Tae-ho revealed what it was like when Chairman Jin Young-kol first started the oil business. A war broke out in the Middle East and oil supplies found themselves in a crisis situation. He remembered how several smoking tanks stood in the desert. With a straight face, he said that was why they flew to Texas to secure a crude oil contract there as quickly as possible. According to his recollections, they were driving along an endless highway. The day was hot as hell, and their bodies were exhausted, when suddenly they came across a steakhouse. It was a one-story building with a green roof and a sign. Cho Tae-ho and Jin Young-kol headed there. The chairman ordered one steak and said they would split it in half. On a wooden board lay a portion of steak with garlic, herbs, and salt. Cho Tae-ho noted that the smallest portion weighed about 600 grams. Jin Donggi raised his finger and laughed, saying that in the United States, steaks always come in large quantities. Cho Ti-ho looked him in the face and told him that he was against it. He said he wanted to order a separate portion. Jin Donggi smiled incomprehensibly and asked if this was the only protest. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. Jin Donggi lowered the corners of his lips, feeling puzzled. He thought that the interlocutor would say something important, and even decided that it was a joke. Suddenly it dawned on him. His eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted. He presented a photograph of the Shenyang head office and Shenyang Motors office buildings. The man realized that since he did not support something like the division of a piece of meat, then the group would not support the division. Jin Donggi put his palms together and smiled and told President Cho Ti-ho that he doesn't like sharing and he hates throwing away. He asked his interlocutor if he thought that if you take too much of what you can eat, you will eventually have to throw it away. Cho Ti-ho leaned back on the sofa and replied that he and the chairman forcibly shoved food into themselves, but ate everything. Even though the portions were huge, they managed it. He remembered the empty steak board containing only spices and cutlery. The president said that until he tried, he would not know, and admitted that 600 grams was not as much as he thought. Jin Donggi frowned, mouth slightly open. He looked very unhappy, and his teeth were grinding with aggression. He considered him an old-fashioned businessman. In his opinion, they are just workers hired for a salary, but Shenyang Group is treated with love, like family. Such people continue to endlessly care about the condition of the carriage, even knowing that the carriage has changed its owner, who will replace the horses and coachmen. A smile began to appear on Jin Donggi's face. He thought that in order for the carriage to move, a coachman was needed in any case. He turned to Cho Ti-ho and said that he eats a lot. The president smiled and raised his palm, saying that he doesn't have much to eat now. With age, the amount of food needed decreases greatly. His interlocutor squeezed his hand tightly on his knee. He said if his plate size hasn't shrunk yet, he's not that old. Jin Donggi smiled smugly and said that he could easily eat a 600-gram steak without leaving a single piece. Cho Ti-ho narrowed his eyes suspiciously. From the office window there was a beautiful view of the city at night. Cho Ti-ho, who was sitting on the sofa, called out to Jin Donggi. The man tensed and responded with an agitated face. The old man's face darkened, and he stated that Vice President Jin Young-gi is his elder brother and the eldest son of the chairman, so Jin Donggi will not be able to take over the group. The interlocutor immediately became angry and loudly asked if he knew that his older brother was incompetent. Cho Ti-ho turned his head to him and said that he could always be there and help him. Jin Donggi put his hand on his chest and objected why it couldn't be the other way around, for him to take the place of his older brother, and for him to help him. The interlocutor said that incompetent people cannot help competent people, they are useless. On the man's desk was a sign with his name and position, decorated with dragons. Cho Ti-ho said that the older brother cannot sit on the younger brother's neck, otherwise he will be kicked out. Jin Donggi extended both hands forward and declared that he would create several branches and put them under his management. Moreover, he promised to give Jin Young-gi whatever he asked for. Cho Ti-ho's lips twitched and he let out a chuckle. He put his hands on his knees and looked towards his interlocutor. The man said that even though he is a simple worker at Shenyang Group, he will not get involved and support plans that discredit the company's name. He did not want to see the limit of the earth. Jin Donggi bit his lower lip, realizing that he couldn't back down now. He wanted to show everything to achieve something. The man flexed his fingers and declared that he could make this land much more fertile. According to him, he will be able to clear away all the uneven areas, making it a wide and vast plain. He desperately asked Cho Ti-ho if this was what he wanted to see. The elderly man closed his eyes and remained silent. He calmly looked at his interlocutor and replied that the chairman was not the person who would determine and train a successor in advance. There was warm light in the office and a ring chandelier hung. Cho Ti-ho told the man not to even dream. This sentence made Jin Donggi confused. He realized that there was no successor. Cho Ti-ho looked straight and said that Jin Yong-kol will endlessly look closely and compare candidates until the time comes to die. The man assumed that the chairman would announce a successor to whom he would give Sun-yang Group in his last will and testament. Jin Dong-gi immediately objected. He excitedly shouted that if you do not prepare for the inheritance in advance, you will have to pay huge taxes. In his opinion, Jin Yong-kol cannot allow this to happen. Cho Ti-ho remained calm and replied that the chairman was more concerned about Sun-yang's future than taxes. Jin Dong-gi's face contorted into a grimace of anger. He gritted his teeth and frowned deeply. He abruptly stood up from his chair and asked why he was telling him all this. He asked if his words meant that Jin Young-gi would inherit the company. Cho Ti-ho quietly got up from the sofa and replied that these were just his thoughts and desires. He clarified whether he was interested in his thoughts and not the intentions of the chairman. Jin Dong-gi looked at him confusedly, not knowing what to say. He realized that this was a warning. He frowned and lowered the corners of his mouth. This was a warning not to underestimate the coachman's strength. Cho Ti-ho closed his eyes and bowed, while Jin Dong-gi thought that changing the owner of the carriage does not mean changing the coachman. He knew that the opinions of trustworthy people like Cho Ti-ho played a big role in his father's final decision. He looked seriously at Cho Ti-ho's back as he walked towards the exit. Jin Dong-gi smiled nervously and said that he would mean that the confrontation had not even started yet. Standing near the door, the elderly man smiled calmly. A tall white office building stood next to another tall building. Jin Do-jun's father, Jin Yoon-gae, sat in the bright office. He had hair down to the back of his head and wore glasses. Jin Dong-gi walked into his office and smiled. Jin Yoon-gae asked his elder brother what business he came to him for. His older brother asked if he could come and why was he so surprised. The man with glasses shook his hand and replied that he had never visited him for 10 years. Jin Dong-gi was surprised and asked if it had been so long already. Jin Yoon-gae smiled, closing his eyes, and answered in the affirmative. Jin Dong-gae looked around his younger brother's office with a slightly puzzled face. The room looked quite simple and was littered with books and folders with documents. The elder brother said that he had heard that his younger brother had earned a lot of money during this time, and asked about the office. Jin Yoon-gae replied that these were all absurd rumors. He said that it is difficult to earn anything here at the bottom. Even the budget of one department of the company of the elder brother is not enough. Jin Dong-gi waved his hand and said with an angry face that he couldn't stand it. He said that tomorrow he would send a person to expand the office, because you need to live up to your position. Jin Yoon-gae refused and replied that he still needed to pay off the debt. This made the older brother taken aback. He raised his eyebrows and asked if he really had a debt. The man with glasses smiled relaxedly and raised his palms. He replied that he did not use a private loan, and Jin Do-jun gave him the startup capital. Jin Dong-gi put one hand in his pocket and raised a finger, remembering this. Jin Yoon-gae rubbed his neck and said that he needed to repay the debt, because the father took the little child's money, so he needed to give it back. His older brother sat down on the chair and agreed with him. He said that his younger brother still makes good money, and if he doesn't waste the money, he can pay it back. He asked Jin Yoon-gae to sit in the chair. A man with glasses sat down opposite him and clasped his hands together. He suggested ending this conversation and getting down to business. He again asked why he had come to him. The elder brother narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at him. Jin Dong-gi leaned forward slightly and asked if his younger brother would continue on this path. Jin Yoon-gae asked what he was talking about. The short-haired man frowned and asked if filmmaking was his last stop. The younger brother lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he wanted to tell him not to even look towards the company. There was tension between them. Jin Dong-gi put his palms together and answered in the affirmative, talking about him and his son, Jin Do-jun. Jin Yoon-gae narrowed his gray eyes coldly. The elder brother frowned and seriously stated that he would not like to lose his younger brother and nephew. Jin Yoon-gae crossed his arms and raised one eyebrow. He asked what he meant and reminded that there was a third brother. Jin Dong-gi raised his hands in irritation and rolled his eyes. He said that Jin Sang-gi has not been his younger brother for a long time. Jin Yoongi hummed thoughtfully and put his hand to his face. Jin Donggi leaned forward sharply and asked displeasedly what kind of reaction this was. He even decided that his younger brother was hiding his greed. The man adjusted his glasses and replied that he still had not played the role of a father properly, so he was going to start. Jin Donggi tilted his head slightly and asked if he was talking about Jin Do-jun. Jin Yoongi rubbed his chin with his fingers and answered affirmatively, saying that he dreams of becoming an entrepreneur like his grandfather. This made the older brother taken aback. The man with glasses looked up and smiled, saying that he would clarify the situation. According to him, Jin Do-jun is not so petty as to want to take over several subsidiaries of the Sanyang Group. He will achieve everything on his own. Jin Donggi looked at him in surprise, his pupils constricted. Jin Yoongi crossed his arms like his older brother, and stated that he would do his best to help Jin Do-jun with this. The elder brother asked what this had to do with the company. The man with glasses tilted his head forward slightly and grinned. He said that although he is the youngest son, he still has the blood of the chairman of Sanyang Group flowing in him. Therefore, if they give something, he does not refuse, and if not, he takes his fair share. Jin Donggi irritably massaged his temple and repeated his words about a fair share, closing his eyes. He frowned and opened his brown eyes. Jin Yoongi put his palms together and leaned forward. He suggested something had happened to his older brother and asked if the stock was shaking because of Sanyang Motors. Jin Donggi leaned his hand on the armrest of the chair and began to stand up, answering in the negative. He straightened his jacket and ordered his little brother to stay back like he was doing now and support him. The man stated that if he wins, he will give them a fair share, enough for Jin Do-jun to make his dream come true. Jin Yoongi looked at him from his chair and calmly asked what if the other brother wins. The elder brother's face darkened, and he coldly replied that then he would have to fight him to become a father. Jin Yoongi lowered his eyebrows and looked at him coldly. As Jin Donggi started to leave, he noticed a poster on the wall. The film was called The Lovers of the Titanic, with a man and woman hugging in the background of a cruise ship. The older brother asked what kind of film it was. Jin Yoongi replied that their company will release this film early next year, and now he is actively searching for theaters. Jin Donggi patted his younger brother on the shoulder and asked him to tell him if the tickets didn't sell. He promised to buy everything. Jin Yoongi smiled widely and laughed, thanking him for the offer. Evening came. The lights were on in the expensive country house. Choi and Seo-yoon were sitting on the sofa with awkward faces. Jin Yoongi asked them if they really came here at this hour to ask for money. The woman answered in the affirmative. The man with glasses frowned and scratched his head, asking what kind of day it was today, because first his older brother came to him, and now his older sister. He asked if something had happened in the family that he had missed. He dissatisfiedly asked whether the owners of the department store were now really asking to borrow money from the owner of the film company, when their daily revenue could be compared with the profit of an entire film. Choi turned away and coughed awkwardly into his fist, and Seo-yoon began to speak with an embarrassed face. She lowered her eyebrows and raised her palm, saying that her father had literally invested all his money in Hando Steel and limited the department store's budget. He also forced him to report to him every day for income and expenses. Jin Yoongi looked at his older sister with disappointment and asked if she had done something wrong. Seo-yoon got angry and pointed at her husband, shouting that it was his fault. Choi raised his eyebrows, looking fearfully at his wife. He lowered his gaze guiltily and adjusted his glasses. Seo-yoon said that he wants to challenge the mayor of Seoul in next year's elections, so his father blocked all funding and forbade the use of money from the supermarket. Jin Yoongi raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked about the election of the mayor of Seoul. Seo-yoon placed her hands on the purse on her lap. She heard that her little brother hit the jackpot with a movie whose name she couldn't even remember. The woman asked if he received enough money. Jin Yoongi asked how many pennies she thought a film could make in Korea. He reminded that a movie ticket costs 6,000 won. The man frowned with displeasure and raised his hands, saying that there were 670,000 viewers in total. If you do the math, it comes out to 4 billion won. Jin Yoon-gi asked how much money would be left after removing the payment to the theater, distributors and production costs. He ordered them to end this absurdity. Choi and Seo-yoon were taken aback and looked at each other. The fat man with glasses opened his mouth slightly and exhaled tiredly. He abruptly stood up from the sofa and suggested that we pretend that this conversation had not happened. Jin Yoon-gi and Seo-yoon looked at him in surprise. After that, the married couple headed towards the exit. The younger brother looked after them. He took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose irritably, sighing heavily. Frustrated, Choi and Seo-yoon left the house with their heads down. Suddenly someone called out to the woman, and they raised their heads in surprise. Jin Do-joon walked towards them with a smile on his face. The guy asked what business they were here for at such a late hour. Seo-yoon tried to smile like her husband. She called her nephew by name. The main character entered the hallway and took off his shoes. He looked into the living room with a calm face. There the guy saw his father drinking tea. Jin Yoon-gi asked if they could talk for a while. Jin Do-joon awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked if he had arrived too late. He promised to try to return early in the future. His father grinned and said knowingly that he was not such an old-fashioned father as to control the time a grown-up guy came home. There were 2 cups of tea on the coffee table. Jin Yoon-gi said that this afternoon his second eldest brother came to see him, and that the guy's aunt and her husband had just visited him. Jin Do-joon replied that he met his aunt on the way home. Father lowered his head and took a sip of tea. The main character sat down opposite him, his face wary. He wondered what his father was going to tell him. Jin Yoon-gi put the empty cup on the glass. He raised the corners of his lips and stated that Jin Do-joon was definitely his son, but he was nothing like his father. This made the main character taken aback, remembering his appearance from his past life. Jin Yoon-gi said with a calm face that he is proud of his artistic and aesthetic sense, but his son does not even listen to the usual popular pop songs these days. On the contrary, counting money is boring for Jin Yoon-gi, but his son is born with a wonderful sense of investing. He wondered how they could be so different. Jin Do-joon widened his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to answer. He began to sweat profusely due to the exertion. The main character did not understand why he suddenly started this conversation. He even suggested that Jin Yoon-gi realizes that he is not actually the real Jin Do-joon. His father smiled relaxedly and asked why the guy was so confused. The main character rubbed his jaw and admitted that he simply did not know how to respond to this. The smile did not leave Jin Yoon-gi's face. He exhaled quietly. He admitted that he actually already knows everything from Seo-hyun. Jin Do-joon scratched the back of his head and looked at his father, puzzled. Jin Yoon-gi said with a proud smile that he knows that his son's net worth is over 3 trillion won, and that he acquired the Ejin Group, so he actually owns the investment company that controls Hollywood. Jin Do-joon's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked to the side irritably, imagining Seo-hyun's awkward face. The guy thought that his uncle did not know how to remain silent. He frowned and put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, imagining Seo-hyun and Jin Yoon-gi hugging. The main character realized that he was the one who was stupid, because they are best friends who became close in their youth in a foreign land, and their friendship is based on mutual trust. On the contrary, it is even strange that he did not tell his best friend the secrets of his son for 10 years. The father laughed loudly and sincerely, pointing his finger at his son. He said that Jin Do-joon's expression now is the same as when he listened to everything Seo-hyun said about him. The main character bowed respectfully and deeply, after which he apologized for not telling him earlier. Jin Yoon-gi crossed his arms and looked up, saying that to some extent he was even grateful for this. This puzzled Jin Do-joon. His father turned his gaze to him. He asked if Jin Do-joon thought he would believe that a high school student with a net worth of 20 billion won could negotiate fluently in English. The main character looked at him slightly startled. Jin Yoon-gi smiled proudly and said that this is actually very cool. Jin Do-joon's eyes opened wide as he looked at him in shock. His father crossed his arms and looked away. He said that although at first he was very surprised, but on the other hand he was very proud of his son. Not because he made a lot of money, but because of his great talent. Jin Do-jun looked at his father in awe, not knowing what to say. Jin Yoon-gae, still smiling, looked at him and asked if he wanted to take over the Sunyong group. The main character began to look more calm. He replied with a faint smile that it was just a means or tool to achieve his dream, not a goal. In the living room there was a TV next to indoor plants, and there were paintings on the walls. Jin Yoon-gi leaned forward and asked what the guy's dream was. Jin Do-jun responded that he wanted to create a huge conglomerate larger than the Sunyong group. He presented several skyscrapers. With a confident face, he said that to create such a conglomerate, you first need to build a company from scratch, and then buy up a decent number of Sunyong group branches. He realized that branches of other conglomerates were also needed. It could not be limited to Sunyong. Jin Yoon-gi made a dissatisfied face and asked if Jin Do-jun's Sunyong group is perceived as some kind of stall or neighborhood store. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his feet and replied that he did not want his father or grandfather to give him the company. He wanted to achieve more than just being told that he was just lucky to be born into a family of keyballs. Jin Yoon-gae, sitting on the edge of the sofa, asked if he wanted to buy up Sunyong's subsidiaries for this reason. His son lifted his shoulders and raised his palms, answering in the affirmative. He clarified that this is just a dream for now. A satisfied grin appeared on his father's face. The light from the chandelier illuminated the living room. Jin Yoon-gi laughed and said that if this is his place, then he cannot do anything. He believed that he had worried in vain. The main character asked what he was worried about. The father closed his eyes and smiled widely. He admitted that he wondered if he could do anything to help achieve his son's dream. If necessary, he was even ready to defend the legal rights of one of the chairman's sons. Jin Do-jun looked at him in shock, not understanding what this meant and what his son's legal rights were. He looked in surprise at his father's hand on his shoulder. Jin Yoon-gi leaned towards him slightly and thanked him sincerely. He said that he kept thinking whether it was worth starting a confrontation with his brothers, even under the threat of a family split, or not. And is it worth negotiating with subsidiaries, asking for cash or shares? The main character's eyes opened wide. He opened his mouth in confusion. Suddenly he realized that this was a completely new card that he had not even thought about. Jin Yoon-gi walked up to the stairs leading up. The man stated that he hates quarrels that make his face red with anger and hates negotiations that hurt his pride. But Jin Do-jun doesn't need his help. When Jin Do-jun was taken aback, his father said that he would go to bed and advised his son to go to bed too. The main character began to wave his hands in confusion and say that everything was completely wrong. He asked his father to wait. From the luxurious mansion came the voice of Jin Do-jun, who asked his father to talk a little more. The pink sky towered over the expensive foreign cars in the parking lot. The main character slowly walked near the elite cars. Behind Jin Do-jun was the chairman's house. He was impressed and whistled, saying that so many people had gathered. After that, he began to climb the stairs towards the mansion. In the meeting room, Jin Yong-kol was sitting at his desk, and Lee Hak-yi was standing next to him. In front of them stood a huge table with 10 people sitting around it. There was talk that foreign currency coming into the company should not be spent, neither the dollar, nor the yen, nor the mark. They also need to sort out hot overseas payments that must be made because banks don't want to share their dollar reserves. Also, due to the appreciation of the exchange rate, export earnings from foreign exchange differences have increased, but conversion into won has been suspended. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. Lee Hak-yi looked at him nervously without saying anything. He nevertheless decided to break the silence and asked if the chairman had tried to contact the deputy prime minister. Jin Yong-kol opened his eyes and asked in response whether he called him himself. With a tense expression on his face, the bespectacled man replied that the prime minister was ignoring his calls. The chairman frowned and clenched his teeth. He said that this is essentially a call from the chairman, and he understands that. Jin Yong-kol called the prime minister insultingly and said that he was ignoring calls from businessmen. The lines on his face were deep. He frowned and asked what the maximum amount they could get by collecting all the unclaimed money from within the group. Li Hak-yi calmly looked at him and replied that if all urgent payments were paid by the end of the year, it would be a little more than 400 billion. He also added that the amount for the acquisition of Hando Steel was paid in a lump sum, and even after that the money continues to go there. Jin Yong-kol clenched his teeth in displeasure. His face became angry, and his scream reached even those who were sitting far away. He stated that they do not give the money that needs to be given to them, but the money that needs to be received must be demanded and received right now and immediately converted into dollars. A man with small eyes and black glasses lowered the corners of his lips and said that even if they give more than the market price, nothing will come of it. He believed that everyone was just whining because there were no dollars available. The chairman frowned, clenching his teeth in displeasure. A man in a black suit with a brown tie looked in his direction. He said that the economic singularity would soon come, and even if the exchange rate rose to 3,001 per dollar, they would not be able to find it anywhere because there would be a severe shortage of dollars. The man's lips were pursed, and there were wrinkles next to his mouth. The chairman crossed his arms, looking at his subordinates at the conference table. The black-haired man nervously adjusted his glasses while his colleague looked away. Li Hak-yi leaned forward a little and started talking about Ajin. Jin Yong-kol responded aggressively and asked if they had a secret vault of dollars. The bespectacled man with a cold expression responded negatively. He wanted to talk about the acquisition price of 1.2 trillion won. The chairman immediately stopped being angry and looked into the face of his subordinate in shock. He put his hand on the table and agreed with him with a joyful face. He asked if this money belonged to fantasy investments, because their money was definitely in crisp green dollars. A satisfied grin appeared on Li Hak-yi's face, and he answered in the affirmative. He said that then they could exchange currency for 1.2 trillion won, and the missing part of the money could easily be covered by a loan from the bank, because there is only a shortage of dollars, not one. In addition, they can even take away all the dollars that fantasy investments own by issuing Sunyang Group bonds. The employees looked at each other, smiling. Li Hak-yi assumed that this was quite possible if they paid more in interest than the annual income of fantasy investments. The slightly overweight man looked in his direction and said that they, too, were able to feel the previous crisis of their country. Only by doubling the rate will they be able to earn twice as much. He asked if the manager thought they would be satisfied with the offer with interest on the bond. Li Hak-yi looked at the employees and replied that 1.2 trillion would need to be exchanged at the exchange rate. He talked about interest on bonds on the remaining dollars. The employees looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Li Hak-yi looked in surprise at Jin Yong-kol, who was smiling contentedly. The chairman began to laugh loudly and declared that he would deal with this problem himself. His subordinates looked at him in confusion. The man with brown hair was puzzled. He turned his head to the chairman. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms over his chest and said with a satisfied grin that he was very close to the owner of fantasy investments. Li Hak-yi was taken aback and looked at him in shock. He said that CEO Oh Hyun is not that simple. He knows the value of his company's dollar better than anyone. The chairman looked at him with a confident smile and asked if Oh Hyun was the owner. This puzzled the manager. The satisfied grin did not disappear from Jin Yong-kol's face. He repeated his words syllable by syllable that he was close to the owner, and reminded that Oh Hyun was just a manager. His subordinates looked at him in amazement, their eyes wide open. There was a tense silence in the office as the staff looked at their chairman. Jin Yong-kol frowned and lowered the corners of his lips. He told them not to overthink it, because it was not his money. He asked where he would have gotten so many dollars. The chairman recalled that his pockets are empty because the employees have not been working very hard lately. The subordinates immediately felt awkward and looked down guiltily. Li Hak-yi looked at his boss with tension. Suddenly Jin Yong-kol loudly hit the table with his palm. With a menacing face, he ordered everyone to leave his office. He told them not to talk to anyone about his instructions and to follow the instructions carefully. A crowd of subordinates gradually began to emerge into the corridor. The chairman looked sternly at Li Hak-yi, who was standing next to him. The bespectacled man bowed politely, looking down. After that, he headed towards the exit from the office. Finally, he turned around and glanced at Jin Yong-kol without saying anything. The chairman rubbed his chin, smiling contentedly. The employees walked down the stairs into the mansion's hall. There, Jin Do-jun was sitting on the sofa. drinking his chocolate milk. He watched the satisfied faces of the company employees. The men talked to each other, smiling. The main character followed them with his gaze. He thought that they were having an emergency meeting on countermeasures for the upcoming crisis, so he expected to see tortured, puzzled faces, but they are quite cheerful. He assumed that this is because Sun Yang Group is #1 in the economic sector and has strong financial strength. Jin Young Call spread his arms and exclaimed joyfully, greeting the owner. Puzzled and confused, Jin Do-jun walked towards him. He lowered his eyelids and smiled tiredly. At first, he even suggested that they decided to appoint him as a successor at today's emergency meeting. But the guy immediately realized that his grandfather would never do such a thing. Jin Yang Cole's pupils shrank, and he smiled slightly madly. He called Jin Do-jun his dear grandson and asked if he was the owner of Fantasy Investments. The protagonist's face immediately became serious and cold. The two of them sat down at a long table, and grandfather turned to the guy. Jin Yang Cole said that today he meets with Jin Do-jun not as a grandfather and grandson, and suggested that they talk about something important as an owner with an owner. The main character smiled nervously and asked why he decided so suddenly. This scared the guy. The chairman grinned smugly and told him not to pretend, because his face showed that he was curious. Jin Do-jun frowned and looked to the side with displeasure. He thought that it was not his expression, but his grandfather's expression. The guy understood perfectly well that the fun belongs to the one who has the advantage in the negotiations. He looked at his grandfather's satisfied grin. Jin Do-jun himself looked wary and slightly tense. It was clear to him that none of them had an advantage, but at the same time each had a hidden card. He narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his eyebrows. The guy knew his card, but he couldn't even imagine what kind of card his grandfather had. Jin Young Call's pupils shrank, but he continued to smile. The main character thought that the currency crisis was approaching every minute, and he did not understand why the grandfather was so calm. Sitting in a leather chair, Jin Young Call looked at his grandson with a smile. He asked if the guy had prepared money for the acquisition of Ajin Group. Jin Do-jun scratched his chin with his finger and looked to the side. He said that there was nothing to prepare, you just need to transfer money from a foreign account to a domestic bank account. The chairman looked impatiently at his grandson and asked if the money was in dollars. As soon as the main character heard this question, his eyes opened wide. He realized that he needed a supply of dollars in case of a currency crisis. Jin Do-jun turned to his grandfather, still sitting half sideways, and answered in the affirmative, because the money is in an American bank. Jin Young Cole raised his hand and asked to let him change the money, asking if he needed 1.2 trillion won. The main character confirmed his words. Jin Young Cole was still smiling friendly. He said that the exchange rate was now 1,201 to $1, after which he asked whether it was necessary to give out $1 billion. The main character answered in the affirmative. The chairman frowned confidently and suggested changing it tomorrow. A smirk appeared on Jin Do-jun's face as he chuckled quietly. With a relaxed face, he smiled and stated that he did not want to. This made the grandfather stop smiling. He was taken aback by his grandson's answer. The guy turned away from him and closed his eyes, asking why complicate everything. He said that he could simply transfer the money directly to the creditor bank and there was no need for him to bother so much. The chairman clenched his teeth excitedly, looking at his grandson in disbelief. Jin Do-jun smiled confidently and replied that he also has eyes and ears. He noticed that the dollar was growing. The guy said that in any case, the merger of Sun Yang and Ajin Motors must be completed before the creditors sign the acquisition permit. Payment is made after. Jin Young Call opened his eyes in amazement. He didn't know what to say. The main character also noted that delaying payment is beneficial for him. Huge chandeliers illuminated the office with warm light as grandfather and grandson looked at each other. Jin Do-jun pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. He wondered if Grandpa thought he had gone too far. Jin Young Cole smiled widely, showing off his snow-white teeth, and laughed. The veins on his face and neck were bulging, and his crazy smile was frightening. He agreed with Jin Do-jun and said that it was as expected of his grandson. The chairman began to laugh loudly, saying that it was getting more and more interesting. Jin Do-jun looked at him calmly, not showing any emotion. He frowned a little and narrowed his eyes, mentally calling his grandfather a snake. The guy understood that the chairman was buying himself time with laughter for a quick brainstorm. Jin Yong-kol smiled confidently and offered to give 1,500 won for $1. Jin Do-jun looked at him calmly and suggested that he try again. The chairman frowned and smiled broadly, calling his grandson a robber. He offered 1,600 won. The protagonist's gaze became more serious and replied that this was not interesting. Grandfather began to get irritated and raised one eyebrow up. He asked if the guy had forgotten that all the dollars he now had originally came from the sale of land that was given to him. The grandson smiled faintly and replied that it was a deal. As a child, he studied hard, got 100 marks in all subjects and brought joy to his grandfather, and in return he received land. He knew that land was worth tens of millions of won, but for that amount of money, Jin Yong-kol received a lot of joy, and Jin Do-jun considered it a reasonable deal. The chairman looked at his grandson aggressively and indignantly while he argued that a few hundred million for his grandfather was like a few thousand won for ordinary people. Jin Yong-kol closed his eyes tiredly and put his hand on his head, calling Jin Do-jun a poisonous guy. He asked if he really remembered all this. The main character smiled relaxedly and shrugged. He replied that it was the grandfather who brought up the conversation about the case 10 years ago. The chairman smiled with his eyes closed and chuckled. He said it looked like he was giving in. His face became more serious and he asked how much his grandson wanted. Jin Do-jun turned towards his grandfather on the chair, moving his feet. With his hands on the armrests, the main character looked at Jin Yong-kol. The guy said that the balance of the scales is wrong because grandpa wants to buy dollars, which will be more valuable than gold, with one, which will become scraps of toilet paper. He suggested putting something else on the scale. These words made the chairman taken aback. He leaned back and repeated his words about toilet paper. A huge carpet with floral patterns was spread on the floor. Jin Yong-kol frowned at his grandson and asked if he thought the exchange rate had jumped so much that the one could be compared to toilet paper. The main character asked in response if the chairman is not talking to him now because he doesn't have dollars and it's hard to get. He believed that if money does not buy dollars, then this money is like toilet paper. Jin Do-jun imagined the bills falling from the sky with a faint smile. He asked how the thing that couldn't serve as money was different from toilet paper. Jin Yong-kol looked at him in shock, his eyes wide open. After a couple of seconds, he narrowed his eyes and looked to the side with displeasure. He placed his wrinkled hand on the table and began tapping his finger. Jin Do-jun looked at this with a slightly confused look, not knowing what to say. He looked up at his grandfather's face, thinking that he had pushed it too hard. Jin Yong-kol put his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look. The main character's heart begins to ache when he sees his grandfather so worried. The guy even thought about giving him a small amount of dollars as support. Jin Do-jun was horrified by his own words. His pupils constricted greatly. He immediately frowned and clenched his hands in his lap. He decided that he could not refuse such a rare chance because of some kind of attachment. The knocking sound from the finger and the table was heard throughout the office. Suddenly Jin Yong-kol stopped banging on the table. He looked at his grandson and asked how he knew there would be a dollar shortage in the country. Jin Do-jun replied with a neutral face that he learned from the press. This puzzled the chairman a little, who asked again to make sure that he had not heard it wrong. The guy frowned and answered in the affirmative. He presented news headlines and said that various red flags had been published in the media. He said that everyone who understands the situation would try to develop countermeasures, but they know that it is too late. The chairman waved his hand slightly indignantly, saying that the press loves to publish provocative articles and everything there is always a little exaggerated. Jin Do-jun had an emotionless face. He realized that since the grandfather said this, feeling the full risk of the situation, then he wanted to find out what was in the guy's head. The main character moved closer to Jin Yong-kol and said that truth is like a book of poetry. The chairman asked what he was talking about. Jin Do-jun presented the Nobel Prize medal and an unknown poet. The guy said that new collections of poetry are constantly being published, but most people don't read them, despite the fact that many poets have received the Nobel Prize in literature. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. He agreed with his grandson and replied that the truth is strong, but most people cannot read and understand it, or simply ignore it. Jin Yong-kal frowned, causing his eyelids to droop. He coldly asked what he should put on the scale for balance. Jin Do-jun looked at him calmly, not showing any feelings. He didn't want to do anything stupid and wouldn't be the first to answer. In any case, it is the Sun-Yang group that has now fallen into the water, and the life jacket is in the hands of the main character. He pictured in his head a black and white image of a man submerged in chest-deep water. Soon the water level rose, and only the hands and top of the man's head were sticking out on the surface. A drowning man stretched his hand upward, trying to float up. Jin Do-jun thought that when a person felt enough fear, and when he started throwing gold nuggets out of his pocket, he would simply hand over the life jacket. The palm reached out for the drowning man in the darkness. He grabbed the wrist of the one who was almost drowned. Jin Yong-kal's pupils shrank from tension and nerves, and he ordered the guy to speak faster. The main character put on a stern face and coldly ordered the merger ratio negotiations to be put on the table. They looked at each other. The chairman repeated his words about the merger ratio. Jin Do-jun tilted his head back slightly, a slight smile on his lips. Grandfather looked at him puzzled, raising one eyebrow. He leaned forward sharply and angrily declared that his grandson was hiding his black soul. The main character continued to smile calmly, mentally noting that Jin Yang-kal had quickly figured it out. Jin Do-jun's condition is to transfer part of the shares of Sun-Yang Group to Sun-Yang Motors upon merger and make the merger ratio favorable to itself. The guy frowned slightly and replied that this was not a black soul, but a reasonable request that he wanted to bring to the negotiating table. The chairman became more dissatisfied. He said that the kid talks so smoothly like sesame oil, but that's just greed. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly annoyed and asked if there was a person in the world who was not greedy. He asked a question: isn't business an enterprise that fulfills someone else's desire and satisfies one's own greed? The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair. The main character grabbed his knees with his hands and said that in any case, greed will always be criticized. He didn't care about it. He was ready to be very greedy. Jin Yang-kal looked at him proudly. Jin Do-jun's face was calm. The corners of the grandfather's lips began to turn up, and he first called him a real respectful son. Immediately afterwards, he called him a respectful grandson, smiling warmly. His eyes were narrowed. Jin Do-jun sat half sideways to him. He closed his eyes and smiled widely, laughing. The guy agreed with his grandfather and asked him if he had brought him so much joy. While the main character was little, he entertained with his studies and grades, and now he has grown up and even saved a lot of money. He said it was hard to find such a grandson. Suddenly Jin Yong-kal stopped smiling and said with a cold face that he had given his grandson much more. These words puzzled the main character a little. He looked at his grandfather in confusion. The guy didn't understand what he suddenly started talking about. The chairman said that from the moment he merged Sun-Yang's branches into one group and took over leadership, no one opposed him. He presented the Sun-Yang head office against the backdrop of the night sky. Employees lined up on both sides. Jin Yong-kal said with a gloomy face that everyone bowed their heads low, but he only did what was due to him. A frightening smile appeared on his face. He said that after carefully preparing himself and clenching his fists tightly, he still could not find anyone who would dare to take away what belonged to him. Jin Do-jun widened his eyes in fear. He thought that the fire of rivalry flared up in this old man in his 70s, and also against his own grandson. Jin Yong-kal opened his mouth wide, declaring that he does not take away what he has to share. The main character immediately sweated from tension and raised his palms in the air in fear. He then assumed what grandfather meant. The chairman smiled so widely that both rows of his snow-white teeth were visible. A menacing aura seemed to appear around him, and his hair rose up. Jin Yong-kal confirmed his grandson's guesses and said that he was thinking about trying to revive the dying fire. He wanted to try it once and see who would win. The main character was horrified by his words. He frowned and shouted that he was his grandson by blood. The threatening aura around Jin Yong-kol seemed to be getting stronger. He said that the confrontation between the grandfather and grandson was even more interesting. Jin Du-jun pursed his lips and looked at him in confusion. He realized that from now on he would not be able to receive anything from his grandfather in a good mood. As Jin Yong-kol squinted, the wrinkles around his eyes became more obvious. He smiled confidently and called his grandson the owner with a bunch of dollars. The chairman stated that he would make the proposal first. The main character was under pressure, but tried to keep his face. Grandfather had a creepy, sinister smile on his face. He said that he himself will determine the merger ratio and the shares of subsidiaries that will be merged into Sunyang Motors, and Jin Du-jun will simply accept this proposal. He added that perhaps what he would give to his grandson would be much greater than what he would get from fighting him. Jin Yong-kol noted that there is no grandfather who would be stingy with his grandson. The protagonist's face darkened as he listened to the proposal. Jin Du-jun repeated his grandfather's words that he is a respectable grandson. The chairman smiled friendly and asked if this meant that he accepted his offer. The guy grinned and exhaled quietly. There was a smile on his cold and gloomy face. He asked how a respectable grandson could deprive his grandfather of joy. Jin Yong-kol looked at the guy silently. He smiled broadly again, showing his teeth, and agreed. They sat along a long table. The chairman said understandingly that Jin Du-jun was not one to give up without a fight. Therefore, naturally, he rejects his first offer. The main character asked what the second sentence would be. Jin Yong-kol raised his fist to his chin and replied that this was not really a proposal, and that this was usually called a threat. He stated that when it comes down to it, Jin Du-jun will regret turning down the first offer. The guy frowned and lowered the corners of his lips. He wondered what kind of threat this was, since he had never been threatened before. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. He announced that since he rejected his proposal, there would be no merger between Sunyang Motors and Ajin Motors. The guy's eyes opened wide involuntarily. Jin Yong-kol looked straight at him, smiling confidently. He threatened that President Cho Tae-ho would hold a press conference tomorrow morning. According to him, there he will say that Fantasy Investments, the company that received the Ajin Group, put forward unreasonable demands, so the merger failed. The chairman even said what an apology for disturbing the public would sound like. Jin Du-jun looked at his grandfather in silent surprise. Jin Yong-kol had a confident smile on his face. He believed that this would have an effect on his grandson. With his hands on his knees, the main character turned to Jin Yong-kol, to which he told him to speak. Jin Du-jun's face became gloomy and frightening again. He stated that this was somehow weak for a threat. These words made the chairman indignant. His face twisted with anger. They looked at each other. There was a lot of tension between them. Jin Du-jun narrowed his eyes and grinned. Jin Yong-kol's face was amazed and shocked. He asked if it was really weak. Grandfather began to get angry and offendedly asked if the guy wanted to say that if he interfered with the acquisition of the Ajin Group, he would not care. He aggressively asked Jin Du-jun if he was really taking the acquisition of the company so lightly. The main character looked at him with an emotionless face, not answering anything. Jin Yong-kol asked if he thought about jumping off if something went wrong. Jin Du-jun responded negatively and asked if Grandpa thought that if the merger failed, he would not be able to take over the Ajin Group. The chairman looked at him silently, showing no emotion. He narrowed his eyes and agreed with the guy, starting to say that the merger was the first condition for acquisition. Jin Du-jun immediately interrupted him and said that the situation had changed. His face became cold and serious. He said this is truly an emergency situation right now. Jin Yong-kol was taken aback by his statement, looking into his eyes in shock. A huge chandelier hung directly on the grandfather and grandson. The wrinkles around the chairman's mouth were deep. He said that there is something that is unchangeable. The main character responded to his words and asked for an example. A bright red fire seemed to appear around Jin Yong-kol. It seemed as if there were tiger eyes behind him. The chairman confidently stated that his influence was permanent. He said if the merger was called off, he could call the creditors, the banks, the Blue House, the National Assembly, and there would be no decision to take over. He suggested reconsidering the rates. His face became sinister, his pupils shrank, and he smiled widely. He added that this must be done before the chairman of Daehyun Group contacts him for a drink. The main character turned his head towards him, thinking about the answer. The fire around Jin Yong-kol seemed to grow hotter. He asked his grandson if he still thought he could take over Ajin Motors without the merger. Jin Do-jun wondered how many days were left before the government's official announcement that the vice premier had asked for help from the International Monetary Fund. He introduced a fat, bespectacled politician with microphones in front of him. The guy looked ahead thoughtfully, remembering that it was definitely at the end of November. He turned to his grandfather, who smiled and asked if he was scared. Behind the guy was a long row of leather chairs. He sat face to face with his grandfather. Jin Do-jun said that the government has invested $11 billion in the foreign exchange market, but the exchange rate is still skyrocketing. He asked if Jin Yong-kol had read Bloomberg, where it was written that Korea's available foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion. The guy also said that Deputy Prime Minister Kang Chan-seok openly stated on television that they are openly asking to borrow money from friendly countries. Jin Yong-kol looked at Jin Do-jun in confusion and asked if he meant to say that his influence had diminished due to the currency crisis. With an absolutely calm face, the protagonist replied that his influence had not diminished. This caused the chairman to smirk and let out a quiet chuckle. Suddenly, Jin Do-jun became cold, and he said emotionlessly that his influence had disappeared. These words seemed to pierce Jin Yong-kol. He looked at his grandson with a hurt expression. With a serious look, the main character said that it is now difficult for them all to survive on their own. He asked if his grandfather thought they would answer his calls. Jin Yong-kol did not expect to hear this. His eyes widened in shock. The guy lowered his eyelids slightly and grinned. He believed that grandfather should take the current emergency a little more seriously. The chairman continued to look at him with a stunned look. Jin Do-jun stated that the fact that his influence is no longer working or is limited is not important to him. On the contrary, it's even better, because no one will put forward bets, and the fantasy investments bet will be the only one. Jin Yong-kol and Jin Do-jun were both sitting on the edge of their seats. The guy asked if it seemed to the grandfather that in such a situation the creditors would still be inclined towards him, even if he received an additional discount of 120 million and only used 800 billion. The chairman felt tense. He looked at his grandson with a puzzled expression. Jin Do-jun extended his hands forward and said with a smile, "The chairman of Daehyun Group is probably clutching his heart right now. He was going to get Ajin for 1.2 trillion won, and would have been left completely broke if it worked out." Jin Yong-kol bowed his head and tiredly called Jin Do-jun's name. The guy raised his hand and asked to let him finish speaking. Grandfather looked at him slightly surprised, but still remained silent. The main character looked at him intently and said that the grandfather probably has hope that the current emergency situation will soon be corrected, but it is more like a wish. Jin Yong-kol frowned and pursed his lips. Jin Do-jun's face darkened, and he coldly stated that this would not happen. Jin Yong-kol was horrified by his words and looked at him in humiliation. The main character maintained his calm and said that he himself would understand everything just by looking at the facts. In his opinion, their country will definitely not escape this crisis. The guy believed that if something is about to collapse and does not collapse, it causes anxiety. This is felt not only by grandfather, but by everyone around him. Jin Yong-kol looked at his grandson with pride. He placed his fist on the wooden table. However, there is a misconception that an economy the size of the Republic of Korea will not collapse so easily, and this delusion suppresses anxiety. Jin Do-jun presented a metropolis with many skyscrapers. This image of the city seemed to break into small fragments, and blood splashes appeared. Jin Yong-kol asked if the guy's confidence was unshakable. The main character answered in the affirmative and said that something unimaginable would soon happen in the next few days. The walls in the office were brown and patterned. Grandfather and grandson continued their conversation. Jin Yong-kol frowned suspiciously and asked if Jin Do-jun wanted to say that Sanyong Group would need his $1 billion. The main character sat back and replied that Korea's foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion, and he had half of that. He imagined dollar bills falling from the sky and people raising their hands. Jin Do-jun said that the moment this money arrives in Korea, all banks and corporations will begin to come to the Fantasy Investments office. Jin Yong-kol narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile if he would have to take a ticket with a number if he wanted to meet his grandson. The main character looked at him good-naturedly and replied that grandfather was already number 0. He asked if he was not dating him right now. There was an oppressive silence between them as they sat opposite each other. The corners of the chairman's lips were downturned. Suddenly he smiled and exhaled with inspiration. He looked at his grandson with pride and replied that he would have to call Lee Hak-yi, scold him and talk to his grandson again. Jin Do-jun opened his brown eyes in amazement. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms and looked up. The main character thought that the grandfather was taking a step back. The guy was seeing something like this for the first time. He was surprised that the chairman of a huge conglomerate listened to the words of his young grandson. Jin Do-jun's face seemed indifferent and calm. Suddenly he said that he was bored now. This made Jin Yong-kol taken aback. He displeasedly asked if he decided to make fun of his grandfather since he had dollars. The main character turned away from him and clasped his hands together. He replied that he was serious and he needed to quickly complete the acquisition of Ajin Group. He still had a lot to do. Jin Yong-kol looked at him blankly and asked if there was really something more important than this. Jin Do-jun turned his head towards him with a slight smile and answered in the affirmative. He said, "Shake $1 in your hands, find a company to put in your cart, and negotiate a price." Jin Yong-kol narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson, puzzled. Suddenly he realized something, causing his gaze to become surprised. Jin Do-jun watched his reaction with satisfaction, mentally noting that this was the second time that his grandfather had been so sincerely surprised in front of him. Chairman Jin Yong-kol, founder of the Sunyang Group, was a phenomenal and legendary figure for Jin Do-jun. The guy couldn't even imagine that he was somehow superior to the chairman, even if only for a short time. The grandfather was shocked. He asked discouraged how many dollars his grandson had. Jin Do-jun sat sideways to him. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. He replied that he could not show his wallet, but he was sure that he could easily put Woonsung Motors in his pocket. Jin Yong-kol asked if he had enough money to buy Woonsung Motors. The main character imagined 3 buildings: Ajin Motors, Woonsung Motors, and Sunyang Motors. With a confident face, he answered in the affirmative and said that he was going to tie 2 automobile companies together, and if Sunyang Motors were added there, it would be similar to Daehyun Motors. The guy put his hand on the table and got up from his chair. He said he was going to merge them and put up the Sunyang Motors sign. These words made the grandfather look at him in amazement. Jin Do-jun looked up at him with a sly smile. He said it was another gift in tribute to his grandfather from a respectful grandson. Standing in front of a shocked Jin Yong-kol, the protagonist said that he would look forward to his second proposal. He noted that he could hold a meeting, but there was very little time left. Therefore, Jin Do-jun will wait for his quick solution before the waiting list grows. Jin Yong-kol narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson seriously. He stated that this was a weak threat. The main character continued to hold his face calmly. There was an eerie atmosphere around the grandfather. He smiled ominously and replied that this was not the end and nothing was finished yet. He asked if these words belonged to Jin Do-jun. In the current situation, Jin Yong-kol no longer thought that this was complete nonsense. The main character slyly narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. His hair fell over his fair face. The guy said, "You need to know when to back off." He recalled that these were words that his grandfather himself had once told him. A wide grin appeared on the chairman's face. He threw his head back and started laughing, saying that this is complete nonsense now. The main character turned away from him, closing his eyes and smiling. Grandfather's loud laughter could be heard in the huge office. Jin Do-jun stood next to the chair where he had been sitting before. Jin Yong-kol sat down at his desk and lowered his head. He tapped his finger on the table due to the tension. His pupils shrank in fear, and he put his fingers to his face. Obviously, the chairman also felt the crisis, but the size and severity were different. His finger continued to tap softly on the wooden table. Jin Young Cole thought that temporary difficulties due to the depletion of foreign exchange are not uncommon. Whenever this happened, the government borrowed dollars from the US, Europe, Japan, or solved the problem with the help of foreign exchange reserves. Suddenly, he stopped banging on the table. He frowned in fear and his pupils constricted. He remembered Jin Do-jun's cold and calculating face. The guy told him that if you look closely at the facts, you can see that their country will not escape this crisis, and Jin Young Cole knows this. The chairman frowned, keeping one hand on the table. He thought about Jin Do-jun's words that this time everything would be different, because even economic giants did not lend money or exchange currencies. And if there really is only $2 billion left in foreign currency, it's the same as saying that there is a lot of food, but no water. He imagined a desert where the scorching sun was shining. The man walked barefoot along the sand, his boots and jacket lying behind him. Jin Young Cole understood perfectly well that in the end a person would die, but not from hunger, but from thirst. The man was lying face down on the sand, with traces of his feet trailing behind him. The chairman's face became gloomy, and he felt horrified. Suddenly someone knocked on his office. Jin Young Cole looked at his palms, which were sweating heavily. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked towards the door, allowing entry. His employees began to bow to him and gradually entered the office. After a short time, everyone took their seats. Lee Hak-yi stood near the chairman's table. Jin Young Cole pointed his finger at the employees and strictly ordered the local products and electronics departments to notify all departments. He ordered his subordinates from today, as soon as export earnings arrive, to store it in dollars and borrow money for payment. The chairman turned to the head of the construction department, a man with glasses. He responded immediately. A vein bulged on Jin Young Cole's forehead. He ordered the employee to bid for overseas projects 20% cheaper. He told him to demand a down payment or milestone payment in return as soon as possible. Next, the chairman turned to the head of the insurance department, a man with a long, square face. Jin Young Cole, with a stern face, ordered him to return all the money invested in foreign financial products. It didn't matter to him what the fine would be for violating the contract. He ordered that as many dollars as possible be pulled out, canceling everything. The head of the insurance department looked at him uncertainly and replied that the losses would be too great. He began to talk about administrative profits, but the chairman interrupted him. He clenched his teeth threateningly and ordered him to shut up and do it. The rest of the staff immediately lowered their heads in shame. Some of the subordinates looked at Jin Young Cole with caution. Lee Hak-yi pursed his lips and looked intensely in the other direction. He bowed slightly and asked the chairman to calm down. Lee Hak-yi said that they have already made enough preparations, and the foreign exchange transactions of all branches are strictly controlled. The chairman closed his eyes and lowered his head. He replied that careful preparation is not enough and one must be prepared even for the loss of a limb. A bead of sweat ran down Lee Hak-yi's cheek. He turned to Jin Young Cole and asked him if he had already spoken with the owner of Fantasy Investments. The chairman frowned menacingly and answered in the affirmative. An awkward silence hung in the office. Not a single employee looked in the direction of Jin Young Cole. They realized that it was not possible to reach an agreement with the owner of Fantasy Investments. The construction manager's face was very frightened. The rest of the employees seemed dumbfounded by the information they heard. Their gazes were empty. The faces of the subordinates were gloomy and upset. They sat in a row on leather chairs. They thought that a strong rope of $1 billion from above would not come down to them. The fibers of the rope were torn. The rope was torn. Taken aback, Lee Hak-yi took a step forward and asked if the owner of Fantasy Investments had refused. Jin Young Cole's gaze was full of horror. He said he made money during the Korean War, and even that didn't scare him. His gaze was blank and his eyebrows raised in fear. The chairman admitted that he was scared now. Lee Hak-yi's face became even more anxious. He lowered the corners of his lips and looked at Jin Young Cole in fear. The rest of the employees also turned their gaze to their boss. The chairman slightly tilted his head forward and said that he who has dollars is strong. He said that the owner of Fantasy Investments did not blink in front of him and even threatened him. Jin Yong-kol frowned and firmly stated that this was the first time he had seen a person more stubborn than himself. Lee Hak-yi looked at him in silent shock. He did not understand who the owner of Fantasy Investments was, so that the chairman himself considered him more stubborn than himself. Jin Yong-kol slammed his fists on the table and ordered everyone to be ready. A fat man with glasses spoke with a confident expression. On November 19, 1997, Im Cha-hyun, who was appointed Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economy, demonstrated his strong intention to resolve the current crisis without resorting to the International Monetary Fund. However, 2 days later, on November 21 at 10 p.m., at the request of the International Monetary Fund, he announced an urgent press conference to request assistance with improving the balance of payments, stabilizing the value of the currency, liberalizing trade, opening the capital market, and increasing transparency in corporate governance. A politician wearing glasses sat at a table with many microphones. A huge number of reporters photographed him. The next day, a special presidential statement regarding the request for financial assistance was released to the public. A thin elderly man stood next to the Korean flag and made an announcement. This was the beginning of the International Monetary Fund. The stock index fell to 400, as did Korea's national credit rating. A huge number of gold bars fell down. 2 people were removing the Bikra Group sign from the wall. 9 merchant banks were ordered to suspend operations, and the Bikra Group went bankrupt. In the blue sky, the bright sun shone brightly on the Fantasy Investments building. Oh Hyun was sitting at his desk and talking on the phone. He asked the interlocutor if they should not pay for the takeover only after the merger is completed. He said to carefully reread the contract. The deadline is until February next year. There is still quite a lot of time. The director frowned and asked displeasedly if they were asking to pay in dollars. He shouted that he would give them 1.2 trillion won in 10,000 bills. He loudly put the telephone receiver back in place. Oh Hyun crossed his arms over his chest in irritation and closed his eyes. Jin Do-jun asked if it was jail bank. The man answered in the affirmative and said that there was some kind of chaos going on everywhere. He narrowed his eyes sternly and asked the guy how it went and whether Chairman Jin Yong-kol was still thinking. The main character was sitting on the sofa. He was wearing a gray tracksuit and a black jacket. He smiled and replied that it didn't look like the grandfather was going to give in to his grandson. He was still just as stubborn. Oh Hyun grinned and raised one eyebrow. He replied that otherwise Jin Yong-kol would not be the chairman of a huge conglomerate. The man said that if Jin Do-jun grows up a little, it will be no worse, because he is trying so hard to get more than his grandfather. The main character picked up the newspaper and began to read. Oh Hyun asked him what if the exchange rate continues to rise further and reaches 2,001 per $1. Jin Do-jun replied that he would be grateful, because then his 3 trillion won would turn into 5 trillion. Oh Hyun put his fist under his head and replied that this is what he meant. He asked how he felt having 5 trillion won at the age of 20. Jin Do-jun smiled softly while reading the newspaper. He told the director not to get too excited. The guy also wants to take this money and play as an aristocrat somewhere in Europe. The director raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. He said that the young man could do it. Raising his head, the main character stopped reading the newspaper. He asked which was better, the chairman of a Korean conglomerate meddling in government affairs, or a wealthy European aristocrat. Oh Hyun lowered his eyebrows and replied without interest that both options were boring. Jin Do-jun looked down at the newspaper again. The young man asked the director to wait a little longer. He stated that he would become the chairman of the Korean conglomerate and make sure that Oh Hyun enjoyed his retirement like a European aristocrat. The man saluted him playfully and responded in the affirmative, thanking him. The sunset sky turned pink. The huge Sunyang Group building towered over the city. In the office, Jin Yong-kol was sitting at his desk, and Lee Hak-yi was standing next to him. The subordinate bowed to the chairman and said that he would definitely succeed and repay his kindness. Jin Yong-kol ordered him to stop flattering and told him he could go. He asked him to take care of $2 billion and put it in his pocket. The company employee bowed respectfully before closing the door and leaving. The chairman tiredly closed his eyes, opening his mouth slightly. Lee Hak-yee's pupils constricted greatly as he stared at him intensely. While Jin Yong-kol sat with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, Lee Hak-yee asked if he could tell who the owner of Fantasy Investments was. He said that he could try to meet with him and agree on cooperation. The chairman replied that he would take care of this himself and let the leader visit the opposition camp. He looked at Lee Hak-yee coldly and asked him to give them a few bottles of vitamins and some words. Jin Yong-kol said that if they give them $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industries will actively cooperate with the next administration. Lee Hak-yee bowed respectfully and agreed with him. He turned away and headed towards the exit. It was light in the office due to the setting sun. The chairman watched him go and then looked at the table. There was a black folder with documents there. He took out one of the documents and looked at it with narrowed eyes. At the end of the large table was an inscription about 17.7%. This was the maximum share that could be allocated to Sanyong Motors. The huge Sanyong Group building was larger than other business centers around. 17.7% influence. Of course, Jin Yong-kol is giving such a percentage for a favorable exchange rate, and not for receiving $1 billion. Moreover, Jin Do-jun said that he would return it back to the Sanyong Group after the merger. But Jin Yong-kol believed that this was unlikely to happen. He imagined the cunning and calculating face of his grandson, sitting at his desk and looking at the document. The chairman thought that Jin Do-jun is a person who puts everything in his pocket in his hands, and not the one who gives it away. Jin Yong-kol placed the document on the table. He thought that if he distributed the company's shares equally among his 5 children, he could give each 20%. He presented the faces of all his offspring, 4 sons and 1 daughter. The chairman understood that he was skipping over his son Jin Yoon-gi and giving this share to his grandson, but he was qualified enough to do so. He imagined Jin Do-jun's cold smile. At many moments when the grandfather saw his grandson, it seemed to him as if he was looking into a mirror. Jin Yong-kol looked straight ahead with a frown. He seemed very strict. He believed that Jin Do-jun was one of those people who never lost anything he got into his hands, and one of those people who was happy to take things from others. For his grandson, 17.7% is not the end, but only the beginning. The chairman presented the Sanyong Group building against the background of the night sky. Staff lined up on both sides, and Jin Do-jun walked forward confidently. Jin Yong-kol knew very well that if a guy born with a more calculating temperament than other family members targeted the Sanyong Group, the rest of his children and grandchildren would simply be kicked out. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms and leaned back tiredly in his chair. He opened his eyes and smiled faintly. The chairman understood that Jin Do-jun would make Sanyong Group a large and majestic castle, but would never allow anyone to enter it. He put his hands on the table and scratched the back of his head. The man said that judging by the way Jin Do-jun takes care of his father, he still has a big heart. The main character is smart enough to realize his father's dream at a young age. Jin Yong-kol put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, remembering Jin Yoon-gi. He closed his eyes in irritation and wheezed quietly. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman straightened up and decided that it was not the time to think about it. Now he has to worry about the group first and not about his grandson. With a more relaxed face, he turned his head. He looked at how the bright setting sun was reflected in the windows of the building opposite. And even if the company is taken away from Jin Yong-kol, at least it won't be done by a stranger. He has no choice but to console himself with the fact that his grandson is a predator. The office was bathed in golden sunlight, although the ceiling lights were on. Fantasy Investments building, sunlight reflected in the windows. Oh Hyun sat on a chair and pointed to the coffee table, where folders with documents lay. He said that these are one of the most reliable companies now. If they overcome this crisis, there will be no problems. Jin Do-jun took out a document from the folder and began to read. He asked which of these options was better from a financial accounting perspective. Holding a pen in his hands, the man looked at the document. He replied that the ones at the top of the list are better. He said that they have good profitability because the technology is good. The man asked if Jin Do-jun only looked at these parameters. The main character answered in the affirmative. The guy had 2 sheets of paper in his hands, and he thoughtfully studied the information. Oseo Hyun frowned as he studied the document in his hands. He turned his head towards Jin Do-jun and asked if Dia construction would collapse. After all, they still have internal reserves and many orders from abroad. Without looking up from reading, the main character asked if his uncle believed him. This made Oseo Hyun a little taken aback. The guy lowered the documents and turned to the man. He stated that the only ones in Korea who would be able to overcome this crisis on their own would be Sun-young and Di-hyun group. The rest would not be able to. A drop of sweat appeared on Oseo Hyun's cheek. Even so, he said, Dia construction only needs a little government support to survive. Jin Do-jun smiled softly as he looked at him. He stood up from the sofa, put his hands in his pocket, and closed his eyes. He replied that they would look. Oseo Hyun looked dissatisfied and confused, muttering something unintelligible. The main character went down to the underground parking lot, where several cars were parked. He sat in the back seat of his car and looked at Assistant Kim Yoon-seok. Jin Do-jun told him to go to the chairman's house, to which the driver replied in the affirmative. Their car began to leave the parking lot. They were driving along a multi-lane road with few cars around. The main character looked thoughtfully out the window, putting his fist under his head. He understood Oseo Hyun's opinion because Dia Construction is a reliable company. The windows reflected the buildings they passed by. Jin Do-jun looked calm as he thought that if Dia Construction weren't like this, he would have no reason to want to get them. After the International Monetary Fund in 1997, the era of natural selection began in Korea. 2 glass buildings stood next to each other, the windows reflecting the blue sky and clouds. Until now, it was a world in which predators coexisted with herbivores in grasslands where no one hid. There were a huge number of people at the pedestrian crossing. But from this moment on, a wild era began, where many predators bare their merciless teeth and tear herbivores to pieces. Jin Do-jun and Kim Yoon-seok stood in front of the crosswalk, waiting for all the people to cross the road. The main character looked forward seriously, his face indifferent. He thought that since he had decided to become the king of this place, there was nothing left to do but resort to rough action. Suddenly Kim Yoon-seok turned to Jin Do-jun, causing him to look at him in surprise. The driver's face was alarmed. He looked at the guy. He said that from what he has learned so far and the information gathered by Shin Seok-ho's manager, Hansung Daily has their tail on the guy. The main character, looking a little confused, asked if they were going to intermarry with them. Kim Yoon-seok replied in the affirmative. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise and sighed. This was an unexpected result for him. He thought that the enemy was inside, but he didn't expect that a drooling outsider appeared. They drove along an empty road. Only 1 car passed next to them. Kim Yoon-seok admitted that in fact he had known about this for a long time, but the report was delayed because there was a possibility that the chairman had become related to them. Looking carefully at the road, the driver said that the chairman already knew about it. He said that the information team and security team reported this to Jin Yong-kol, but were ordered to pretend they didn't know. This once again confirmed the information. Jin Do-jun was taken aback by what he heard. He frowned and let out a questioning exclamation. He put his hand to his chin, remembering the head of Hansung and his daughter. He wondered what Jin Yong-kol was up to since he was aware, but pretended not to know. The main character assumed that the grandfather thought that the Hansung Daily newspaper was so insignificant that it was not worth even paying attention to them, no matter what they did. The guy looked thoughtfully out the window, thinking that Jin Yong-kol might be careful because they were relatives. Jin Do-jun needs to figure out every little decision of his grandfather. He imagined the chairman's smirking face while his face was cold and serious. Collecting these small decisions, evaluating, and using it is the strategy and tactics of Jin Do-jun. The car drove up to the gate near the chairman's house, where a man in a black suit was waiting for them. Once Jin Do-jun and Kim Yoon-seok were allowed through the gate, they drove towards the entrance of the mansion. The green car stopped near the stairs leading into the house. The main character handed the assistant a credit card with the letter H and told him to take it and arrange a joint dinner with employees of the strategic department today. Kim Yoon-seok accepted the card with both hands and sincerely thanked the guy. Jin Do-jun told him not to worry about money and take the most expensive. The assistant was amazed at his generosity and thanked him again. After that, the main character got out of the car and closed the door. The sky was blue, soft clouds slowly floated by. The guy smiled contentedly, thinking that the bank card of his sister-in-law, the daughter of Hansung Daily, had come in handy. The bookcase was filled to the brim with various books, only 2 shelves were empty. Jin Yong-kol and Jin Do-jun sat on golden-colored sofas and armchairs. The chairman crossed his arms and said that should be enough. The main character began to take out a document from the folder. At the end of the document, he saw a share of 17.7%. Jin Do-jun didn't show any emotion while looking at this. He thought that 17.7% of Sunyong Group and 8 companies of Ajin Group were merged, and the merged company became his. The guy turned to his grandfather with a soft smile and asked whether this was a deal or an inheritance. Jin Yang-kol looked at him annoyed. Suddenly, the old man began to laugh loudly, asking if there was an end to his grandson's greed. He immediately calmed down and with a serious face asked why he should give his grandson something as an inheritance. The chairman stated that he would give it to his children, and Jin Do-jun would receive it from his parents. The main character looked up thoughtfully and scratched his nose. He replied that his father was not as keeball as his grandfather, so he could not expect much. Jin Yong-kol grinned smugly and chuckled quietly. He replied that this was his good. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a calm face. He understood that since his grandfather said that he would give it to the children, it means that Jin Do-jun's father would also receive a piece. The chairman, sitting with his arms crossed, stated that this was the second and final proposal. He told his grandson to quickly stamp and transfer him $1 billion. The main character looked at the paper folder on the coffee table. He understood that if he tried to pull and push again, his grandfather would refuse to negotiate altogether. He needs to be careful with his words or this won't end well. He imagined the surface of the water, thinking that even a large lake makes ripples from a small stone. An image of broken ice appeared in Jin Do-jun's head. He understood that even strong affection turns into thin ice with one single insult. The main character must not make a mistake that could break this ice. He placed his hands on his knees and replied that he would prepare $1 billion at the exchange rate of 1,601. Jin Yong-kol raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked about the rate of 1,601. His grandson smiled sweetly, looking at him, and asked why he was so surprised. He asked if the grandfather thought that even after receiving this, his grandson would continue to torture him. The chairman looked at him in silent surprise. The main character straightened his back and said in a friendly manner that he is always on his grandfather's side, and he cannot continue to be greedy when they give in to him like that. A wide smile appeared on Jin Yong-kol's wrinkled face. Suddenly he asked what Jin Do-jun was up to. The main character looked at him slightly confused and asked what he was talking about. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes in irritation. He asked if he really looked like such a simple person that he would succumb to his grandson's flattery. The main character looked at him with an ingenuous face. He understood that this old man had incredible intelligence. Grandfather and grandson looked at each other. The main character stated that the negotiations have already ended, and today on the 8th the exchange rate is 1342.1. He smiled faintly, lowered his eyebrows, and asked what the ulterior motive could be if Jin Yang-kol took dollars from him at the rate of 1601. The chairman's face was like stone. He objected and said that the rate could rise to 2001. According to him, by the time Jin Do-jun's $1 billion is in his hands, the guy will lose a lot. The main character frowned deeper and narrowed his eyes. He decided that he needed to test the forecasting ability of Sunyong's economic research department. He wondered if the rumor that the smartest people were gathered there was true. Jin Do-jun turned to Jin Yong-kol and asked if the exchange rate would really jump to 2001. The chairman, sitting in his chair, replied that the probability of this was 90%. This was the forecast of the economic research department. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that they are not always right, but sometimes they are right. The main character opened his mouth slightly and let out an impressed exclamation. Jin Yang Call smirked smugly and asked if Jin Do-jun started to regret hearing about this. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, the main character smiled and replied that he, too, said that the exchange rate would rise to 2001. However, he admitted that he is not sorry at all. He is not so petty as to cause great losses to his grandfather with his greed. The chairman closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He replied that he was well aware that Jin Do-jun was not petty, but at the same time, he was not the kind of person who would do something to his own detriment. He opened his eyes, lowering the corners of his lips. The chairman told the grandson to say what the additional conditions were. Jin Do-jun thought that grandpa was so confident, and if the guy continued to prevaricate, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. The main character sighed and closed his eyes, answering that he had 2 requests. With his legs spread wide, Jin Yang-kal smiled and said that he knew it. He asked the grandson to tell him, saying that they would see if the requests would cover the grandson's loss or if he could even get much more. Jin Do-jun reached into the inner pocket of his beige jacket. He took something out from there and put it on the table. Jin Yang-kal looked at it with interest. Suddenly his pupils constricted and he began to look confused. There was a map of Seoul on the table, with places marked with a red marker. Grandfather asked if this was a map of Seoul. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative and told him to look at the places circled in red. The chairman took the card in his hands and asked suspiciously what it was. The main character answered with a calm face that this is government land owned by the city of Seoul. He wants to buy this land cheaply. Jin Yang-kal frowned and gritted his teeth. Grandfather asked if he was asking to put pressure on the mayor of Seoul. Jin Do-jun began to look more serious and responded negatively. He firmly states that there are only 6 months left until the end of the mayor's term of office. They should demand this from the next mayor, he said. The chairman's face became taken aback and surprised. He asked if Jin Do-jun was referring to his uncle. The main character answered in the affirmative, after which Jin Yang-kal threw the card on the table and declared that he would not allow this. The guy leaned forward slightly and said that he would pay for his uncle's election campaign. His plan was that when his uncle became the mayor of Seoul, he would sell the government land, and his grandfather would only have to pressure the members of parliament to approve the sale. He assumed there wouldn't even be a need for pressure. Jin Yang-kal became incredibly angry. He asked very emotionally if he had said that he would not allow it. Jin Do-jun objected to him and began gesticulating irritably. He argued that the idea was not bad, and in the midst of a national economic crisis, if the city of Seoul sold all land not intended for business to raise funds, no one would be against it. In rage, Jin Yang-kal clenched his teeth and called his grandson a brat. Jin Do-jun began to press harder and with a dissatisfied face asked to tell why grandfather was so categorically against it. Remembering the face of the fat politician, Jin Yang-kal made an ominous and gloomy face. He replied that his uncle's surname was not Jin, but Choi. Jin Do-jun was definitely taken aback by this statement as he raised one eyebrow in surprise. Jin Yang-kal and his grandson looked at each other while sitting in the living room. Jin Do-jun's face became slightly disdainful as he stated that the mayor of Seoul does not have much influence on the Samyang group. The chairman closed his eyes in irritation and raised his hand. He said that Choi's son-in-law's political ambitions are entirely his wife's idea. He is simply her puppet. The main character frowned and remembered the face of Seo Yoon, who was grinning. Jin Do-jun guessed that grandfather realized that Anna Seo Yoon wanted to hide her disadvantageous position as the daughter of a conglomerate with the help of political power. Sanyang's head office glowed brightly against the night sky. Seo Yoon smiled slyly as she stood behind her husband Choi. After all, being an influential politician, a person can, without even looking through a microscope, calculate all the evasions from the law that the Sanyang group did. And if they start talking about it over the speaker, it is quite obvious that the company will find itself in endless trouble. Grandfather realized that the aunt was using this power to demand from Sunyang a share equal to that of her sons, and possibly more. Behind Jin Do-jun stood a tall bookshelf and a fireplace. The guy asked his grandfather if he had thought about making his uncle a puppet of the Sunyang group. This made Jin Yong-kal taken aback. The main character calmly looked at the suspicious face of the chairman and stated that by the time Choi gets to the chair of the mayor of Seoul, a lot of all kinds of dirt and dust will stick to him. Jin Do-jun claimed that if you grab this, you can turn Choi into a puppet. Jin Yong-kal looked sternly at the calm guy and replied that this dirt and dust will come from Sun Yang, and if this is revealed, the company will also suffer. His grandson narrowed his eyes and firmly stated that he himself would throw this dust and dirt on them, and then he would tightly grab and hold his uncle by the collar, so that his grandfather would have nothing to worry about. These words shocked Jin Yong-kal, and he was taken aback. He put his hands on the armrests while Jin Do-jun said that he would also provide the money himself. He told his grandfather that he could also use this money if necessary. The chairman narrowed his eyes, frowning. He asked why he needed his decision. If the guy even took it upon himself to provide the money, then he could have acted on his own. The main character listened carefully to his question, lowering the corners of his lips. Suddenly a sly grin appeared on his face. He smiled a little evilly and made a phone gesture with his hand. The guy replied that if grandfather makes one call to the leader of the opposition party, he won't even be nominated for election. These words sincerely surprised Jin Yong-kal. He straightened up and looked at his grandson indignantly. Jin Do-jun showed the number 2 with his fingers. His face became cold. He narrowed his eyes and said that only 2 steps were needed. He asked Jin Yong-kal to allow Choi to remain in the Seoul City Hall for only 8 years. According to Jin Do-jun, during this time they will have time to take what they need. Jin Yong-kal continued to look stern and cold as he looked at his grandson's hands. He crossed his arms and asked what the second step was. The main character immediately smiled and asked if he allowed it. Grandfather irritably replied that he first needed to be told about the second step. The guy's eyes were wide open. He replied that it was Dia construction. This puzzled Jin Yong-kal, who looked at Jin Do-jun questioningly. The protagonist's face became serious again, and he asked his grandfather to block government subsidies to Dia construction. Jin Yong-kal's pupils shrank in genuine shock, and he asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Jin Do-jun frowned at him and said that the government was planning to give away government land, but not to build a parking lot there. Obviously, there would be something different, and the protagonist believed that this would require at least one small construction company. Jin Yong-kal asked a little rudely if Dia Construction was some kind of small country store for his grandson. He said that Dia Construction is in 5th place in terms of the number of subcontractors. The main character replied that he is the owner of Ajin and Sunyang Motors. Grandfather looked annoyed and pursed his lips. Jin Do-jun grinned, narrowing his eyes, and added that compared to what he has, Dia Construction is a rural kiosk. Jin Yong-kal was truly amazed by his words. Suddenly he relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. He calmly said that Jin Do-jun is really serious. This greatly surprised the main character, who widened his eyes and asked what he was talking about. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest. He answered with a proud smile that he meant that his grandson was going to manage his own company and was not asking to give him Sunyang Construction, but was thinking about taking over Dia Construction. The main character made a dissatisfied face and stated that his grandfather still would not have given it back, even if he had asked. Jin Yong-kal scratched his chin and turned away, saying that he might or might not give it away. The chairman stood up from his chair, wearing brown slippers on his feet. He said that it was pointless now that Jin Do-jun said he wanted Dia Construction. The guy looked after his grandfather angrily and irritably. He understood that there was no need to deceive himself, because Jin Yong-kal was now simply teasing his grandson. The chairman put his hand to his chin and said out loud the name of the company, Dia Construction. While his back was to Jin Do-jun, his grandson stood up from the sofa. The guy argued that no company can escape the current currency crisis. Dia Construction is probably also in need of dollars, and if the government doesn't give them a government subsidy, they will go bankrupt. Looking at his grandfather over his shoulder, the guy said that then he would take this company for himself. Jin Yong-kal was even slightly frightened by his grandson's ambitions. Looking at his book collection, he said that Dia is not a bad company, and just a few care packages are needed and everything will be fine. Grandpa turned to Jin Do-jun and said that Dia and son-in-law Choi becoming mayor of Seoul were interconnected. The main character presented the Dia construction and Choi building surrounded by white flowers. The guy smiled coolly and said that he would give his blood to the company, and his uncle would become fertilizer, as a result of which the company would bloom. Jin Yang-kal opened his eyes a little wider. The room was at least 4 meters high, with expensive lamps hanging everywhere. Jin Do-jun, looking at his grandfather, said that he would then change the company name to Sunyang. A faint sparkle appeared in Jin Yang-kal's eyes. He smiled with satisfaction and replied that was quite nice to hear. Suddenly the smile stopped being kind and became cold-blooded. Grandfather said that besides him, Jin Do-jun is the only one in this family who aims to increase the number of Sunyang subsidiaries. The main character seemed dumbfounded after these words. His pupils constricted and he felt panicked. The guy had some unpleasant sensations, and his grandfather's smile did not seem joyful to him. Jin Yang-kal crossed his arms over his chest and added with an emotionless face that he needed to think more. He asked if their conversation was over. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. With a calm face, the chairman looked at his grandson and told him to go and do it quickly, adding that even the group presidents are worried now. He believed that they should calm down as soon as the $1 billion arrived. With a tired face, Jin Do-jun bowed and replied that he would do so. He took a slow step towards the exit. Suddenly his face became a little confused. He felt strange, not understanding what it was. Jin Yang-kal looked sternly at his grandson leaving the living room. His eyes were slightly narrowed and his eyebrows were lowered. Suddenly he began to frown with displeasure. The door to the living room was made of mahogany, and there were sconces on either side of the wall. The chairman thought that the mayor of Seoul, who is helping the country overcome the economic crisis, is very successful in selling public land to raise funds, and in general, creating a mayor with your own hands, seizing land and acquiring a construction company that will turn the land into a lot of money. The picture comes out good. And in addition to this, $1 billion, despite the exorbitant exchange rate. The map of Seoul with red marks continued to lie on the coffee table. Jin Yang-kal lowered his hands, looking at the door. He wondered if this meant Jin Do-jun had enough confidence to find hundreds of billions more. The old man raised his palm, which was covered with drops of sweat. With a frown on his face, he looked at his sweaty hands and thought that at the moment when Jin Do-jun explained everything, he was holding back with all his might not to agree right away, because his power should not be allowed to be used so easily. The chairman clenched his hand tightly into a fist. While he was talking to Jin Do-jun, he felt afraid. He understood that his grandson was hiding the temperament of the most ferocious beast under his sweet and beautiful face. Jin Yang-kal presented the face of a fierce tiger and a matured grandson. He was wondering if Jin Do-jun really put the Sunyang name on Ajin Group and Dia Construction. The chairman frowned, part of his face hidden in shadow. He understood perfectly well that Jin Do-jun would probably take over both Sunyang Motors and Sunyang Construction. Clenching his hands into fists, he sadly looked at the exit from the room. Shuffling with his slippers, he walked over to the sofas and armchairs. Jin Yang-kal tiredly sat down in a chair, putting his hands on the armrests. What's strange is that he prefers a grandson who simply takes and takes away than children who are trying with all their might to get a piece. He leaned his head back against the head of the chair and closed his eyes. Jin Do-jun's father's house, Jin Yoon-gae. The 2-story house looked modern and neat, with trees growing in the yard. There were 3 cups of tea on the coffee table. Jin Do-jun asked in surprise about the amount of 40 billion won. Choi and Seo-yoon were sitting on the sofa opposite him. The politician smiled and answered affirmatively. He said that 3 billion in special party dues must be paid, 5 billion distributed to party leaders, and about 30 billion spent on the election campaign. Therefore, in order for them to have enough for everything, they need about 40 billion won. Jin Do-jun looked at them dumbfounded. He was wearing a plaid flannel shirt. He felt that Choi really had no sense of reality. The man asks for such a large sum, but speaks about the purpose in passing, and without details. The main character raised his palms and made a shocked face, saying in surprise that this was a lot. Choi and his wife stopped smiling. Seo Yoon asked in confusion if he didn't have that much money. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and scratched his chin. He replied that he didn't have enough and he had to save money for the construction of his father's theater. Seo Yoon immediately leaned forward and put her hand on her chest. She said that she could collect about 15 billion won, and he would only have to add 25. After that, the woman asked if this was possible. As soon as Jin Do-jun answered in the affirmative, the husband and wife looked at each other happily. Seo Yoon clasped her palms together and warned with an awkward smile that she couldn't immediately reach 15 billion won. According to her, a special party fee must be paid early next year, after which she asked to give them 3 billion. The main character immediately thought that keyballs lack a sense of reality due to the special structure of their brain, because the woman so calmly talks about billions and hundreds of billions with her 20-year-old nephew. Jin Do-jun smiled friendly and agreed, saying that he would try to prepare the money as quickly as possible. Sitting in the living room, they looked at each other. The main character asked if then it was necessary to sign the contract first. Choi was surprised and asked what other agreement was there. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling and replied that this is money that he gives without a check, so naturally there must be an agreement. Seo Yoon and her husband looked at each other in surprise. The woman began to giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Choi smiled and replied that Jin Do-jun is still young, so he doesn't know how this happens. According to him, no one enters into an agreement giving funds for an election campaign. The main character put his hands on his knees and looked at his relatives. Seo Yoon said that her nephew had only been involved in investments before, so he thought so. She stated that this money simply disappears. It is not like with investments. The main character closed his eyes and lowered his head with a smile. He understood that they saw him as just a kid with a lot of money. The guy raised his head and showed his palms. He asked them to wait and replied that he forgot to explain everything to them in detail. He has a person who will do it. Choi and Seo Yoon smiled and asked what he was talking about. While his relatives looked at him in confusion, Jin Do-jun looked to the side and shouted to his uncle to come out. Choi turned his head, and Seo Yoon did not understand which uncle he was talking about. A man in plaid pants and slippers began to descend the stairs. It was Seo Hyun, dressed in a formal green suit. He smiled confidently and said that he was pleased to meet you. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a smile and trust. The sunset sky painted the fantasy investments building pink and orange. Seo Hyun closed his eyes and tiredly rubbed his neck. He held a folder in his hands and said that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He opened his eyes and said with a serious face that although both Seo Yoon and Choi asked Jin Do-jun for money, once they realized that this was also a business, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Ant stopped smiling at that moment and looked at them with a cold face. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, answering that be that as it may, the ant is still of the same blood as the grandfather. Seo Hyun threw a folder with documents on the table. He said that he didn't know when or how Jin Do-jun planned to use this contract, but asked to do so only after he retired and went abroad. Seo Hyun didn't want to go to jail. The main character picked up the folder and pulled out documents from there. He assured that this contract was not subject to disclosure. Seo Hyun pointed his finger at the guy and said that it was as if pure evil was sitting in front of him. He asked if Jin Do-jun knew how powerful the bomb he was currently holding was. The guy replied that he was going to give it to his grandfather. Seo Hyun's eyes opened wide and his pupils shrank. He immediately became angry and taken aback. The man extended his hand and asked if Jin Do-jun had gone crazy. He shouted that Chairman Jin Yong-kal would grab him by the throat. The main character turned to him and began putting the documents back into the folder. He replied that grandfather is not interested in professional management. He always keeps everyone on a leash. Jin Do-jun looked at the paper folder in his hands and said that the chairman just wants to use this contract to keep his aunt from doing something drastic and rash. Squeezing the documents in his hand, the guy narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. He said that Jin Yong-kal will allow Uncle Choi to run for the post of mayor of Seoul only after he is convinced that he will definitely not be able to rock the boat. Oseo Hyun sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes, calling the guy's grandfather cruel. He didn't understand how anyone could not trust their own children. Suddenly, he put his hands on the armrests and turned to the guy, saying that 17.7% is a controlling stake in the Sunyang Group, which belongs to Jin Do-jun. The main character turned to the man, listening to him carefully. Oseo Hyun continued to say that Jin Do-jun must obtain at least 80% to become the owner of the Sunyang Group chairman's office. The director of fantasy investments looked very serious. With a frown on his face, he said that even if the guy had the supposed 80%, it would still be less than 10% of the company's total shares. He asked Jin Do-jun how much the chairman was willing to give him. The main character smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. He replied that Jin Yang-kal was ready to give him everything with his head, but with his soul nothing. This puzzled Oseo Hyun. He raised one eyebrow and was taken aback. Jin Do-jun shrugged, closing his eyes, and said that grandfather knows that he is the only worthy manager in Sunyang Group. He pictured Jin Yang-kal's grinning face in front of the Sunyang head office. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that his grandfather initially had a selfish mentality. He sees only himself and will not want to give what belongs to him to anyone. He even suggested that if grandfather could bury the Sunyang Group in his coffin, he would definitely do so. Oseo Hyun's silhouette was illuminated by the warm setting sun. He narrowed his eyes and said that he was not asking about his greed, but how Jin Do-jun felt about his chances. The main character turned away and sighed, answering that he didn't know. He said that when the mind and soul fight, the mind does not always win. Oseo Hyun's pupils shrank and he clarified his answer in a puzzled manner. Jin Do-jun turned to him with a smile and replied that it didn't matter. He decided to consider the share that he would inherit from his grandfather as a bonus. The main character imagined Jin Yang-kal's smile hidden by a shadow. Jin Do-jun looked straight, the corners of his lips downturned. A non-greedy grandson with excellent abilities and the only blood relative who does not seem interested, even if the grandfather wants to give away part of the company himself. The guy is almost sure that this is a surefire way to get the most significant bonus. He picked up the folder with the contract. Raising the contract above himself, he shaded his face from the sun and smiled. Jin Do-jun said that this contract will play a big role. He looked at the open blinds on the windows, thinking that the first stage was completed. Now it's time to move on to the second. He looked at Oseo Hyun and said that out of $3.2 billion, they only exchanged $1 billion with Sunyang. The guy asked if they had $2.2 billion left. The director was immediately taken aback and asked in confusion whether the guy was going to use these dollars. An inspired smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he replied that he needed to change the money when the exchange rate was at its peak. As soon as the presidential elections are over and the government changes, Jin Do-jun plans to donate this money for winning the elections. Oseo Hyun frowned deeply and lowered the corners of his lips with dissatisfaction. He raised his hands and angrily asked the guy what he was thinking about and whether he was trying to imitate keyballs. The main character remained calm, holding the folder in his hands. He asked what is the point in creating a media city since there are no people migrating to this city. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his knees and said that therefore they will attract companies that are suitable for media city status. For example, a broadcasting station. Oseo Hyun continued to get angry and wave his arms. He asked if that even made sense. The main character clutched a folder in his hands and replied that now everyone uses public television, but there is cable. They need to do everything gradually. The director calmed down a little and looked at him in confusion. Jin Do-jun imagined yellow construction cranes and a building under construction in his head. He said that the SMC project is not bad even from the point of view of the state, and the construction of new infrastructure will help not only create an employment effect, but also revive the economy. Oseo Hyun clenched his teeth so hard that his jaw tensed. He asked if Jin Do-jun was literally going to give away $2.2 billion for this reason. The man thought this was crazy. The main character looked at him in surprise and asked why he should give his money to the government. He meant that he would simply exchange dollars for one. Suddenly, Oseo Hyun's eyes widened and his pupils shrank in shock. He started talking about the marks on the map, and Jin Do-jun replied that it was all in one package. He introduced the NBS Broadcasting Company office behind him and told Oseo Hyun to just introduce himself. An investor who invested $2.2 billion in creating a huge broadcast and media infrastructure when the entire country is in a severe crisis due to a currency shortage. Jin Do-jun asked if he would be welcomed with open arms. Oseo Hyun made a thoughtful face and put her fist to her chin. He suggested that if they teamed up with the Seoul government, they could even get government funding. The main character grinned confidently and replied that if this happens, then there is nothing more to wish for. The young man and the man exchanged suspicious glances. Oseo Hyun smiled slightly nervously and asked if Jin Do-jun was a clone of his grandfather and how he even thought of it. The protagonist's face was illuminated by the bright sun. He smiled back and said that he was just a respectful grandson. The director stopped smiling and asked, puzzled, what kind of respectfulness this was. Jin Do-jun imagined his father's face and smiled confidently. He stated that he would turn SMC into a huge media empire and give it to his father. Oseo Hyun jumped up from his chair, causing Jin Do-jun to look at him in surprise. The man's face was amazed. He looked at the guy in confusion. The main character also got up from the couch. He said that these include cinema, broadcast content production, cable broadcasters, and in the future there will also be internet broadcasting. He smiled proudly and stated that he was the son of the chairman of Sunyang and his father, so you need to give him about that much to save face. Oseo Hyun's eyes were wide open and he even looked scared. The excitement was visible on Jin Do-jun's face. He asked whether the American division of Fantasy Investments currently has deep relationships with major film companies. The window frames were painted gold because of the sunset. Standing in front of Oseo Hyun, the main character said that if done right, a global media company could be born. Jin Young-kol was sitting in the living room. He put on his glasses and read the contract. He looked very attentive. Due to his poor eyesight, he has to squint his eyes. Jin Young-kol placed the contract on the table and told Jin Do-jun that he was still able to get it in the end. The main character answered in the affirmative. The guy was wearing a denim jacket. He said that with this, even if uncle becomes the mayor of Seoul, he will not be able to disobey grandfather. Once this is made public, Choi will be put on trial for violating the political fund law and his political career will be ruined. Jin Young-kol took the glasses off his face and asked if his grandson really only needed a few acres of land. Jin Do-jun smiled and answered in the affirmative, saying that grandfather could take the rest for himself. He said that when they concluded this contract, the aunt showed herself amazingly. The chairman was surprised and asked if this was really the case. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. He remembered how Seo-yoon crossed her arms over her chest and looked at them with displeasure. According to the main character, she immediately understood the value of state land. She said not to even dream of getting all the state land in exchange for funding an election campaign. Jin Young-kol crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied smile. He asked if he should then take it all and give it to his grandson. A sly grin appeared on Jin Do-jun's face. Inside he was happy, because his grandfather had just told him to take everything. The guy smiled awkwardly, raised his hands, and replied that it was not his style to make money by building apartments. Grandfather thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. It all seemed reckless to him. He said that even if Choi's son-in-law took part in the election, there was no guarantee that he would win. Jin Do-jun turned his head towards him and replied that Choi has a better chance of winning now because Grandpa thinks about it in a positive way. Jin Young-kol laughed good-naturedly and smiled. He said he couldn't keep up with his grandson's intelligence. The main character lowered his eyelids slightly and grinned. He didn't know who his uncle's opponent would be, but the guy already felt a little sorry for him. In front of the head office there was a huge crowd of people in black formal suits, and at the head was a smiling Choi. The main character understood that the Sunyang Group's information team would unearth the entire past of his uncle's opponent, and he could not stand it when all the dirt that had ever happened in his life would be spread everywhere by all kinds of media. Jin Young-kol crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied smile. He said that his grandson spent so much money to give him directly into the hands of the mayor of Seoul, so he cannot stay away, and during the mayoral election he will also help a little. Jin Do-jun bowed respectfully and thanked his grandfather. Suddenly the smile disappeared from the young man's face. He thought about his grandfather's words. Jin Yong-kol looked at his grandson with pride. It seemed shameless to the main character to say something like that, essentially taking away what his grandson had hard-earned. The chairman grinned mockingly and asked why the guy had such a disappointed expression on his face. Jin Do-jun was immediately taken aback and confused. His cheeks turned pink and he raised his hands, answering that everything was fine. Jin Yong-kol smiled good-naturedly and said that Jin Do-jun was upset early. He promised that he would also give his grandson one gift, and asked him to tell him if there was anything that the grandson wanted. The main character, with a calm face, replied that he was thinking about starting a new business, but would tell his grandfather about it after this election. Jin Yong-kol scratched his chin with a thoughtful look. He realized that this was a business that would require the power of the government, something very big. Grandfather turned to the surprised Jin Do-jun and warned him. When politicians enter the equation, many variables are added, he said. The interests of politicians are much more complex than those of businessmen. They are not those who ask for payment for their help. Jin Yong-kol presented two politicians in front of a government building. He said that they are one of those who constantly interfere and want to get something in return for silence or the lack of any activity in their direction. Jin Do-jun's pupil shrank at these words. He didn't understand if this was advice now. Suddenly the main character got up from the sofa and declared that as soon as the plan was ready, he would be the first to discuss it with his grandfather. After that, he asked to evaluate the plan in the future and said that if Jin Yong-kol wanted him to stop, it would be done immediately. Jin Do-jun had a bright smile on his face. He wondered if this was the answer his grandfather wanted to hear. Continuing to sit in his chair, Jin Yong-kol replied that this is his business and his money, so the guy does not need to obtain permits and decrees. He said that even if Jin Do-jun fails, he should try. It will be a good experience. The chairman looked at his grandson with pride. The main character looked at him calmly, but he still didn't know what was in Jin Yong-kol's soul and what was hidden in his gaze and words. December 19th, morning. The male politician raised his hands up. A wreath of flowers hung around his neck. There are other people standing behind him. It was announced on all channels that candidate Kim Dong-yi from the Second National Assembly of New Korea, who teamed up with Han Min-ryan from JP and Park Kyung-tae from the Democratic Party, was elected president. The sky was pinkish and people were passing by a regular diner. There were a lot of people inside the cafe, especially young people. At one of the tables sat a man in glasses with a mole on his face, and next to him sat a blonde guy. Jin Do-jun was wearing a black sweater. He was sitting at the table with his classmates. A guy in a beige sweatshirt and hat asked him if he had forgotten about his promise of unlimited food after the exam. The main character answered that he remembers. A classmate in a sweatshirt smiled and offered to place an order. He asked Jin Do-jun what he would do. The third classmate, a guy in a green sweater, laughed and asked if he thought Jin Do-jun had ever been to places like this. Holding the glass in his hands, the main character lowered his head and smiled. He remembered that he had been to such places countless times in his past life. One day, the three of him went to a diner with his colleagues. There were even times when he didn't have enough money, so he ordered alcohol without snacks. Therefore, Jin Do-jun considered himself obliged to feed his classmates with what he himself once wanted to eat, but could not. He raised his hand to order. There was a slight smile on his face. He asked to bring them bottled beer. Even the waitress was surprised, and the guy in the green jacket was taken aback. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at the surprised guy in the hat. He said that he had not drank for a long time, but since he was going to do it, he had to do it for sure. They didn't come here to have small talk. Classmates exchanged shocked glances. The guy in the hat jumped up from the table and shouted to the entire eatery that Jin Do-jun was taking bottled beer. The girls at the next table looked at them, puzzled. The main character looked at the menu with a smile. He thought that at this time the freshmen only drank draft beer. so he could treat himself to bottled beer. He looked up at the waitress and asked for fried sausage, clam salad, noodles, and pollock. A classmate wearing a cap turned to him and told him to order chicken. They decided they would have fried chicken. Jin Do-jun repeated this to the waitress, smiling. With a sly face, the guy in the hat asked if Jin Do-jun goes to such places, because he knows everything too well. Another guy exclaimed that a third-generation Keyball would never go to such a place. The main character remembered the face of Jin Young-jun, who handed him a bottle of beer. He suddenly became curious if his uncles went to such places. He imagined a pot of odentang soup on the gas stove. Jin Do-jun wondered if they ordered this soup at a small restaurant with a glass of alcohol. The main character closed his eyes and raised the glass to his mouth. He replied that he visited such places quite often, listing the times when he ate at the fast food joints. He turned to his classmates and, with an ingenuous smile, asked if they thought that they only went to expensive restaurants every day. This made them taken aback. Jin Do-jun looked at them and said that they were just eating soup, jjg, and a side dish for rice, nothing special. He remembered eating and drinking beer with his colleagues with a happy face before. It is easy for him, essentially an ordinary worker in a past life, to imitate him. Therefore, we need to take this opportunity to wash away this third-generation Keyball image. Suddenly someone stood near their table. The guy in the hat stood up abruptly and bowed. He greeted the man, calling him senior. A bespectacled man with black hair down to the back of his head scratched his nose. He apologized for his unceremonious interference. Jin Do-jun stood up from his chair to greet him and tell him that everything was fine. The man sat down next to him and asked if he could ask him something. The main character smiled and answered affirmatively. Everyone else lowered their heads thoughtfully. The bespectacled man said that the three of them were hired by financial companies, but one of them went bankrupt, and the other two sent notices to revoke their employment. He looked at Jin Do-jun with a neutral face, saying that they could not hire new employees this year. The other students looked at them with wide eyes. The man with glasses was a little embarrassed and said that he was not asking Jin Do-jun for a job. He placed his hand on the table as several people looked at them. The man asked Jin Do-jun's opinion about what would happen to the International Monetary Fund, because after all, the guy should have a lot of verified, high-quality information next to him. He said he had no choice but to return to work. He admitted that if everything is the same in a year, he will have to change the route. A man asked if he should study for the bar exam. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling and lowered his head thoughtfully. The other students looked at him tensely. The man with glasses was waiting for an answer, like the others. The main character didn't know whether to tell them the truth or offer comfort. He extended his hand to the glass on the table. Jin Do-jun took a sip of water and closed his eyes. He wondered if he told these children what would happen in the future, would they feel the gravity of the situation? The students stared at him, putting pressure on him. The main character removed the glass from his mouth and sighed. He told them to quit their work and study for the exam. The students were surprised by his statement. The man with glasses frowned and asked if Jin Do-jun wanted to say that it would also be difficult to find a job next term because of the International Monetary Fund. The main character imagined a small eye of a needle in his head. He understood that now it would be forever difficult. From now on, it will become more difficult every day to get a job, even as a Seoul University graduate. Holding a glass in his hands, Jin Do-jun turned towards them. He said that there will be no recruitment, and everyone who is currently working will be fired. According to him, under the pretext of corporate restructuring, a sharp wave of layoffs will begin. The man with glasses and his friends were shocked by his words. With a calm face, the protagonist said that most large corporations will get rid of at least 30% of their workers. The International Monetary Fund crisis is not just a lack of liquidity. There were 4 people sitting at the table, 3 more standing nearby. Jin Do-jun said that the country is in a state of economic bankruptcy. The freshmen looked at each other. A senior student in glasses thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Drops of water flowed down the walls of the glass. Jin Do-jun argued that from now on, the concept of a job for life will disappear. Companies will be able to lay off employees at any time. A new concept will appear: temporary or freelance worker. The guy in the hat widened his eyes in surprise and asked what kind of temporary worker he was. Jin Do-jun thoughtfully put his fist to his lips. He did not know how to explain this concept that appeared in their time. He pointed to the waitress who was carrying 4 bottles of beer. The main character said that she was a part-time worker. He asked what the students thought about whether she paid income tax or reduced income tax. Jin Do-jun turned to the senior student and asked about separation compensation. The man with glasses asked where people like her got their compensation. The young man with a cold face asked what if the boss told her to quit tomorrow. The senior student's pupils shrank and he replied that she would quit immediately. Jin Do-jun replied that this was a temporary worker. The waitress placed a tray of beer on their table. The main character began to open a bottle of beer. He said that this concept is used not only in small businesses, but also large corporations are gradually moving towards this. As Jin Do-jun poured beer into a glass, the man with glasses looked at him in amazement. The other students were amazed by his knowledge. Holding the bottle in his hands, the main character looked at them. He argued that it would take a long time for the economy to emerge from bankruptcy and return to normal. He advised them to join the army if they were thinking of getting a job rather than studying for the exam. He said that this could be a way to delay graduation. At least a big downpour should be avoided. All the students looked at the young man in shock. Other people at nearby tables were chatting and drinking. The freshmen looked puzzled and confused. Jin Do-jun pursed his lips and looked at them thoughtfully. He understood that those who had barely completed their first year were not yet able to feel this. But from next year, a real icy wind will blow, and if the people around them become victims of the International Monetary Fund, they will understand what Jin Do-jun meant when he said to avoid the big downpour. He imagined a man in a business suit sitting sadly in the park. The senior student smiled and thanked the main character. He said that thanks to him he was able to come to his senses. The man with glasses looked at Jin Do-jun with respect and kindness. The main character realized that the 4th year is different. He turned to the man and assumed he had said the most negative scenario. It's just that the people around him who run the companies always take into account and consider the worst-case scenario. The senior student picked up a glass of beer and said that they, too, should think and prepare for the worst, because they will be released soon. He smiled guiltily and apologized for the spoiled atmosphere, after which he offered to drink a glass. He raised his drink and shouted to all the customers that they still had a lot of time left, enough to escape the downpour and hide. He shouted to them not to worry and to get well drunk today. The young people immediately began to smile and raise their glasses. Jin Do-jun smiled and took a sip of beer. He thought that even though they were forced smiles, they helped improve the atmosphere. Students at other tables smiled happily. Nearby there was a long table where a guy in a jacket was saying a toast. The glass door to the diner opened. Jin Do-jun chatted with his classmates and seniors. A girl in blue jeans and white sneakers walked towards them. She called out to Jin Do-jun and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character looked up at her in surprise. The girl's cheeks and nose were red, she had a hood on her head, and a scarf wrapped around her neck. Jin Do-jun felt awkward. He looked at her confusedly, trying to remember her name. The girl pointed her finger at him and asked if he had forgotten her name. With a bashful face, Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. The senior student blushed. He addressed the girl as So Min-yeon and asked where she was from. Suddenly, the main character widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. So Min-yeon smiled sweetly as she looked at him. Now the guy definitely remembered her name. The girl sat down at the table with them and handed them a glass into which they poured beer for her. So Min-yeon asked to pour her only half a glass, because she wanted to return to the library. Jin Do-jun took a sip of beer while looking at her. The senior student was holding a glass in his hands. He said that the girl was not like other students. He asked if she studied even during the holidays and if she even had time to sit with them. So Min-yeon looked at him in surprise and replied that in her opinion they don't have time to sit here. She asked if preparing for the state management exam takes about 2 years. In the end, the girl added that everyone must decide for themselves how to deal with this. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered why she suddenly started talking about it. He assumed it had something to do with the International Monetary Fund. The guy in the gray sweatshirt turned to So Min-yeon while she was drinking a beer and asked what she was talking about. On their table were various snacks and empty soda cans. The girl asked if such important seniors came here to ask Jin Do-jun something. She assumed they were talking about the situation businesses were in now and how this terrible currency crisis was going to continue. Jin Do-jun held a glass in his hands and looked at her. After the words of the senior student, he thought that she was an exemplary student who only did what she studied for the position of a judge. However, now he sees that this girl understands perfectly how this world works. So Min-yeon raised the glass to her mouth and took a few sips of beer. She put the empty glass on the table. Removing her hands under the table, the girl looked at the senior student. She said that even Seoul University graduates have little access now. That's why they are almost crying. A harsh wind is blowing all over the walls of the university, which is not going to subside. So Min-yeon said that they were lucky. They were studying law, and the civil servant exam was not that difficult. Jin Do-jun looked at her worriedly, his pupils greatly constricted. The senior student's cheeks turned red. He pointed to the girl and asked if he and Jin Do-jun were dating. He suggested that when they date, they discuss Korea's economic problems. A guy in a hat immediately burst into the discussion. He raised his palms in shock and shouted that this couldn't be happening. The freshman claimed that the main character was not from this planet and it was impossible for this alien and So Min-yeon to meet. He turned to the girl in confusion, waiting for her confirmation. So Min-yeon looked at him emotionlessly. The guy in the hat shouted that she had said that people who are proud of their strength are losers, and those who are proud of their money are mumblers. He pointed his finger at Jin Do-jun and shouted that he had both power and money. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. The guy in the hat pouted his lips offendedly and actively gesticulated with his hands. He said that Jin Do-jun will go his own way and he will date the only daughter of the Kebal family or some celebrity. So Min-yeon irritably asked if they were going overboard. She said that this is the third time she and Jin Do-jun have seen each other since they entered university. The senior student's face turned red from intoxication. He agreed with the girl and said that they did not even physically have such an opportunity. Jin Do-jun doesn't go to university, and so Min-yeon stays in the library and lecture halls. The first-year students immediately began to smile shyly. The main character even envied them, because he, as a middle-aged man, had no desire for love affairs. He imagined himself at a more mature age with his hair styled. The guy closed his eyes and smiled. Of course, sometimes hormones begin to bubble in his body, but immediately subside due to stress from work. So Min-yeon stood up and started putting on her red scarf. She said that she saw them, and now it was time for her to go. As she was about to leave, she asked Jin Do-jun to come out with her for a moment. At that moment, he was taking a sip of beer. The girl put her hands in her pockets and clarified that she wanted to tell him something. The main character was slightly taken aback by this, so Min-yeon narrowed her eyes slightly and said that she needed to ask him a few questions. Jin Do-jun tensed and pursed his lips, looking at her with a puzzled expression. So Min-yeon stood in the middle of the sidewalk. The main character came out without a jacket and wrapped his arms around himself because of the cold. His nose was red and steam was coming out of his mouth. He complained unhappily about the cold and asked what So Min-yeon wanted to ask. The girl frowned and turned to him. She said that she was very ashamed to say this now, so she asked her to think carefully before answering her. Jin Do-jun threw up his hands and agreed emotionlessly. He was curious what she wanted to tell him, so Min-yeon bit her lower lip. Then, she opened her mouth slightly, and warm steam came out. She said that her goal and duty is to pass the state bar exam before graduation. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids a little and replied that he understood the words about the goal. He asked what the other debt was. So Min-yeon put her hands in her jacket pocket and hid half of her face behind her scarf. She said that everyone in her family is a lawyer, and most of them passed the state exam before graduating from university. Therefore, if she doesn't succeed, her family will put pressure on her. She must cope. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and asked why she was saying this. So Min-yeon turned her gaze to the other side and replied that she would be even busier than in her senior year of school and she did not have time. Jin Do-jun asked what she didn't have time for. The girl took a step forward, standing closer to him. The distance between them was small. So Min-yeon said that she doesn't have time to date him. The main character was taken aback and widened his eyes in amazement. The girl frowned with displeasure and said that she was confessing her feelings for him, and that was how he reacted. Jin Do-jun frowned and reproachfully asked if she hated people who were proud of their strength and money. She replied that he was just handsome. The guy's pupils narrowed. He asked in confusion what she was talking about. So Min-yeon tilted her head and lowered her eyebrows in disappointment. She asked if this was the only reaction he was capable of. The main character was still in shock from this, and the girl lowered her head in irritation. She suggested returning to the topic and said that she didn't have time, and he didn't go to university. So Min-yeon gave a thumbs up and said that we won't be able to see each other often, but we can meet for lunch once or twice a month. The main character asked what she meant. The girl opened her eyes wide and replied that she was talking about dating. Jin Do-jun looked at her face with a slightly confused look. A smirk appeared on his lips. He asked if she knew his phone number. The girl nodded enthusiastically and answered in the affirmative. Jin Do-jun tilted his head and smiled. He told her to call and he would send a car for her. So Min-yeon asked what car he was talking about. The guy looked at her confidently and replied that there was a car that would pick her up. He reminded that he is a third-generation keyball and said that they cannot date like ordinary people. So Min-yeon looked at him in amazement. The main character turned his back to her and said that he had left. The girl was reflected in the cafe doorway. She yelled at him to keep it a secret, and if the guys asked, let him say that they were doing a group assignment. Jin Do-jun turned around and waved to her. He entered the cafe and went to his table. The guy in the hat asked what he was talking about with So Min-yeon. The main character answered that it was about a group task from which he was shirking. Suddenly the door to the cafe opened. So Min-yeon was standing there. She frowned and shouted as loud as she could that she and Jin Do-jun were dating as of today. The main character looked at her in horror, while the rest of the students were in shock. The glass door closed loudly and the girl disappeared. Jin Do-jun looked at the envious faces of his classmates with a smile. The chairman's mansion turned pink due to the sunset. Jin Young-kol said that a hotel, a department store, a resort and a golf course are not so small. He told his daughter to look at the others. Choi and Seo-yoon sat in the chairman's office with guilty faces. Jin Yang-kol frowned and displeasedly told them that some daughters only have a department store and 1 or 2 golf courses. He agreed with the statement that a daughter who gets married becomes a complex stranger. Seo-yoon raised one eyebrow in displeasure and replied that the reason she is in politics is because she wants to make up for the lack of power. Her father closed his eyes and sighed, repeating her words. Choi, with a confused and scared face, assured his father-in-law that he had nothing to worry about. He said that he was going to build a political career without regard to the company. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him sternly. He thought that a guy who was tangled in his wife's skirt and couldn't even move was declaring that he would pursue a political career. He looked at his daughter and said that the opposition had come to power and the dominant party had changed. Therefore, it will not be easy for the opposition candidate to win the elections. Seo-yoon frowned and smiled insincerely. She replied that she feared her father much more than the opposition party. Jin Yang-kol narrowed his gaze, raising one eyebrow. He loudly ordered the people outside the door to come in, causing the husband and wife to be taken aback. The door to the office opened and the subordinates bowed. They began to walk inside, clattering their patent leather shoes. 5 people sat opposite Seo-yoon and Choi. The husband and wife looked at them all in surprise. Jin Yang-kol closed his eyes and lowered his head. He stated that from today they will help Choi's son-in-law, because since they decided to take such a step, they must win. Choi stood up from his chair and bowed to his father-in-law. He promised to win the election and repay the favor. Seo-yoon looked at her father with gratitude. The chairman looked sternly at his son-in-law and asked if he could take responsibility for his words. Choi answered in the affirmative, slightly frightened. He opened his mouth wide and said that Jin Yong-kol was like his own father to him, and how could he think differently? The chairman grinned contentedly and narrowed his eyes. He glanced towards his subordinates, giving them a sign. The man with glasses placed black folders with documents in front of Choi. The politician looked at the chairman in surprise and asked what it was. One folder lay on top of another. Jin Yong-kol replied that one folder contains a list of people who can be used for the position of deputy mayor, and another folder contains a list of heads of organizations related to Seoul. People were specially selected to receive positions in the City Infrastructure Department, the Industrial Management Association, and the Housing Construction Department. Seo Yoon looked at her father in fear and called out to him. Sitting with his arms crossed, Jin Yong-kol told his son-in-law that he had written a couple of lines that he could use as campaign promises. His colleagues will tell you when to publish it. Choi's eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted. He wondered if this meant that Chairman Jin Yong-kol's men would take over Seoul. After all, the public promise comes not from the mayoral candidate, but from the Sunyong group. It seemed to him that many threads were attached to his body. Choi realized that the chairman was planning to make him his puppet. He stood up and humbly protested that he had people to take care of, and his party would recommend someone. Jin Yong-kol looked at him and firmly stated that he would make it so that he would not have to care about anyone. He asked if it would be better for him to work in the Sunyong Group building than to be a civil servant at Seoul City Hall. Choi's face contorted into a grimace of horror. He clenched his hand into a fist so tightly that the veins there bulged. The man decided that he had to be patient, and it was better to obey now. He pursed his lips, and the veins on his forehead and neck became swollen. Choi thought that he could only carry out a counterattack when he had power in his hands. Jin Yong-kol grinned smugly, as if fire was burning around him. The tall business office building was made of concrete and glass. Oh Seo-hyun and Jin Do-jun bowed to the office staff. A man with thick black eyebrows and combed back hair handed it to the director. His name was Lee Jong-chul, and he is the chairman of the admissions committee. Oh Seo-hyun shook his hand, smiled politely, and introduced himself. He thanked him for taking the time to meet. Lee Jong-chul pointed to the sofa. Jin Do-jun stood next to Oh Seo-hyun. The chairman of the selection committee told the director of fantasy investments that he was the man who saved the Ajin group, and therefore he should thank him somehow. While Lee Jong-chul and Oh Seo-hyun were talking, the main character looked at them with a neutral face. Suddenly, Jin Do-jun looked colder and more serious. Before this meeting, he stood near his grandfather with a folder in his hands. The guy said that Lee Jong-chul's career impressed him. He is a 16th grade graduate of the military academy, worked for the Central Intelligence Bureau during the Fifth Republic, and was a member of the Liberal Democratic Party of Korea. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms and smiled. He answered in the affirmative and said that in the early days Lee Jong-chul played a leading role there, as well as the head of the secretariat. He is very capable. Suddenly Lee Jong-chul noticed Jin Do-jun and asked who this young man was. Oh Seo-hyun sat on the sofa and smiled. He replied that this was his employee and there were no secrets between them. According to him, he was still going to tell Jin Do-jun what he and Lee Jong-chul would talk about, so he asked to let the guy stay here. The main character bowed respectfully to the chairman of the selection committee, closing his eyes. Lee Jong-chul smiled friendly and laughed quietly. He agreed and said that they were worrying in vain, because he had nothing to hide. The meeting room was modernly furnished. There were designer chandeliers and a lot of decor. Lee Jong-chul said that the chairman of Sunyong Group has already told him. He asked Oh Seo-hyun if he planned to transfer $2.2 billion of available fantasy investments capital from the New York headquarters to Korea. The director of the investment company answered in the affirmative. Lee Jong-chul asked with a relaxed smile if there were any conditions. Oh Seo-hyun looked at him with a serious face and answered in the affirmative. He said that he just wanted to discuss the terms at the meeting. Lee Jong-chul looked surprised as Oh Seo-hyun placed a folder on the coffee table. On the black folder was written, "A plan to create an SMC and a media group." The chairman of the selection committee slowly read the title without saying anything. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. The guy thought that the amount of $2.2 billion did not surprise the man at all. The chairman put his hands on his knees, looking at the folder. He was surprised that Lee Jong-chul was definitely hearing the exact amount for the first time, but he was so calm. The main character also assumed that he simply did not understand the value of this money. Lee Jong-chul pursed his lips and chuckled thoughtfully. He turned to Oseo Hyun and asked why the investor wanted to do this. The director of fantasy investments replied that finance and construction do not go well together. He flexed his fingers on his knees and said with a serious face that the business plan was about more than just construction. It is included, but it is a separate enterprise. Oseo Hyun asked the other party to look at the situation in a positive way. Lee Jong-chul grinned strangely and asked if he was talking about pouring dollars into Korea. Oseo Hyun frowned and lowered the corners of his mouth. He answered in the affirmative. The admissions committee chairman crossed his arms while Oseo Hyun and Jin Do-jun looked at him. Lee Jong-chul said, "Let's say they invest dollars and get huge profits, but then they will return the money to the United States of America." The director's eyes opened wide at this question. The chairman asked if this was an obvious procedure, and said that Ajin Group would not be able to avoid it. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a cold squint. Lee Jong-chul assumed that Ajin, after stabilization, would be divided and sold, and the profits would go to America. He frowned sternly as he looked at Oseo Hyun and asked if he was wrong. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation and replied that everything was the other way around. This made Lee Jong-chul a little taken aback. He turned to the young man. Jin Do-jun introduced a Hollywood sign and two middle-aged men. A guy with a calm face said that their company is engaged in transferring funds earned in the USA to Korea. So far, the company has made huge profits by investing in Martin Computer, Microsoft, Hollywood Films, and Japanese power banks. With the money they earned, they purchased the Ajin Group. Jin Do-jun's eyes were slightly narrowed and his eyebrows were lowered. He said that if you think about it, it is an export. Hearing this, Lee Jong-chul furrowed his thick eyebrows even more. He closed his eyes and smiled, telling the young man that he was playing with words. The main character put his hands on his knees and with a calm face asked if exporting is any activity that brings profit in foreign currency. He said that although they do not sell their own goods, they earn foreign currency in the same way. Lee Jong-chul crossed his arms and asked with skepticism that it could look like this now. He asked what about the future. Oseo Hyun looked at his stern face. He replied that if they only thought about making money, they would not incur the costs associated with the difference in exchange rates during double conversion. After all, it will be very difficult to get double profits from the plan that the director provided to the chairman. He pointed to a black folder with a plan to create an SMC and a media group and asked to check it again. Lee Jong-chul lowered his gaze to the documents without saying anything. He reached forward and took the black folder in his hands. He opened it and began to carefully study the contents. Looking at him, Jin Do-jun thought that for people who lived in the 60s and 70s, the word exporter is a symbol of power and pride. Exports are the driving force that has transformed the world's poorest economy into an economic powerhouse. A huge cargo ship with many containers was sailing across the Blue Sea. Since childhood, Koreans have heard that the country lacks resources, so the only way to survive here is human capital. Naturally, these people will be unpleasant to hear a word that makes them proud from the lips of a guy who only plays with money. The main character narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. He was curious if the chairman would continue to think this way after seeing the plan. Once Lee Jong-chul reviewed the plan, he closed the folder and placed it on the table. He said the plan is to create a mecca of the Korean media industry. The man smiled faintly and said that this was not bad. He asked if they planned to put all $2.2 billion into it. Oseo Hyun turned to him and responded negatively, saying that they want to invest in more than just the media industry. Sunlight illuminated the office. The director of fantasy investments lowered his hands and leaned forward. He admitted that they planned to invest in different areas and become managing managers in Korea, leaving the American investors to the locals. Lee Jong-chul clasped his hands together, intertwining his fingers with each other. He looked at Oseo Hyun with interest and asked what about the IT industry. The director of fantasy investments looked at him in surprise, repeating his question. Jin Do-jun looked more calm. Lee Jong-chul placed his right palm on his knee and answered in the affirmative. He suggested that he was a man of clarity, judging by his huge profits from investments in Martin, Microsoft and power banks. The man clarified if this was true. Oseo Hyun was genuinely confused by this question. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a grin, realizing that his uncle was confused, because all the IT investments were led by the young man. He introduced a businessman who was holding a meeting with entrepreneurs of the new millennium. The government, in order to revive the economy, which is stagnating due to the crisis of the International Monetary Fund, has directed all its efforts to support venture capital companies associated with the IT industry. The main character smiled confidently, thinking that the government had raised the topic of cultural enrichment. Therefore, if you remove the signs of an American investment company from fantasy investments, it will ideally fit the current tasks of the Korean government in creating a media city. As soon as Jin Do-jun spoke, Lee Jong-chul turned his gaze to him. The youth said that this sector will greatly help in the development of small and medium-sized businesses. He suggested looking at the United States, where venture capital firms had begun to develop so vigorously in Silicon Valley that they were in danger of a bubble bursting. The main character raised one hand, gesturing, and added that if their government changed course, it would produce excellent results. Lee Jong-chul was amazed at his words and said in amazement that he knew that young people were better at this. He completely agreed with the young man. Jin Do-jun smiled friendlily upon hearing the support. He knew that civil servants and politicians needed to answer only what they themselves wanted to hear. And the answer that Lee Jong-chul wants to hear now is a bright future for it. The chairman of the admissions committee turned to Oseo Hyun and enthusiastically asked if he was considering investing in it. Instead of Oseo Hyun, Jin Do-jun answered. He said with a neutral face that their company did not think about it. The director of fantasy investments and Lee Jong-chul looked at the young man in surprise. The chairman of the selection committee gritted his teeth in displeasure and frowned. The main character put his hands on his knees and expressed the opinion that the IT industry should develop only through fresh ideas and new technologies. If some private capital intervenes, ideas and technologies will be leveled out. According to him, young venture capitalists should not be held back by capitalism. Lee Jong-chul opened his eyes wide and asked if it was worth making this business a government entity then. Jin Do-jun, sitting across from him, responded affirmatively and said that he believed the government should plant a flower bed and watch young venture entrepreneurs emerge there. The chairman of the selection committee asked what he meant. The main character lowered his eyelids and replied that he was talking about the construction of IT infrastructure. If maintained, it will bring good results. Silicon Valley grew this way. Lee Jong-chul thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, lowering his head. Oseo Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly. He was nervous, but tried not to show it. Above them hung a chandelier made in the shape of geometric shapes. There was a TV near the wall. Lee Jong-chul removed his hand from his face and replied that this was an interesting opinion. He placed his palms on his knees and turned to Oseo Hyun. The man said they would carefully review the plan and get back to them. And now he asked for a little more detail about the $2.2 billion investment plan so that they could consider it at the government level. Oseo Hyun opened his eyes wide and looked at him in amazement. Jin Do-jun's pupils immediately shrank in shock. The words of the chairman of the selection committee about careful consideration are equivalent to the approval of the rest of the members. Lee Jong-chul extended his hand for a handshake. Oseo Hyun stood up and shook the man's hand as he smiled. The main character looked at their strong hands with a satisfied smile. Although he was the one who told this plan, Lee Jong-chul is not extending his hand to him. The smile disappeared from his face. Jin Do-jun looked up. This was the chairman's way of showing his status. Office buildings made of glass stood in a row. The trees had no foliage. Oseo Hyun and the main character walked down the street with satisfied faces. Walking near the skyscrapers, the man turned to the young man and asked if he was seriously interested in IT investments. The main character answered in the affirmative. Oseo Hyun looked at him completely confused and asked why. Because this is a gold mine if they are supported at the government level. But even if not, a lot of venture capital companies are already knocking on their door. Jin Do-jun opened his mouth slightly and exhaled tiredly. With a slight smile on his face, he replied that they are now the owners of a company that competes for primacy with Daehyun Motors. They have no place among venture capital firms that are struggling to make some money. They moved to the big leagues. Oseo Hyun frowned at him and asked if that was too rude. In his opinion, when venture capital firms grow, they cannot be ignored. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyebrows and confidently asked if Uncle knew how much Sunyong Electronics earned a few years ago when the semiconductor industry was booming. He immediately answered his own question by saying more than 2 trillion won. The guy argued that no matter how big the venture capital firm grew, it wouldn't reach that level. Oseo Hyun started to get irritated, grinding his teeth. The main character thought that many companies were attracting him, but there was no time to pay attention to it firms, which only in 20 years would increase their sales to 1 or 2 trillion won. The director of fantasy investments raised his hand and displeasedly told the guy that he must know the value of every penny in order to be able to save money. He asked, "Who knows, maybe someone like James Young will appear again." Jin Do-jun smiled calmly and replied that then he could invest wherever he wanted. He sarcastically noted that he could earn himself some pocket money. Oseo Hyun stopped abruptly, looking at the guy with disappointment. The main character put his hands in his pockets and walked on. He remembers several profitable companies that have yet to take off. These include Windy City from Next Sun, which launched last year, and Reincarnated from NCK, which launched this spring. Oseo Hyun shouted at him not to be mistaken, causing Jin Do-jun to jerk and stop. He turned around excitedly and asked what he was talking about. The director of fantasy investments raised his hand with an incredibly angry face. He asked if the guy thought that by running into an influential figure and receiving several $100 billion and 1 trillion won, he had already become the chairman of a conglomerate. The man frowned aggressively and clenched his teeth. The main character looked at him in confusion, as if he was dumbfounded. They stood on the street, looking at each other. Jin Do-jun realized that Oseo Hyun was so angry for the first time in 10 years. The evil uncle came closer to the guy. He said his grandfather, chairman of Jin Young Call, only runs businesses that generate trillions. He dines with influential political figures, thus gaining the right to profit, and this is what the keyballs do. Jin Do-jun looked at him in fear, not understanding what he did to make Oseo Hyun angry. A vein in the man's neck bulged with rage. He said with a serious face that such people have tens of thousands of farm laborers who earn pocket money for them. It was with the pennies they earned that his grandfather bought a steel mill in China. The main character listened to him with an astonished face, unable to object to him. Oseo Hyun said that without these barracks there would be no chairman. Just as without farmers there would be no landowner, just as without the people there would be no king. He asked what Jin Do-jun had. The man clenched his teeth and frowned. He stated that the young man had no one who could earn him money. No farm laborers, no farmers, no people. Oseo Hyun thought that Jin Do-jun still acted like the chairman of all keyballs. The main character looked at his uncle in rage, stunned. The director of fantasy investments said that they could earn hundreds of billions, and this is just pocket money for the young man. Jin Do-jun lowered his gaze in shame as he thought about his words. He realized that Oseo Hyun was right. The main character remembered all the moments in the company from his past life. His gaze became empty and guilty. He never would have thought that for the first time in 10 years he would behave not like a farmhand, but like a keyball. Jin Do-jun pursed his lips as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He realized that he had become so arrogant. The main character immediately bowed deeply and apologized, saying that he was thinking too narrowly. Oseo Hyun looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting this. He looked away and covered his mouth with his hand, saying that everything was fine since the young man realized everything so quickly. They continued walking down the street and Oseo Hyun asked with a calm face where Jin Do-jun would like to invest. The main character asked whether it would be better for a man to decide everything himself. The director looked at the guy and replied that he could decide on the direction. But Jin Do-jun had a better sense of investment. He asked again what he was interested in. The young man put his hand to his chin and thought. He smiled and replied that he was interested in online games. Oseo Hyun looked at him a little surprised, repeating his words. Their shoes clicked on the light sidewalk. Jin Do-jun answered in the affirmative and said that he wanted to invest 1 billion in 2 places, which he would indicate, and let his uncle distribute the rest. Oseo Hyun scratched his chin thoughtfully, looking down. They walked towards the brown building. The man suggested using all 10 billion. Jin Do-jun would pick up 2 games, and Oseo Hyun would pick the rest and scatter a little less than 1 billion into each. The main character agreed with him and said that if at least 1 game takes off, this will cover all investments. The director of fantasy investments winked at him, smiling, and said that he had just heard. The government is going to support the IT sector. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a knowing smile without saying anything. There were tall buildings and trees without leaves all around. Besides them, there were townspeople walking on the street. The main character was sorry that after 5 years this worthy man would retire. On the red sign in white letters it was written, "A Charitable Foundation." The winter of 1997 was surprisingly cold. A volunteer stood near the red sign and rang a bell. It was snowing. Many passers-by were walking along the sidewalk. For the first time, no Christmas songs could be heard on the streets. Snowflakes fell on the multi-story offices of various companies. In the meeting room, Oseo Hyun and Jin Do-jun were sitting at a large table, and across from them were bank employees. The workers looked at each other. Oseo Hyun and Jin Do-jun looked at them unimpressed, the young man holding a cup in his hands. The bank's managers were talking to each other. The main character thought that the people in whose hands the biggest money in the world was concentrated were sitting quietly in a very comfortable bank. They were not embarrassed by the icy wind hitting their faces. Jin Do-jun raised the cup to his lips and took a sip of tea. The man with graying hair said that he heard that discussions about the merger with Sunyang Motors were completely completed. He asked what about starting the takeover process now. His colleague adjusted his dark glasses. Oseo Hyun, dressed in a sharp black suit with a purple tie, replied that the agreement had not yet been signed. He said that they are in the process of adjusting the Sunyang Group's share. Several employees stood along the window. The man in the brown suit asked when this would be finished. Oseo Hyun replied that this question should be asked to Sunyang Group, not them. A thin-faced man wearing glasses placed his hands on the table. He said that Chairman Jin Yong-kal has already made a promise. According to him, an agreement has already been reached. All that remains is to go through the procedure. Holding the cup near his face, the protagonist declared that this was not all. The bank employee with glasses looked at him in surprise. He apologized and asked Oseo Hyun who the young man was sitting next to him. The director of fantasy investments glanced at Jin Do-jun, smiling softly. He replied that he was called from the head office in the USA. He would be in charge of this merger and acquisition. The main character closed his eyes and bowed respectfully. All the bank employees looked at him silently. Some of them stood up, and the man with glasses handed the guy his business card and apologized. Jin Do-jun handed over his business card in response, smiling with narrowed eyes. He understood that they were probably interested in his position or status. They want to make sure the guy deserves to be here. The bank employees looked at his business cards, and the man with glasses asked if his name was Howard Jin. The main character looked at them confidently and replied that he was a second-generation Korean, so he uses an English name. The bank employees began talking to each other, feeling tense. His legend was that Howard Jin was a young second-generation Korean who was born in the USA. He manages the investment system at the Fantasy Investments headquarters in the USA. Therefore, the arrival of a person with such a status in Korea should scare them a little. The man with glasses looked up at the guy slightly worriedly and asked him to continue what he wanted to say. Jin Do-jun decided that first he needed to cast some bait. He sat down at the table and clasped his hands together. The main character said that their investment analysis team is currently carefully rechecking this acquisition. The man in the brown suit was taken aback, as was his colleague. He asked why do this. Oseo Hyun crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and exhaled quietly. Even in such a situation, the bank strictly adheres to the plan of not talking to the service staff. Oseo Hyun laughed awkwardly while rubbing his neck. He said that he dissuaded them several times, but the people there only follow the system and do not listen to the director at all. The man pointed at Jin Do-jun with a smile. According to him, from the point of view of their system, this guy is very smart and is the guarantor of the execution of the decisions of their American investors. Oseo Hyun asked them to listen to the main character until the end. The bank employees were a little confused and stressed. Jin Do-jun put his hands under the table. All eyes were turned to him. The guy said that Sunyang Group originally planned to acquire Asian Motors, but spent all its money on acquiring Hando Steel. The protagonist's face was stern and confident. He said that at that moment their company, Fantasy Investments, entered the scene. They thought of holding Asian Motors until the Sunyang Group raised enough money to then sell the company at a higher price. He is sure that everyone here already guessed about it. Sweat appeared on the faces of the bank employees from tension. They silently listened to the guy. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and said that a currency crisis had broken out in Korea. The purchase price was 1.2 trillion won at an exchange rate of 800 won, or $1.5 billion. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and said sternly that the current exchange rate was 1,800 won, which meant only $670 million. As soon as he began to say what the amount would be if the exchange rate rose to 2,500 won, all the bank employees felt fear and horror. The amount will be $480 million. Some crossed their arms over their chests, others adjusted their glasses. One bank employee firmly stated that the International Monetary Fund had begun to support them. $2 billion have already been injected, so the rate will not rise to 2,500 won. He argued that the rate would reach 200 and then stabilize. Jin Do-jun, with a neutral face, told them that $55.5 billion were promised, but only $2 billion came. The bank employees lowered their heads guiltily when the protagonist said that the government had changed, so they would have to negotiate with the new government again. He lowered his eyelids, saying that they all knew that the promised amount of $50 billion would not come. The man with graying hair raised his eyebrows in fear. His colleague nervously adjusted his glasses. The man with curly black hair coughed awkwardly into his fist. Jin Do-jun put his hands on the armrests of the chair. He said that the day after tomorrow will be 1998, so they need to sort out the reports as soon as possible. But even then they will not find the right answer in their ledgers. He also noted that the new government will most likely begin to consolidate banks when it comes. The bank employees were confused and nervous. They were sweating profusely when Jin Do-jun said that if they wanted to survive, the money had to be deposited into the Fantasy Investments account before the end of the year. $1 bills fell from the sky onto bank buildings. Exporting companies earn dollars, and importing companies need dollars. Therefore, if someone has the necessary currency, everyone flocks to them. Oseo Hyun periodically glanced towards the main character. The young man said that from their point of view, the Korean market is currently unstable. They wonder whether the Korean economy will rise again or fall to the level of Southeast Asia. The bank employees crossed their arms over their chests in displeasure, and an awkward and tense silence fell in the office. The man with glasses put his hand on the table and asked displeasedly what the guy wanted to say. Jin Do-jun's face was cold and stern. Oseo Hyun crossed his arms while the main character made the announcement. He said that although their company is the primary acquirer, they plan to waive this right. The graying man widened his eyes in shock. His curly-haired colleague opened his mouth slightly and seemed dumbfounded. The man with glasses raised his eyebrows high and asked with his mouth wide open what the young man was talking about. Jin Do-jun put his hands together and placed it on the table. He replied that it meant collapse for them. Stunned bank employees stood in front of him, being at the other end of the table. The main character clarified whether Daehyun Group would immediately intervene if they refused to acquire Asian Motors. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes, and Jin Do-jun asked the bank employees to negotiate with the Daehyun Group. The faces of the leaders were taken aback and depressed. They didn't even know what to answer. The main character understood that Di-hyun Group would never leave. Oh Hyun lowered the corners of his lips and frowned. Jin Do-jun thought that now the bank employees would have to hurry to put out the fire under their feet. A smug grin appeared on his gloomy face. The main character was again sitting in the living room in his grandfather's house. Jin Young-kal called him a robber, who agreed on an amount of 800 billion. 1. Jin Do-jun replied that if he were a robber, he would not negotiate. His grandfather smiled and chuckled proudly. He said it was his grandson's knife that forces a cornered rat to make a choice. Jin Do-jun looked at him silently. He remembered the negotiations that took place at the banks. The guy stated that the acquisition amount was 800 billion won. At the exchange rate of 2001, the amount would be $400 million. The leaders were dumbfounded by this statement. A man with curly hair shouted that it was 60% of the original price. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms over his chest. In front of him stood a cup and a piece of paper. He opened his eyes slightly, and with a cold face declared that if they agreed, he would deposit $400 million into the account he specified today. The bank executives lowered the corners of their lips and looked at him puzzled. The protagonist's face was stern and calculating. He understood that they could not refuse this offer so easily. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and praised his grandson for not giving them time to think. He believed that if you give a cornered rat time, it will definitely escape. The main character closed his eyes and bowed his head, raising his hands. He agreed with his grandfather and replied that it would not have worked next year. Jin Young-kal narrowed his eyes and smiled. He asked if he must drive a wedge to make his conditions work. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide and answered in the affirmative with a guileless face. He realized that his grandfather had noticed it after all. He frowned and put his hands on his knees. The grandson asked his grandfather to prepare a position as a consultant for Sun-young Group, promising to pay all related expenses. Jin Young-kal put his fist under his head and noted with a grin that he quickly learns bad things. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyebrows. He remembered the faces of Jin Young-gi and Jin Young-jun, as well as himself in his previous life. The main character thought that he learned all this from Jin Young-kal. After all, it was he who taught his son this way, and he taught his son. Jin Do-jun just overheard because he was nearby. The chairman smiled gently and agreed to these terms. He handed him a piece of paper and a folder, rolling it across the table. Grandfather asked to look at it. The main character took the folder in his hands and began to take out documents from there with an indifferent face. Suddenly he frowned and pursed his lips at what he saw. On the sheet he was looking at was written, a list of banks that would be sold and merged. Jin Young-kal grinned slyly and said that he had been thinking about how to use this material, and as it turned out, it was for his Jin Do-jun. The young man immediately thought that the chairman meant that the creditor bank agent group would be sold. He opened his mouth in surprise and raised his eyebrows, asking if the bank had seen the list. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and smiled, showing off his snow-white teeth. He asked if he would tell his grandson if everyone knew about the list. Grandfather clarified that only Di-hyun Group is in the know. Jin Do-jun's eyes were wide open and a smile appeared on his lips. He replied that he could indeed use it very effectively. Jin Young-kal leaned back and said that his grandson was very lucky. Straightening his back, he said that when they found out that they would soon be out of work, they would grab Jin Do-jun. Perhaps, soon, they will even bow their heads in gratitude. The main character looked at the document again and smiled. He thought that if he had found out this information a little earlier, he could have started negotiations not with 60%, but with 50%. The grandfather called to his grandson, and he responded with a smile. Jin Young-kal put on a serious face and said that Sun-young also plans to announce the start of a large-scale reconstruction early next year. Jin Do-jun bowed his head, calmly looking at his grandfather. The young man thought so. After all, it's hard to manage $1 billion. Until now, the chairman has sold subsidiaries, but never restructured the branches. He wondered how much Jin Young-kal planned to renovate. The main character lowered his eyelids slightly and replied that this was a difficult decision. The chairman closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly. He said there was nothing to be done. While Jin Do-jun held the folder in his hands, Jin Yong-kol said that the branches that have lost their competitiveness and are simply burning money need to be tidied up. Suddenly, he smiled slyly and added that there would be no people screaming about unfair dismissal. Jin Do-jun's face suddenly darkened and his pupil shrank. He forgot that the companies that survived the crisis of the International Monetary Fund got a chance, because from that moment the monopolization of large enterprises began. The chairman rose from his chair and declared that he therefore intended to take this opportunity to do what he had long put off. The main character looked at him in surprise. Jin Yong-kol turned to him with a smile and said that his grandfather should give his grandson a gift in honor of his 20th birthday. The words about the gift startled Jin Do-jun and he looked confused. Standing sideways to the guy, the chairman said that the young man would receive a share in the company. He would include this in the restructuring plan so that the guy would get a share cheaply. The main character raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Jin Yong-kol closed his eyes and laughed loudly. He asked if the guy who took over Sunyang Motors was happy with just a couple of extra shares. The setting sun painted the sky pink and orange. The windows of the Fantasy Investments office reflected the neighboring buildings. Oseo Hyun sat near his desk, where there was a computer, and talked on the phone. He contacted the American office of Fantasy Investments in New York, and $400 million was credited to the creditor's account. The next morning, about a dozen lawyers reviewed the Ajin Group purchase and sale agreement, which included amended terms, at the bank's main office. There were several tables in a row. People in white shirts were rereading documents. In the afternoon, this agreement was signed. Today, Jin Do-jun has become the owner of the second largest automobile company in Korea. January 1, 1998. A luxurious country mansion was located among trees and mountains. The sky was blue and clear. Expensive golden chandeliers glowed as if they were a scattering of precious stones. Men in business suits held drinks in their hands and discussed something. There were a lot of people in the guest room. Standing next to the white tables and chairs were Jin Do-jun, his brother, and their mom and dad. They were talking about something while there was noise from the guests around. Suddenly someone asked Sanjun, the main character's brother, if he was studying music. The guy turned around in confusion, and his father Jin Yoon-gi smiled. Jin Yong-kol in a light suit approached them and Sanjun bowed in greeting. He was slightly tensed by his appearance. The grandfather raised a glass of whiskey to his mouth and asked if his grandson wanted to become a singer. Sanjun answered hesitantly that he was studying producing. Looking at his bowing grandson, Jin Yong-kol asked again. The red-haired guy replied that this was due to the release of music albums. Grandfather immediately scolded him, answering that he knew. He asked if the guy thought his grandfather was too old to understand this. Sanjun closed his eyes in shame. Bowing his head, he looked down in frustration. He raised his head and politely asked if Jin Yong-kol would mind. This question confused the chairman. With an awkward face, Sanjun lowered his eyebrows and said that he changed his major at will. Jin Yong-kol smiled good-naturedly and chuckled. He replied that the grandson should succeed in what he likes. Suddenly Sanjun raised his head and widened his eyes at his words. Jin Yong-kol looked at Jin Yoon-gi and told his grandson to learn from his father. The chairman asked his son if he was the president of Korea's largest film company. Jin Yoon-gi raised his palms in confusion and replied that it was still a long way off. Jin Yong-kol called him a fool and asked if he had grown a small company into one of the largest in 10 years. Jin Yoon-gi narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. He answered in the affirmative and stated that next year their company would become one of the largest, so he asked not to be too strict with him. Jin Yong-kol chuckled, closing his eyes and raising the glass of whiskey to his mouth. Sanjun looked at this in confusion with glassy eyes. Jin Do-jun smiled at his brother, and their mother covered her mouth in surprise. Jin Yong-kol called Sanjun's name again, causing him to immediately look at him and respond. The chairman smiled friendlily, which made his wrinkles more noticeable. He told his grandson not to waste time like his father. Grandfather said that Sanjun should finish his studies as soon as possible in order to be the best in his field in 10 years. The red-haired guy opened his eyes wide in amazement. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist. He bowed low and respectfully to his grandfather, agreeing with him. Sanjun promised to be the best. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled while holding a glass of drink. The blue sky hung over Jin Yoon-gi's house and the sun was shining brightly. The first news that appeared on television in the new year was the decision to sell 2 banks. One of them was a representative bank established on behalf of the Chosun Savings Bank in 1929, and the other was a regional bank, established in 1959, which managed to grow to the size of a national one. Dressed in a gray sweatshirt, Jin Do-jun stared at the TV in shock. What made the news even more shocking was that both banks were listed as targets for foreign sale. The anger of the people knew no bounds, since it was believed that banks were a place to store the wealth of the nation. There was a news presenter on the TV screen, and next to it there was a picture of the current news. Gratitude to the International Monetary Fund for emergency assistance immediately completely disappeared. The International Monetary Fund provided foreign exchange assistance for a reason. It was a loan subject to the sale of the bank. Jin Do-jun's eyes were wide open and his eyebrows raised. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Oddly enough, among the people following the news, it was the main character who was most surprised. He looked through the black, nondescript notebook several times, where the memories of his previous life were written down, but this event did not happen. Although it happened at the height of his student life, when his head was filled with far from economic matters. Jin Do-jun grabbed his head and leaned down, silently screaming. There were newspapers on the table in front of him. He was haunted by the question of whether the purchase of the bank would have been possible, had he known about it earlier, and whether the purchase would have been possible now. After all, this bank could not receive a conglomerate of key balls. Therefore, having a bank was almost equivalent to acquiring huge wings. Jin Do-jun looked depressed and irritated, as if he was feeling hopeless. He was interested in how much it would cost to buy 2 banks. Several trillion won, several tens of trillions. The joy that 3 days ago he became the owner of a large automobile company burned away. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist and placed it on his lap. New prey loomed before his eyes, and the only thing he wanted was to get it. Jin Do-jun's gaze was full of anger and determination, as if a fire was flaring up around him. There were guards near the gate to the chairman's house to let guests' cars through. There were many journalists and reporters standing nearby with cameras. Several cars drove away towards the residence. There were a huge number of cars parked in the parking lot near the chairman's house. In front of the mansion there was an alley with a fountain and benches. So-young was wearing a wedding dress and veil, and was holding a bouquet of flowers. Her friends stood next to her and said that thanks to So-young, they were able to visit the house of the chairman of Sunyang Group. One of them noted that everyone here was so beautiful, saying that it was probably because they were all from the same family. One of the friends asked in what area the newlyweds' house was located and what kind of house it was, a villa or an apartment. So-young wore her hair neatly styled into a bun and wore pearl earrings. The woman smiled and replied that they would live in the Pyeongchang area and at first they would live with her husband's family. A woman with long hair and a pink jacket put her hand on her cheek. She said that she knew that keyballs still live according to the principles of the Joseon era. So-young turned to her with a smirk. She replied that even if she was offered to live in another place, she would insist on it. The bride asked if her friend had seen the prince live outside the kingdom. Her friends' faces became surprised when she said that this was the house of the vice chairman of Sunyang Group. She asked if they thought she would need to cook, wash and clean. So-young stated that all she has to do is smile sweetly during breakfast and dinner together. The bride looked at the wedding venue with an excited smile and said it was worth it. Clouds floated in the blue sky above the luxurious mansion. Groom Jin Young-jun and his friends stood in the yard and smoked. One of his friends said that Jin Young-jun got married and asked who would be their ringleader now. The groom replied that marriage was just a formality. The man in the gray jacket smiled widely, closing his eyes, and said that their Jin Young-jun would continue to hang out with them. The groom exhaled tobacco smoke through his mouth. His hair was styled. He was wearing a blue suit and a bow tie around his neck. Holding a cigarette in his hand, he grinned and said that they themselves were not bachelors, and he himself was the last to get married. The man with the green tie spread his arms and said that almost all of their friends do not pay attention to their wives after marriage. A man with a black beard asked, "Isn't it because they live in his wife's family?" The rest of his friends were taken aback by his question. Jin Young-jun threw the cigarette butt onto the floor. He said that since he got married, he wasn't going to hang out anymore. His old man wants him to get serious about the company. The groom stepped on the cigarette butt with his shoe, extinguishing it. He put his hands in his pocket and looked at his friends with a smirk. He stated that they may not notice their wives, but not the old people. Moderation is needed in everything. His friends smiled. One of them crossed his arms and replied that he understood. Jin Young-jun started to leave and said that he was going. He still had his honeymoon. He looked at his friend with a black beard, giving him a signal. While the two friends were chatting, Jin Young-jun and the bearded man stepped aside. The groom, looking at his friend, asked if that girl was there yesterday. The bearded man asked if he was talking about the supporting actress. Jin Young-jun lowered his eyebrows and grinned smugly. He answered in the affirmative and said that in 2 days she needed to be put on a plane. The groom will tell his friend the name of the hotel, and he will simply book a room and call him. The bearded man smiled dumbfounded and replied that Jin Young-jun was simply incredible. The groom tapped his friend on the shoulder and said that the honeymoon lasted 10 days. He walked in the opposite direction, waving goodbye. Finally, he asked what he should do all this time alone with his wife, whom he barely knows. He wanted to have some fun. The bearded man waved back and said that he would arrange everything and the groom could consider it a wedding gift. Luxurious golden chandeliers hung above the banquet hall. The chairman walked around the hall, and the guests bowed to him and congratulated him. One of them shook Jin Yang-kol's hand, bowed and congratulated him, to which the old man smiled. Suddenly someone called out to him, addressing him as a matchmaker. The chairman turned around with a slight smile. Standing in front of him was Hong, the director of the Hansung daily newspaper. The bespectacled man smiled and extended his hand, saying that this reception hall was perfect for a low-key wedding ceremony. Jin Yang-kol shook his hand, smiling kindly. He said that he certainly cherished his granddaughter, but assured him that she would be happy in their home and there was nothing to worry about. Chairman Sun Yong placed his other hand on Hong's palm. He closed his eyes and, smiling, suggested that they move away, since they had something to talk about. The newspaper director, smiling back, agreed. There were 2 cups of coffee on the round table. Jin Yang-kol asked Hong to sit down. The men sat opposite each other, and the Sun Yong chairman took a sip of coffee. He put the cup on a plate and turned to Hong. Jin Yang-kol's face became serious and he narrowed his eyes. He told the newspaper director that now that he was part of their family, he had to stop. Director Hong was taken aback and asked in surprise what the chairman was talking about. Jin Yang-kol frowned at him and suggested leaving everything behind for the sake of their children, so he urged him to stop. Hong's pupils constricted and his eyebrows rose. Chairman Sun Yong crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He said that the director's beloved granddaughter was getting married and leaving for her husband's house. He understood that Hong wanted to find out what kind of people her new relatives were. Jin Yang-kol looked at the matchmaker coldly and sternly and said that it was time to stop. Hong immediately tensed and became confused. He tried to justify himself and his actions. However, the chairman interrupted him, gritting his teeth and frowning. He ordered him to shut up and listen. Hong immediately pursed his lips and swallowed nervously. An evil smile appeared on Jin Yang-kol's face. He said that their Jin Young-jun is not very bright. Although he is 30 years old, he still loves to play like a child. He didn't know what they were planning, but he could guess that Hong and his family believed that such a slob of a husband could be manipulated. Hong's face became alarmed, and he began to say in confusion that this was not what Jin Yang-kol was thinking about. The veins on the chairman's forehead bulged out of anger. He stated that this child would be fine because he was his grandson. The newspaper director's face turned pale. He lowered his gaze and remained silent. They sat opposite each other at the round table. Jin Yang-kol crossed his arms over his chest. He said that it doesn't matter what mistakes Jin Young-jun has made in his life, because he is his grandson. Sweat dripped from Hong's face as he felt pressure and tension. His hands were shaking on his knees. He immediately raised his head as soon as the chairman spoke. Jin Yong Call coldly told him not to dare to invite the groom to his place as a son-in-law. He will not contact his wife's relatives. He also said that if Hong wants to meet his granddaughter, he should call her. Jin Yong Call's face darkened. He narrowed his eyes and stated that today is the last day that Jin Young Jun sees the members of the Hong family. He set the condition that any meetings were only on business, and therefore only on advertising issues. The newspaper director looked at him in silent fear, his pupils constricted. Jin Yong Call frowned and narrowed his eyes. He said sternly that anyone with the surname Hong should not even think of setting foot in a building that bears the name Sun Yang. The chairman abruptly stood up from his chair and said that otherwise the Sun Yang Group's money and power would easily break the handle of Hansung Daily. Hong looked up at him in horror. Jin Yong Call walked past him. The newspaper director was dumbfounded. The chairman turned around with a creepy and gloomy face and told him not to take his words lightly. These words made Hong feel shocked and afraid, his eyes wide open. Jin Yong Call left the room, loudly closing the door behind him. The newspaper director's heart was beating loudly and quickly. He continued to sit on the chair, keeping his hands on his knees. The man clenched his teeth tightly. He pursed his lips and exhaled loudly. He wondered if Jin Yong Call's words about his in-laws with the surname Hong meant that he thought of Jin Young Jun as a successor. He imagined Jin Yong Call's face before adjusting his glasses. They don't have much time left, either for him or for the chairman of Sunyang. The newlyweds held hands and waved to guests as flower petals flew around them. Hong understood that young people had a bright future ahead of them, both So Young and Jin Young Jun. The man clenched his hand tightly into a fist, placing it on his knee. Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. He understood that it was normal to fear that the Sunyang Group would fall into the wrong hands, but time was not on the side of Chairman Jin Yong Call. Night fell. The lights were on in the chairman's house. He and his son Jin Yoon-gi were sitting in the living room, cups of tea on the coffee table. Jin Yoon-gi looked at his father with a neutral face and asked if he wanted to say something. Jin Yong Call put his hands on the armrests of the chair and asked if his son's business was really going smoothly. The man with glasses answered in the affirmative and said that this industry was least affected by the currency crisis. His father took one look at him and suggested that attracting movie investors was not easy. Jin Yoon-gi, placing his hands on his knees, agreed with him. He said that this is not a reason to complain to everyone about it and cry. He understood that it was difficult for others too, such as life. Jin Yong Call crossed his arms and offered to help him. This surprised his son. Jin Yoon-gi smiled faintly and replied that his father should not even think about it. He stated that he was not young enough to follow his words. The chairman smiled and chuckled quietly. The smile disappeared from Jin Yoon-gi's face and he silently looked at his father. Then, he told him that if he wanted to say something, then let him say it. This immediately made Jin Yong Call pay attention to his son. He closed his eyes and scratched his wrinkled face. Crossing his arms, the chairman firmly stated that he would transfer his son to the Sunyang Medical Foundation and Development Center. Jin Yoon-gi's eyes widened in surprise as soon as he heard this. There aren't many hospitals like the one run by Sunyang Medical Foundation. Moreover, the building itself occupies such a huge plot of land that the property tax alone amounts to 1 billion won. It was a large multi-story building with solar panels. But the Sunyang Development Center cannot be called a full-fledged enterprise. Several 2- and 3-story buildings stood next to the multi-story center, and there was a park with trees on the territory. Although it is an independent legal entity, in reality it only engages in internships for university graduates, training new managers and providing group development training. Jin Yong Call smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes a little. He asked why his son had such a face and whether he was not enough. Jin Yoon-gi tilted his head down, looking thoughtful. He didn't expect anything, but since they were giving it, he might as well take it. However, something worries him. He introduced his son, dressed in a white shirt. Thinking about Jin Do-jun, Jin Yoon-gi frowned. He squeezed his hand so hard that the veins there bulged. The man turned to his father and said with a worried face that this was not enough. Jin Yang Cole was taken aback by his words and raised one eyebrow. There was a tense atmosphere in the room as the son and father looked at each other. While Jin Yoongi looked at his father and frowned, he asked again if it was really not enough. Jin Yang Cole grinned and lowered his eyelids slightly, grinning. He asked where such greed came from, because his son did not even look towards the company. Jin Yoongi lowered the corners of his lips and said seriously that he is also a father, so he must fulfill his duty. The chairman's smile became more mocking as he exclaimed in shock. He asked if his son was talking about Jin Do-jun. Jin Yoongi looked straight, his eyebrows furrowed. He answered in the affirmative. Jin Yang Cole closed his eyes and tilted his head back a little as he took a deep breath. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and smiled evilly. He suggested that his son ask Jin Do-jun what value the hospital and the center have and what it gives him. He was sure that the young man would gladly accept this. Jin Yoongi opened his eyes wider and his pupils constricted. Continuing to smile, Jin Yang Cole looked at his son smugly. He told him to take good care of what they were giving him now, and at the right moment, let him give Jin Do-jun. The chairman also promised that he would take care of the young man himself separately. He noted that it would not be for nothing, but as cheap as possible. Jin Yoongi looked at his father in shock, asking if he wanted to get money from his grandson. Jin Yang Cole closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly, answering that Jin Do-jun would understand, because he was much smarter at this than his father. The bespectacled man continued to stare at his father, stunned. Underneath the furniture in the living room was a luxurious rug. Jin Yang Cole, sitting with his arms crossed, told his son that many here have eyes and ears, but only he knows about it. Jin Yoongi stood up with his hands at his side and bowed respectfully. He thanked his father. Jin Yang Cole narrowed his eyes and exhaled, telling him to go. A passenger plane was flying in the sky above the clouds. There was no one in the salon except Jin Young-jun and his wife So-young. The man was reading a magazine, and the woman was looking in the other direction. Her face was surprised and Jin Young-jun looked relaxed. So-young turned to her husband and pointed to the salon. She asked if this flight was a charter flight. Jin Young-jun chuckled quietly. He turned to his wife and grinned smugly. He replied that he simply bought all first and business classes. He also added that 6 of their accompanying persons are flying in business class. So-young looked at her husband in amazement, thinking that such is the life of a keyball. Neither her father nor her grandfather could afford this. She started to take a folder out of her beige purse and asked if Jin Young-jun would like to take a look. With a smile on his face, he took the folder in his hands and asked what it was. So-young told him to look first. Opening the folder, Jin Young-jun saw a file on Jin Dong-gi with his photo. The man frowned and his pupils constricted. In addition to the dossiers on Jin Dong-gi, there were dossiers on Jin Do-jun, Jin Sang-gi, and Seo-yoon. Jin Young-jun's face darkened as he studied the information he had received. He understood that creating such a detailed report required 24/7 surveillance. So-young smiled slyly and pointed at the reports. She said that as expected, the people he is most interested in are President Jin Dong-gi and Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-jun started grinding his teeth in anger while his wife was talking. According to her, Jin Dong-gi often meets with branch managers, as well as Jin Do-jun, who is the president of Fantasy Investments. Her husband insultingly called her crazy. The smile disappeared from So-young's face as soon as she heard this. She looked at Jin Young-jun in confusion and called his name as he sat with a gloomy face and trembling. His pupils constricted, he frowned and through clenched teeth he began to speak. He said that he had guessed about his younger brother and asked if she had been keeping an eye on all the members of his family. So-young started to look scared and tried to justify herself. Jin Young-jun didn't even listen to her and tore up all the reports she made. Pieces of paper scattered throughout the cabin. So-young covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Jin Young-jun rudely asked how dare she pretend to be a mistress. Her eyes widened and her skin became beaded with sweat. Her husband swore and said that she had ruined his mood. The flight attendants, a man and a woman, began to leave for the employee lounge section. After that, they closed the blue curtain behind them. Jin Young-jun stood up from his seat, throwing the torn papers onto the floor. So Young was still covering her mouth in horror. The man turned to her, the veins on his face bulging with anger. He asked how she dared to spy on the elder members of his family. So Young listened to him silently, looking at him with fear. Jin Young-jun shouted that she should live in silence and be grateful that the woman from the worthless newspaper was accepted into their family. He stated that all she had to do was give birth to a boy who would become his successor. The husband pointed his finger at So Young and threatened that if she did something like that again, she would spend the rest of her life in a small room. She looked at him with wide eyes, scared. Standing in the middle of the salon, the aggressive Jin Young-jun turned around and loudly called out to Secretary Choi. A man in a black business suit came out to him and answered. The veins on Jin Young-jun's neck bulged with anger. He stated that when they arrived, he would live separately from So Young, so he ordered the secretary to find a hotel. The secretary stood opposite him as he pointed at his wife. Jin Young-jun ordered to keep an eye on her so that she would just go shopping and not do anything stupid. As soon as Choi accepted his order, tears appeared in So Young's eyes. She bit her lower lip out of resentment. Her hands, clenched into fists, trembled. The woman sat with her head down, and Jin Young-jun moved to another seat by the window. He closed his eyes in irritation. The more he thought about what happened, the more So Young pissed him off, but he thought it was for the best. He believed that he had an excuse why they would spend the entire honeymoon apart. The man put a sleep mask on his face and lowered his head onto the back of the chair. He thought that the woman who became his wife had belittled him on the very first day. A satisfied smile appeared on Jin Young-jun's face. He realized that he could now call the girl he met yesterday, and not in 2 or 3 days, as planned. The sky was blue and the plane continued to fly high above the clouds. Evening came and the lights were on in Jin Yoon-gi's house. He and his son were sitting in the living room on the sofas. Jin Do-jun said that Jin Young-kol gave him people, but his father was a little confused about what he meant. The main character introduced the hospital building and the faces of many high-ranking people. He told his father that Sunyang Hospital is known for having a lot of VIP clients. High-ranking officials and politicians fear their health status will become known, making Sunyang ideal for keeping such secrets. Jin Do-jun raised his index finger and added that there are many celebrities there. Jin Yoon-gi looked at his son in shock and let out a surprised exclamation. The setting sun illuminated the living room through the windows. Jin Do-jun looked at his father, smiling lightly. He said that now anyone who wanted a promotion or special treatment would have to get his permission. This way Jin Yoon-gi will get more connections naturally. After all, when he shoots a film, Sunyang Hospital can take care of the director or the main actors. Jin Yoon-gi leaned forward a little and asked interestedly what about the development center and whether it was also about people. The main character answered in the affirmative. He imagined a man standing on a pedestal with promotion written on it, while another man bowed his head sadly below. Jin Do-jun said that all promotion candidates must take courses at the development center. Although course grades do not guarantee promotion, they have a huge impact on future advancement and qualifications. Jin Yoon-gi widened his eyes and lowered the corners of his mouth as he listened to him. Everyone knows that Sunyang Group has impeccable personnel management. A crowd of men and women stood next to each other, looking in the same direction. Sunyang Development Center, unlike the centers of other companies, is an ideal place for internships, which conducts a huge number of courses, seminars, trainings, and exams. Jin Yoon-gi introduced the area of the development center, where candidates jogged in sports uniforms. Lots of other people were involved in teaching. Sitting on the sofa, Jin Do-jun thoughtfully put his fist to his chin. He said that anyone who wants to get closer to the core of the company must go through the development center. Therefore, Jin Yoon-gi, as the director of the center, is waiting for a flurry of calls asking him to take care of them. The father adjusted his glasses, closing his eyes. He said he would have human resources in his hands, both within the company and outside the company. The main character smiled and crossed his arms over his chest, answering in the affirmative. He assumed that since his father started late, his grandfather wanted to make people his hallmark. Jin Yoon-gi smiled softly and said that this would not be his distinguishing feature. but his sons. Jin Do-jun turned his head towards the window with a smile. His father bowed his head and adjusted his glasses again. He asked once his son understood his grandfather's intentions. The main character turned to him, clasped his hands together, and replied that Jin Yoon-gi was simply not interested in this, so he didn't know. He asked if he could find out the shareholding structure of the development center and its branches. The light fell on Jin Yoon-gi's neutral face. He asked if he wanted to know what the state of affairs was. Jin Do-jun lowered the corners of his lips and answered in the affirmative. He believed that it was not just a matter of creating your own network of connections. After all, if this were so, there would be no need to keep the transfer of companies secret. He imagined Jin Yoon-gi's gloomy and angry face. Jin Yoon-gi suggested that there was something his brothers wouldn't like. He closed his eyes and scratched his forehead, saying that there were too many secrets. Jin Do-jun smiled widely and laughed. He replied that grandfather was a man with many secrets. His father crossed his arms and leaned back on the couch, sighing loudly. He asked his son why he looked more like his grandfather than him. After that, Jin Yoon-gi straightened his back and smiled. He stated that it would not be easy, but at least once he would fulfill his duties as a father properly. Jin Do-jun looked at him lovingly and smiled softly. The sky was clear and light blue. The Dia construction building was tall, and there were trees nearby without leaves. Employees go to work for a company that doesn't even pay them wages just to keep their jobs. There were several multi-story offices next to the Dia construction building. A huge number of people were going to work. All of them were dressed in dull clothes. They do not know that the company will soon go bankrupt, so they continue to work with the illusory hope of the best. But with every new morning they come to the realization that people have nowhere else to find work. Women's shoes clicked on the tiles while a man in formal boots walked nearby. However, delayed wages still force them to go to work. They hope to get at least a little. Many workers of different ages approach the building. Although the thoughts that there is no hope go through my head 100 times, in a small corner of the heart, there are still some aspirations that force employees to go to work. Jin Do-jun and Oh Seo-hyun, dressed in business suits, stood on the sidewalk. They watched people going to work. Oh Seo-hyun scratched the back of his head irritably, and the main character with a cold face asked what about those people. The director of fantasy investments lowered the corners of his lips and said with drooping eyelids that the young man should become their savior. Give delayed salaries and a special bonus to boost morale. There was a sign on the wooden door stating that this was the director's office. The executive director of Dia Construction extended his hand to the guests, with his staff standing next to him. His name was Kang Moo-jin. He had a mole under his left eye, and he looked fat. Kang Moo-jin stood near the chair while Oh Seo-hyun and Jin Do-jun stood near the sofa, as did the company's executive director's servants. The main character looked at them with a disapproving and disappointed face. He thought that the director was not in the office, but the butlers were there. He speculated that Fantasy Investments had bought a 5% stake in Dia Construction, and as soon as the main shareholder found out about this, he immediately contacted Jin Do-jun to meet. On the desktop there was a computer and stacks of folders with documents. Oh Seo-hyun bowed politely and introduced himself. Jin Do-jun looked at him. The main character thought that it was impossible not to pay attention to the person who was buying shares in a company that would soon go bankrupt. Moreover, if he is from the investment company Fantasy Investments, which absorbed the Ajin Group. Although this is understandable, because if a person is involved in an unseemly matter, he will fear for his place. Kang Moo-jin smiled a little nervously and admitted that he was at a loss. He said that they suddenly bought shares in their company. Jin Do-jun grinned and narrowed his eyes slyly. He wondered if it was fear or curiosity. Sitting down in the chair, the executive director looked at Oh Seo-hyun. He stated that their company was not the kind that could interest such a large investor as Fantasy Investments. He asked to talk about the reason for this decision. Oh Seo-hyun smiled friendlily as he looked at him. He replied that there is only one reason why an investment company would buy shares, and that is money. Kang Moo-jin smiled and ran his fingers over his lips. He lowered his hands and, looking at the shareholder, asked if he read newspapers and if he watched the news. He knew it was a little wrong to say this, But he still said that if they plunged their feet into the sinking Dia construction, he might lose money. Suddenly, the gray-haired man sitting opposite Oco Hyun asked who was investing in stocks now. He stated that it was like a flattened tin can. The gray-haired man with glasses chuckled, smiling wryly. He said that it would be better to put the money in the bank, where the interest rate is quite high. Suddenly Oco Hyun frowned, looking more serious. He looked at the white-haired man and asked if his status was higher than that of the executive director. This made the man with glasses take aback. Oco Hyun's face became dark and aggressive. He asked why not leave here then. He asked how a man dares to intervene in a conversation between a large shareholder who owns 5% of the shares, and not even the general manager, but only the executive director. The bespectacled man's face became covered with sweat. He was taken aback and jerked back. Jin Do-jun looked at his evil uncle in surprise, but remained silent. Suddenly, Kang Moo-jin stood up and bowed to Oco Hyun, asking for forgiveness. He said that the director is now looking for funds to save the company. His bashful face looking down, he said that for this reason, instead of the director, the shareholder had to meet with the trustee. Still bowing, Kang Moo-jin glanced at the gray-haired man. He and his colleague stood up and bowed guiltily, asking forgiveness for their rudeness. Oco Hyun crossed his arms over his chest, and with a stern look told them that since they understood everything, they could go. He said that he would like to talk in a quieter environment. Kang Moo-jin glanced at his subordinates, who immediately took notice. They approached the office's exit, the gray-haired man bowing before leaving. Kang Moo-jin looked at this with a tense expression, not saying anything. Putting on a smile, he turned to Oco Hyun and suggested continuing the conversation. He asked why he suddenly bought shares in their company. The director of fantasy investments turned away from him. With an irritated face, he asked if he could first tell him why he wanted to see him. Jin Do-jun looked at him dumbfounded, his pupils constricted. Oco Hyun's face was very unhappy. He frowned and lowered the corners of his lips. The main character sees something like this for the first time, because his uncle is always polite and doesn't even mind making a stupid joke. But now he is rude and aggressive. Jin Do-jun could assume that the reason was his belief that management was stealing the company's money. The guy's pupils returned to normal size. A shadow fell on his forehead and eyes. Kang Moo-jin lowered the corners of his lips, looking at his interlocutor. He replied that the reason why he wanted to meet him was because of this question. He felt like Oco Hyun needed something. Kang Moo-jin said that the shareholder can say this directly, because management's responsibility is to listen to the wishes of shareholders. Oco Hyun turned to him with an irritated face and repeated his words that he wants to make money, because he is an investor. With one hand on the armrest, Kang Moo-jin raised his other hand. He decided to frankly say that in order to make money, he needed to sell shares at a price higher than the price purchased. He wondered if this was possible now. Oco Hyun thoughtfully looked away in the other direction. He scratched his ear, thinking about the answer. He looked at the director of the company and frowned, smiling. The man believed that there would be someone who would buy the shares at a great price. Kang Moo-jin's pupils constricted. He was taken aback by this statement. He smiled awkwardly, narrowing his eyes, and agreed with him. The executive director said that many people still believe in the revival of Dia construction, and these people are willing to buy shares in their company. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and lowered his head, smiling. He thought it was easy. Oco Hyun's face became more relaxed, and he clasped his hands together. He said that it was worth coming here today for such an answer. He assumed that such a person would be found very soon. Kang Moo-jin smiled contentedly and promised that they would do everything possible to speed up this moment. The main character thought that they would eventually succeed in their plans before they ruined it. Or at least they will try to stall for time. Oco Hyun stood up from the sofa, surprising Jin Do-jun. The man said that since they were done talking, it was time for him to go. Kang Moo-jin extended his hand to him. He also stood up from his chair and said with a smile that he was glad that the investor was satisfied. Kang Moo-jin looked into Oco Hyun's eyes and said that they would try to find the right person to fill his pocket as quickly as possible. The director of fantasy investments smiled back and told him to try. after which he said that they would meet tomorrow. The smile immediately disappeared from Kang Mu-jin's face, and he asked again in surprise. He raised his hands in confusion and said that this would be a little difficult. Jin Do-jun also got up from the sofa. Oh Hyun turned to the executive director and said that then the day after tomorrow morning he was going to demand an extraordinary meeting of shareholders. He advised the interlocutor to hurry up if he did not want to. The man said they were leaving. Kang Mu-jin looked at them dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. The driver opened the car door, where Jin Do-jun and Oh Hyun were walking. The angry director of fantasy investments straightened his collar while sitting in the car. He called the leaders of Dia Construction self-righteous idiots. The main character was sitting to his left. He turned to the man and said that they would attack tomorrow. They will review Dia Construction's assets once they have access to their records and books. Oh Hyun smiled softly at the young man and called him fast. He asked where he learned everything. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and raised his hands, answering that he didn't come down from the mountains. He called the man a master and said that he was far from him. This made Oh Hyun laugh out loud. He took his phone out of his pocket and started dialing someone's number. The man put the phone to his ear and told the other person to gather all their appraisers. Oh Hyun also asked to contact Samjung accounting firm and asked them to send all their accountants. Jin Do-jun listened to him with his fist under his head. Oh Hyun said that let the investigation team also be ready, and they will meet in 10 minutes. The sun reflected in the windows of the tall offices. The green car hit the road. There was not a cloud in the sunset sky. The sun illuminated the chairman's house. Jin Yong-kal sat at his desk with his arms crossed. He asked Jin Do-jun, who was standing next to him, what happened and why he was in such a hurry to meet him. The main character replied that he needed his help. Grandfather closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He looked at his grandson with a confident smile and told him to tell him. Jin Yong-kal added that he will listen and decide how much he can get from it. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled back. He understood that grandfather reduced all conversations to money, but he always returned it 100-fold. The chairman is quite generous to his grandson. The main character was still wearing a business suit and green tie. He said that this concerns Dia Construction because this company is needed to launch the SMC project in Mapo this year. Jin Yong-kal closed his eyes tiredly and said that the introduction was too long. He ordered his grandson to get down to business. The young man frowned and squinted his eyes, imagining how the Dia Construction building seemed to dissolve. He said that the owners and management of the company are now sucking the last juice out of the almost bankrupt enterprise. Before this happens, Jin Do-jun plans to attack and take over the leadership. He asked his grandfather's opinion on this matter. Jin Yong-kal widened his eyes and was taken aback. Then, a satisfied grin appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and laughed loudly, again surprised at his grandson. The main character looked at him with a kind smile. He realized that since Jin Yong-kal was making such an appearance, then everything was fine, because he already had a clear understanding of what to do next. Grandfather thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, asking who the director of Dia Construction is. He remembers the name. Jin Do-jun interrupted him and replied that this is Kang Mu's son and his younger brother. Kang Mu-jin is the executive director. He remembered the face of Kang Mu-jin and the face of Kang Mu's son, who was bearded. Looking at his grandson, Jin Yong-kal asked if he had met the executive director. The main character answered in the affirmative. Grandfather smiled, raising his eyebrows. He asked if Jin Do-jun checked that they were the ones stealing money. A shadow fell on the young man's face. With a neutral face, he answered in the affirmative, clarifying that they themselves contacted him when Fantasy Investments bought 5% of the shares of Dia Construction. He added that they actually said they would buy the shares back. A current seemed to go through Jin Yong-kal's head. He asked about 5% with wide eyes. He smiled widely, scratching his chin. The chairman said that he heard that there are a lot of hyenas in the stock market who are tearing into companies to suck the maximum out of them. He suggested that it was Oh Hyun's idea. The light illuminated Jin Do-jun's pale skin. He answered in the affirmative and said that when Gudong Construction collapsed, Dia Construction's shares also began to plummet. Rumors of bankruptcy also helped, so they easily obtained shares without spending too much. He imagined gray multi-story buildings where money was falling from the sky. There were businessmen nearby with creepy smiles. The main character understood that trying to stir up a company with 5% of shares is not what happens in companies on the verge of bankruptcy. By purchasing such a number of shares in a stable company, you can become the so-called main shareholder, and later resell the shares at a higher price. Jin Do-jun introduced a huge number of stacks of 10,000 won bills. However, the cost of 5% in a stable company is huge, so even hyenas hesitate to buy. Jin Yong-kol put his fist to his chin and asked with a smile if they were scared. He said that if Jin Do-jun demanded an extraordinary meeting of shareholders tomorrow, they would hesitate. The main character narrowed his eyes and coldly stated that instead of a shareholders' meeting, he would demand to see the accounting books in order to find evidence of embezzlement. Jin Yong-kol's face darkened, and he asked with a faint smile if Jin Do-jun planned to put them in jail. The young man, standing next to his grandfather, answered in the affirmative. He stated that it was necessary to return the assets that had already been stolen and cleanse the company in order to start over. He frowned and a smile appeared on his lips. The main character asked if it would be better this way. There was no one in the large office except Jin Yong-kol and his grandson. The chairman rubbed his chin with his hand, humming thoughtfully. He turned his head to Jin Do-jun and said that Kang Moo-sun's relatives must have quite a lot of shares, and the grandson needs to appropriate these shares to gain management rights. The main character looked at his grandfather with a neutral face. The young man said that if they return the funds spent or goods through the shares of Dia Construction, which are owned by the relatives of the director of Kang Moo-sun, then the required share of shares to obtain management rights will be small. Jin Yong-kol, sitting sideways to his grandson, smiled. He asked whether it was true that the shares owned by the company were not controlled by the CEO. Jin Do-jun grinned contentedly and answered the question in the affirmative. The chairman put his hand to his chin and looked down at the table. He said that then his grandson still had a long way to go, and there was no time. The takeover process of Dia Construction, as well as the normalization of the company's work, must be completed before June. Only then will Jin Do-jun be able to move on to promoting the Mapo project together with Oco Hyun. The main character lowered his eyelids, still smiling, and said that this is why he wants to ask his grandfather for time. Jin Yong-kol was taken aback and looked at Jin Do-jun in surprise, repeating his words. He narrowed his eyes, making a serious face. Crossing his arms, he looked at his grandson and said that time is such a valuable thing that money cannot buy it. While grandfather looked sternly, Jin Do-jun said that money will not help you buy an extra year of life, but it will help you live your life with dignity. He asked, didn't grandpa himself buy the lives of 100,000 employees for money called wages? Jin Yong-kol lowered the corners of his lips and looked at him in amazement. The chairman smiled, closed his eyes, and exhaled quietly. He said his grandson always makes his heart ache. Gritting his teeth, he rubbed his jaw with his hand. Jin Yong-kol said that first, it is worth banning leaving the country. He understood that they had probably already taken a lot of stolen money abroad, so the Ministry of Justice should start an investigation. Jin Do-jun smiled happily as soon as he heard this. Smiling radiantly, he approached his grandfather from behind and began massaging his shoulders. The young man asked him to help with the travel ban. Jin Yong-kol smiled contentedly and asked to stretch his shoulders. He picked up the phone, intending to make a call. He held up the telephone receiver with a smile, asking the prosecutor general if he was busy. The main character's eyes widened as soon as he heard this. He couldn't believe his grandfather called the attorney general. Jin Do-jun was still kneading Jin Yong-kol's shoulders. The chairman told the interlocutor that he had a conversation with him. He believed that it would be unforgivable to release individuals outside the country who were trying to line their pockets at the expense of a collapsing company. Grandfather asked the prosecutor general to start by simply banning them from traveling abroad. Jin Yong-kol lowered his eyelids slightly and smiled, saying that he would find out everything and pass it on to his interlocutor. He also invited the attorney general to come over for a game and a snack. After that, the chairman ended the conversation and put the telephone receiver back in place. He turned to his grandson and asked if he was happy. Jin Do-jun smiled gratefully and sincerely thanked his grandfather. The hand on Jin Young-kol's shoulder tightened. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest as his grandson looked at him seriously. Grandpa said that Jin Do-jun needs to find at least one clear piece of evidence when he reviews the accounts tomorrow, and then sue management for embezzlement. He believed that they would surrender on their own when the National Tax Service and the prosecutor's office began to stir and start shaking them. Jin Do-jun's face became taken aback, and he asked in shock whether they would surrender. He didn't quite understand what his grandfather meant by that. Jin Do-jun was still standing behind his grandfather. Jin Young-kol asked what the purpose of acquiring Dia Construction was. The main character gritted his teeth and nervously replied that this was necessary for the successful launch of the SMC project this year. The chairman closed his eyes and told him to concentrate on this and let him think about the rest later. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide, looking at him. He thought that he needed to look only at the goal closest to himself and choose what he needed to achieve. Large chandeliers hung above the guy. His wide back covered his grandfather. The protagonist understood that Jin Young-kol meant that it was better to concentrate on completing a more immediate goal than on long-term plans. The chairman bowed his head slightly and closed his eyes. He said that since Jin Do-jun wants to work with his uncle after the June elections, he needs to stabilize and strengthen Dia Construction in 6 months. The main character smiled uncertainly, leaned slightly, and answered in the affirmative. Jin Young-kol imagined documents being taken out of the building in boxes and journalists standing nearby. The chairman asked what would happen if the prosecutor's office opened an investigation to review the evidence and then launched a trial on charges of embezzlement. He argued that it would take years to recoup the money they had lined their pockets with. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and lowered the corners of his mouth when Grandpa said that during this time, Dia Construction would finally go bankrupt and be torn apart by creditors. Jin Young-kol grinned, looking at his grandson, and said that then, at best, the company would fall into his hands in 2 years. The main character looked carefully at his grandfather. The young man thought that the problem was time. He contacted his grandfather to save time, and he gave him a solution. Jin Do-jun furrowed his eyebrows and smiled nervously. He said that the word surrender had a different meaning. He asked his grandfather if he meant that he needed to prepare the way for them to escape. Jin Young-kol chuckled as he closed his eyes. When he answered in the affirmative, Jin Do-jun's face became shocked. The chairman said that the investigation by the tax office and the prosecutor's office should be used only for intimidation. He believed that it was necessary to put them before a choice: prison with poverty in 2 years, or put everything up for sale now, so as not to go hungry and leave for another country. A bead of sweat ran down Jin Do-jun's cheek. He widened his eyes in shock, wondering whether his grandfather was really capable of settling everything like that. This is only possible if he has the power to use the prosecutor's office to start or stop the investigation whenever he wants. The main character imagined a huge government building with a helipad on the roof. The young man understood that even if he now scattered tens of trillions of won, he would not be able to acquire such power. Several people in black suits were placing boxes in the trunk of a car. A politician with glasses was raising a cup of alcohol, and beautiful women were sitting next to him. Opposite the politician sat Jin Young-kol, raising a cup to his mouth. Jin Do-jun thought that time had helped the chairman make up the difference in money. For years he gave money to officials, and they sold their conscience for it. And the moment they sold their conscience, grandfather took their weakness into his hands. This became the strength of Sonyang. He introduced the head office of Sonyang Group, with the ominous face of Jin Young-kol in the background. The protagonist's hand on his grandfather's shoulder began to tremble. He frowned and pursed his lips, thinking about how frivolous he had been when he said that he could buy time with money. The chairman closed his eyes and lowered the corners of his lips. Jin Do-jun, standing behind Jin Young-kol, lowered his gaze. He asked what if they surrender, and grandfather continues to put pressure on the prosecutor's office and the tax office. A satisfied smile appeared on the chairman's lips. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied that it depended on his grandson. The main character bowed low and thanked him loudly. Jin Yong-kol smiled and sighed, saying that thanks alone would not be enough for him. Jin Do-jun raised his head and smiled radiantly. He asked to say what grandfather wanted, and added that he was listening carefully. Jin Yong-kol frowned, silently thinking about the answer. He ordered his grandson, when he took over Dia Construction, to fill the vacant leadership positions with the people he would send. Jin Do-jun looked confused, still smiling. Suddenly he tensed and pursed his lips, feeling horrified. The main character introduced the building of the company that Jin Yong-kol was looking at, and several people whose faces were not visible. The young man did not understand whose Dia Construction would then be if all the leading positions, including the general director, were held by his grandfather's people. Jin Yang-kol said that the guy has no people anyway. Jin Do-jun looked at him worriedly. The grandfather, with a smile on his lips, looked at his grandson and asked if he had anyone in mind, since he did not want to use his people. The main character lowered his eyebrows, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He said that many people have already left Dongsu and Gudong Construction, and in Dia Construction, almost all department heads want to be promoted to directors. Therefore, he thought it would be good to freshen up the atmosphere. Jin Yong-kol looked at his grandson in surprise and asked if he had thought about it. Jin Do-jun's expression softened, and he smiled faintly. The young man asked if his grandfather would mind if he thought about this idea. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and firmly answered that he was against it. He imagined a construction site where there was a tower crane and foremen with builders. Veins bulged on Jin Yong-kol's face, and he said that when it comes to construction company leaders, they should be those who rose from the construction site to the top, who can handle laborers and even survive a sandstorm. The chairman believed that leadership positions should be occupied by people who have the determination to demolish a house and evict its inhabitants, people who drink macchioli with the workers at lunch, but are sober enough to lead them. Jin Do-jun's pupils shrank and he frowned in shock. He lowered his head and seemed to become gloomy. The young man already knew that people from construction companies were rude, but he thought that their policies changed when they rose to the position of director. He squeezed his hand so hard that his veins bulged. The main character did not understand whether he had miscalculated. Jin Yang-kol looked at his grandson with a mischievous smile and asked if he thought that he was giving him a cup of poison. He immediately said that it was actually medicine. Suddenly his face became creepy and his smile became sinister. The chairman asked if the young man was worried that the Sunyang Group would take over a company full of his people in the future. Jin Do-jun was speechless when he heard this. His face became gloomy. Jin Yang-kol remained calm and looked at his grandson's reaction. He began to look more friendly when the main character said that Dia Construction would be taken over by Sunyang Group. Jin Yang-kol looked at his grandson shrewdly and terribly. He asked if his grandson really believed that such a greedy person would give his money to Sunyang. Jin Do-jun tensed when he heard this, because he knew that his grandfather was right. He clenched his hands into fists and looked down with a frown on his face. He was distracted by Jin Yang-kol, who asked him what he was thinking about. The main character immediately came to his senses and looked at his grandfather's face. The chairman smiled maliciously, looking at his grandson. Jin Yang-kol turned away and closed his eyes. He said that Jin Do-jun only has money, but no time, strength, and people. The young man narrowed his eyes in shame as he listened to this. Jin Yang-kol looked at him with a sly grin. He threatened that if Jin Do-jun refused, Dia Construction and CMS would disappear. Jin Do-jun began to look doomed, because he understood that his grandfather was right. Such worries are a luxury for the protagonist, because there is no choice. He tensed his jaw so hard, clenching his teeth, that a vein in his jaw bulged. Jin Do-jun must believe in the consistency that his grandfather has given him until now. However, he understood that Jin Yang-kol was forcing people on him. Keeping a calm face, the main character stated that there would be no accounting audit. He said that Oseo Hyan will take the place of the director. The chairman smiled, closed his eyes and chuckled. He asked if Jin Do-jun would have the key to the storeroom. The young man frowned and pursed his lips, remaining silent. Jin Yong-kol stood up from his chair, placing his hands on the table. He said that builders have no equal in stealing money. Turning to his grandson, with a serious face, the grandfather said that they could do this with their eyes closed, hiring and firing handymen every day. He asked if Oseo Hyun would be able to notice if they secretly swapped wood worth hundreds of thousands of won for wood worth a couple of tens of thousands of won. Jin Do-jun listened to him with an attentive face, without interrupting. Jin Yong-kol asked if Oseo Hyun or his staff knew about the types of wood. He claimed that builders can cheat with the weight of the reinforcement and even decorate the garnish from the dining room. The chairman smiled madly, showing off his snow-white teeth. He asked his grandson if Oseo Hyun, who had only pressed numbers on a calculator all his life, could protect him from such opponents. Jin Do-jun began to look more tense, with a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Jin Yong-kol looked at him terribly, his pupils constricted greatly. He asked if the young man did not understand what he meant. The main character presented an unfinished construction site where money was falling, as well as employees who drank and took bribes. His face became depressed and doomed. He knew that the biggest breeding ground for corruption in Korea was construction companies. Corruption during bidding, among managers and subcontractors, division of construction costs, and so on. It's impossible to cover everything. His feet seemed to sink into puddles of mud that stained his shoes and pants. It seemed to him that his suit was dirty and several black hands were reaching out to him. With a cold face, he asked if Jin Yong-kol wanted to say that the only way to see the essence of things is to dive into muddy water. The chairman looked at his grandson with a grin. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his hands, standing in front of Jin Do-jun. Jin Yong-kol said that if he wants to exercise discretion over the boards of construction companies, he must learn how to deal with farmhands. According to him, only then will they earn him the money he needs. Jin Yong-kol continued to smile, showing his teeth. He stated that when it comes to having to spend money from an unknown source, there is nothing better than keeping money with a construction company. The main character opened his eyes wide, and his pupils shrank in shock. He only partially answered his grandfather's question correctly. Jin Do-jun imagined that he was covered from head to toe in mud, and underneath him there was money floating in the muddy water. The guy realized that if he managed to get Dia construction, instead of plunging slightly into troubled waters, he would open up a lubricant fund. Jin Yong-kol's smile became softer as he watched his grandson's reaction. Jin Do-jun looked at him from under his brows, smiling. He thought that his grandfather continued to teach him everything. The chairman sat back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. He said that tomorrow he will send an audit from Sunyong Construction. He claimed that the accountants from Oseo Hyun were no match for these cunning people. Jin Yong-kol opened his eyes and turned to Jin Do-jun, saying that they would be the ones to find all the necessary receipts and tax reports that they might have missed. The main character frowned, thinking that if after all this help he was unable to absorb Dia construction, then only his own incompetence would be to blame. He bowed low and respectfully, thanking his grandfather loudly. Jin Yong-kol replied that later he himself would thank his grandson. Standing with his head down, Jin Do-jun was taken aback. He began to rise with a surprised face, asking what his grandfather meant. Jin Yong-kol smiled broadly and friendly, saying that his grandson should understand that this is all being done for the sake of the Sunyan group. He jokingly told him not to whine if Grandpa hit him in the back. The main character looked at him in confusion, and the chairman burst into loud laughter. Jin Do-jun came to his senses and smiled faintly, realizing that he had heard everything he was supposed to. The blue sky above the Dia construction building was clear. The employees looked at the people arriving at the office in confusion. Women dressed in green vests sat at the reception table. One of them stood up. Dozens of men's shoes clattered on the tiled floor. At the head of the crowd was Oseo Hyun with a proud face. Behind him was Jin Do-jun and the auditing organization. They stopped near the reception desk, and the company employees looked at them with curiosity. The woman at the reception desk looked at them in fear, and even began to tremble. Kang Moo-jin's sweat dropped as he ran towards the auditors. He asked in fear what Oseo Hyun was doing. The director of fantasy investments calmly looked around the hall, and asked if he should be told to do it directly, because others could hear them. Kang Mu-jin was trying to catch his breath after a run. He bit his lower lip and suggested going to the conference room. There was no one else in the simple office. The executive director walked in, followed by OCO Hyan. Kang Mu-jin turned to the investor in confusion and asked in horror what he was doing and whether it was possible to find a buyer overnight. The auditors followed OCO Hyan into the conference room, while the executive director promised to resolve everything within the day. An investor walked past him, asking if he still didn't understand what kind of person was sitting in the CEO's chair. This made the interlocutor taken aback. OCO Hyan sat down in one of the chairs and crossed one leg over the other. He said that this is the end and they plan to exercise their rights as the largest shareholder. Kang Mu-jin raised his eyebrows and looked at him dumbfounded. The man in the black suit adjusted his glasses and spoke about the law on external audit of limited liability companies, Article 14. He had thick eyebrows, he narrowed his eyes and stated about Paragraph 5, storage and publication of accounting reports. Shareholders and creditors can review the company's documentation at any time, and also request reports regarding the company's expenses. As soon as OCO Hyan asked the CEO if he had heard, he immediately looked at the shareholder. OCO Hyan crossed his arms over his chest and ordered the accounting reports for last year and the year before, as well as supporting documents for these 2 years, to be brought to the conference room. He explained this by saying that shareholders doubt the abilities of the company's leaders. OCO Hyan frowned and said with a cold face that they wanted to see with their own eyes how the company got to this point. Kang Mu-jin's pupils constricted greatly as he felt fear. All the auditors and the investor looked at him, waiting for his next action. Suddenly someone asked what the executive director was doing, which made him jerk and turn towards the speaker. It was Jin Do-jun. He looked at the other party coldly and ordered him to provide the necessary documents as soon as possible. He lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, warning that the problem would get worse if he didn't. Kang Mu-jin widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, feeling a strong pressure. There was a sign on the wooden door stating that this was the director's office. Kang Mu-sun emotionally asked if the people from Fantasy Investments really occupied the conference room to conduct an external audit. His younger brother stood in front of the CEO's desk. Kang Mu-sun asked how this happened, because his brother said that the meeting went well. Kang Mu-jin closed his eyes guiltily and said that OCO Hyan returned after announcing his desire to resell the shares. He didn't think that an investor would stab him in the back like that. Kang Mu-sun got angry and hit the table with his hand, asking what was going on. His younger brother looked down at the floor in shame. The CEO grabbed the phone. He frowned, putting the phone to his ear, and greeted the manager. Kang Mu-sun asked in surprise if they had already arrived. Kang Mu-jin looked at his older brother in confusion and asked if they also occupied the accounting department. The general director replied that everything was clear to him and tightly squeezed the telephone receiver in his hand. He gritted his teeth angrily and frowned, insulting OCO Hyan and the auditors. His younger brother, looking scared, suggested it was a ploy to raise the stock price. The veins on Kang Mu-sun's face bulged with anger. He asked his brother what he meant. Kang Mu-jin began gesticulating with his hands while standing at the table. He said that he saw OCO Hyan's expression and looks yesterday. He believed that an investor is not one of those who will do something for nothing. His goal is definitely money, because he is a broker. Kang Mu-sun scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked if it was all a show. His younger brother smiled nervously and confirmed his words, saying that an investor would not benefit from an external audit. Kang Mu-sun frowned and asked through clenched teeth what the conclusion was then. Kang Mu-jin smiled enthusiastically and replied that he would bring OCO Hyan, they would expose his show and send him back. His older brother crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking over his words. The executive director raised his hands and shouted in alarm that there was no time to think. He had to finish before this spread. Kang Mu-sun aggressively pointed his finger at him and yelled that he himself had just said with his mouth yesterday that there was nothing special here. He asked why everything happened like this today and what if it was all in vain. Kang Mu-jin looked at him guiltily and asked if they could leave everything as it was. He started saying what would happen if they intervened before the fuss started. Kang Mu-sun waved his palm and agreed. He ordered to stop Oco Hyun quickly and bring him here. The younger brother smiled enthusiastically and obeyed his order. There were double doors at the entrance to the conference room. Oco Hyun asked what he was talking about. Kang Mu-jin looked at him nervously, trying to remain calm. He replied that the director had something to tell him, and he invited the investor to his place. Oco Hyun crossed his arms over his chest and with a cold face ordered him to better not waste time and bring the reports quickly. Kang Mu-jin clenched his teeth, and the veins on his face appeared in anger. Kang Mu-sun put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of his desk. His little brother was sitting on the sofa. He looked at his brother with a smile and told him not to worry. He asked how people investing in Uedo would know what they had hidden. It seemed to him that they were simply trying their best to arrange everything in their favor before the negotiations. Kang Mu-sun looked tense and depressed. Kang Mu-jin raised his shoulders and said with a relaxed smile that these people don't even know what to look for. He assured that he would simply contact them when they found themselves under the rubble of documents. There was a houseplant near the entrance to the conference room. All tables were filled with various papers, documents, and reports. A team of auditors led by Oco Hyun and Jin Do-jun carefully studied everything. The two men took off their jackets and read everything scrupulously. The auditors showed each other papers and discussed. Jin Do-jun frowned, the corners of his lips drooping, holding another report in his hands. One of the workers approached Oco Hyun with papers in his hands and asked to look at it. The director of Fantasy Investments began silently leafing through the documents when the auditor said that this looked like currency fraud, that is, illegal currency transactions. The man adjusted his glasses with his hand and said that, apparently, the money from the last transfer did not come to Korea at all. The rest of the investigation turned to them and began to listen. Oco Hyun clarified whether the executives played with exchange rates and stole dollars. The auditor answered in the affirmative and explained that they stole money under the guise of importing raw materials and carried out currency fraud, and since now the exchange rate is constantly fluctuating, they did everything right. Jin Do-jun looked at him and asked if he meant that the import of raw materials itself was a scam. The man with glasses answered in the affirmative and pointed to the documents. He said that if you look at the invoice, there should be expensive interior items like chandeliers. Based on the amount, at least 6 containers are needed for transportation, since the goods are bulky. However, only 1 container was used. He imagined 2 people shaking hands as they stood near the container. The man said that these people also deceived customs. Oco Hyun studied the document thoughtfully, humming quietly. He raised his head, looking at the worker, and asked if this was true. Behind the bespectacled auditor stood his colleagues. He responded in the affirmative and said that they had dealt with the items on the invoice hundreds of times. They may not know how many bowls of rice we have at home, but they are confident about the size and cost of these items. Oco Hyun closed his eyes and nodded his head. He stood up from his chair, buttoning his jacket button, and suggested that the show begin. Jin Do-jun put his hand in his pocket and asked him to wait as he needed to call first. He put the flip phone to his ear and began to wait for the other person to answer the call. As soon as Jin Young-kol asked what was the matter, Jin Do-jun looked at the auditors and told his grandfather that he had sent him wonderful people. Lowering his head slightly, the main character with a calm face said that less than 2 hours had passed since they hit the jackpot for him. At this rate he would soon get his license. Jin Young-kol sat at his desk. He leaned back in his chair and laughed contentedly. The chairman straightened his back and said with a smile that the guys he sent were real hard workers. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, answering that now he himself was convinced of this. Jin Young-kol looked at the phone and said that he would call the prosecutor and by the end of the day there would be a search and seizure warrant. Jin Do-jun thanked him before removing the phone from his ear and ending the call. The bespectacled auditor watched him calmly. Oco Hyun turned to the main character with a smile and said to go. The 3 of them entered the director's office, looking around. Kang Mu-sun sat dissatisfied in the chair, and Kang Mu-jin got up from the sofa. He asked in a mocking tone why they came so quickly. He joked that before they had time to look through all the papers, their eyes were tired. His elder brother grinned contentedly, but said nothing. Jin Do-jun looked at him arrogantly, narrowing his eyes. He said that looking at the two of them, he understood why the company was in such poor shape. The main character asked if they thought they were the kind of people who would laze around for 2 hours. The two brothers looked at him in surprise, taken aback. Kang Moo-sun frowned and angrily asked if he considered himself smart, or if he simply had no manners. Standing opposite them, the young man replied that he had manners, so he had just reported the management of Dia Construction and the entire owner's family to the prosecutor's office. His face was cool and confident. Jin Do-jun asked if this was not enough for them to also show manners and talk. Kang Moo-sun jumped up from his chair while his brother looked confused. They were both taken aback by what they heard. Behind Jin Do-jun there was a large picture hanging, and in the frame was the Korean flag. The young man said that they threw a couple of baits at the prosecutor's office, and if they don't believe it, they can see for themselves. The two brothers looked at each other in alarm and confusion. Kang Moo-jin took out his phone and ran out of the office. Kang Moo-sun aggressively pointed at Jin Do-jun and asked what they were doing and if they wanted to go down together. He said that if the company collapses, their shares will turn into simple pieces of paper. The main character looked very calm and calculating. Oh Seo-hyun's face was like stone. He didn't say a word. Kang Moo-jin ran into the office with a worried face and called out to his older brother. He began to look doomed and terribly scared. The man said that the Department of Financial Investigations of the Western Region issued a warrant, and judging by how quickly everything was developing, someone put pressure on them. Kang Moo-sun was frustrated. He gritted his teeth angrily and cursed out loud. The two brothers stood opposite Jin Do-jun, the auditor, and Oh Seo-hyun. The main character said that after the takeover of the Ajin Group and Sunyang Motors, they now have a couple of life preservers, so they can rush in and help each other. A smile appeared on his face, and he turned to the CEO, asking if he needed to bribe a couple of officials to help them. Kang Moo-sun's face began to turn red with anger. The auditor adjusted his glasses. Oh Seo-hyun remained calm. Jin Do-jun announced with a straight face that all executives and their family members were prohibited from traveling abroad for the time being. Therefore, he ordered to stop thinking about escape and cooperate with the investigation. The two brothers were dumbfounded and looked at them in confusion. The main character was the first to leave the office, calling the rest of his colleagues along with him. The CEO and executive director watched silently. Suddenly, Oh Seo-hyun stopped and raised his finger, remembering something. He showed a telephone sign with his hand and said that if they became afraid in the interrogation room, they could contact them. The man asked if they knew his number. His face became threatening and stern. He threatened that if they blather something wrong in front of prosecutors, then they will be finished. The brothers were definitely scared, but they didn't even know what to say. Night fell, but the light was on in the chairman's mansion. Another meeting was taking place in his office, and Lee Hak-yi was standing near his desk. Jin Yong-kal looked around those present and asked who was the youngest here. The director of Sunyang Construction, named Song Kal, a bespectacled man with black hair, turned to him and replied that this was Kyung-shik, the director of the construction support office. Kyung-shik had brown hair and stood up from his chair and bowed respectfully. Jin Yong-kal looked at him in surprise and asked when he became the director. Kyung-shik loudly replied that he was promoted to director last spring. The chairman crossed his arms and said contentedly that he would be promoted again in a year. Kyung-shik looked at him confused, not understanding what he was talking about. The two employees looked at each other, both thinking that in a year he would move from executive director to general manager. Lee Hak-yi looked at the employees and said that they would soon be moving to another company. Naturally, their rank also rises by 1 or 2 steps compared to what it was in Sunyang Construction. The workers reacted with surprise to this information. Song Kal was taken aback and raised his eyebrows as he thought about his words. It was clear from the faces of the employees that they were not happy about this. The man with glasses was sweating from tension as he looked at the chairman. Everyone thought that the position and salary would increase was not so important. They believed that if another company were not even a branch, But a subsidiary, this would be an obvious downgrade. Lee Hak-yi covered his mouth with his fist and coughed loudly. He looked at the narrow-faced executive named Yi Jin and said that he would take the position of General Managing Director. The director of Guanti, a man with a receding hairline, will become Deputy President. Lee Hak-yi announced with a calm expression that Executive Director Kyung-shik would be transferred to the position of Director at the administrative headquarters. The faces of all the meeting participants were confused. They did not understand where they would be transferred and whether it would be a branch comparable to Sunyang Construction. Lee Hak-yi presented the Dia Construction building and announced that their new company would be Dia Construction. One of the workers closed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if this company would soon go bankrupt. The man covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that Dia Construction is in no way connected with the Sunyang Group. Lee Hak-yi looked at the chairman, who closed his eyes and smiled. Jin Yong-kol said that he will explain everything, otherwise you can see from the workers how worried they are. The company employees silently awaited his further explanation. The chairman frowned and smiled. He said that Fantasy Investments will soon become the owner of Dia Construction. He asked if they knew the investment company. The gray-haired man turned to him and clarified whether this was the same company that acquired the Ajin Group and merged with Sunyang Motors. Jin Yong-kol looked confident as he answered the question in the affirmative. The chairman said that they are working on it now, but in 2 or 3 months they will become the largest shareholder of Dia Construction. A balding man with a big face asked what about rumors of bankruptcy. Jin Yong-kol crossed his arms over his chest and answered contentedly that they would take Dia Construction to bankruptcy and take it to the very top. It seemed to him that the workers were still very worried. The sinister smile on his face was terrifying. He ordered them to do as he said. The employees immediately stood up from their chairs and bowed guiltily before him. Jin Yong-kol waved his palm at them, saying that everything was fine. He assumed that this nervousness was due to the unexpected, but in any case they already knew what to do. With a calm face, the chairman asked them to bring Dia Construction back to normal as quickly as possible. His employees agreed, slightly bewildered. Jin Yong-kol closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, exhaling. Before his eyes there was a view of a large table at which the employees were sitting. The chairman announced that after Dia Construction stabilizes, it will become a subsidiary of Sunyang Group within 2 years. He clarified that this will not be a merger with Sunyang Construction, because they have to work hard, and the merger will only reduce the number of places. Dia will therefore become another construction company within the group. The workers' spirits immediately rose and they began to smile. Song Kol dared to ask a question. The chairman glanced at him. The man with glasses raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the relationship is between Fantasy Investments and their Sunyang Group. He suggested that the creator of the investment company is Jin Yong-kol himself. Silence reigned in the office as the staff waited for the chairman's response. He smiled broadly and contentedly. The chairman laughed softly, closing his eyes. He said that it would be great if Fantasy Investments belonged to him. Jin Yong-kol also said that according to rumors, the owner of the company is also a moneybag. Song Kol was more surprised, wondering who the owner of the company was. Lee Hak-yi silently looked at the chairman, who did not stop smiling. Jin Yong-kol thought that Lee Hak-yi, who is now standing next to him, was also just patient, unable to ask. Maybe at least today he will hear the answer. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman said that the main shareholder is a person whom he trusts as much as they trust. You can think of Fantasy Investments as a company created by that person's capital. Lee Hak-yi looked at him in shock, his pupils constricted. Images of Jin Do-jun at different ages, from infancy to adolescence, flashed through his mind. The main character smiled coldly and creepily. Lee Hak-yi realized that the one the chairman could talk about like that was Jin Do-jun. His face became dark and stunned. Jin Yong-kol chuckled as he continued to smile widely. The leader furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, digesting the information. He looked carefully at the face of his chairman. The puzzle was completed. Various memories related to Jin Yong-kol flashed through his mind. Lee Hak-yi knew that the chairman was not the type to send his people to help a relative. Among the pieces of the puzzle was also Sunyang Hospital. He understood that this had to be a person he trusted as much as Sunyang's key figures. The man with glasses frowned even deeper. He realized that this was why such generous support was provided to fantasy investments during the hunt for a domestic company. Against the background of the Ajin and Dia construction buildings, the face of Jin Do-jun appeared, smiling ominously. Lee Hak-yi looked very confused. He presented the dark silhouette of Jin Yoon-ye, and the light Jin Do-jun stood next to him. The manager suggested that the inheritance was intended not for the son, but for the grandson. Jin Yang-kal continued to smile, crossing his arms over his chest. Lee Hak-yi looked at him tensely without saying anything. The prosecutor's office building was huge. Flags fluttered above the entrance. Shelves filled with documents and boxes contained seized reports and other data. An employee of the prosecutor's office was sitting in the interrogation room, having lunch. Oh Hyun was sitting next to him. Opposite him was Kang Moo-sun. Jin Do-jun stood near the table. There was a CCTV camera hanging on the ceiling. The main character turned to the director of Dia Construction and asked if there could be better conditions for them than these. Kang Moo-sun looked unkempt and looked at the guy angrily. Oh Hyun looked at the CEO sternly and coldly. Jin Do-jun said that Kang Moo-sun will be given money. He will not have to flee the country, and he can return here at any time. He can generally stay in Korea, in his hometown. But if Kang Moo-sun does not accept the terms, the money paid to his children will be returned to the company as an illegal gift. The CEO frowned and said nothing. The prosecutor continued to eat dinner. On his tray there was a plate of soup and a side dish. Kang Moo-sun was angry. His whole face was tense. He remembered what happened earlier. The table on which various documents lay began to shake. The prosecutor with long bangs pointed his finger at him and rudely asked if he remembered. He asked if it was he who approved everything and put a seal, ordering him to remember. Papers were flying all over the room. Kang Moo-sun sweated from tension and asked the prosecutor how dare he. The prosecutor stood and pointed his finger at him, insulting him. He shouted that the country was on the verge of destruction, and he was only thinking about how to grab money to line his own pocket. And now he was thinking about escaping abroad. The man said that if such a freak as Kang Moo-sun was sentenced to death without trial, no one would say a word. Sweat was dripping from the CEO's face. His teeth were grinding with anger. Someone handed him a pack of cigarettes. It was a man in a gray suit who had managed to light a cigarette himself. Kang Moo-sun turned to him and aggressively said that he was pissing him off. He didn't understand how the prosecutor's office could do this to him. The man in the gray suit took a deep drag, closing his eyes. As he removed the cigarette from his mouth, he asked the CEO's opinion on who was the most powerful person in Korea right now. Kang Moo-sun flexed his fingers and asked if there could be someone taller than him. A man in a gray suit was holding a cigarette in his hands. He replied that now in Korea, the one who gives out dollars becomes the king. Kang Moo-sun looked at him confused and asked what he was talking about. Taking another puff, the man said that fantasy investments now have dollars, so they are calmly negotiating with the government. He clarified that they said that they would pay in dollars if they acquired the bankrupt Dia Construction. The man in the gray suit said that the director was unlucky to become their prey. This statement made Kang Moo-sun shake. The man in the gray suit closed his eyes. He had almost finished smoking his cigarette. He recalled that the evidence that he stole money was clear. They have many testimonies of officials and employees, as well as documents. The man said that the director's legs and arms were literally tied. Kang Moo-sun raised his head and asked if this meant he was being charged. The man in the gray suit looked at his tense interlocutor. He replied that if Kang Moo-sun wants to avoid this, then he certainly knows where to grease up. He was currently sitting without his jacket and vest, looking angrily at Jin Do-jun. The main character looked cold and calm, looking down at the director. Kang Moo-sun gritted his teeth angrily and asked what he wanted. Jin Do-jun frowned and narrowed his eyes. He ordered the director to return all the money stolen from the company to the last penny. Then they will buy back the shares owned by his family. With that kind of money he won't have to worry anymore. Kang Moo-sun frowned and opened his mouth slightly. He asked what about the investigation. The prosecutor finished his lunch and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The main character put his hands in his pocket and replied that the investigation would be closed. Kang Moo-sun's pupils constricted sharply, and his mouth opened in surprise. He placed his hands on the table and lowered his head, saying that he would cooperate. The man asked Jin Do-jun to keep his promise. The main character narrowed his eyes and grinned contentedly. The green car was racing along the highway among other cars. In the back, Oh Hyun and Jin Do-jun were sitting in the passenger seats. The man leafed through a black notebook and asked if the total amounted to 80 billion. The main character looked out the window with his hand under his head. He replied that even if it is only half, there must be at least 150 billion. Oh Hyun even suggested that the amount was closer to 200 billion. Jin Do-jun turned to him in surprise, repeating this amount out loud. The man frowned, clenched his teeth, and answered in the affirmative. He said that 80 billion is what Kang Moo-sun took in last year alone. He told the young man to imagine how much has been stolen there in his entire life. Oh Hyun said that we need to find everything. Jin Do-jun put his hand on the car door and said that they would find everything. He added that they should just tell that old man to exchange the rest of his life for money. Oh Hyun tensed his jaw and veins appeared on his face. He said that even if everything went well, he was angry at the thought of such worm enjoying life on the money from the sale of shares. Jin Do-jun smiled knowingly and replied that nothing could be done. He needs to pay for all the shares to enter the company. Oh Hyun turned his head to him in surprise and asked if he was going to declare himself and if it was possible. Jin Do-jun looked at him with narrowed eyes at him. He replied that this is why he will have to meet his grandfather well. Oh Hyun now understood what he meant. His face became confused. The main character turned away from him and again put his hand under his head. They drove near modern offices and cafes. Jin Do-jun believed that life is a funny thing. It spins as it pleases. For some, life is like a playground, while for others it is a circle of hell. Not far from the road there were underground passages in numerous buildings. Night fell, the lights were on in the chairman's house. Jin Young-kal put a cup of tea on a plate, asking if the director of Kang Moo-sun gave back everything he stole. He was sitting on a chair, and his grandson was sitting on the sofa to his right. Jin Do-jun replied that the director himself only disclosed information about 80 billion. He said that now the Sanyang inspection team and the accountant Uedo, with the support of the prosecutor's office and Dia construction employees, are carefully studying everything over the past 10 years, so the amount will be even greater. Jin Young-kal wore a pink vest over a white shirt. He asked his grandson if he thought of paying the director when he received the shares, noting that the amount would be considerable. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and said that somehow the theft had been discovered, so he would return the money for the shares on the condition that he would avoid the actual deadline. The chairman laughed proudly, saying that the young man would simply fleece the director. The main character frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that he simply could not forgive the director. Jin Young-kal stopped smiling and asked in surprise what he meant and what could have made his grandson so angry. The veins on Jin Do-jun's face bulged with anger. He said that if Kang Moo-sun took care of the employees' overdue salaries, he would give him enough money. However, more than 2,000 workers had to suck their thumbs. The main character imagined hundreds of people on the streets and leaflets falling down. He said that in their day banks were reluctant to give out loans, but many had to go into debt just to pay living expenses. The youth's face became creepy and vengeful as he darkly said that he wanted Kang Moo-sun to feel the same despair as these people. Jin Young-kal widened his eyes and let out a surprised exclamation, saying that his grandson was like a different person. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly confused when he asked how he knew the feelings of the employees. The young man sadly lowered his head and remained silent. However, inside he understood that it was all because he, too, had once been an employee. He imagined himself leafing through a savings book. The main character was an employee who knew well that if his rapidly disappearing salary was delayed for at least 1 month, his entire family would plunge into a hopeless debt hole. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his knees and with his head down said that he simply could not forget the gloomy faces of the employees when he first came to Dia Construction. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes, tilted his head, and chuckled thoughtfully. As soon as he raised his head and opened his eyes, he agreed with his grandson and told him not to forget it. He believed that no matter what, Jin Do-jun must feed its employees, because nothing is worse than hunger. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at his gloomy grandfather, thinking that he was hiding such a side of himself. Jin Do-jun considered Jin Young-kal to be a cruel person who believes that handymen who die on a construction site are expendable. That is why the young man was surprised. The chairman raised his index finger and explained his opinion. He believed that when people are hungry, they can betray. According to him, this can be seen from what is happening right now at Dia Construction. The employees who were responsible for the receipts did everything to find the money spent by the director. Jin Do-jun smiled awkwardly as he exhaled quietly. He thought that the words that employees should not starve had a completely different meaning. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms again and said that there are two types of people who can betray him. Those who are so hungry they can't take it anymore, and those who cannot get enough no matter how much they eat. The main character narrowed his eyes and looked at him with suspicion. Jin Young-kal frowned and lowered the corners of his lips. He said that in the first case he was to blame for not feeding the person, and in the second case he was to blame for not looking after the person enough. He asked me to remember this. Jin Do-jun looked at his grandfather coldly and seriously, and agreed with him. It was as if pink sparkles began to fall on his head. The young man realized that this was not sympathy, but vigilance. The bookshelves stood in 2 rows, and next to it was an unlit fireplace. Jin Do-jun and Jin Young-kal continued to sit in silence. February 25, 1998. Inauguration of the President of the Republic of Korea. The politician stood behind the podium with flowers next to him. He addressed the citizens of the country. He had black hair and thick eyebrows. The man announced that today he takes office as the 15th President of the Republic of Korea. Clouds floated in the blue sky above the tall buildings. Oh Seo-hyun and Jin Do-jun were at a business meeting, sitting at a large table across from 4 people. The director of Fantasy Investments spoke about the innocent employees of Dia Construction. He flexed his fingers and said that if creditors showed some understanding, people would be kept off the streets. The man with gray-brown hair clasped his hands together and asked what kind of understanding he was talking about. Oh Seo-hyun put a black folder on the table and rolled it forward. The meeting participants opened the folder and began studying the contents. Oh Seo-hyun furrowed his eyebrows, looking straight at them. He said that as they could understand from the organizational structure, they have a fairly close relationship with the Sunyang Group. The men began to quietly talk to each other, not allowing the director of Fantasy Investments to hear what they were talking about. Oh Seo-hyun looked at them calmly but seriously. He said he hoped that was enough to allay investors' concerns about how the construction company would be run. The man with a receding hairline closed his eyes. His colleague in a turtleneck exchanged glances with the man with glasses. The man in the turtleneck closed the folder and put his hands on the table. He admitted that this is an effective management scheme, so Oh Seo-hyun can frankly say what Fantasy Investments wants from them. The investor leaned forward a little and asked to extend the loan repayment period by at least 1 year. The man in the turtleneck looked at him, realizing that these were not all the conditions. Jin Do-jun silently listened to their conversation. Oh Seo-hyun folded his hands on the table. He also asked for a reduction in interest rates on arrears and write-off of debts, as well as entrusting them with the voting rights held by their banks in Dia Construction. This made the bank employees take aback. They looked at the man in confusion. A balding man with a big head said that shares are the only means of controlling the debtor's management process, and he wants to take it away. Oh Seo-hyun placed one hand on the armrest of his chair and grinned. He asked if control would somehow help such a sick person as Dia Construction. According to him, when they restore the strength of the company, they will return their voting rights. There was silence in the office. No one at the large table dared to say anything. The bank employee put his hands on the black folder and said that this issue requires time to discuss. He asked if there was anything else. Oh Seo-hyun closed his eyes and began to say something with a smile. He was suddenly interrupted by Jin Do-jun, causing the man to look at him in surprise. The main character said that he heard they were going to sell 2 banks. The young man looked calm and relaxed as he looked at the bankers. He clarified whether Sungdong Bank can recover from the point of view of financial stability. Oh Seo-hyun raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, not understanding why he asked this. The bank employees looked at them seriously. One of them answered in the affirmative. He admitted that in fact there are many much more dangerous enterprises than Sungdong Bank. However, it has a small scale, so it was put up for sale. Jin Do-jun frowned and narrowed his eyes. He said the government was promoting overseas sales and asked if this was a great opportunity. Oh Seo-hyun didn't understand where this conversation was going. He was taken aback. Bank employees reacted with shock to the guy's words and asked if he was thinking about purchasing Sungdong Bank. A barely noticeable, gambling smile appeared on Jin Do-jun's face. He crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied look and invited the bank employees to use them. He said that if they get Sungdong, then they will get a profit and there they will be able to create a consortium with Fantasy Investments. The bank employees looked at each other in confusion. The man with glasses and his thin colleague were at a loss. Oh Seo-hyun looked at Jin Do-jun dumbfounded but didn't say anything. The main character suddenly got up from his chair and offered to finish for today. He had a confident smile on his face and said that he hoped to hear a response to their chairman's proposal as soon as possible. The bank employees were amazed by the young man's persistence and confidence. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pockets as soon as he and Oseo Hyun left the conference room. The man looked puzzled and excited at the young man, who looked calm and content. Oseo Hyun asked what it was and if he was really going to buy the bank. The main character looked at him confidently and asked if all the other fish looked like small things when there was a whale standing in front of him. The director of fantasy investments was taken aback by his comparison. Jin Do-jun chuckled quietly and looked straight. He said that since he offered to buy Sungdong Bank, their other demands would seem insignificant, and such insignificant requests were much easier to fulfill. Oseo Hyun widened his eyes, speechless. Jin Do-jun walked ahead of him. The man caught up with him, holding a briefcase. He said that when it comes to numbers, Jin Do-jun is exactly like Chairman Jin Yong-kal. Oseo Hyun laughed and admitted that the tactics were really great. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he walked further down the corridor. He wondered what Oseo Hyun's expression would be if he knew that the offer to buy Sungdong Bank was sincere. The sky was clear and blue. The Sunyang Group building towered over the city. In Jin Young-gi's hands was a staff appointment letter. He frowned angrily as his hand began to tremble. The vice president thought that the managers of the construction branch were quitting en masse without even saying a word to him. An assistant in a black suit stood near his desk. He said that it appears that Director Song Kal received instructions from the chairman, since he hired everyone at his own discretion, starting with CEO Yi Jin. The secretary also said that all the people hired by the chairman are sent to fantasy investments in Uido. As soon as Jin Young-gi heard the company name, he tensed his jaw in anger. He asked if he was talking about that creep Oseo Hyun. The secretary narrowed his eyes a little and answered in the affirmative. He said that this is the same as that time with Sunyang Motors, and without a doubt, fantasy investments and the chairman have a trusting relationship. Jin Young-gi gritted his teeth and grabbed his head. He believed that fantasy investments could not be his father's personal wallet. If he had been in the company, he would never have opened it for everyone to see. The vice president looked at his secretary and aggressively asked if that was all and if he had learned anything else. The assistant apologized and explained that everyone was repeating that for now the chairman told them to remain silent and not talk, so he could not find out the details. The secretary looked down and tensely asked Jin Young-gi to meet them in person. Jin Young-gi looked at him with displeasure, frowning. He replied that they were all father's men and they were not the type to talk. The secretary asked what about Kyung-shik. As soon as the vice president heard this, his expression softened. A man in a black suit with a neutral face said that Kyung-shik is the youngest of the chairman's men. He also said that he had only recently become a manager and was very excited about it. For this reason, the secretary believed that if Jin Young-gi called him, Kyung-shik would drop everything and run to meet him. The vice president furrowed his brows and his pupils constricted. He ordered the secretary to tell him that he wanted to have dinner with Kyung-shik just quietly. The assistant answered in the affirmative. Night fell. Only the restaurant sign illuminated the surroundings. There were many snacks and gourmet dishes on the table. Jin Young-gi held a bottle of alcohol in his hands and said that he congratulated him on his promotion, even though it was late. Kyung-shik held out his cup and the alcohol was poured into it. He gratefully said that it was not worth doing this. Kyung-shik was still standing when Jin Young-gi said that he heard that he was resigning. The young employee apologized and said that he could not even greet him properly as everything was prepared in a hurry. Jin Young-gi picked up the cup of alcohol and raised his second palm. He said that it's okay because Kyung-shik is a Sunyang person who always thinks about work. Raising the cup to his mouth, the vice president frowned. He asked if it was difficult for his interlocutor to work with director Oseo Hyun. Kyung-shik held the bowl in his hands and smiled. The man replied that everything was fine. Oseo Hyun lived abroad for a long time, so he is a very open person. Jin Young-gi took a sip of wine while looking at him. He decided that judging by the guy's behavior, he wasn't wary of him at all, so he could try it. The vice president placed the cup on the table and asked if things were going well. Kyung-shik was about to take a sip of wine. He answered in the affirmative and said that Dia Construction would soon be bought out. The concept of the Sanam Media City had already been defined and had a fairly detailed plan. According to him, the calculation of construction time and total cost can be completed in the first half of the year. Jin Young-gi frowned and tensed when he heard about these things for the first time. He did not understand what the interlocutor was talking about. Kyung-shik said with a friendly face that department head Jin Do-jun was also incredible. He said that there were so many moments when he thought that even he had something to learn from him. Hearing this name, Jin Young-gi was confused. He didn't understand what Jin Do-jun had to do with it. The vice president put his hand on the table and said that this was the first time he had heard of Jin Do-jun being the head of the department. Kyung-shik asked if he knew. He raised his eyebrows and said that this was not surprising. He said that it was only on the business card that Jin Do-jun gave him to introduce himself properly when director Oseo Hyun brought him. Jin Young-gi frowned, remembering the faces of the main character and the director of fantasy investments. He assumed that Oseo Hyun was taking the young man with him to train him. He put his hands under the table, and the glare on his glasses hid his eyes. The vice president said that this is the first time he has heard that his youngest nephew is studying with Oseo Hyun. He asked what Jin Do-jun was studying. Kyung-shik smiled awkwardly and asked for forgiveness, trying to find an excuse. Jin Young-gi put on a friendly smile and raised one hand. He explained that he was simply very busy and did not even have time to inquire about his nephew's affairs. He calmed the interlocutor and invited him to tell him further. Kyung-shik kept one hand under the table. He said that even if the chairman did not say, he would still have guessed. He assumed his target was investment and mergers and acquisitions specialists. Jin Young-gi asked if Oseo Hyun had the same goals, to which Kyung-shik answered in the affirmative, without suspecting anything. A satisfied smile appeared on the vice president's face. He imagined an office covered in blood, Jin Young-gi himself grinning ominously. He decided that if Jin Do-jun was leading investments, mergers and acquisitions, but was not part of Sunyang, then he had no claim to the throne. The vice president handed a bottle of wine to his interlocutor and said that he would like at least one nephew to become a prosecutor, but apparently you can't fool blood. He poured white wine into the young employee's cup. Afterwards, he himself picked up a cup of alcohol and said that he would like to hear Kyung-shik's thoughts on whether everything is okay with the Dia construction project. Jin Young-gi narrowed his eyes, and his sly smile added to his creepiness. He said he had heard rumors of a large scale, but did not pay attention since it was an external project. Kyung-shik smiled while holding the bowl. He told the other person not to worry and said that everything was going smoothly. As soon as he said that this is a multi-trillion won project, so mistakes are not allowed, Jin Young-gi stopped smiling and tensed up. His face became puzzled and alarmed. He thought about how companies all over the country were constantly failing. The vice president couldn't understand how they were so successful in promoting a multi-trillion won business. His hand that was holding the cup began to tremble. He pursed his lips and the veins on his face bulged when he realized that such a huge project was not being done by Sunyang Construction, but by some other company. Jin Young-gi presented his father's serious face. The man frowned intensely and his pupils shrank. He didn't understand what his father was up to. His thoughts were interrupted by Kyung-shik calling out to him. The young employee looked confused as he looked at the vice president. Jin Young-gi smiled awkwardly and raised the cup of wine. He asked that even if the project ended without problems, wouldn't it be difficult to merge with Sunyang again? He said this to mean that fantasy investments will clearly have an advantage. Kyung-shik became very embarrassed and his face became awkward. He only replied that the chairman said something else. Jin Young-gi placed the cup of wine on the table. He picked up his chopsticks and said that he didn't mean to talk about work, then suggested that they just eat. Kyung-shik silently picked up his chopsticks while looking down. As the vice president brought the piece of meat to his mouth, he thought that he had pressed too hard. It seemed to him, judging by the expression on his interlocutor's face, that he suspected something. He realized that it would be difficult to dig further. The day came. The huge Sunyang Group building stood out against the background of other buildings. Jin Dong-gi sat in his chair in front of the panoramic window. The sign on his desk had dragons on it in his position as director. Jin Young-gi entered his office, and the younger brother suspiciously asked why he came to him without even calling in advance. The vice president sat down on the sofa and adjusted his glasses. He said he wanted to discuss something and asked if his little brother was uncomfortable. Jin Dong-gi closed his eyes and waved his palm, answering in the negative. He explained his reaction by saying that Jin Young-gi had not visited him before, even though their offices are nearby. The vice president grinned nastily and slyly, remaining silent. Jin Dong-gi, who was sitting at his desk, said that his older brother probably didn't come in just to say hello, so he asked him to lay out all the information. Jin Young-gi crossed one leg over the other and asked if his younger brother knew that Sunyang Construction executives were resigning en masse. Jin Dong-gi crossed his arms and answered in the affirmative, saying that this was causing the entire company to feel anxious. Jin Young-gi frowned and asked if he knew the reason. The younger brother closed one eye and thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. answering that he had heard some rumors. The vice president turned to him and asked if these rumors were related to Oseo Hyun from Fantasy Investments. Jin Donggi answered in the affirmative with a thoughtful face. He said that he heard everyone went to work at Uedo. Jin Younggi frowned, causing the wrinkles on his face to become more noticeable. He glanced at his little brother, who had his arms crossed and looking up. He knew that Jin Donggi had eyes and ears everywhere, which meant that he was already aware of the acquisition of Dia Construction. The vice president raised his eyebrows and asked his brother if he knew what connected their father with Oseo Hyun from Fantasy Investments. Jin Donggi looked at him and asked him with a simple face if he cared. Jin Younggi began to look more serious and asked in response a question, like, doesn't he care about this himself? The younger brother raised his gaze and looked to the side, answering that he did not care about that for now. Jin Younggi frowned with displeasure and asked why. Jin Donggi leaned on the table and raised one hand. He replied that it was because of Jin Younggi. According to him, their father loves Jin Do-jun very much, so he wants Jin Younggi to look good, and now their brother makes good money. The man said that he was the youngest son, so it was logical to leave him something as an inheritance. The gloomy Jin Younggi narrowed his eyes and asked if he was talking about Fantasy Investments. Jin Donggi turned in his chair half sideways towards him. He said that Oseo Hyun and Jin Younggi are friends, which is why their father invested some money in that company. He suggested that he instructed and taught Jin Younggi to buy their shares. With his hand on the table, the younger brother smiled and said that it was obvious that if Jin Younggi received something from the Sanyang group, he or Jin Younggi would take it back. The older brother continued to frown and asked if that was why he gave away motors in construction and if his brother thought it was too much for the youngest son. Jin Donggi raised one hand and replied relaxedly that Dia Construction's production scale is 2 times smaller than Sanyang's. He believed that it was not likely that he was transferring part of Sanyang Construction. The vice president closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He replied that judging by his brother's carefree attitude, he had no idea what Dia Construction was planning to do this year. This made Jin Donggi tense and think. He thought that as his elder brother said, he doesn't know this yet, but Jin Younggi himself already knows. The younger brother put one hand on the table, and the vice president said that it was clear from him that he was curious, but his pride was preventing him from asking. He decided to tell everything himself, and with a tense smile he said that Dia Construction has a contract worth several trillion won. This made Jin Donggi taken aback and confused. He immediately jumped up from his chair and asked about the multi-trillion won project. Jin Younggi turned away from him and adjusted his glasses. He answered in the affirmative and said that if everything works out, they will be on par with Sanyang Construction. He asked, isn't it worth checking out why such a gold mine is being given to a stranger? The younger brother, still standing, let out an impressed exclamation. Jin Donggi walked up to his older brother, gesturing with his hands, and assumed that he was the one who misunderstood something. He asked where a multi-trillion won project came from in a country running out of money. The younger brother also asked if Dia Construction was on the verge of bankruptcy, saying that if they had money, they should pay off their debts. After these words, he sat down in a chair next to Jin Younggi. The older brother clasped his hands together and agreed with him, asking if he also thought there was no point in it. Then, he suggested that their father might be controlling it from a hiding place. His face became cold and serious. Jin Donggi's expression twisted into a grimace of horror. He put his hands on the armrests and fell silent, thinking about his brother's words. Jin Younggi turned to him and reminded him that as he said, Jin Yongkol had already transferred Jin Younggi Motors. He asked whether such a company would be able to take on a multi-trillion won project. It seemed to him that it was just a gift. Jin Donggi looked ahead dumbfoundedly and blankly, speechless. He squeezed his hand so hard that the veins there bulged from the tension. The man abruptly stood up from the sofa, clenched his hands into fists, and asked what Jin Younggi wanted. He didn't understand what he wanted him to do. The vice president looked up at Jin Donggi and suggested asking his father who was behind this and why. He was serious, and with a gloomy face asked if he and his brother were not enough in the battle for the cup called Sanyang. Jin Donggi gritted his teeth as veins of aggression appeared on his face. He angrily began to shout at his brother that he was always having some kind of problem. The younger brother said that Jin Younggi is a capricious son who runs to his daddy when problems arise. The vice president silently adjusted his glasses. He did not deny his brother's words and calmly turned to him. Jin Younggi said that if he goes to his father alone, it will seem like he is really whining. However, he believed that if the two of them went together, then no one would look capricious, because they would come to ask about the current state of the business and offer to help. Jin Donggi bit his lower lip, not knowing how to answer him. Jin Younggi bent one arm and adjusted his glasses again. He said that if they say that they will do everything possible to acquire Dia construction and the successful operation of the project, this will not be whining, but talking about the matter. The vice president crossed his arms over his chest and firmly stated that they were going to their father not to be capricious, but to exchange information. Jin Dongyi opened his mouth slightly and gritted his teeth, feeling displeased. Then, he sat down on the chair and crossed his arms over his chest. He assumed that it was Jin Yoongi, because earlier he said that he only needed one, but he might have changed his mind and wants to leave something to Jin Do-jun. Jin Yoongi said that this was unexpected. Jin Dongyi narrowed his eyes contemptuously and said that Jin Yoongi is also a father. He believed that even if the youngest brother wanted to get something from Sun Yang, he would not say so, but it would be a shame for him not to grab a piece. He remembered the main character's face and then scratched his nose. Jin Dongyi said that Jin Do-jun looks like a more likely person than Jin Yoongi, because this guy is scarier than his father and he never failed his grandfather's expectations. Jin Yoongi crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes in dissatisfaction. He was sure that this was not Jin Do-jun, because his father was raising him as a financial expert. And here we were talking about investments, as well as mergers and acquisitions. The younger brother turned to him and asked if he was sure. The vice president responded affirmatively and said that he was being taught by Oseo Hyun. Jin Dongyi put his hand to his face, saying that then no one else suitable comes to his mind. He introduced the face of Jin Sang-gi and Seo Yoon, saying that the former was eliminated early and the latter had no reason to interfere. Jin Yoongi frowned and narrowed his eyes. There was silence in the office, which was lit by ordinary light bulbs and the blue light of a chandelier. Evening came, but the lights were on in the chairman's house. Jin Young-kal asked if he was associated with fantasy investments. The two brothers stood opposite him and waited for an answer, clearly nervous. Their father clicked in displeasure and closed his eyes. He called out to his eldest son, causing Jin Yoongi to immediately tense up. When Jin Young-kal called out to his second brother, Jin Dongyi tried not to show it. The chairman crossed his arms and said that they should be able to tell whether their opponent was holding a knife or a rose. He asked if they thought they had the right to make such a fuss while calling themselves the heirs of Sun Yang. Standing near his father's desk, Jin Yoongi was taken aback. Jin Young-kal looked at him with a serious face and asked if he remembered what happened 3 or 4 months ago. He himself answered his own question, saying that Sun Yang Motors brought in $1 billion, and Jin Yoongi offered to exchange it for dollars, taking a commission for the exchange of currencies, including the shares of the group that belonged to Motors. The chairman frowned and said through clenched teeth that he had never seen such a brazen robber in his life, and he also asked if his father was connected with fantasy investments. The eldest son began to sweat and pursed his lips. Concerned, Jin Dongyi raised his eyebrows and asked his father why it was so unfair if they were not related in any way. Jin Young-kal repeated his words, making a calmer face. This made the two brothers taken aback. The father looked at his second son, narrowing his eyes disapprovingly. Jin Dongyi gritted his teeth and his face looked scared. He realized that he was mistaken. Just 10 days ago he was in despair and thought that he could hardly avoid his first bankruptcy. His gaze became blank and agitated. Then he had no choice but to accept the additional conditions. Jin Dongyi immediately bowed low and asked for forgiveness, because he said it in vain. The father clicked irritably and looked away. He reminded his son that he survived the International Monetary Fund crisis thanks to the shares of Motors and Group that he gave him, so it is not Jin Dongyi who needs to talk about injustice. Jin Yoongi entered the conversation. He asked with a worried face if he needed help if it was a robber with a knife. Jin Young-kal began to get very angry, but tried not to show it. He asked why he didn't think about why he did what he did before prying into other people's affairs. He quipped that it was funny to see them challenge his decision. Jin Yoongi immediately began waving his palms and saying guiltily that they were not challenging his decision. Jin Dongyi raised his shoulders and said that they were asking because it was difficult for them to understand what they were thinking. Jin Young-kal presented the image of a Trojan horse in smoke. A smile appeared on his face and he said that it was a huge horse that was built during the war so that soldiers could hide in it. A look of horror appeared on Jin Yoongi's face and he asked in a depressed voice if this was the reason he sent the people from Sun Yang there. The corners of the chairman's lips rose higher. He smiled wickedly, tilting his head forward slightly, and answered in the affirmative, asking if he should return them. The two brothers were dumbfounded with confused faces at his words. Jin Yoongi became very gloomy. His pupils constricted greatly. He thought that he and his brother remained capricious sons, even though they were 50 years old. Jin Dongyi narrowed his eyes and frowned. He realized that his father had not yet responded about Dia construction or Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and frowned, saying that fantasy investments are now using him to absorb Dia construction and promote a big project. He noted that they have grown a lot. The brothers listened to their father with a depressed and ashamed look. The chairman said that after Dia construction joins Ajin Group, they will absorb it. He narrowed his eyes sternly and said seriously that they had already lost motors. That is why he believed that they should get Ajin Group and Dia construction, thinking of them as a percentage. A smile began to appear on Jin Young-gi's face. Jin Young-kal looked at his son seriously and said that he did not know when exactly. He suggested that it was his sons who should do this. Jin Young-gi said with a happy face that they will keep it in mind. Jin Dong-gi looked cold and suspicious. He frowned and his face became gloomy. He thought that this was not all, because his father still had not said the most important thing. The man looked at his father, who closed his eyes. The son thought that he was one of those people who looked like he was telling everything, but was actually hiding something. He believed that his father should explain himself. There was no emotion on Jin Dong-gi's face when he said that Ajin Group and Dia Construction would be restored, but their owner would not be Sun Young. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes and was taken aback by his son's statement. Jin Young-gi looked at his brother in confusion when he asked with a neutral face why not give motors to Jin Young-gi since it split from the group. He clarified that this could happen after they take over the Ajin Group. Jin Young-kal narrowed his eyes and said his youngest son's name out loud. Jin Young-gi was stunned by his brother's statement, but he did not say anything. There was a tense atmosphere in the office. Jin Dong-gi clarified that Jin Young-gi, Jin Do-jun should be given to his son. He also admitted that among the children there is no one as smart as him. The man's face showed concern as he revealed that he always felt that Jin Young-gi wouldn't stand a chance at Jin Do-jun due to his lack of greed. The vice president tensed his jaw with anger. He thought that his brother wanted to crush the eldest grandson of this family, his son. Their father closed his eyes and said the name Jin Do-jun with a smile. When he opened his eyes, his gaze became cold. He looked at his eldest son and realized that he could barely contain his anger. Then, he looked at his second son, realizing that he was pretending to care about the child. The two brothers looked at each other in disbelief as Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and watched both of them. He understood that Jin Young-gi was the eldest son, so he felt special affection for him. But at the same time, he liked that Jin Dong-gi, his second son, was on his own and quietly settled his affairs. The chairman's teeth began to grind with anger. He didn't understand who was caring about whom here, because for them to take company from their nephew was like taking candy from a child. He approached Jin Dong-gi, who responded immediately. Jin Young-kal became very angry, as if a fire was burning around him. He asked his son when he learned to take advantage of his kindness. Suddenly, Jin Dong-gi raised his eyebrows and lowered the corners of his mouth, not expecting such a question. He bowed low and respectfully, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was too impertinent. He justified himself by saying that he was sorry to miss out on such a capable person as Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and waved his hand at them, saying that they could go, because they had already heard what they wanted. He also told them to think about his words about how to return what was stolen. The second son shyly hid his gaze, and the eldest son agreed with his father. Their father crossed his arms and announced that the creation of a second Ajin Group would be announced at the end of the month. He obliged the two of them to attend and congratulate Oseo Hyun, and also reminded them to support director Cho Tae-ho, who was suffering in a foreign land. The sons looked at him guiltily and listened attentively. Jin Young-kal made a gloomy and creepy face and ordered them to ensure that their Sunyang motors did not fall into the wrong hands. Jin Young-gi looked down doomedly without saying a word. His brother was just as doomed and guilty. They both walked out of their father's office without another word. Jin Young-kal tiredly leaned back in his chair and sighed. He opened his eyes slightly, looking at the ceiling of the office. He thought that it was not easy for him to protect his grandson from wolves. The chairman closed his eyes again. The pigment spots on his face stood out strongly. He began to think that in his old age he had begun to live a lie. The second ceremony of the founding of the Ajin Group and the inauguration of the chairman took place in the ceremonial hall. The company's employees lined up, and Sun Hyun-jang stood in front of the microphone. There were many people in the room. Chairman Ajin greeted the distinguished employees. He smiled relaxedly as he spoke into the microphone and once again wanted to thank all their valued guests for coming here and making the day brighter. He admitted that he once put their Ajin in danger, but stands here again. Sun Hyun-jang closed his eyes and remained silent for a few seconds. Many guests looked at the stage where the performance took place. Sun Hyun-jang said that it is an ever-young company that challenges the impossible and strives with passion to achieve its dreams. A company where creative thinking and unshakable will dominate. He stated that they should all give it back. When Sun Hyunjang said that from today the names Ajin and Sunyong will remain in the past, Cho Tae-ho closed his eyes tiredly and sadly. A red curtain with the inscription HW appeared behind Chairman Ajin. Sun Hyunjang announced that instead, the company that went through a rebirth will be named HW, which will never disappear. The audience began to applaud them. Oh Hyun was sitting in the front row, watching the result of his work with a satisfied face. The setting sun painted the chairman's house in shades of pink and yellow. Jin Young-kal was sitting in a chair in the living room when he was surprised by something. His grandson Jin Do-jun came into his room holding a black bag. The young man smiled softly, looking at his grandfather. Jin Young-kal widened his eyes in confusion and asked why he came. Because there was a ceremonial banquet going on now. The main character approached him and showed him the package, saying that thanks to his grandfather he became the owner of the Ajin group. He asked if it was possible to celebrate this alone. Jin Do-jun put the bag on the table and took out soju bottles with plastic cups, saying that's why he came to share the congratulatory drink with him. Jin Young-kal looked at the alcohol with displeasure and asked why he brought drinks to an unlucky bankrupt company. The main character closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He imagined the face of the founder of Bikro and picked up a bottle of soju. The young man asked, "Isn't this alcohol with a 70-year history?" He asked if Grandpa thought Bikro's founder knew his soju brand would last 70 years. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and looked at his grandson. Jin Do-jun agreed that the company had gone bankrupt, but said that their products were still being sold. He looked at his grandfather with a smile and said that this soju will not disappear in the future. The chairman picked up a bottle of alcohol, placing his hand under his head. He said it's a product that won't go away even if the owner changes. The label of the bluish bottle featured images of grain sprouts. Jin Young-kal smiled, looked up and said that he liked it. He still agreed to drink one. Jin Do-jun looked at his grandfather with a sly smile. He wanted to say that the future of Bikro and Sunyong soju are similar. He wondered if he noticed. Pouring alcohol into a glass, the guy still decided that it was a little different. After all, he is a relative of Jin Young-kal, so essentially the owner will not change. Raising a small glass, the grandfather congratulated his grandson and praised him for his good work. Jin Do-jun listened to him with a friendly and satisfied face. Jin Young-kal said that all he had at his age was a pair of gold items. He said that his grandson at the age of 20 received what he deserved only at the age of 40. The main character began to get up from the couch and said that none of this would have happened if his grandfather had not given him a ranch when he was 10 years old. The young man bowed low and gratefully to him, saying that it was all thanks to his grandfather. Jin Young-kal raised the glass to his mouth and answered negatively. He said that among the grandchildren of Korean tycoons, there are many who at the age of 10 own ranches worth tens of millions of won, and now these children are 20 or 30 years old. Jin Do-jun straightened up and listened with a surprised face to his grandfather's words that he was the only one who multiplied what he received 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Jin Young-kal smiled proudly and stated that everything that Jin Do-jun has was not due to him, but due to his own powers. He said his grandson should be proud of himself. The chairman took a sip of soju, closing his eyes. He put the empty glass on the table and said that he had drunk this alcohol so many times, but the taste was not the same. Jin Do-jun sadly looked at the glass in his hand, thinking that the same thing happened to him. He drank soju so many times while eating fried pork, but the taste was no longer the same. He remembered one of the gatherings with his colleagues in a past life. He was distracted from his thoughts by Jin Young-kal, who asked how things were going with Dia construction. The main character put the glass on the table and replied that the bank had made small concessions, so the negotiations were going smoothly. According to him, the character has already received a certain amount, and the process of finding and returning the money stolen by the director of Kang Moo-sun continues. The grandfather closed his eyes and bowed his head forward, saying that the prosecutor's office had done a good job. Jin Do-jun turned to him and said that they had received generous payment for this service. An empty soju glass sat on the coffee table. The main character said that Kang Moo-sun said that he would not give up the proceeds from the sale of shares, and this despite the fact that they threatened to arrest their children and grandchildren for embezzling funds. Jin Do-jun lowered his head in frustration and clenched his teeth. He said that money is scary, looking at how Kang Moo-sun does not want to back down even under threats. Jin Young-kal narrowed his eyes as his face became shocked. He said that this was not so, which made his grandson surprised. The chairman crossed his arms and remembered Kang Moo-sun's face. He said that the proceeds from the sale of shares are the last weapon in the hands of the director. He just decided that it was not the time to take it on. But one day Kang Moo-sun will use this weapon. Jin Do-jun opened his mouth and widened his eyes in confusion. He stated that Director Kang Moo-sun had no chance left. The young man looked worried. His grandfather looked at him. He asked if his grandson meant that his entire family was arrested and convicted, and the money from the shares would be used to pay fines. The main character answered in the affirmative and asked what options he had left. Jin Young-kal grinned smugly. He stated that Kang Moo-sun in return would make it so that Jin Do-jun would not be able to touch this money with his finger, since it would go to the state treasury. The main character looked stunned by this statement. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth did not close in surprise. He doesn't quite understand what his grandfather is talking about yet. If the director of Kang Moo-sun returns the money from the sale of shares, he and his entire family will be able to avoid arrest. He imagined the director next to his family, with chains floating around them. Jin Do-jun thought that if the man continued to persist, the money would go into the treasury, and the family would be arrested. His pupil constricted greatly in shock. He believed that the first option was more logical than the second, while the others simply did not exist. Therefore, the young man did not understand why his grandfather was talking about some other possibility. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and seriously stated that Jin Do-jun was now being held captive by useless emotions. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly, saying that this is why his grandson forgot about the businessman's heart. The main character offendedly hit himself in the chest and declared that this was not so. He claimed that he always thinks only about money, and this money will help normalize the work of deconstruction. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes gloomily and remained silent meaningfully. Then he spoke about justice. Puzzled, Jin Do-jun looked at him in confusion. His grandfather said with a serious face that right now his grandson was angry because of a sense of justice. They did not pay salaries to employees and stole money from a practically bankrupt company. Jin Young-kal suggested that the Kang Moo-sun family did not just do this to live without denying themselves anything. The main character looked confused and alarmed, because he had never thought about it. Jin Young-kal maintained his composure, his lips barely moving. He smiled and said with a calm face that the director of Kang Moo-sun said that he sees the young man as a businessman, so he believes and waits for Jin Do-jun to make another offer so that he can put a few pennies in his own pocket. According to the grandfather, if Kang Moo-sun holds out long enough, his grandson will not receive a won. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to say. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and asked if it was funny that a businessman judged and criticized others. He asked a question about what difference it makes how other people live and think. His expression turned creepy when he said that the main thing for a businessman is to transfer money from someone else's pocket to his own, even if it is only a couple of won. Jin Do-jun felt as if everything around him had gone dark. He clenched his hands into fists on his knee. His gaze was empty and doomed, and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. He remembered how he and Oseo Hyun watched the construction company workers go to work. The feeling of anger that the main character experiences towards the director of Kang Moo-sun is due to the fact that he sees his past self in the employees of deconstruction. He looked forward seriously and imagined himself from his past life with the same expression on his face. Jin Young-kal put his hands on the armrests of the chair and told his grandson to think about it again. He believed that if Jin Do-jun offered the director of Kang Moo-sun to split the money from his pocket, but said that he would leave part of the money to him, then the man would accept this offer. The young man's lips curled with anger as he thought about the answer. Jin Do-jun's face was irritated due to feelings of resentment and rage. He asked if Grandpa was offering to leave some money for the director so his family could avoid jail. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes contentedly, and the corners of his lips turned up. Then, he opened his eyes and agreed with an interested face. He said that if the director kept half the value of the company's shares, why not say that he was definitely repentant, and then give a suspended sentence. The chairman thought this was a good scenario. Jin Do-jun still had doubts, and it was obvious from his appearance. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist on his knee, wondering if this was right. Grandpa told him to think bigger, which prompted a response from Jin Do-jun, who lowered the corners of his lips and opened his eyes wide. Jin Young-kal frowned, causing the wrinkles on his forehead to become even more noticeable. He said that first of all we need to think about money, and blaming the director can be left for later. The chairman looked cold and gloomy. He again told him to think only about money and nothing else. He stated that while Kang Moo-sun does not pose a threat to the guy personally, even if he does not even look in his direction. Jin Do-jun tensed up greatly, his eyebrows lowered and his pupils constricted. He realized that his grandfather had indeed noticed. The main character, without getting up from the couch, bowed low and promised to remember his words and solve everything like a businessman. His hair fell over his face as he bowed. Jin Young-kal looked at him silently, narrowing his eyes. In front of the entrance to the detention center there was a checkpoint with green gates and signs. Along the walls, almost right up to the ceiling, there were prison bars. In the room for negotiations with the convicts, a bluish light was burning. Jin Do-jun and Kang Moo-sun were sitting at the table. The main character smiled artificially, clasping his palms together. He asked if the director liked the prison food. Kang Moo-sun turned away irritably, putting his fist under his head. He replied that this is the price one has to pay for looking down on a company like Fantasy Investments. He added that it was possible to eat. The smile disappeared from Jin Do-jun's face and he coldly narrowed his eyes. Kang Moo-sun blew on his finger indifferently. The main character thought that the man was still relaxed. Just like Jin Young-kal said, he still thinks that he still has the sword. Kang Moo-sun crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Jin Do-jun put his hands on the table and said that since visiting hours are limited, he will immediately convey the words of director Oseo Hyun. The main character smiled relaxedly and began to say that if he gave all the proceeds from the sale of shares received from companies, or gave all the shares of Dia Construction, then he could offer something. Kang Moo-sun looked at him irritably and told him to get to the point, even though the guy didn't want to. Jin Do-jun lowered the corners of his lips and exhaled quietly. Their shadows fell sideways due to the sunlight. The main character calmly continued to say that this investigation will be completed and he will receive a suspended sentence, and he will also retain his position as an advisor in Dia Construction. He said that the advisor's salary could be very generous and it would be nice if they continued to cooperate. Kang Moo-sun looked at the young man unimpressed, without saying anything. Placing his fingers together, the main character looked coldly at his interlocutor. He said that all statements that he was an unprincipled scoundrel who had sucked all the juice out of a practically bankrupt company would be exposed as a misunderstanding. According to him, when all the dust settles, since Kang Moo-sun is a knowledgeable person, they will hire him as an advisor. The man crossed his arms over his chest and continued to listen carefully to the young man. Jin Do-jun claimed that the press would wrap everything up nicely and present it to the public. Kang Moo-sun looked gloomy as he considered the proposal. The main character understood that with age a person becomes more and more worried about his reputation. The business card of a Dia Construction advisor is not the most respectable, but it is certainly better than the stigma of a criminal who served time in prison for embezzlement. Jin Do-jun looked at his interlocutor with a neutral face. He understood that Kang Moo-sun was a businessman. He should know that if he went to extreme measures, he would lose both his money and his name. The man clasped his hands together and placed them on the table. He stated that director Oseo Hyun is meticulous. He looked at the young man with a slightly arrogant face and asked whether the money he received would go towards the company's expenses. He wondered if this was too expensive for a simple advisor's salary. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms over his chest and smiled relaxedly, answering that in return the advisor would also receive a large salary. Kang Moo-sun smiled widely and chuckled. He stood up from his chair and extended his hand to the young man. The man said that in the end, paying taxes conscientiously is the responsibility of a citizen. Kang Moo-sun asked to take care of him. They shook each other's hands firmly as a sign of agreement. Jin Do-jun smiled at him, continuing to shake hands, and informed him that he would prepare a contract for the position of advisor. The setting sun reflected in the windows of the Fantasy Investments office. Oseo Hyun sat at his desk with a puzzled face and asked if Kang Moo-sun would become their advisor. Jin Do-jun sat on the sofa opposite him and looked at the newspaper. He answered in the affirmative and said that this way they could snatch all the shares from him, and he would only receive the advisor's salary, although they would have to pay him a little more. The sun fell on Oseo Hyun's face. He asked in disbelief if Kang Moo-sun really agreed to the terms. The main character looked up at his uncle. He said that he agreed because otherwise his whole family would have gone to prison, and the money from the sale of shares would have gone to pay taxes and fines. According to Jin Do-jun, he decided that it was better to share with the former director than to send everything to the state treasury. Oseo Hyun stood up from his office chair and put his hands in his pockets. He asked the guy how much he was thinking of giving. The main character replied that Kang Moo-sun wants to receive a salary of 30% of the stock value over the next 10 years. The director of Fantasy Investments sat down on a chair next to the young man and put his fist under his head. He said that overall they are winning, but it turns out that Kang Moo-sun will receive a salary more than the director of Dia Construction. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and replied that in the beginning it will be like this. Oseo Hyun looked at him in surprise, asking again. The main character grinned and answered in the affirmative, looking straight. He said that he plans to give as much as he promised for the first 2 months and then reduce it. Jin Do-jun believed that Kang Moo-sun should also experience the horror of people not being able to get paid. Oh Hyun's pupils shrank. He removed his hand from his face and remained stunned into silence. The main character looked towards the door in the office, crossing his arms over his chest. He said that times are difficult in the country, and until Dia construction reaches a positive revenue, it is necessary to save. The young man looked at Oh Hyun with a grin and said that this is exactly what Kang Moo-sun kept telling the employees of Dia construction when he was once again delaying their salaries. A passenger plane was flying high in the sky above the clouds. Jin Do-jun sat in the first-class cabin and read a book. He was wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. Next to him sat Kim Yoon-seok, who constantly turned his head and looked at everything. The main character turned away from reading and turned to him. He calmed him down and said that they pay for the service here, so Kim Yoon-seok can order something to drink or buy something if he wants. They had a lot of time, so the young man suggested having a drink and relaxing. The assistant still looked awkward, but he agreed. Jin Do-jun continued reading. Kim Yoon-seok turned his head towards him. He started talking about the deputy director of Jin Young-jun. The main character asked again. The assistant looked at his interlocutor and answered in the affirmative. He said that Jin Young-jun was appointed director of Sunyang Construction, but he wanted to go to electronics. But Vice President Jin Young-gi ignored this wish and sent him there. Jin Do-jun smiled relaxedly as he turned the page of the book. He said that the management team has moved to Dia Construction, so there are likely to be many vacancies there. The young man added that he could at least appoint him as executive director, calling him soulless. Kim Yoon-seok looked at his boss and said that he heard construction is a good place, but the position is not the best. He asked if that was true. Jin Do-jun lowered the book and turned to the assistant, asking if he thought so. A shadow fell on the neutral face of the protagonist. He asked where Kim Yoon-seok thinks he has more influence, the manager of Sunyang Electronics or the director of Sunyang Construction. The assistant lowered his gaze and rubbed his neck guiltily. He replied that he did not know and asked if a managerial position at electronics would be better. Jin Do-jun opened his mouth slightly and sighed softly. There were many other passengers behind them. The main character closed the book and replied that any of the tens of thousands of Sunyang employees could drive a car, run errands, and report changes in the company. These words made Kim Yoon-seok look at him in shock. Jin Do-jun turned to him and said with an emotionless face that he was referring to their business relationship between him and the team leader or Kim Yoon-seok himself. He asked him what he thought needed to be done to move from a business relationship to a trusting relationship. The assistant looked confused and tense. He didn't know what to answer. The main character frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that you need to be able to judge a situation not only by obvious events. Putting on a calmer face, he asked the confused Kim Yoon-seok why this or that event happened and what would change and happen in the future. The main character wanted to hear his thoughts on this matter. The assistant guiltily looked away and said something indistinctly. He clenched his fist on his knee as he continued listening to Jin Do-jun. The young man told him that if enough correct thoughts and judgments heard from him accumulated, this would lead to the establishment of a trusting relationship between them. The main character turned away from his interlocutor, but glanced at him. He stated that a business partner can be replaced at any time, but when the relationship is trusting, such a thing cannot be replaced. Kim Yoon-seok shamefully lowered his eyes to the floor and promised to remember this. Jin Do-jun's expression softened and he exhaled softly. With his hands on the book in his lap, he looked at the guilty assistant. The young man told him not to make such a face, because he was not going to evaluate or reprimand him. Kim Yoon-seok objected to him and admitted that he was never able to get rid of the errand boy mentality. He raised his head and, with a selfless expression on his face, thanked the young man for his warning. The main character looked at him with sympathy, but said nothing. He hoped that Kim Yoon-seok would actually remember what was said just now. Jin Do-jun put his hand under his head and continued reading the book. He thought that there are many people who make decisions, but only a few of them implement it. Night had fallen and the plane was flying in the dark sky. Israel, Hexru University. The scorching sun turned the sky orange, and there was a TV tower and many low buildings in the area. All the shelves in the room were filled with books, and the floor was also littered with books and boxes. Stacks of textbooks even lay on the chair, and on the sofa there was almost no free space. A man of several years old was sitting at his desk and typing something on the keyboard. Jin Do-jun sat on a small piece of free space on the sofa next to his books. The man had camera lenses on his desk. His name was Samoa. He had dark skin and a slight stubble on his face. He asked why the Hollywood wizard wanted to meet with him, a scientist steeped in unraveling mathematical formulas. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a slight smile and replied that Hollywood was only part of their investment targets, and they had always paid a lot of attention to new technologies and companies with great potential. And Samoa looked up from the computer monitor and looked at the guy. He asked if they were interested in Coxknightons. The main character with a neutral face turned to him and asked him to explain what it was. The man looked at him silently for a while. He continued to work at the computer while the main character watched him. And Samoa said Coxknightons is a 3D optical solution for determining the accuracy of metal parts or assemblies. He clarified that the name of the method is also the name of the company. Jin-Do-jun closed his eyes in a relaxed manner. He didn't really understand, and it didn't matter to him, because this man is a brilliant scientist whose inventions will be a hit. The young man put his hand on the armrest and said that he would add their company to his list. And Samoa turned to him and asked again. The protagonist's face was illuminated by the bright sun. He said that he came to him because he was interested in technologies that could provide the user with information collected using cameras with minimal error. And Samoa listened to him incomprehensibly and asked how. Jin-Do-jun raised one hand and enthusiastically said that he had read an article about artificial intelligence and a computer pattern recognition system. He immediately corrected himself and said that it was an article by someone from their company, and he understood the concept in general terms. And Samoa widened his eyes and asked in surprise if his interlocutor thought that the concept was so good that it was worth crossing the ocean for. The main character put one hand on his knee and raised the other. He replied that it all depends on where exactly the technology will be used. The guy asked the professor if he had already thought about a specific area, and Samoa put one hand on the table and the other hand to his chin. He answered in the affirmative, but was interested in hearing Jin-Do-jun's thoughts. The main character lowered his eyelids and spoke about the eyes of the car. This caused Samoa to be genuinely surprised, and he raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. Jin-Do-jun started gesturing with his hands and said that he was thinking about applying their technology to a car. He introduced a spider web print and a blue car. Jin-Do-jun enthusiastically asked what if a small camera collected information about the situation around the car and reported it to the driver. He said a car, for example, could beep before making contact with objects outside. The main character looked purposefully at the professor and said that the camera mounted on the rear bumper could show an image on the monitor inside the cabin. According to him, then you won't even have to turn your head when reversing or parking. And if the camera can calculate the exact distance to the car ahead, the number of accidents will decrease. Out of surprise, Samoa stood up from his chair and looked puzzled at the young man, who said that the car would even be able to automatically brake when recognizing a traffic light signal. With an inspired face, the professor said that it is still possible to create lane recognition to stop driving outside the limits. He smiled enthusiastically and said that by converting analog data to digital, it could be included in the car system. Jin-Do-jun smiled softly and contentedly, agreeing with him. He said the ultimate goal is autopilot, where the car can drive itself. And Samoa widened his eyes and pursed his lips when he heard this. Still standing over his desk, he looked at Jin-Do-jun in a daze. The main character got up from the sofa and suggested getting to the point, which the professor did not quite understand. Behind the young man, the sun illuminated the walls of the office. Jin-Do-jun said that he wants to move on to the goal that made him cross the ocean. And Samoa sat in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. He asked if this concept and theory related to investing. The main character looked at his interlocutor with understanding and said that he had not yet talked about the investment conditions, so the man need not be surprised. And Samoa's gaze became confused and incomprehensible. He began gesturing excitedly with his hands, saying that the likelihood of creating such an autopilot was low. He thought it was something on the level of science fiction films. He said that in theory anything was possible, but he didn't know when it would be possible to make it a reality. Jin-Do-jun smiled softly, trying to calm him down. While Samoa looked at him in confusion, the main character asked what could be more beautiful than a dream come true. Jin-Do-jun tilted his head and confidently suggested that he remember the name of their company, Fantasy. At this moment, understanding began to appear in the professor, but he did not say anything. The main character put his backpack on his back and walked to the door. He said he was staying in Shelton. The young man asked him to carefully consider the possibility of investing, and when he sorted out his thoughts, let him contact Jin-Do-jun. The guy looked at the professor over his shoulder with a smile, clarifying that the offer also applies to Coxknightons. And Samoa looked stunned as his interlocutor left. He immediately jumped out of his chair and raised his hand. He promised Jin-Do-jun. Call. The main character took one last look at him as he left the office. He thought that he would soon become the major shareholder of a company with a total value of more than 10 trillion won that has autopilot technology. His white sneakers clicked on the tiled floor. Standing in the corridor, he turned towards the Samoa office. Jin Do-jun was ready to accept any conditions and proposals in order to later increase the share of Ajin Motors in the Korean market with the technology obtained here. He put one hand in his pocket and began to walk towards the exit of the building. The sun painted everything in golden shades. The main character was confident that after this they would be able to compete even with advanced foreign systems. The sky turned pink at sunset, as did the chairman's house. Jin Young-kal was wearing a white shirt and a blue cardigan. He crossed his arms over his chest with displeasure and asked his grandson why he had gone to such a dangerous place. Jin Do-jun sat down on the sofa next to him and replied with a smile that it had been quiet there lately. Jin Young-kal looked at him with irritation and admitted that he could hardly restrain himself from calling, because he thought it would interfere with his work. The main character continued to smile and said that he could call. The young man said that he just went there to get some fresh air. The chairman closed his eyes suspiciously and asked if he really went to the other side of the world just to get some fresh air. He said that since the grandson doesn't want to tell, then he won't ask. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandfather. Jin Young-kal looked at his grandson with understanding and said that was why he was in no hurry to contact him. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Jin Do-jun and Jin Young-kal looked there. Seo Yoon entered the office with an awkward smile, and was surprised that Jin Do-jun was also there. The main character stood up to greet her and her husband. Jin Young-kal told them to sit down as he had something to tell them. The chairman frowned and turned to son-in-law Choi. The man with glasses was sitting next to the smiling Seo Yoon. He immediately reacted. Jin Young-kal frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. He asked if there was any problem with running for mayor of Seoul. Choi replied that everything was going smoothly. Jin Do-jun looked at him in disbelief, but did not say anything. He looked at the faces of Seo Yoon and her husband, realizing that they were joyful. Although this is natural, after all, he will pass the first stage to the position of mayor of Seoul. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and said that it would be like a tub of cold water, but they should know. He said that the ruling party nominated Kyeon-yeol as a candidate for mayor. Choi and his wife were immediately taken aback by what they heard. Kyeon-yeol was a middle-aged man. He was overweight. In Jin Do-jun's past life, he ran as a candidate for the ruling party in 2 national elections for government and mayor of Seoul. Choi and Seo Yoon started to get nervous and sweat covered their faces. For Uncle Jin Do-jun, this is an incredibly strong opponent. The main character looked at his grandfather in surprise. Jin Young-kal smiled and told Jin Do-jun with a grin that he seemed to have wasted his money. The young man with a confused face turned to his grandfather and said that there was no news about this yet. He asked how he knew. The chairman looked away and scratched his ear. He said that Kyeon-yeol called him in the morning to greet him. He said that the party wanted to recruit him and asked what to do. Jin Do-jun raised his eyebrows and asked, puzzled, why Kyeon-yeol was asking his permission to do this. Jin Young-kal smiled slyly and said that Kyeon-yeol took his place thanks to his money. Naturally, he must ask permission to become a rival to his son-in-law. The chairman's face turned ominous and he said that Kyeon-yeol wanted to hear that he would not interfere. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids, feeling disappointed. He understood that judging by this smile, grandfather was enjoying the situation. The main character was confused, and Choi and his wife were talking emotionally to each other. Evening light falls on the mansion. Choi closes his eyes and asks Young-kal to help. He bows deeply. The old man asks the man what he is talking about and is he really planning to stand as a candidate without the certainty that he will win. Choi adjusts his glasses and says no. He just didn't expect Kyeon-yeol to be his opponent. Seo Yoon, with concern on his face, tells his father that he only needs to say one word, because his son-in-law is running for mayor. She adds that just one word from him and Kyeon-yeol will get out of the way. Young-kal asks his daughter if she really thinks that this will all end and that if a stronger opponent appears next, and then asks the question whether he should eliminate him too. Choi and Seo Yoon lowered their gaze. The old man calls them wretches, and then tells them that if they thought that the flower road was waiting for them, then they should give it all up right now. The main character silently looks at his grandfather, with a serious expression on his face. He thought that this applies not only to his uncle and aunt, because his grandfather tells him that creating a political figure who should become his puppet is not an easy task. He wonders if this is another way to test him, and then adds that it's kind of heavy for a test that a 20-year-old guy has to take. The table lamp illuminates only part of the room where the guests and the old man are sitting. The old man points his finger at the man with glasses and shouts at him that instead of whining and asking him for help, he should go and discuss everything with the people in charge. He says that in the municipal elections, the Seoul mayor seat is the most important and how can they miss it, and then tells them that they should take action quickly. Choi and Seo Yoon have surprised expressions on their faces. The main character, the woman and her husband get up from their seats. The main character silently looks at the woman and her husband. Grandfather tells the main character that even though they are adults, as soon as it gets a little heavier, they start crying. He adds that he and his wife raised their children incorrectly. The old man asks the main character if he knows what kind of person Kyan Yal is. The protagonist thought that of course, and very well, because he had already achieved everything as mayor of Seoul. Do-jun tells his grandfather that this is the first time he has heard this name. He thought that all his mistakes were the main topics in the news. Grandfather says that he is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was ambassador to the United States and later held other government posts. He adds that Kyan Yal is already aged, but there is an aura of security around him as he does not raise much dust. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asks, "Does your uncle lift it?" The old man closes his eyes and asks the main character why he is asking this about Sunyang Group's son-in-law. His father-in-law is the chairman of Sunyang Group, and his wife is the director of a department store, so only a crazy person would dare to bribe such a person. He adds that, however, being a son-in-law in such a family is a problem. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. Grandfather crossed his arms and said that because of the IMF, the media trumpets about conglomerates every day. He adds that in this case, will people on the street look at him with affection? The protagonist with a stern look thought that he regretted that he ignored politics, because now he does not remember the elections themselves, nor who was Kyan Yal's opponent. The main character asks the old man if he will help his uncle. The old man asks the main character, "Me, why?" The old man sighs and says that he doesn't care. He adds that if Kyan Yal becomes mayor, he will not refuse his requests, and if his son-in-law is the same story. He smiles and says that he will win in any case, but the protagonist will lose. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that grandfather was not even hiding his joy. Grandfather props his head on his hand and says that without such a large project as the Media City, Dia Construction will become a money-eater and will only bring headaches. But he sent so many Sunyang people there and it seems they will starve. The protagonist smiles falsely and thought that the grandfather wanted to test his reaction. He adds that if he clings to him and asks for help, then he is no different from his uncle and aunt. The protagonist with a calm expression on his face says that Kyan Yal is also a person and he probably has 1-2 fatal weaknesses, and if you find them, there will be a chance to win. He adds that grandfather said that being a Keeball family's son-in-law is a weakness, but it can also be an advantage. Grandfather removes his hand from his face and asks the protagonist, "How?" The main character raises his hands with a smile on his face and then says that being the son-in-law of a Keeball family is a positive quality, because since he is such a rich man, he will not turn a blind eye to tax evasion and corruption. He adds that he can even sell his grandfather. Grandfather with a serious expression asks, "Sell me." The main character raises his palms and smiles, and then says that yes, he can promise that the chairman of Sunyang Group will do a lot for Seoul. For example, build apartments. Young Kal asks why he would do this in Seoul. The main character says that these are just words. He asks whether there are people who do not yet know that the election promises of politicians are nonsense. Grandfather closes his eyes and smiles. Young Kal tells the protagonist that this sounds good, but it doesn't guarantee victory. The main character asks if elections aren't battle after battle, and then says that's why he wants to talk to him at least once. Grandpa asks with surprise on his face, "Shall I talk to Kyan Yol?" "About what?" Do-jun put his finger to his chin and with a thoughtful look asks who knows, and then says that if they have a better understanding with him than with their uncle, they can change the horse. The grandfather with a serious expression on his face tells the main character that he has already invested a lot of money in his uncle, and changing the horse means giving it up. The protagonist smiles a little after his grandfather's words. With a smug expression on his face, he says that we are talking about a business that can bring in tens, and maybe hundreds of times more than 40 billion, so he does not throw away 40 billion, but earns 400. Grandfather with a surprised expression on his face tells the protagonist that his uncle declared and made a fuss about Media City. He asks if it is right for Kyan Yol to fulfill the loser's campaign promise. The main character says that this is a handshake, although his chances are quite low, which is why he wants to meet him. Grandfather silently crossed his arms. Sunlight illuminates an office building. Seo Hyun puts an envelope on the table and says that he knew it. Ordinary people are for peace. The protagonist opens the envelope and asks if they have been released. The man replies that he himself, his older brother and one of his sons are being released. He props up his chin and says it's because they are children of God. The main character smiles and says that first we should report this to the army. In fact, the election campaign began even before it was officially announced. A man with a black tie stands against the background of a symbol with a star in the middle of an anchor. Kyan-Yal's only weakness was his exemption from military service, and his uncles being part of a Keeball family. Choi stands against a background of flags with slogans. One of them asks whose IMF is, the other says that the candidate is against the reform of big business, and the last one says for the rich. When both sides fought in an attempt to slander each other, the grandfather introduced him to one person. This is Kyan-Yal's right hand, the man in charge of his election campaign. If Kyan-Yal becomes mayor, this person will take the place of deputy mayor for political affairs. A black-haired man enters the room and asks the protagonist if he is the one who wanted to meet him. The main character hands the card to the man and tells him nice to meet you, then introduces himself as Do-jun. The man sits down at the table and takes a card, and then says that he was told that there will be a person who will be difficult to refuse. He looks at the protagonist and then says that however, he had no idea that he was from the company that took over the Ajin group. The main character puts his hand forward and thanks the man for giving him his time. He adds that he will try to keep it short so it won't take much time. The black-haired man takes something out from under his jacket. He hands the protagonist a card and says that his name is Kim Gwan-hyuk. The main character silently reads the contents of the card. He moves his hand to the side and tells his interlocutor that since he is a busy person, he thinks that even eating can be difficult, so he took the liberty of ordering in advance so that he could have a snack. He adds that if it seemed rude, then he asks for forgiveness. The black-haired man replies that it's nothing, because he really is a busy man. He says that he doesn't know what the protagonist wanted to talk about, but he will immediately refuse it, especially if it is a request to meet with their candidate. A black-haired man with a wary look asks the protagonist if they have anything to talk about. The main character smiles and thought that his interlocutor was so temperamental. He wonders if he is ignoring him because he is young. The black-haired man looks at his watch. The main character opens his mouth. He tells the man that he is the person he wanted to meet. The protagonist looks at his interlocutor with a calm expression on his face. He thought that he would make him listen. There is a misunderstanding on Gwan-hyuk's face. The protagonist with a small smile on his face says that yes, he did not intend to meet with the Kyan-Yal candidate, and he also has no reason to do so in the future. Gwan-hyuk smiles after the protagonist's words. He says that it turns out that a foreign investor knows how to stir up a Korean politician, and the key is not a meeting with the interested party. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He raises his palms at shoulder level and asks the interlocutor not to misunderstand him, and then says that he has no complaints about the candidate Kyan-Yal. Gwan-hyuk takes the glass, closes his eyes, and then asks if the businessman really insists on meeting him, although he has no complaints. He opens his eyes and asks if he was too harsh with his words. The main character, with a small smile on his face, replies that no, and as he already said, his goal was to meet with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Kim. The black-haired man is silent for a moment. He puts the glass on the table. He crosses his arms and says to the protagonist, "Then let's hear what your goal is." The protagonist thanks the Chief of Staff and then says that it's hard for him since he still doesn't have enough experience. Half of his face is covered in shadow. He asks the interlocutor whether there have been cases when a second person inherited the business of the first. Gwan-hyuk makes a displeased expression on his face. The main character puts his hand forward and says that it's true, the second person remains in secondary roles for the rest of his life. The right hand, which has power, sinks lower and lower over time until it becomes a tail. He adds that her fate is to eventually be cut off from the body of power. The black-haired man makes an angry expression and asks the protagonist to continue. The protagonist, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks his interlocutor what he thinks. Where did the phrases second person and right hand even come from? He adds that this was done so that the masses do not exalt such people and to draw a line, to show that the master and servants are like body and limbs. Between the protagonist and the black-haired man there are many dishes on the table. The main character says that this is just rhetoric, necessary so that people will not be offended when they are thrown away after use. Gwan-hyuk stands up and clenches his hand into a fist. The protagonist remembers how they told him that he was the only one worthy of trust and offered to go together. The protagonist wonders how attractive it is. Men in business clothes stand near a man lying on the ground. One of them feeds the prone man with his foot. Yeon-jun lights a cigarette. The protagonist thought that, intoxicated by these words, he himself volunteered to become a farm laborer. He remembers leaving the airport. He thought that therefore taking responsibility for a crime that he did not commit was something that went without saying. The protagonist remembers how they aimed a pistol at him. He remembers how a shot was fired at him, scaring away the birds around him. Behind the protagonist is an illusory image of him from a past life. The protagonist thought that he was sure that Gwan Hyuk, sitting in front of him, also did not escape this illusion. The black-haired man scrunched his face in anger. The protagonist thought that he just helped him wake up. He smiles a little. He tells the interlocutor that in fact the life of the Kyan-Yal candidate is in his hands. There is a misunderstanding on the black-haired man's face. The protagonist asks the interlocutor whether it depends on his actions whether his political life will be filled with sorrows or joys. Gwan Hyuk is silent for a while. He tells the protagonist that he is young but cunning. He says with a small smile on his face that this is exactly what the person who arranged this meeting was talking about. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He asks the protagonist to stop beating around the bush, and then tells him that if he is the target, then let him say so. He asks the main character what these riddles are for. The main character says that he wants to buy the remaining life of Chief of Staff Gwan Hyuk. The interlocutor with a surprised expression on his face shouts, "What?" The protagonist tells the interlocutor that he is the right hand of a man who has a small chance of getting from the position of Mayor of Seoul to the Blue House. An image of Kyan-Yal appears behind the main character as well as a blue house. The main character says that of course, the fact that he will become the Mayor of Seoul is not yet certain, and the road to the Blue House will be even more difficult. He tells the interlocutor that therefore the probability that he will inherit this position tends to 0. He tells Gwan Hyuk with a straight face that instead of holding on to this meager chance, why don't he sell his future at a very high price? The black-haired man clenches his hand into a fist. With an angry expression on his face, he asks the protagonist what kind of nonsense he is talking about. The shadow covers most of the protagonist's face. He adds that he will also take responsibility for Gwan Hyuk's children. The black-haired man clenched his teeth. The main character tells the interlocutor that he will provide all the necessary help so that they can do whatever they want. For example, live comfortably, while doing nothing. The main character puts his palm forward and says, "Don't get me wrong. I won't demand anything beyond your strength." He adds that all he needs is one word. Gwan Hyuk has a strained vein above his eye. He asks the protagonist if because of this word he can break up with candidate Kyan-Yal. The protagonist puts his hands on his feet and answers the interlocutor that yes, but if the candidate Kyan-Yal really considers him his right hand, he will not quit because of one mistake. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks his interlocutor if this is not a great chance to check whether he is a right-hand man or a simple farmhand. The two interlocutors silently look at each other. The protagonist thought that if the seeds of doubt were already hidden in his heart and now they would blossom, and if not, then he definitely sowed them. Gwan Hyuk seems to have a radiance. The protagonist tells the black-haired man that he has to say just one word that will cause the Kyan-Yal candidate to lose the mayoral election. Just one word, error. He adds that in return he will give him 20 billion. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow. Gwan Hyuk has a shocked expression on his face. He tells the shocked interlocutor that he will launder the money and transfer it wherever he wants. For example, Switzerland or the Virgin Islands would be a good option. In addition, they will appoint him as the director of the fantasy company branch, and if he wants to live abroad, then he can simply name the country, and they will open a branch there. He adds that naturally, he will be able to enjoy all the benefits of his position. The protagonist thought that in any deal the biggest problem is the price, and what shocks you the most is when you couldn't even dream of such an amount. The protagonist looks at his interlocutor with a calm expression on his face. Gwan Hyuk sits with his mouth open. The main character thought that was exactly what Yeon-jun told him when he followed him. The protagonist remembers how he stood opposite his boss from a past life. He thought that the easiest way to contact an influential person was to give him 100 million won as a subsidy for family affairs. He remembers how Yeon-jun smiled maliciously. He thought that 20 billion was the amount for betraying Kyan-Yal, whom he serves. A bead of sweat runs down Gwan Hyuk's cheek. The main character thought that if such a sum was paid to the ruling or opposition party in the form of a party contribution, it would even be possible to buy a seat as a member of the National Assembly elected by the proportional system. The protagonist drinks a drink from a glass with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes. He thought that this was also an opportunity to make someone else's right hand into another person's right hand. The black-haired man has small pupils. The protagonist tells the black-haired man that even without knowing who is asking for it, he just needs to believe. A bead of sweat runs down Gwan Hyuk's cheek. The main character gets up from his seat and tells his interlocutor that he does not waste words and hopes that everything that was said here will remain here. He takes his jacket and tells the black-haired man that he will give him enough time to think, and if he doesn't make up his mind by this time tomorrow, he will find another person. He adds that one way or another there will be someone who will reveal the weakness of the Kyan-Yal candidate. Wan Hayek looks at the main character with a surprised expression. The main character turns to his interlocutor and tells him that in an era when people take out gold hidden deep in their closets in order to join the movement to collect it, many are ready to sell their souls for the sake of 20 billion. Wan Hayek has a shocked expression on his face. Moonlight falls on the mansion. Young Call asks who Gwan Hayek is. Grandfather, with a thoughtful look, rests his head on his hand and asks how he would know him, and then adds that he simply asked an acquaintance to send Kyan-Yal's confidant without telling him his name, so that there would be no problems. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The grandfather removes his hands from his face and asks the protagonist how they talked, if he said that he was going to change his horse, and also if he took the bait about sponsorship. The main character replies that no, he asked him to betray Kyan-Yal. Grandfather asks what, with a surprised expression on his face. The main character smiles and says that he proposed to radically change his life. Grandfather tells the protagonist that he could push Kyan-Yal around, and then asks him why bother with one of his subordinates. The protagonist tells his grandfather that Kyan-Yal is a man of his generation. He says with a small smile that even if he accepts his offer and even if he gives him money for the election campaign, he will not thank him. He adds that by promoting the Media City's business, he will think he is doing him a favor. The result is the same, but the message is different. Grandfather has a calm expression on his face. In a relationship where the recipient of the money looks down on you, you can get rejected. Images of a man with glasses and a black-haired man appear behind the protagonist. He says that people like Uncle or Gwan Hayek will work with the idea of how they can repay the favor they have done. He looks at his grandfather, who has crossed his arms, and then asks him if the people who come at his first call don't bow to him. Grandfather smiles and says, "What a kid. Are you trying to discriminate against the older generation?" The main character is silent for a short time. He wonders how grandfather will appreciate this. Young Call tells the protagonist that he is his grandson after all. He tells the main character that he thought that he would date that hanger on Kim because of Kyan-Yal, and he initially bet on him. Grandfather smiles after these words, with a joyful expression on his face. He tells the main character that he could not even think that the main character would surpass him. The main character has a shocked expression on his face. The main character clenches his hand into a fist and thought, yes. Sunlight illuminates an apartment building. There is a poster of Kyan-Yal on the wall with the slogan, "Make a new soul." Gwan Hayek sits at a long table to the left of the center seat. He has a thoughtful look. He recalls the words of the protagonist with an offer of 20 billion, as well as an appointment as director of a branch of the fantasy company. He clenches his hand into a fist. Kyan-Yal comes into the office with a jacket on his shoulder. The black-haired man asks him if everything is okay. A fat man throws his jacket on the table. He crosses his arms and says that he calls him when he is sad, and now he also plays with him, trying to tame him. Gwan Hayek stands up and asks, "But why the party leader?" The fat man straightens his tie and says that he was notified that the deputies need money for branches in this constituency, so part of the funds for the election campaign will be transferred to them. A bead of sweat runs down the black-haired man's cheek. He thought that maybe now was not the best time to check, but at such moments people often show their true colors and reveal what is in their hearts. So this is an opportunity. Kyan-Yal crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Gwan Hayek asks the candidate to listen to him and then apologizes to him. The fat man asks, "What is it?" The black-haired man says that he will have to leave for about a week on family matters. Kyan-Yal shouts and asks the black-haired man what he's talking about and doesn't he know how important this is, and then asks him to put aside all his business. Gwan Hayek looked down. The candidate tells the black-haired man that he seems like a smart guy, and then asks him why all of a sudden. Kyan-Yal straightens his tie and shouts asking if there are people here who are going home, and then says that he himself has been living in a hotel for more than 2 weeks and can't even really remember the faces of the children. Gwan Hayek has a sad expression on his face. The fat man clenched his teeth. He stands next to the black-haired man, and then asks him if it's true that he should at least once brag about throwing away money. Gwan Hayek replies, "Okay." Kim Yal refers to the black-haired man as his chief of staff. The black-haired man smiles and thought that's right, the situation is not very good, so he didn't have a chance to ask. The candidate opens the glass door and asks his subordinate what happened to the approval rating results from last week. The black-haired man stands up and asks, "What?" Gwan Hayek has a surprised expression on his face. He tells Kyan-Yal that he is ahead, plus or minus, and in the future the gap will only increase, so next week the results should be even better. The candidate smiles and says to the subordinate, "Good job." The candidate goes to another room. Gwan Hayek stands quietly and thought that he hoped Kyan Yal would ask what happened to him, because the person running his election campaign said that he would be absent for a week at a time like now, when every second counts. Gwan Hayek clenches his hand into a fist. He adds that until now he only cared about the personal affairs of his superiors, and not about his own family. He looks at the poster of Kyan Yal and thought that, however, he didn't even bother to ask what was wrong. He adds that he has been serving him for more than 10 years and has never said anything to upset him. Gwan Hayek gritted his teeth. He places his palm on the table. He looked down and thought that he didn't want to rush to conclusions, and then added that probably tomorrow, when everything had calmed down, he would ask what happened. A week later, evening light falls on multi-story buildings. Someone threw another cigarette butt towards the cigarette butts on the ground. Gwan Hayek looks inside the cigarette package. He clutches a cigarette package in his hand. He asks with an angry expression if it is really that much. Behind the fence are buildings in traditional style. Gwan Hayek asks the protagonist if it is true that fantasy has close relations with the Sanyang group. There are many dishes on the table. The protagonist replies that yes, they have already absorbed Sanyang motors. The black-haired man says no. He's talking about personal connections with the owner's family. He asks the protagonist if this is all in order to make their son-in-law the mayor of Seoul. The protagonist is silent for some time after his words. He wondered if he was really saying that from now on he would not be so stupid as to eat bait from his hands. The main character closes his eyes and says that this has nothing to do with him, and then asks if the Sanyang group has any reason to create such an intricate plan to give his son-in-law victory in the elections. The black-haired man closes his eyes and says to the protagonist, "Okay, then let's speak frankly." He opens his eyes and asks the main character why he wants to put Sanyang's son-in-law in the chair of the mayor of Seoul. The main character replies that this is a trade secret that he cannot reveal to an outsider. Gwan Hayek asks, "An outsider?" with a displeased expression on his face. He squeezes his hand and with an angry expression on his face says that he is thinking of becoming a traitor, and they call him an outsider. He asks which side he should take and where he should go. The main character, with a straight face, tells his interlocutor that the moment the Kyan Yal candidate fails, he will receive the money and become their man. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He tells his interlocutor that until then he will live on the border. A bead of sweat runs down Gwan Hayek's cheek. He smiles and brings the glass to his face, and then says, "So what does it mean to be a traitor? A person who will be recognized only after the bridge over which he can return has completely collapsed." Then he says, "Well, let's do that." The main character with a small smile tells his interlocutor that he dares to say that a violation of trust between comrades or friends can still be called betrayal. He stops smiling and says that breaking a trusting relationship with an employer is not betrayal, but the end of a business relationship. Gwan Hayek drinks from a shot glass. The main character holds a bottle of drink in his hand and says, asking his interlocutor whether he really has a trusting relationship with the candidate Kyan Yal and whether he really served him without any desires of his own. Gwan Hayek has a surprised expression on his face. The main character pours him a drink and says that they do not live in the times of feudalism, so now loyalty is a virtue that is disappearing. The main character with a gloomy look asks what kind of loyalty are we talking about when the elder treats his subordinate like a dog. He is not a dog. A bead of sweat runs down the black-haired man's cheek. The protagonist says that mutual respect is necessary. Gwan Hayek puts the shot glass on the table and says, "Let's stop." This is not at all consoling. He looks down and says he's just hungry for money. The main character closes his eyes and says that like many other people, but most of them are losers that cannot earn enough money. A black-haired man with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks why he is better and is it really because he will receive a larger sum. The main character sitting opposite tells his interlocutor that having received the money, he will have the opportunity to challenge his own dream of becoming a member of the National Assembly, and not someone else's right hand. The protagonist adds with a calm expression, "And our fantasy will help." Gwan Hayek asks with concern on his face, "Member of the National Assembly?" The protagonist says that there are 2 years left until the 16th general elections, and whether it is the ruling party or the opposition, proportional or constituency electoral system, they have enough time and money. The black-haired man is silent for a moment. The interlocutors sit opposite each other in silence. Gwan Hayek tells the protagonist to quickly transfer money to Switzerland or somewhere else, and when he contacts him 2 days before the elections, he should prepare journalists to deal a crushing blow. A bead of sweat runs down the black-haired man's cheek. The main character smiles a little and tells Gwan Hayek not to worry about money, and then says that he considers trust to be an important issue, so he won't stab you in the back. Evening light illuminates an office building. Seo Yoon says that even though they will get so much attention, it looks like it will be difficult. She places her hands on her purse and says that with just 10 days left until the election, the approval rating gap continues to widen. Seo Hyun tells the girl that she still has 10 whole days and then asks if she is already giving up. The girl puts her hand to her chest and says that they also don't want to give up, and then asks, however, what they can do about this tendency. She reports that something big is needed to change the situation, but they have already done everything they could. Seo Yoon has a shocked expression on his face. Young Kal says that fantasy gave them 40 billion, so don't look down on Seo Hyun. Grandpa is sitting on a chair, and Seo Yoon and Choi are sitting on the sofa. Grandfather says that with the money of American investors he acquired Ajin and even Dia Construction, and the contract is in the hands of such a person. He crosses his arms and says that they don't know what he can do if they don't win. He adds that they need to conduct a sluggish election campaign or give up and asks them to try to calm down Seo Hyun. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a red-haired girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Seo Hyun props his face with his hand. He asks the red-haired girl if she wants him to turn everything over. A smile appears on his face. Seo Yoon has a shocked expression on her face. There are many dishes on the table. There is an envelope on a plate near one of the men. There is also an envelope near the man in green pants. The man in red pants also has an envelope. The black-haired man with glasses takes the envelope and tells the director that he doesn't know what happened. But unless you eat something like that, you'll get indigestion. Seo Hyun, wearing a white shirt and green tie, puts his hand forward and tells the Puck reporter that this is pocket money. He asks him about little things, which the elder gives. They argue. He adds that even the president sometimes opens his wallet. A black-haired man with glasses brings the envelope to his face and closes his eyes, and then says, "That's a yes." Seo Hyun tells the 5 men present that in return they should stop slandering the fact that the future of Dia Construction is darker than clouds. He adds that everyone should be responsible for their place. The man in the red cap asks, "What?" Seo Hyun, with a serious expression on his face, asks the others to accept his position, and then adds that he needs these people to cut out all the rot from the places, and then asks, "I hope it's clear now." Puck with a smile on his face says that he thought so. It's rat poison. The man in the green tie says, "Here we go again. I ask you to." He picks up the shot glass and says, "Okay, let's shake it." Someone is shouting that today they can relax and get drunk, because the day after tomorrow, after the end of voting, their candidate Ko will become the mayor of Seoul. Everyone sitting at the table pays attention to the noise. A man with hair tied in a ponytail and stubble asks if this is about Ko Kyan-yeol. A man with brown hair asks who this is and if they are his comrades. Seo Hyun thought that he had arrived, and then he closed his eyes and drank from the glass. The mustachioed man asks if it could be that this is a propaganda team. The stubbled man puts his finger to his lips and tells the mustachioed man to be quiet because the voice seemed familiar to him. There is a misunderstanding on the face of Puck and the guy in the red cap. Everyone at the table sits silently. Seo Hyun holds the bottle in his hand and asks what it is, and then tells the others that they will only ruin the taste of the alcohol. He asks them not to worry about anything and just drink. The mustachioed man puts his hand in front of the director and then asks him to be quiet, because they want to check something. Puck and the man in the red cap listen carefully. The brown-haired man with a serious expression also listened. The director made a joyful expression on his face. Someone says that they only have tomorrow in stock, so today's corporate party is to strain their last strength. After the election, he won't forget their hard work. Someone asks the chief of staff if he is sure that he will become deputy mayor. The man shouts, "Hey, do you think I, Gwan Hyuk, am obsessed with this position or what?" The faces of the men sitting at the table become surprised. A shadow covers the face of a mustachioed man. He thought that this could be the deputy of the next mayor. Puck and the brown-haired man look at each other. They thought that this was really Gwan Hyuk. The man in the cap with a serious expression thought what was happening. In the next room, Gwan Hyuk was a key figure in the election campaign. A man with his hair tied in a ponytail takes out a voice recorder. Everyone sitting at the table listens to the voices. A man with his hair tied in a ponytail asks if this is a special report. The black-haired man with the brown tie says no. The chief of staff should inherit the position and become the next mayor. Gwan Hyuk grits his teeth and asks, "What? Inherit?" He slams his hand on the table and shouts that he is the one who will make the Kyan-yeol candidate mayor, and then asks the black-haired man what kind of inheritance he is talking about. A man with a brown tie sits quietly in front of him. Gwan Hyuk shouts that now it's candidate Ko's turn to send him to Yoido, otherwise why would he wipe everything after him? A man with a gray tie asks the chief of staff if these suspicions are true. Gwen Hayek asks what suspicions. A man with a gray tie says that he is talking about exemption from military service. The chief of staff has a surprised expression on his face. He closes his eyes and asks the guy if he is naive or just stupid. He asks whether a high-ranking official like Kyan Yal would send his child to the army. Surprise can be seen on the faces of the men in front of the chief of staff. The chief of staff smiles and says that only people like them go there. Seo Hyun drinks a drink from a shot glass. He looks at the other men at the table. The rest of the men make surprised expressions on their faces when they hear about the release from service. Gwan Hayek raises his hand and tells the others that he is sure that they themselves would do everything possible to avoid sending their children to the army. He adds that he personally created dozens of certificates with a fake diagnosis. He closes his eyes and brings the glass to his face, and then says that, for example, one of the official's children was born while he was working in the USA, so he did not serve in the army because he is a citizen of another country. The man with the black tie replies that it cannot be, because if he were a US citizen, he would have to voluntarily join the army while his father is running for mayor of Seoul. No. Gwan Hayek drinks from a shot glass and says that what he bought for is what he sells for. A man with a gray tie asks the chief of staff why his third son was not released from service and joined the army and the defense forces. The man with the brown tie says, "Oh, that." Gwan Hayek smiles, with a gloomy expression on his face. He replies that it is because he is not his son. The men in front of the chief of staff have shocked expressions on their faces. The men near Seo Hyun also made shocked expressions after talking about an illegitimate child. The director opened his mouth wide and thought that he didn't know this either. They are behind the wall right behind Gwan Hayek. The chief of staff says that he had an affair with an employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He drinks a drink from a shot glass and says that nothing can be done. He was already grateful that his wife included this child in the family register, so after that he was simply sent to the army. One of the guys in front of him then asks why defensively. Gwan Hayek replies that his eyesight is so bad that they didn't take him anywhere else. Seo Hyun and his colleagues listen carefully to the words from behind the wall. The mustachioed man, the stubbled man and Puck start smoking. Seo Hyun thought that he did even better than he expected, and then wonders how soon Do-jun talked him into it. The brown-haired man gave a thoughtful look. The bespectacled reporter's legs are shaking. He takes a cigarette out of his mouth. Seo Hyun puts his hand forward and tells reporters CHU and Rak to calm down. A black-haired man with glasses asks the director in a whisper why this is, whether he can sit quietly by himself. A drop of sweat runs down the company director's cheek. He says in a whisper, "Let's not spread this." He adds that if this news blows up the media tomorrow, then on election day everything will turn upside down. The mustachioed man whispers that it's natural, because this is talking about two things at once that are absolutely unacceptable in their country. He adds that the votes of parents who sent their children to the army can be forgotten, and given that he has an illegitimate child, the female half of the votes will also turn against him. Game over. Seo Hyun says that he is talking about the same thing. He puts his hand forward and whispers that based on ability, candidate Ko is much better than candidate Choi, who is the son-in-law in the Keeball family. He adds that it would be a shame if he fell because of family problems, and then suggests that they just forget about it. A black-haired man with glasses opens his mouth wide and asks how a real reporter would do such a thing, and then says that they must tell voters everything that will help them make a choice. Seo Hyun clenched his teeth. He asks the reporters if they want to do this special report because of the bonus they will receive if Choi wins instead of candidate Kyan Yal. The man with the red cap asks what, with a serious expression on his face. He asks Seo Hyun what he just said. A man with stubble and a man with a mustache are sitting with serious expressions on their faces. Seo Hyun puts his hand forward and says that yes, if the article comes out, the newspaper that published it first will definitely contribute the most to candidate Choi's victory. He asks if Sunyong Group will ignore this and will not want to advertise there. Choi, Puck and the man in the red cap listen carefully to the director's words. The mustachioed man and the stubbled man have surprised expressions on their faces. Seo Hyun thought how naive they were, and then added whether they really should listen to explanations about how much such an article costs. He smiles smugly and thought that he even showed them how to convince the editors. The man with stubble gets up from his seat and tells the director that he will treat him next time. But now he has to go. All the other reporters also stand up and say goodbye to the director, who addresses them. He silently raises his hand in farewell. He pours the drink into his shot glass. He lifts his drink with a smile on his face. Sunlight illuminates a multi-story building. Office workers look towards Kyan Yal's office. The candidate is holding a newspaper in his hands and his hands are shaking. In all the morning news and newspapers there were only articles about exemption from service and an illegitimate child. Kyan-Yol raises his head up. Approval ratings fell 10%. Beads of sweat run down the cheeks of men wearing blue, red, and gray ties. Gwen Hayek is going somewhere. He walks into the office and shouts, "Fools! Who allowed the leak?" He points his finger at the man with the blue tie and asks if this happened because of him. He hits him on the cheek with his palm. He hits the man in the red tie on the leg and asks him if it is him. He hits the man in the gray tie on the cheek and asks, "Huh?" Gwen Hayek stands in front of the worker he beat. He kneels down. He bows to Kyan-Yol and apologizes to him, then says that it's all his fault. Drops of sweat run down his cheeks and he shouts that for the first time in a long time he drank and allowed himself to say too much. He screams and asks to kill him. Kyan-Yol sits silently in his seat. He cries loudly. He is trembling and thought that now he is not a traitor. He smiles and thought that he just made a mistake when he was drunk, and the real traitor is among them. People in green shirts and caps stand on the street and shout, "Candidate number 2 for you. This is a choice in favor of Seoul." 3 of them are holding signs where the hand shows 2 fingers. The man at the microphone shouts that this is the only candidate for the country, and a vote for him is a vote for the security and future of Seoul. People in blue caps are holding cardboard numbers 1. Young Call sits in a white car and hears people in blue caps campaigning for candidate number 1. He remembers the protagonist talking about his intentions. He thought that the protagonist wanted to lure Kyan-Yol's right hand to his side, and then wondered what kind of intrigue he used. The old man with a thoughtful look thought that he had seen many people who devoted their lives to politics. He thought that those of them who had big ambitions and dreams took only the necessary amount of money to gain power, while various worms used power to gain money. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that the right hand of Kyan-Yol was just one of the guys with big ambitions and he was not one of those who could be influenced by money. The driver says they are there. He looks at Young Call. The old man, looking out the window, answers, "Yeah." Multi-story office building illuminated by sunlight. Seo Hyun and the protagonist notice something. Young Call comes into their room. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist and the director that he is glad to see them. Seo Hyun puts his hands forward and tells the old man that they just have time to treat him to a cup of tea. Grandfather approaches them with his hands behind his back. The old man tells the director that he also looks different now, very respectable. The director put his hand to the back of his head and smiles, and then says that recently he couldn't even play sports, so he gained a little. Young Call sits on a chair and crosses his arms, and then tells the director that he did not mean weight, but his position. Seo Hyun turned his head a little without changing his smile. There are cups of tea on the table. The grandfather with a small smile on his face tells the guy that he saw today's news and in the end it turned out just as the protagonist said. He asks the main character how he managed to lure him away. The main character with a smile on his face says that Gwan Hayek is not the kind of person who would be content with the role of his right hand. His ambitions are great, and he simply created the right opportunity for him to show them. Seo Hyun asks the chairman if he received materials with forecasts regarding the elections. Grandfather asks the guys, "Didn't you receive it?" Seo Hyun tells the old man that his information line is on a completely different level than his. Grandfather with a smile on his face says that the difference is 7%. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist. He says with an enthusiastic expression that their survey showed 10%. He adds that both forecasts are poor, so unless something unexpected happens, the uncle will win. Young Call closes his eyes and asks what could happen. There are only a couple of hours left, so there won't be any problems. He informs the protagonist that the project he is working on has now passed stage 5. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that it was really only 5, because since this was his own project in Seoul, it seemed to him that he had already overcome the 7th stage. He wonders if he was too frivolous. The grandfather, with a joyful expression on his face, calls the protagonist a boy, and then asks him if he thought that the same person was setting the table and sitting down. He adds that the protagonist will see that more than one person who wants to eat will come with their spoons. Young Call says that when they can't take care of their plate, they will try to overturn the dining table. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow. He thought that these were not just words, but a warning, because grandfather was the best versed in construction. The chairman addresses the protagonist and the director. The main character answers, yes. Grandfather asks them how they think about leaving the construction of the media city of Sanom to him. After these words, the protagonist's face becomes surprised and he asks, what? He wonders if it was his grandfather who was the first to bring his spoon to his table. Young Call smiles with a gloomy expression and asks them what it is and if they don't like it. A bead of sweat runs down Seo Hyun's cheek. He asks the chairman what he means. Grandfather replies that he means exactly what he said. The old man with a serious expression on his face tells the guys that the company that signed the contract with the Seoul government will be Sunyong Construction. He adds that naturally, Dia Construction will also play a big role. Seo Hyun is silent for a moment with a shocked expression, and then asks if this means that Sunyong is a contractor and Dia is a subcontractor. Grandfather, with a smile on his face, asks why they say that and what subcontractor they are talking about. Grandfather says with a grim smile that they will call it cooperation. The director opened his eyes wide and thought that no matter how greedy the old man was, how could he try to steal the chance that his beloved grandson spent tens of billions to create? The main character asks his grandfather if he is serious. Grandfather closes his eyes and says that he never jokes about such matters. With a serious expression on his face, he asks them if he didn't tell them that they couldn't do it. He adds that now many construction companies are on the verge of collapse. The protagonist's face is obscured by shadow. Grandfather says that those who survive will not miss this chance. The shadow covers half of Seo Hyun's face. Grandfather asks them why they shouldn't consider this project as a national one. The main character asks the old man if he wants to say that it will be difficult for them to lead this project, and the grandfather replies that this is so. The protagonist, with concern on his face, says that then he would not mind help, and then asks whether it is really necessary to take everything. Grandfather asks if this is help. He tells the guys with worried faces that if he doesn't take a step forward, they will be torn to shreds, because the protagonist doesn't even take 20%. He adds that otherwise the construction cartel will abandon his plan and develop a new one in a year or two, naturally, without the participation of Dia Construction. Seo Hyun wrinkled his face. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he tells the chairman that most of the management team is from Sunyong. He asks him if he thinks that such cooperation is already enough, and whether Sunyong Construction really needs to take the initiative. Grandfather sighs and tells the protagonist that apparently he is too young to understand what he is talking about. The chairman shouts to the guys that he was not trying to help them, and then asks them if he is the real owner here, since it is so difficult for them to run the business without him. For a while, everyone in the room is silent. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that he did not understand him at all, and then wondered why he suddenly came. He mentally asks how a person can be so greedy as not to represent Dia Construction or HW Group separately from Sunyong. Grandfather sits with a serious expression on his face. The protagonist wonders if no one thinks about their family ties when it comes to a truly profitable business. A bead of sweat runs down her restless face and she wonders if this is the true character of the conglomerate chairman. The protagonist turns to his grandfather. He tells him that the number of companies dependent on Sunyong Group gradually increased, and at some point everyone began to come to him with requests. Grandfather listens to his grandson. The protagonist adds that he didn't even need to leave his office. With a smug smile, he tells his grandfather that, however, now he personally took this difficult step for himself and came here. Grandfather's face is partially covered by shadow. He closes his eyes and says that he also sometimes goes outside when the weather is good. The protagonist asks his grandfather if this is really so, and then says what it means. He has nowhere to rush. Grandfather asks the protagonist where he should rush. Do-jun, with a serious expression on his face, tells Yang Kal that once his uncle takes office, he will continue with his project. He adds that right now they are the only company willing to do this. With a stern look, he says that they will not allow other companies to extend their spoon to him. Yang Kal smiles and says what it means. The main character tells his grandfather that he, too, understands perfectly well that if you don't take on this project from the very beginning, there won't be another chance, which is why he came running here. Yang Kal has a surprised expression on his face. He squeezed his forearm with his hand. The protagonist with a stern look says that he still cannot understand whether his grandfather is checking him or not, so the best he can do now is to show his will. He looks at his grandfather and thought that even if his grandfather considers his behavior outrageous, nothing can be done. He adds that if you look at it like that, he is no different from his uncle or aunt. The main character tells Yang Kal that since they have little knowledge of construction, grandfather's help would be useful, but he cannot give him everything. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, says that they will take the initiative, and Sunyong will become their reliable partner. A bead of sweat runs down Seo Hyun's cheek. The protagonist says that this is the maximum. Yang Kal is silent for a short time. With a serious expression on his face, He says that if you set your sights on something that you cannot swallow, you will tear your mouth, and then tells the protagonist that he overestimates his abilities and will end up disgracing himself. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. With a smug smile, he asks his grandfather if children don't grow up getting injured, and then adds that he'll try it once. It's as if a flame appears behind Grandpa. With a menacing expression on his face, he asks the protagonist if he has just decided to make him his enemy. All participants in the discussion sit silently. Seo Hyun has a worried expression on his face. The main character says with a small smile, "Enemy." No, he adds that he still believes that there is no better partner than Sun Young. Grandfather gets up from his seat and shouts to the protagonist that if he goes against him, that means that they are enemies. With an angry expression, he shouts at the protagonist that he should think it over carefully, and then they will talk again tomorrow after the vote. He adds that the director should also think about it, and then informs him that it will not be easy for them without him. Grandfather goes to the exit. The protagonist and the director silently look after him. Concern can be seen on the protagonist's face. A white car drives along the road. Young Call looks out the window. The sun's rays filter through the glass. Grandfather thought that now the time had come. The news anchor says that according to the exit poll results, Choi Chan-ji becomes the mayor of Seoul with 42.1% of the votes. The main character watches TV and congratulates his uncle on the phone. Choi tells the protagonist that he will never forget his contribution, and then adds that he hopes that they will continue to work together fruitfully. The protagonist stands near a table with a computer. The protagonist tells his uncle that he is sure he will take good care of him, but the fact that he can call his uncle the mayor of Seoul is enough for him. The protagonist said this with a smile on his face. He hangs up the phone. 30 minutes. The protagonist scratched his cheek and thought that as soon as the exit poll results were shown on TV, he called him with thanks. The protagonist notices that he has a conscience. Seo Hyun shouts to the protagonist that even though they won, he is not happy at all. He puts his hand forward and asks the protagonist what he is planning, and will he really do as his grandfather said, or does he still want to try? The protagonist with a small smile on his face says that he will try to suck up to him. He will ingratiate himself and flatter him, and if it doesn't work, he will go ahead. The director turns away and says that when he told the management team about this, they tucked their tails between their legs. The protagonist says that these people are the hands and feet of grandfather. The director sighs after the protagonist's words. With an angry expression on his face, he says that it looks like they were taken out. He adds that they approached the chairman because they trusted him, and he was thinking of betraying Dia Construction. The protagonist tells his colleague that he is mistaken. The main character looks out the window and says that at that moment it was the best choice. He adds that without the people from Sunyang Construction, they would not have been able to take control of everything. The protagonist, looking out the window, thought that thanks to these people they were able to return the hidden funds and avoid unnecessary fraud. He adds that profitable processes were abandoned, and those that only ate up money were cut out completely. He tells the director not to regret the past, even if something was wrong. He adds that in the worst-case scenario, they will have to give up the Media City project and join Dia Construction to Sunyang. He turns his head and with a smile on his face says that they will consider this as tuition fees, because he is just studying. Seo Hyun with a displeased expression on his face tells the protagonist that he is glad that he learned something, but it was a stab in the back. The protagonist closes his eyes and tells his colleague that he also learned something, namely not to trust anyone. Seo Hyun turned away. The main character thought that despite what was said, he still believes his grandfather, because SMC is a huge business, and grandfather is not such a greedy person as to snatch it from the hands of his grandson. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He wonders what it is. The protagonist tells his colleague that he is going to visit his grandfather and asks him to call if anything special happens. Do-jun holds the door handle and wonders what's going on. He opens the door and thought that he would really have to become the first grandson to give the table he had prepared with difficulty to his grandfather. Moonlight falls on the chairman's mansion. Young Call asks the protagonist if he talked to his uncle. The main character replies that yes, he contacted him as soon as the results became known. Grandfather asks the protagonist how quickly he contacted him. The protagonist with a thoughtful look replies that in about 30 minutes. Grandfather smiles and says that he called him when not even a minute had passed since the announcement of the results. He adds that he said that everything was thanks to him, although he did nothing. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he just called his grandfather to say thank you for not interfering, because for the grandfather, removing his uncle from the elections was as easy as shelling. Pairs. He closes his eyes and smiles, and then he thought that they really should be grateful that a person with such force did not touch them. The main character tells his grandfather that his uncle is simply scared enough of him, and then tells him that he knows very well that his uncle will follow his will even without an order. Grandfather crosses his arms and calls the protagonist savvy. With a smile on his face, he asks the protagonist how is he, will he do what he says. The main character asks the grandfather to allow him to ask a question first, after which the old man allows it. Dujun, with a serious expression on his face, asks his grandfather if he really has his eye on the Marrow project or if there is some other meaning here. Grandfather asks with a surprised expression, another meaning. Which one? The main character looks away from his grandfather and tells him that he doesn't know yet. Grandfather asks the protagonist not to think that everything is so confusing. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he says that there is no other meaning. Because of the IMF, Sun Yong's cash flows have dried up, so he has to grab onto everything he can get his hands on. The protagonist, with concern on his face, asks his grandfather if this really means that he wants to steal a plate of rice from his beloved grandson. Young Call asks the protagonist, and you? The main character, eyes wide open, asks what? The grandfather smiles and tells the protagonist that he borrowed $1 billion, and then adds that no, he didn't even lend it. He asks the main character if he didn't take over the car company by playing with the one and wasn't even a little lenient with the exchange rate. It was literally a robbery in broad daylight. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. He thought that grandfather had not forgotten about this and was going to repay in the same coin. The main character asks his grandfather if he is serious, and he answers yes. Young Call, with a joyful expression on his face, says that this was a serious loss to the company's controlling stake and needs to be made up for lost time. The protagonist is silent with his eyes wide open. The grandfather tells the protagonist not to be too offended, because when Sun Yang becomes the owner of the business, he will take good care of it too. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He asks his grandfather how it should be. This is how. Young Call rests his chin on his finger and says with a thoughtful look that Dia Construction will be able to repay the loan and pay overdue salaries. Dujun says with a serious expression, be specific. Grandfather replies that Dia will take on at least 30% of the construction work. The main character made a worried expression on his face. The protagonist thought that the overall scale was already clear. 30% may not be a huge amount of money, but it's not that small, and judging by how appropriate the percentage was voiced by the grandfather, the management team of Dia Construction regularly reports to him. The protagonist imagines many workers in business attire. The main character holds his knee with his hand and thought that he feels betrayed, but is not going to kick them out, because he will need them when the management of Sunyang Construction is on him. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. The main character asks his grandfather if he will give more. Yang Call closes his eyes and tells the protagonist not to be greedy, because he himself knows that 30% is enough. The main character opened his eyes wide and imagines his father against the backdrop of multi-story buildings. He thought that if he retreated now, the media empire that his father had created would collapse. He adds that the goal is not to make money, so even if 30% is enough, it is not the offer he wants. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he tells his grandfather that he is very sorry. Yang Call, with an angry expression on his face, tells the protagonist that before he speaks, he should think it over again. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, thought that it was too late to retreat. Grandfather opened his eyes wide. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, tells his grandfather that he has been thinking about this since yesterday, but nothing has changed. With a confident expression on his face, he tells his grandfather that it's hard for him to give up on this matter. Grandfather asks what, with a surprised expression on his face. The main character with a small smile says that even if his decision contradicts his grandfather's decision, he will still try. Yang Call, with an angry expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is serious and if he is sure that he will not regret it. The protagonist says that he will not regret it, even if he does not receive a penny from the media city, and will not blame his grandfather, because he has come so far thanks to him. Grandfather wrinkles his face and asks, really? The protagonist replies that yes, but if grandfather steals, he will not contact him for at least several days and asks him to understand. He adds that he thinks he will still sulk. Grandfather silently looks at the protagonist. Young Call smiles after the protagonist's words. His expression becomes serious again and he tells the protagonist that this is a bit weak for a threat, and then asks if he won't even call to ask about his health. The main character gets up and answers that yes, but he will try to limit it to a week. He bows to his grandfather and says that he will go. The main character goes to the exit door. The protagonist has a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thought that from now on he would have to work hard to destroy his aunts and uncles. Grandfather calls the protagonist. The main character turns around and says, yes. The grandfather, with a calm expression on his face, tells the protagonist to come tomorrow morning and suggests that he get some fresh air before fighting. The protagonist looks at his grandfather in surprise. Grandfather looks at his grandson. Evening light illuminates the Sanyang Group building. Yoongi adjusts his glasses and asks if he currently has the most shares. A man with glasses and a red tie answers that yes, except for the chairman. A black-haired man with a blue tie sits next to him. Yoongi asks what about the investors' shares. He asks if they can stand against their father. The black-haired man replies that it will be difficult, because if he cannot inherit the chairman's shares, then he will not be able to obtain management rights. The brown-haired man with glasses clenched his teeth out of anger. He clenched his hand into a fist. He asks with an angry expression what will happen to the shares if his father dies. The two Yoongi men have surprised expressions on their faces. They silently look at their boss. A brown-haired man with glasses raises his hand up, and then, with a smile on his face, asks the two men why they are tense. He asks them to think about his father's age, and then adds that no one would be surprised if he died tomorrow. He explains that he asked because no measures are being taken to transfer rights to the heir or at least prepare for them. The two men in front of him glance at each other. The black-haired man says that 23% of the shares will go to the chairman's wife and about 15% each to the children. Yoongi asks if there is a will. The black-haired man replies that they don't know because none of the group's lawyers received any papers or instructions. But the chairman's personal lawyer may well have it. A man with a red tie tells the deputy chairman that these are just his thoughts, but there will not be a separate will. Yoongi asks him why he thinks so. The man imagines the image of the chairman in front of the back of the company and says that taking into account the shares of Sanyang Group, the inheritance tax will be huge, and so far the chairman has worked to evade this. So if there is a will, then it only contains instructions regarding personal property, not company shares. He adds that this could be a will about the transfer of land, a house, or some things. Yoongi remains silent with a serious expression on his face. He thought that with a normal inheritance he would have to pay hundreds of billions, or even trillions of won in taxes, so most tycoons try to transfer management rights as a gift during their lifetime. A lot of paper money is falling. Yoongi smiles and thought that his father, however, is not one of those people who would want such a tax to be written off from his property in good faith. He asks what will happen if there is no separate will and everyone has an equal inheritance, and what will happen to management rights. The black-haired man replies that the situation will become more complicated, and depending on how everything turns out, the owner of the chairman's office may change. Yoongi crosses his arms and asks the black-haired man what if his mother takes his side. The black-haired man replies that he needs to make calculations. A man with a red tie asks Yoongi if Jin Sangi is his man. He adds that there will be no problems with the chairman's position if the chairman's wife and the director of Sangi are on his side. A bead of sweat runs down Yoongi's cheek. He covers his face with his hand and says that this is wonderful, but still it would be better to sort out the rights of succession before his father dies. A man with a red tie puts his hand to his head and says that there is one more variable. He reports that during the transfer to Sanyang Motors, 17% of the shares were given. Yoongi has a surprised expression on his face. He says he heard that fantasy director Seo Hyun is friends with director Yoongi. Yoongi replies that Yoongi loves movies and he's not interested in family squabbles, so everything will be fine. He closes his eyes and says, "Okay, you can go." The two men stand up from the couch and bow to the brown-haired man with glasses. They open the exit door. Yoongi closes his eyes with his hand and sighs. He removes his hand from his eyes and with a serious expression on his face, he thought that he had to worry about the younger one, to whom he had not even paid attention until now. He stands at the window and looks at the city with his jacket and glasses taken off. He smokes a cigarette. He took off his glasses and, holding his cigarette, mentally asked his father how long he thought he had left to live, because anyway, he would go to the next world empty-handed, so why leave the coal, which would cause complete chaos in the family. He takes the cigarette out of his mouth and thought that he couldn't believe that he was worried about the younger one. He adds that he hoped that the children would not interfere in family squabbles. His shadow falls on the window. He thought that although he was even more worried about how his frivolous older brother would mess things up. The evening light illuminates the forest and the road. A car is driving along the road. Young Call is sitting inside the car. The protagonist sits next to him, wondering where they are going at dawn. Du-jun looks out the window and thought that when he got onto the Western Expressway, he thought they would be heading to Chuncheonam-do or Jeolla-do. Grandpa turns to Du-jun, who makes a surprised expression. Grandfather smiles and asks the protagonist if he is curious where they are going. The main character says that he is going crazy with curiosity, but the grandfather is so serious that he did not dare to ask this question. Grandfather smiles after the protagonist's words. He folds his arms and says that they are heading to the place where the history of Sunyang Group began, Gunsan. The protagonist makes a surprised expression on his face. The main character wonders if this is the very place that is the origin of the Sunyang Group. He remembers the newspaper clippings he read and thought that he remembered the history of the company when he was studying for an exam in a previous life. He remembers a photo of a city with many houses with tile roofs and thought that Gunsan was the site of a Joseon rice warehouse. He adds that this was property left behind by the Japanese after the liberation of Korea. Grandfather secretly hid the rice, which was the most valuable in the warehouse, and then resold it. Moonlight falls on the tall Sunyang Group building. The protagonist thought that the money from the sale became the starting capital for the current Sunyang Group. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his grandfather if that rice warehouse is still standing. Grandfather, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the protagonist how he knows about him. The main character stuttered with concern on his face. He puts his hand forward and says that he was mentioned in many magazines where grandfather gave interviews. He adds that he knows all the employees of Sunyang Group, so how can he, his grandson, not know? Grandfather laughs and tells the protagonist that he is again gaining points in his eyes. He adds that he has 10 grandchildren who only know how to spend his money and only one of them seems to know how he earned it. The main character looks at his grandfather with a serious expression on his face. Grandfather looks out the window and says that during the war the warehouse was given to American soldiers for use. He adds that after some time they returned it to him. He says that now it is a historical museum, and then says that he wanted to preserve its significance, so he donated it to the state. The warehouse is located in the middle of the square. He adds that thanks to this, he can keep it clean without spending a penny of his money. The main character looks at his grandfather and says that since this is historical, then it really turns out that this is his grandfather's museum. The grandfather with a smile on his face says absolutely not, and then asks if he could have left a record of how he stole something. The protagonist, with concern on his face, says that, for sure, grandfather stole the rice then. Young Call closes his eyes. He says that for small thefts they are criticized and punished, but for large ones there will be practically nothing. Grandfather asks the protagonist if he knows why. The main character replies that he is asking because it is a big shot that is not so easy to touch. Grandfather tells the protagonist that this is because truly big thieves are in power. Young Call looks out the window and says that if you give them some of the stolen money on their paw, they will simply turn a blind eye to it. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, wonders if this is the beginning of a conspiracy between business and government. The main character tells his grandfather about what was stolen then, but the old man interrupts him. Young Call says yes, he shared money with people in power. Looking out the window, he says that with the rest, he built a factory and founded a company. He adds that back then he didn't even have time to calculate how much money it brought in. A shadow covers the top of grandfather's head. He says he invested it all in expanding the company. He adds that the factory named Sunyang grew and the number of buildings increased. Young Call closes his eyes and says that now he himself needs to protect himself from thieves. He adds, "This is such a sad story." The protagonist silently looks at the chairman. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he understood everything, and then asks his grandfather if he really said goodbye to his brother in order to protect Sunyang. Grandfather silently looks out the window. A shadow covers the top of the protagonist's head. Du-jun looks at his grandfather and thought that he had stabbed Call Myung's grandfather in the back and then wondered what was going on in his heart. Grandfather says no, he did it to survive. The shadow covers the protagonist's face and he thought that is, he believes that there is nothing wrong with betraying his brother for the sake of his own survival. Young Call, with a serious expression on his face, says that the military seized power, so in order to gain public support, they began to put pressure on businessmen. He adds that at that time his elder brother was the director of the factory, but he knew nothing about running the company, and Sunyang became part of the regime. Two men shout at each other. Grandfather adds that either he or his brother would have been crucified by the authorities. He opens his eyes wide and shouts that it was obvious that if he was captured, Sunyang would fall into the wrong hands, so he decided to be cruel and sold his brother. The protagonist, with a shocked expression on his face, wonders if he betrayed his brother, trying to defend himself, or just wanted to take over everyone. Young Call asks the protagonist, "And you?" The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his grandfather, "What?" The grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is ready to sell his family in order to protect his own. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face and wonders whether he should tell the truth or should he give the answer that his grandfather wants. Half of the grandfather's face is covered by shadow. The main character opens his mouth and thought that it was difficult for him to answer. The main character begins to speak. Immediately after this, the glass breaks. The evening sun shines against the background of the mountains. The protagonist wakes up with a bandage on his head and a bandage on his cheek. The protagonist sees a lamp above him. With a painful expression on his face, he thought that he was alive, and then added that he already thought that he would definitely die. The nurse asks the protagonist if he has come to his senses. The main character looks at the girl. A girl with a tablet in her hands tells the protagonist to wait until she calls the doctor. He places his hand on the protagonist's forehead. The girl smiles a little. The main character closes his eyes. They shine a flashlight in his face. The doctor raises his index finger up and tells the protagonist to follow his finger with their eyes. The protagonist raises his hand and asks if grandfather is badly injured and how his condition is. The doctor asks the protagonist if it means that the person who was brought with him is his grandfather. The main character replies that this is so. The doctor tells the protagonist that grandfather is also fine and he will wake up soon. He asks the protagonist not to worry, because only one of the 5 participants in the accident may need surgery. The main character wonders if it's really 5 and how many cars were involved in the accident. The protagonist lifts his torso off the bed and tells the doctor that his grandfather is the chairman of Sanyang Group, and then asks him to take action before the hospital becomes too noisy. The doctor, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist what he is talking about and is he really trying to get special treatment after he had a minor accident. He adds that first it would be worth calling the police and finding out the circumstances of the accident, and then says that this is a local public clinic and there are no VIP wards here. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, says that he is not asking for VIP treatment, but when Grandpa wakes up, the first thing he will do is look for him, so he must be nearby. He's about to say what else they need to do, and then he says, "Okay, don't. You still won't be able to stop it." There is confusion on the nurse's face. The main character thanks the doctor. The doctor keeps one hand in his pocket and tells the protagonist that they will begin with an examination. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, says that first he will meet with his grandfather. The protagonist thought that informing his family about the accident would be left to him, because for an ordinary person there is nothing terrible. But an accident involving his grandfather could cause fluctuations in the stock market of the entire country. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow. He thought it was better to avoid official disclosure. The main character enters the room and calls out to his grandfather with a surprised expression on his face. Young Call is lying in bed. He asks the protagonist how he feels and if he has any pain anywhere. The main character approaches his grandfather and says that it's just a scratch, and then asks what about him. Grandfather says that the doctor said that everything is fine, and then adds that he is glad to see that the main character is also fine, and then laughs. The grandfather places his hand on the protagonist's hand. The main character asks his grandfather why he is in intensive care. Grandfather closes his eyes and says that he wants to spend at least a couple of days in peace. Young Call says with a smile on his face that he has taken action so that the protagonist can forget about the accident. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, answers, yes. The protagonist, standing next to the joyful grandfather, thought that in any case they were very lucky because he and his grandfather remained alive. The main character remembers seeing a bright light. He remembers how he and his grandfather looked at the light source. He remembers how he tried to cover up his grandfather and thought that his attempt to protect him when he realized that a truck was rushing towards them was not initially calculated. The protagonist kneels down and thought that he only now realized what he was feeling. He adds that the days when he only pretended to be a wonderful grandson to take Sanyang are long gone. The protagonist wrinkled his face and his eyes began to water. Dujun thought that he was his own grandfather and he himself was his grandson. Young Call places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Grandfather looks at the protagonist with a joyful expression on his face. Someone is knocking on the door. The main character and grandfather look towards the door. A black-haired doctor with glasses asks 2 relatives if he interfered with their vacation. Young Call says no and asks him to come in. The doctor takes something out of the package and says that they found the wallet of the man who is currently undergoing surgery. He adds that it was inside and he brought it in case they know him. The protagonist takes the contents of the wallet. He made a surprised expression on his face. The main character sees a card that says that it belongs to manager Kim Yoon-seok from the strategy department of Sunyang Group. He wonders why him. He imagines the image of the driver against the backdrop of the mansion and wonders why someone who should now be resting comfortably at home after work is lying on the operating table. Young-kal, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he knows him and who he is. The main character looks down and answers that yes, this is his driver. He adds that today at dawn it was he who brought him, and then he reports that he told him that he was free. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist remembers how they were driving along the road with their grandfather and thought that manager Kim ignored his words and showed maximum conscientiousness. A white car is driving behind their car. The protagonist thought that he wanted to fulfill his duties of accompanying him until he returned home. Yoon-seok sits behind the wheel of a white car. Young-kal silently looks at the protagonist. Grandfather asks the doctor if they can save him. The black-haired doctor replies that they are doing everything possible. The grandfather tells the doctor to be sure to save him, and then adds that perhaps he saved them. The doctor closes his eyes and answers, "Yes, Chairman." He goes towards the exit. Young-kal smiles and tells the protagonist that he is a good guy and has met someone like him. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that the person sacrificed his life for him and then adds that it seems unreal. Grandfather closes his eyes and says that many people went to prison instead of him, but no one would sacrifice their life. He adds that the protagonist is probably thinking about how to repay him. The main character, with a sad expression on his face, says what he thinks because he is not the only one indebted to him. Grandfather, with a joyful expression on his face, says that yes, he too is in debt to him. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells his grandfather to get some sleep and then adds that he doesn't think they can do anything here, at least until the operation is completed. Grandfather lies down on the pillow and says that yes, he will rest a little. The protagonist covers him with a green blanket. Grandfather sleeps with a smile on his face. The main character looked at the card with a sad expression. He looks at her silently. There is a sign outside the 5-story building that says, "Protecting citizens is a matter for the police. We work for the safety of citizens." A policeman with 4 badges on his shoulder strap says that the commissioner called him. Haki in a black jacket asks the policeman if they have figured out the situation. The brown-haired policeman says that further investigation is necessary, but the traffic police already have their version. He draws a diagram on paper and says that judging by the marks on the road surface, the chairman's car was parked at a traffic light and the truck left the intersection on the left. He adds that the steering wheel may have broken, but in any case it should have crashed into the chairman's car. Haki says that then he would have been seriously injured. The policeman puts his hands forward and answers that yes, but at that moment another BM brand was standing behind this car and before the truck crashed into the chairman's car, he drove into it with a roar. He reports that tire tracks are clearly visible on the asphalt, which indicates a sharp start of the BM. He adds that thanks to this, the truck's trajectory changed. There were tire marks on the road. Haki lowered his gaze and remained silent. The policeman tells him that he assumes it was the auto attendant who accompanied the chairman, and then asks if he is right. A man in a black jacket wants to ask if the BM driver could have done something, but a policeman interrupts him. The policeman closes his eyes and says that this is nonsense and no matter how reliable this German car is, the driver would not survive a collision with an 8-ton truck. Haki says that it turns out that the chairman's car met with a secondary accident. He asks the policeman if he found out the identity of that driver. In the background of the police officer is a painting with the police coat of arms. The policeman replies that yes, he had a wallet with him. He adds that the manager Yoon-song is from the strategy department and then asks if he knows him. Haki thought that everything will soon fall into place and then asks the policeman what about the truck driver. The policeman, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he also received serious injuries and is now undergoing treatment. He asks the man in the black jacket not to worry because he assigned a detective to him and therefore the culprit will not escape. Haki rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. The policeman asks him if this case seems strange to him. A man in a black jacket raises his hand at shoulder level and then answers that no, it was early in the morning and the truck driver probably spent the whole night behind the wheel and simply dozed off. He asks, doesn't this happen? The policeman rests his chin on his finger and says that they also think so, but a more thorough investigation needs to be carried out. Haki addresses the policeman, calling him chief. He puts his finger up and asks him if he can give him information about the truck driver. The policeman replies, oh, yes. He puts a folder on the table and says that there is a truck number and information about the driver. He was about to say something about further investigation, but a man in a black jacket interrupts him. Haki, with a serious expression on his face, tells the policeman that the commissioner will contact him again soon, and the case should simply be closed. The policeman asks, what? with a surprised expression on his face. The man in the jacket tells the policeman that he understands that information about the chairman's accident will have a bad impact on many areas, and the victim is their employee, so there should be no problems. The policeman silently looks at the man in the jacket. The policeman with a smile on his face says that since the Senyang group will do this, then the matter is in the bag and therefore they can do as they please. Haki thought with a gloomy expression that this matter was over. He looks at the diagram under the folder and thought that all that was left was to go to the hospital and shut everyone's mouths there. Young Call lifts his torso off the bed and asks Haki if he took action. The man in the black jacket replies that yes, he told the head of the site to hush up the accident and met with the head to once again remind him not to disclose the details of the incident. Grandfather is silent for a short time. Haki reports that he also ordered a secret check on the truck driver. He adds that if they dig around, they will find something. Young Call made a surprised expression. With a serious expression on his face, he asks the man in a black jacket, "Why is this? What are you thinking about?" A bead of sweat runs down Haki's cheek. He bows and says that he is thinking about the same thing that the chairman is thinking about. He adds that if the chairman does not have any concerns, then why has he not yet contacted the family? Grandfather holds his hands on the blanket and sighs. Young Call says with a serious expression that no one knew he was going to Gunson. He adds that it is definitely the case that the driver fell asleep at the wheel. Sunlight is reflected in the window. Grandfather says that they will only be able to check it when he wakes up. Haki tells the chairman that he took Dujun with him to Gunson. With a serious expression on his face, he asks him what it meant. Haki thought that the warehouse in Gunson was the starting point for Senyang Group and a secret place that less than 10 people knew about. In the middle of the square there is a warehouse building. The entire building, including the basement, has been turned into a museum, the personal museum of the Yongkal chairman. Behind the open door there is a descent to the basement. This is, in fact, a storehouse of little things from his childhood to the present time that awaken memories in him. There are photos of the Yongkal family on the wall, a museum of memory, which allows you to calmly look back and look at the life path of the chairman. It was there that Yongi, the eldest son, and Donggi, the second son, received the status of heirs. Haki imagines the images of Yongi and Donggi. He looks at the chairman and thought that perhaps the chairman wanted to give the status of the third heir to Dujun. The man in the black jacket was thinking about something else and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Yongkal, with a smile on his face, asks the man in the black jacket if Dujun is missing something. Haki puts his hands forward and then says no. Despite his age, everyone knows well what an outstanding personality he is. The grandfather says his sons were overjoyed the day he told them to manage Senyang Group well. He adds that he wondered what expression Dujun would have at that moment, but, unfortunately, he was never able to see it. There is a window in the foreground. Yongkal says that he has a serious character, so his facial expression would probably be calm, or he could even wave his hand and refuse. Haki asks, "Yes, really." Grandfather closes his eyes and says that he is such an intriguer. He looks at the man in a black jacket and tells him that this guy, who was barely 20, had a subordinate who was ready to sacrifice his life for him. After this, he asks Haki if he could die for him. A man in a jacket with a smile on his face says that not now. After all, he has a wife and 3 children who are just waiting for his death so that they can happily spend all the money. He adds that it would be extremely disappointing to die in such a situation. Yongkal makes a surprised expression on his face and tells the man in the jacket that he has also aged and it seems that even he is afraid of death. A man in a jacket asks the chairman with a sad expression on his face if he is offended. The chairman smiles after his words. Yongkal tells the man in the jacket that he already spent 3 years in prison instead of him. He tells the subordinate that even if he doesn't say it, he should know that he will always be grateful to him. Haki smiles and says that instead of words, he received money, so he knows how the chairman feels. Grandpa closes his eyes and thinks that he can't believe that Haki speaks so freely in front of him. He looks out the window and thought that a lot of time had passed. Someone is knocking on the door. A black-haired doctor tells a man in a black jacket that they are looking for him. Haki replies that he is already on his way. He bows to the chairman and says that she just in case he contacted the security service, and now he needs to go out on business while the old man should rest. Grandfather answers, yes. A man in a black jacket heads towards the exit of the room. The chairman looks out the window again. Evening light illuminates the multi-story building of the Ganju Medical Center. A man in a black jacket stands in front of Yongi, and Donggi. He says that after the operation, the chairman was transferred to intensive care and the doctors say that the results will be known tomorrow. A drop of sweat runs down the face of the protagonist's father and he asks, "Tomorrow?" The man in the jacket silently looks at the protagonist's father. Yongi has an angry expression while Donggi has a serious expression. Haki looks at them. A brown-haired man with glasses and a brown tie shouts that he cannot stay in some provincial hospital and needs to be transported to the Shenyang Medical Center, and then adds that no, we need to call the best doctors. The man in the black jacket replies that he needs to wait for now because the slightest shock is dangerous for him. He invites them to observe a little, and if everything goes well, they will transport him to Seoul. Yon asks if they should just fold their hands and wait then. Donggi asks Haki what his doctor's opinion is and what they say. The man in the black jacket replies that they cannot guarantee anything either. Half of his face is covered in shadow. He reports that he will have to monitor his condition for the next 48 hours. Donggi lowered his gaze and turned his head to the side. Yongi props his chin with his hand and turns away. The main character's father looks at Haki with a serious expression on his face. The deputy chairman has a thoughtful look. Donggi wrinkled his face. The protagonist's father lowered his gaze. Haki is watching them. The deputy chairman shouts and asks the man in the jacket why he didn't immediately report to them if they called him. He asks what it is and why his own children find out about everything only half a day later. Haki covers his face with his hand and says that this was the order of the chairman. He adds that he was just following instructions in case something happened to him. He bows and asks for forgiveness from the men in front of him if it offended them. He made a gloomy expression on his face. Haki stands near Young-Kal and tells him that he should tell them the details of the accident. The grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, asks his subordinate if he wants to observe the reaction. The man in the black jacket replies that yes, surely someone will move, if this is not an accidental accident, but a planned one. Grandpa smiles and tells Haki that it looks like he doesn't think it was just an accident. The man in the black jacket apologizes to the chairman, and then asks him if this is not the reason he asked to be transferred to intensive care. Grandfather opens his eyes and answers, well, we'll do it as you want. Haki silently looks at the chairman. Young-Kal, with a happy expression on his face, says that thanks to this he will be able to relax here for a couple of weeks. The man in the black jacket replies that he will tell Dujun too, because he is a savvy guy and will understand everything. Donggi asks what about Dujun. The protagonist's father tells him that he is fine and is recovering. Haki bows and tells the man in front of him to continue communicating, and then informs him that he needs to check the situation. He adds that he will if something happens. He walks down the corridor. Yongi made a dissatisfied expression and gritted his teeth. Donggi invites the vice chairman to talk for a while. The deputy chairman adjusts his glasses and replies that he also has a couple of questions. The protagonist's father asks two other men if they have to do this right here, and then asks them to stop. A man with dark hair and a blue tie puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and then tells him that it's not what he thinks and then asks him not to worry about any nonsense. Two men leave the protagonist's father. Yoongi silently looks after them. Moonlight illuminates the Ganju Medical Center building. Donggi and Yoongi are walking through the square. A man with dark hair asks the vice chairman if he knows too, and then adds that it is unlikely that only he was told. The vice chairman replies that yes, and then adds that he heard that the accident happened on the way to Gunsan, where he was traveling with Dujun. Donggi asks his interlocutor what he thinks about this. Yoongi asks his brother if he is really interested in his thoughts or just wants to express his assumptions. A man with a blue tie asks his brother if he is really that curious. The brother keeps his hands in his pockets and answers that no, he doesn't care what he thinks about there. Donggi gritted his teeth in anger. Yoongi, with a serious expression on his face, asks his brother if he now suspects that he caused the accident, and then says that if his father suddenly dies without distributing the inheritance, he will have a huge advantage. He adds that Dujun can be ignored. A bead of sweat runs down Donggi's cheek. He tells his brother that he is not sure whether he will have such a huge advantage, because it will take some weather to make changes to the shareholder structure. The vice chairman shouts that he is the eldest son and when his father dies, he will be his closest relative and it will be his face that will appear in the newspapers and news. He adds that if you ask anyone, everyone is sure that he will become chairman, so both shareholders and branches will be on his side. The man with the blue tie made a displeased expression on his face and clenched his teeth. He thought that the eldest son without a family takes responsibility, and the youngest with a family takes only honors. He opens his mouth and asks, is that so? He asks his brother, who is looking at him, if he really did this. Yoongi made an angry expression. Donggi looks at his brother's face with a serious expression. The brother with glasses looks at his brother with the same expression. The deputy chairman adjusts his glasses and tells his brother that he already knows what he will say. The man with the blue tie asks his brother not to evade the answer. Yoongi, despite looking at his brother, replies that of course, it would be a pity if his father didn't wake up at all, but for him it's not that bad. He looks at his brother and says this is his answer. Part of the face of the silent Donggi is covered by a shadow. He straightens his hair and tells his brother that no matter how idiotic he is, he would not have caused such a stupid accident. He asks his brother why Dujun was there. The hospital building and trees are illuminated by moonlight. Yeongi tells his brother that he can find out on his own, because this is his specialty and he has people everywhere. The brother with the blue tie looks at his brother and asks him to promise only one thing, that he will not hurt the child. The man with glasses smiles and closes his eyes, and then asks his interlocutor why he is now pretending to be kind. He opens his eyes and tells his brother that if Do-jun becomes a threat, he will be the first to take action. Dong-gi made an angry expression. A black-haired woman is singing on the TV screen, and another woman is standing behind her. Someone knocks on the door of the room where Yang-kal and the protagonist are sitting. A doctor and an orderly entered the room. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, wonders why they have such faces. Grandfather asks the doctor if the news is not very good and if Yoon-seok's condition has worsened. The black-haired doctor replies, "No, chairman." The doctor looks at the orderly. The brown-haired man reports that Yoon-seok is recovering even faster than they expected. He adds that judging by biological signals, he will soon regain consciousness. The protagonist smiles after the doctor's words. Yang-kal, with a serious expression on his face, asks the doctor and the orderly what happened to their faces. The brown-haired orderly tells the chairman that his examination results have arrived, and then adds that a small tumor was discovered. The protagonist has a shocked expression on his face. Do-jun shouts with a shocked expression, "Tumor? Do you mean cancer?" The grandfather with a serious expression on his face informs the protagonist that the doctors are not finished yet. The protagonist looks down and says, "I beg your pardon." The black-haired doctor tells the grandfather that there is nothing to worry about, because based on the size, this is an early stage. He adds that it can be completely removed surgically. Grandfather asks the doctors why they are so pale. The black-haired doctor says that the tumor originated in the brain. The orderly adds that this is a rather delicate area. Yang-kal has a shocked expression on his face. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that it was really a brain tumor. The protagonist's body is covered by a shadow. He thinks that until now he has not been able to find out why the real Do-jun died in the past, and then adds that the only information that is available is that he died in an accident. He adds that this is why he takes various actions to stay alive. The main character looks at his grandfather. Yang-kal has a deadpan expression on his face. The protagonist thought that his grandfather's brain tumor was a completely different matter. He remembers the photo of Yang-kal, which is in the flowers. He thought that in his past life, the founder of Senyang Group Yang-kal died at 78 years old. That is, next year and as far as he remembers, from illness. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that his grandfather had really died from a brain tumor. The brown-haired doctor puts his hand forward and says that at the moment there are no metastases, but the tumor is so small that it is difficult to determine whether it is malignant or benign. He adds that thank God she was discovered early. Grandfather says that he underwent a medical examination about a month ago and there was no tumor. The brown-haired doctor props his chin with his finger and says that in this case, most likely, it is a malignant tumor, so it is better to have an operation as soon as possible. Yang-kal, with a calm expression on his face, asks the doctor to prepare everything, and then says that he will say when it is possible. The doctors look at each other with confusion. The black-haired doctor shrugs and says that this is just a local government clinic, there is not enough equipment here, and it will be difficult to provide ideal care. He adds that the significance of the name of the chairman of Senyang Group cannot be ignored. Grandfather listens to the doctor's words. The black-haired doctor says that their clinic has not yet had experience working with VIP patients, and under such pressure there is a higher risk of making mistakes. Grandfather closes his eyes and scratches his cheek and then says that he really wanted to relax, but apparently it won't work. He opens his eyes and says that nothing can be done, and then asks who is the best doctor in Korea. Looking at the protagonist, he says that he must live long enough to see him get married. The protagonist makes a surprised expression on his face. Grandfather smiles looking at the protagonist. He asks the doctors to discuss all the details with Director Lee, and they bow and answer, yes. The main character turns to his grandfather. Yang-kal takes the protagonist's hand. He tells the protagonist that he is his treasure, which brings good luck because he saved him so many times. The main character replies with surprise on his face, "What? I?" Grandfather asks the protagonist if his faithful assistant saved them. Then he adds that the main character also hugged him at that moment to protect him. Yang-kal closes his eyes and says that now he is even lucky that thanks to the accident, the disease was discovered before it became irreversible. The protagonist bit his lower lip. He says no, all this is because grandfather is destined to live a long life. He adds that the operation will go well. Grandfather, with a joyful expression on his face, replies, "Of course." Someone is knocking on the door. Haki enters the room and tells the chairman that he heard about the results of the examination, and then asks him how he feels. Grandfather replies that everything is fine, because it is a simple operation and therefore there is nothing to worry about. He adds that it was lucky that the tumor was discovered early. The man in the black jacket looks down, and a bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Young Call crosses his arms and tells his subordinate that he is fine, and then asks him not to make such a face. He adds that now certain measures need to be taken. Haki replies that yes, the doctor here recommended Professor Jun Shik from Yonel University Hospital. He adds that he will meet with him personally to set a date for the operation. The chairman replies that this is good and then asks the subordinate to tell the children that an additional operation is ahead. Haki says that this will probably surprise and scare them a lot. Yang Kal looks down and says that in this state, someone will make a mistake. A tall office building illuminated by moonlight. Seo Yoon, wearing a black dress and black and white coat, sits on the sofa and says that she hopes such a late visit is not too rude of her. Seo Hyun, sitting in front of her, replies that no, it's not even midnight. He looks out the window and asks what about Mayor Choi, because he should have at least congratulated him on his victory. The red-haired girl with a smile on her face says that he is now at a meeting on personnel selection for the Seoul government. She tells the other person that they know he did a hard job, so she thanks him on behalf of her husband. Seo Hyun, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the girl what happened since she is here at such a time. The girl replies that they recently contacted her and said that her father had an accident. The protagonist's colleague thought that from her face it looked like it was a minor accident, and then wondered why she was telling him about it. He asks the girl if the chairman is okay. The girl straightens her hair and says that he was transferred to intensive care after surgery, so even if she flies to him as fast as she can, she won't be able to meet him. There is a misunderstanding on the face of the protagonist's colleague. He looks at the girl who turned away from him and thought that her father was in intensive care at such and such an age, but she didn't even raise an eyebrow. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Seo Yoon looks at the protagonist's colleague and smiles. Her face with a gloomy smile is covered by a shadow and she asks her interlocutor whether she should make a fuss. The protagonist's colleague made a worried expression on his face. Seo Yoon and Seo Hyun look at each other. The protagonist's colleague silently looks at the girl. The red-haired girl closes her eyes. He folds her arms and says that this is how they live, and if her father dies, she will be more worried than upset. She reports that she does not have many shares in Sanyang. Seo Hyun looks at the girl with a suspicious look. He tells her that she was born into the Jin family, so she had to give up the emotions of ordinary life. He adds that he understands. Seo Yoon replies that she knew that they were on the same wavelength. The protagonist's colleague with a smile on his face tells the girl that since she looks so calm, then he can talk to her openly. He adds that it looks like Chairman Jin is coveting the Mapo Media City project and has therefore told them to give it to him. The red-haired girl with a surprised expression asks, "Father?" Seo Hyun with a serious expression says that yes, that's exactly what he conveyed to Do-jun. The girl covers her face with her hand and tells her interlocutor that it's funny to watch how they worry for nothing. The protagonist's colleague asks, "Am I worrying for nothing?" The red-haired girl with a wide smile on her face says that he has no such thoughts, because the father intends to make his grandson the heir, and then asks if he would steal something from this child. Seo Hyun made a shocked expression. The red-haired girl closes her eyes and says that her father had an accident in Gongju and Chungcheong Namdo. She adds that naturally, along with Do-jun, his expression becomes even more shocked. He shouts and asks what's wrong with Do-jun and if he's badly hurt. Seo Yoon, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, tells the director that he will show his humanity and concern later. She adds that she doesn't have time for such conversations now. The protagonist's colleague with a serious expression on his face asks what the situation is now. The girl with a smile on her face tells her interlocutor that if her father and Do-jun don't wake up, then what will happen to him? Seo Hyun, with an angry expression on his face, screams and asks the girl what she is talking about now and what it means. The red-haired girl raises her hands at shoulder level and tells her interlocutor not to get so excited because she came to him with an offer. The wide-eyed colleague of the protagonist thought that he and Do-jun were not related by blood, but now he is very worried about whether he is seriously injured. He wonders if this is humanity. He gets up from his seat and thought that at the same time his daughter, when her own father was wounded, would come to him with absurd proposals. The girl put her hand to her cheek and said that if her father dies without specifying an heir to the shares, she and Yoongi will each receive 11% and therefore it turns out to be 22%. She reports that, of course, for a controlling stake you need about 15% and maybe even less, but probably both of her older brothers already have a little more. Seo Hyun covers most of his face during the day. He thought she was counting shares. The girl says that however Sanyang Motors is now HW Motors and the company owns a controlling stake of 17%. She adds that if you add everything up, it comes out to about 30%. With a grim smile, she reports that 30% is a sufficient basis to take the place of chairman of the company. Seo Hyun asks with a stern look, and Seo Yoon sighs at the man's words. She tells the protagonist's colleague that if he helps her become the captain of a ship called Sanyang, she will give away at least 10 decent branches, and if they join them to the HW group, she will become the head of a corporation that is in the top 20 in the business circles of Korea. Seo Hyun looks at the girl with a serious expression on his face. He closes his eyes and tells the girl that she made a mistake in her calculations. Seo Yoon, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the man what this means. The protagonist's colleague opens his eyes and says that Yoongi is his close friend and he is closer to him than to her, although they are not even relatives. He adds that if they unite with her, then his share will become insignificant, but it should be the other way around. A bead of sweat runs down Seo Yoon's cheek. Seo Hyun with a malicious smile asks the girl to help Yoongi become the captain of a ship called Sanyang, and then he will give her 10 or even 15 decent branches. He adds that this is how it is correct. The girl is silent for a while. Soon the girl smiles. She tells the director that he is amazing and for that matter, she must reveal the secret. The man asks the girl the secret. The red-haired girl tells the director that when their father dies, their mother will inherit a fairly large share of the shares, and she will never give them to Yoongi because even now she avoids opportunities to look him in the face. Seo Hyun looked wary. He then asks the girl what she meant by saying that Do-jun will become the heir. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face tells her interlocutor that although he is not the only heir, among all of them the father definitely recognizes only him. Seo Hyun raises his hand and tells the girl that if Do-jun becomes one of the heirs, there is no need for him to unite with her at all. He asks the girl if it is true that she has no shares. The girl closes her eyes and puts her hand forward. She asks if Do-jun, now in his early 22nd, will inherit Sanyang. She adds that even if so, he will not be able to save her. He opens his eyes and reveals that it is because he does not have the true power of the company. Seo Hyun asks the girl if she means Sanyang's extensive connections. Seo Yoon with a malicious smile tells the man that he is smart, and then says that one call is enough for his father for the prime minister to come running. She asks if he will come running if a 20-year-old boy calls. The protagonist's colleague with a serious expression asks the girl what she really thinks. Without an official statement from the chairman or his approval, there will be a prime minister who will come running when she calls. The red-haired girl scrunched her face. Moonlight illuminates the hospital building. Yoongi and Seo Hyun enter the room and shout the protagonist's name. The main character holds a newspaper in his hands and looks at his father and colleague. The protagonist smiles and turns to his dad and uncle. The protagonist's colleague asks Do-jun if he is seriously injured. The protagonist replies that he is fine, only bruises and abrasions. The protagonist's father touches his son's face and asks him if this is true. The main character replies that yes, he was examined from head to toe and nothing special was found, so they should stop worrying. Yoongi and Seo Hyun look at each other. The main character smiles a little while looking at them. The protagonist's colleague asks Do-jun why he is in Gwangju. The main character reports that they were going to Gunsan to the Joseon warehouse. When the protagonist explained why they were driving to the Joseon warehouse at dawn, Seo Hyun slapped his knee. The protagonist's colleague hits his palm with his fist and says that he understood everything, so the trip there was just a stupid ritual. The protagonist's father asks the protagonist's colleague what he is talking about. Seo Hyun asks Yoongi if he even understands what is happening. He points his finger at the protagonist's father and tells him to listen carefully, because the chairman has planned to make Do-jun the successor of Sanyang Group, although not the only one. The protagonist's father asks, "What?" with a surprised expression on his face. Do-jun opens his eyes wide. The protagonist remembers how he and his grandfather were driving in the car. He wonders if this was really the case because they didn't just go to the museum to get some fresh air. The protagonist imagines images of Dong-gi and Yoon-gi and then thought that he was on his way to becoming the third heir after his two uncles. The protagonist sits in bed with a surprised expression on his face. Seo Hyun crosses his arms and says, "Just look at this treacherous boy." Then he asks if a person looks like this when he has heard the long-awaited news or if he has already foreseen this. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his uncle how he knows. The protagonist's colleague closes his eyes and puts his hand to his neck and then tells the protagonist that he met with his aunt before coming here. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks, "Aunt?" Half of Seo Hyun's face is covered in shadow. He says that he thought she was meaning to talk about the media city, but instead she said that there was an accident in Gwangju and Chungcheongnam-do. The director tells the protagonist that although his father still doesn't seem to understand what's going on. Yoongi looks at his friend with confusion on his face. He crosses his arms and closes his eyes, and then says that he understands and asks him not to expect much. The director, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the protagonist's father, "What?" The main character looks at them with misunderstanding. The protagonist's father says that Yeongi and Donggi were appointed heirs this way. It's a very simple ritual. The protagonist listens carefully to his father. Yoongi, with a gloomy expression on his face, says that the father was supposed to tell the protagonist the story of the Senyang group and then say, "And you will continue this story." Seo Hyun covers his face with his hand and then asks the protagonist's father how he knows and if he was there too. Yoongi adjusts his glasses and says that his older brother proudly boasted about it when he returned, and then says that he was terribly happy to hear that he became his father's heir. Seo Hyun, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist why he says not to expect much and doesn't this mean that Do-jun is also the successor. He adds that he may receive a 1/3 share from Senyang Group. The protagonist's father, with a serious expression on his face, tells his friend to look at the company's shares now, and then reveals that the eldest and middle brother inherited less than 10% of the shares, and 20 years have passed since they became heirs. He asks him if he still doesn't understand. The protagonist's father addresses his son. The light reflects off his glasses. The protagonist listens carefully to his father. Yoongi tells his son that the chairman is incredibly greedy. He looks down with a sad expression on his face. He reports that his greed is so great that a common man cannot even imagine. He imagines an image of Young-kal with a malicious smile. The protagonist's father adds that he terribly hates giving what is his to others. Yoongi tells the main character that everything will be the same even if these others are his own children. The room is illuminated by blue lamps. A bead of sweat runs down Seo Hyun's cheek. The protagonist looks at his father and thought that he agreed with his father's words, but could not say that he was 100%. The protagonist remembers his grandfather from the time when the protagonist was little and thought that the fact is that the grandfather whom Yoongi sees and the one he sees are different. Young-kal lifts the small protagonist above him. The main character with a sad expression on his face thought that dad said that grandfather is incredibly greedy, but he has a desire that is stronger than his greed, and that is the prosperity of Senyang. Sunlight illuminates the Senyang group's multi-story building. He imagines the images of Yeongi and Donggi, and then mentally asks why in 20 years the two eldest uncles received less than 10% of the shares. He adds that this is due to the fact that the girl does not expect Senyang to prosper under their leadership by more than 10%. The main character smiles after these thoughts. The main character thanks his father for not expecting anything. The father, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his son what this means. The main character tells his father that he thinks it is not his destiny to become the heir of Senyang, and then asks if the accident was not a sign from heaven. He adds that he would be grateful if he received at least a small share of the shares. The protagonist's father opened his eyes wide. Seo Hyun looks at the main character and thought, just look at him. His face is covered in shadow. He thought that he knew all the dark intentions of the protagonist, but he says such things without blinking an eye. Yoongi places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He tells his son that he is glad that he thinks so. Seo Hyun wrinkles his face and looks at them with confusion. Sunlight illuminates the Munal University Hospital building. Haki tells the chairman that the directors and management members are shocked. Grandfather asks if the rumors have already spread. Sunlight falls on the door to the chairman's chamber. The man in the black jacket tells Young-kal that no, they did not report the accident to the outside world. Grandfather crossed his arms and closed his eyes, and then said, "What does it mean?" The children moved. Haki replies that yes, everyone is feverishly trying to determine the situation in other branches. Grandfather smiles and says that this is a chance to find out who is behind his two sons. He has a smug expression on his face. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a man in a black jacket, and he thought that when the chairman's operation was over, a lot of blood would be shed. Young-kal asks his subordinate if it is possible that someone has requested outside investment. Haki adjusts his glasses and says that not yet, everyone is careful not to let anyone know too much. A shadow covers the face of a man in a jacket, and he tells his grandfather that it seems that both sons had nothing to do with his accident. Young-kal asks his subordinate, why, with a surprised expression on his face. A man in a black jacket with a serious expression on his face tells the chairman that he overheard their conversation. They are both well aware that if he dies in this condition, the structure of the conglomerate will be shaken. Grandfather crosses his arms and with a smile on his face says that he is lucky that his sons are not completely fools, because they realize that the structure of the company is in a dangerous situation. Haki tells Grandpa that even though there are some suspicious aspects to the accident, there is still a high chance that it was just an accident. Grandfather replies that then it's worth digging further. Someone is knocking on the door. A black-haired man in a gray jacket comes into the room and asks the chairman if he is okay. The grandfather with a smile on his face tells the man who came in that he has come a long way. Drops of sweat run down the man's face and he says that naturally he had to come, and then asks his grandfather how about transporting him to Senyang Hospital right now. Head of Senyang Hospital. He adds that their surgical department has many talents prod by Professor Jun Skik. The chairman asks the man if he thinks that he came here because he does not trust his own hospital, and then says that he needs to recruit Junskik, who has sung so many praises in medical circles. He adds that he will get this friend so that he can use him wisely and then laughs. There is concern on the face of the head of Sanyang Hospital. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that he could not be fooled by this smile. Grandfather says that's what it's all about. The head of Sanyang Hospital asks with a surprised expression, "What?" Young-Kal, with an angry expression on his face, asks the head of the hospital where the tumor came from and didn't he assure him a month ago that everything was fine. The head of Sanyang Hospital thought that he knew it was a matter of responsibility. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek and he thought that if he made a mistake now, he would be finished. He reports that he is embarrassed to say this, but a month ago the tumor could not be determined. He says with a worried look on his face that it's probably about a rapidly developing education, but they haven't checked the CT scan results yet, so he can't say for sure. Grandfather, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks the head of the hospital if this means that he wants to say that she was definitely not there during the medical examination. The head of the hospital bows and agrees with the chairman, and then informs him that he was thoroughly examined and the results were double-checked by dozens of doctors. Grandfather, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, replies, "What kind of person is he? After all, he just asked," and then tells the head of the hospital that he makes him feel awkward. The head of the hospital bows deeply and asks for forgiveness. Grandfather made a serious expression on his face. He puts his head on the pillow and tells the head of the hospital that he can go, and then adds that he wants to get some rest. Grandfather says he tells the head of the hospital to make sure once again that the operation will be performed here, and then asks him if he understands what he is talking about. The man in the gray jacket stops bowing and then answers, "Yes, Chairman." Haki and the chairman look towards the outgoing head of the hospital. The grandfather asks his subordinate what he thinks, and then adds that he thinks it was not intentional. The man in the black jacket adjusts his glasses and says that the Munal University Hospital says the same thing. He adds that it was undetectable. Grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, replies, "I see." Grandfather conjures up images of doctors with Sanyang Hospital in the background. He thought that the hospital had hidden information about the brain tumor. He imagines 3 wrecked cars and thought that the accident happened at a very inopportune time. He adds that everything seems to be going according to someone else's script. Half of Young-Kal's face is covered in shadow. He asks his subordinate to assign the little man to the chairman of the commission. Haki replies that he has already taken steps to find out who he was contacting. The grandfather tells the man in the black jacket that he is great, and then adds that in a couple of months they will hold a meeting of the board of directors and fire him. Haki asks, "Will you fire me?" Grandfather shifts his pupils to the side and says no matter how much he thinks, he cannot come up with other options. The man in the black jacket closes his eyes and says, "Okay." Evening light illuminates the Gongju Hospital building. The main character bows and thanks Yoon-seok. The driver lies in bed with the top of his head, arm and legs bandaged. He looks at the protagonist and is silent. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the driver if it could be that he has problems with speech. Yoon-seok, with a smile on his face, answers the protagonist that no, his words just confused him a little. The main character silently looks at the driver. He tells him that he has a lot of questions, so he will ask them one by one and then asks him not to worry too much. The driver replies that he also wanted to talk, otherwise his tongue was itching after 10 days of rest. The main character looks at Yoon-seok with a sad expression on his face. He asks him if he can tell what happened that day as far as he remembers. The driver made a serious expression on his face. He answers yes. He reports that he thought that the chairman's car would be accompanied by a secretary, but only one car went. He remembers how he was driving behind the chairman's car. He reports that the protagonist said that he allowed him to leave, but leaving work at dawn was somehow strange. Yoon-seok yawns and holds the steering wheel with one hand. He tells the protagonist that although in truth the protagonist changed the car, so he wanted to test it, because it was early in the morning and the roads were clear. The main character with a sad expression on his face says that yes, they were lucky that they changed the car. He tells the driver that the accident was terrible, but at least he survived. Yoon-seok addresses his boss. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, allows him to speak. The wounded man reports that this concerns the accident. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. The driver says that, to be honest, he is not entirely sure, but it was not by chance that the truck turned around in traffic. His face is covered in shadow. The main character, with a shocked expression on his face, asks the driver what he is talking about. The driver remembers how it all happened. He is sitting behind the wheel of his car. He noticed a truck. A truck drives down the road behind the trees. He took a closer look at the drivers in the cab. Yoon-seok tells the shocked protagonist that the driver was waiting. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. The protagonist, with concern on his face, asks, "Waited?" Yoon Seok replies that he's not sure, but that's how it looked. The main character, with his eyes wide open, thought that this was really not an accident, but a planned accident. He wonders who the culprit is and who was his target. The protagonist remembers how the girl smiled and thought that it was really working out. The grandfather knew this and hid the unpleasant situation, saying that everything was fine. The main character made a sad expression on his face. He tells the driver that perhaps he was embarrassed to say this, but asks him not to misunderstand. He adds that he is not trying to interrogate him or question his words. Yoon Seok's face shows confusion. The main character asks the driver why this sacrifice is necessary, because he could have died. He adds that no one can even say that he miraculously survived. The driver is silent for a while. He tells the protagonist standing above him that it seems to him that in that short moment he made a decision and thought that this could be a great chance to make a profitable deal. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks, "A deal?" The injured driver asks the protagonist if he remembers that when he and team leader Shin first met him, he offered to become his man. The protagonist remembers telling Yoon Seok that loyalty is not required from him, it's just a deal. He adds that he will provide him with enough money, and in return he will do something for him. The main character replies that he remembers and thought that he said this to push them towards self-development. He adds that he would never have thought that it would result in such a situation. The driver says that after waking up from a coma, he thought about it, and then asks how much this deal is worth and what needs to be written down in the contract field for it to be successful if the life of his boss is at stake. Yoon Seok smiles and tells the protagonist that it is now his turn to fill in the blank. He adds that there must be something there worth trading for his life. The main character looks at the driver with a calm expression on his face. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He thought that Yoon Seok had never been a loyal servant. The main character, looking at the wounded driver, thought that Assistant Kim instantly grew up, and then adds that it's normal when you almost die. The protagonist smiles after these thoughts. Shadow covers half of his face. He asks Yoon Seok what he wants and how about getting a lump sum payment or some amount for the rest of his life. A drop of sweat runs down the driver's cheek, and then he asks, "What?" He has shifted his pupils and is looking at the ceiling. He looks at the protagonist and says the second thing, because he will receive a lump sum payment from the chairman. The main character, looking at him, thought that grandfather was also in this deal. He asks the driver to think slowly and then adds that if he wants a lump sum payment, he will give a huge amount that will take 3 minutes 4 pairs of hands. Yoon Seok, with a smile on his face, replies that no, he has already decided that it will be an installment plan. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He asks the wounded man if he is serious. The driver replies that of course, he still doesn't know what the thrill is in spending huge amounts of money. He adds that he only knows that the pleasure quickly wears off. He tells the protagonist that if he continues to work with him, he will be able to have more fun than spending money. The main character looks at the wounded man with a surprised expression. A shadow covers his face. The main character tells Yoon Seok that he doesn't know if he remembers, but his words are still relevant. The driver asks what words. The protagonist, with a gloomy expression on his face, tells the driver that if he doesn't have the skills, he can't stay with him. Half of the driver's face is covered by shadow. The main character says that he knows that nothing can compare with saving his life. He adds that he has money and only he can use it to express his feelings, but going further together has a different meaning. The protagonist made an indifferent expression on his face. Yoon Seok shouts that he will try, developing his skills and abilities to work with the protagonist, and if this is not enough, then the main character just needs to be told and then he will resign. The protagonist raises 3 fingers. He shows 3 fingers to the driver and tells him that no matter what serious mistake he makes, he will give him 3 chances. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, informs the driver that, however, the 4th mistake will put an end to their relationship. Yoon Seok shouts with worry on his face that he will make sure these 3 chances never come in handy. The protagonist and driver are silent for a short time. The main character smiles after the driver's words. The protagonist asks the driver to take care of his health and then he can come to Seoul. Evening light falls on the Munil University Hospital building. Someone knocks on Yoon Seok's room. The wounded man says, yes. Haki enters the room. The wounded driver has a surprised expression on his face. Young Kal comes into the room wearing a hat. Yoon Seok has a shocked expression on his face. He turns to the chairman who approaches him. Young Kal puts his hand forward and asks the man in the bed to lie down. The chairman tells the lying man that in the hospital, the one with more injuries is considered the eldest, so for the sake of an old man like him, it is not worth getting up. He took the hand of the lying man. The driver makes a surprised expression on his face. Young Kal thanks the wounded man with a smile on his face, and then says that it is not easy to throw a young life into the fire to save the life of an old man. Yoon Seok, with a worried look on his face, tells the chairman that no, because there are better young people than him, so there is no need to worry so much. Grandfather asks the wounded man how and if it turns out in the end that he did it for Do-jun. The driver answers with a smile on his face, yes. The old man replies, okay, thank you. He holds Yoon-seok's hand with his other hand and tells the injured man that he is much more grateful for saving his grandson's life than his own. A shadow covers the chairman's face. He sits down on a chair near the bed. Young-kal, with a serious expression on his face, tells the wounded man that he wants to reward him generously for this, and then asks him to speak and adds that he will do anything. Yoon-seok has a surprised expression on his face. The old man leans on a cane and tells the lying man that there is no need to mention such things as housing or expenses for the children's education, and then reveals that his family has already moved into an apartment in Gangnam and he has taken full responsibility for his children's education. He adds that, of course, he will pay not only for school, but also for all additional clubs and the like so that the children can study. A bead of sweat runs down Yoon-seok's cheek. The grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, thought that he had removed a variable such as family stability, which everyone considers a priority. He adds that now that the problem of the house and children has been solved, the wounded man should show his greed. The wounded man looks at the chairman and thanks him. Grandfather puts his hand forward and says that it's not worth it. This is quite natural. He adds that he is a little ashamed to silence the man who saved his life with money, but he is only an old man and can only give him that. Yoon-seok looks at his grandfather and says that he doesn't need money. He tells his grandfather that all people like him worry about is housing and education for their children, and he has already taken on these worries and he couldn't ask for more. The shadows of the man in the jacket and the old man fall on the floor. Young-kal makes a surprised expression on his face. He looks at the wounded man and thought that if he had asked for billions or tens of billions, he would have given, but really he doesn't want to. He adds that the moment has come when he can completely change his life, but he refuses such a chance. Yoon-seok lies with a smile on his face. The old man is silent with a surprised look. He closes his eyes and laughs, and then says that the world is full of greedy people, but he doesn't want anything from an old man who only has money. The driver tells the chairman that in fact, he himself doesn't really know what he wants. Young-kal exclaims, wow, with a surprised expression on his face. He then asks if it is possible that he should know something that even he does not know. Yoon-seok replies that it is true, however. Grandfather closes his eyes. He looks at the wounded man and asks him if he has heard that in life a person is given 3 chances, and the man answers that yes. The old man tells the injured man that he has already missed 2. The wounded man replies 2. Yoon-seok thought that this was the first chance of his life, but has he really missed 2 already? He adds that not knowing what this meant, he continued to look at the chairman. Young-kal says the first chance is to meet good parents. He adds that if you are born into a rich family, half of your dreams are already realized and all you have to do is try a little. He asks the wounded man if his parents are rich. Yoon-seok says no. The old man tells the man what it means, he missed the first chance, and then asks him if he knows what the second one is. The wounded man asks if this could be the university. Young-kal closes his eyes and replies that yes, the world has changed a lot and in the current era, even a rundown university is a chance. He reports that in Korea, connections are made at the university and not in their hometown or school. He imagines students having fun together, students reading textbooks, 3 students talking to each other, and at the end he imagines former students talking to each other in business suits. The old man says that university is the best place to make connections, so this is the perfect chance to completely change a person's past. Yoon-seok made a sad expression on his face. He asks the old man if this means that he had 1 chance left. The old man against the background of the evening sky replies that no, this means that the chance is right in front of him. Yoon-seok has a shocked expression on his face. Young-kal, with a serious expression on his face, asks the wounded man what about this, and then offers to give him an amount of money that was not even held in the hands of a rich man who was born to good parents and received a brilliant future after Seoul. He asks the lying man if this will suit him. Yoon-seok opens his eyes wide. The old man looks at Hak-yi and says, look at him. He adds that he said from the bottom of his heart that he rushed to save Do-jun, not him. A man in a black jacket looks at a lying man. Yoon-seok says it's because he's Do-jun's man. The old man asks the lying man if he would risk his life for his grandson, and then asks him if this is what he wants to say. The wounded man says that he wanted to say that he wants to be as close to Chief Do-jun as possible, and not completely put his life in his hands. Half of the old man's face is covered by a shadow and he asks his interlocutor why. Yoon-seok asks the old man with a surprised expression, what? Young-kal says with a menacing expression that there is only 1 life, and then asks why he wants to stay close to his Do-jun. The old man sits with a serious expression on his face. Hostility is felt in him. A bead of sweat runs down Yoon-seok's cheek. The man lying in bed says that he also wants to stand proudly in front. The old man, with a slightly angry expression on his face, asks, what? Yoon Seok imagines himself standing in the shadows and says that he always had to remain invisible, like a shadow, so he felt embarrassed about his role. He adds that Do-jun asked him what he wanted and he replied that he didn't want to be ashamed of his role, but to be proud of it. Starkey gripped his cane tightly. With an angry expression on his face, he asks the wounded man how dare he. Haki adjusts his glasses. The old man with an angry expression on his face asks Yoon Seok if he really planned to use his worthless body and then stick to his grandson like a leech and suck his blood forever. He adds that people like him only tie his hands and feet to Do-jun. The wounded man opens his eyes wide. Yoon Seok rises from the pillow and shouts to the chairman that he has not thought about such a thing for a minute, and if it turns out that he is holding back the head of Do-jun, then he himself will resign. The old man gets up from his seat and shouts to the wounded man to shut up, and then says that right now he is throwing away the third chance with his own hands. He grits his teeth and tells the driver that people like him are always like this. He adds that they are fools because they cannot distinguish the dirt in front of them from soybean paste. Yoon Seok makes a surprised expression on his face. The old man leaves and tells the wounded man that he will not take away what he has already given, but will immediately throw him out as soon as he gets stronger. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he tells Yoon Seok that if he finds out that he is hovering around Do-jun again, he will take away his worthless life. A bead of sweat runs down the wounded man's cheek. He turns to the chairman. The chairman closes the door behind him with a bang. The wounded man opened his eyes wide. He looked down and his face was covered in shadow. The main character puts a bag of spiced chicken on the table. The main character asks his grandfather why he suddenly asked him to come, and then adds that he bought him chicken and spices and thought maybe they would like it. The old man crosses his arms and addresses Do-jun, and the main character sits on a stool and asks, yes. Young-kal, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he knew that there was one person here who wanted to become his mongrel. The main character with a smile on his face asks his grandfather if he means assistant Yoon Seok. The grandfather answers that yes and reports that he offered him a lot of money, but he refused just to stay close to the protagonist. He asks the protagonist if it could be that he has already allowed him to do this. The main character replies that he decided to give him a chance, but with a condition. Grandfather asks what this condition is. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he said that he would forgive him only 3 times if he ruined things for him. He adds that since the assistant saved his life, he will give him 3 chances, and then asks if this is not enough to repay the debt. The old man looks down and answers yes. Young-kal asks the protagonist what he thinks is the virtue of a dog. The main character asks with surprise on his face, dogs. Do-jun rests his chin on his finger and makes a thoughtful look. He puts his hands forward and asks his grandfather if this is not loyalty to the owner, because there is even an expression faithful dog, so it is loyalty that is associated with dogs. Young-kal replies with a serious expression that this is the wrong answer. The main character, with misunderstanding in his voice, asks, what? Grandfather looks at the protagonist and says that loyalty stems from honesty, because it is not loyalty that makes the owner move in the right direction, but appropriate criticism of his dog. He turned his head slightly towards the protagonist and said that when the owner goes along the wrong path, a real faithful dog should stand on his road and force him to change direction. The main character smiles and asks if loyalty does not mean following the master even if he is wrong. He adds that there is even an expression, blindly devoted. Young-kal closes his eyes and smiles, and then tells the protagonist that he is cunning because the dignity of a dog is selflessness. The main character opens his eyes wide. Grandfather closes his eyes and tells the protagonist that by giving their entire body and mind, they do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. He opens his eyes and looks at the protagonist, and then says that unlike loyalty, it has no conditions. Young-kal asks the protagonist if he thinks he is selfless. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, is silent for a while, and then says that it has been like this until now. The old man with a smile on his face asks the main character, and the reason. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he did not hide his true feelings. He thought that there was no need for long explanations. He is one of those people who understand important things from 1 or 2 words. Grandfather closes his eyes and tells the protagonist that, however, he has already made a mistake. The protagonist was surprised and asks his grandfather which one. Grandfather closes his eyes and says that he told him that he wants to serve the protagonist. The old man opens his eyes and asks the main character whether a dog should ask others for permission in order to choose its owner. The protagonist opens his eyes wide and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Young-kal, with a serious expression on his face, tells the protagonist that he simply made it clear that he is higher than the main character. The protagonist, with a shocked expression, thought that this was such a trifle and at the same time no, he is his grandfather and the chairman of the company, and this could already be enough, but this is not just about hiring an employee, but about the person who will become his hands and feet, although this alone is not enough. The protagonist squeezes his knee with his hand. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He asks his grandfather if it is possible that he made some other mistake. Young-Kal says that the person who decided to become a mongrel said that he wants to be a confident person, and then asks if the dog has self-respect. He adds that even if the owner hits it, the dog must come running at his first call while wagging its tail. The protagonist's face is obscured by shadow. He thought that this was the second mistake. The main character asks his grandfather what the third mistake was. The old man with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks the protagonist if he still wants to give him a chance. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that they have an agreement and he does not want to be the one who refuses the promises given to his subordinates, like worn-out shoes. The protagonist remembers Yeonjun with a malicious smile from his past life and thought that if the virtue of a subordinate is selflessness, then the virtue of a leader is being true to his word. He remembers being shot in his past life and thinking that he couldn't become someone like Yeongi or Yeonjun. Half of the old man's face is covered in shadow. He tells the protagonist that he is missing a lot. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he is just preparing, like many others. The old man with an angry expression on his face shouts that there is no shortage of talented people in Sanyang. He can choose anyone from there. The main character replies that he has no such connection with them. He adds that he can always make them his people and they will be good, but he needs something more. The old man clenched his teeth. He scrunched his face in displeasure. Young-Kal gets out of bed. He goes to the exit and asks the protagonist to follow him, and then says that he will show him how he will make the third mistake before his eyes. The old man clenched his teeth and asks the protagonist to look carefully at who he is more afraid of and who he is eyeing. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that he understood what exactly he wanted to check now. He imagines a dog and thought that if Yoon Seok's assistant decided to become his person, he should not pay attention to the chairman next to him. He adds that, as grandfather said, the gaze of a selfless and faithful dog should be directed only at the owner. The protagonist with a serious expression thought that this is not so simple. He is the chairman of Sanyang, who is also much older than his current employer, that is, him. He looks after his grandfather and thought that naturally he would pay more attention to him. Yoon Seok rises from the pillow and makes a surprised expression on his face. Young-Kal and the protagonist enter the room. The driver made a shocked expression. The main character looks towards the driver. The driver with a frightened expression on his face wonders who his gaze is directed at and for whom he will open his mouth. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He bows to the protagonist and apologizes to him. The chairman has an angry expression on his face. Yoon Seok cries and tells the main character that this is where their cooperation with him ends, because he lacks too much and will only disappoint him. The old man clenched his teeth in anger. The main character looks at his subordinate with an ordinary expression. He smiles after seeing how the driver behaved. Yoon Seok lowered his head. He has a depressed expression on his face. The main character looks at his subordinate. The chief, with a serious expression on his face, tells the driver that he doesn't know what happened, but he gave up too quickly. Yoon Seok reveals that he didn't realize this before and only realized it now. He adds that he saved the protagonist with his body, but was guided by a selfish desire to get something more. It would be foolish to deny this. Grandfather lowered his gaze. The main character asks his subordinate whether there are people without desires. He adds that when a chance comes, he grabs it and uses it to satisfy his desires. Yoon Seok, with a frustrated expression on his face, says that however, he lacks abilities and his skills are at the very bottom. He adds that he thinks he was too greedy. The driver reports that the chairman reminded him of his boundaries and then thanks him for it. Grandfather looks at the subordinate protagonist with a dissatisfied expression on his face and remains silent. The main character looks at his grandfather and thought that although the chairman is next to him, Assistant Yoon Seok first of all addressed him. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, wonders what grandfather will do now. The grandfather asks the protagonist to go out for a while because he needs to talk with this young man. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. He bows a little to his grandfather and answers, "Okay." The main character grabs the door handle. Young-Kal sits down on a chair next to the wounded man. The main character looks at his subordinate before leaving. Yoon Seok lies with his eyes downcast. The grandfather with a serious expression on his face asks the driver if he is serious because he risked his life and only received an apartment and an education for his children. Then he asks him if he doesn't think it's unfair. The wounded man is silent for a while. Yoon Seok with a small smile on his face tells the old man that he will just be content with a short but colorful sleep. Grandfather looks attentively at his interlocutor. The wounded man looks warily at the old man. Young-Kal smiles and replies that it is good. There is something in the way he obediently surrenders. He adds that he will give him so much money that he will live without needing anything. He adds that he won't have to worry about everyday life. Yoon Seok replies that no, because he is still young, so he cannot spend his life idly, just spending the money that was given to him. The grandfather tells the man that if they give you, take it, if they beat you, run, and then asks what this prose is for. He adds that this is his chance to live on everything ready-made. A shadow covers Yoon Seok's face. He smiles and says that it was his dream to come prepared and not worry about anything. He looks at the old man and says that however, after meeting with the head of Dujun, he realized how stupid and immature he was. The old man asks him why. He imagines a lot of people having fun at a party with a lot of food and throwing money around, and then says that he works in the planning department and that's why he hears rumors about how Executive Dujun's cousins live. He adds that they all have unlimited cards on which the money does not run out no matter how he spends it. He adds that anyone who sees them will understand that they live a vibrant and enviable life. The old man asks with a stern look, and Yoon Seok imagines the image of the protagonist and says that leader Dujun is also a third-generation keyball, but he has never seen him waste even a day or even an hour. He says that the protagonist heads to work at Yoido at 7 a.m. The driver stands behind the protagonist, who is walking with a newspaper. Yoon Seok says that the protagonist has a snack at a small restaurant near the office and returns to work. He adds that he doesn't understand how he does it. The protagonist sits at the table, drinks tea and reads a newspaper. There is a bowl of food in front of him. Yang Kal silently looks at the wounded man. Yoon Seok looks at the old man and says that he is not sure that he can live the same way if they give him a huge amount. He adds that he will probably waste both his money and his life, but he doesn't want to do that. The old man closes his eyes and sighs. He opens his eyes and tells the man that no matter how much he screams, that he tries, no one will hear. He adds that the world is full of people working tirelessly, but at the same time barely making ends meet, and then asks whether he wants to waste his life on such cries of suffering. Yoon Seok lowered his gaze and said what he thinks, it's still better to suffer hard than to just waste your life. The grandfather, with a serious expression on his face, tells the wounded man that he heard Dujun gave him 3 chances. Then he asks, what if you don't succeed? Yoon Seok says that he is already grateful for his work, and then asks what else he can say. The old man asks the wounded man why he didn't ask him about it then. He adds that one word from him and he could become Dujun's man. Half of his face is covered in shadow and he tells the wounded man that, however, he missed this chance. Yoon Seok tells the old man that it is because his words made sense. He adds that he realized that he really was shackling leader Dujun hand and foot. He squeezes his hand and asks the old man whether he would be pleased if someone pulled him down. He adds that that's why he wants to stop being like that. The old man closes his eyes and sighs, and then says that he thinks Yoon Seok will still be useful since he realized the whole situation so quickly. Yang Kal stands up and tells the injured man, okay, I won't throw you out. He adds that he will find a suitable vacancy, and after that he will continue to work in the company. The driver looks down and asks the old man if he didn't just ask him to stop feeling sorry for him. Yang Kal replies that he understands, you won't be nice by force. He opens his eyes and tells the driver that he wanted to ask him something, but started talking about something else. Yoon Seok says to the old man, speak, chairman. The chairman, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks the driver if the situation with the truck was an accident. Yoon Seok, with a gloomy expression on his face, says that he has already told Dujun's boss about this. The old man, with a surprised expression, asks, what? He wonders what this guy really told Dujun first and what that means. The old man smiles and answers, I see. The main character sits on the sofa with his arms crossed. Grandfather leaves the room. The main character gets up and asks his grandfather what they were talking about. Grandfather replies that it's as if he himself doesn't know. He tells the protagonist that this guy said that he reported to him about the accident, and then asks him what exactly. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He wonders if this means that Yoon Seok kept his mouth shut in front of his grandfather, and then adds that this is great. The main character tells his grandfather that he did not want to say anything, since he himself was not sure, but there is a possibility that it was not an accident. The old man opens his eyes wide and asks, is this an accident? The main character, with a serious expression on his face, replies that yes, he is not sure, but it looked like the truck was waiting for them. The old man turns around and closes his eyes. The main character tells his grandfather that this is just a guess, they are not sure. The old man replies with a serious expression, okay, I'll take care of it. The main character and his grandfather are walking along the corridor. The protagonist asks his grandfather what about assistant Yoon Seok and whether it's worth ending everything like this. Grandfather says that he will take care of this too. Yang Kal, with a serious expression, says that he needs to make him a human, so the protagonist needs to wait. He adds that if he does not see abilities in him, he will still only be a hindrance for him. The main character asks with a surprised expression, grandfather. Yang Kal smiles and says that although there is something worthwhile in him. The main character asks his grandfather what he is talking about. Grandfather says that he means a sense of respect. The main character looks at his grandfather. Young-Kal, with a joyful expression on his face, informs the protagonist that the first and most important condition is that the subordinate wants to follow his superior. He tells the protagonist that Yoon-Seok respects him. The protagonist opens his eyes wide. The tiles on the floor reflect the corridor along which the protagonist and grandfather walk. Young-Kal says that overall, he has everything he needs to master this job. He adds that if he doesn't cope, then it doesn't matter whether he fits the conditions or not. Sunlight falls on a two-story house. A black car drives up to the house. Another car drives up to the house. Cars stop at the house. A black-haired man gets out of the car and straightens his tie. A man with glasses stands behind him. Many men in business attire get out of their cars. Yeongi sits at the tables with a smile on his face and says that he apologizes for the inconvenience, but lately a lot of eyes have been directed at them. Among the people in business attire in front of him is the head of Sanyang Hospital. A man with glasses and a blue tie adjusts his glasses. Men with green and red ties are sitting nearby. Yeongi asks those present if they checked everything. The head of the hospital with a small smile says that they found out at the Munal Hospital, and so they say the operation was successful and he is healthy enough to be discharged. The deputy chairman asks what kind of operation it was. The head of the hospital replies that it was an operation to remove a malignant tumor in the brain. After these words, the expressions of everyone present become surprised. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a man with a blue tie. Two men with glasses are discussing something. Yeongi's face is covered in shadow. He turns to the director of the hospital and he answers, yes. The deputy chairman adjusts his glasses and says that he needs information about a malignant brain tumor. With a serious expression on his face, he asks what is the likelihood of this happening again. The director made a shocked expression at his words. There were 8 people from the hospital and Jin Yoongi sitting at a large table. Each of them had a cup of coffee in front of them. The hospital director pursed his lips, thinking about the answer. His cheeks began to turn red and his face became covered in sweat. He said that the brain is the most unpredictable area, and malignant tumors are so called because of the high likelihood of recurrence. Jin Yoongi frowned and coldly asked what the chances were of this happening to his father again. The hospital director lowered his gaze. He felt a lot of pressure. He said older adults have a 50% chance of relapse. When he began to talk about the reasons for these numbers, all the other participants in the meeting looked at him in shock. The hospital director said that the reason why the probability is only half is that the remaining half of people simply do not survive, dying of old age. The man adjusted his glasses. His colleague glanced at the director. Jin Yoongi smiled friendly and laughed. He said that they should take better care of their father because their chairman should live a long time. The sweaty and frightened hospital director bowed and said he would do his best. He looked at him with a smile and said that in that case he didn't have time to sit here, so they had to go. The hospital director jumped up from his chair and agreed with him. He stood next to him and bowed deeply as Jin Yoongi reached for the cup of coffee. The director hurriedly walked towards the exit of the room, with the guard watching after him. Jin Yoongi closed his eyes and took a sip of coffee. He placed the cup on a small plate and asked the directors if they realized what the Joseon Warehouse Museum in Gunsan meant. The deputy chairman's face became serious and he said that the chairman had recently taken his grandson there. Those present looked at Jin Yoongi in shock. Their facial expressions were taken aback and confused. They understood that the system of 2 suns was destroyed and divided into 3 parts. Jin Yoongi's face was gloomy and cold. His brother Jin Dongi also looked creepy and sinister. Jin Doo-jun seemed to have his back to them. The vice chairman leaned his head forward and adjusted his glasses. He said they don't know when the chairman will die and dark clouds continue to gather over the company. He added that the management situation is also deteriorating. Sitting at the head of the table, the vice chairman looked at the company's employees. He said that a child who is only 20 years old could inherit 1/3 of the group, if not half. He believed that Jin Doo-jun might even take over the company entirely. Jin Yoongi slammed his fist on the table, his face angry. He stated that it was all because his grandfather was too attached to him and did not see what was right and what was wrong. The branch directors lowered their gazes in confusion, not knowing what to say. The vice chairman glanced at his assistant. A man in a formal suit standing near the exit nodded his head. He opened his briefcase and began to take out folders with documents. The assistant laid out folders in front of each of the directors. The folders were completely black and had no identifying marks on the cover. Jin Yoongi explained that the document listed all the shares that belonged to their companies. A man in a dark green jacket opened the folder and, looking confused, asked why this was needed. The rest of the staff looked at each other questioningly. The light reflected off Jin Yoongi's glasses, hiding his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. He said they just need to put their company seals on them. The directors looked at the vice chairman with puzzled and worried expressions. He said that then all the seals would be collected together to later be sold to Sanyang machinery. The workers' faces became worried and they were sweating from exertion. They wondered if Jin Young-gi was Sanyang machinery's largest shareholder. The two bespectacled men looked excitedly at the vice chairman, knowing that this would then give him the power to shake up the entire group. Jin Young-gi looked calm while the company directors were worried. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He said that they are CEOs, which means they have the right to sell all the shares of the company that belong to their companies. The man in the black jacket turned to him and objected, saying that according to the contract this was an abuse of power, and even if they had 3 or 4 heads, they would all be cut off. The men with glasses pursed their lips and looked at Jin Young-gi nervously. He smiled more relaxed and raised both hands, grinning. He agreed with them and asked what to do if he looked at everything differently. He stated that he simply told them how much power they have and is not forcing them to do anything right now. The vice chairman curled his lips in irritation and said that when the little boy plays chairman, when it leads to the split of the group and even complete destruction, he invites them to use this power. The directors didn't dare look at his face while listening to this. The man with black hair lowered his gaze, feeling tense. Jin Young-gi's pupils constricted and he asked aggressively if they understood. The directors looked in his direction, but silence fell in the room. The villa, owned by a conglomerate family, was luxurious, the sky turning pink at sunset. Jin Young-jun himself, his wife So-young and Jin Young-gi were sitting in the living room. In front of them stood a coffee table with 3 cups and a kettle of tea. The vice chairman lowered his head and silently adjusted his glasses. Jin Young-jun was wearing a white sweater. He looked at his father and said that he would meet Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-gi turned to him, asking if he would do it while his son and his wife looked on. Jin Young-jun answered in the affirmative and clarified that he would find out what his younger brother was thinking about and persuade him to surrender. His father frowned in displeasure and told him in disbelief not to do anything stupid. He said that the accident happened on the way to Gunsan and that Jin Do-jun may not be aware of everything at all. The man believed that in this way his son would simply transfer important information into his hands. The sun illuminated half of Jin Young-jun's face. He looked at his father, puzzled, and asked if he knew what Jin Do-jun had in mind. As far as he knew, Jin Do-jun had already saved up enough money to be idle for the rest of his life. He furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Jin Young-jun suggested that it was his grandfather's one-sided wish and Jin Do-jun doesn't care about Sanyang Group at all. Jin Young-gi lowered the corners of his lips and silently looked at his son. Suddenly So-young intervened with a neutral face. She agreed with Jin Young-jun and told his father that he was right. Jin Young-gi lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He looked at his daughter-in-law and asked why she thought that. So-young, wearing a white turtleneck, raised her eyebrows and said that Jin Do-jun was rumored to carry Fantasy Investments business cards. She believed that if he was just learning how to invest, there was no reason to carry such a business card with him, because everything he needed could be seen in the office. Jin Young-gi closed his eyes and thoughtfully agreed. Jin Young-jun looked at his wife in disbelief, narrowing his eyes. As they both looked at So-young, she raised her hand with a calm face. She said that they say that director Oseo Hyun takes him with him everywhere as an assistant and also teaches him the intricacies of business, acquisitions, and mergers. According to So-young, Jin Do-jun is also continuing to study law because he is interested in mergers and acquisitions, so Jin Do-jun is unlikely to be interested in Sanyang. Outside the window one could see garden furniture in a neat courtyard. Jin Young-jun looked at his wife while Jin Young-gi crossed his arms. The father of the family thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and raised one eyebrow. He crossed his arms again and turned to his son. He repeated to Jin Young-jun that he said he would try to get Jin Do-jun to give up and asked if he would succeed. Jin Young-jun's pupils shrank terribly and he said with an emotionless face that they already had a conversation when Jin Do-jun graduated from high school. He asked why not become the second person in the company instead of inheriting an unremarkable branch. This question made Jin Young-gi taken aback and he asked about the second person. Jin Young-jun, with his hands on his knees, answered in the affirmative and said that Jin Do-jun is very smart, so he would be ideal for the post of advisor. His father asked in disbelief what he was going to do. The son said that Jin Do-jun was very young then and did not quite understand him. There was a beautiful view outside the window, and a smiling Jin Young-jun was sitting next to him. He believed that the youngest children would always prefer to rest in the shadow of the older ones than to overcome all the difficulties themselves. Jin Young-gi lowered his head and silently adjusted his thin-framed glasses. His gaze was sad and thoughtful. He knew there was nothing wrong with finding out what Jin Do-jun was thinking and trying to get him on their side. In his opinion, the main character in their family is the most diligent and conscientious. Therefore, the vice chairman decided that using the young man as an advisor would be simply ideal. He got up from his chair, after which his son and his wife also got up from the sofa. Jin Young-gi agreed with him and said that it wasn't that bad to meet him once. He asked Jin Young-jun to say that he wanted to inquire about his health because Jin Do-jun recently had an accident. His son surprisingly responded and said that he could rely on them. His father, standing half sideways to him, looked at him and told him not to go too far and to keep his distance. He put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the exit. So-young politely bowed to him. There was an uncertain smile on her face, her eyelids were slightly lowered. Jin Young-jun, standing behind her, with a cold expression on his face, asked why she butted into her conversation with her father. The wife did not understand what he meant. Her husband looked creepy and menacing. He said that he told her to live as quietly as possible this year. So-young did not turn to him, she just looked at him in fear. She pursed her lips out of resentment, and a drop of sweat ran down her face. The modern-style villa looked very expensive. Jin Do-jun looked sad and pensive as he sat on a blue sofa in the lobby. He raised his head and looked to his left. The chef was cooking in the kitchen while the two waiters bowed respectfully. The main character smiled awkwardly and laughed, closing his eyes. He turned away again and looked up, waiting. Jin Young-jun approached him, putting his hands in his pockets. Jin Do-jun looked at his older brother when he asked why he was looking around like that. Jin Young-jun was wearing a black shirt and brown vest and pants, and he was smiling. The main character got up from the sofa, rubbing his neck, and asked what the area of this house was. He said it was the first time he had seen such a large villa. His older brother replied that he did not know and guessed that the area was 330 square meters. He sat down on the soft sofa and raised one hand, looking at Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-jun said that he bought this villa with the idea that such a house would be ideal for thinking about business and enjoying light cocktails in solitude. He asked if the mansion looked good. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled politely, thinking that his words were lies and it was so clear what the house was used for. A luxurious place with strict security, it is ideal to invite girls here and have fun. Two men in formal suits stood near the front door. The floor and walls were made of bricks. Jin Do-jun thoughtfully lowered his gaze and pursed his lips. It was obvious to him that Jin Young-jun bought the villa with the company's money, and he also paid for the expenses and interior from the company's money, although he probably didn't even think that this was illegal waste. The main character clenched his hands into fists and looked gloomily at his older brother. The young man thought that he could so easily spend the amounts that many employees earn by working late. Jin Young-jun smiled softly as he looked at his little brother. Jin Do-jun wondered why he suddenly wanted to meet him. The main character narrowed his eyes and also smiled back. He knew that Jin Young-jun probably knew the meaning of going to Gunsan, so he was curious about what he was trying to find out from him. They looked at each other as one brother stood and the other sat on the sofa. The older brother poured alcohol into a glass with ice. He held the bottle in his hands and smiled slyly, asking how Jin Do-jun was feeling and if there were any complications after the accident. The main character picked up the glass, thinking about what he quickly asked, although he was still not interested. The young man replied that everything was fine and the accident was not that big. He said it may have been a big shock for his grandfather, but he only suffered bruises. There were many delicious dishes and delicious snacks on the table. Jin Young-jun crossed his arms and replied that he was glad. He admitted that he thought Jin Do-jun was seriously injured since he was in the hospital for so long. The younger brother replied that they were just making noise for no reason. The main character smiled and asked if he knew who did it. He recalled the face of Lee Haki's leader, saying that he put on the show to remind their family of his existence. Actively gesturing with his hands, Jin Do-jun told his brother that Lee Haki brought employees with him, blocked access to the wards, and then transported them to Seoul as if this was some kind of secretly planned operation. According to him, the manager even controlled the press so that the news did not leak out. Jin Young-jun raised a glass of whiskey to his mouth and replied that it was good that no news got into the press. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, adding that otherwise the stock price would have fallen and there would have been a fuss. He asked how grandfather was feeling, because he had heard that the operation went well and there were no problems. Jin Do-jun smiled softly at him and replied that he had not seen him since he was transferred from the university hospital. He was discharged immediately after this. Jin Young-jun's gaze became more nervous and anxious. He looked thoughtfully at his glass. Both brothers took a sip of whiskey, and dishes lined the wall next to them in glass-fronted cabinets. While Jin Do-jun was drinking, his older brother asked why he and his grandfather were in Gwangju. Jin Young-jun's face was curious. He clarified whether he could ask this or whether it was a secret between him and his grandfather. The main character raised his head in surprise and asked if he and his grandfather or other brothers had secrets. Jin Young-jun raised both palms and replied that his grandfather did not like him, so secrets could not come from anywhere. Jin Do-jun asked if their relationship is still so cold. Jin Young-jun grabbed the glass of alcohol and turned away from his interlocutor. He replied that he did not know, but he had not met his grandfather since the wedding. The older brother said that his father advised him to concentrate on work, and maybe then his grandfather would look at him differently. He frowned and looked at his younger brother with a serious face. He asked again if they had any business in Ganju. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes, smiling, and raised his glass. He replied that he was not sure because his grandfather suddenly called him and said that they were going to Gunsan to the museum, which is the source of Senyang. Jin Young-jun was taken aback and asked in shock if they went to the Joseon warehouse. The main character answered in the affirmative and suggested that his grandfather was increasingly overwhelmed by memories due to his old age. The elder brother was tense. He asked anxiously if there was anything else special. Jin Do-jun smiled carefreely, looking straight into his eyes. He understood that Jin Young-jun was going crazy with curiosity, not understanding whether his younger brother had been appointed as the successor or not. The main character put his hand on the table and pretended that he did not understand. He asked what could be special about the Gunsan warehouse. This made the older brother understand that Jin Do-jun was supposedly not in the know. He turned away and smiled nervously, laughing. The man said he was just asking. The main character with a neutral face looked up at him and called him by name. He asked if Jin Young-jun wanted to say something, and if so, he could talk, otherwise he felt awkward. This question made the older brother confused for a second. He looked ahead blankly. Jin Young-jun immediately smiled and laughed nervously, saying that he knew that his little brother was quite perceptive. He began to look more confident, his curly hair falling over his forehead. The man asked if Jin Do-jun was thinking about working with him. A shadow fell on the emotionless face of the protagonist. He guessed that Jin Young-jun wanted to win over to his side before he became the successor. The sky shimmered beautifully at sunset, and through the panoramic windows you could see the interior of the house. Jin Young-jun picked up a glass of whiskey and admitted with a relaxed smile that when he worked as a manager, it was difficult to find a person like Jin Do-jun. The main character asked what he was like. This question put the older brother into a stupor. His pupils narrowed and he was taken aback. Jin Do-jun was about to take a sip of his drink with his eyes closed. He understood that most likely Jin Young-jun was speechless because he simply said it as a compliment without even thinking about what kind of person he was. If you tell an employee of a company that there is not the same person as him, the employee will be grateful to death. Jin Do-jun wondered if his interlocutor thought it would work with him. Jin Young-jun began to gesticulate with his hands in confusion and come up with an excuse. He said it's not anything specific, it's just how he feels. He nervously told Jin Do-jun that the guys who work for him have good education and status, and it's hard to put into words, but he feels some kind of regret. The main character turned away uninterested and put the glass to his lips. Then, he looked at his older brother and replied that the proposal was interesting, but it did not suit him. Jin Young-jun lowered one eyebrow in confusion and asked if he was okay with it. Jin Do-jun folded his hands on the table and calmly replied that that was not the case. He admitted that he is simply comfortable working with people and enjoys working and studying alone. Confused, the older brother raised his eyebrows as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He asked if that was the reason he joined the investment firm. The main character presented a financial chart and various documents. He smiled and answered affirmatively, saying that he collects information, compiles a database, and makes decisions on his own. He liked the fact that he didn't have to adapt to anyone. Jin Young-jun lowered his gaze and thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, repeating the words about investing. Jin Do-jun picked up his chopsticks and reached for the dishes. He believed that he had made it clear that he was not interested in group, mentally wondering if he had succeeded. A gambling smile appeared on his older brother's face. He stated that after what he heard, he wanted to get it even more. Jin Do-jun was confused by his question. He opened his eyes wide and asked why. Jin Young-jun closed his eyes and waved his palm at him. He admitted that he was weak at things like planning and analysis. He thought he was good at managing people, but he didn't understand numbers. The main character opened his mouth in shock and his face sweated. He understood that such words that he was weak in numbers, did not know how to plan and analyze, were tantamount to admitting that he could not cope with his work. Jin Do-jun smiled, closing his eyes and tilting his head forward. He replied that he could take control of the smartest people in Korea. Jin Young-jun tiredly closed his eyes and exhaled in irritation, answering in the negative. He said that they are only so shiny on the outside. The main character realized that the first bait had been thrown. Jin Do-jun put his chopsticks on the plate and folded his hands on top of each other, calling his brother's name. He thought that if Jin Young-jun took the bait, he would throw the second bait. There was a sparkle in the boy's brown eyes as he looked at him. He started to talk about something, but then stopped. Jin Young-jun, whose bags under his eyes were noticeable, told him to continue speaking. The main character leaned forward slightly. His and his brother's bodies were reflected in the glass doors of the closet. Jin Do-jun said that if he wants to do something else instead of investing, then in the end he has no choice but to work for the group. His brother answered in the affirmative. The main character smiled coldly, narrowing his eyes, and asked what Jin Young-jun meant when he talked about working together. His interlocutor closed his eyes and chuckled quietly. He smiled arrogantly at his brother and said that he would become his leader Lee Hak-ye. The cabinet had various plates on stands, and on the side there were wine racks with many bottles. Jin Do-jun clarified whether he will be responsible for managing the group's affairs. Jin Young-jun responded affirmatively and said that in fact he would have even more rights and power than the leader of Lee Hak-yi. He raised his palm and pointed his finger at the young man, continuing to smile slyly. The man said that essentially the manager is a stranger and an employee, but Jin Do-jun is a member of the owner's family and his younger brother. He asked if it was true that if he became one, the branch directors would not show envy. Jin Young-jun stood up enthusiastically and began to say that the third generation would take over the management of the group, and the younger brother would become the second person of the company. He asked if anyone would complain, since he was the beloved grandson of his grandfather, the founder of the company. The main character slightly lowered his eyelids and eyebrows, humming thoughtfully. He looked at the ice cubes floating in his drink. Jin Young-jun began gesticulating with his hands with a wide smile. He said that this way he too would be able to stand on his feet and his younger brother would gain strength. He believed that investing was just a game of money, and then asked whether it would be more interesting to turn Senyang into a global company. The man said that this is a completely different scale. Jin Do-jun lowered the corners of his lips and his face darkened. He asked if he would then be a simple hired worker. Jin Young-jun was puzzled by this question and asked what he was talking about with a confused face. The main character looked at him indifferently and emotionlessly. He asked if it made any difference even if they shared the same blood. He said that he would not have a single share in Senyang. Jin Young-jun's eyes widened, the smile disappeared from his face, and his pupils shrank. Jin Do-jun's gaze became cold and he lowered his eyelids. The young man asked why his brother was silent. He asked if he hadn't said recently that Jin Do-jun was just a member of the owner's family. Jin Young-jun was confused and smiled nervously and answered negatively. He said anxiously that he was indeed a member of the family. The main character grabbed the glass and hit it on the table. The drink inside began to spill. He asked if this was the reason, since they were cousins, that he didn't want to share the company's shares with him. Jin Do-jun looked really angry as he shouted that Jin Young-jun just wanted to force him to become an employee. This statement was like an electric shock to Jin Young-jun, who gritted his teeth and frowned. He stood up abruptly from his chair, placing his hands on the table. He called his younger brother insulting names and asked why he said that. The main character was irritated. He asked with a dissatisfied face what the difference was between a family member and a hired worker. The elder brother hit his chest with his palm and asked if Jin Do-jun thought he was such a scoundrel. The main character silently looked at his angry interlocutor. A confident grin appeared on his face. He was convinced that when Jin Young-jun shouted like that, he already knew the answer. They looked at each other in silence for a while. One of them stood and the other sat on a chair. Jin Young-jun frowned aggressively and opened his mouth wide as he shouted. He stated that neither he nor his younger brother owned a single share, so they had nothing to say. The man believed that what they were talking about was a story of the distant future. Jin Do-jun frowned slightly, and the corners of his lips were downturned. The older brother's jaw was tense as he spoke emotionally. He said that first his grandfather would transfer the company to his father, and only after that, after 15 years, Senyang would be headed by him. He aggressively asked how one could confidently say what would happen in 15 years. Jin Do-jun's pupils constricted and were raised. He was well aware that Jin Young-jun did not trust him 100%. But this does not mean that the main character will behave like a fool who does not need the company's shares for free. Therefore, he concluded that the elder brother would rather believe greed than words. Jin Do-jun hit the table with his hand sharply and loudly, jumping out of his chair. He emotionally asked if Jin Young-jun wanted him to wait 15 years for the shares to finally become his. There was a lamp hanging on the wall behind his head. The guy displeasedly asked his brother if he thought he should work for him, just by believing. He asked what was the point of this. Jin Young-jun, standing opposite him, repeated his question about work. He asked if the right hand works for someone. The main character furrowed his eyebrows, causing his eyelids to droop. His older brother ran a tired hand over his irritated face. He sat down at the table again and closed his eyes. He more calmly stated that if Jin Do-jun considers his offer, he promises to share the shares with him. He believed that this was natural, because you can only be strong with pockets full of money. The younger brother also sat down at the table, after which he grinned. He thought that Jin Young-jun was playing well. His interlocutor's face was still serious. He asked to say directly how many shares he wanted. There was a tense atmosphere between the brothers as they stared at each other. Jin Do-jun understood that he needed to answer correctly here. He needs to name just enough to make Jin Young-jun think that he doesn't need the rights to manage the company. The main character wondered which number would play well. A shadow fell on the upper part of the young man's face, emphasizing his seriousness. He put his hands on his knees and replied that he wanted the 25% shares of Senyang Group that his brother would own in the future. Jin Young-jun's unexpected answer lowered the corners of his lips and looked at his younger brother, stunned. Jin Do-jun kept his emotionless and stony face. He realized that his interlocutor felt uncertainty because 25% is neither much nor small. The main character observed the reaction of Jin Young-jun, who looked away and covered his mouth with his hand. The young man realized that his brother didn't even have anything to answer and was so pitiful, but they were talking about the distant future. Jin Do-jun continued to stare at him. He concluded that Jin Young-jun was not going to share, judging by the way he was looking at him. Therefore, the young man decided that in this case he should insist on his own without giving time to think. He remembered how in his previous life his wife asked him how much he would give her if he won the lottery. The main character turned to her with a confused look. The two of them were standing at the counter with pens and booklets when his wife asked him the question again. The man didn't know what to answer. It was a momentary hesitation that had led to marital quarrels in the past. The corners of the woman's lips were turned down and her hair flowed down her back and shoulders. She looked at the man so coldly for another week. Some numbers on the lottery ticket were crossed out. The chances are slim anyway, so the main character should have just told her that he would give everything, just to please her. And even if he won, the main character could just hide everything. Jin Do-jun looked at Jin Young-jun, who was hesitating, and realized that he had the same expression on his face as he had at that moment with the lottery. The main character began to speak, which attracted the attention of his older brother. The young man said that his 25% would be the guarantor of friendship and the protection of his management rights. Jin Do-jun smiled faintly and said that when Jin Young-jun transfers the management rights to his son, he will give the shares to him without hesitation. This statement made the elder brother look at Jin Do-jun in surprise and confusion. The next second, he crossed his arms over his chest and laughed loudly. He asked what could be given to an unborn child. Afterwards, he told him it was better to leave this 25% to his son. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, chuckling quietly. He held out his glass, and Jin Young-jun picked up a bottle of alcohol, about to pour it for his brother. Jin Do-jun thought that if Grandpa saw this, he would faint from shock. He thought it looked absurd. Two of his native grandchildren were discussing the company's shares. The main character looked at his interlocutor with feigned gratitude and told him that he was embarrassing him. He said that he hadn't even decided yet whether he would work with his brother. Jin Young-jun smiled back at him relaxedly and agreed with him. He told him to just consider it a plan B in his life, and if his little brother's bet didn't work out, then he could remember the promise he made to him today. He promised to remember the promise too. The main character believed that at such moments it is necessary to adjust the situation. He smiled at his brother and thanked him. The young man said that he didn't think that Jin Young-jun was so worried about him. The older brother told him that this was between them. At this point, Jin Do-jun knew it was time to cast his second bait. Jin Young-jun smiled slyly, his eyes narrowed. He said that there was still a long way to go, but the main thing they had already covered with him. He suggested just supporting and pushing each other to make Sanyang Group great. The main character picked up the glass and agreed with his brother. He said that if he works for the company, his brother will be among its allies. They clinked glasses as a sign of agreement. Jin Young-jun quickly began to empty the contents of the glass. Jin Do-jun took a few sips of whiskey. He decided it was time for the bait. The young man put an empty glass on the table with ice left in it. He asked his brother if he had money. Jin Young-jun was taken aback and asked in surprise if he needed money. The main character lowered his head and scratched the back of his head, closing his eyes. He responded negatively and said that he had nowhere to spend his own money. Jin Do-jun straightened up and smiled, looking at his brother's face. He said he just wanted to show that he was completely on his side. A sparkle appeared in Jin Young-jun's eyes and he was taken aback. The main character introduced the faces of Oseo Hyun and Choi. With a calm expression on his face, he said that the director of fantasy investments invested quite a lot of money in making his uncle the mayor of Seoul. The older brother was shocked, his eyes were wide open, and he even asked again to make sure that he had not heard anything wrong. Jin Do-jun folded his hands on the table and answered in the affirmative. He said that at first his aunt came to him for help, but all his money was connected to fantasy investments, and then he introduced her to director Oseo Hyun. Jin Young-jun put his hand under her head and asked if she had made a deal with him. He traced his lips with his index finger and asked if he knew what Oseo Hyun got for it. A satisfied smile appeared on Jin Do-jun's face and he chuckled. He looked at his interlocutor nonchalantly and replied that was the point. Jin Young-jun became confused and his pupils shrank. He looked at his little brother in shock as silence fell between them. The man turned around abruptly and told his subordinates to go and rest. He added that when necessary, he would call them himself. Two men in formal suits bowed politely to him. They began to climb the stairs with glass railings. Jin Young-jun put his hand on the table and asked what it was and if it concerned the media city. He wondered what his uncle had promised. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling intensely curious. Jin Young-jun asked another question, saying, "Is this the reason why Oseo Hyun absorbed Dia Construction?" Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative and asked if he had noticed that the directors of Sanyang Construction had moved to Dia. The young man introduced the stern face of Jin Yong-kal. Looking at his brother, he said that director Oseo Hyun has a good relationship with his grandfather and the two are hiding some information. Jin Young-jun looked very worried. He asked what information his brother was talking about. Part of Jin Do-jun's face was illuminated. He calmly replied that this was the location. Repeating his brother's words, Jin Young-jun raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. The main character raised one hand and answered in the affirmative, revealing that the location of the media city had not yet been announced. He believed that, given the scale of the enterprise, it was not surprising that they were silent about it. Jin Young-jun closed his eyes and lowered his head, picking up a glass. He agreed with his brother and said that as soon as this becomes known, land prices will skyrocket, and there are many stages. For example, advertisements, permitting and selection of subcontractor. Jin Do-jun's large brown eyes reflected the face of his interlocutor. He smiled a little crazily and said it was perfect for hiding extra money. Ignoring this, Jin Young-jun agreed with him and took a sip of whiskey. As soon as he realized what his brother was talking about, the man opened his eyes wide and sharply. He placed the glass on the table and excitedly asked Jin Do-jun if he knew where it was. Jin Young-jun frowned deeply as he impatiently repeated his question again. Every muscle in his face was tense as he waited for an answer. The main character looked at him calmly, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He lowered his eyebrows, causing his eyelids to droop slightly. He folded his hands on the table and said that this is the Sangnam area of Mappo. Hearing this, one of Jin Young-jun's eyebrows twitched upward, and his face looked very puzzled. Looking dazed, he asked about the Sangnam area, his eyes wide open. There were still many plates with a variety of dishes on their table. Jin Do-jun answered in the affirmative and said that most of the land in the region is not national, but municipal property. Jin Young-jun told him that it was just a wasteland then. The main character smiled and presented a map of Seoul with administrative divisions. He responded in the negative and said that the Sangnam area is separated from the Suzik area in Yunpyeong County by only a narrow street. He also noted that real estate there is very cheap. Jin Young-jun frowned and widened his eyes. He said that when land prices rise, prices in surrounding areas will also rise. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. He said that the document he saw indicated that not only the Sangnam region would be included, but also part of Suzik. He stated that their uncle is the mayor, so he would not miss the chance to gain support from both Mappo and Yunpyeong constituencies. Jin Do-jun smiled slyly, closing his eyes slightly. He said that the media city will definitely cover Sangnam and Suzik. Hearing this, Jin Young-jun smiled enthusiastically. He started gesticulating with his hands and said enthusiastically that they would then only need to buy some land near Suzik with their pocket money. Jin Do-jun straightened his back and agreed with him. He told him not to overdo it and just use some of the spare money. The young man also said that he does not know what part of Suzik will be included in the project. Jin Young-jun frowned and grinned, saying that the more uncertainty, the higher the probabilities. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes because he expected such a reaction. His older brother, gesturing with his hands, began to say with interest that first we need to decide on the center, and then we can go in circles. He believed that somewhere you can earn a lot of money, somewhere the earnings will be average, and somewhere you can even go to a loss but still make a profit. For this reason, he wanted to buy as much as possible. Jin Do-jun raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty that the risks were also great. His interlocutor smiled self-confidently, showing off his snow-white teeth. He said that with his money he could afford it. He added that it is difficult to miss when there are a lot of bullets. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He said it was cool, and Jin Young-jun closed his eyes contentedly and laughed. Suddenly the door to the dining room opened. Beautiful girls began to enter the room and called out to the owner of the villa. Jin Young-jun immediately stood up from his chair and smiled at them, asking if they had arrived. Jin Do-jun was at a loss. Afterwards, he closed his eyes, smiled, and exhaled quietly. The young man put his hands in his pockets and stood up from his chair, and his older brother asked why he was getting up. The main character answered him that he was going to leave. Jin Young-jun was genuinely puzzled, so he asked why. Jin Do-jun smiled politely and sighed, saying that he had a meeting with a girl and had not seen her for a long time. His older brother gave him a frustrated look, but didn't object. Clouds floated in the blue sky above Jin Yoon-gi's house. Jin Dong-gi sat in the living room with his arms crossed over his chest. With a serious face, he asked if the interlocutor now understood what his father was thinking about. Jin Yoon-gi sat in the same position as his older brother. He told him not to be so sensitive because his father was already old. He assumed that Jin Yong-kal decided to go to Gunsan simply to give a gift to his beloved grandson. Jin Dong-gi frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying that it is not the reason that is important to the company, but the result. He said that Jin Do-jun was still young, so people would gravitate towards Jin Yoon-gi instead, which made Jin Dong-gi ask what to do. The younger brother tilted his head forward and adjusted his glasses without saying anything. Then, he looked at his elder brother coldly, his eyebrows lowered. He told him not to ask him and to tell him what he was thinking. He stated that Jin Donggi doesn't care about his opinion and he only came to talk about his own plans. The older brother frowned, causing the wrinkles on his forehead to become more noticeable. He asked if it was possible to even ask him, since he was his younger brother. Jin Yoongi crossed his arms and told him not to force it and just tell him like it is. He added that he had always been a good little brother. Jin Donggi put his hands on his knees and was taken aback. Jin Yoongi looked serious and wary. He asked his brother what he would do if Jin Dojun dreamed of becoming the chairman of Sanyang Group and whether he would fight with his nephew. The man said that then he would no longer be his younger brother but would be a father to his son. Jin Donggi tensed and raised one hand from his knee. He considered these to be just vain dreams and told his brother to intervene and stop his son. Jin Yoongi crossed his arms and firmly stated that he was not going to be a father who stopped his son from dreaming. Jin Donggi looked at him blankly, not knowing what to say to this. His younger brother told him to follow his own path, which led to the position of chairman of the Sanyang Group. Jin Donggi was surprised by this statement. He raised his eyebrows and Jin Yoongi told him to fight his elder brother. The younger brother looked at his older brother coldly. He told him not to even think that Jin Dojun would make concessions unconditionally or that he would be able to put pressure on him. He asked if Jin Donggi was a business person and suggested that they come back to it when they were ready for a mutually beneficial agreement. Jin Donggi was stunned by his words, which is why he didn't even know what to answer. He furrowed his brows, causing his eyelids to droop. The man understood that his younger brother did not like the fact that his son was being drawn into the struggle for inheritance, but he did not intend to give up his son. As a result, Jin Donggi agreed with him, which surprised Jin Yoongi a little. The older brother crossed one leg over the other and put his hand on the armrest. He looked the other way irritably and said that he would then talk to Jin Dojun and that would be the first step towards solving this problem. Jin Yoongi looked at him with a neutral face and asked if he could be present during the conversation. Jin Donggi answered in the affirmative. He loosened his tie and offered a drink with a thoughtful face before Jin Dojun arrived. Jin Yoongi was taken aback and opened his eyes wider, reminding him that it was still morning. Jin Donggi didn't answer him and just grinned. The younger brother understood him without words and smiled, closing his eyes. Night gradually fell and the lights were turned on in Jin Yoongi's house. A tired Jin Dojun went inside and announced that he had come home. Loud laughter was heard in the house. The main character looked towards the living room in surprise, opening his eyes wide. He looked into the living room and said with a slight smile that his uncle was also here. There were bottles of beer and snacks on the table, and Jin Donggi took off his jacket. He said that he heard that the boy did not spend the night at home last night, and asked if he was already planning to leave his parents' house. Jin Dojun rubbed his neck and laughed sheepishly. He closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, thinking about how they were lined up right there. But now he understands without questioning why both uncles are looking for him. Jin Donggi picked up a bottle of beer and told his nephew to sit down, after which he offered to pour it for him. Jin Dojun sat down on the sofa and held out the glass, smiling silently. The uncle began to pour him beer, and foam appeared on top. The man turned to the young man, who responded. Jin Donggi smiled creepily, bending down to the main character, and asked if he wanted to become the chairman of Sanyang Group and whether it would be too arrogant to skip an entire generation. Jin Yoongi was immediately taken aback and called out to his brother. His older brother looked at him relaxed and told him that everything was fine. He stated that Jin Dojun is not a sucker like his other nephews, so he is not going to treat him like a child or scold him. Jin Donggi looked at Jin Dojun again with a smile and said that he just wanted to hear about his plans, like the plans of any adult, independent person. He said that he did not yet know about his plans. It would be difficult to build a conversation further. The man asked what Jin Dojun was thinking about. The main character looked at him emotionlessly and remained silent. Holding a glass of beer in his hands, he smiled lightly and replied that he was aware of the meaning of Gunsen, but he also understood that it was impossible at the moment. Both brothers looked at him in surprise, as if speechless. Jin Dojun looked at his uncle completely calmly and asked if he was asking about his plans. He immediately said that he was going to take everything his grandfather gave him and then resell it to the highest bidder. Jin Donggi was taken aback and asked with a confused face if his goal was money. Jin Dojun looked at his face with a slight smile and replied that he did not plan to receive money for the goods. The puzzled uncle raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wider, asking what would happen next. The main character looked friendly. He smiled broadly. The young man replied that he had nothing yet, and it was difficult for him to say. He said he would decide when he got his hands on something. Jin Donggi narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips without saying anything. Jin Dojun took a sip of beer and closed his eyes. He thought that such an answer should be clear so that his uncle would understand what he was thinking about. At the same time, the main character understood that it was not clear from the answer how sincere he was. Jin Donggi smiled slyly and said that his nephew was careful and smart. Jin Yoongi looked tense, his eyes hidden behind the light that was reflected in his glasses. Jin Donggi imagined himself and Jin Younggi standing with their backs to each other. He smiled nervously and asked if Jin Dujun was saying that he wanted to put two uncles on the scales and see whose scale would tip the scale. He stated that if the balance is not broken and neither of the two can win, the price of the young man's goods will skyrocket. The main character continued to look peaceful and confident. He replied that this was a labor-intensive business, so there was a chance that he would sell it at the very beginning. Jin Donggi closed his eyes and smiled, grinning. The man said that would be good. Jin Dujun closely watched his reaction, realizing that his uncle was difficult to deceive. Jin Donggi stood up from the sofa, clenching his hands into fists. He reminded Jin Dujun that he was the youngest in their family. There was not a sincere and cunning smile on his face. He said that if not for this shortcoming, he could have become the third-generation chairman. The main character looked up at him. He understood perfectly well that by saying this, his uncle meant that the young man would not become the second chairman. The living room was filled with bright sunlight that glared. Jin Dujun understood that Jin Donggi was determined to become the next chairman. The sun was setting below the horizon. The lights were on in Jin Yoongi's house. The father looked at his son clearing the trash from the table. Jin Yoongi turned to Jin Dujun and asked about the chairmanship of Sanyang Group if he had really given up. The main character smiled with his head down and replied that he had given up for now. There were empty bottles and a glass on the tray. Jin Yoongi adjusted his glasses and walked towards his son, asking if he could change his mind later. Jin Dujun replied that it all depends on what and in what quantity his grandfather gives him. His father was pleased with the answer. He closed his eyes and chuckled quietly. The man told his son to let him know if he needed help, because it was his duty as a parent. Jin Dujun smiled faintly at him, remaining calm. The sunset sky was reflected in the windows of a huge hospital. Lee Haki said that Vice Chairman Jin Younggi held a breakfast with directors of secondary branches. Jin Young-kal lay in his hospital bed in his room, his head still bandaged. He asked the manager if he found out what Jin Younggi told them. Lee Haki narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows. He said that he had some guesses, so he didn't think it was worth calling and asking everyone present. The cot was bent so that Jin Young-kal could sit. He crossed his arms over his chest and expressed his opinion that this would only cause weariness. He said that if the vice chairman becomes more vigilant and starts doing things secretly, it will be more difficult to monitor him. The chairman decided to listen to the leader's guesses. Lee Haki, with an emotionless face, suggested that Jin Younggi ask the affiliates to support him with the group's shares. In his opinion, when Jin Younggi became chairman, he promised that he would treat them like large investors. Jin Young-kal looked at him and asked him with a neutral face if that was all. Lee Haki told him that the vice chairman asked his son Jin Youngjun to meet with Jin Dujun, and director Jin Donggi personally visited his youngest grandson. This made Jin Young-kal wary and he asked about Jin Donggi. The leader tilted his head slightly and answered in the affirmative. He said that he went to Jin Yoongi's house to drink. The chairman clenched his teeth angrily, and the veins in his neck and jaw bulged. He said that even if it was the eldest son's doing, the second son was also involved. Everyone was fussing to get Jin Dujun to their side. Lee Haki clenched his hands into fists and calmly suggested that they were afraid that Jin Dujun would have the last word. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes in displeasure and called them idiots. He stated that they are not even sure that if everything goes according to plan, there will be no problems. The leader silently lowered his thoughtful gaze. He asked the chairman what he thought. Jin Young-kal looked at him with a calm face as soon as he asked the question. There were various devices in the room, and on the cabinet there were bags of solutions for IVs. Lee Haki asked his boss if he thought Jin Dujun deserved to have the casting vote. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. He first turned silently to the leader and then asked what about him. Lee Haki narrowed his eyes in confusion and reminded that the chairman wanted to avoid the risk of a split in the group. Jin Young-kal looked at him coldly and sternly. He said it meant giving everything away one at a time. The chairman asked if he understood correctly that the manager was saying that Jin Dujun should not be included in the list of candidates. Lee Haki's expression became more upset and he expressed that Jin Dujun's age should not be ignored. Jin Young-kal turned away from him and closed his eyes tiredly. He said that the war is not only within the family, but enemies are everywhere. The chairman opened his eyes and called out to the leader without turning to him. He said that the boy with the deciding vote would stir things up and asked if the other two would notice it too. Lee Haki lowered his gaze to the floor and answered in the affirmative. Jin Young-kal looked at the man with a faint smile and asked who is stronger then, the one who rocks the boat or the one who notices it. The leader tensed from the unexpected question, and his pupils narrowed. He looked at the smiling chairman sitting on the bed. Lee Haki thought that if Jin Dujun had enough power to shake up the board, then how much did the chairman think about leaving him as a legacy? On the shelf to the right of the man were incense sticks. The leader looked at Jin Young-kal and asked if he wanted to make Jin Dujun a balancing force. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes thoughtfully. He opened his eyes slightly, looking down. With a serious face, Jin Young-kal turned to Lee Hak-yi and said that first he needed to figure out a way to increase the controlling stake and then find a method to transfer his share. These words surprised the leader, but he tried not to show it. With a slightly frightened face, he answered in the affirmative and said that he would prepare everything. Jin Young-kal relaxed slightly and asked how the accident investigation was going. Lee Hak-yi replied that he assigned a man to the truck driver. The manager, with a cold and calm face, said that his man was monitoring the driver 24 hours a day, so they would soon find out who was behind everything. A shadow fell on Jin Young-kal's thoughtful face as he silently looked down. There were several molecule-shaped chandeliers hanging on the ceiling, and Jin Young-jun asked if they had found out the details. There was a map of the world on the wall in his office, and he himself was sitting at his desk. Two assistants stood in front of his desk and they answered in the affirmative. One of them said that in the Sangnam area of Mappo there is practically no land for sale. Jin Young-jun asked in surprise if he really didn't. He removed his hand from his face and asked what they were talking about with a puzzled face. A man in a dark green suit replied that someone had already bought everything. According to him, they checked the real estate register, and it turned out that all the transactions took place in April and May last year. A colleague wearing glasses stood silently next to him. Jin Young-jun viciously slammed his fist on the table, veins popping out on his face. He decided that it was definitely Oseo Hyun and Uncle Choi. He looked at the man with glasses who was holding a folder in his hands. Jin Young-jun loudly asked what about the Suzik area and whether everyone there had been bought up too. The bespectacled employee opened the folder and began flipping through reports and documents. He replied that there were virtually no deals going on there, so Jin Young-jun could get as much as he wanted. His colleague added that when he gives them orders, they will immediately begin the purchase. Jin Young-jun irritably put his hand to his temple and waved his palm, saying that they were free. Two employees approached the door and began to leave the office. Jin Young-jun clenched his teeth in displeasure and narrowed his eyes, cursing in irritation. He suddenly grabbed the telephone receiver. The man put the phone to his ear and nervously asked the interlocutor if he had checked with the bank. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and said that he could get a loan of up to 2 billion won without collateral. The veins on Jin Young-jun's neck bulged out of anger and he asked why there was so little. The interlocutor replied that this is due to certain restrictions. He said that if you take out a loan on behalf of his two materials supply companies, you can get 20 and 16 billion, respectively, but with one condition. Jin Young-jun clenched his hand into a fist and placed it on the table, asking what the condition was. The interlocutor said that this is just a formality, but the bank is asking for his property as collateral. Jin Young-jun's fist began to shake from how tightly he was squeezing it. His face became creepy and gloomy and he declared that they would do so. Jin Young-jun told the interlocutor to request an advance from Sanyang Construction for materials for his company, about 10 billion. The interlocutor said that the transfer of such capital requires the approval of the general director. The man looked very unhappy hearing about this. The interlocutor added that, in addition, due to last year's crisis of the International Monetary Fund, there were many unsold apartments, non-commercial premises, and so on. Jin Young-jun gritted his teeth in displeasure and sighed in irritation. His interlocutor began to say that the financial situation of the company was not very good. Jin Young-jun aggressively slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily that he himself knew. He ordered him to simply ask Director Song-kal for a concession. He was sure that the director would understand. Jin Young-jun shouted to his interlocutor that he was only required to carry out and report. The man raised his fist in irritation. He ordered the interlocutor to tell the director that with this money he would buy land and then use it as collateral to take out a loan, and if any problems arise, he would simply return the advance. The interlocutor remained silent, after which the terribly angry Jin Young-jun told him to stop whining and carefully prepare the documents. He stated that when he gives instructions, the interlocutor will have only one day to do everything. The interlocutor agreed with him. Jin Young-jun loudly hung up the phone. He turned half sideways to the table and leaned his head on his hand. The man thought that it wasn't all over and he needed to collect some more money from other branches, because in order to one day get a large amount, you need to invest at least 100 billion. He gloomily opened his eyes and cursed quietly out loud. Jin Young-jun hit the table with his fist and said irritably that if he had married the daughter of the bank head, he would now have received a loan without any problems. The sun brightly illuminated the Fantasy Investments building. Choi sat in the director's office, dressed in a three-piece suit. The mayor said that both the Blue House and the National Assembly had completed the settlement. According to him, the case has received a positive response as it will help revitalize the construction industry in Seoul and also fits perfectly with the current cultural policy. Oseo Hyun, sitting in the chair next to him, said that it was a great happiness. The director asked if Choi planned to make an announcement on July 1st, the day he took office. The mayor looked at him with a calm face and answered in the negative. He said that he simply wanted to release an announcement without an official statement at a press conference in order to quietly conclude a lucrative contract with Dia Construction. He also confirmed that the tender would still have to be announced. Choi addressed director Oseo Hyun by name, after which he looked at him carefully. The mayor excitedly turned his head to him and told him that he still could not meet his father-in-law. He asked if the director understood that if Sunyang Construction intervened, he would not be able to do anything. Oseo Hyun raised one hand and smiled faintly. He answered in the affirmative and said that if Chairman Jin Yong-kal overplays everything, the project may fail. He laughed and said that this is where they will need Jin Do-jun's help. Choi turned and looked at the smiling protagonist wearing a white shirt. Jin Do-jun looked at him and said in a friendly manner that grandfather is now in the hospital, so he won't be greedy. He confirmed that he would talk to him anyway. Choi placed his hand on top of Jin Do-jun's. He looked at him and said with a smile that they would borrow some of his power. The man removed his hand and pointed at Oseo Hyun. He told Jin Do-jun that he needed to talk to the director and asked the young man to leave them alone for a while. Oseo Hyun himself was surprised by this request. Choi looked at the man as the main character began to get up from the couch. The director said that he has nothing to hide from Jin Do-jun because he is their starting point in this matter. He added that he would have told him everything anyway, so he asked Choi to speak in front of the young man. The mayor awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and smiled in confusion, saying that he should apologize to Jin Do-jun then. The main character sat down on the sofa again and looked at Choi indifferently. There were cups of tea on the table in front of the conversation participants. The mayor put his hands on his knees and said that his term ends in June 2002. He lowered his eyebrows slightly and reminded them that, as they know, presidential elections will be held at that time. Oseo Hyun listened to him with a dumbfounded look, feeling surprised. Jin Do-jun looked at Choi emotionlessly, having received confirmation of his guesses. Choi wants to run for president. The mayor looked very serious as he looked at the director. Suddenly his face became tense, and Jin Do-jun looked at him with a taken aback. He didn't know whether his uncle was power-hungry or not, but he definitely felt his aunt's influence. He introduced Seo Yoon with a cold smile and wearing pearl jewelry. Oseo Hyun lowered his eyebrows seriously and looked at the other person, asking if he wanted to run for president. Choi smiled, gesturing with his hands, and declared that the era of the two Kims was coming to an end. He asked if Korea should look a little younger. The man said that he had been a prosecutor, a member of parliament, and the mayor of Seoul, so even if he ran for president, no one would dare to say that he had no experience. Jin Do-jun looked at him silently, his eyelids slightly lowered. Oseo Hyun smiled politely and agreed with Choi, saying that his qualifications were good. He scratched his chin as those present looked at him. The man said that if his position as mayor will help in the presidential elections, then the status of a son-in-law in the tycoon's family is already debatable. He asked whether the people would accept a president from such an influential family. Choi smiled nervously and showed the number 4 with his fingers. He said that there are 4 years ahead and you just need to do something outstanding during this time. He added that he is the son-in-law, not the son of the family, and this will be enough to dilute the image of the keyball. Oseo Hyun crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes tiredly. He said that they would leave this problem for later. Opening his eyes, he looked sternly at his interlocutor and asked if he wanted to say anything else. He assumed that the mayor had not come here just for this news. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes with a smile and chuckled quietly. He glanced at the stern director as Choi anxiously adjusted his glasses. The main character thought that Oseo Hyun is a very experienced person who is not easy to deceive. He knows exactly what his uncle wants to say and pushes him to finally tell this unpleasant truth. Choi turned to the director with a serious face. He said that since he was going to cleanse himself of the image of a person from a tycoon's family, he would not be able to ask for money from the Sunyang group during the presidential elections, and he needed a lot of capital for the elections. Oseo Hyun frowned in confusion as a shadow fell on his face. The man asked if the interlocutor meant that fantasy investments should provide them with capital. Choi awkwardly raised his palms and smiled nervously, saying that he was not asking to take responsibility for the entire campaign fund. However, he said the conglomerates that are the biggest obstacles to the presidency will become enablers. A creepy and gambling smile appeared on his face, and his pupils shrank. He told Oseo Hyun to present the advantage to Sunyang Group if he gets into the Blue House. Therefore, he planned to accept money from other conglomerates to make it clear that he was not their enemy. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a neutral face without saying anything. His eyebrows were slightly raised and the rest of his face looked relaxed. He was sure that everything his uncle was talking about now was his own thoughts. The main character thought that Choi would only be able to aim the sword at the Sunyang Group if he did not discover his grandfather's weakness. He introduced the Sunyang head office, with Jin Dong-gi and Jin Young-gi standing in the background surrounded by blood splashes. The young man assumed that the mayor was counting on using the presidential power to remove his eldest sons and transfer the Senyang group into the hands of his aunt. Jin Do-jun clenched his hand into a fist, holding it on his knee, and thought that this was a great chance for him. He offered to help his uncle get rid of the image of a member of the tycoon's family. Choi turned to him in confusion and was taken aback. Oseo Hyan also looked puzzled. The uncle looked at the young man excitedly and asked what this meant and whether there really was a way. Jin Do-jun smiled at him and replied that this is an obvious way, but it is not so easy to implement this plan. Splashes of scarlet blood seemed to appear behind the main character, and with a sly smile he said that he would have to get his hands dirty in blood. Oseo Hyan tensed as soon as he heard this, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Choi smiled confidently and raised his hand. He asked if he was not the sort of the prosecutor's office, after which he said that he was not one of those who would be afraid of such a thing. Oseo Hyan stood up a little and looked at Jin Do-jun, telling him that this was too strange a proposal and should stop. The main character did not pay attention to this and looked at the puzzled Choi. The young man began to talk about the person with whom his grandfather was most dissatisfied. A person whose exposure will not harm the Senyang group. A man whose elimination would seem deserved given his usual behavior. Jin Do-jun's face darkened and he told his uncle to choose such a person with a sinister smile. Choi put his hand to his chin and chuckled thoughtfully, looking down. A sparkle appeared in the eyes of the main character, and he looked intently at his uncle. He understood that given the losses that the Senyang group could incur, it was better not to touch the second generation, leaving the third generation. The mayor's face became worried as he considered his options. Jin Do-jun mentally told him that he himself is from the third generation and likes to point fingers. The young man's big brown eyes reflected Choi's alarmed look. He mentally ordered the man to think. The mayor cupped his chin with his fingers without saying a word. After a while, his lips moved and he said that in such a situation, only Jin Young-jun is suitable. The man turned to the young man with a serious face. He said that Jin Young-jun is now married and more careful, but he was the one who brought shame to the family the most. He recalled that he constantly got into scandals with celebrities, was caught for drunk driving, and there were also reports of violence. The main character closed his eyes contentedly, lowered his head, and chuckled quietly. He said that the one whose blood will be shed has been determined. The young man introduced the cold and emotionless face of his older brother, saying that he was the eldest grandson of Senyang and the nephew of the mayor of Seoul. Jin Do-jun smiled slyly and told his uncle to give up Jin Young-jun in order to build an honest soul. His smile resembled that of a villain, and the young man asked what Choi thought about this method. Choi was horrified, the corners of his lips drooped and his eyes were wide open. The man felt as if he was surrounded by darkness and his feet were submerged in water. He understood that it was best to use his nephew as a scapegoat, and there would not be any special problems, because if he touched a relative from his wife's family, he risked finding himself at the point of no return. Jin Do-jun's cold and calculating smile looked ominous. He knew that his uncle was not the person who would make the decision, because only his aunt could do it. Choi turned to the young man with a worried face, gesturing with his hand. He said that even if Jin Young-jun got into an accident with a celebrity due to drunk driving, the mayor of Seoul could not do anything. The main character shrugged his shoulders and sighed, saying that he himself had to figure out a way. He turned to the man with a grin and said that by beheading one of his relatives, he could get rid of the disadvantage associated with the position of a son-in-law in the tycoon's family. Choi looked at the young man in confusion and even a little fear, without saying anything. Jin Do-jun understood that his uncle could only accept this plan, but he could not disapprove. His eerie gaze pressed heavily on Choi. Everything around him seemed to be plunged into darkness. The main character mentally told the man to just tell his aunt everything. Choi's eyes were hidden due to the reflection in his glasses, but he definitely looked nervous. Oseo Hyan lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, silently watching what was happening. Choi hurriedly stood up from the couch, adjusted his pants, and said that he needed time to think. She and Oseo Hyan smiled at each other and shook hands. The mayor headed towards the exit from the director's office. A satisfied grin appeared on Jin Do-jun's face as he watched him leave. The tall building of the residential complex glowed brightly in the night city. Seo Yoon was wearing a shirt and a black skirt. She opened her arms and welcomed her nephew into her home. The woman asked why Jin Do-jun became more and more like his mother as he grew older. Jin Do-jun smiled softly as he looked at his aunt and asked back if it was true. She answered in the affirmative and told him to sit down first. On the coffee table there were 2 cups with drawings of daisies. The main character asked why she wanted to meet. Seo Yoon sat on the sofa and folded her hands on her stomach. She said with a slight smile that she had heard something very interesting from his uncle. Jin Do-jun smiled back at her enthusiastically and said that he was simply offering his uncle a way to get rid of the tag of son-in-law in the tycoon family. Seo Yoon closed her eyes and sighed quietly with a smile. The living room was separated from the corridor by a stylish partition. Jin Do-jun and Seo Yoon sat opposite each other on the sofas. The woman told the young man that he was so treacherous and asked if he didn't know how gullible his uncle was. The main character asked what she was talking about. His aunt grinned mockingly and picked up a cup of tea. She asked if he was faking and then decided to tell him straight. Raising the cup to her mouth, she looked at the young man and asked if he was offering to give up his relative. Jin Do-jun continued to smile carefreely without showing his true intentions. He asked if the aunt could stand it and suggested that they come up with a plan if that was the case. Seo Yoon almost choked on her tea when she heard this. She removed the cup from her face and asked with a confused look if he liked Jin Young-jun. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and chuckled quietly. The woman continued to drink tea, and he began to speak, gesturing with his hands. The young man answered in the affirmative and admitted that he didn't like how Jin Young-jun pretended to be cool. According to him, he considers himself better than others just because he was born first, and he constantly treats everyone as if they are inferior to him. Seo Yoon turned away from her nephew and agreed with him with a smile, saying that this child is like that. She looked at Jin Do-jun again with an emotionless face. Auntie said that even if Jin Young-jun was scolded, her father would not be too angry and she would bear it. The main character looked at her calmly, thinking that the people of this family do not care about the harsh law because any sentence can be avoided. He remembered Jin Young-kal's cold and stern gaze, realizing that they were only afraid of their grandfather's condemnation. Seo Yoon closed her eyes and took a sip of tea. Jin Do-jun knew that his aunt believed that since Jin Young-jun was the eldest grandson, he would be lightly scolded and nothing more. The young man's face became colder and more calculating, and his smile looked ominous. He wondered if things would really be resolved that easily this time. The main character put his hands together, leaning on his knees, and said that then he would trust her. He asked her to tell her uncle that during the announcement of the construction of the media city, he would add another district to the announcements. Jin Do-jun looked straight at the woman, grinning. He stated that instead of saying Sangnam District, let uncle say Sangnam District and part of Suzik District. Seo Yoon widened her eyes in surprise and asked about the Suzik area. The main character, looking the woman in the eyes, answered affirmatively and said that he had a couple of thoughts. Seo Yoon looked at him with wide eyes. She then grinned and let out a quiet chuckle. The woman, holding a cup in her hands, smiled mockingly and said that he was not trying to come up with a plan because he had already thought of everything. Jin Do-jun looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes and smiled faintly. The windows of the expensive apartments reflected the neighboring buildings. Jin Do-jun and Seo Yoon were still sitting opposite each other. The main character narrowed his eyes in a relaxed manner and replied that he had only come up with the plan in general terms. The woman with a neutral expression told him that this is why his father is crazy about him. The young man closed his eyes and tilted his head forward and answered in the negative. He said it was because he was the youngest. Seo Yoon put the cup of tea on a plate and turned to her nephew. She crossed her arms over her stomach and smiled slyly. The woman said that when she has strength, let Jin Do-jun give her what he has and he will receive half. She told him to think carefully, because none of her brothers would offer him that much. Jin Do-jun looked at his aunt unwaveringly and asked what kind of power he was talking about. Seo Yoon furrowed her brows as she continued to smile. She replied that she was talking about the power that his uncle would gain by sitting in a chair with the Phoenix Seal. The main character smiled calmly. He clarified whether his uncle could do anything with the Senyang group, even after becoming president. The woman began to look more irritated after his question. She stated that he would have the tax, intelligence, prosecutor's office, audit chamber and trade commission in his hands. Seo Yoon asked if this was power. There were reflections of light in her light brown eyes. The aunt agreed that they couldn't do anything with the Senyang group, but they could do it with people. A satisfied grin appeared on Jin Do-jun's face. Brown hair fell over his forehead. He asked with a smile if she meant uncle by people. Seo Yoon made a calmer face and replied that if you knock out all the dirt that stuck to their hands, then only that will remain. According to her, then shareholders themselves will understand that their choice is limited. She began to look more serious, firmly stating that he should also take her side as a shareholder, and for this she would give him half. Jin Do-jun looked at his aunt coldly without answering her. When introducing the face of Jin Young-gi, he knew that one wanted to make him the second face. Jin Dong-gi, looking cold, wants to buy the young man at a high price. And Seo Yoon, the calculating woman who smiled at him, offers to give him half. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled softly. He straightened his back and continued to smile carefree. The young man told his aunt that all this would happen in 10 years, so there was no hurry. The main character opened his eyes and reminded that just one grandfather's whim will make him remain the last one. Seo Yoon smiled creepily and ominously, looking down at him. She asked what if everything speeds up and happens before her father changes his mind. Jin Do-jun lowered the corners of his lips and raised his eyebrows without answering. Hospital. Evening was coming, the sky turned pink. Jin Young-kal's head bandages were removed and he wore an olive cap. With a surprised face, he asked if his grandson would give half of it. Jin Do-jun frowned and raised one hand, saying that this was truly crossing all boundaries. He asked what would remain for him if he gave up half. The main character was sitting near his grandfather's bed on a stool. The young man said that Sinyan construction would survive without this project, but his Dia construction would sink without it. He added that the grandfather knows how much money his grandson poured into it. Jin Young-kal turned to the young man and told him that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. He said that he heard a rumor that Daehan Group treated his uncle well, and if Jin Do-jun screwed up even a little, he would be stabbed in the back. The main character smiled softly and replied that grandfather could solve everything. He recalled that he himself had boasted about this louder than anyone else, and said that he gave 30%. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and sighed displeasedly, closing his eyes. He told his grandson not to talk as if he made money from construction alone. The chairman asked if they were planning something with Oseo Hyan. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes and looked sternly at his grandson, clarifying that he was talking about Sangnam and the surrounding area. He said they probably made enough money there. Jin Do-jun just grinned slightly and said that they do not carry out any speculation with land. He said that it was just a coincidence that his uncle became mayor. The young man admitted that he did not want there to be any misunderstanding that director Oseo Hyan and his father stole information about the developments in advance. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his knees, looking at his grandfather. He added that this is the first project since they took over the management of Dia Construction, and he would not get involved in a scandal. Jin Young-kal smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, agreeing with his grandson. He placed his hands on the white blanket and suggested stopping at 30%. The chairman looked at Jin Do-jun with a gambling smile and told him that then he would be in his debt to make up for that 20%. The main character closed his eyes, nodded and smiled, exhaling quietly. He realized that this was an agreement. The young man opened his eyes, looking at the chairman. He realized that in his grandfather's understanding this was not a mutually beneficial agreement, but a concession on his part, so Jin Do-jun would owe him. Jin Young-kal laughed sweetly with his grandson, who was gesturing with his hands. The main character understood what such absurd self-will was to be expected from the owner of a conglomerate. Vice Chairman Jin Young-gi's house would be surrounded by a high fence. He asked his son what he had been up to lately. The father sat in a chair while Jin Young-jun and his wife sat on the sofa next to him. The son replied that he was not doing anything special and asked what happened. Jin Young-gi crossed his arms and looked at his son. He said that he heard Jin Young-jun was going to buy land and asked if it was true. The son looked at his father in fear, as did So-young. Jin Young-jun frowned and his pupils shrank. He didn't understand what kind of person told his father everything. Jin Young-gi became increasingly dissatisfied. He looked sternly at his son and asked why he was not answering. He asked if it was true or just a rumor. Jin Young-jun looked at him confusedly, gesturing with his hands. He asked me to let him explain himself first. The vein on the deputy chairman's forehead bulged as he began to get angry. His son's words alarmed him and he asked if this was not a groundless rumor. The son looked at his father in fear. Jin Young-jun first thought of marriage as a blessing. If it were before the wedding, they would have given him a slap in the face first and then started talking. However, the father did not raise his hand to do such a thing in front of his daughter-in-law. His hands were shaking and veins were popping out on his hand and the back of his hand. Jin Young-gi tried his best to remain calm. He told his son to start explaining so that he would listen and then make a decision. Jin Young-jun smiled worriedly, raising his eyebrows. He asked if he said that he and Jin Do-jun had a good talk when they met that time. Jin Young-gi tiredly closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. He remembered that his son said that Jin Do-jun became interested and they found a common language. The son relaxed a little when he saw his father's reaction and began to explain what they were talking about. Jin Young-jun enthusiastically recounted the details of their conversation while gesturing with his hands. Jin Young-gi listened to him with a stern face, not showing any emotion. So-young looked depressed and she didn't dare interrupt her husband. Outside the window one could see mountains and a yellow-violet sky at sunset. There was silence in the living room as soon as Jin Young-jun finished his story. The vice chairman covered his mouth with his hand. He lowered his head and adjusted his glasses. The man became very gloomy. He asked his son if he was saying that he was investing in the land because he believed Jin Do-jun's words. Jin Young-jun raised his hand and smiled carefreely, answering in the negative. He said he checked everything before acting. He claimed that when Uncle Choi took office, he repeated what Jin Do-jun had said. The son continued to smile broadly, saying that in the end the development plan was confirmed by the authorities. Jin Young-gi crossed his arms and asked his sister-in-law when she found out. The husband looked in horror at his wife, who was taken aback by her father-in-law's question. The deputy chairman recalled that she, too, was preparing money to buy land. The woman awkwardly tilted her head and answered in the affirmative. Jin Young-gi tried to hide his emotions, but his face showed that he was angry. The man pointed at his son and asked his daughter-in-law if she believed his words. Jin Young-jun lowered his head in shame, and his expression became doomed. Various certificates and medals were visible behind So Young. The woman looked anxiously at her father-in-law and answered in the affirmative. She said she checked everything through reporters. According to her, the Sangnam area in Mapo and Suzik in Yunpyeong County have been confirmed and everyone knows about it, and land prices are starting to rise little by little. Jin Young-gi looked at his daughter-in-law suspiciously and asked where she got the money from and whether she borrowed it from her parents. So Young raised her eyebrows high and answered in the affirmative. The vice chairman wearily rubbed his temple and said that her parents were also in the know and had bought a huge amount of land. So Young shyly lowered her gaze and pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. It's the same as stealing money from your husband's parents to give it to your own land. They live in an era when information becomes money. The woman's face became sad. She looked down doomedly. Jin Young-gi leaned on the armrest and began to get up from the chair. He lowered his head and adjusted his glasses, saying that the two of them were a perfect match. Jin Young-jun's face became increasingly angry and dissatisfied. He jumped up from the couch and turned to his father. The son started shouting that the information was 100% correct. He asked if it was a fresh idea to earn extra money with the help of information about the development of the area. The man was frowning and angry, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Jin Young-jun shouted very emotionally that he did not understand why his father was so unhappy. A sharp bang sounded. So Young covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Jin Young-jun looked doomed and there was a slap mark on his cheek. His father was beside himself with anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at his son. Jin Young-jun looked at him in shock and called out to him. Jin Young-gi was so angry that he could no longer control his emotions. He insulted his son and asked how much money he used to buy the land. Jin Young-jun's pupils shrank and his eyebrows rose as he realized that his father knew everything. Jin Young-gi waved his hands angrily and shouted that if he only took out a loan against personal property, he wouldn't care whether prices went up or not. So Young sat on the sofa and listened to all this in fear. The father shouted that he would have passed by and would not have even noticed how it all ended. Jin Young-jun stared into space in shame, the spot on his cheek starting to turn red. His father yelled that he was siphoning money from dozens of branches and received a deposit from Senyang Construction. The vice chairman looked at his son in fury. He emotionally berated him, asking him if he thought it was a healthy thing to do. The husband and wife stood opposite their father, shyly lowering their eyes to the floor. Jin Young-jun looked guilty and humiliated, but he didn't understand what the problem was. It seemed to him that when land prices rose, everything could be compensated for by profits from the sale of the land itself. Jin Young-gi glared at his son and asked if he thought his father didn't know what he was thinking. He stated that Jin Young-jun is confident that he can repay the debt. The son lowered his gaze to the floor in shame, pursing his lips. Jin Young-gi looked at his son and asked if he thought his grandfather was unaware of something that even he knew. Jin Young-jun was taken aback and looked up. The gloomy and serious vice chairman asked his son why he thought Jin Young-kal didn't say a word, although he was well aware of everything. He himself answered the question by saying that Jin Young-kal is one of those who does not interfere if the problem is solved on its own. According to Jin Young-gi, the chairman is one of those who turns a blind eye to the not-so-clean process. Jin Young-jun relaxed and a slight smile appeared on his face. He was glad that in the end the result was everything. Jin Young-gi put one hand on his hip and adjusted his glasses, saying that what was lost cannot be brought back, so he finished. He told his son that if he screwed up, he shouldn't come crawling to him for salvation. His father frowned and looked at him sternly, saying that he would have to take responsibility. Jin Young-jun looked at him hopefully and told him not to worry. He promised that the ending would be great. So Young looked down dejectedly without saying a word. The restaurant had a small installation of a traditional garden. On the table there were many expensive fish and meat dishes, beautifully presented. Jin Young-kal was wearing a black turtleneck and a brown vest, and his hair was shorter than before the operation. He crossed his arms and told his interlocutor that he had undergone brain surgery, and he had never even visited him. He asked if it was too rude that he called as soon as it came to money. Sitting opposite him was the chairman of Daehan Group, Ju Yeon-il. He also crossed his arms and said that Jin Young-kal would outlive everyone, although it would not be fun if he died on the operating table. The table was low and they both sat on small cushions. There were pictures hanging on the wall, and katanas and sheaths stood nearby. Both chairmen laughed, and Jin Young-kal said that if he died first, then Ju Yeon-il would be very lonely to live out the rest of his term, and at least he would not be so boring. Chairman Daehan raised the sake bowl to his mouth, smiling. He looked at his interlocutor and asked if they had caught the real culprit of the accident. Jin Young-kal made a displeased face and said that he heard everything, after which he asked his opinion on this matter. Ju Yeon-il chuckled, closing his eyes, and told him to just divide it equally and distribute it. It's not difficult. Jin Young-kal smiled, looking at his interlocutor from under his brows, and asked if everything should be divided directly. He recalled that he has many sons. Ju Yeon-il placed the sake bowl on the table, making a soft knock. Chairman Senyang crossed his arms and declared that his sons were his pride. He said that they are in the same boat and it's like with women. Ju Yonil laughed and answered him that when he was poor, he didn't even have a woman, but when he got money, a woman immediately appeared. Jin Young-kal looked the other way irritably and replied that one thing leads to another. He said that if divided, it is obvious that when he goes to heaven after his interlocutor, they will begin to fight to get everything. His face darkened and he narrowed his eyes. Chairman Sun-young said that in order for the father's heart to be at peace, the children must now be forced to point knives at each other. Ju Yonil held chopsticks in his hands and chewed his food. He replied that it was their problem. Chairman Dehan said that in heaven he would not look down on the other person, so he asked what difference it made whether they fought or not. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and chuckled quietly, calling him an old rogue. Closing his eyes, Ju Yonil took a sip of alcohol. Jin Young-kal picked up his chopsticks and chewed on one of the dishes. There was silence in the room as they ate. The Sun-young chairman picked up the sashimi with chopsticks and told the other party not to pay attention to what his son-in-law was doing because it had nothing to do with them. Ju Yonil looked up at him with his narrowed eyes and asked if he also had a chance. Holding chopsticks in his hands, Jin Young-kal answered him in the affirmative. He told him to look at the plans of the government. This time it was time for business. According to him, they can live and earn money without it, but there are companies that are lining up for the project in order to remain sustainable. He claimed that they would take everything, and the Blue House knows this very well. Ju Yonil closed his eyes and wiped the remaining food from his lips. Jin Young-kal said that this is the reason permission was obtained so easily. Chairman Dehan looked at his interlocutor sternly and said that this means he needs his permission to pick up a piece of the pie. Jin Young-kal answered him that since he understood everything, then let him not fuss and wait calmly. He narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile that he would take care of everything without any fuss. Ju Yonil closed his eyes and smiled, chuckling quietly. He said that then today he pays. Jin Young-kal looked at him with a confident smile and agreed with him. Chairman Dehan looked attentively at his interlocutor. He put the sashimi on his plate and started talking about the son-in-law of the Sun-young chairman. He said there were rumors that after 4 years as mayor of Seoul, he was planning to run for president. Ju Yonil asked if he was promoting it. Jin Young-kal clenched his teeth in anger. He hit the table with the hand that held his chopsticks. He asked what other presidents. The Sun-young chairman looked at his interlocutor with aggression and said that this guy was just a puppet in the hands of his wife. He asked whether a man who could not even eat without his wife's permission could enter the Blue House. Ju Yonil poured himself some more sake, smiling. He asked what difference it makes if the people vote anyway. He believed that if the media supported him, then this dream would not be such a pipe dream. Chairman Dehan lowered his eyelids and grinned. He said that if he starts preparing now, his chances are quite high. Jin Young-kal waved him off with displeasure and annoyedly declared that this would never happen. He believed that 4 years as mayor would end his political career. Chairman Sun-young looked at his interlocutor coldly and ominously and asked why his dear chairman Ju Yonil was so interested in the affairs of someone else's family. Ju Yonil picked up the sake bowl and laughed. He replied that he was just asking just in case. He said that if Sun-young Group's son-in-law becomes president, it will be a big event. According to him, if he starts interfering with his Dehan Group, he will not be able to do anything. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and grinned, pleased with his answer. He imagined Choi's dark face against the backdrop of broken glass in the Sun-young headquarters. The chairman crossed his arms and said that if he became president, Dehan Group would be in second place and Sun-young would be in first place. Ju Yonil looked at his interlocutor with a surprised face and said that he did not know that his daughter was so greedy. Jin Young-kal picked up the glass and replied with an irritated face that she grew up like that because she was his only daughter. He added that she grew up too greedy. In the middle of the table was a beautiful display of sashimi with decorations in the form of plants and flowers. Chairman Dehan again advised his interlocutor to quickly divide and distribute everything. Chairman Sun-young told him to stop talking and stand up already. Jin Young-kal began to get ready, and Ju Yonil struggled to his feet, saying that he had held the old man for too long, who was still not feeling well. When Jin Young-kal put on his black coat, Ju Yonil told him to go first since he had another meeting here. Chairman Sun-young put a black hat on his head and said that if he gave everything to the children, he would end up as an ordinary old man in an empty room. He ordered his interlocutor not to laugh at him. Chairman Dehan smiled at him and replied that as long as he was alive, he had to work so that he could have money for food. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and nodded to him with a smile. He opened the sliding door and began to leave the room. The door closed behind him with a quiet noise. The smile disappeared from Ju Yonil's face as soon as his interlocutor left. Standing in front of the table, he began to turn around. Chairman Dehan stood in front of another sliding door. He put his hand on the door, starting to push it open. He opened the doors to the dark room with an arrogant face. In the dark, Choi sat at another table, with only snacks in front of him. Ju Yonil said that he made a busy person like Mayor Choi wait too long and apologized to him. Choi's face showed horror, resentment, and disappointment. The light in the room turned on. Chairman Dehyun sat down opposite the mayor and smiled. He said that Choi worked so hard day and night that he couldn't even eat, so he offered to order something decent today. The man's face with glasses was gloomy and emotionless. He replied that fish and rice would be enough since he had already spent too much time here. Ju Yonil smiled insincerely and said that he seemed to have completely forgotten about manners. Choi put his hands under the table and told the chairman that if he had something to say, he should say it directly. Ju Yonil raised his hands and replied that he only asked for the meeting to congratulate him on his election victory. The mayor adjusted his glasses with a serious face and replied that congratulations were accepted. He ordered the chairman to give up the Sangnam area and added that as his father-in-law had said, he had a policy of excluding large corporations such as Sanyang and Dehyun from business. Ju Yonil had a satisfied smile on his face. He thought that as planned, he overheard their entire conversation with Chairman Jin Young-kal in the next room. He smiled even wider, raising his palms, and agreed with the mayor. He said that this is an excellent solution to revive construction companies that are in crisis. The chairman promised to follow this policy and tried to ensure that he spoke sincerely so that he would not be misunderstood. Choi's hand squeezed tightly on his knee and he said that then he accepted his sincerity. He suggested postponing their meal until later because he had things to do. However, Ju Yonil interrupted him by raising his hand forward. He asked whether a person capable of great things should rush. This question was like a current that struck Choi. Words about big things were spinning in his head. Chairman Dehyun smiled slyly and told him to sit down. The mayor sat down obediently without saying anything. He looked sternly at his interlocutor, narrowing his eyes. Ju Yonil said that as Choi already knows, getting along with in-laws is not that difficult. He believed that living with an eye on what his wife thinks is something that all Korean men face, but Choi has to adapt to his father-in-law and even his nephew. The mayor began to get angry, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He told the chairman not to hurt his pride and said that it was not that difficult to tie the Dehyun group hand and foot with just one construction permit in Seoul. Ju Yonil laughed loudly, closing his eyes. He said that men who live with an eye on their in-laws can only scream loudly when leaving the house. These words completely angered Choi, and he aggressively called out to Chairman Dehyun. Ju Yonil smiled slyly and said that he would help him free himself from these relatives, and this made the interlocutor taken aback. The chairman looked calculating and his face became cold. He stated that he would even provide a flower palanquin that would carry Choi to the Blue House. He asked what the mayor himself thought about this. Choi had an image in his head of a blue house with a beautiful garden at the entrance. His face immediately became stunned as he thought about the Blue House. The mayor and the chairman of Dehyun sat opposite each other. Ju Yonil smiled in anticipation and said that his father-in-law had already drawn the line by asking if Choi knew about it. The mayor tensed, listening to the words of his interlocutor. Ju Yonil recalled that Jin Young-kal is one of those who can block the flower road leading to the Blue House with stones. Chairman Dehyun looked at his interlocutor with a relaxed face. He said that the chairman of Sanyang is one of those who will resist to the last, so as not to give what is his, even to relatives, especially to his son-in-law. According to him, Jin Young-kal cannot even see that the mayor is doing very well. Choi clenched his hand into a fist so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hand. He frowned and said with a serious face that he didn't know why he was telling him this. Ju Yonil continued to smile at him in a relaxed manner. He replied that it was natural for him to invest in people, and the current regime would fall and a new era would begin. In his opinion, there will be a Lee democracy and a Lee dictatorship, but the era of the two Kims will end and a new character must emerge. The mayor continued to frown, but still did not interrupt the interlocutor. Ju Yonil put his hands on his knees and said that perhaps Choi would become this leader. This genuinely surprised the man with glasses. Ju Yonil lowered his eyelids slightly and looked straight into his eyes. The mayor's pupils shrank and he nervously replied that he was a Sanyang group man. The cunning Chairman Dehyun looked at him with narrowed eyes, asking where the roots of the politician were. He stated that today he is here, and tomorrow he will be in another place. Ju Yonil asked if someone who pushes and supports him cannot become a root. Choi widened his eyes and pursed his lips, not knowing what to answer. The prudent chairman continued to behave calmly. He said that whether it is the mayor of Seoul or the president, the person must have a bigger heart that can accommodate not only Sanyang, but also Dehyun. Choi was in a daze at his words, his pupils were constricted and his entire face was tense. Ju Yonil stated that he can become a force for two companies at the same time. Choi seemed immobilized by this statement, and his heart beat loudly and quickly. Chairman Dehyun was pleased with this reaction as he closed his eyes and chuckled quietly. He raised his head to his interlocutor, who had already come to his senses. Ju Yonil asked to be allowed to give just one piece of advice. The mayor straightened up and with a serious face replied that he was listening to him carefully. The chairman picked up a bottle of sake and said that he had 3 wives. 2 of them are included in the family register, but the third is not included. Choi relaxed and answered him with a slight smile that it was no secret to anyone. He said that people from his generation are not ashamed to have one wife and 3 mistresses. Ju Yonil started pouring sake into the bowl and agreed with him, saying that times haven't changed much. He believed that there was nothing wrong with getting a divorce and getting married again. Holding a cup of alcohol in his hands, he looked into the face of his interlocutor. He said that the names of 2 or 3 more wives could be added to the register without any problems. Choi was taken aback and leaned back a little. He smiled awkwardly, raising his palms, and said that this had gone too far. He claimed that he had no intention of leaving his wife. The chairman smiled contentedly, raising the cup to his mouth, and asked who was saying to break up right now. He said that they could live together as long as necessary and let him decide when to cry for help. He believed that it would be quite good to continue living together if he obediently listened to everything that was told to him. Ju Yonil looked up at the mayor and admitted with a sly smile that from the moment he became the mayor of Seoul, a knife had already appeared in his hands. Choi looked at him in silent shock and raised his eyebrows. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist again. The man thought that without him, Seo Yoon would have been difficult to even get a department store, not to mention the Senyang Group. On the other hand, as the mayor of Seoul, he can count on the presidency. He felt that if he became president, Seo Yoon would not be able to use him because he would be the one who would use Seo Yoon to steal Senyang. He lowered his eyebrows and smiled creepily, feeling the power he had. Ju Yonil took a sip of alcohol with a satisfied face. With an inspired face and high spirits, Choi asked if the food would be served soon. He said he suddenly had an appetite. Chairman Dehyun laughed loudly at his words. The sky was light blue and there were 3 Korean flags above the city hall. Seo Yoon wore a skirt and tweed jacket. She sat in a chair with her arms crossed and asked how much Jin Young Jun had collected so far. Opposite her sat Jin Do Jun in the same chair. They both looked at Choi, who was heading towards his desk. The mayor replied that he did not know, because after the announcement of the development plan, various speculators began to buy land like crazy. He added that it is difficult to find the name Jin Young Jun among them. Choi sat down in his chair and sighed tiredly. The main character looked at his uncle with suspicion, not understanding why his mood had changed so much. Seo Yoon narrowed her eyes and turned her head towards her husband. Jin Do Jun smiled and looked at his aunt with his palms together. He told her that Jin Young Jun had planned to buy the land by paying twice the market price, but the price had skyrocketed so much that he had to invest 4 or 5 times as much. The young man was sure that his older brother had been squeezed dry. Seo Yoon crossed her arms and smiled nervously. She asked what if everything was cancelled now. Jin Do Jun smiled wider, showing his white teeth. He replied that it would be a huge blow for Jin Young Jun and it would be difficult to recover. Suddenly Choi loudly hit the table with his palm. Drawing the attention of his nephew and wife, he agreed and offered to detonate this bomb. Seo Yoon frowned in annoyance and told him to calm down, and she started saying what would happen after he realized the magnitude. Choi clasped his hands in front of his face and interrupted her. He stated that he had an idea and said that if they deal with Jin Young Jun from the beginning, they will be in big trouble. Jin Do Jun listened to him with a calm face, but inside he did not understand what he was talking about. The young man folded his hands and lowered it down, looking at his uncle. The main character's goal was to remove Jin Young Jun from his grandfather's sight, but he assumed that Choi's goal had changed. Jin Do Jun lowered his eyebrows and turned his head towards his aunt. Seo Yoon called out to her husband with a worried look. She said that in order to remove himself from being labeled as a son-in-law in a tycoon family, he must personally condemn Jin Do Jun. Choi smiled villainously, crossing his arms over his chest. He stated that he would do so, but that is not what he needed at the very beginning. He believed that if the first shot was fired elsewhere, all he could do was step on Jin Young Jun, who would be cut down by that shot. Jin Do Jun began to look more serious as soon as he realized that things were getting worse. He thought that the man who seemed to be doing everything his aunt told him to do was suddenly coming up with a plan of his own. He looked at the nameplate on his uncle's desk and wondered if such a drastic change had anything to do with the position of mayor of Seoul. Choi narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a smile. He said that he worked as a prosecutor for so many years, so he knows that when planning investigations, you have to start from the edges. He believed that if he went into the open, it would lead to a misunderstanding of the goal. The mayor was starting to look increasingly frantic. He said that the tax service would become his bullets, and the prosecutor's office would become his knife, and he would simply take the loot. The man told them to just wait. The main character lowered the corners of his lips and suggested with a feeling of anxiety that he had hidden intentions. There were numerous clicks of cameras, journalists jotting down speeches in notebooks, and reporters taking photographs and videos. The mayor said that he could not contain the anger and sadness that settled in his heart. He said that to overcome the International Monetary Fund crisis, which was no different from a national crisis, ordinary people even took out old rings hidden deep in their closets. Choi stood behind the bleachers, shouting angrily into the microphone. He said that when the price of the precious metal stabilized and began to rise, the rich rushed to buy gold, land, shares, and buildings for next to nothing. The veins on the mayor's forehead bulged with anger. He said that in order for the construction industry not to lose its last strength in these difficult times, a cultural and construction project was developed. State land was even given out, which is essentially the property of the people. A huge number of journalists closely watched Choi's performance, taking notes and photographs. The mayor raised his fist in the air and said that it had been discovered that real estate speculation had begun for the purpose of unjust enrichment. He said a strict investigation was carried out, which confirmed that massive buying was taking place in the Suzik area of Yunpyeong County. The corners of Choi's lips were downturned and his face looked menacing. He said he wasn't going to continue to pretend he didn't notice. He announced that for this reason the Seoul New City Development Project has been revised. Suddenly the journalists stopped taking notes and raised their gaze to the mayor. Reporters began talking among themselves, not understanding whether the project would be cancelled. The camera flashes did not stop while Choi drank water. He loudly placed an empty glass on the counter. With a calmer face, the man leaned into the microphone and announced that the Suzik area of Yunpyeong Ward was excluded from the development plans for the new city of Seoul. He said the scope of the project would be limited to the Sangnam area in Mapo. Choi began to look more serious and gloomy. He said that as long as he is mayor of Seoul, he will carefully ensure that real estate speculators do not make a penny of profit. His speech was shown on television. Journalists raised their hands to ask questions. Jin Do-jun wore a gray suit and black turtleneck. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched the performance with a thoughtful face. The young man lowered his head and looked down. He was thinking that since the mayor of Seoul himself had made an angry speech about real estate speculation, the two authorities couldn't just let it go. There is no money in the country, but here someone is speculating in land. They will not be able to go against public opinion and will begin an investigation. Oh Seo-hyun sat in a chair with his arms crossed over his chest and whistled. He smiled and looked at Jin Do-jun standing next to him, who had his hands in his pants pockets. The director noted that by becoming mayor, Choi has become a force to be reckoned with. The main character answered him that he is, after all, a former prosecutor, and when he sets a goal and deals with it, his true face appears. Oh Seo-hyun was impressed and looked at the TV again. He said that Choi is clearly not a stupid person, because he caught Jin Young-jun without even getting his hands dirty or upsetting the chairman of Jin Young-kal. Jin Do-jun continued to look at the TV with an emotionless face. He asked the director if he thought Choi had changed dramatically. The smile disappeared from Oh Seo-hyun's face and he seriously replied that he noticed it too. The man leaned back and looked at Jin Do-jun. He assumed that Choi was going to escape as much as possible. The main character looked at him and asked if he thought that the mayor was going to get out from under the yoke of his wife. Oh Seo-hyun tilted his head back and answered in the affirmative. He said that before Choi could not express any thoughts or opinions on his own, but after becoming mayor, he received such power. He believed that no matter how supportive his wife is, there are now opportunities for Mayor Choi, so he is very confident in himself. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes a little and smiled. Choi continued to make speeches with a menacing face, pointing at the camera. Oh Seo-hyun said that in this house there are marital quarrels almost every day. He asked if the mayor abandoned Aunt Jin Do-jun and moved into a hotel. The main character answered in the affirmative and said that in such a situation a quarrel cannot be avoided. Despite this, Jin Do-jun seemed quite calm. He assumed that the conflict between the newlyweds would begin earlier than that of the Seoul mayor couple. An expensive fence separated the luxurious mansion. So-young nervously chewed her thumbnail. She looked worried and scared, her face tense. The woman was trembling with fear and walking around the room. She invested all the 5 billion she received from her parents, but the value fell by half. So-young kept biting her nails with her head down. She believed that there was a much bigger problem, and it was the money that the parents themselves were investing. A bead of sweat ran down her cheek and the sound of nails crunching echoed throughout the room. She thought that even though her parents didn't name the exact amount, the atmosphere was as if someone had died. The butler addressed So-young as madam and said that the vice chairman was looking for her. She immediately stopped biting her nails and raised her head in fear. There was a grimace of horror on her face, her eyes wide open and her eyebrows raised high. So-young began to quickly walk down the marble stairs. She lowered her head in shame and clasped her hands together. Jin Young-jun was already sitting in the living room, and his father Jin Young-gi was standing opposite him. He noted the woman's poor appearance. The vice chairman crossed his arms over his chest, looking at her sternly. He asked if she had been drinking and if she had recovered from her intoxication. So-young responded negatively and said that she just didn't feel well. Jin Young-gi frowned and narrowed his eyes with suspicion. He asked if she was so bad that she even skipped breakfast. So-young shyly lowered her gaze to the floor and remained silent. She thought that he himself understood the situation perfectly well, but continued. Jin Young-gi looked at his daughter-in-law seriously and sternly. He ordered her to now listen carefully to everything he said and then convey it to her parents. So-young had no choice but to bow his head and agree. Jin Young-gi told her that she never bought land and asked if she understood. The daughter-in-law raised her head in surprise and was confused. Her father-in-law's face was gloomy and cold, and his pupils were constricted. He said that no matter how much land was purchased, she did not know anything. Jin Young-jun was still sitting on the sofa with his head down. Jin Young-gi pointed his finger at So-young and said that they would make it seem like her father or someone in the family bought the land in her name without her knowledge, but she herself did not allow it to be used. He summarized everything and said that she had nothing to do with this matter. The man asked if she understood everything. So-young looked at him sadly and guiltily, trying to object. She personally traveled to the Suzik area with real estate agents. The woman was dressed in a white suit and had sunglasses on her face. She was accompanied by 2 men who walked around the area with her. Plus, she is the daughter of a family of media moguls. Even a novice reporter visiting a couple of real estate offices will easily find out that she has, in fact, personally inspected and purchased land there. So-young's face became very sad and she looked helpless. Jin Young-gi put his hands down and asked his sister-in-law if she still didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked what would happen if people found out that Sun-young's daughter-in-law was involved in a land speculation scandal right after her wedding. Veins bulged on the man's forehead and jaw with anger. He threatened that if an article was published in which even one line was written about her involvement, then not only she, but also her parents would pay a high price. So-young lowered her head in fear, sweat dripping from her face. She answered in fear that she understood everything. Jin Young-gi's gloomy and stern gaze was truly frightening. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked disdainfully at his eldest son. Jin Young-jun's head was lowered and he looked exhausted. He responded quietly. The veins on Jin Young-gi's face were pulsating with anger. He ordered his son to raise his head, because then his father could at least slap him in the face. He asked where it was seen that such an adult idiot would be given a slap on the head. Jin Young-gi grinned that his son was already in trouble, but it would only get worse. Jin Young-jun raised his head in horror. He squinted his eyes and frowned. The son clenched his hands into fists and looked at his father. He promised to solve everything. His father looked back at him with hatred and indignation. The man asked how he was going to do it. Jin Young-jun frowned, his bangs falling over his face. He replied that not much land was purchased in his name, and most of it was acquired from a legal entity. He added that he sold all the land registered in his name to a legal entity. So-young meekly watched their conversation. Jin Young-gi asked what he was going to do next. Jin Young-jun replied that they would leave things as is until the hype calms down. The father asked if they were going to do nothing in a situation where land prices were falling every day. The ashamed son turned his head away from him. He looked down and argued that nothing could be done now anyway, and even if the land was put up for sale, no one would buy it. Behind Jin Young-gi, tree branches could be seen in the window. The man asked how much he paid for land that no one wanted. Jin Young-jun straightened his back and shouted furiously that as soon as the development of Sangnam begins, the problems with this land will be solved by themselves. He believed that prices would definitely go up, because the distance between these areas was only one road, and then he would resell the land without loss. The father's face suddenly became calm. He turned away and adjusted his glasses, agreeing with his son that someday he would even make money on this land. However, he added that development will take 10 years, and only then will Jin Young-jun start working. Jin Young-gi was so angry that he began to hatefully insult his son, asking if this was what he was talking about. He stood in front of Jin Young-jun and began to swing his palm powerfully while his son looked on in horror. So-young fearfully clenched her hands into fists and stopped him. She said that if they met with their aunt, they could work things out. Jin Young-jun turned to her and aggressively told her to shut up. Jin Young-gi's palm hung in the air. He really didn't hit his son and looked at the woman. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face and he said that he had completely forgotten about their daughter-in-law. He told her to share with them since she had such a good plan. So-young smiled in fear and confusion. She said that although her uncle had already made the official announcement, it would take time to sort out the additional paperwork. The woman claimed that she would spread rumors among Gangnam businessmen during this time. In her opinion, this respite will provide an opportunity to cool the tension over speculation and advance their plan. Jin Young-jun gritted his teeth and frowned, his face turning red with anger. So-young stopped smiling and lowered her eyebrows. She said that then they could sell out everything instantly. Jin Young-gi smiled ominously as he looked down at her. He sarcastically said that now he sees that his daughter-in-law has a head not only to wear a hat, but she is also capable of coming up with such a brilliant plan. So-young looked at him in horror, her eyes wide open. She frowned and looked down, frowning. She forgot for a moment that what people of this type hate most is when they repeat the same words twice. Veins all over Jin Yoongi's face and neck were swollen with anger. He frowned and ordered his daughter-in-law to go to her parents' house right now and not return until she had completely erased all traces of her involvement in this matter. So-young shuddered and raised her head, answering her father-in-law in the affirmative. She covered her mouth with her hand and began to walk up the stairs. Jin Young-jun sat on the sofa with his head down, and his father rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. House of Jin Yoon-gi. The sky was blue, the clouds were translucent. Jin Do-jun thought that the uncle who had previously followed the script suddenly began to plot something of his own. He imagined Choi frowning and pointing at the crowd, talking about something. Although the uncle said that the result would be the same, one mistake could bring everything to an end without any fuss or benefit. The main character was sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed over his chest. He thought that this is why he had to watch his uncle's actions. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyebrows and looked down thoughtfully. He also has another plan to put into action. It seemed to him that this time things would be a little more complicated, because the future he now knows will not help him defeat the enemy. He introduced himself from his past life and Jin Young-jun. The main character thought that he had to whet the appetite of a man who had absolutely no ambitions. He raised his gaze and looked straight. He thought that now a person who has no ambitions is smiling at him. His father crossed his arms over his chest and looked kindly at his son. He said that his serious expression scared him. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled. He said that usually at such moments he smiles and says that everything is not so, but this time it will not work out that way. Jin Yoon-gi lowered the corners of his lips and asked if his son should smile when something good happens. The main character answered him that there was a problem. His father looked at his son with concern and asked what the problem was. Jin Do-jun presented a gold-plated frame and floating puzzle pieces. He said that this concerns a piece of a puzzle that will be put together in 10 or 20 years. The young man said that he had already prepared both the pieces of the puzzle and the frame in which to put it, but there was no person who would put it together. Jin Yoon-gi looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. There were cups of tea on the table in front of them. The father, sitting with his arms crossed on his chest, asked if he should find someone since his son was telling him about it. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. Jin Yoon-gi agreed to listen to him and suggested that he was the very person his son was looking for. The main character straightened his back and asked his father if he knew already. He said that his uncle had announced the creation of a new Seoul, or Media City. Jin Yoon-gi adjusted his glasses and answered in the affirmative. He said that this business was started by Jin Do-jun and Oseo Hyun. The son answered in the affirmative, but said that he did not view this project solely as a construction project. His father was surprised and began to look more animated. He asked if that meant there was something else. Jin Do-jun smiled widely, narrowing his eyes slightly. He replied that it's all in the name. He said he was going to create a media city. Jin Yoon-gi looked at him confusedly, not understanding what he was talking about. Once the man understood everything, he opened his eyes wide and said that he was going to create not only the shell, but also the core. Jin Do-jun looked at his father with enthusiasm and answered in the affirmative. He said that in the current era, analog technologies are moving to digital. This is a symbol of the new millennium. His face seemed to light up with purple and blue colors. With confidence, he stated that he wants to fill Sangnam with media companies. Many buildings located in the city had numerous media screens. Jin Yoon-gi looked at his son in shock, assessing his ambition. The building with 2 stars said production, and the building with 2 triangles said entertainment. Jin Yoon-gi said that there are many businesses related to media in one way or another. Film production, independent producers, recording studios, entertainment agencies. He noted that there is a clear division of labor. The man thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that it was impossible to cover the entire industry. Jin Do-jun, sitting opposite his father, rested his elbows on his lap. He cited the current Sanyang group as an example. The young man had a relaxed smile on his face and said that they deal in everything from electronics to food. Jin Yoon-gi looked thoughtful. He remained silent doubtfully. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling and said with a serious face that he is not only talking about movies, TV series and music. He planned to open his own channel. His father was taken aback and asked in shock if he was talking about television. The main character frowned, squinting his eyes, and answered in the affirmative. Jin Yoon-gi looked at his son in silent surprise. Jin Do-jun looked at his father with confusion and realized that he needed to clarify something. He unveiled a skyscraper that was the headquarters of NBC. When they talk about a channel or television broadcast, everyone thinks about television and radio broadcasting. But cable TV is still at a very low level. Jin Do-jun raised his hands and told his father with an awkward expression that this was not really broadcasting. He thought it would be a good idea to start with cable, because it's always better to start with something simple. Jin Yoon-gi started to get angry and frown. He angrily asked his son if he thought the cable business was that easy. He said that it is not easy to even apply to open a business, but now most of these companies are losing money. The main character put his palms on his knees and said that it was simple. According to him, you can start by acquiring a company that is losing money. His father asked about the acquisition. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative with a calm face. He asked if there was anything for sale. Jin Yoongi's eyes widened and his pupils constricted sharply. He asked about DCM. The company name appeared in the background of various images, and dollar bills were flying around. DCM is a movie channel that first broadcast in March 1995. Despite the fact that the broadcast was free, the company suffered huge losses due to reckless investments in foreign currency. And now, when the company entered the field of multiplex cinemas, it was on the verge of collapse due to the currency crisis. People stood in line to buy tickets at the self-service ticket office, while others went to buy tickets at the regular ticket office. Jin Yoongi thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and again thought about cable broadcasting. When his son addressed him, he raised his head and looked at him. Jin Do-jun said that cable TV will take over the TV and radio airwaves not sometime in the distant future. The main character gestured with his hands when he told his father about cable television in America. According to him, not only basic channels are popular, but also paid channels. In the US, broadcasters are no longer just about rerunning programs, they're about producing original series. Jin Yoongi frowned and narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He said they are not the US and most of the content comes from 3 broadcasters. Jin Do-jun smiled at him with a calm face and replied that this is why they can compete through unique programs and well-produced dramas. He imagined a huge line outside the cafe and said that even if a restaurant with delicious food is located in a secluded place, customers find it themselves. The main character lowered his eyelids slightly and said that ultimately the key to the channel's success is quality content. Jin Yoongi thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and replied that in theory it was so. Jin Do-jun leaned over slightly and said that this market is just beginning to develop. A blue gleam appeared in his eyes. He said that ultimately they could only rely on theory. Jin Yoongi first silently adjusted his glasses, closing his eyes, and then called out to his son. He put his hands together and lowered them down. The man said that there would be many people who would agree that his plan was feasible, who would shout that they would cope with the task. Jin Yoongi tensed, narrowed his eyes, and said that most of these people are scammers. Everything around Jin Do-jun seemed to darken. He was taken aback and opened his eyes wide. He looked at his thoughtful father in confusion. The main character thought that his father did not understand what exactly he was thinking about. Jin Yoongi raised one eyebrow and began gesticulating with his hands. He said that creating a normal business is a difficult task, and Jin Do-jun needs someone who can last at least 10 years. His son smiled calmly as he listened to him. Jin Yoongi crossed his arms and closed his eyes. According to him, everyone who claims profit from the very beginning is a swindler. Jin Do-jun smirked as he let out a soft sigh. He put his hand to his chin and raised his gaze, saying that then there is only one person he can trust. His father was taken aback and looked at his son resentfully. He asked why he was asking him when he himself had someone in mind. The main character confidently crossed his arms over his chest and answered in the affirmative. He admitted that no matter how much he thought, he could not come up with a better candidate. The young man said that he just came to find out if his father had other options. Jin Yoongi widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He asked who the man was and if he knew him. The man's face became more dissatisfied and he raised one eyebrow, guessing that it was Oseo Hyun. Jin Do-jun replied that Oseo Hyun's uncle was already busy with work. He put his palms together and replied that the person he was thinking about studied economics and management in England and worked in the media industry for 10 years. The main character looked straight, a sparkle appeared in his eyes. According to him, this man now runs Jinmuro Street, a symbol of the film industry. Jin Yoongi was dumbfounded and looked at his son with confusion. Jin Do-jun put his elbows on his knees, looking at his father. His father put his hands on his knees and asked if Jin Do-jun was talking about him. The main character smiled widely, silently telling him yes. Chairman's house, the sun was setting. Jin Young-kal and his son Jin Young-gi were sitting in the living room. The chairman was wearing a white shirt. He crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. Jin Young-gi hung his head guiltily and said with shame that Jin Young-jun borrowed some money from the affiliates. His father lowered his head and replied that he knew. He narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously if Jin Young-jun had lost money since he decided to bring up the topic. The eldest son lowered his eyebrows and asked for forgiveness that his son had made a mistake. Jin Young-kal looked the other way, leaning back in his chair. He said the apple never falls far from the tree. Jin Young-gi pursed his lips and began to tremble with tension. Jin Young-kal had a thoughtful expression on his face. He asked if his son was really that crazy because Jin Young-gi looked like him. The chairman looked at the guilty eldest son and asked if Jin Young-jun was obsessed with making money. He also asked why he suddenly rushed into real estate. Jin Young-gi was surprised and looked up at his father. Jin Young-kal frowned with displeasure, narrowing his eyes. He asked if his son thought he was silent because he didn't know the area would be included in the development plan. He stated that the country was in complete chaos, and this was son-in-law Choi's first business, so the chairman was careful not to cause unnecessary gossip. Jin Young-kal asked why Jin Young-jun went there then. Jin Young-gi lowered his eyebrows and looked down worriedly. He nervously placed his hands on his knees and admitted that Jin Young-jun was actually the first to receive information about the development of the site. Jin Young-kal asked if son-in-law Choi or Seo Yoon told him. Jin Young-gi opened his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. He imagined Seo Yoon and Jin Do-jun standing with their backs to each other and smiling. The man believed that it was definitely she who encouraged his younger nephew to deceive Jin Young-jun. At the end he introduced Choi, who was smiling creepily, and thought that he had stabbed him in the back. Jin Young-gi clenched his hands into fists and tensed, realizing that he could not tell his father that his younger sister had fooled him. The man smiled nervously and answered his father negatively. He said that it was Jin Do-jun who accidentally saw the development plan and told Jin Young-jun when they were drinking together. Jin Young-gi looked terribly guilty and smiled bashfully. He said that his son simply took Jin Do-jun's words as a clue and looked around. Jin Young-kal raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked about Jin Do-jun. Jin Young-gi raised his palms in confusion and said that the main character just mentioned it in passing, and the real reason was Jin Young-jun's greed. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and lowered his head. He said that there is no point in delving into the past, because the real problem is in the future. The eldest son assured him that he could handle it and asked his father not to worry too much. The chairman narrowed his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. He called out to his son, and Jin Young-gi immediately responded. Jin Young-kal said that he does not want to see his eldest son being bullied by his younger sister. This made Jin Young-gi taken aback. His father looked at him as if with pity and disappointment. Jin Young-gi frowned and firmly stated that this would not happen and he would handle everything. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and lowered his head. He agreed and told his son to go. The eldest son got up from the sofa and obeyed him with a smile. Approaching the exit of the living room, Jin Young-gi bowed deeply as a sign of respect. The door closed with a quiet noise as the chairman watched his son leave. He leaned back tiredly and sighed. He said that maybe this was for the best, because at this age it is increasingly difficult to guess where the arrow is aiming from. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes slightly, looking at the ceiling. He imagined a fierce tiger and Jin Do-jun standing nearby. Spatters of blood appeared, and the chairman thought that his youngest grandson was slowly starting to show his claws. Jin Young-kal's eyes reflected the light from the chandeliers. He thought that if this was Jin Do-jun's plan, it wouldn't end that easily. On the second level of the living room there was a table and chairs. The chairman continued to sit in his chair on the first level. Blue sky. There was no wind, so the flags did not fly over the city hall. On Choi's desk was a sign with his name and position. The mayor asked his subordinates if they had found out anything. One of them answered in the affirmative and said that the third generation of keyballs is different. The mayor and the others were sitting in chairs in front of a table on which there were flowers in a vase. The subordinate said that they literally swept everything away. According to him, Jin Young-jun registered everything not in his own name, but in two enterprises where he is the main shareholder. Choi put his fist under his head. He asked where the money came from. The square-faced man and his colleague looked at him. The first one replied that the money naturally came from Sun Yang. A satisfied and wide smile appeared on Choi's face. A bespectacled man with gray-brown hair said the regional prosecutor's office was silent. He believed that if they dug deeper, they could definitely accuse Jin Young-jun of embezzlement or abuse of position. However, as soon as Sun Yang's name appeared, the case was closed. The mayor crossed his arms over his chest with a dissatisfied expression on his face and firmly said that they all eat from the Sun Yang trough. He believed that in order to receive a bonus, they had to return the favor. The mayor's subordinates looked down tensely without saying anything. The square-faced man looked at the mayor with concern and said that they also received money from Sun Yang through him. He asked if they could peel them with the same hands. Choi furrowed his eyebrows in anger and declared that they had to do this, otherwise they would inevitably drag them all down with them. He crossed his arms over his chest again. Everyone present looked at him carefully and listened. The mayor said that his father-in-law is not one of those who shouts everywhere about how he gives out bribes. He ordered his subordinates to draw a line and stop taking this money. Choi reminded them that no one got away with bribing Sun Yang. The square-faced man glanced at his colleague sitting next to him. The other two men lowered their heads awkwardly. Choi looked at their reaction with displeasure. Suddenly he started to get really angry and called them idiots. He told them to stop worrying, shouting that he would make up for everything. The subordinates immediately bowed low, without rising from their chairs. They thanked him. Choi put his hands down and firmly stated that this time he needed to grab both of them. That is, Jin Young-jun and the one who was covering him. He told his subordinates to take care of it. The man with glasses and small eyes looked at him. He said that an investigation against him will soon begin and Jin Young-jun will soon come to an end. When he asked what was wrong with his position as mayor, Choi clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Suddenly he stood up from his chair and pointed his finger at them. He ordered to listen to him carefully. Choi said that when the mayor picks up the microphone, all media and broadcasters become his mouthpiece. The employees were taken aback and looked at him in fear. The mayor said that now the prosecutor's office and the Ministry of Justice are on the side of the ruling party, so he will join the opposition and demand a thorough investigation. The men put their hands on their knees and listened to him carefully. Choi said his nephew would hire a lawyer to evade liability, not for embezzlement, but for buying land for commercial purposes. He continues to frown and point his finger forward. The mayor said that their goal is to eliminate the ruling party and the prosecutor's office, which are engaged in concealing information and incompetent investigations. According to him, this will become the basis for the prosecutor's office to support him when his term in office comes to an end and he applies for presidential elections. He clenched his hands into fists and lowered them down while everyone looked at him. Subordinates had worried faces and asked if Choi was actually planning to run in the next presidential election. A creepy and smug smile appeared on the mayor's face. He answered in the affirmative and said that the first step to the presidency was to step on his wife's family and remove their people from the prosecutor's office. Choi said he's looking forward to it. The clicks of camera flashes were heard. Choi bowed deeply in front of reporters. He said that even though he was unaware of his family's involvement in the incident, he wants to sincerely apologize. Reporters took photographs, and the journalist wrote notes in his notebook. Choi stood behind the stands and put his hand on the documents. The mayor leaned towards the microphone with a serious face. He said that a few days earlier, in order to prevent excessive speculation in real estate, he announced an update to the plan. According to him, after that they received many reports of illegal circumstances regarding the purchase of real estate, and the Seoul government forwarded the information to the prosecutor's office. Journalists sat at blue tables, carefully recording his words. Choi lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. He said there is still no sign that they have opened an investigation. He stated that on the contrary, suspicious individuals began to come to the Suzik area and they demanded that all records be deleted. Standing in front of a huge crowd of reporters, Choi loudly asked how this was possible. He was very angry, his face was distorted in a grimace of aggression. The mayor said that his wife's family incited real estate speculation, and the prosecutor's office, knowing this, covered it up. The journalists' faces became surprised and even shocked. Choi hit the counter loudly and said that as the mayor of Seoul, he couldn't pretend he didn't see anything. Therefore he asks for a national assembly. The veins on his forehead bulged with anger, and while he screamed, he sprayed saliva. He said that since the prosecutor's office is not handling the case, the National Assembly should do so. His press conference was shown on TV, with the headline below, Sanyang Group involved in real estate speculation. Jin Young-gi sat at his desk and watched the performance. His face turned red with rage, he was shaking all over and insulting Choi. The chairman's house turned pink at sunset. He asked what was going on and why the investigation began. Jin Do-jun was wearing a shirt and a green cardigan. He sat in his grandfather's living room and was taken aback. The young man looked excitedly at the evil Jin Young-kal. The chairman narrowed his eyes and looked displeasedly at his grandson. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. He believed that grandfather had understood everything wrong. It seemed to him that his grandfather believed that he had done something to get both sides into trouble. The main character immediately began gesticulating with his hands. He explained that his uncle wanted to get rid of the tag of being the son-in-law of a tycoon family, and he only told him about a way to do this as painlessly as possible. Jin Young-kal frowned and asked if he was talking about Jin Young-jun. Jin Do-jun turned to him worriedly and answered in the affirmative. He said that for this it was enough to exclude the Suzik area from the development plan, and he could not think that his uncle would target the prosecutor's office. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and sighed displeasedly. He said that now he doesn't even hide it. The main character began to look more calm. He said that grandfather probably already knew this and asked why beat around the bush. Jin Do-jun thought that at such moments one should confidently take a step forward. If he had hidden the fact that this was his plan, grandfather would only have been more upset. Jin Young-kal looked puzzled at his words. The main character believed that there should be no secrets between loved ones. The chairman looked at him displeasedly and asked what he would do next. Jin Do-jun rubbed the back of his head, lowering his head. He asked if it was possible to intervene and said that they would take care of themselves. Jin Young-kal frowned and narrowed his eyes but said nothing. There were soft pillows on the sofas and armchairs. The chairman asked whether the grandson believed that his uncle did everything he said. He clarified that this is due to a contract for financing in the amount of 40 billion. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids and replied that this was not entirely true. It's more like insurance, he said. Grandpa began to look more serious, and he asked if Jin Do-jun thought that since the reins were in his hands, there would be no problems. The main character looked at him and didn't lie. He replied that to some extent he thought so. A grin appeared on the chairman's face and he said that this turned out not to be the case. He looked smug and cunning, saying that in the end the foal broke the reins, was unable to grow properly and died. This statement made the grandson taken aback and even upset. Jin Do-jun wondered if his grandfather meant that from now on he should rein in his uncle and raise him to be a useful horse. He imagined an eerie image of Jin Yong-kal in the darkness, stretching his hand forward, wondering if Grandpa himself would intervene. The main character leaned forward and with a worried look asked to explain it to him in a way that he could understand. Jin Yong-kal stopped smiling and said with a serious face that his uncle thought the matter was too simple. Jin Do-jun relaxed a little, but he was still tense. He asked if he was talking about the prosecutor's office. The young man said that his uncle was from there, so he could communicate with them in a familiar manner. Not a single muscle on Jin Yong-kal's face moved. He answered negatively and said that he was talking about matchmakers, that is, about the family of Jin Young-jun's wife. Jin Do-jun was overcome with horror as he opened his eyes wide and his pupils constricted. The young man remembered that Hansung Daily can be called a Korean media conglomerate, and these are So-young's parents. The main character introduced a woman in a red blouse against the backdrop of the newspaper's headquarters. Jin Yong-kal looked at the tense grandson and said that So-young is upset because her relatives literally buried all the money in the ground, so they have big losses. Jin Do-jun just looked at him silently, not knowing what to answer. A sparkle appeared in the eyes of the serious grandfather. He said it was his uncle who caused it. The main character looked at him worriedly, swallowing nervously. He placed his hands on his knees and continued to listen carefully. Jin Yong-kal said that journalists are most afraid of companies like theirs because they give money, but there is a place that cannot ignore them. Understanding what Grandpa was talking about, Jin Do-jun coldly replied that it was politics. It was as if a fire was burning around Jin Yong-kal. He smiled terribly and answered in the affirmative, saying that only there I could abuse my power. He frowned and his pupils constricted. The chairman asked what if there was a rumor that Hansung Daily, which is so feared by politicians, was deceived by the mayor of Seoul. He imagined Hong, the newspaper director, sitting gloomily in his office. Jin Yong-kal said they would be branded as a powerless press. He continued to smile ominously, asking who could stand such shame. Suddenly Jin Do-jun was taken aback and everything around him seemed to go dark. He couldn't even think about it. He imagined Choi's silhouette fading into darkness. Jin Do-jun realized that if the largest media company decided to attack the mayor of Seoul, then as Jin Yong-kal said, his uncle would be on the verge of death. The main character's eyes were wide open. Choi will not only not be able to run for president, he will not even be able to become mayor of Seoul again. Jin Do-jun's hand tightened on his knee. The young man imagined So-young's cunning face against the backdrop of disappearing buildings. The main character frowned, looking forward. He understood that it was unknown how public opinion would change if Hansung Daily also targeted the media city. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Jin Yong-kal, who called out to his grandson. He looked a little sad, but tried not to show it. The chairman asked Jin Do-jun if his grandfather was a bad person. The main character remained calm and he asked why he suddenly spoke abruptly about it. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest again. He said that he does not prohibit children from fighting each other and, on the contrary, encourages it. He is also happy that his grandson is in trouble. Jin Do-jun doubted and put his hand to his chin, partially agreeing with his grandfather. Jin Yong-kal smiled and tilted his head forward, closing his eyes. He looked at his grandson with a kind face. He said that since Jin Do-jun did not hide his intentions, he probably understood the meaning of their trip to Gunsan. The main character smiled back at him and answered in the affirmative. He said that he understood this from the way his uncles and aunts tried to win him over to their side. Jin Yong-kal straightened his back and said with a serious face that whoever wins this fight will get everything. The veins on his face swelled and the age spots became more visible. The chairman said that among those who take everything for granted, he has not seen anyone who properly defends what they have received. Jin Yong-kal closed his eyes and turned away. He asked if his grandson knew how many companies had disappeared in the last 50 years. The chairman said that it was all about getting them for free. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and tilted his head forward. He suggested that the grandfather was wondering if his grandson would join this fight. Jin Yong-kal narrowed his eyes and smiled, answering negatively. He stated that Jin Do-jun did this a long time ago, and he was just wondering how much more he should give. The main character looked at him suspiciously. The young man put his hands on his knees and asked what his grandfather meant. Jin Yong-kal was taken aback by his question, and Jin Do-jun asked if he had received anything at all. The chairman was puzzled, considering his grandson impudent, and raised his finger up. He asked if his grandson had forgotten how he gave him 17% of the shares when he stole Sanyang Motors. The main character raised his hands and smiled, answering negatively. He said that he had borrowed the shares and returned them with interest, and it was interest in dollars. Suddenly Jin Yong-kal widened his eyes as soon as he heard this. He started pointing his finger at his grandson and calling him a brazen robber. The chairman asked when this happened. After a few seconds he fell silent, realizing that this was so. Jin Young-kal began to laugh loudly, placing his hands on the armrests of his chair. Jin Do-jun smiled softly and looked at his grandfather. He told him that there were things he should never forget. The chairman asked what he was talking about. The main character remembered how he covered his grandfather with his body during the accident. He smiled widely and said that it was he who saved him when he had an accident. Jin Young-kal couldn't help but smile and called his grandson a brat. He said he acts so confident when he himself came out of an accident without a scratch. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids and continued to smile. The chairman closed his eyes and bowed his head forward. There was a luxurious, expensive chandelier in the living room. Jin Young-kal called out to his grandson, who immediately responded. The living room was richly decorated, there were rare books on the shelves, and an expensive service was in the closet. The chairman again crossed his arms and said that the crying child was given another piece of pie. Jin Do-jun looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was suddenly talking about this. Noticing how his grandson hesitated, Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and tilted his head forward. He said that's what he thinks about when he looks at his unhappy children. According to him, Jin Do-jun can handle it even if he gets a little less, but if he gives his grandson the same amount as the others, they will not have a chance to resist the young man. The main character did not show any emotions. He silently continued to listen to his grandfather. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes and said that he had these thoughts. Silence fell between grandfather and grandson as they looked at each other. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyebrows and looked more sad. He understood how his grandfather felt because they were relatives of the first generation. The main character himself is a relative of him through one generation, so Jin Young-kal is more closely connected with his uncles. He introduced all of the chairman's children, with Jin Young-gi and Jin Dong-gi standing out the most. Jin Do-jun felt like everything around him had gone dark again. He couldn't say for sure whether it was because of the relationship, but he understood the pride in them that couldn't just be thrown away. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes tiredly. The main character smiled and tilted his head forward. He stated that then from tomorrow he, too, will begin to cry and in every way evoke pity. The chairman was taken aback by his statement, his eyes wide open. Jin Do-jun looked very calm and said that today he would be a good grandson. Jin Young-kal straightened his back and asked how he was going to do it. The main character stood up from the sofa, bending slightly. He said that everything will be as grandfather wants because the Senyang group is his. The chairman opened his eyes wide and looked at his grandson in confusion. Jin Do-jun understood that grandpa cared about Senyang more than his children, and that was what he relied on. A soft light fell on the face of the young man, who was smiling. The windows of Fantasy Investments reflected neighboring buildings. The newspaper lying on the table had provocative headlines about Media City, the mayor of Seoul, and land speculation. O.C.O. Hyun, sitting at his desk, scratched his temple. He wearily asked why so many powerless efforts and what if even the Media City falls under this influence. Jin Do-jun sat on the sofa and read the newspaper. He responded that, barring the issue of land speculation, the Media City project itself looked like a breeding ground for corruption. The young man believed that the main weakness of the project was that an agreement was concluded and not a tender was held. O.C.O. Hyun frowned and looked at him, asking how he could talk as if he was watching a fire on the other side of the river. He asked if Hansung Daily should be stopped then. Jin Do-jun stood up from the sofa in a relaxed manner, scratching the back of his head. The director of Fantasy Investments said that today it is only in Hansung Daily, and tomorrow all other newspapers will pick up the rumor. He asked if he had the perfect solution. The main character walked up to the panoramic window and turned to O.C.O. Hyun. He said that if he was thinking about his grandfather, then he should stop, because Jin Young-kal had already drawn a line beyond which he would not act. O.C.O. Hyun looked at him irritably, narrowing his eyes. He put his hand under his head and turned to the young man. The man asked if the Media City would collapse then. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window. He replied that this would not happen, since Senyang Construction accounted for more than 30% of the project, so Grandpa would not let everything take its course. An inspired smile appeared on his face. He looked at O.C.O. Hyun and said that Hansung Daily can attack his uncle as much as they want, but if they touch the project, they themselves will go down. The director of Fantasy Investments crossed his arms and sighed, agreeing with him. The main character stopped smiling and looked thoughtfully at the buildings opposite. He didn't know what to do with Choi. The young man imagined the awkward expression on his uncle's face. Seo Yoon looked cold and cunning in his head. Only a few days had passed since Choi took office, and instead of doing what his wife said as always, he suddenly began to do things his own way. Jin Do-jun's shadow fell into the office, where the lights were also on. He wondered if his grandfather was against his uncle's political career because he knew about his flighty character. The main character opened his mouth slightly and exhaled quietly. He turned away from the window and looked at O.C.O. Hyun. Jin Do-jun suggested that he meet his aunt before his two uncles got into trouble and did something stupid. The director of fantasy investments abruptly stood up from his chair and agreed with him. He said he was still so nervous he couldn't work. He promised to return to business when the Media City project gets back on track. The Sinyang department building was small, but stood out from the other buildings. Seo Yoon was in her office. She was arguing with her husband on the phone. She looked very nervous and angry, asking her husband to stop. The woman asked Choi what he would get if he fought with the prosecutor's office. Suddenly, Jin Do-jun and Oh Seo-hyun entered her office, distracting her from the conversation. The secretary who stood behind the guests looked tense. The main character bowed respectfully. Seo Yoon looked at the phone again and told her husband that they would talk later. She loudly put the phone down. The woman went to meet Jin Do-jun and Oh Seo-hyun, saying that the director and her nephew had arrived. She asked if they had come on any special business. The aunt smiled nervously while the main character with an emotionless face said that she herself knew. He lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Jin Do-jun said loudly and in syllables that it was because of his grandfather. He reminded his aunt that she was the first to leave that day, and his grandfather scolded him for several hours after that. Seo Yoon's face became worried and she began to assume the worst-case scenario. Jin Do-jun rubbed his neck and reassured her that he didn't say anything about her. He said he insisted it was all just an accident. Seo Yoon clapped her hands happily and praised her for her good work. She suggested sitting down first. The woman sat down at a chair, placing her palms on her knees. She apologized for causing director Oh Seo-hyun to worry so much. Oh Seo-hyun smiled softly at her and answered negatively. He said that since this happened, they should finish everything right. The smile disappeared from his face and he said seriously that he had accidentally overheard her telephone conversation. The man asked if there were any other problems. Seo Yoon tensed, looking down guiltily. Oh Seo-hyun smiled with confidence and told her that they were in the same position, so they should solve problems together. Seo Yoon continued to look at the floor, imagining the prosecutor's office building. She said Choi said he would visit the Central District Prosecutor's office to protest the sluggish investigation. She suggested it would become a hot topic again. Oh Seo-hyun was taken aback and opened his eyes wide, as if not believing what he heard. Jin Do-jun's heart began to pound loudly. He looked at his aunt in shock, not understanding whether his uncle was going to start a quarrel with the prosecutor's office when he sent them a signal of reconciliation. He imagined Mayor Choi smiling madly against a backdrop of bright flowers, not understanding what the hell was going on. All three, sitting on sofas and armchairs, looked at each other. Seo Yoon sadly lowered her gaze without saying anything. Jin Do-jun suspected something was wrong and raised one eyebrow. After that, he asked his aunt if she had assigned the man to his uncle. She looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of person he was talking about. The main character looked at her emotionlessly without saying anything. Seo Yoon looked like she didn't understand anything. Jin Do-jun thought that she had ignored Choi for too long. Seo Yoon instructed her people to monitor the actions of her brothers, but completely forgot about her husband. The main character began to get angry. He frowned deeply. Oh Seo-hyun raised his palms and addressed the woman. He suggested that something had changed in Mayor Choi's circle, and Seoul's budget exceeded 10 trillion won for the first time. The man frowned and looked at Seo Yoon seriously. He assumed that such a sum would attract vultures. The woman, frightened, covered her mouth with her hand and asked if anyone from her husband's entourage was eager to get this money. Oh Seo-hyun lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Feeling tense, he replied that it was quite possible. The aunt looked at her disgruntled nephew in confusion. Jin Do-jun looked at her angrily, clenching his hands into fists. He thought that his aunt firmly believed that her husband wouldn't hurt a fly, and now they were all paying for it. The protagonist's pupils shrank and his face became more aggressive. He also pays for it. The young man assumed that this was someone who could fully finance his uncle so that he could not even pay attention to his wife. An unknown but dark puppeteer was holding Choi by the strings. Jin Do-jun believed that this was not some kind of vulture, this was an eagle. Oh Seo-hyun and the boy looked at Seo Yoon, and Jin Do-jun called out to her. With an emotionless face, he told her to stop nagging her uncle. The main character assumed that he was throwing out everything that had accumulated, and now there was no stopping him. Seo Yoon clenched her hand into a fist and asked in confusion what he was talking about. Jin Do-jun decided that this was the end of his conversation with his aunt. He crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes and sighed tiredly. It seemed to him that he could not reason with the woman. Seo Yoon spoke emotionally about something while gesturing with her hands. Blue sky, fantasy investments building. Oh Seo-hyun was reading a newspaper that hid his face and didn't understand how this could happen. He lowered the newspaper lower, his puzzled face appeared. The man asked what happened overnight. Jin Do-jun was confused. There were several newspapers on the table, including the Hansung Daily, which praised Mayor Choi's courage. One of the articles printed a photo of him during a press conference. The main character thought that being the son-in-law of the Sinyang family, He had the courage to reveal that his relatives were engaged in speculation in land property, and this requires considerable courage, which not everyone is capable of. The main character continued to silently read one of the newspapers. Oseo Hyun looked at him and assumed that it was his grandfather who helped. Jin Do-jun raised his head and said with a serious face that this could not be true. Remembering Jin Young-kal's creepy smile, the guy thought that he was not the type to go back on his words. The main character clenched his teeth angrily, realizing that even Hansung Daily was trying to suck up to his uncle. Taking the newspaper away from his face, Jin Do-jun looked at the director of fantasy investments. The young man said that it seemed to him that his uncle had found an excellent sponsor. Oseo Hyun asked in surprise about the sponsor. It was as if a fire was flaring up around the main character. He was angry. He answered in the affirmative and said that this was a sponsor with so much money that he could promise to fill all the daily publications with advertising. The director closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, but then agreed. He raised one eyebrow and looked out the window, scratching the back of his head. The man said that only with a reliable source of money could he afford not to listen to his wife's words. Choi completely emerged from the shadow of his wife's house. Jin Do-jun's hand holding the edge of the newspaper began to tremble. He angrily squeezed the newspaper, crumpling it. It annoys him so much, not his uncle's frivolity, but his own short-sightedness. The main character wanted to make such a person his partner and even president. His eyes were wide open and his pupils dilated. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Oseo Hyun just looked at him with understanding without saying anything. As soon as Jin Do-jun noticed his gaze, he immediately calmed down. The young man stood up from the sofa and lowered his head, rubbing the back of his head. He apologized for appearing like that. The director of fantasy investments put his fist under his head. He said he also made a mistake about Choi. Clenching his hands into fists, the main character looked out the window and said that he would have to be content with what the media city received. He added that anything could have happened if they had continued to work with him. Offices of other companies and skyscrapers could be seen through the windows. Oseo Hyun agreed with Jin Do-jun and said that if Choi attacks everyone who beckons him with candy, then he is hopeless. A crumpled newspaper lay on the coffee table, and Jin Do-jun looked out the window. The director of fantasy investments said that he does not know who this sponsor is, but he is sure that he is simply using the mayor. The main character felt offended. He pursed his lips and looked sadly out the window. Choi's photo in the newspaper was wrinkled. The young man decided that since they were thinking about the same thing, then they should just leave this man. Uncle is no longer their help. Sunyang Group head office. In the office, Jin Young-kal was sitting on a chair with his arms crossed over his chest. There was also Jin Dong-gi in the room. Sitting opposite him were Jin Young-gi and his son, both looking guilty. The chairman turned his head slightly and addressed Jin Young-jun. The man immediately raised his head and responded. They were in Jin Young-kal's office, and Seo Yoon was also in the room. The chairman asked how much his grandson had lost. Jin Young-jun nervously and stammeringly replied that not at all. His grandfather was furious and he again asked how much. The frightened grandson widened his eyes in confusion and replied that it was a little more than 60 billion. Jin Young-gi raised one eyebrow and looked at his nephew, puzzled. He was taken aback and looked incomprehensible, thinking about how he could say that when he had lost 60 billion. Jin Young-kal looked at his grandson with a serious look and said that the money is not that much. He asked if he could not solve the problem. Jin Young-jun pursed his lips and lowered his gaze, remaining silent. The chairman turned to his son Jin Dong-gi and addressed him, and he responded in kind. His father crossed his arms and told him to find out if there were apartments on Gyeonggi-do. Jin Young-kal added that there was probably something owned by Sunyang Industries there, and told his son to replace the wallpaper and refloor there today, as well as install all the necessary household appliances. Jin Young-gi listened to all this with shame, but did not even intend to object. The chairman also told the second son that his eldest nephew would be living there starting tomorrow, so he needed to take care of everything. Jin Young-jun looked at his grandfather in fear and addressed him with his trembling voice. Jin Young-kal didn't even bother to listen to him, and asked Jin Dong-gi what the position of the warehouse manager at the shipyard was. The middle son replied that he was the head of the department. His face was serious and he tried not to show confusion. In fact, he had no idea who was in charge of the warehouse there, but starting tomorrow it would be the head of the department. The chairman narrowed his eyes, looking straight, and told him to print business cards too. Jin Dong-gi obeyed him. Jin Young-kal looked towards Jin Young-jun and asked what he was doing. He asked if he should quickly go pack his things. Jin Young-jun sincerely did not believe that he was serious. His face looked pitiful. He looked at his father in hope. However, Jin Young-gi got angry and ordered him to go quickly. He told him to lay low in Gyeonggi-do and not to rock the boat again until told. The horror he felt was evident on Jin Young-jun's face. He did not object and diligently got up from his chair. The eldest grandson walked to the exit of the office and silently left. Jin Young-kal turned to Jin Donggi again and stated that he would have to tell Jin Young-jun what to do. The chairman asked his son to watch his nephew and said that Jin Young-jun should come back when he becomes human. Jin Donggi had no choice but to agree with his father. Then, the chairman turned to his eldest son. Jin Young-kal kept a serious expression on his face. He said that his son Jin Young-jun got into trouble, so his father should clean up after him. The chairman assumed that the investigation would continue. His face became darker and more structured. He stated that if they find evidence of embezzlement or abuse of power, Jin Young-jun will end up in prison. Jin Young-kal told his eldest son that if he did not want to see his son behind bars, he would have to deal with everything himself. Jin Young-gi only agreed with him, feeling tense and ashamed. The chairman closed his eyes and exhaled tiredly. He opened his dark eyes and turned to his only daughter. Seo-yoon responded in fear and confusion. Jin Young-kal, sitting with his arms crossed, ordered her to divorce Choi's son-in-law. The woman was taken aback. She opened her mouth and eyes wide, not believing what she heard. Her brother Jin Donggi raised his eyebrows as he looked at her. Jin Young-gi frowned and narrowed his eyes at his sister. Jin Young-kal was full of seriousness. He said that since Choi so wants to get rid of the tag of Sun-young's son-in-law, then they will make it happen. Seo-yoon was horrified listening to all this. Only the father and his 3 children remained in the office. The chairman again said that Seo-yoon should divorce Choi and he will get what he wants. The father looked sternly at his daughter. The woman clenched her teeth in anger. She frowned and asked displeasedly how he could say such a thing. She started screaming and asked if her father understood that he would be labeled a divorced woman. A faint smile appeared on Jin Young-kal's face and he told her that if she did this, he would give her the department store, hotel, apartments, and golf course. The chairman promised to completely separate it from the main company so that no one could steal it. He asked his daughter's opinion and she lowered the corners of her lips. Seo-yoon looks confused. Jin Donggi was taken aback, lowering his eyebrows. Jin Young-gi was also shocked by his father's statement. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he was not forcing it. He did not want to become a father, which pushes his daughter towards divorce. He opened his eyes and looked sternly at his daughter, telling her to choose for herself. Seo-yoon lowered her head, her gaze blank. Jin Donggi looked tense. The chairman said that he was still wrong, before he wanted to get a capable fellow who would take care of Sun-young. Jin Young-gi pursed his lips and looked at his father nervously. Jin Young-kal frowned and veins bulged on his forehead. He said it was time to get rid of this mediocrity. There was silence in his office. His children were puzzled. USA. The buildings in the city center were illuminated by the sun. Children played basketball on the playground. Citizens walked along the street. The traffic light was red. Fantasy Investments head office. It was a solid building in brown and gray tones. There was a geometric sculpture in the office lobby. Jin Do-jun has his own idea about money. There were paintings on the walls that were illuminated by lamps. The main character believed that the more money he earns, the more he should use. The company employees were working at the computer and discussing something. From his point of view, money is completely useless, but at the same time it has an important component. A man in a white shirt with a brown tie was holding a meeting, explaining something. There were several people in the office who listened to him carefully. Among them was a girl with red curly hair. She wore glasses. Also in the office was Jin Do-jun. His hair was styled and he looked serious. Suddenly he announced that from now on investments in internet companies are prohibited. The girl looked at him in surprise. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and said that despite the beautiful wrapping, they should not be trusted. He added that the same goes for intuition, and told employees not to put much faith in the data either. The company employees looked at him a little confused. The red-haired girl was puzzled. She raised one eyebrow. Those present in the office began to talk among themselves and discuss something. Sitting with his arms crossed, Jin Do-jun knew that they were confused, because now the place where all the money in the world is spinning is Silicon Valley in the United States of America. The man in the cap and his blonde colleague listened to the main character. Jin Do-jun said that by investing directly, they would not be able to choose when to exit. He smiled relaxedly and stated that this was something they should have learned when they played games as children. The young man put his palms together and placed his hands in front of him while the company employees looked at him. The main character said that they must take control of the game. He believed that private equity was a game played by internet company founders. Jin Do-jun frowned and said with a serious face that they only play in NASDAQ. This statement made everyone present puzzled, and they began to discuss it with each other again. The red-haired girl coughed quietly into her fist. She smiled and turned to Jin Do-jun. The girl asked about making a profit through direct investment just before the listing. She addressed the main character as Howard and asked if that was his peculiarity. The girl narrowed her eyes, grinning, and asked if he had decided to be careful now. Jin Do-jun imagined dollars falling from the sky in a metropolis. He knew he couldn't answer that he had personally seen the internet bubble burst. And at the same time, a huge amount of money disappeared into thin air. Rising from his chair, the main character asked what they would call the process when something unreal is wrapped in beautiful words in order to charm people and make them pay money for it. A man with black hair and glasses suggested it was a scam. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and agreed with him, but said that they call it something else now. The man in the cap and his blonde colleague looked at him suspiciously. The main character maintained a calm and serious appearance at the same time. He said it was a venture fund. There was silence in the office. All the employees silently looked at him. Jin Do-jun raised his index finger and said that even if it is 1 cent, you should invest it in companies with real sales, even if it is not high. He also said about it companies that they offer specific services. The red-haired girl folded her hands on the table and turned to him. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He cited Azon as an example. The employees looked at each other in confusion. The man with glasses raised his hand and asked if he was talking about the bookstore. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a relaxed smile and answered in the affirmative. He clarified that this is the Azon online store. The man with glasses began gesticulating with his hands. He said that if Jin Do-jun is talking about Azon, founded in 1994, then their investment value is zero. According to him, last year before listing their shares were valued at $18 per share, but on the day they went public the price dropped to $1.96. The main character crossed his arms over his chest with a surprised face and asked how he knew this so well. The company employees started giggling while the bespectacled man was confused. The woman in a white shirt and the blonde guy could no longer hold back their laughter. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled. He asked how much the man had lost. The red-haired girl answered instead. She grinned and said he lost $50,000. The man with glasses closed his eyes in frustration and sighed. Jin Do-jun exhaled quietly. The girl looked at the man with glasses. She said that they all tried to dissuade him by saying that the company was not worth it, but he invested in it anyway and in the end lost everything. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and said that he was sorry because if he were in his place, he would have invested 100 times more. This statement left the company's employees taken aback. The red-haired girl looked at him, puzzled, and asked if he was serious. Jin Do-jun introduced many books behind his back and answered in the affirmative. He said that Azon takes orders and delivers books, and there are sales, albeit small ones. A man in a courier uniform was handing an order in a box to a woman. The main character said that the concept is simple, but it is different from internet companies that only make noise. The employees looked at him and listened with wariness. According to Jin Do-jun, this is a simple and clear concept serving a real company, and other companies are a soap bubble. The workers listened to him with neutral faces. The main character put his hand on the table. He told them to return all the money they had invested in such internet companies before time ran out. He frowned and raised his index finger. He told the employees to come up with a suitable excuse and withdraw the money even if they lost a little. From now on, they invest only in companies that have entered the Nasdaq exchange. This is the first rule. The red-haired girl crossed her arms and asked if there was a second rule. Jin Do-jun looked at her with a smile and chuckled quietly. Continuing to stand and look at the employees, the main character spoke about the second rule. No matter how big the Nasdaq gets, they should be out before the first quarter of 2000. The red-haired girl looked at him with disbelief and asked about the reason for this decision. The main character narrowed his eyes and said that by then everyone will know that venture capital companies are a complete fraud. In the lounge room there was a metal sculpture of a man. There were slot machines there and employees played billiards. A red-haired girl and Jin Do-jun were sitting at a small table, drinking coffee. The girl looked intently at the young man. The main character was watching a game of billiards. He assumed that she wanted to say something and asked what it was. Suddenly the girl jerked, not expecting it. She started laughing loudly, closing her eyes, and said that she couldn't help it. Jin Do-jun turned to her after taking a sip of coffee and told her to speak at her convenience. The girl invited him to go to Los Angeles. Holding the glass in front of him, the main character asked why and whether it was because of the film. She responded affirmatively and said that there would be a pre-premiere screening of Saving Private Ryan next month. The girl raised her hand and smiled. She said that they are always invited to such events because, as the main character said, they have invested in every film since the founding of Dreams. They are practically partners. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes and took a sip of coffee. He replied that he did not want to go just for this. He remembered the scene from the movie, thinking it was a little tedious. The main character watched the film several times in the cinema, and then every time the film was shown on TV. In total, he watched the film more than 20 times. The girl said that Dreams sent them a signal. Jin Do-jun looked at her a little puzzled and asked about the signal. She raised her hand with a smile and said that when they learned that Fantasy Investments capital was coming from Korea, they offered the rights to distribute their films in Asia. The main character let out a surprised exclamation, raising his eyebrows. He asked under what conditions they offered it. The girl's curly locks fell over her face. She responded that dreams started with $1 billion and the first offer was a 25% stake plus Asian distribution rights for $500 million. Jin Do-jun smiled at her, narrowing his eyes a little, and asked if she answered. The girl smiled sweetly back at him. She said she was just checking because that's all she could do. She asked if her interlocutor was interested in this. The main character raised a glass of coffee to his lips and said that he was not interested. However, he knows someone who would love this opportunity. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Jin Do-jun put the glass on the table. He crossed his arms over his chest and declared with a proud smile that this was his father. The office building is illuminated by daylight. The protagonist and his father are sitting on chairs opposite each other. Yoongi, with a worried expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is serious. The main character, with a smile on his face, answers his father that he knows that he does not work at a loss. He adds that the father need not worry about money and should just decide whether the plan will help him or not. The protagonist's father is silent for a short time. He looks down and reports that Rachel said the deal would require $500 million. He adds that the only question is whether it's worth it. The protagonist tells his father that this was his dream. Yoongi is surprised by the protagonist's words. The main character with a small smile tells his father that they don't skimp on dreams, because what can be bought with money cannot be called a dream. He adds that money is just a tool to achieve it, and tools are meant to be used and thrown away. Yoongi looks at the protagonist with wide eyes. The protagonist tells his father that he should therefore use this money. The protagonist's father silently looks at his son. Half of his face is covered in shadow. He looks down and smiles. He adjusts his glasses and tells the protagonist that he thought he was the son of the ruthless chairman of a conglomerate. He says with a small smile on his face that he ended up being the father of a wise business owner. The protagonist asks, "What?" with a surprised expression on his face. The main character laughs after his father's words. The protagonist's father says that he and Rachel have already agreed, so they are moving forward together. The protagonist gets up from his chair and answers, "Yes." Yoongi gets up and asks the protagonist where he went. The main character replies that he is heading to Stanford. Stanford. The daytime sky rises above the city. If you combine the companies of all the entrepreneurs that this university has produced and will graduate, their economic power will be greater than that of the whole of Korea. Everyone thinks that graduates or students on sabbatical go to Silicon Valley because it is located near Stanford, but the opposite is true. The traffic light is green. Stanford actively supported the startups of its graduates, which led to a venture capital boom. A man with glasses shows information on a board to people sitting at a table. Therefore, all the students gathered to prepare to create their own companies nearby. This is how Silicon Valley appeared near the university. A car is driving along the road. The protagonist thought they were still at Stanford, but they had already moved to Silicon Valley. He rests his chin and looks out the window. The protagonist wonders if it could be that their startup has already received investment. The main character approaches an open garage. He sees computers and books on the table. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that they had not yet gotten out of the garage. The protagonist silently looks inside and thought what this means. Most likely there were no large investments either. Someone asks the protagonist in English who he is, after which he turns his head towards the voice. A black-haired man with a goatee asks the protagonist what he is doing in front of someone else's office. Behind him is a man with a box in his hands. The main character looks at them with a smile on his face. The main character points his index finger at the men and then asks in English, "Larry Green, Serge Robin." Both men are surprised. A man with a beard and a worried expression on his face asks the protagonist who he is. The protagonist asks the men if they haven't seen it yet, and Serge asks, "What?" The main character says that he is talking about the wings that spread behind his back and adds that they are called angelic. Imaginary angel wings appear behind the protagonist. A man in a white t-shirt named Larry asks the protagonist, "Really?" with a look of surprise on his face. The protagonist stands in front of two men with their hands in their pockets and thought that this might be hard to believe. But the chance they've been waiting for has come, and they can't even imagine that such a young Asian could become their angel investor. Larry drops the box he was holding. The main character asks the two guys how long they will be surprised, and then asks them if they can already invite him inside and treat him to beer. Larry says that this is his friend's garage and he works at Intel. There are two computers on the tables. Two men silently look at the protagonist, who drinks beer with his eyes closed. Serge asks the main character who he is, and the protagonist opens his eyes. Larry, with his arms crossed, asks the protagonist if he is really an investor. The main character rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. He made a surprised expression on his face. He looks at the red phone and asks if it is a phone, and then suggests calling someone. The protagonist and two men answer the phone. The protagonist dials a number while two other guys look at each other. On the phone they say, "This is Bell." The protagonist leans a little and asks the interlocutor how things are, and then adds that this is Howard Jin. A voice from the phone asks the protagonist how long it has been since they spoke and whether he is in the USA. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He answers the interlocutor that yes, he is in California and how he will finish his business here, and if there is time, he will visit him, but first he has one request. A voice from the phone asks the protagonist to speak. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells his interlocutor that 2 more people are listening to this call, and then says that these are the people he wants to invest in, but they continue to look at him with suspicion. Larry and Serge look at each other with concern on their faces. Belle laughs and tells the protagonist that if he found them, then he will invest in them too. The main character tells the 2 guys near him that they should introduce this man and says that this is Mr. Bell Martin. 2 men with shocked expressions ask if this is the same Martin. The main character drinks beer and walks away from the phone and then tells Bell that he will go away for a while and he should talk to him. The main character leaves the garage. 2 men look at the protagonist with shocked expressions. The protagonist stands on the street and drinks beer. He looks at the beer and thinks it looks like he should tell Rachel and his dad that he won't be coming back today. Serge and Larry chat with Belle with delighted expressions on their faces. The main character turns around and looks at them. The protagonist is drinking beer and thinking about Noogle. Serge raises his hand and with a smile on his face exclaims that they are finished. The protagonist approaches them. He tells Bell that he will be in the US for quite a long time this time, so he will contact him again. The interlocutor tells the protagonist that he can call at any time, and if he still doesn't find time for him, he will fly to California himself. There is admiration on the faces of Larry and Serge. The main character closes his eyes and thought that he finally saw the look he wanted. Serge asks the protagonist if he really invested $9 million in Martin Computer when he was 10. There are cans of beer and pizza on the table. The protagonist answers, yes. A man with a goatee and wide open eyes asks the protagonist if he really gave up his rights as a shareholder, leaving everything at the discretion of the founder, as much as $9 million. The main character holds a can of beer in his hand and tells the guys that they heard everything themselves, and then asks them if they really think that Bell lied to them. Serge replies that no, I just can't believe it, and the protagonist drinks beer and says that he'll have to believe it, because it's true. A man with a goatee asks the protagonist if his name is Howard Jin, and the main character answers yes. The 2 men look at each other and Serge tells Larry that Bell said that since the protagonist found them, the business will definitely be successful and he also wants to invest. The main character closes his eyes and thought that he could see from their faces that they were very excited. He puts the can on the table and tells the 2 guys to forget about Bell because he is already a successful billionaire. The main character asks the guys if they think that he will go ahead and tell his secret of success. He adds that Martin Computer is fundamentally different from Noogle because Martin only uses online services, but its business itself is a distribution business. There is concern on the faces of the 2 men and Serge answers, yes. The protagonist smiles and tells them that they don't seem to understand something. There is bewilderment on the faces of the 2 guys. The main character puts his hands together and says that when he was 10, he invested $9 million. With a smile on his face, he asks the guys if they really think that now he is less influential than Bell Martin. The 2 men made surprised expressions on their faces. It's dark outside, and there's a bright light coming from the Noogle founder's garage. The protagonist has his arms crossed and is silent, just like his interlocutors. The protagonist claps his hands and says, so, now let's get down to the facts. He puts his hand forward and asks the guys what they need most and offers a decent office or employees as options. Larry and Serge look at each other. They open their mouths wide and shout, server. The man with the goatee says that their search engine has already been launched. He says that it is used both at Stanford and in Silicon Valley, and the indexing is considerable. He imagines people from Stanford working on computers. Serge gives a thumbs up and says that the server they are currently using does not have enough communication lines to provide optimal performance. Indoor light illuminates workstations with computers. The main character asks the guys if they have already calculated the costs of building a suitable server. Larry replies with a smile on his face, of course. Half of the face is covered by shadow. He invites his interlocutors to do everything at once. Serge, with surprise on his face, asks what it means all at once. The protagonist puts his hand forward and tells his interlocutors to expand the server and move to a normal office, as well as recruit employees and change their car. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the guys that if they get into an accident in their junk car, he will not be able to get his investment back. Larry and Serge made shocked expressions. They look at each other, and the protagonist thought that he wanted to help them with everyday life so that they could focus on the development of the project, because these guys are not some scammers who are simply wasting investments without bringing any results. The main character with a gloomy smile thought that they had a different goal. He thought that instead of drooling over tens of billions in investments, they dream of getting rich in stocks worth trillions of won, so they are creating a new world in this garage. Indoor light comes from the open garage. The protagonist crosses his arms and asks the guys how much they need. Larry and Serge look at each other. The main character closes his eyes while two guys in front of him are talking. He drinks Heineken beer from a can. Serge closes his eyes and coughs. He first names the amount of $150,000 and then shows two fingers and says that no, $200,000 is enough. The protagonist, with his eyes closed, thought that $200,000 was the cost of living just a couple of days in a luxury Ritz-Carlton room. The two men look at the protagonist with concern on their faces. They look at each other and wonder if they asked for too much. The main character smiles and says that first he will invest $1 million, so they need to show results, and then next time he will invest another $10 million. The two guys open their mouths wide. They look at each other. They stand up and shout for joy. Serge puts his hands forward and Larry raises his hands above him. They lift the protagonist from the couch. The protagonist thought that these two rejoiced at the incredible luck that had befallen them, drank another beer and calmed down because they already knew how the others paved their way to success. Two joyful men carry the protagonist around the room. Serge has a wide smile on her face. The protagonist thought that they knew that he was giving money for a reason, and in the future they would have to share part of what they earned. Larry smiles happily too. Serge says that now I would like to listen to the conditions. There is a light on next to the computer. He puts his hand forward and tells the protagonist that of course they've already heard from Martin about him being an amazing investor, and then asks what about the contract. The main character with a thoughtful look thought that in fact they were worrying in vain about the conditions that he could offer. The protagonist imagines himself smiling, surrounded by a lot of money, and thought that it was scary to even imagine what would happen to him if he tried to snatch a piece from a company whose corporate value would be estimated at tens of trillions. The main character looks at the two surprised men and thought that so he has already given up the idea of controlling these two who will change the world, only because he knows what awaits them in the future, because while they are changing the world, he will try to change the future of Sanyang Group. The protagonist looks at the drunk can of beer and thought that if he wants more, his only weapon may disappear. He smiles and thought that therefore he would be greedy only so much as not to change the future he already knew. The main character tells his interlocutors that the two of them are lucky, and Serge asks, what? The protagonist with a confident expression on his face says that this time he will be greedy. Two guys look at each other. The protagonist tells his interlocutors that he will gradually invest up to $30 million in them. He adds that if more investment is required later, it means either the company has already grown to enormous proportions or they have wasted money. Larry and Serge look at each other with worried expressions. The main character tells the guys that in the first case they will have many other investors who will provide additional capital. He adds, get other money on favorable terms. Serge puts his hands forward and tells the protagonist that he is just curious, and then asks not to misunderstand him. The main character replies, speak. He says that if the company grows to such a size that additional investment will be required, and doesn't that mean that things are going well, and then asks why stop investing in it. He adds that the protagonist said that he had enough money. The main character crosses his arms and says that he wants to receive money from many projects, and then asks if this is not what people with extensive investment experience do. The protagonist imagines people talking to other people in front of an office building, and then tells the interlocutors that they themselves have seen the successes and failures of many Silicon Valley projects. He adds that additional funding means more advice is needed. The two men look with surprise at the main character, who says that you should not keep your distance from those who express their dissatisfaction, because it is in their dissatisfied words that real pearls can be found. The main character, with a confident expression on his face, says that, however, one should not forget about one's own values, and then adds that as the company grows, their goals may change, but it is better not to do anything that goes against their values. The two men look at each other silently. Serge raises his finger and asks the protagonist what will happen if the second option awaits them, and then asks him to say under what conditions he is going to return the money if their business fails. The main character smiles a little and says that then they will just start again, and then adds that he will keep investing until they succeed. He says 100 million or a billion, whatever it takes, and Larry and Serge look at each other with concern on their faces. The main character asks them if they received an answer. Larry addresses the main character. He cries and tells the protagonist that it turns out he really believes in their success. The main character closes his eyes and thought that this is how it should be. The man with the goatee tells the protagonist that they understand his feelings, but he can't invest just based on his beliefs, and then asks him to name specific numbers. The protagonist looks at his interlocutors and thought that he still didn't remember their names very well and wondered if the more handsome one was the Russian Serge. The protagonist puts his hands forward and tells the two men that, as they already know, he is not going to take away the decisive vote, so it will be shared by both of them. The protagonist raises his palms and says that therefore, in exchange for a future investment of $30 million, he wants approximately the same number of shares as each of them. Larry asks the protagonist if they will start by dividing the shares into 3 equal parts, and the protagonist touches his temple and answers that yes, because Serge and Larry are the brains and he himself is the money. He adds that this seems fair to him. Serge puts his hands forward and answers the protagonist that no, he is clearly a loser, and considering how much he invests, they would agree to 50% without question. Larry, with concern on his face, replies that exactly, the protagonist buys them for 30 million, this is not such an unreasonable request. The main character closes his eyes and says that then in the future they just need to protect his shares. Whether it is free or paid capital increase, his shares should always be the arithmetic average of what the two of them have. Note, a paid capital raise is a process where a company issues additional shares to the public in order to obtain financing through their purchase. Free expansion of capital, distribution of shares to current holders based on their shares. In this case, the company's own retained earnings are used. Serge puts his hand forward. With a smile on his face, he tells the protagonist that then, before he changes his mind, they should make a deal. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow. He says that tomorrow he will prepare a contract and $1 million. The protagonist and Serge shake hands. Larry stands between them. Larry smiles as he watches the man with the goatee shake hands with the protagonist. The main character looks at them with a smile on his face. A man with a beard smiles at the protagonist. The smile on the face of the man in the white t-shirt disappears and he turns to the protagonist. With a skeptical expression on his face, he asks the protagonist if he is really 20. The main character asks his interlocutor, what? The main character coughed after the words of the man in a white t-shirt. Evening light falls on the garage. The protagonist leaves Serge and Larry and then thinks that time has passed quickly and he successfully signed a contract with the 2 founders of Noogle, and then returned to New York and made sure that all the capital invested in the internet company was withdrawn. Daylight illuminates the office building. The protagonist thought that he had chosen stable and long-term projects for investment, studied diligently and listened to explanations from company experts about the released product. The protagonist reads the documents in his hands and office workers stand around him. He adds that he watched the US president's address of apology regarding the unpleasant scandal in which he was involved and recalls the image of the president. He thought about the fact that he also watched and cheered for Pac HRE live during an LPGA match. Note, the LPGA is the Women's Professional Golf Association. The protagonist recalls the image of a woman with a golf club. He thought that he also wanted to watch the match with Pac Ho, but it was not so easy to find time, so he had to be content with the TV broadcast. He imagines a baseball player lifting his leg and preparing to throw. The main character thought about September 4th, the day when a company called Noogle was officially opened. He imagined Serge and Larry standing in front of the Noogle graffiti on the wall. The protagonist thought that when Christmas trees appeared on the streets, symbolizing the beginning of the Christmas holidays and the festive season, he boarded a plane and went to Korea. He imagines a brightly glowing Christmas tree. The plane flies against the background of the evening sky. The protagonist thought that those who were most happy about his return to Korea were not his parents or even his grandfather, it was Aunt Seo-yoon. The lights are on in the windows of the house. The protagonist, dressed in a blue jacket with a surprised expression on his face, asks, divorce. A red-haired girl with disheveled hair puts her hand forward and answers yes, and then asks the protagonist if he doesn't know how long she's been waiting for him. She adds that she wanted to go to the USA immediately, but director Seo Hyun did not allow her to do so. Yoon-gi covers his face with his hand, and Dong Seo's face shows concern. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, wonders if her grandfather is pushing her towards a divorce, and then adds that it is difficult to tell whether he is trying to rein in his uncle or is completely serious. The main character puts his hand to the back of his head and asks Seo-yoon what he can do, and then adds that it looks like Grandpa is very angry. A red-haired girl with a worried expression on her face tells the protagonist that he could persuade his father, and then adds that he doesn't care about others, but he listens to his words. The protagonist's father puts his hand to his belt and asks his sister what about his son-in-law and if he knows. The red-haired girl cries and says that she still can't talk to him, and then asks how you can bring up the topic of divorce. Yoon-gi and his wife look at each other. Concern can be seen on the protagonist's face. The red-haired girl covered her mouth with her hand and thought that under the mask her aunt was an ordinary woman, but she could not show this to anyone. The main character imagines the images of Dong-gi and Yeon-gi. He thought that her elder brothers were essentially not her family, but rivals with whom she was in conflict. The protagonist looks at his aunt with a serious expression on his face and thought that if they met with her alone, she would not show it either. He adds that while she was talking about problems, she tried to maintain composure, but as soon as she saw the protagonist's father and mother, her hidden side was revealed. Seo-yoon covers her face with her hands and Dong Seo hands her a handkerchief. The protagonist thought that this was because his parents are the only family members who are not rivals to her. The protagonist asks his aunt what's going on with the investigation and is he still putting pressure on the prosecutor's office. The red-haired girl cries, blows her nose into a handkerchief and answers the protagonist that no, everything ended with the arrival of the new chief prosecutor. She adds that the protagonist's grandfather figured everything out. The main character looks at his father with a surprised expression. Dong Seo holds the red-haired girl's hand. The red-haired girl screams and the protagonist and his father leave the room. The protagonist's father stands on the street and adjusts his glasses, and the main character approaches him. Yoongi asks the main character not to interfere, and he asks, "What?" The protagonist's father looks at his son and tells him that he hasn't called Seo Hyun yet, but he did some digging and found out that the protagonist's uncle was in cahoots with the Taehyun group. The main character asks Taehyun, with a surprised expression on his face. Yoongi, with a serious expression on his face, replies that yes, he said that Hanson Daily quickly hushed up everything at Taehyun's request, and then asks isn't it obvious. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if his uncle's new sponsor is Taehyun group. Yoongi tells the protagonist that his grandfather cannot help but know about this, which is why he insists on a divorce. He imagines an old man with a wide face and says that in business circles Taehyun is his only competitor. He imagines Yang Kal and says that he cannot forgive such a betrayal. He tells the main character, who is standing next to him, that as soon as he mentions this matter, his anger may spread to him. Yoongi, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he understands what he is talking about. The main character answers yes, and then says that he will keep his mouth shut as if he knows nothing. The protagonist's father puts his hand on the main character's shoulder and tells him that this is good, and then adds that he will go to console his aunt while the main character himself should go up to the room so that she does not notice. The protagonist's father puts his hand to the back of his head and walks towards the entrance to the house. The main character silently looks at his departing father. He imagines his mother and aunt talking, and then he thought that he had never thought of doing anything for his aunt or uncle. But now he will have to think about the possible separation of a department store and a hotel, which are not a bad business. He wonders if the grandfather is seriously thinking about giving his daughter these companies, and then adds that the golf course is still okay. But in order to wrest the hotel and department store from the overall management system, which is more like a spider's web, it will be necessary to buy a huge amount of their shares. The protagonist props up his chin and an image of a web appears behind him. He stands in the yard with a thoughtful look. He sighs and smiles. The protagonist made a serious expression on his face and wondered if this could be a chance to take over the hotel and department store. Sunlight falls on the Sinyan Group department building. A red-haired girl sits on an office chair and says that yesterday she looked terrible, she had too much alcohol. The protagonist in a gray jacket with a smile on his face tells Seo Yoon that he liked yesterday's aunt. A red-haired girl with an angry expression on her face asks the protagonist what this nonsense is. The main character closes his eyes. Seo Yoon props up his chin and asks the protagonist what he's thinking, and he asks, about what? The red-haired girl tells the protagonist to stop fussing, and then says that no matter how much you deny it, it's too late. With a serious expression on her face, she tells the protagonist that it is already clear to everyone that he will inherit a part of Sanyang instead of his father, and the size of this part depends only on how good he is. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, wonders whether he is asking for help or an alliance. He put his hand to the back of his head and said that he would not deny it. He also guessed about it. The red-haired girl replies that this is a struggle between adults and no matter how much the main character inherits, his uncles will not leave him alone. She gets up from her seat and points her finger at the main character and asks him if he understands that they will try to steal everything by any means. She adds that if you are lucky, they will simply buy it at a high price. The protagonist, with a smug expression on his face, asks his aunt, "What about you?" Seo Yoon asks with a surprised expression, "Me." She sits down on her desk and says that she still has nothing, that's why she's suffering. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, lists a department store, a hotel, a golf course, an apartment, and then asks if this is really nothing. A red-haired woman with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks the protagonist if he is offering her a divorce. The protagonist, with a smug expression on his face, tells the girl that the choice is Nate, husband or Sanyang. He adds that, however, he thinks that she is not the kind of person who would give up Sanyang because of a spouse. The girl smiles gloomily and tells the protagonist that based on his words, the choice is simple. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his aunt, What are you talking about? The shadow covers half of the aunt's face and she asks the protagonist how about joining forces to protect what he and she will have and then get something more. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was alarming. The main character asks the red-haired girl what will happen if they join forces. Seo Yoon spreads her arms to the sides and says that what they get will be divided in half. She puts her hands forward and says that she will gather people, that they will be helped, because half of the power of Sanyang is in the hands of the board members, including the directors of the branches. The protagonist rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. The red-haired girl has her arms crossed and looks at the main character. The main character removes his hand from his face and tells the girl that first she needs to take what her grandfather gives. With a small smile on his face, he says that you shouldn't try to grab a big piece right away. You need to do everything gradually. Seo Yoon made an angry expression on his face. She screams and asks the main character if he is telling her to get a divorce now. The main character closed his eyes a little and tells the girl that she must be ready, otherwise he will not be able to follow her. The girl screams and asks the main character how her divorce will help her prepare for anything. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, replies that he does not mean divorce, but divorce documents. He tells the surprised aunt that she must hand over the divorce papers to her uncle and he will immediately fall at her feet. Seo Yoon made a worried expression on her face. The protagonist says that even though as a politician he claims that being Sanyang's son-in-law is his weakness, there is one thing. With a smug smile, he tells the girl that without Sanyang he is nothing and therefore he should be made to realize this. The red-haired girl made a shocked expression on her face. The protagonist and the aunt silently look at each other. The red-haired girl with a surprised expression on her face tells the protagonist that yes, the divorce papers will become a sword that both parties can use. The main character closes his eyes and thought that usually his aunt's head thinks pretty quickly, but it's one thing to speak, another thing to understand. He opens his eyes and says that yes, with one document you can take control of a department store, a hotel, a golf course, and even the mayor of Seoul. The red-haired girl puts her hands together and, with an admiring expression on her face, asks the main character how he can be so smart and then adds that's why his father values him so much. The main character puts his hand to his cheek and says that intelligence alone will not help the matter. And asks the protagonist what he is talking about and why he won't help. The main character asks with a small smile if geniuses become kings, and then adds that they become only the right hand of the king. The red-haired girl made a surprised expression on her face, and the protagonist thought that her aunt quickly realized it. The protagonist, with a stern expression on his face, thought that all he had to do was make her see him as a person who could be put to good use, and not as a competitor. Seo Yoon looks at the protagonist with surprise. She places her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. With a small smile, she asks him if he is being too modest, and then adds that he is much stronger and asks why her nephew is so insecure. She tells the protagonist that he is still young and there is no need to push himself into such a framework now. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks, "Is that so?" Seo Yoon closes his eyes and raises his palm at shoulder level, and then replies that yes, but they will leave this topic. She crosses her arms and asks how best to use the divorce papers. The main character tells the girl that she must prepare documents for divorce and accept what the grandfather offers. He asks her to ask for one more thing, and the red-haired girl with a wary look asks what exactly. The main character calls Sanyang distribution with a smug look, and then adds that for now she needs to focus on preparing for the opening of the hypermarket. The girl with an alarmed expression on her face asks if the hypermarket means the protagonist, and then realize that he means a large store. The main character answers that yes, a lot of money is spent on him. Since Sanyang Distribution is a private unlisted company, it should be made the parent company and the shares of the department store and hotel should be transferred to it. Seo Yoon made a surprised expression on his face. Note, a private unlisted company is a commercial organization with a limited number of users and no right to publicly subscribe for its own shares. The parent company is the company with the majority capital and the final vote. The protagonist with a small smile tells Seo Yoon that then it will be possible to say that she has taken control of securities trading. That is, she will be no different from a bank. Auntie opened her eyes wide. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow. He asks his aunt if a department store and a hypermarket have the same structure, and then adds that the difference is only in the number of goods in circulation. With a confident look, he tells his aunt that she has already achieved significant results in managing the department store, so she should get that too from the divorce. He reports that if Sanyang Distribution, as a parent company, is separated from the main business, it can be said to have taken over the foundation. The aunt listens to the protagonist's words with a worried expression on her face. Seo Yoon smiles maliciously and says that if you make distribution the parent company, its shares will be in its hands and it will be possible to cleanly and accurately transfer excess funds into the same shares. The main character keeps his hands in his pockets and answers his aunt that it's true. It's the same as transferring money from one pocket to another without loss. Auntie says, "One stone, two birds with one stone." The protagonist makes a surprised expression on his face. The aunt hugs the protagonist and with a joyful expression on her face asks him who he is so smart. 3 Korean flags are raised above the brick building. Seo Hyun, with a displeased expression on his face, tells Mayor Choi that rumors have already spread everywhere, and then adds that they say that he plans to continue doing business with bad cards in his hands. A fat man with glasses scratches his cheek and tells his interlocutor that he does not understand what he is talking about. Seo Hyun, with an angry expression on his face, tells Choi that he heard that lately he has been having a lot of private conversations with Chairman Ju of Taehyun Group, and then asks him what he is trying to do. The fat man says that he only met him because construction of a new city will begin next year. He looks at his interlocutor and tells him that he will also benefit from this, and then asks him if the project of their media city is finished. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth at his words. He sighs and says that there is a lot of talk about the contract being signed with Taehyun Construction. With a serious expression, he asks Choi not to misunderstand him, and then informs them that their HW is not interested in the apartment. A man with glasses asks his interlocutor if they really changed the name Thea Construction and now he is the head of the HW group. Seo Hyun, with a serious expression on his face, says that the main one is the chairman of Ajin, Sung Hyun Chan, and he is just the general director of the holding. Choi puts his hand forward and tells the interlocutor that he understands everything, so they should get down to business. He crosses his arms and tells his interlocutor that he thought he came to ask for part of the new city. Seo Hyun opens his mouth slightly. He says with a serious expression that when he spoke about the need to get rid of the Sanyang Group label, he meant to get rid of this image. He adds that he did not ask to move from Sanyang to Taehyun Group. Choi, with an angry expression on his face, tells his interlocutor that if he is going to continue speaking so arrogantly, then they better finish it and he will take care of himself. Seo Hyun looks at his interlocutor and thought that he is not even trying to hide the expression of hostility on his face and thinks that he is incredibly strong on his own. Pieces broke off from something. The director thought that it was a privilege of power not to hide anything, not to tolerate, not to adapt. The mask breaks on the ground. Seo Hyun asks Mayor Choi to listen to him. The mayor makes a surprised expression. The director, with a stern look, tells his interlocutor that he is just a toy in the hands of the chairman of Ju. He adds that he is a toy that he will play with, and when he gets tired of it, he will throw it away. Choi gritted his teeth and said, "You." He gets up from his seat and shouts, asking his interlocutor how he dares to say such a thing. Seo Hyun tells the angry man that this man is just for fun, disturbing him and swaying him to get angry at his father-in-law, Chairman Jin. With an angry expression on his face, he tells the mayor that's all, he's just a toy for an old man with a bad character who's been bored with life lately. Veins appeared on the mayor's forehead and he screamed, "Shut your mouth." The director gets up from his seat and asks his interlocutor if he really thinks that the chairman of Ju is interested in rebuilding the residential area. He adds that if Chairman Jin abandons them, Chairman Ju will do the same. Choi shouts and asks his interlocutor who will leave whom. He says with concern on his face that Chairman Jin can throw twice and why say something since he doesn't know. Seo Hyun, with a puzzled look on his face, asks the mayor, "What?" Choi throws his hand aside and shouts that Chairman Jin already abandoned him when he ran for mayor of Seoul, although on paper they are still father-in-law and son-in-law. He adds with rage in his voice that, in fact, he and the old man are strangers. The two interlocutors silently look at each other. Seo Hyun asks the mayor what he just said and if he said that they are connected by papers. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the mayor that it means that by breaking this connection, he can still leave him twice. Choi asks with a surprised expression, "What?" The director comes closer to the man with glasses. He stands very close to the interlocutor and tells him that if he breaks this connection, it will really be the end for him. He asks Choi if he himself doesn't know what lengths Sanyang fellows go to for such a connection. He informs him that the moment this connection between them is broken, people from Yoido to Sichoto will begin to hunt him. Concern can be seen on the mayor's face. Seo Hyun, with a gloomy look, tells the mayor that instead of businessmen who bring money, arrows will fly into this room. He tells the frightened mayor that he came because he was worried that he would get into trouble because of him, but since they decided to commit suicide, there is no way to stop him. Seo Hyun, with a serious expression on his face, tells the mayor that when he goes down, he must do it quietly and alone. He turns his head and looks at the mayor with one eye, and then says that because if he falls under the hot hand, he will not let him get away with it. He leaves the premises, leaving the mayor alone in his office. Evening light illuminates the mansion. There is a sealed envelope on the table. Young Kal picks up the envelope and asks what it is. Seo Yoon, with a serious expression, says that these are divorce papers. The grandfather and the red-haired woman look at each other. Grandfather looks at the envelope again. He smiles and says that it would be so right away, and then asks his daughter why she thought for so long before getting rid of this bungler. The red-haired woman clenched her teeth. She put her hand to her chest and shouted to the chairman that they had 3 sons and she should have thought about children. Young Kal, with a serious expression on his face, asks his daughter if adult children care about such things, and then adds that they don't care what their parents do. He asks his daughter if all they do is steal brands from the department store. The red-haired woman cries out, "Father." Young Kal opens the envelope and reads the document. The grandfather asks his daughter why there is no date on the document and then adds that she should get his stamp and sort everything out right away. Seo-yoon straightens his hair and tells his grandfather that he will do this on the day his term as mayor of Seoul ends. She adds that if the news that the current mayor of Seoul is divorced spreads across newspapers and channels, both the family and children will suffer. Grandfather throws the document on the table. He crosses his arms and tells his daughter not to even think about hushing everything up, because he should already be grateful that he was able to become a member of parliament thanks to the electoral votes of the electronics factory. He clenches his teeth and tells his daughter that the very thought of her sharing with him what he gives makes him incredibly angry. The red-haired girl lowered her pupils with concern on her face. She tells her grandfather that she never thought about such a thing, because it also disgusts her. She looks away and says that she brought a stupid man into the family and now she has completely lost hope, looking at his actions. She adds that now she is going to live, looking only after the children. Young Call crosses his arms and closes his eyes, and then says that they are a copy of Dad. Seo-yoon shouts to her father that they look like her, but her grandfather was not interested in them and does not know about it. Grandfather puts his hand forward and answers, yes, yes, okay. The red-haired woman clutches the handle of her bag and asks her grandfather if he will continue the separation as promised. Young Call silently looks at his daughter. He wonders why his daughter behaves so childishly at her age, and then adds that his daughter's behavior is his fault. Seo-yoon's face shows concern. A red-haired woman addresses her father. Young Call listens carefully to his daughter. Grandfather tells her that yes, but it will take some time to sort out the shares. He adds that he will start as soon as Choi's son-in-law stamps the divorce papers. Seo-yoon made a displeased expression on her face and looked away. She turns to her father, who, with a serious expression on his face, asks, "What else?" The red-haired girl puts her hand to her cheek and tells her father to add distribution, since he is from the same opera as the department store. Young Call is surprised by his daughter's words. He asks her with a gloomy expression if she means that she knows about Sanyang distribution, which will open next year. Seo-yoon made a sad expression on his face. The chairman crosses his arms and sighs, and then tells his daughter not to be so greedy, and then adds that she shouldn't touch it. The red-haired woman tells her grandfather that she is aware that since she took over the department store, management efficiency has improved significantly. She puts her hand to her chest and shouts that discounters have the same structure as a department store, the only difference is the quality of the products they sell. She adds that she is confident that she can handle it. Grandpa closes his eyes and looks down, and then says that it's too confusing to connect everything together. He adds that in order to transfer shares to Sanyang Distribution, a merger is necessary. The aunt replies that no, it is enough to make Distribution the parent company. The grandfather focused his attention on his daughter's words. Seo-yoon puts his hands on the table and tells his grandfather that it will be much easier to transfer the controlling stake of the department store and hotel to Distribution, and for him to have the controlling stake. She adds that since the shares of this company are not listed on the stock exchange anyway, it is not so difficult to protect management rights, because if something happens, you can increase the paid-in capital. Note, paid-up capital is the total value of all shares. That is, in this case we are talking about additional issue of shares. The grandfather silently looks at his daughter. The red-haired woman puts her hand forward and tells her grandfather that this will be beneficial not only for protecting management rights, but also for tax evasion. She adds that, moreover, since the enterprises are from similar categories, their merger will not raise suspicions of a desire to bypass the standard inheritance procedure. The grandfather crossed his arms and asked his daughter when she became so smart. The red-haired woman smiles and asks didn't he himself say that she is already doing several times better than her brothers. She asks her grandfather to believe in her a little more. Choi is holding a divorce document from his wife. His hands are shaking and there is a frightened expression on his face. A red-haired girl with crossed arms asks her husband to put a stamp and then adds that he needs to be grateful that, given his situation, she will send the documents to the court only after the next elections. Choi wants to ask his wife what this means, but she says that she will do this because in Korea there are no divorce officials. Seo-yoon, with a serious expression on her face, says that divorce is a fatal blow for elections, so she will submit the documents to the court only after them, but they will start living separately now. She adds that therefore Choi should pack up and leave for this month. The man with glasses opens his mouth in fright. He remembers how they spoke with Seo Hyun, and then thought who would have thought that the warning Seo Hyun gave him the other day would come true so soon. A red-haired woman with an upset expression on her face tells her husband not to even dream of alimony or anything like that, because all he has contributed since their wedding is only his body. A red-haired woman with an angry expression on her face tells her husband that even this house is in her name and since during the entire marriage he has not brought home a single penny. She asks her husband if he will fight for alimony. Choi's expression looks very worried. With a fake smile on his face, he asks his wife why all of a sudden, after all, they have been married for 15 years, and then asks why they should get a divorce. The red-haired woman with an angry expression asks, "Why? Are you asking because you don't know?" Choi makes a surprised expression on his face. The girl gets up from the chair and closes her eyes, and then tells her husband what she had to do, what she said, but he was intoxicated by the drop of power he received and crossed a line that he shouldn't have. She screams and asks him if he really thinks that he could become the mayor of Seoul on his own. The light reflects off the man's glasses. The girl puts her hand to her chest and shouts that she found 40 billion won for the election campaign fund, and director Seo Hyun spread the news about the illegitimate son of candidate Kyan Yeol. A red-haired woman turns half sideways to her husband and tells him that there is no such thing as luck, it's all the result of someone's actions, conscious or not. She tells her upset husband that she no longer wants to talk to him and invites him to end this, and if he continues to pester her, she will file for divorce tomorrow. Seo Yoon, with a mocking expression on his face, tells his husband to take it as his last coin. The girl leaves the room. The husband watches his wife leave. Choi sits on a chair with a divorce document. He takes the document in both hands. He made a shocked expression and wondered what to do and thought that the fact that Seo Yoon dumped him would definitely be revealed by their information team. His gaze was directed at the ceiling and he thought that soon there would be rumors everywhere that the mayor of Seoul and his wife were living separately. A drop of sweat runs down Choi's cheek and he thought that most of the law firms run by his family are associated with Sinyoung Group, so it is a matter of time before they leave. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that the most important thing is re-election. The desperate mayor thought that the party would never nominate a person who had no support as a candidate. Evening light falls on the mansion. Young Kal asks Haki if this is a good idea. He crossed his arms and said that it would be easier not to separate, but to unite into a group. The chairman's subordinate tells him that the idea is really not bad if he is going to give it all, and then asks if this is exactly what he wants. Grandfather smiles and replies that yes, she has enough brains to take care of everything. Haki and Young Kal are silent. The chairman's subordinate thought that it was impossible for such an idea to come to Jin Seo Yoon's mind. He imagines the image of the main character. Moonlight falls on the protagonist's house. The main character puts his hand forward and tells Seo Hyun that since his father is home, they should discuss this together. Choi shouts, "Brother-in-law, listen to me." The protagonist and his colleague take off their shoes. Choi puts his hands forward and tells the protagonist's father that he needs to talk to his sister, and then adds that it's all just a misunderstanding. Yoongi tells the man with glasses to calm down. A man in glasses with concern on his face asks how he can calm down. The protagonist's father, with dissatisfaction on his face, says that he has already said that he does not know where his sister is and, if possible, would not like to interfere in the relationship of the spouses. The main character asks who it is there. The protagonist's father and Choi turn towards the voice. Seo Hyun and the main character enter the room. The mayor opened his eyes wide. He looks at the protagonist's colleague who has entered the room. He approaches him and with concern on his face asks if he really knew about everything, because he recently told him to be careful and immediately after that everything happened. He shouts with an angry expression on his face. The director clenched his teeth. He tells the mayor with an angry expression that this is not some personal problem, and then asks him if he really doesn't understand. Choi asks the other person, "What?" The director's face is covered by a shadow and he tells the man with glasses that he does not need to justify himself to his wife, but to the chairman of Sinyoung Group, because everything is the result of the fact that he turned his back on Sinyoung and shook hands with Taehyun. Choi made a shocked expression. The men look at each other silently. The protagonist looks at the mayor and thought that it couldn't be that his uncle didn't know. He was just trying to solve the problem by finding an easier enemy. He adds that the mayor thought it would be easier to persuade his aunt than his grandfather, so he decided to use his father's father as an intermediary. Choi's face begins to show a lot of beads of sweat. Choi looks down and asks Seo Hyun why the chairman is trying to take revenge on him for this with problems on the personal front. With an angry expression on his face, he asks if his father-in-law is taking on too much. Yoongi asks the man with glasses if he really got married without knowing it. Choi looks at the protagonist's father with confusion. The protagonist's father, with a gloomy look, invites his son-in-law to clarify the situation and then asks him if he got married because the chairman has a wonderful character. He adds that no, he got married because his father is from the Sinyoung Group. Choi made a shocked expression. The protagonist's father, with an angry expression on his face, shouts at the mayor that he needs to shut up even if it's too much, and then says that he can only scold his father if the Sinyoung Group goes bankrupt and he is not the chairman of the conglomerate. Choi closed his mouth and pressed his lips tightly together. He looks at the floor with a desperate expression on his face. Seo Hyun addresses the mayor and then adds that once he acknowledges the problem, then they can talk. He looks at the angry Yoongi adjusting his glasses and tells him to calm down too. The protagonist's father turns towards the stairs. He stands on it and climbs up. The main character silently follows his father with his gaze. Seo Hyun tells the mayor that first he must pacify the anger of Chairman Jin, and he can talk to his wife later. Choi, wide-eyed, asks if his father-in-law will date him now that there's talk of divorce. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the mayor if he is not one of those who will shake hands even if the chairman snatches it away. He adds that he must meet him at all costs. Choi looks at the protagonist with a lost look. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, thought that he did not have the slightest desire to prevent his uncle and aunt from divorcing, and then added that this was the end of their relationship. The main character smiles maliciously and thought that first it would be nice to get something else from him. He thought that since he could not keep the person, he would return the money invested in him. The protagonist puts his hand forward and tells Choi to prepare a gift and go, because at least this way he will definitely be able to go into his grandfather's office. The mayor asks the protagonist, gift. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he asks the mayor if he was really going to go empty-handed. The mayor put his hand to the back of his head and replies that no, he just has no idea what to give his father-in-law. Seo Hyun tells the mayor not to be stupid, after which he glares at him. The director with a stern look tells the mayor that in order for Chairman Jin to accept him again, he must prepare something great. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, wonders whether he is giving him a hint or is just being sarcastic. Choi rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. The protagonist walks towards the kitchen and offers his uncle to pour some water and then invites him to sit down for now. Choi thanks the protagonist with a smile on his face. Seo Hyun and the protagonist look at each other. The main character pours a drink into a glass. He closes the jar, and the director approaches him. The main character looks at the chairman and asks him what it is and if he wants to use something. The director smiles after the protagonist's words. He tells the main character that he thought that they should also start building a residential area, but they have no experience. The protagonist makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks Do-jun if he has any ideas and then winks at him. Choi sits on the couch and tells the protagonist and the director that the two of them often meet with their father-in-law, so they should know better than him. There is a glass of drink on the table. Seo Hyun and the protagonist are sitting on the couch opposite Choi. The director tells the mayor that first he should loudly announce the severance of relations with the chairman of Jew. This is the most important thing. The mayor made a frustrated expression. The main character looks at him and thought that he was looking at him and thinking how much he had invested. Seo Hyun crosses his arms and tells the mayor that when he sees him in this state, he can't say anything more. He adds that what's the point of putting in the effort if he doesn't get anything out of it anyway, so let him figure it out himself. He gets up from his seat and says that he has a conversation with Yoongi, so he will go. Choi grabs the director's hand and then yells at him to stop. The director, with hope on his face, asks that if he does this, is it true that his father-in-law will stop being angry? Seo Hyun asks the mayor how he can be sure and then adds that it's just his opinion. He turns around and tells the man with glasses that he is busy. The director goes up the stairs. Choi follows him with his gaze, concern on his face. The main character turns to his uncle, and the director tells him that yes, you should listen to him. With a serious expression on his face, he says that he heard that the development plan for Seoul for the next year includes the development of a new city. He adds that the fact that he secretly promoted Taehyun Group was the death blow. The protagonist reports that they say that when grandfather heard about this, he turned over the table in the office. Choi imagines the chairman overturning the table and scattering documents. He closes his eyes a little with a desperate expression on his face. The main character looks at the mayor and thought that now he understood, he was egging him on. He smiles maliciously and thought that now all that remains is to watch with pleasure what choice he will make. January 1st, 1999, Yongkol Chairman's house. Morning light falls on the house. The chairman, Donggi, Yoongi, Seo-yoon, Sengi and Yeongi are sitting around a small table. The chairman crosses his arms and tells his relatives that he plans to make an important announcement today, so they need to listen carefully and not complain. To the right of Grandpa are Sengi and Yeongi. To his left are Yoongi and Donggi. A red-haired woman sits in front of the grandfather. Grandfather says that first it's the protagonist's father's turn. The protagonist's father answers, yes, with a surprised expression on his face. Grandfather tells Yoongi that as everyone already knows, from this year he officially becomes the General Director of Sanyang Medical Center and Director of the Sanyang Development Center. He adds that the legal procedures have already been completed and therefore he should immediately take office as soon as the official announcement is released. Yeongi listens carefully to his grandfather's words. The chairman says that each branch will allocate enough money to the development center, so he should manage everything wisely. Donggi is focused on grandpa's words. The grandfather tells his son that, however, he should not think about making money and he should take just enough so that there is no shortage. The protagonist's father replies, "Yes, father." Kal, with a calm expression on his face, tells his son that he will ask him one last question, and then says that he does not plan to leave anything else for him and asks if he is satisfied. Family members sit silently in their seats. The protagonist's father put his hand to the back of his head. He unexpectedly asks his grandfather, "And if not, will you give more?" Yoongi and Donggi have a look of worry on their faces. The grandfather closes his eyes and tells his son that no, he has no choice. Yoongi smiles and asks his grandfather then why he even asked. The grandfather, with his eyes closed, tells his son that judging by the fact that he does not whine, even if he is not satisfied, he will not become greedy. He adds that even if not with his help, then with the help of his wonderful son he can do whatever he wants. Half of his face is covered in shadow and he tells Yoongi that he was the luckiest of all. The protagonist's father closes his eyes. Yoongi sits with a wary expression on his face. Grandpa says he plans to spin off the department store, the hotel, the golf course to form Sinyang Distribution. He adds that the controlling stake will be removed from the management cycle, and they will sort out the difference in value from the exchange of shares through conversion. Grandfather looks carefully at the red-haired girl. He tells his surprised daughter that this is her share. Donggi opened his eyes wide. Donggi and Yoongi were also surprised at Grandpa's words. Seo-yoon made a happy expression on her face after her grandfather's words. The red-haired girl thanks her father with a smile on her face. The grandfather sighs and tells his daughter that there is nothing much to be grateful for. He reports that in the process of spinning off, distribution incurred a large debt, so it must quickly earn money and return the money to Sanyang Group. Seo-yoon made a worried expression on her face. Kal turns to Donggi and he replies, "Yes." Grandfather informs him that from this year he is deputy chairman. The man with the green tie made a worried expression on his face. Grandfather, with a serene expression, tells him to take the construction heavy industry branches as well as the chemical industry. He adds that until then everything was going like clockwork, so it won't be difficult. Donggi gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you, chairman." Grandfather thought with a small smile that I would like to say that it is too early to be disappointed, but this is the last step. Kal looks at Yoongi and addresses him. He informs him that he, as before, will manage the electronics and food industry branch. The man with glasses looks down and answers, "Yes." The chairman, with a serious expression on his face, tells Yoongi and Donggi that from now on they will both act as vice chairman, so the branch CEOs will no longer have to watch his face, everything is now on them. Donggi thought with concern on his face that although it sounds great from the outside, in fact, all responsibility for the branches is only formally on them. Yoongi wrinkled his face and thought that even if he added something else, it would not be either hot or cold. Half of the grandfather's face is covered by a shadow and he tells his sons that he is saying this out of concern, but they should not allow the general directors of the branches to look for him because they do not trust them. He adds that if something like this happens, he will transfer all branches to a professional level system. Yoongi made a worried expression on his face. The grandfather asks his sons if they understand what we are talking about. Donggi wrinkled his face and thought that this meant that what he gave he could take away at any moment, terrible to the very end. Family members sit silently in their seats. Sangi sits with a serious expression on his face and thinks that the only thing his father hasn't touched yet is the financial sector. He smiles smugly. He thought about Sanyang Insurance, Sanyang Securities, Sanyang Cards, and Sanyang Assets that opened this year. He imagines a lot of money falling against the background of multi-story buildings. He clenched his hand and thought that this was the hidden but powerful support of Sanyang Group, which plays the role of a financial airbag in case of need due to its power. Sangi smiles happily and thought that his father would give it to him. The chairman turns to his son in a green jacket, and he replies, "Yes." Concern can be seen on the son's face. The chairman tells Sangi that all non-profit organizations are on it: a university, a cultural and charitable foundation, a research center. The man in the green jacket makes a surprised expression on his face and wonders what he is talking about. He squeezes both hands and wonders if Grandpa means that he should step away from running Sanyang Group altogether. Kal points his finger at him and tells him to assemble a pro team there. Sangi turns to his father with displeasure on his face. Kal, with an angry expression on his face, asks the man in the green jacket if he is unhappy because he was targeting the financial sector. Sangi made a shocked expression. The man in the green jacket answers, "No." He looks at his brother Yoongi. With concern on his face, he thought that it was too early to get into the same boat with his elders. No one would leave such an industry to him alone. The man with glasses asks his father who is responsible for the finances. Kal, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he himself will look after them for now, after which Yoongi is surprised. Yoongi's face shows concern. The grandfather with a smile on his face asks his glasses-wearing son, "What? So you can't wait to throw the old man overboard?" The man with glasses raises his hands at shoulder level and says, "No." Grandfather props up his chin and says that in fact he wanted to break up this industry, but it would take a long time since it is necessary to carefully deal with the shares. Donggi opens his eyes wide. A bead of sweat runs down Sangi's cheek. Yeongi has a wary expression on her face. They all wondered if the head of the financial sector was simply not in the room. The main character in business clothes was talking to people on the ground floor. Grandfather says that's all for today and tells us to leave. All the grandfather's children go towards the exit, near which Haki is standing. The chairman sighs and says that they are given it, but they are still unhappy. The chairman's subordinate approaches the grandfather and tells him that this is because they know that not everyone got it. Young-Kal smiles and says that if you just sit back, nothing will fall from the sky. He adds that now he has clearly marked everyone's territory and the one who is more greedy will snatch a piece of the other. The chairman's subordinate, with a smile on his face, tells the old man that he knew that he did not want to split the group. Young-Kal says with a stern look that businesses in Korea can only survive if they unite. He adds that, for example, Sanyang Electronics, there are also semiconductors, household appliances, and mobile phones. They all push each other and pull each other up to survive. Grandfather reports that without semiconductors, the household appliances branch would simply close. Haki asks the old man if this is exactly how Sanyang's heavy industry supports the shipping sector. The chairman closes his eyes and answers what exactly, and if there were no insurance, a lot of companies would close due to financial restrictions. Haki silently looks at the chairman and thought that then just choose one person and give him everything. He sees the serious expression on his grandfather's face and wonders what these games are for. Morning light falls on grandfather's house. Yeongi lights a cigarette. He and the protagonist's father are standing outside the chairman's house. The vice chairman asks the protagonist's father if he really discussed everything with his father in advance, after which Yoongi asks, "What are you talking about?" Yeongi, with a serious expression on his face, replies that he is talking about the financial sector. The protagonist's father put his hand to the back of his head and replies that no, today was the first time he heard about him, although there was nothing like that, but about his sister it was really unexpected. The vice chairman asks the protagonist's father, "Are you serious?" Yoongi asks his brother what he wants to say. Yeongi asks his brother if he will give it to Do-jun. The protagonist's father silently looks at his brother. He adjusts his glasses and says he thinks so too, and his brother asks, "What?" The protagonist's father says that Do-jun is young, but has already shown a lot of flair in the investment industry. It will be difficult to find someone more suitable for the role of Sanyang's financial manager. Yeongi yells at his brother with an angry expression on his face. He moves his hand to the side and shouts, asking the protagonist's father if he can also give him the bank account, and then asks if he wants to say that he doesn't know what share in the subsidiary branches one unfortunate man owns. The protagonist's father, with a straight face, asks Sanyang's brother if he means insurance, and then adds that, however, the food industry branch also has a high share of income. He reports that even the unremarkable Sanyang Precision Equipment has a fairly large stake in the group. He adds that he wouldn't say the actual number of shares is all that important. Yeongi smokes a cigarette and says that besides, everything is combined into one system. He asks his brother if he also wants to get a place in the Sanyang group by taking over the shares of the branches of the financial sector. He shouts to the protagonist's imperturbable brother that until now he has been quieter than the grass, and now has he really decided to show his claws for the sake of his son. Yoongi, with a serious expression on his face, says that no, this is not his, because his maximum is the hospital and the center. He adds that his brother heard what his father said. Yeongi puts his hand with a cigarette forward and shouts, asking his brother what he means and is he really saying to consider this 20-year-old young man separately. A shadow covers the face of the protagonist's father and he tells his brother that if he had gained control of the financial sector, he would have given in because he is not interested. Yeongi listens carefully to his brother. Yoongi says that however, if his son gets it, he will never ask him to give it up because since he became a parent, he couldn't even give his children a decent bowl of rice. He asks how he can break a bowl given to him by someone else. The two brothers silently look at each other. The deputy chairman throws his cigarette on the floor. He crushes it with his foot. With a stern look, he invites his brother to think logically, and then asks him how much longer he thinks his father will live and what is the point of Do-jun heading the financial sector when he is not even 25 years old. The protagonist's father closes his eyes and adjusts his glasses. Yeongi, with a displeased expression on his face, tells the protagonist's father that if Do-jun rises up when Sanyang is divided like this, those devils from Yoido will come for him. He imagines a lot of men with angry faces in front of whom a lot of money is falling and says that they are trying to take over the insurance branches, which for them is like a mountain without an owner. With a serious expression on his face, he asks the protagonist's father if he thinks that he will then be able to protect his son. The protagonist's father silently looks at his brother. He smiles after his words. He tells his brother that they look funny because they are sharing the skin of an unkilled bear. Yeongi shouts his brother's name with an angry expression on his face. Yoongi then turns around. He walks away from his brother with a displeased expression on his face. Many people are talking in the yard of the protagonist's house. A brown-haired man talks to an old man. The protagonist's father talks to a man in a brown jacket. The main character looks at the crowd of people and made a shocked expression on his face. With concern on his face, he thought that for the first time he was thinking about how small the house is and now only people from the medical foundation are here. But soon those connected with the film industry will come. He dials a number on the phone. He puts the phone to his ear and asks his aunt if she can quickly vacate one of the banquet halls at the Gangnam Hotel. There is a huge crowd of people in front of the protagonist. The main character says that the hall needs 100 people, they will be there in 30 minutes, and they will need to prepare food and drinks. The aunt asks who is doing whom a favor here, and then tells the protagonist that he need not worry because she will arrange everything. The main character smiles and thinks about how joyful her voice is, and then adds that apparently she is glad that she got what she wanted from her grandfather. The protagonist folds his Motorola phone. He walks through the crowd of people to his father. He tells his father that let the managers and directors say hello to the rest of the family members. The protagonist's father asks with concern on his face, "Huh?" The main character with a small smile says that they are used to having dinner in hotels, and since there are fellow students, Sunbi and other acquaintances, then why not of a drink? The protagonist's father, with his eyes closed and a smile on his face, replies, "Yes, thank you." The protagonist looks at his father and thought that at such moments it would be nice to use the experience of going through similar events from a past life. There are a lot of shoes at the entrance to the house. A man with glasses talks to a brown-haired woman. A gray-haired man holds the hands of the protagonist's father and says something to him. The protagonist's father smiles with concern on his face. A girl with a beautifully styled hairstyle and wearing white clothes comes into the room. The protagonist's father puts his palm forward as a greeting, and the old man with reddened cheeks next to him opens his mouth wide and wonders if this is a famous actress. The guests look at the beautiful girl with surprised expressions on their faces. The protagonist's father introduces an old man next to him, and a girl in white clothes smiles. She put her fingers to her face. The old man, with a smile on his face, put his hand to the back of his head. The three of them smile. Evening light falls on the house of the protagonist's father. Yoongi shakes hands with one of the guests while the protagonist talks to a woman. Dong Seo stands next to the protagonist's father. The main character watches the departing guests. The guests head towards the gate. The main character exhales and thought that finally everything. The protagonist's father says something to his wife. He approaches the main character. He tells the protagonist that the cold wind helped him sober up. With a serene expression on his face, he invites the protagonist to talk. The protagonist smiles and asks if he wants to talk about what happened between him and his grandfather in the morning. Yoongi stands next to the main character and answers yes. Evening light falls on the house of the protagonist's father. Ahead of the father and son, there are many high-rise buildings outside the courtyard. The protagonist asks if there will be a discussion about the financial industry, and his father answers that yes and asks his son what he thinks about it. Yoongi asks his son if he thinks that his grandfather will give him the financial sphere. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, answers yes. The protagonist's father, with concern on his face, asks, "Is that so?" Immediately after this he smiles. The protagonist puts his hands in his pockets and says that if the uncles do not interfere, everything will go as usual, but it will take time to figure out the shares of the branches and their interrelationships, and you never know what might happen. Yoongi looks at the protagonist and with a surprised expression says that he took care of his aunt and protected the management rights of his two uncles. He imagines Seo Yoon laughing maliciously and Yoon Yeongi with Dong Seo making serious expressions. The protagonist's father thought that, however, no one can predict what will go into his grandfather's head, so it cannot be said that everything will change. He imagines his grandfather smiling with a gloomy expression on his face. The main character and Yoongi are standing with their hands in their pockets. The protagonist's father rests his chin and makes a thoughtful look. He put his hand to his temple and shouted, "Damn." He clenches his hand into a fist and tells his son not to try to do everything alone, and if he needs help, then he should just tell him, and for his sake he will grab his brothers. The main character closes his eyes and smiles a little. He tells his father that in his opinion, it will be his uncles who will be the first to squeeze him. The protagonist's father makes a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist's father laughs after his words. The main character remembers how his aunt with a smug smile said that she would give him half. The main character, with a confident expression on his face, wonders whether she will give him half of the shares, as she promised. Morning light falls on grandfather's house. Young-kal spreads his arms to the sides and says welcome to Mayor Choi, and then adds that he shouldn't have bothered so much with New Year's greetings. Choi opens his eyes wide and wonders if the chairman just called him mayor of Choi. The chairman shakes hands with the mayor. The chairman closes his eyes and smiles. Concern can be seen on the mayor's face. He bows to his grandfather and apologizes to him, and then says that he should have come earlier, but he was late. Grandfather tells the mayor that he was busy with government affairs, and then asks him why these worries. Half of the grandfather's face is covered by a shadow and he says that everything is fine. Choi has a shocked expression on his face. Grandpa opens his eyes, and the mayor thought that he no longer thinks of him as the son-in-law of the Senyang family, but only as the mayor of Seoul. He sits down on his knees and apologizes to his grandfather and then asks him to give him another chance. He adds that for a second he was intoxicated by power and lost his mind. He screams, "Please forgive me." Yang Kal looks at the mayor with a gloomy expression. He tells the mayor that it's late and then tells him to get up. Choi opens his eyes wide and thought that this was the end. He clenches his hands and thought that once such words came out of Chairman Jin's lips, there was no turning back. He adds that the chairman's son-in-law's business card is no longer valid. The mayor is trembling and thought that if he wants to keep the business card of politician Choi, he should at least part with him on a pleasant note. He imagines the old man reaching out to him with a grim smile, and then he thought that he should do this because if the old man finished, his life would turn into hell. Choi, with his head down, apologizes to the chairman again, and then thought it was useless to beg for an extra chance. The mayor, with a lot of beads of sweat on his face, shouts that he has cancelled the plan to build a new city that was promised to the Tian group. He adds that if the chairman gives him a chance, he will create a new project plan for a new city, and then thought that he needed to show that he wants to be forgiven. The chairman looks at the mayor with a calm expression on his face. Choi looks at the floor with concern on his face. Yang Kal tells the mayor that he told him to stand up. He heads to the chair and asks the mayor what he wants to say. The chairman crosses his arms and closes his eyes, and then tells the mayor that he must speak briefly and clearly. Choi, with his eyes downcast, tells his grandfather that he will do whatever he asks. The chairman, with a serious expression on his face, asks even if nothing changes. The mayor, standing quietly, tells his grandfather that he will do whatever he asks. The chairman looks at the mayor with a suspicious look. He turns away from the mayor and says that the divorce is a done deal, and then says that Seo Yoon is reluctant to follow his words, but this child has already made his decision. The shadow covers half of the grandfather's face and he tells the mayor that this means that he will no longer be able to enter their family. Choi bows to the chairman and tells him that he will do whatever he asks. Young Kal laughs and then calls the mayor a weirdo. He smiles happily looking at the mayor. The mayor is bowing. The chairman tells the mayor to forget everything he has seen and heard while being a member of this family for the past 20 years. Half of Yang Choi's face is covered by a shadow and he tells the mayor that he is now a complete stranger here. He looks at the mayor with a sweaty face and tells him that he too will treat him like a stranger. The mayor thought that the chairman meant that if he kept his mouth shut, at most he would not interfere with him in the future. Choi stands with a frightened expression on his face. He says he will forget everything. The grandfather, without looking at the interlocutor, tells him that he is glad that he understood everything correctly and then tells him to go and adds that they will not see each other again. Choi opens his eyes wide. He puts his hand forward and tells the chairman that he is still the mayor of Seoul, and then asks if he can't meet with him as the mayor of Seoul. Grandpa sighs with a smile on his face. He asks the mayor what he is talking about so impudently, and the mayor, with a surprised expression on his face, asks, "What?" The angry chairman asks, "Do I seem free enough to meet with the mayor of Seoul in person?" Choi's face shows fear. The chairman closes his eyes and tells the interlocutor just once after he is contacted from the Blue House after the elections, and then tells him that if he has any work questions, then he knows who to contact. The mayor looks at the chairman with a frustrated expression. He bows and then apologizes and says that he was rude. The old man with a serious expression on his face says, "And now, on the way out." The mayor walks towards the exit and thought that although his political career remained intact, the doors to the law firm that was the support of the family were definitely closed. He stops in his tracks. He has a desperate expression on his face. Daylight falls on a multi-story office building. Seo Hyun congratulates Seo Yoon with a smile on his face, and then asks if he should now call her Chairman Jin. The protagonist stands behind him. The main character also smiles and tells the red-haired girl that he heard about it from his father, and then congratulates her and tells her that she has become the chairman of the Senyang department store group. Aunt puts her hand forward and with a smile on her face asks not to call her chairman because it would burden her too much. She adds that in any case, everything is thanks to director Seo Hyun. The director shakes her hand and asks her what she means and if he did something. The girl replies that no, but it was thanks to him that Do-jun grew up to be so smart. She looks at the main character and says that she trusted him. The main character looks at the girl with a serene expression on his face. Through the window you can see another room with a chandelier and bookshelves. The girl says that she has wanted to meet for a long time. Steam is emanating from a cup of tea. Seo Yoon sits on the sofa and says that she wanted to offer to work together and then adds that she hopes they won't refuse. Seo Hyun says with a satisfied expression that the opportunity to work with the Senyang department store group is a great chance for him. The red-haired girl looks at the documents and tells the guys to look at it, and then adds that it is an inventory of debts that their department store group must pay Sun Group after the separation. She reports that board members have expressed that they will be difficult to deal with until the largest discounter begins to turn a profit. The protagonist and the director are sitting on the sofa near the red-haired girl. They open the documents lying on the table. The main character and the director read the contents of the documents. Seo Hyun made a skeptical expression on his face. The main character looks through the following two documents. The red-haired girl watches them with concern on her face. Behind the floor lamp is a balcony. The director and the protagonist read the documents and folded them on the table. Seo Hyun props his face with his hand and says that the costs of obtaining land ownership and building a hypermarket are quite high, and the projected profit volumes from the hotel and department store are slightly overestimated. He adds that due to the recent economic stagnation, one should not count on such sales. The main character listens carefully to his colleague. Seo Hyun adds that opening 4 more discount stores next year will be too much because it will only increase the financial burden. The red-haired woman with a serious expression on her face says that, however, this is her first business. With a confident expression on her face, she says that she cannot delay the development of the hypermarket chain. The problem is the capable people in the group. The main character put his hands together and thought that his aunt wanted to change the lender. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he thought that the eldest son considers every brick of the Sun Group his own. He imagines the images of Yeongi and Donggi, and then thought that Auntie's second brother was confident that he was the only one worthy of taking the position of chairman. He adds that they are both quietly watching and waiting for a chance to show their claws and take away their little sister's share. He looks at his aunt, who has a serious expression on her face, and then he thought that his aunt, as a third party, wants to snatch her from these claws. Seo Yoon tells the director that this is why she is proposing to him. She asks with a smile on her face, maybe Thea Construction will take on the construction of the hypermarket. The main character opens his eyes wide and thought that wow, what an idea came to his aunt's mind. He adds that it seems determined not to miss this chance and gain a foothold in the territory. Seo Hyun rests his chin and closes his eyes. He asks the red-haired woman if it will be difficult, and then says that no, he should bow his head in gratitude for this chance. The red-haired woman has her hands together and is smiling. The director, with a serious expression on his face, asks the girl, but you're not just giving it to me. The protagonist looks at the director and thought that Seo Hyun looks confident and seems to have figured out the situation and is trying to show which side has the real advantage. A red-haired woman with a serious expression on her face tells the director that he may not realize it, but the reward is quite generous. She adds that since the amount was set before the separation, they will assume that she is simply outsourcing everything. Seo Hyun with a wary look says that this sounds even more suspicious, and then asks why everything is so good. The main character closes his eyes and smiles. The protagonist looks at the director and thought that he was pretending that he did not understand and continued to ask questions because he wanted to hear something specific from the aunt's lips. Seo Yoon made a worried expression on his face. She brings her knees together and says that she needs to catch her breath, and this is the only way to avoid the pressure. With an alarmed expression on her face, she tells the men that she is therefore asking them for a favor. The protagonist, with a satisfied expression on his face, thought that in the end the words "I ask for a favor" were spoken. Seo Hyun asks the woman if she means that they will do everything on credit. Seo Hyun opens her eyes wide and says that she will pay everything back with interest as soon as the business starts working. She wants to say something about separation, but the director interrupts her. The director puts his hands together and tells the woman that there is one important factor, and then asks what will be left as collateral since this is a loan. Seo Yoon covers her face with her hand and tells the director that she believed that they had a trusting relationship, and then adds that the question of bail even slightly confused her. The director with a small smile says that when someone borrows money, he usually repays the debt only to the bank, forgetting about his friends, although they were also trusted. Half of Seo Hyun's face is covered in shadow. He says that when money is involved, trust is out of the question. The red-haired woman makes a surprised expression on her face. The main character, with concern on his face, asks the director if it's time for him, and then asks how about looking at these documents later. Seo Hyun looks at the main character. He put the documents in the bag. He stands up and bows to Seo Yoon, and then says that in order not to upset each other, they need to find the right line of business. He leaves the room, and the protagonist and the red-haired woman follow him with their gazes. A red-haired woman with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks what kind of nonsense, and then asks, he says he pushes me away and leaves like that. The main character tells Seo Yoon that he just knows what her weakness is, and then sits on the sofa. The red-haired woman asks the protagonist, what? The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that he is one of those who understands the situation of the company just by looking at the books, so he simply realized that his aunt could be stolen from her share of the department stores even before his grandfather gave it back. Seo Yoon clenched her teeth and remained silent. The protagonist says that there is nothing to regret, it's worth identifying everything right away. Seo Yoon, with concern on his face, asks the protagonist if everything is really that terrible, and he answers yes. The main character, with a serene expression on his face, informs his aunt that the members of the board who are responsible for the financial department are also aware the situation is difficult, so this is not the time to wag your tail. Aunt makes a surprised expression on her face. He clenches his hands into fists and then shouts, "Damn old man." The main character asks his aunt if she still doesn't understand, and the aunt asks in response, "What exactly?" The protagonist, with an ominous expression on his face, says that this is a test from his grandfather. He adds that only if the aunt gets through all this safely, the department store will be in her hands. The girl has a shocked expression on her face. The sun's rays fall on the protagonist and he tells his aunt that her business is based on trade turnover, and therefore is extremely sensitive to capital turnover in the economy. The protagonist smiles maliciously and says that this is definitely an exam. Auntie opens her eyes wide. Daylight falls on a multi-story office building. The main character and aunt sit silently. Seo Yoon, with concern on his face, asks what she should do. The main character silently looks at his aunt and thought that he would check how greedy she is. He makes a stern expression on his face. The protagonist asks his aunt how about postponing plans to build a hypermarket. The red-haired girl squeezes her hands and says that she said that it was impossible. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, puts his hands forward and tells his aunt to start radically reorganizing everything, and then asks her to sell a couple of golf courses and deal with low-profit apartments. The red-haired woman made a surprised expression on her face. The main character tells her that the department store and the hotel are a symbol, so she can leave everything as it is. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth. She tells the protagonist that it won't be possible to start with sales, after which the protagonist's facial expression expresses misunderstanding. The aunt, with a frustrated expression on her face, says that it will look like a lack of ability. The protagonist thought that no, at times when companies lack funds, selling for the sake of accumulating money is a priority. The protagonist, with a gloomy expression on his face, thought that grandfather, on the contrary, would appreciate such a decision. The protagonist sighs and tells aunt that she only plans to receive money from fantasy. Auntie, with a nervous smile on her face and with her eyes closed, says that for sure, this is the simplest option, and the simpler the better. The red-haired woman opens her eyes and tells the protagonist to talk to director Seo Hyun about this, because if she burns out, then he won't lose either. The main character listens to her words with a wary expression on his face. The red-haired girl says that they are in the same boat. The protagonist smiles and thought, "So you say you're in the same boat." He smiles smugly and mentally thanks his aunt for bringing this up, because it's time to test his trust. The protagonist tells his aunt, "Let's be honest. There is a misunderstanding on the woman's face. There is a large lamp on them." The protagonist asks the woman if her last promise is still valid, and then adds that it is about what she made when they boarded the same boat. Seo Hyun, with a shocked expression on her face, thought about how she said that she would give half of it. The main character sighs with a small smile on his face. The main character crosses his arms and closes his eyes, and then tells his aunt that judging by this reaction, she may not answer, and then adds that he understood everything. The red-haired woman spreads her arms to the sides and then asks what kind of reaction she had and what he understood there. The protagonist tells the girl that he is not sure that this year she will really separate the branches for him so that he becomes a co-owner. The protagonist, with a menacing expression on his face, tells his aunt that there is no guarantee that he will get a job in finance. He adds that in other words, she received her capital but is in no hurry to keep her promise. The aunt, with concern on her face, asks the protagonist not to misunderstand her because it's not that she didn't want to. She adds that as the protagonist said, as soon as the inheritance procedure is over, they will unite. The protagonist looks at his aunt with contempt and thought that it looked like she was never going to fight him. The protagonist's face is covered by a shadow and he thought that she just wanted to use him. The red-haired woman touches her cheek and turns her pupils to the side, and the protagonist thought that he doesn't care, but it's worth showing dissatisfaction with her greed. The protagonist imagines the Sanyang department building. He smiles a little. He says to his aunt, "Well, aunt, think carefully." Aunt asks, "About what?" The main character says that if he gets his hands on the financial industry, everything can change, because even one Sanyang insurance is worth more than everything she has. There are 2 cups of tea on the table. The red-haired woman makes a surprised expression on her face. The main character imagines Yeongi and tells his aunt that then he will be able to extend his hand to his uncle. The red-haired woman opens her eyes wide. The protagonist gets up from the sofa and tells his aunt that in any case, she has already asked the director. He smiles a little and says that therefore there will be no special problems. Daylight falls on a multi-story office building. The director places the envelope on the table. The main character takes out documents from the envelope. Seo Hyun sits relaxed on a chair and says that she urgently needs to pour in 400 billion, otherwise she won't even be able to pay the interest. The protagonist silently looks at the documents. The director props his head on his hand and says that everything that the department store and the hotel earn will go to pay interest. He adds that if sales drop for a month, delays will begin. The protagonist looks at the next document and says that grandfather is scary. Seo Hyun tells the protagonist that this is not an inheritance, but a debt trap. He simply gave away the branch with a debt in addition. The protagonist with a smile on his face says that, however, this is a chance for him. Seo Hyun opens his eyes wide. He asks the protagonist, perhaps you want to take over a department store. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he is more interested in a controlling stake rather than in a department store, because Sanyang Group shares cannot be bought even for money because they are traded only within their own walls. The director puts his hand forward and says that Do-jun, if you don't get hung up on Sanyang, this money can be spent on a better company. Seo Hyun's face shows concern. He raises his head up and tells the protagonist to forget about it, and then asks how it is possible to plan something rationally when it comes to dreams. The main character tells his interlocutor that it may look illogical now, but when he sits in the chair of the head of the Sanyang Group, everything will seem quite reasonable. He adds that this is because the symbol of this post is not money, but power. The protagonist imagines a purple light that illuminates the office. He imagines a grandfather sitting on a chair and thinking that the chairman of Sanyang is literally building the structures of the country and only this place is suitable to satisfy his grandfather's desires. Seo Hyun asks the protagonist what he wants to do with this power. The protagonist puts the envelope on the table and says that he will think about it when he receives it. The protagonist with a smug smile says that first they will help with 400 billion and the collateral, naturally, will be shares. Seo Hyun smiles a little. Someone is knocking on the door. A girl in white and black clothes opens the door and tells the director that there is a guest with whom they agreed to meet. Someone wearing brown shoes comes into the room. A man with glasses and stubble tells the director that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Seo Hyun greets a man who comes into the office with a smile on his face and calls him Sang-hoon. He shakes his hand and asks him what brought the recently successful venture businessman here. The main character looks at them with misunderstanding. A man with stubble puts his hand to the back of his head and smiles. The protagonist took a closer look at his shabby clothes. He took a closer look at his stubble. He lowers his gaze. He sees the man's tattered shoes. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, wonders who it is. Seo Hyun looks at the man with stubble and asks him why he looks like that and isn't his business booming. Sang-hoon looks down and says that yes, he was just so busy lately that he forgot to change his clothes, and then asks for forgiveness. Seo Hyun, with a surprised expression on his face, replies that it's good that he's so busy, apparently he's in great demand everywhere. The director and the man with stubble look at the protagonist. The director tells the man with stubble to get acquainted, and then introduces the protagonist as a friend with whom he works. He can be called a little genius. The protagonist looks at them with a serene expression on his face. Sang-hoon holds out his hand. The main character shakes his hand and introduces himself as Do-jun. A man with stubble with a surprised expression asks the protagonist from Sanyang Group if he is. The main character with a misunderstanding on his face answers, "Oh, yes." The man with stubble tells the protagonist that it is clear, and then tells him that he heard that he is still a student. Seo Hyun replies that the protagonist is a slacker student who spends more time here with him than at the university. The stubbled man adjusts his glasses and says that he has also heard a lot about the outstanding talent that has emerged from the Sanyang Group. Seo Hyun, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if these are the rumors that are circulating. Sang-hoon replies that yes, and there are also rumors that the real owner of Fantasy Investment is the Sanyang Group and that the investment company is actually managed by the chairman's grandson, Do-jun. The director made a shocked expression on his face. Seo Hyun puts his hand to the back of his head and says that this is nonsense, although, of course, there is nothing wrong with rumors. A man with stubble takes something out from under his jacket. He hands the protagonist a card. The protagonist opens his eyes wide in surprise. He sees that the card says New Data Technology, Director of Sang-hoon. He thought that this man was living proof of the reality of the Korean venture business. A man with stubble looks out the window. The protagonist thought that no, this is living proof of the future. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, wonders why this man looks so shabby. In 1994, after the release of a PC emulator program, it became possible to send faxes through a computer without a fax machine itself, which attracted huge investments into the company. A man with glasses raises his hand, and two more men stand behind him. The protagonist looks at the man with stubble with wide open eyes and thought that soon the company appeared on the stock exchange, then wonders what happened. The man with stubble sits on the sofa and looks down, and then asks Seo Hyun if he can have some water, and then adds that his throat is dry. Sang-hoon raises his head and says that besides, they have a long conversation ahead of them. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. He gets up from the sofa and tells the men that let the two of them communicate, and he will go. The director crosses his arms and tells Do-jun that he shouldn't leave and should stay. The man asks Seo-hyun, with a worried look on his face. Half of the director's face is covered by a shadow and he says that this conversation is about work, so they should listen to it together. The man with stubble makes a surprised expression on his face. He looks down and answers, okay. The protagonist silently looks at the man with stubble. Seo-hyun, with a serious expression on his face, asks Sang-hoon what business he came for. A man with stubble puts his hands together and says that in fact his company plans to go public sometime in the summer. Seo-hyun congratulates the man and then tells him that he will be swimming in money. A man with stubble puts his hand to the back of his head and laughs. The director closes his eyes and points his finger at the protagonist, and then tells the man with stubble that he is only saying this now, but in general he wanted to invest in his company, but this guy stopped him. The protagonist looks at the stubbled man, and the director tells Sang-hoon that he doesn't know if he knows, but their fantasy only invests in a couple of online gaming companies, but no venture capital firms. Sang-hoon, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the protagonist why he distanced himself from venture capital companies and if there is any special reason. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asks a man with stubble whether venture capital companies are considered small businesses, and then adds that they will only cause damage if such a large company wants to make a few pennies from them. He smiles a little and says that Fantasy is a company that acquired Ajin Group and Thea Construction, so they must continue to follow the rules of trade. Sang-hoon puts his hand on the sofa and tells the protagonist that Sanyang Electronics called them with open arms. The main character answers with concern on his face, is that so? He looks at his interlocutor and thought that he really didn't like this person, because if the company had developed step by step on the basis of good technological developments, it would have remained a great company, but blinded by the chance to make a quick profit, they went public and eventually went bankrupt. He imagines many people falling from the mountain and thought that in fact hundreds of thousands of ordinary small investors suffered because of this. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that Sang-hoon did not even take responsibility for this. Seo-hyun listens to them with a serious expression on his face. He claps his hands and smiles, and then tells the man with stubble that there are plenty of investors, and soon he will be on the stock exchange. He adds that all that remains is to wait for good news, and then asks, what is bothering you? The man with stubble adjusts his glasses and says that, to be honest, he's a little scared. The protagonist and the director are surprised. The director asks the man with stubble how he can be afraid when his house smells like a holiday. San-hong gritted his teeth and said that so far his company cannot get out of the red, and of course, they are now looking for a paid model and pictures will be published later. Seo-hyun puts his hand forward and tells the man with stubble that the essence of venture capital companies is opportunity. Going public with a deficit is not something that happened just yesterday or with just one or two firms. The protagonist imagines a graph near which a lot of money is falling, and he thought that this is so. Companies that demonstrate at least minimal capabilities have been appearing on the stock exchange one after another since last year, and the prices of their shares jumped 10 or even 20 times. The man with the stubble says that their situation is a little different, and then adds that he is sure that they are not the kind that appear and disappear in a flash. The man with stubble lowers his head and says that's why he wants to take the company public when they get into the black, but investors are pressing him to take the company public as soon as possible. The protagonist looks at Sang-hoon and thought that this is how it was, so he was pushed out of there. Seo-hyun with a stern look tells the man with stubble then hang on, and then asks him if he started a business with the two younger ones and if they still have a controlling stake. Sang-hoon puts his hands together and says that he currently owns 25% of the shares, and the guys he started with have already left the business. Seo-hyun asks, what? With a puzzled look on his face. He asks if they are not developers and how they can get out. Sang-hoon puts his hands forward and says that they transferred shares to investors and left the company, but there are no problems with the development. The director shouts that then it is necessary to convince investors to be patient a little in order to see greater profits. The man with stubble says that they are unshakable, so they will go public in August at the latest. He clenches his hands into fists and asks what else to do in such a situation. With a worried expression on his face, he shouts that the founder says that there is still a long way to go, but the investors do not let up and insist on their own. The director closes his eyes and answers, I see. He opens his eyes and says that now the stock exchange is literally on fire, so they don't want to miss this chance, and there are not only people like him, but also companies that are 10 times worse. He crosses his arms and asks his interlocutor what about the future of the company and whether investors care about it at all. He adds that the market will really disappear if the entry to the stock exchange is postponed, or maybe all of Korea will then be asked to enter the stock exchange. Sang-hoon with a gloomy expression asks what if these are not requests, but threats. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. Seo-hyun asks with wide eyes, what? The man with glasses clenches his hands into fists and shouts that if he continues to resist them, he will be robbed. He adds that they threatened to send him to prison if he communicated and made noise. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow and he thought that he did not expect such words, but there can only be one reason. The main character asks the man with stubble if he has anything to lift. A man with glasses holds his head and shouts that if you shake it, everything will come out. At first he indiscriminately accepted investment money. The main character sighs after his words. He thought that many were like this. He imagines a table with an empty mug of noodles and thought that he brewed noodles in a mug and worked all night long, but at the same time received a wad of money. He thought that at such moments the beggar mentality kicks in, because of which you don't feel guilty, but you don't spend money either. He imagined signs with the names of companies and thought that this was like the alphabet for the venture capital market. Seo-hyun props up his chin and tells the stubbled man that the investor is threatening him, then adds that it's not good. With a serious expression on his face, he says that since he did not hesitate to make threats against the general director, it means he is aimed at short-term profit. A shadow covers his face and he tells the man with stubble that as soon as his company goes public, all operational forces will immediately be assigned to it. Sang-hoon opens his eyes wide. He silently looks out the window. The main character with a gloomy expression on his face thought that he had listened to their conversation. And everything became clear, and this is the secret that new data technology has grown almost 600 times in 6 months. The director tells the man with stubble that he thinks that since it has come to this, everything will be fine. He adds that with entering the stock exchange, he will again receive capital, and with this money he will hire highly qualified specialists and build his company into a normal company. Seo-hyun, with a serious expression on his face, asks his interlocutor if his business is a soap bubble and then adds that that's why he has to work hard to turn a profit. A stubbled man with a worried look on his face asks, will all the operational forces be assigned to me? Do you mean on the stock exchange? The main character asks the man with stubble if he can call him Sunbi. The man with glasses replies that if you think about it, they are graduates of the same university and the protagonist can call him whatever suits him. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow and he tells the interlocutor what he thinks. He still hasn't told something and if it's because of him, he will leave them. Sang-hoon is silent for a short time. He opens his mouth and answers the protagonist that no, he would have found out anyway. Seo-hyun listens carefully to the man with glasses. A man with stubble tells the director that he wanted to know if he would invest in his company. The director answers with a surprised look, what? The man with glasses puts his hands forward and answers that yes, he has excellent qualifications and the company is in good standing. He adds that in truth, they are now discussing the possibility of increasing capital, and then says that then the shares of those investors will also increase in value. The protagonist and the director listen to him with surprised expressions on their faces. Sang-hoon shouts that if Seo-hyun gets a controlling stake, will the others abandon their plan? A man with stubble and a worried expression on his face shouts to the director that he will not allow him to suffer losses, and then says that he would not even mind transferring all his shares if it would only help delay the entry into the stock exchange and go the usual way. He clenches his hand into a fist and his hand trembles. He looks down and says that he doesn't want to disappear into the bubble of internet companies. Seo-hyun silently looks at the man with stubble. The main character looks at the director with a serious expression on his face and thought that it was too late, and then wondered if he was the only one who thought so. Seo-hyun says he'll think about it. It's not an easy decision. Concern can be seen on the face of the man with glasses. Seo-hyun says it's not as easy as withdrawing money from an account or savings account. He adds that they will first have to check whether there is free money to put into circulation, and then says that they cannot ignore the opinion of investors. Sang-hoon lowers his head deeply and answers, yes. The protagonist thought that there is no one who does not know that at the scale of fantasy, they can easily pull out 10 or even 20 billion, like a couple of one from a wallet, so this is just a soft refusal. Several multi-story buildings are visible through the window. The main character and the director silently look at the man with stubble, who says, okay. The main character thought that judging by his appearance, he had already been to meetings with all the trustworthy investors and this place was the last. Sang-hoon adjusts his glasses. Seo-hyun and the man with stubble shake hands. A man with stubble looks at the protagonist. They also shake hands. The man with stubble leaves the office. The main character puts his hand to his cheek and Seo-hyun follows Sang-hoon with his eyes. The protagonist removes his hand from his cheek and says that it's a pity because he went through such difficulties and will still end up in prison. The director, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist what he means and why he is going to prison. The protagonist, with concern on his face, thought that he seemed to have made a mistake. Seo Hyun looks at the restless protagonist. He opened his eyes wide. Many drops of sweat flow down the protagonist's face. The main character puts his palms forward and says that it's simple. If you think about it, it's inevitable. He adds that if people with political power are involved in the case, then the price can jump 100 times. Seo Hyun asks, 100 times. This is too much. The protagonist raises his finger up and says that now many venture companies have grown 10 or even 50 times, and he will enter the stock exchange quite late, so 100 times does not sound so unrealistic. Seo Hyun says with a serious expression, okay, let's say, and what? The main character imagines a graph with falling money and asks the director if he doesn't make money from the growth of shares, and then says to sell them later and put real money in a savings book. He imagines many people raising their hands in the air for flying money. The protagonist says that as soon as the shares fly up, small investors will get involved, buying everything, and this will only lead to the fact that many people, instead of hitting the jackpot, will go bankrupt. Seo Hyun silently looks at the protagonist. Half of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he says that more than 1 or 2 people went bankrupt in the shares, and then adds that he thinks this is not the reason for which they can go to jail. Most of the protagonist's face is covered by a shadow, and he replies that it is true. There is no point in putting the director of the company in prison because of unsuccessful investments. But there is one thing. The protagonist informs his colleague standing opposite him that elections are coming up. The director made a surprised expression on his face. A target appears in the background of the protagonist, and he says that it is necessary to calm angry people, but there is no target for the arrow to point to. He imagines a man pulling a bowstring, and then says that in this case there is only one way out, to create a figure into which you can fire. Seo Hyun is shocked and half of his face is covered in shadow. He puts his hand to the back of his head and then says that there is already evidence of the theft of company funds, so he will definitely become a target, and the main character replies that this is so. The director, with an angry expression on his face, says, "It's crazy." The main character asks the director whether he wants to help him or whether he will not be interested in this further. The director leans his elbows on the table, crosses his arms, and sighs. The protagonist looks at him with a serene expression on his face. Seo Hyun is silent for a while. After a short time, he asks the protagonist what if they also join the game. The main character looks down and answers, yes. After a moment, he makes a surprised expression and asks, what? The director put his hands on the table and says that it's still not easy to find such a company. He says with a serious expression that if they intervene, they will not be crushed in a short time. He adds that it will take about 6 months, and once in 6 months the shares will grow more than 30 times, so it's worth a try. The protagonist, with concern on his face, asks the director why he suddenly thought of this and is he really going to rock the boat for the sake of his precious junior. Seo Hyun, with a puzzled look on his face, asks the protagonist what he means. He imagines a card with a picture, clenches his hand into a fist, and then says that they should go in, eat everything, and leave. Because when you know the sales strategy in advance, it's the same as playing stop-go while looking at the opponent's cards. Note: stop-forward game is a situation when playing Korean cards where a player with a certain number of points can either end the entire game or continue. Seo Hyun, with a menacing expression on his face, says that they are just aware of the strategy of the Sang-hoon company and now everything is as simple as shelling pairs. The director puts his fist forward with a smile on his face and thought, so. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks his colleague if he wants to join the business simply because of the high return on investment and he doesn't care about the younger one. Seo Hyun closes his eyes and says that even if they become the main shareholders, it is impossible to postpone going public. He adds that there is no help here. The director opens his eyes and tells the protagonist that investing should be aimed at profit and not at anything else. The protagonist thought that he simply had no words and then added that he didn't know whether the director was born with it or just became a habit, but he was an ideal speculator. He thought he realized it again. He imagines the director clinging to the edge of a cliff and then thought that for a professional there is no top. The main character imagines the director going upstairs with his face sweaty from fatigue. He thought that no matter how high the director rises, in his eyes there is always a mountain that only gets higher. He imagines Seo Hyun looking at a much larger mountain from the top of one mountain. The protagonist smiles a little and asks the interlocutor if he will join the game even if he tries to persuade him. Seo Hyun replies with a smile that it's natural, and then adds that he will do it as a private citizen. He adds that if you don't like it, then the protagonist is still screwed. Daylight falls on Sinyoung department. Seo Hyun says, thank you. He looks through documents in a black folder. Seo Yoon crosses her arms and asks the director if they can mobilize resources right now. The main character sits silently between them. The protagonist looks at the aunt, who has a serious expression on her face, and thought that he understands how upset the aunt is because only 2 months have passed and everything that the department store and the hotel earned was taken away. Seo Hyun replies with a smile on his face that of course they will immediately distribute 400 billion between the branches, starting with distribution, hotel and department store. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that a month ago his aunt got angry when they demanded shares as collateral for a loan of 400 billion, but being under financial pressure, she quickly found them herself. A red-haired woman with an angry expression on her face tells 2 men that they are real robbers, and then asks how they can take 30% of the shares of Sunyang Distribution for some 400 billion. Seo Yoon puts the folder in his bag and tells the girl that these shares are not even in her hands yet, and then asks her who else would lend her money against future wealth. The director put his bag aside and said that 400 billion is not everything. The protagonist adds that it is also worth taking into account the 130 billion that goes towards the construction of the first hypermarket. Seo Hyun with a smile on his face says that this is a complete gamble, so even if the deposit amount is slightly too high and he believes that this deal is fair. The red-haired woman clenched her teeth. The protagonist smiles darkly after Seo Hyun's words. Half of his smug face is covered by a shadow and he thought that now Sunyang Distribution is in his hands. Evening light falls on grandfather's house. The chairman, with an angry expression on his face, asks the subordinate, "What? Did you return the money?" Sitting nearby, Haki tells the chairman that yes, with the exception of Sunyang Life Insurance and Fire Insurance, which are managed by the vice chairman, she has sorted out the bonds of all the other branches. The old man asks his subordinate where she got the money from because times are difficult in the company. Haki replies that she borrowed money from Fantasy, and then adds that they say Seo Yoon asked director Seo Hyun through Do Jun. Grandfather is surprised by these words. He covers his face with his hand and sighs. He looks through his fingers and thought that he couldn't tell that it was Do Jun's money. The man with glasses says that the collateral is shares, and if Seo Yoon cannot pay the debt, he will transfer the shares of distribution branches to Fantasy. The grandfather with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks his subordinate, did he take everything as collateral? Haki says no, 30% to begin with. Half of the grandfather's face is covered by a shadow and he asks his subordinate, for starters, what does this mean? Many hands reach for money. Grandpa says that if you borrow once, and you will continue to stretch out your hand in search of money, Seo Yoon will definitely borrow again. Haki, with a serene expression on his face, tells his grandfather that he wanted to see her overcome difficulties, but she chose the easy way. The chairman turns away and asks if anyone is overcoming difficulties, after which Haki asks, what? The chairman informs the surprised subordinate that Seo Yoon and overcoming difficulties are phrases that do not fit together at all, even sounding absurd. The man in the black jacket asks, then. The chairman, with a serious expression on his face, says that if his daughter had the brains to solve problems, she would first get rid of the apartments and the golf course, and then, naturally, she would postpone the construction of the hypermarket. A shadow falls on the grandfather's face and he says that, however, the daughter grew up without experiencing difficulties, and if everything had not been so difficult, she would have managed at least, but now, when the company is in a state of crisis, all she can do is rush there, come here and bother people. He remembers her pointing her finger at someone and screaming. Haki, with concern on her face, asks the chairman if it really turns out that in this way he wanted to force her to step back from management. Grandfather says that yes, as soon as she falters, someone will immediately take everything away. And then he planned to find her a good man so that she would become an ordinary housewife. And if she did not want to get married, he would give her an allowance and allow her to work somewhere in another place. A man in a black jacket tells his grandfather, who has closed his eyes, that this someone turned out to be Seo Hyun. Grandfather smiles a little and says that's true, it's even better, because he can buy everything back again. He then asks his subordinate if they still have a market for private houses in Myeongdong. Haki adjusts his glasses and says yes. He looks at his grandfather with a wary gaze and thought that the real owner of Fantasy is definitely Do Jun. He imagines the image of a smiling protagonist. The light reflects off the sub-chairman's glasses. He thought that the chairman was glad that he would take his place. Yeon-kal smiles a little. Moonlight falls on Sunyang Group's large office building. Yeon-gi, sitting on the chair, crossed his arms and asked Dong-gi, sitting to his right on the sofa, if he also received the money. The man with the red tie says yes, and then adds that he also paid off most of the debt. A man in glasses with a serious expression on his face tells his interlocutor that an application has also been received to terminate the contract for the construction of a large department store. Dong-gi replies that the official document has not yet been sent, but it was already said over the phone. Yeon-gi grits his teeth in anger and says that this bastard has finally created big problems, and then wonders how she could attract others by pledging shares. His brother sits with a straight face. The man with glasses turns his head to Dong-gi and tells him that he was thinking about Seo Hyun. He asks his brother if he thinks that he is acting on his father's instructions. His brother makes a surprised expression and asks Seo Hyun and father. The angry man with glasses says that's exactly it. Even Sanyang Motors was given to fantasy, and no matter how urgently he needed the dollars because of IMF, he gave away too much. He adds that up to 17% stake in Sanyang Motors and Sanyang Group is too much. Dong-gi asks his brother what he thinks his father is up to. The man with glasses says what he thinks he can give everything to Do-jun one at a time, including the department store. He imagines images of Seo Yoon and Seo Hyun with an angry expression on his face, and then asks that if the director were in his right mind, he would take non-existent shares as collateral. He adds that if the father does not give it to his daughter, he will lose 400 billion without any guarantees. Dong-gi leans forward a little and asks his brother if he is saying that he has received confirmation that his father will transfer the negotiable shares to him. Yeon-gi adjusts his glasses and tells his brother what it is, and his father intends to give Do-jun all of them and then give some of the money. His brother covers his mouth with his hand. He removes his hand from his face and asks his brother what they should do in this case and if they can do something, since this is his father's will. He adds that they are just watching to see how everything falls into Do-jun's hands. Yeon-gi clenches his hand into a fist and shouts, asking why they continue to sit idly by when they should stop this. He scrunches up his face in anger and screams and asks his brother if he's just going to watch this scoundrel gradually consume Sanyang. The man with the red tie smiles, closes his eyes, and then asks, "Stop." How? Dong-gi opens his eyes and asks his brother if he will push him under the car like last time. Yeon-gi made a shocked expression. He tells his brother that he thought it was him, and he replies with a surprised expression, "What?" The man with glasses adds that the most desperate is not in first place, but in second. The man in the red tie made a surprised expression on his face. Yeon-gi lowers his head a little and says with a smile on his face that it's hard to overtake someone in front when someone is running right behind you. He mockingly looks at his brother and says that you should try again before you are overtaken, be it by your father or Do-jun. Dong-gi gets up and shouts to his brother that he can no longer listen to him. Yeon-gi tells his brother that the conversation is not over yet, and then asks him how much free money his company has. His brother responds by asking, "What?" The bespectacled man with a serious expression tells his brother that Seo Hyun is Yoido's man, and then offers him to buy the collateral entrusted to Seo Yoon. Yeon-gi looks aside and asks, since the amount is 400 billion, why don't they increase it to 500? He adds that they will get it, adding another 100 billion if this scoundrel doesn't give it up. Dong-gi tells his brother that they will only make sure that he acts on his father's orders. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he asks his brother to try to talk to him, and if Seo Hyun agrees, they will prepare 50 billion. Yeon-gi closes his eyes and smiles, and then says that it's been a while since they worked together. The man with the red tie looks at his brother. He turns to his brother and sits back on the couch, then asks him if he ever thought that Seo Hyun could represent Do-jun and not his father. A man in glasses with a wary look asks, "What?" Dong-gi puts his hands together and says that maybe fantasy belongs to Do-jun and Seo Hyun will become the CEO. His brother, with an angry expression on his face, asks his brother what he is talking about. He opens his eyes wide. The brother with the red tie with a serious expression on his face says that he doesn't want to believe it either, but lately this thought has often haunted him. Yeon-gi grits his teeth and says that at the moment he keeps all the cash in their country in fantasy, and then asks his brother if he is saying that Do-jun is the owner of this company. His brother, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks his brother to think carefully, and then tells him that if Do-jun really is the owner of fantasy, then everything will fall into place. He adds that starting with the fact that his father cannot wait to hand over Sanyang to him. Half of the man's face with glasses is covered by a shadow, and he asks his brother if he said that seriously. Dong-gi tells his brother that he doesn't want to believe it himself, and then asks doesn't everything add up. His brother, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks if it is true that when transferring $1 billion, you can only get a car company. The man with the red tie says that, however, Seo Hyun brought foreign capital and even gave away shares, but it was still not worth it. Yeon-gi made a shocked expression and thought that this part seemed the strangest to him, and no matter how tight the deadline was, there was no point in investing in stocks. Dong-gi puts his hand forward and says that he is handing over the finances to Do-jun, which is also strange. He asks what 22-year-old Do-jun showed that his father is going to transfer finances to him. Yeon-gi's glasses reflect light. The man with the red tie wrinkles his face and says that these are all just assumptions, but suggests that they be considered probable. He adds that they will first start with a department store. Yeon-gi's face shows concern. They sit silently in the room, and outside the window is the office of the deputy chairman. Gay light falls on an office building. Seo Hyun, with a serious expression on his face, asks the main character how much he will invest. The protagonist props his chin and asks if 3 billion would not be enough for the company, and then says that the company is small, so it is not worth investing more than this amount. He adds that you shouldn't overdo it. Seo Hyun puts his hand to his face and says that there are 2 million shares at 1501. He adds that if they sell them when the price rises to 50,000, they will receive 100 billion. The protagonist crosses his arms and says that they will keep part of the money received from their aunt. He imagines a rising scale of the graph and thought that this is not about a part. He is going to sell when the price rises to 200,000 won, then it will be exactly 400 billion, which is ideal for him. The director rests his head on his hands and asks the protagonist if he is going to make personal investments. The protagonist replies, "To be discreet, I offer 300 million. Seo Hyun raises his hand and asks the protagonist how about 500. The protagonist lowers his head and closes his eyes and then says, "Well, okay." The protagonist looks towards the door. Someone entered the room. The main character opens his eyes wide and asks, "Uncle." Sang-gi raises his hand in greeting and asks Do-jun, "How are you doing?" The protagonist imagines the image of Yeon-gi and thought that since he came here, he must have already received a message from the vice chairman. The main character puts his hands forward and asks the director and uncle if they are meeting each other for the first time, and then says that this is the CEO Sang-gi, his uncle, and this is the chairman Seo Hyun. The director shakes hands with the protagonist's uncle and asks him what issue he asked about. The uncle, with concern on his face, says that he has one request. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, tells his uncle that he can speak without hesitation. Sang-gi puts his fist to his mouth and tells the director that since he is his little brother's friend, he will speak less formally. Seo Hyun replies, "Yes, of course." The protagonist's uncle puts his hands forward and tells the director that he heard that his younger sister made a huge mistake and then adds that he would like to eliminate the consequences. Half of the director's face is covered in shadow. The main character made a dissatisfied expression on his face, thinking that even he was ashamed of what he was saying. The director props his chin and asks the interlocutor, "Do you want to correct the mistake?" He smiles and says that it seems like it's a personal problem, but maybe he can help. Sang-gi, with a joyful expression on his face, tells the director that only he can help. Seo Hyun asks with confusion on his face, "Me?" The protagonist's uncle, with a confident expression on his face, informs the director that they will buy back the shares pledged as collateral. He says with concern on his face that she has become old enough to give away the family property too hastily. He adds that as the director knows, their family does not lack money. Seo Hyun replies with a smile on his face that he is a businessman and can sell anything at the right price. Sang-gi's face becomes very happy. He tells the director that he is a pleasure to talk to and then asks him to name the price. The director asks the protagonist's uncle, "Weren't you the first to express a desire to buy?" The interlocutor, with concern on his face, tells the director that he is right and then adds that since they are buying back what belongs to them, they will add a little more. He adds that he offers 450 billion. The protagonist looks at them with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Seo Hyun tells the interlocutor that he said that the price should be reasonable. He adds that this is not enough. Sang-gi is shocked by the director's words. Three men look at each other. Daylight falls on a tall office building. Seo Yoon with a smile on his face asks Yeon-gi and Dong-gi if something happened, because they even came together. The brother in glasses with a serious expression on his face tells the girl that she looks too calm for the one who caused chaos in the company. The red-haired girl with an angry expression on her face replies that there is no need to try to hurt her, and then adds that this time has already passed. Dong-gi, with a serious expression on his face, tells his sister that he came not to hurt her, but to find out what she was up to, and then asks her to speak plainly. Seo Yoon sits on the sofa and says that she will handle her own affairs, and then asks her brother with a red tie what he is so interested in. He replies that Seo Hyun cannot be trusted that much. The red-haired girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face answers him, "Trust. This is a deal." Yeon-gi points his finger at the girl and wrinkles his face in anger, and then screams and asks her if she really thinks that Seo Hyun lent her money to get a small percentage of it. He adds that he even refused 100 billion. Seo Yoon, with confusion on his face, asks his brother what he is talking about. Dong-gi crossed his arms and said that Hyunam told the director that he would invest 100 billion in shares as collateral, but he refused, asking for business instead of money. He says with an angry expression that the director is not one of those guys from Uedo who craves quick money. Seo Yoon's expression looks skeptical. Yeon-gi grits his teeth and shouts to his sister that the director wants her to pledge the building and demands that she pay off the interest along with the principal amount, wanting to appropriate the building for herself. He points his finger at the girl and asks her whether the construction of the first large department store will begin soon and what about the payment for the construction. He tells the girl that she will need a lot of money and then asks her how she is going to cope with everything. He adds that if she makes a mistake even once, she will lose everything. Seo Yoon looks at the brothers with a stern expression on his face and then asks, "So what?" An angry Dong-gi asks his sister if she still doesn't understand. The red-haired woman asks her brother if he wants to say that while trying to escape from the fox, she ended up in the tiger's den. Yeongi adjusts his glasses, and Donggi tells the girl that this is exactly what he meant. The red-haired girl smiles and slightly covers her face with her hand. She tells her brothers that no, it's the other way around. Having escaped from the tiger, she met a wolf. The brother with glasses asks, "What?" with a surprised expression on his face. The brother with the red tie shows concern on his face. Seo-yoon, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks his brother with a red tie if he just said that he offered Seo-hyun 100 billion, and then wonders if he is offering an astronomical amount to a stranger, betting his little sister on a high percentage. Yeongi put his fist to his mouth. The red-haired girl with a serious expression on her face tells Donggi that if he is afraid that the company will be taken away from her, then let him create an obstacle and add 100 billion to 400, and then lend her 500. She with a malicious smile tells her brother that he should set the interest at half of the bank ones, and thanks to this she will earn money and gradually pay off the debt, and then everyone will have no reason to worry. The siblings look at each other in silence. Yeongi reaches for his glasses and thought that if he followed Seo-yoon's advice, it would be impossible to bring back the department store chain. A shadow covers Donggi's face, and he thought that when the crisis passes and the economy revives, Seo-yoon will strengthen his position and return the borrowed money in an instant. Seo-yoon starts laughing loudly. Woo-sung had no interest in the Navy and waged an aggressive takeover bid against the world. A gray-haired man with glasses stands in front of the Woo-sung building. As a result, he won about 400 foreign companies and overtook the Senyang Group, which was shaken by the economic crisis, and reached second place in the business world. However, Woo-sung Group's position has been greatly weakened due to prolonged market stagnation and the decline of the global economy. A man in business clothes is on all fours among a lot of documents, and, expanding, focusing mainly on developing countries, the company could not avoid decline. Ultimately, financial creditors signed an agreement with Woo-sung Group regarding changes to the company's financial structure. Evening light falls on grandfather's house. The main character holds a newspaper in his hands and says that the Woo-sung Group has actually disintegrated, and since the big buffalo has fallen, everyone will rush to know it. The grandfather with a smile on his face asks the protagonist if he noticed anything for himself. He adds that he has a lot of money, and then asks, "You have about 1 trillion won in your hands, right?" The protagonist tells his grandfather that he shouldn't look into someone else's bank account without permission. The protagonist, with a satisfied expression on his face, asks his grandfather if he can invest the money somewhere. Grandfather calls Woo-sung Shipbuilding and then says that this is one of the worthy options. He throws a black folder on the table and tells the protagonist to take a look. The protagonist opens the folder, and the old man says that it will be useful to have a variety of companies. The main character flips through the documents and says that he does not yet have such an opportunity and he lacks people more than money. He adds that even if he acquires the company, he does not have a person who could run it. The grandfather with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that he will lend him people. The protagonist opens his eyes wide in surprise. The grandfather tells the protagonist that everyone is worried about the lack of money, but who would worry about the lack of people? The surprised main character silently looks at his grandfather. The protagonist looks at his grandfather. He noticed that grandfather was up to something. The main character, with concern on his face, asks his grandfather if he can lend him money to manage the company. Yamkal closes his eyes and says that no, Senyang is not easy to manage, and then says that they have already spread a rumor about restructuring, and is the protagonist again offering to manage the company. He adds that the government will not do nothing. Half of the grandfather's face is covered by a shadow, and he tells the protagonist that therefore he will play the role of figurehead director, and when everything calms down, he will return everything to its place. The main character opens his eyes wide. He thought that fantasy would manage Woo-sung Shipbuilding. A glow seems to emanate from the protagonist's head. He wonders if Grandpa is saying that when the time is right, he will hand over the company to Senyang Group. Senyang Industry is responsible for shipbuilding, but it is not number one in this industry. The protagonist imagines construction cranes and a container and then thought that Daehan Shipbuilding is leading in this industry, but if Senyang and Woo-sung merge, Daehan will fall to second place. He imagines the tall building of Senyang Group and thought that they could become leaders. The protagonist's face is completely covered by shadow, and he thought that his grandfather admitted that he was using him for this. Grandfather tells the main character that if he doesn't want to, he can leave, it's okay. Concern can be seen on the protagonist's face. Grandfather looks at the protagonist with a smile on his face. The protagonist thought that he could really leave if he did not want to participate in this. He wants to say something to his grandfather, but his grandfather interrupts him. Young Call threw a brown envelope on the table. The main character draws attention to the envelope. He takes the documents out of the envelope. He made a surprised expression on his face. He sees that this is a cooperation contract. The protagonist looks at his grandfather and thought that he knows everything about this contract. He sees the joyful face of his grandfather and thought that he was threatening him, that he was capable of changing everything if he didn't like something. The protagonist's worried face is covered by a shadow. He is silent for a while. He closes his eyes and smiles, and then says what else to do, and then adds that he will do as grandfather says. The chairman tells the protagonist that he really likes him. The protagonist closes his eyes and tells his grandfather what he knows. The chairman tells him that he understands everything even without words, that's what he likes. The main character looks down with a smile on his face. He says something to his grandfather and thinks that he loves him too. He adds that even though he is his precious grandson, he is ready to threaten him. Daylight falls on a multi-story building. Seo Hyun rests his head on his hand and says that Wooseung Group's main creditors called and asked if they were inclined to make the acquisition. The main character is sitting next to the director and thought that he was anyway thinking about how he could tell the director about the problem related to the Wooseung Group. The protagonist made a surprised expression on his face. He asks the director whether any attractive offers have been received from creditors. Seo Hyun asks the protagonist how he knew. He is not a psychic. The protagonist, with an angry expression on his face, thought that the grandfather had already given the creditors a tip. The director props up his chin and says that they promised to write off debts and offered to arrange negotiations if they are interested in them. He adds that they said that they will make sure that they do not suffer any losses, so they can contact them with peace of mind. The protagonist lowers his head and says that they really won't lose anything from the deal with him. Seo Hyun removes his hand from his face and asks the protagonist if he did something. The protagonist replies that in truth, yes. He tells everything to the director. There are lamps on the ceiling. The director, with an angry expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he really entered into an agreement with his aunt. A bead of sweat runs down Seo Hyun's cheek. He put his hand to his head and said that it's crazy, he really is a terrible person. The protagonist, with concern on his face, says that he does not know if there is any deeper meaning hidden here, but they need to act first. He imagines Seo Yoon and Yang Call in front of the Sanyang department building, and then thought that in order to get the department store chain, the first thing his grandfather should do is invest all the shares in Sanyang Distribution. He thought that if the transfer did not take place, Fantasy would lend 400 billion without collateral. The protagonist imagines a construction site with construction cranes. He thought that a completely stupid job would be done, building a Daehan department store with full payment in arrears. With a serene expression on his face, he tells the director that his grandfather asked for this, which also means that he will pretend that he is not aware that they are taking over a chain of department stores. He informs the director that in return they must fulfill his request. Seo Hyun with an angry expression tells the protagonist, not us, but you. Speak correctly. The main character smiles and says that then he will paraphrase. With a confident expression on his face, he says that he will take over the chain of department stores. He tells the director that when he acquires Wooseung Shipbuilding, he will then sell it to Sanyang Group. He adds that he will make huge profits. Seo Hyun made a surprised expression on his face. He bent his back a little and asked the protagonist if he really wanted him to take all the profits alone. The main character replies that yes, and he can consider this a special bonus for the general director. Seo Hyun made a surprised expression on his face. Do-jun thought that in order to keep his uncle, he would not skimp. He remembers how the director pointed the finger at him and wonders how many times he announced his retirement in the last 5 years. He adds that, be that as it may, in order to finish things, it is necessary to delay the moment of his departure. The protagonist gets up and says that he has a meeting with his grandfather. He walks towards the exit and says that he must tell him that the Wooseung ransom will continue. Seo Hyun puts his hand forward and asks the protagonist to stop because the conversation is not over yet. The protagonist continues to walk with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Moonlight illuminates grandfather's house. Dong-gi tells the chairman sitting in the chair that, as he said, buying out Wooseung Shipbuilding would be a great decision, but the government will doubt the true meaning of restructuring the company. Grandfather with a small smile replies that that's why he found a replacement. They will buy the company and take it for themselves when everything settles down. The chairman's son made a surprised expression. He answers with concern on his face whether this is a replacement for Fantasy. The grandfather closes his eyes and tells his son that he thinks quickly. He adds that at the moment the only ones who can spend such amounts are foreign investment companies. He asks his son if this would not be appropriate, considering that Fantasy is closely associated with them. A bead of sweat runs down Dong-gi's cheek. He looks at the chairman and thought that he really wants to ask what closely connected means. The chairman's son asks his father if they really decided to cooperate. Grandfather says yes, and then asks if Seo Hyun doesn't have a talent for buying good companies cheaply and selling them at a high price in a few years. He adds that he will actively help him with the acquisition and then the director will not be able to refuse. Dong-gi says with a dissatisfied expression that then he will meet with Seo Hyun and since they are only lending a name, he will personally handle the purchase. Yang-kal says with a serious expression that it won't be easy. The chairman's son, with a worried expression on his face, asks, "What?" Yang-kal says that he is talking about Seo Hyun, and then tells his son that he is unlikely to give in if he just tells him, "Thank you, let's work hard." Dong-gi's expression looks worried. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that he understood what he meant, but he would have to pretend that he didn't, for the sake of an excellent opportunity to learn more about this close connection. The chairman's son asks him what he is talking about. Yang-kal replies that he said that he will replace him, but he is not going to be at his beck and call. He looks up and asks his son how often a replacement batter hits a home run, then tells him that he won't listen to his orders. Dong-gi asks his father if he wants to say that after buying out Wusung Shipbuilding and smelling the money, he won't leave so easily. Yang-kal replies that this is true. His son's face becomes outrageous after this answer. With a worried expression on his face, he asks himself whether he was mistaken and whether fantasy really does not belong to his father. He looks at his grandfather and thought that if she secretly belonged to him, she would begin to carry out ordinary tasks. He adds that in this case there is only one answer. Dong-gi bows to his father and says that to avoid problems, he will make sure that Seo Hyun only does what he should do. The chairman, with a serious expression on his face, asks his son if he can trust him, and then says that they need Wusung Shipbuilding to operate liquefied natural gas carriers. He adds that under no circumstances should this fail. The chairman's son looks down and tells his father that yes, he doesn't have to worry. He adds that he will make sure that no problems arise. Yang-kal smiles a little. He tells Dong-gi that although he is unhappy with this decision, it is the best that could be done in this situation. The chairman's son is silent for a while. The joyful grandfather says that there will still be opportunities in the future, so he needs to seize them, develop the company, and one day it will grow to the level of Sanyang Group. He enthusiastically tells him that he believes that he and his Hyun can double what they have now. Dong-gi bows to his father and says that he will fulfill his expectations. The father looks at his son bowing. The chairman's son, with a serious expression on his face, thought that he was always hiding something behind consolation. Daylight falls on a multi-story building. Dong-gi closes his eyes and bows slightly to the director, and then says, "I look forward to working together productively, Chairman Seo Hyun." The director makes a surprised expression on his face. They shake hands and the director asks if there is anything he can do, and then adds that he heard that he has already settled everything. The chairman's son says that it would be nice if everything went according to plan, but he knows how things happen. He adds that there will definitely be people who will try to stop them. Dong-gi smiles a little, surprised. Seo Hyun thought that this was unexpected, because he is modest, not at all like his younger brother Seung-gi, whose arrogance knows no bounds. The director put his hand to the back of his head and says that those who do not know the truth about Sanyang make guesses about it, and then says that it is they who are trying to stand in their way. He adds that in any case, he hopes that Dong-gi leads them far ahead. There is a black and gold sign on the desk with the computer. Dong-gi drinks tea from a cup. He tells the tea-drinking director that he heard that he took in their youngest nephew and is teaching him. With a serene expression on his face, he asks him what he can say about him, about their Dujun. Seo Hyun looked thoughtfully. He thought that it would be better if he said what he wanted to hear. Seo Hyun smiles and says that Dujun is a natural player. He adds that he would even say that he is the complete opposite of his father. Dong-gi asks with a surprised expression, "Player?" The director replies that yes, he has good instincts, is decisive, self-confident, and knows exactly when to act, and when it is necessary to retreat. He adds that above all, he has an incredible ability to read a situation. Dong-gi, with a smile on his face, tells his interlocutor that he is leaving. He praises him as a potential trader from Yoido or an investor. Seo Hyun closes his eyes and says that's right, recently he began to surpass even him. He adds that now he is able to sit down at the poker table alone. The chairman's son says the so-called player's natural qualities don't have to be used only at the poker table. The director, with a surprised expression on his face, asks, "What?" Dong-gi says that such qualities are absolutely consistent with the skills needed by a manager. The director smiles a little after his words. He looks at the chairman's son and thought that they say he is the best of the three brothers. He adds that he said that Dujun is not leaving the investment company, implying that he has nothing to worry about. Dong-gi brings the cup of tea to his mouth, and the director thought that, contrary to expectations, he understood everything. The director tells the interlocutor that after listening to him, it now seems so to him too. He places his cup on the table and addresses the vice chairman. He asks him if he is accidentally afraid of his young nephew. Dong-gi made a surprised expression. He drinks tea and says that it is unknown who will become the next chairman, but it is clear that Do-jun will be the third. Seo Hyun made a slightly surprised expression on his face. The vice chairman says he just needs to take care of his share and make sure Do-jun doesn't take it over. He asks, "Surely I shouldn't force my children to starve." Seo Hyun silently looks at the vice chairman. The director smiles, hiding his concern, and thought that Do-jun saw right through him. He carefully watches the vice chairman and thought that Dong-gi already considers Do-jun his opponent and begins to act.